He is a demon wearing a gentle mask, disgusted by the boredom of the world. So, he forges Pandora, forbidden items that grant all wishes but also ignite endless greed. He offers a mask of vengeance to a cuckolded, pitiable man, then smiles and watches a drama of desire, adultery, betrayal, and murder unfold, all while leisurely collecting his reward, the so-called desire points, from this carnival of human depravity. At 9 in the morning in a grade A office building in Hangzhou, Lu Chen, the R&D supervisor at Genesis Tech, responded to every greeting from his colleagues with his signature gentle smile. He was patient, refined, highly competent, and single, the universally acknowledged ideal partner for all the female staff in the company. Only he knew what a cold, even bloodless, soul was hidden beneath that smiling facade. In his eyes, this world was a pool of stagnant water, so boring it was nauseating. He yearned for passion, for a giant stone to be thrown into this dead water to stir up monstrous waves. Fortunately, a week ago, everything changed. As the elevator doors were about to close, a young man with a messy mop of hair and heavy dark circles squeezed in. Lu Chen glanced at him, noticing his clenched fists and trembling body. Behind his glasses, a barely perceptible smile touched his lips. In a dim fire stairwell, Huang Wenbin, a clerk from the finance department, was miserably smoking. Last night, he had witnessed his newlywed wife, Li Wenwen, in a naked embrace with the company's vice president, Dai Wenyuan. He came from a small town. The savings of 2 generations had barely been enough to buy a house in Hangzhou. Now, he felt his world had completely collapsed. "Supervisor Lu?" The fire door opened, and Lu Chen walked in, looking at him gently. "Can you tell me what happened?" For some reason, facing Supervisor Lu's seemingly all-seeing gaze, Huang Wenbin found himself pouring out the entire sordid affair without reservation. "I see," Lu Chen said after listening. He smiled compassionately and took out a mask, thin as a feather and glowing with iridescent light. "Marquardt's mask. Put it on, and you can become anyone, your face, your height, even your fingerprints. I think it can help you." Huang Wenbin's breathing instantly quickened as a powerful desire surged from the bottom of his heart. Lu Chen placed the mask in his hand. Before turning to leave, he gently reminded him, "Be sure to control your desires when you use it. Otherwise, it will drag you into the abyss." In the stairwell, Huang Wenbin tremblingly placed the mask on his face, thinking of Dai Wenyuan's appearance. After a sharp sting, he took out his phone and turned on the front camera. A strange yet familiar middle-aged face appeared on the screen. He staggered backward, hitting the wall. After a moment of heavy breathing, a twisted and pathologically excited smile appeared on Dai Wenyuan's face. "Desire points plus 100. In his office, Lu Chen smiled as he looked at the system panel only he could see. His ability was to create forbidden items called Pandora by harnessing the desires and souls of others. These items had miraculous powers but were accompanied by immense negative effects. He had sent out his first creation. Now, it was time to enjoy the show. At Sunshine Coast, a top-tier luxury residential area in Hangzhou, Dai Wenyuan successfully used his face to get past the community's security and into the apartment. Opening the door was Dai Wenyuan's 40-year-old wife, Zhang Meijing, a woman of mature charm and excellent upkeep. "Honey, why are you back?" Zhang Meijing greeted him gently. Huang Wenbin looked at this woman exuding mature charm, and the beast within him was completely awakened. He pulled the astonished woman into his arms, and a frantic release unfolded on the master bedroom's large bed. At first, his heart was filled with the thrill of revenge, but gradually, the greed for this luxurious life he could never have overwhelmed everything else. "Desire points plus 100. Desire points plus 100. Meanwhile, Lu Chen watched the constantly rising points, a faint smile on his face as he closed the system panel. He knew this pawn, Huang Wenbin, was rapidly spiraling out of control. After work in the evening, Lu Chen waited in the company lobby and saw a hurried Huang Wenbin. Supervisor Lu." Huang Wenbin stood before him, so nervous he didn't know where to put his hands, his words filled with awe for Lu Chen and gratitude for the magical mask. Lu Chen listened calmly, playing with the ancient ring on his right finger. "Rest assured, the mask is yours until you die. I won't care what you do with it." He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the city's neon lights. "But I must tell you, it's called Marquardt's mask, and it's also called Pandora. The closer you get to the abyss, the closer the devil is to you." Having received Supervisor Lu's promise, Huang Wenbin's last shred of reason was consumed by ecstasy. He returned home. Faced with his wife Li Wenwen's usual gentleness and concern, the once warm memories now felt like sharp knives stabbing him. "Honey, you're back? The last dish is almost ready. Go wash your hands first." Lu Chen expressionlessly walked into the kitchen. As his wife turned with a gentle smile, he suddenly reached out and clamped his hands tightly around her neck. Suffocation and terror enveloped Li Wenwen. She struggled, looking at her husband's face, twisted with rage. "Why?" Huang Wenbin roared. "Why didn't you ask me why when you sent me away? What was this bitch doing while I was working overtime? The woman's struggles grew weaker, until the light in her eyes completely faded. Huang Wenbin let go and collapsed before his wife's body, sobbing silently. Desire points plus 100. Desire points plus 100. At the same time, at the Half-Hill Flea Market in Hangzhou, Lu Chen was attracted by a notification from his system. He watched the entire event in the kitchen unfold, his face still maintaining a gentle smile. He closed the system and continued his search. According to his experience, objects that could carry a Pandora seed often had an unusual past. Soon, in an antique shop, he found a silver hairpin emitting a faint red glow. Back in his study, Lu Chen took out the hairpin. A third-order seed radiating an eerie light materialized from thin air and slowly merged into it. Ding! You have obtained Pandora No. 3-002. Its previous owner once plunged it straight into the hearts of young girls, the crimson blood flowing through the pin's inner channels. The user can pierce a target's heart to drain every drop of blood, extracting a single drop of life essence to restore youth and achieve eternal beauty. Lilith's blood needle, Lu Chen named this new Pandora. He stroked his all-black cat, Lao Bai, in his lap, a look of anticipation on his face. In his vision, Lao Bai's body was shrouded in a red glow even more eerie and brilliant than the hairpins, like a blood moon. This meant this cat possessed the potential to carry the supreme zero-order seed. His game had only just begun. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, the sound of knocking interrupted Lu Chen's thoughts. He glanced outside the study, tucked the hairpin in front of him into a wooden box, and placed the box into the drawer. He patted the fat black cat, Lao Bai, who was curled up on his thigh, and it lazily jumped down to the floor. Mr. Lu. Ah. Thank goodness you're home. Outside the door, a slightly mature woman holding a 4 or 5-year-old girl beamed with joy upon seeing Lu Chen. The woman was clearly made up, wearing exquisite earrings and red lipstick, dressed in a white striped cardigan, with a black stepmother skirt hugging her mature, curvy pear-shaped figure. Chen and Hongru met Lu Chen's gaze and said, somewhat shyly, "Is there something you need?" Lu Chen smiled gently. He lived in this apartment in the Binjiang district, not far from the company, a mid-range apartment. The woman in front of him was his neighbor, a single mother, a company executive, 33 years old, 3 years older than him. Yes, it's our Wan. She has been clamoring to play with Xiaobai since she got back from kindergarten. No matter how I persuade her, it doesn't work. Shen Hongru's eyelashes fluttered as she hurriedly spoke. After saying that, she secretly pinched her daughter's little finger, and the quirky girl stuck out her tongue, nodding vigorously. Yes, it's Wan. Uncle Lu. I miss Xiao Bai so much. Wow. Xiao Bai. Wan's eyes lit up with joy when she saw the black cat just stepping out from behind the door. She kicked off her little shoes and rushed into the house without even putting on slippers. Mission, please come in too, Lu Chen said with a smile. He noticed Chen Hongru's cheeks were slightly flushed, and when she met his gaze, there was a hint of shyness, but he didn't mind and gently stepped aside. Mr. Lu, have you eaten yet? Not yet. That's perfect, I made a little extra food for you. As a thank you. Chen Hongru lifted the bag in her hand, and seeing that Lu Chen didn't refuse, a hint of charm appeared on her face. She placed the cloth bag on the shoe cabinet, bent down to take off her high heels, revealing her jade-like feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings. After putting on slippers, she walked confidently towards the dining table. Lu Chen glanced at the living room, where Lao Bai was sprawled on the floor, and walked towards the dining table. His phone in his pocket vibrated continuously. He saw Nie Xiaoyu had cautiously sent 3 or 4 messages on WeChat, starting with "I'm home," followed by some sharing messages. Lu Chen casually skimmed through them and put his phone away, not intending to reply. By the way, mission, I have a bottle of quite good red wine here. Would you like to join me for a couple of drinks? Lu Chen seemed to remember something, turned towards the wine cabinet, took out a bottle of red wine, looked at Chen Hongru, shook the bottle, and smiled. Mr. Lu rarely extends an invitation. I can't turn down the offer. Chen Hongru was slightly taken aback, then took off the hair tie from her wrist, gathered her long hair, and said gracefully. A hint of joy surged in her heart. Previously, although Mr. Lu was very gentle in receiving people, whenever she tried to get closer, there always seemed to be a layer of distance. This time, Mr. Lu did not refuse her again. At the same moment, in the night, Huang Wenbin sat in the back seat of a taxi, slightly lowering his head, his heart still racing, and a burning pain was coming from his forearms. We've arrived. The taxi stopped by the roadside, and the middle-aged driver pressed the meter, 70 yuan. I've scanned it. Huang Wenbin gestured to his phone and muttered. Early March, the spring chill was still biting. As he opened the car door, Huang Wenbin instinctively shivered. He stuffed his hands into his pockets, glanced around, and then stepped out. First, he intentionally bought some items at 2 nearby convenience stores, exposing his face to different surveillance cameras. He carried the bag and plunged into the adjacent urban village. Entering a small hotel, he paid and, while walking towards the second-floor room, Huang Wenbin constantly observed his surroundings, catching a glimpse of a middle-aged, overweight man in one of the rooms that was left open. Phew! 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 In the dimly lit, yellowed small hotel, Huang Wenbin sat on the edge of the bed, his hands tightly gripping his legs, breathing heavily and rapidly. His tension and fear did not last long. He reached into his chest, and a mask as thin as a feather, radiating colorful light in the dim room, was gently placed over his features. An incredible scene silently unfolded in this small space, the translucent mask seeping into Huang Wenbin's skin like mercury. In the next moment, the features on his face began to change, and his body posture shifted. Soon, the middle-aged man he had just glimpsed appeared in front of the bed. Huang Wenbin kept touching his face, reaching for his stomach, wanting to run into the bathroom, nearly stumbling to the ground. Bursting into the bathroom, he steadied himself against the sink and stood in front of the mirror, looking at the unfamiliar face reflected back at him. Although he had felt it before, experiencing it again still felt unbelievable. In the quiet room, the expression of the middle-aged man in the bathroom mirror kept changing, excited, crazy, and distorted. He quickly changed into a new set of clothes, then opened the window facing another self-built building, listened at the door for a moment, and calmly left. "Hello? Mr. Dai. It's me, Huang Wenbin." Huang Wenbin stepped into a phone booth by the roadside. Nowadays, the remaining phone booths in Hangzhou serve more as a public convenience, allowing free calls within the urban area for a limited time. He pressed down a series of numbers heavily. Beep, while waiting for the call to connect. Huang Wenbin scanned the phone booth and quickly confirmed that there were no surveillance cameras in this one. At the same time, the call connected. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth lifted. His greasy features bizarrely transformed into the face of a young man, which was Huang Wenbin's original appearance. Upon hearing a voice say "Who?" Huang Wenbin chuckled softly. "Hubby? Who is it?" On Sunshine Coast, in a spacious luxury apartment, Zhang Meijing, dressed in a silk nightgown, with a face mask on, lay on the sofa applying essential oil to her beautiful legs. Just as she was about to praise her husband for his bravery during the day, she saw her husband Dai Wenyuan, sitting on the other side of the sofa watching TV, suddenly darken his expression after receiving a phone call. She couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. There's a problem at the company that I need to handle urgently." Dai Wenyuan pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, thought for a moment, then stood up, walking towards the door while saying, "Don't worry. I should be back soon." 3 minutes later, a black Mercedes S-Class drove out of the garage and plunged into the night of Hangzhou. "Uncle. Shuimu. Xinghua Garden, Building 4, Room 602, is this the place?" The elevator doors opened. A young police officer stepped out, talking on the phone with the caller reporting the incident, and walked to the door. "Yes. It's Shuimu Qinghua Garden, Room 602. Thank you, comrade, thank you. I called my son, but no one answered. I called my daughter-in-law, but no one answered." Something must have happened. In Huizhou Province, in Zhucheng City. In an old house. 50-year-old Huang Jinbao sat restlessly on the sofa holding his phone, while his wife Yuqin tightly clasped her hands, continuously muttering prayers for blessings. After their son made that phone call, the elderly couple suddenly panicked, immediately calling and texting for inquiries but received no response. They quickly turned to call their daughter-in-law, but similarly, the phone just rang without anyone answering. At this point, the elderly couple was completely in a state of panic. After frantically turning in circles, they called the police. Knock. 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 The sound of the police knocking on the door echoed through the receiver, resonating in the old house in Zhu City, 500 kilometers away. "It's okay. It's okay. Huang." Jinbao reassured his wife, also trying to calm himself. "Uncle. No one is answering the door," the young police officer said, looking at the door. Just then, a neighbor next door opened the door upon hearing the commotion and mentioned a roar they had vaguely heard not long ago. The young police officer and the elderly couple on the other end of the phone felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. After receiving the elderly couple's consent, the officer took 2 steps back and began to forcefully slam against the door. Bang! 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 The door was broken open. The young officer quickly rushed into the house, his gaze sweeping through the living room and bedroom before heading towards the kitchen. He immediately saw the woman lying on the kitchen floor. The officer's heart began to race as he held the phone still connected to the call, cautiously approaching and touching the woman's nostrils with his fingertips. Dead, she was dead. Combining the words of the elderly couple when they reported the case and the neighbor's description, it was not hard to guess that the murderer in this case was the elderly couple's son. Ha! 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 The young officer gripped the phone tightly, his breathing becoming heavy, and for some reason, he suddenly found himself unable to speak. Comrade! Comrade! Have you seen my son and daughter-in-law? They're not in any trouble, right? Huang Jinbao's voice came through the phone, clearly revealing the unease and fear in his tone. Ms. Shen. Don't call me Ms. Shen, just call me Hongru, it sounds so formal. In Binhai district, in an apartment. On the sofa, a little girl with 2 pigtails had unknowingly fallen asleep, covered with a thin blanket. A black cat lay lazily on the other side, its long, dark tail swaying contentedly. In the dining room, the single mother Chen Hongru had unknowingly taken off her cardigan, wearing only a black stepmother dress. The bottle of red wine that had just been opened was already more than half empty, and Chen Hongru's fair skin glowed with a rosy hue like agate. A hint of daze appeared in her eyes as she heard Lu Chen calling her, and she immediately replied, okay. Hongru Jia. Lu Chen smiled, responding. He picked up the nearby red wine, shook the bottle, and gently said, you don't need to call me Mr. Lu anymore. Just call me Lu Chen. There's only this little left, let's finish it in one go. After a crisp clink of glasses, the meal came to an end. Chen Hongru seemed a bit tipsy, and after Lu Chen tidied up the dining table, he noticed she was still sitting at the table, propping her chin up as if she had fallen asleep. Who would have thought, just as Lu Chen was about to tap Chen Hongru, she lifted her head with a dazed look, and her arm suddenly wrapped around Lu Chen's neck. Her red lips parted. The aroma of red wine wafted over. She stared at Lu Chen's mouth, tiptoed, tilted her head back, and leaned in directly. Naturally, Lu Chen did not refuse, feeling the delicacy of her tongue, his left hand supporting the woman's waist while his right hand skillfully slid under her skirt. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. The cold moonlight streamed through the apartment's floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a glow on the floor inside. Lu Chen paid no attention to the incessant messages popping up, simply indulging in the beauty before him, ripe for the taking. In the night, Dai Wenyuan drove to an apartment near the company, where he also owned a unit, occasionally coming here to rest. Huang Wenbin, as his assistant, naturally knew about this place. Damn! What kind of bug dares to threaten me? After stopping the car, Dai Wenyuan didn't get out immediately. A sinister expression appeared on the scholarly face behind his gold-rimmed glasses as he slammed his hand down on the steering wheel. After a moment, he got out of the car with a dark expression. He ascended to the 26th floor. The long corridor was empty, and as Dai Wenyuan walked toward his apartment, he noticed a shadow following him from the fire escape behind. What are you doing? Playing tricks. When he reached the door, Dai Wenyuan took out his keys and only then noticed Huang Wenbin. He was startled, his eyes widening as he scolded, then impatiently walked into the house. Speak. How much do you want? Dai Wenyuan turned on the light, took out a cigarette, and without looking back, he began to rant, damn it, you two aren't trying to set me up, are you? Did you deliberately send your wife to seduce me? Behind him, Huang Wenbin closed the door, his black and white eyes fixed on the vice president of Skyworth Technology, who had his back turned. The latter was still talking when Huang Wenbin stepped forward, pulling something from his pocket. It was a nylon rope, about the thickness of a thumb. Without a moment's hesitation, he looped it around Dai Wenyuan's neck, using his back to press against Dai Wenyuan's back, and with a sudden force from his hands and feet, he lifted Dai Wenyuan off the ground. Ugh! Dai Wenyuan barely had time to react, his eyes bulging in terror as the sensation of suffocation overwhelmed him, his legs kicking wildly. His hands pounded against the back. Seeing that the person behind him showed no signs of stopping, he tried to grab the rope around his neck with both hands. Struggling. The final struggle. His face gradually turned pale, the strength in his body began to fade, and his eyes rolled back. Just as Dai Wenyuan was on the brink of death, Huang Wenbin loosened the rope, turned his head, and looked at the vice president, whose face was pressed against the floor, with the last glimmer of light in his eyes. Ha! Ha ha! Huang Wenbin laughed with a hint of madness. As he squatted in front of Dai Wenyuan, his features began to change until he completely resembled the latter. From now on, I am you. Your wife is my wife, your son is my son, your money is my money. Huang Wenbin said, meeting Dai Wenyuan's gaze. Dai Wenyuan's pupils dilated weakly, and then all his consciousness fell into an abyss of eternal darkness. The next day, the weather was clear, at 9 in the morning. Lu Chen, wearing a wool coat and carrying a briefcase, walked into the company building while reading a police report. On March 10 at around 9 p.m., our bureau received a report from the public. Resident Li Wenwen, female, 26 years old, was found dead. After investigation, her husband Huang Wenbin, male, 26 years old, is a major suspect. Currently, Huang Wenbin is missing. Just as he finished reading the news, Lu Chen saw a police car parked outside the building, and 2 police
officers walked into the company. Manager Lu. Manager Lu.
At that moment, a young employee, Nie Xiaoyu, who had been waiting on the first floor, came running over with a small backpack and a bag of KFC breakfast in her hand, looking cheerful.
Xiaoyu. Good morning.
Lu Chen shifted his gaze, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he met Nie Xiaoyu's eyes, which seemed to be speaking, and smiled.
Manager. Manager Lu, good morning. Under Lu Chen's
gaze, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly became shy, her cheeks flushed, and her eyelashes trembled slightly.
The young girl had a completely different charm from the mature woman of the previous night. Ah. By the way, Manager Lu, I bought too much breakfast again, can you help me eat this?
Nie Xiaoyu seemed to remember something, suddenly looking up and shoving the paper bag into Lu Chen's hands. The two of them walked towards the elevator hall.
After a short distance, Nie Xiaoyu spoke again. Supervisor Lu, you were just looking at those 2 police officers, right?
Let me tell you, she continued.
It seems
like a colleague from our company had an issue with his wife, and now the police are here to inquire about it.
So that's how it is. Lu Chen nodded blandly.
Upon entering his office, he casually tossed the paper bag containing KFC breakfast into the trash can, just like yesterday.
He sat down at his desk and opened a black leather notebook.
On the latest page, it recorded 3-001, Mask of Marquette, completion, 0 stars, ability, 1, wearing the mask can transform into any person the wearer has seen before, including their features, posture, and voice.
2. As the completion level increases, it will
enhance the wearer's learning ability and physical fitness. Negative effects. 1. Amplifies the wearer's negative emotions until they become a complete
slave to their desires.
2. If one becomes a ghost for too long, they will eventually become a ghost themselves. One day, when the wearer wakes up and removes the mask from their face, they will find that their original facial features begin to disappear. Lu Chen flipped through the records, uncapped his fountain pen, and added some notes, such as writing 15% after the 0 stars in the completion section. He turned to the next page.
The first line.
On this page read, User Information page for the Mask of Marquette.
The front recorded specific information about the item, while the back contained
observational records of its various users. After all, any Pandora's box would never have just one owner.
Lu Chen was the observer of these owners. Huang. Wenbin.
The first owner of the Mask of Marquette. After a long while, Lu Chen closed the thick black notebook and stretched comfortably. He got up and poured a cup of hot water from his thermos, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with the teacup in hand. The sunlight today was warm and pleasant,
casting a glow on him. Next, Lu Chen took a sip of hot water, his gaze fixed on the distant city, and a meaningful smile suddenly appeared on his
face. What needs to be observed is the reaction when a materialistic world first encounters an item with incredible abilities, and how the official
response unfolds once this item is discovered. Huang Wenbin was Lu Chen's experimental subject.
And for this first subject, after observing his reactions to greed and desire, Lu Chen had already concluded his usefulness. The only remaining purpose was to gather the official feedback after he was caught by
the police. That's right. Lu Chen did not believe that Huang Wenbin could truly escape the police's pursuit, even with the Mask of Marquette.
A thrilling excitement suppressed deep within Lu Chen's eyes. This world is finally going to get interesting. Meanwhile, at Skyworth Technology, on
the 32nd floor,
Huang Wenbin, draped in the skin of Vice President Dai, was greedily scanning the spacious and luxurious office inch by inch. The comfortable wool carpet, the expensive custom sofa, the massive desk, and the art cabinet meticulously arranged behind it.
Huang Wenbin took a
couple of steps, then quickened his pace. His fingertips brushed over the desk and chair as he stood before the floor-to-ceiling window that occupied an
entire wall, gazing into the distance as if he had the whole city beneath his feet. Everything here belongs to me now. Huang Wenbin's face flushed. He
walked to the desk, reclined in the boss's chair, and comfortably squinted his eyes.
Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock.
The door was suddenly knocked on. Huang Wenbin's body trembled, and he instantly tensed up, his heart racing as he looked towards the door. After a while, he managed to control his expression and replied in a deep voice, "Come in." A female secretary dressed in professional attire, a fitted skirt, and black stockings walked in, her high
heels clicking on the floor. Huang Wenbin's gaze traveled down the secretary's face, lingering on her ample bosom, rounded hips, and long legs clad in stockings. He recognized the secretary, whose full name was Gui Tonton, a graduate of Jiangxi University and the school's beauty. Although he had limited interactions with her in the past, her cold demeanor and pride always made him feel inferior. "President Dai," Secretary Gui said as she approached the desk, lowering her head respectfully. There are police downstairs who wish to see you. What? Huang Wenbin felt his body go weak, instinctively becoming anxious.
It seems that something has happened with our company's Huang Wenbin, and the police are here to ask about it, Secretary. Guo replied, casting a curious glance at President Dai but not probing further.
So soon? Huang Wenbin's heart raced. But then he quickly realized that he was now Dai Wenyuan, the vice president of Skyworth Technology.
He straightened his face, cleared his throat, and said to Gui Tongtong, just tell them.
I'm not in the office. Understood. Go ahead. Huang Wenbin continued.
After saying this, Secretary Gui slightly bowed her head and turned to leave the office, while Huang Wenbin's gaze followed the sway of her hips.
I wonder if President Dai and Secretary Gui have any relationship? Huang Wenbin thought greedily, his palm open as if to caress the air.
He swallowed hard. All right. If your company has any information regarding Huang Wenbin,
please feel free to contact us. This is my number. The young police officer at the front desk saluted and spoke in a deep voice. Evening.
The sky had darkened.
Lu, Manager Lu.
A new trendy hot pot place has opened at Wulin Square.
Do you want to go eat together? In front of the Skyworth building.
Nie Xiaoya's cheeks were flushed as she spoke to Lu Chen, her head lowered.
Oh? Which one? Lu Chen replied with a smile. Shan Huan. I wanted to go when I was in Jianye, but the wait was just too long.
Seeing that Manager Lu did not refuse, Nie Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy, raised her head,
and met his gaze, quickly adding, I didn't get to eat there. Not today. I have something to do.
Let's go another day, I'll treat you.
Lu Chun glanced at the time and said gently. Okay.
Nie Xiaoyu felt a bit disappointed but still obediently agreed.
She followed Manager Lu, glancing back 3 times as she left at the intersection.
Lu Chen remained standing at the black and white crosswalk, his gentle gaze shifting away from the young woman's.
Back to the city illuminated by neon lights in the distance. At that moment, a black Mercedes pulled out of the company garage. As it approached the
crosswalk, Lu Chen seemed to sense something and suddenly turned his head, meeting the odd gaze of the driver.
Noticing the driver's flustered attempts
to pull over, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and waved his hand casually.
The traffic lights changed in the opposite direction. Lu Chen picked up his briefcase
and stepped onto the crosswalk alongside the other commuters.
Ha!
Just that one glance made Huang Wenbin, wearing gold-rimmed glasses,
and the refined demeanor of President Dai, feel his entire back drenched in sweat.
He breathed heavily, and after a moment, murmured in uncertainty.
Who exactly is he?
The bustling city before him began to feel unfamiliar, and the materialistic worldview he had once built had completely crumbled. Whoever he is the benefactor who will change my fate. He pressed down on the accelerator and started the car. On the other side, Lu Chen also boarded the subway, and when he reappeared, he had arrived at the first affiliated hospital of Jiangsu Zhejiang University. The air is filled with a sense of unwillingness. Lu Chen stood outside the main entrance, separated by a road, and behind his black-framed glasses, he calmly surveyed the hospital complex. As if sensing something, he muttered to himself. After saying that, he took a step forward. He had come this time to see if he could find a suitable host for Lilith's blood needle, and undoubtedly, the hospital was the most appropriate place for those who had the greatest desire to live. He passed through the outpatient building and headed towards the inpatient department. From the wards for mild cases to the intensive care units, Lu Chen's gaze swept over the figures in front of the hospital beds, some young, some old, or resigned to their fate, but more were filled with an unwillingness to accept death. If at this moment, who could give them a new life? Even if it meant selling their souls to the devil, I believe they would flock to it. Right? Lu Chen whispered. He pushed up his glasses, and a hint of a smile flashed across his plain face. In a sense, he was the devil who sought souls. Lu Chen stood by the windowsill and looked towards another inpatient building, where he sensed a deep, abyss-like unwillingness, far surpassing that of the terminally ill patients he had encountered earlier. What is that building? Special needs ward, high-ranking official ward? Ding! The elevator opened, and Lu Chen stepped out once more. Sir, visiting hours have ended. If you need anything, please make an appointment to come back tomorrow. The nurse's station. The young nurse looked at Lu Chen and said. Lu Chen glanced at the nurse, then his gaze shifted to the other end of the corridor, playing with the ring on his right hand. He turned back and asked gently, who was in the innermost room, the one guarded by bodyguards. The young nurse met Lu Chen's gaze, and for some reason, her heart began to race heavily. She instinctively lowered her head, as if facing an ancient king. That room is occupied by Old Master Shen. Old Master Shen? Shen Nancher, Old Master Shen. The young nurse hurriedly replied. Shen Nancher?
Lu Chen nodded and softly repeated the name.
He was not unfamiliar with this name, in fact, it was well known in Hangzhou and among the
people of Jiangsu and Zhejiang.
The prominent local family in Hangzhou was not considered extremely wealthy, nor even very rich, but they had accumulated considerable prestige over generations. The current patriarch, Old Master
Shen Nancher, was renowned as a great philanthropist, having done countless charitable deeds throughout his life. Old Master Shen? The philanthropist?
Tisk. Lu Chen thought of something and chuckled lightly. He strode towards
that room.
The long corridor was very quiet, and Lu Chen's footsteps sounded exceptionally clear. The bodyguard in black outside the ward at the end of the corridor had already fixed his gaze on Lu Chen early on.
Open the door. Lu Chen stood in front of the door, speaking in a tone that was neither high nor low.
It was not a discussion, but a command.
Yes.
The bodyguard in black bowed his head respectfully, opened the door, and stepped aside.
Drip. Drip. Drip.
The high-ranking official ward had a reception room and a companion room. On the hospital bed, an emaciated old man, covered in tubes and wearing an oxygen mask, opened his murky eyes. The room was extremely quiet, with only the sounds of the machines. The old man stared at the ceiling, clearly feeling the dwindling life force within his frail body flowing away rapidly.
He was about to die. He still wanted to live.
Just then, the door was pushed open, and Shen Nancher thought it was his lifelong old steward, his old companion Shen. However, when the figure approached, confusion appeared in his eyes.
You are.
Shen Nancher's voice was hoarse as he struggled to ask.
Lu Chen looked down at the old man,
a smile appearing on his face as he reached into his pocket and took out a wooden box the size of
a glasses case. With a snap,
he opened the box, revealing a mysterious silver needle emitting a faint red glow in the hospital room.
It's called the Blood Needle of Lilith.
Using it can extend your life.
Reverse the traces of time.
The pale red light, like flowing blood, fell upon Lu Chen's face. He averted his gaze, focusing on Shen Nancher, as gentle words echoed in his ears. Lu Chen chuckled softly, closed the box, and pressed the wooden case beside Shen Nancher's frail hand.
I'll wait for you to find me. Remember, I'm at the Skyworth building. With that, Lu Chen fell silent and left the hospital room at
a leisurely pace. The room returned to silence. On the hospital bed, the old man, covered in tubes and wearing an oxygen mask, breathed heavily, his chest rising and falling. His eyes widened, his emotions influenced by the words of that mysterious figure. At this moment, a blood-like glow began to seep out layer by layer from the cracks of the wooden box. The crimson light seemed to be drawn upward by Shen
Nancher's overwhelming desire, following his withered fingers. An incredible connection was established between Pandora and the old man. Ha! Huff! Huff!
Shen Nancher gasped violently. He was still too weak to move, but his eyes incredulously fixed on the ceiling, a yearning beginning to grow in his aged gaze.
How strange. This Huang Wenbin seems to have vanished into thin air. I've seen his profile. He's 26.
Graduated from Jiangsu and Zhejiang University of Finance and Economics, and has no demonstrated skills in counter-surveillance in his past experiences.
At 7:30 p.m. Hangzhou City Criminal Police Team.
The officers stood around a whiteboard, their eyes fixed on the case analysis, puzzled. At the beginning of their involvement with this case, none of the detectives took it seriously. The evidence chain was complete and clear, merely a simple revenge murder case. According to routine, the next step would be to apprehend the suspect, but who would have thought that an ordinary office worker would disappear without
leaving a trace? Team Mott is here. Old Lu. Team Mott is here.
Just then, the door to the office of the criminal police team was pushed open forcefully. First, a young detective rushed in, followed by a scruffy, middle-aged man walking alongside another middle-aged man. This murder case has gained traction online thanks to some feminist marketing accounts. The heat is rising, and the higher-ups are demanding we capture the suspect as quickly as possible. The middle-aged man in a uniform clapped his hands, scanning the crowd with a serious expression. I've specially invited our city's detective, Old Ma, to come.
Old Ma, it's up to you from here. With that, the man exited the office. Old Ma, whose full name was Maan Bong, was renowned as a detective throughout the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, with countless stories of
his case-solving prowess that could be told for 3 days and nights without end.
Cut the nonsense.
Maan Bang glanced at the captain, who seemed about to speak, raised his hand, and said in a deep voice. He walked up to the whiteboard, glanced at the case analysis, and continued, "Where's the relevant surveillance footage?"
Team Ma. Here. It includes the surveillance of Huang Wenbin appearing in the community.
Before the incident and the tracking footage all the way to the urban village after he left, the young detective quickly replied.
Maan Bang approached the computer, his eyes glued to the screen as he intermittently pressed the fast-forward button. Someone, report the case details. He looked at the screen and added, While watching the surveillance and listening to the information, I quickly finished reviewing the entire footage. Snap. I pressed the pause button, freezing the image on an open window in the small hotel. We suspect that Huang Wenbin must have jumped out from here and escaped through the gap, said the young detective. No. Maan stared at the screen, and during his contemplation, his right hand had unknowingly pulled out a metal lighter, his thumb occasionally flicking the cap, producing a series of crisp clicking sounds without any flame. After a moment, he shook his head. He didn't leave this way. He rewound the footage, pausing it at the moment Huang Wenbin was startled in the convenience store. Here. He intentionally wanted to appear on the surveillance. Continuing, the footage replayed, showing Huang Wenbin going upstairs in the small hotel. As the scene unfolded, a portly, greasy middle-aged man walked out from upstairs and left the hotel. Ma Anbong watched the screen, instinctively furrowing his brows. He rewound the surveillance again. The middle-aged man appeared once more. Who is this? Ma Anbong asked. He continued, pull up the surveillance of him entering and exiting the hotel. He stepped aside, and the young detective began searching for additional footage. Before long, the video of the middle-aged man entering the hotel appeared. The moment Ma Anbong saw the man approaching, his eagle-like eyes suddenly widened, a look of astonishment flashing across his face. Captain Ma. What did you find? The young detective asked. Ma Anbong shook his head, not responding. Without professional training, everyone's walking gait, frequency, and stride, whether they walk with their feet turned in or out, or if they have a limp, their posture while walking, whether they stand tall or hunch over, these habitual behaviors are not easily changed. When he first saw that middle-aged man covering his face, it was clearly Huang Wenbin's habitual behavior. But when he saw the middle-aged man a second time, his walking habits had changed completely. Interesting. Interesting. For the first time, a smile appeared on Ma Anbong's weary face. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the first affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. Sir. Lazy said someone came in. He said, for some reason, that person asked him to open the door, and he subconsciously did, as if he couldn't refuse. The silver-haired but sprightly old man entered the ward. At first glance, he saw the wooden box beside old Master Shen, then leaned closer and whispered in the old man's ear. Shen. I want to be discharged. On the bed, Shen Nancher struggled to speak, his lips moving. The old steward, Shen, instinctively wanted to say something, but when he met the old master's gaze, he immediately fell silent and respectfully asked, I'll arrange it right away. Also, sir, you may speak. Come a little closer. Shen Nancher's tone changed slightly, but Shen, who had followed the old master his whole life, immediately sensed something and his expression grew serious. Without further words, he leaned in closer to Shen Nancher's mouth. I understand. I will personally take people to do it. Shen felt puzzled but didn't ask further, nodding in response. On the bed, the old man's withered hand waved, and the steward Shen straightened up, slightly bowing before quickly exiting the ward. In any long-established family, behind their glamorous facade, there are always some individuals responsible for handling matters that are inconvenient to deal with through the rules. Shen was adopted by the Shen family in his youth, following Shen Nancher, serving as both steward and glove. Lu Chen? Just as Lu Chen returned to his apartment, he happened to encounter single mother Chen Hongru and her little daughter in the elevator. Chen Hongru, her cheeks flushed, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and called out, Lu. Uncle Lu. The little girl Wan didn't know what was wrong with her. As soon as she saw Lu Chen, she was so frightened that she hid behind her mother, only peeking out after a while to whisper something. Lu Chen and Shen Hongru exchanged a glance, and both paused, soothing the little girl for quite some time, only to see Wan's big eyes fill with tears, and she burst into tears. She pouted and tightly hugged her mother's thigh. Mommy. I'm sorry, I was just too scared to protect Mommy well. This statement left Lu Chen and Shen Hongru even more puzzled. After a while, the little girl continued to sob. I woke up on the sofa yesterday and saw Uncle Lu choking Mommy. Mommy looked so pitiful, but I was so scared that I could only close my eyes and pretend to be asleep. The elevator in the apartment continued to rise steadily. The innocent words instantly made single mother Shen Hongru's cheeks flush red. She awkwardly glanced at Lu Chen, who still appeared unfazed. Wan, be good. Wan, be good. The little girl cried heartbrokenly, and Shen Hongru quickly squatted down, holding her daughter in her arms, continuously soothing her. Uncle isn't hurting Mommy, he's playing a game with Mommy. So, it's not that Wan didn't protect Mommy well, Wan is the best. After a long while of comforting, the little girl finally lifted her head, tear-streaked, first cautiously glancing at Uncle Lu, then looking at her mother, her baby voice asking, Really? Yes. You believe Mommy. Wan is such a filial girl. Lu Chen also squatted down, reaching out to pat Wanwan's head, a gentle smile on his face as he praised. Wanwan is not timid at all. The little girl, hugging her mother, timidly raised her head to look at Lu Chen, and after meeting his gaze, she glanced at her mother, seemingly finally convinced, and broke into a smile. Upon reaching the 16th floor, Chen and Hongru took her daughter back into the house, and Lu Chen also pushed the door and entered the room. Pandora. An artifact with supernatural powers. Lu Chen poured himself a cup of tea and sat in the lounge chair by the large floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, his gentle gaze directed at the city enveloped in neon lights outside. What kind of impact will such an artifact have on civilization, and how will it change the order? This is an extremely interesting social question. After sipping some hot tea, the corners of his mouth lifted behind his black-framed glasses. Whether it was Huang, Wenbin or Old Master Shen, their use of Pandora would surely leave traces. The emergence of Pandora would soon attract official attention. Lu Chen never underestimated the modern, scientific national machinery, its energy, and its response speed. The night grew deeper. In Hangzhou, CC. A black business car drove into the villa area, and in the garage of one of the villas, the car door was pulled open, and an elderly man in a black Zhongshan suit was the first to get out. Behind him, two young men with crew cuts efficiently dragged out a burlap sack, and the person inside was struggling continuously. Take him to the basement. Shen glanced at the sack and said in a deep voice. Zhang. Yes. Master Shen. Today's matter stays between us. Shen called out one of them, his gaze turning sharp as he spoke. Seeing the latter nod without hesitation, he satisfactorily handed over a bank card. There's 500,000. Here, divide it among yourselves. After saying this, he stepped towards the house, hurriedly approaching Shen Nanshan's bedside in the master bedroom on the second floor, whispering. Not long after, Shen hurriedly left, and about an hour and a half later, the medical staff attending to Old Master Shen had already left. Shen pushed the old master in a wheelchair to the elevator, heading down to the basement level 2. Woo! On the underground second floor of the villa, there was a wine cellar, with shelves filled with bottles of red wine on both sides. In the middle of the wine rack, a yellow-haired thug with a blindfold was tightly bound to a chair with ropes. He had no idea what was about to happen, only struggling wildly and making muffled sounds. The quiet wine cellar was interrupted by the sound of footsteps and wheels rolling across the floor. Cough. On the wheelchair, Old Master Shen's face was as pale as paper, and he began to cough heavily, with a syringe still inserted into his vein, while Shen held the 4 bag. Who is he? Nancher glanced at the yellow-haired thug and asked. Scum. Obsessed with gambling. He squandered all the family's money, almost draining his mother dry like a vampire. To make money, he deceived 2 underage girls into prostituting themselves for him. Shen reported in a flat tone. Woo! The yellow-haired thug grew increasingly terrified, struggling desperately. Shen Nancher gasped, looking at the thug, and shouted. Master! Do you think that using the life of this scum to exchange for my own existence would be more meaningful for society and everything else? Shen was somewhat confused but still bent down to respond. Of course. The money master spends each year on education, poverty alleviation, and medical treatment is a virtue that this scum could never match in 10 lifetimes. Every extra year master lives is an extra year of good deeds. Ha! Upon hearing this, Shen Nancher's paper-white face flushed with a layer of red, and he gasped hurriedly. After a moment, he continued, Go. Take off his shirt. Yes. Shen did not ask further, just hung the 4 bag properly and walked over. The yellow-haired thug was still struggling, and Shen simply slapped him, then, with his right hand, he pressed down on a certain spot on the thug's back, rendering him completely powerless, slumping in the chair. Shen Nancher watched as Shen remove the thug's shirt. He struggled to open the redwood box he had been holding tightly, taking out a silver hairpin that appeared mysterious and brilliant in his eyes. Shen Z. Help me over there. Old Master Shen trembled as he walked in front of the thug. The young thug seemed to realize something. He wanted to struggle but had no strength left. Old Master Shen grasped Lilith's blood needle with his other hand. His emotions became agitated. Suddenly, he broke free from Shen's support, staggering 2 steps to the yellow-haired thug, and then he lunged onto him. At the same time, the sharp tip of the hairpin pierced precisely and straight into the thug's heart. Put! Shen hurriedly supported the old master, and at that moment, in the quiet wine cellar, a bizarre and horrifying scene suddenly unfolded. The bound yellow-haired thug visibly shriveled, every inch of blood in his body flowing out rapidly. The black cloth binding the thug fell away, and he looked at Shen Nancher. And Shen in despair and fear, unable to utter a single word. This adult male, over 1.70 meters tall, had become a dried corpse. In its place was the strange hairpin in Old Master Shen's hand, from which the essence of life rolled out.
It emitted the most enchanting glow in the wine cellar, mysteriously suspended in front of the two old men. Gulp! This drop of essence seemed to possess infinite allure, causing even Shen to instinctively swallow. Old Master Shen hurriedly wanted to touch it but feared ruining it. So, he opened his mouth and leaned forward, breathing in the artistic essence of life as it was sent into his mouth.
Hangcheng, Seici Villa, underground second floor. Wine cellar. The body, devoid of a single drop of blood, died in extreme fear and despair, its form still bound, held together only by a thin layer of human skin, the weight of the head causing the skin to sag. Before this horrifying corpse, an elderly man knelt half-heartedly, his arms propped against the armrests of the chair. Huff! 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 The old man gasped. He closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body, an indescribable sensation of wonder. Shen. Nancher swore this was the most wonderful moment of his 90 years, as if a new bud had sprouted from a withered branch, as if the parched land, dry for countless years, had welcomed a drop of life-giving water. He reveled in it. He wanted to cry, he cheered for it. However, when every cell in Shen Nancher's body trembled, yearning for that drop of life essence, in an instant, all the wonder came to a halt. I want it so badly. I want it so badly. Old Master. Shen suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with desire, an extremely horrifying look. In the wine cellar, the butler Shen, who was about to rush forward to help when he saw the old master collapse, was stunned by the scenes. That followed, first, the mysterious needle piercing the heart, then the thugs quickly drained of blood, and finally, that drop of blood essence. Moreover, Shen clearly noticed that the old master's spirit seemed to be revitalized. Even his pale skin gaining a hint of color, and more remarkably, a strand of black hair reappeared among the white. Old Master Shen opened his eyes, suddenly lifted his head, and looked at Shen. Just that one glance sent goosebumps all over the butler, who had followed the old master for a lifetime, instinctively taking a step back. Shan Zi. Old Master Shen's hoarse voice rang out. He pushed himself up with both hands and stood up in front of Shen, knowing that the old man had been bedridden for a year. Like a toddler just learning to walk, the old master took a few steps back and forth, his aging face flashing with excitement. Perhaps tired, he raised his hand. Help me. Yes. Shen hurriedly assisted him. Help me back to rest, and also, I need a full body checkup tomorrow. Shen Nancher said in a deep voice. He sat back in the wheelchair. Just as he was about to leave, he seemed to remember something. Glancing blandly at the corpse with skin attached to bone, and said, dispose of it. Make it clean. Yes. By the way, there's one more thing, Shan Zi, you do it personally. Help me find someone, at the Skyworth building. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. In a quiet apartment. Study. Lu Chen looked at the frantically refreshing notifications. In just this short time, the increase in desire points had even surpassed the total number currently provided by Huang Wenbin. Is this the desire for life that a person with wealth and status has? Lu Chen's fingertips rhythmically tapped on the wooden armrest, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he murmured. Just now. He had also glimpsed everything happening in the wine cellar through Pandora's connection, and upon seeing Lilith's blood needle quickly drain every drop of blood from an adult male, he was astonished. Shen Nancher's control over his own desires far exceeds that of Xiao Huang. Recalling just moments ago the change in Shen Nancher's gaze, Lu Chen opened the black-covered notebook, first supplementing the record of 3-002 Lilith's blood needle-related abilities, then updating the user information page with details about Shen Nancher. Perhaps I can take this old Master Shen in. I also need a butler. One who possesses enough social status, wealth, and wisdom. Considering all factors, Shen Nancher is a good candidate. Of course, if he doesn't lose control. Since obtaining the system, Lu Chen has been contemplating one thing: what will happen when one Pandora after another spreads across the world? What kind of collision will occur when the materialistic world encounters the magical props of mysticism? Will the users of Pandora still be content with their original status, and when Pandora becomes powerful enough, even the zero-tier Pandora is used, will the ambitious clash with the existing rulers of this world? The collision between these two forces will inevitably lead to chaos, and then from chaos to a new order in balance. Lu Chen, as the behind-the-scenes figure, is also planning to create an organization called the Forbidden Object/Pandora Management Committee to recruit truly outstanding Pandora users who can maintain their rationality to the greatest extent. Through this committee, he aims to moderately guide the development of Pandora. The next day. The weather is clear, at the first affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang University. How is this possible? The old man's health data has at least returned to the level it was at this time last year. Did the old man receive any treatment after being discharged? The attending physician of Old Master Shen, expert Professor Zhao Runyuan, flipped through page after page of reports, his eyes widening in disbelief. He looked toward Shen Nancher in the distance and quickly asked Shen beside him. We hired an old Chinese medicine doctor from the capital. Shan replied. Director Zhao was about to ask more questions when Shan spoke up, gathering the reports and slightly nodding before preparing to leave. In the long corridor of the hospital, Shan pushed the wheelchair, quietly reiterating the doctor's words in old Master Shen's ear. A year ago? Nancher nodded. Also, sir, the person you asked to find has been located in the R&D department of Skyworth Technology, with an excellent reputation in the company. Apart from that, he seems to be just an ordinary office worker. Shan handed over a folder and continued. Nancher opened it and saw a photo of Lu Chun from when he joined the company on the first page, his emotions fluctuating sharply. Before long, the master and servant entered the elevator. Did it attract anyone's attention? You can rest assured. When this gentleman gets off work, you and I will go meet him. Nancher closed the folder, pondering deeply before speaking again. Understood. Do we need to prepare anything? Not for now. Shan, who was usually taciturn, never asked more questions unless the master volunteered information, but given the recent events, he couldn't help but have some speculations. The hospital elevator stopped at the parking level, and just as they were about to leave, Nancher suddenly said, Shan Zi. Do you think there are really such godlike figures in this world? At the same time, in Hangzhou's Binjiang district, in the VIP room of Hangzhou Bank, Mr. Dai, the money you requested has been counted. Please take a look. Manager Zhang of the bank displayed a warm smile as he approached Huang Wenbin, bowing slightly. Help me put all the money into the suitcase. Huang Wenbin exhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement. When had he ever received such treatment before, being led into the VIP room as soon as he entered the bank, with 2 cash counting machines right in front of him counting out 2 million in cash? A female bank employee poured him tea on the side, and the client manager accompanied him closely. He kicked the suitcase beside his leg and said in a low voice. Before long, Huang Wenbin pulled his suitcase out of the bank. When he was about to put the suitcase in the trunk, he paused for a moment, changed his grip, and laid the suitcase horizontally in the car. What a thrill! Sitting in the driver's seat, a flush appeared on Huang Wenbin's face. He slapped the steering wheel hard, feeling exhilarated. This money was meant for his parents. Once he settled that, he could feel a little less guilt in his heart. He only felt guilty towards his parents. After a busy morning, Huang Wenbin returned to the company after the lunch break. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Huang Wenbin leaned back in his office chair, with a floor-to-ceiling window occupying an entire wall behind him. Outside, under the bright sunlight, the skyscrapers sparkled. He enjoyed all of this, and after the door was knocked, he raised his voice slightly in response. He wore a cream-colored round-neck knit top and a khaki pencil skirt, with skin-tone stockings wrapping around his long calves. Secretary Guo walked over in high heels, bending slightly to say, President Dai. Here are the documents from this morning for your review, Secretary Guo said respectfully. Huang Wenbin stared intently at Secretary Guo, his breathing becoming rapid. He didn't know if that damned Dai Wenyuan had any connections with this Secretary Guo, but it didn't matter, it was best if there weren't any. Ahem. Xiao Guo, I have a box of tea leaves in my cabinet, could you help me brew some? Huang Wenbin cleared his throat and said in a deep voice. Yes. Secretary Guo's delicate face wore a standard smile as she gracefully walked to Huang Wenbin's right side, slightly tiptoeing to take down a box of tea leaves. Huang Wenbin swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on the curve of her skirt that outlined her hips. Accompanied by a waft of fragrance, Secretary Guo stood beside him. She was brewing tea. Huang Wenbin's heart raced, he still felt somewhat unaccustomed to his current identity. Beneath this skin, he was still that most ordinary of office workers. His right hand opened and then closed again. He bit his teeth. Suddenly, his right hand reached for her hip. The moment he felt the warmth, Secretary Guo's body instinctively trembled and then pulled away. Dai Wenyuan hasn't touched her. Huang Wenbin concluded. This thought flashed through his mind, and he felt a bit disappointed at first, but then excitement surged. If that old dog hadn't touched her, then he could enjoy the first taste himself. His eyes reddened, his breaths became hotter and heavier, and his rationality was overtaken by the desires that had grown within him. At that moment, he felt more like a beast. Xiao Guo. You graduated from university and became my secretary, right? Huang Wenbin struggled to control his reason, his greedy gaze hidden behind his gold-rimmed glasses as he spoke in a gentle tone. Is life okay usually? Is your salary enough for your expenses? Young girls your age should treat themselves well, you mustn't skimp on self-care. Thank you for your concern, President Dai. Guo Tongtong took a half step back. Xiao Guo, you know that my relationship with my wife isn't good. I liked you the first time I saw you. Huang Wenbin reached out his hand again. Secretary Guo tried to pull away, but he uncontrollably exerted some strength, pulling her wrist. into his embrace. Ah! Secretary Guo tried to break free. Xiao Guo. You deserve a better life. I'll give you an extra 100,000 every month. No. I'll give you 150,000 every month. I'll rent you a flat and get you a new car. Huang Wenbin kept making promises.
He painted a fairy tale world for Gui Tongtong. He could clearly feel that with each of his words, the movements of the secretary in his arms wanting to break free became smaller and smaller. Such a reaction made Huang Wenbin even more unrestrained, his face growing increasingly flushed, and the actions of his subordinates became equally violent. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100.
Ha! Boss? Did my program malfunction? No. Just a bit distracted. In the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor, in the R&D department's group, Lu Chen was watching an employee's computer in the public office, surrounded by
colleagues on both sides, all of whom were focused in holding notebooks to record their experiences at any moment.
When Lu Chen's expression froze, the young man staring at the program immediately became tense. Phew! The young employee sighed in relief upon hearing this. So enticing? Lu Chen pushed up his glasses and smiled, continuing to observe the scene in Dai Wenyuan's office, gradually noticing the differences. It seems a bit crazy. Negative effects? It amplified and propelled Huang Wenbin's existing emotions. It looks like the conclusion will come even sooner than I imagined. Thoughts flowed. He stopped paying attention and looked back at the work of his subordinate. To be honest, Lu Chen quite liked his job. In the afternoon, at 4 o'clock.
With the end of the workday approaching, a middle-aged man with heavy dark circles and unkempt appearance walked into the lobby on the first floor of the Skyworth building. The man wore a gray leather jacket, his right hand constantly fiddling with a metallic lighter. He approached the company front desk and presented his identification. About 20 minutes later, a limping female secretary hurriedly walked out, her gaze sweeping the front desk before landing on the detective Maan Bang from the Hangcheng police. Sorry. Our general manager Dai is not in the office, please go back, Gui Tongtong said in a deep voice. After speaking, she turned and limped away. Maan Bang watched Gui Tongtong's back. In just a moment of eye contact, he captured a multitude of subtle expressions on the young secretary's face. Ding! 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 With his thumb resting on the lighter's cap, he subconsciously began to think, a relationship established not long ago. Rude. Avoiding seeing me. Maan Bang's gaze swept left and right, then he walked toward the lounge area in the first-floor lobby. The position he chose was quite clever, allowing him to observe everyone who exited without drawing attention from anyone, even the surveillance. Time passed second by second. It wasn't yet time to get off work. The elevator opened. President Dai Wenyuan stepped out, closely followed by his secretary Gui Tongtong. The two exited the building one after the other. In the corner of the guest area, Maan Bang stood up at some point, his weathered expression filled with disbelief, his eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at Dai Wenyuan's back. His body trembled. His gaze was filled with confusion and doubt. Hello. Is there anything I can help you with? A gentle voice suddenly rang in his ear. Maan Bang's body jolted, finally coming back to his senses. His heart raced, and his breathing became rapid. This veteran detective, who had weathered countless storms and spent a lifetime in criminal investigation, couldn't help but feel shocked by the scene he had just witnessed. He was certain that it was not some form of disguise, nor could any human mask achieve such a level. It's nothing. Maan Bang looked at the man who had inquired, shook his head, and replied. That's good. I just saw you trembling and thought something was wrong. Lu Chen wore a smile. Behind his black-framed glasses, his gaze scrutinized the police officer, who might very well be the first official in the world to discover Pandora. This was a presence that could be recorded in history. Perhaps, in some future records, there will be such an account. Detective Maan Bang from Hangzhou first discovered the existence of forbidden objects / Pandora, marking the beginning of the struggle between human order and the order of Pandora. Did you discover something? Lu Chen asked once again. Following Maan Bang's gaze, he looked towards the main entrance of the building, in the direction Huang Wenbin had left. Nothing. As these words were spoken, the old detective Maan Bang raised an eyebrow and instinctively scrutinized Lu Chen, feeling that this seemingly gentle employee possessed a keen insight. Sorry. I'll take my leave, Maan Bang said hurriedly as he rushed outside. Halfway out, he reached for his clothes and pockets, then ran back to pick up the lighter that had fallen in shock on the carpet of the sofa. Lu Chen smiled and stepped aside, his gaze following the old policeman as he exited the building. When he reached the door, Maan Bang seemed to sense something and stopped, turning his head in a way he didn't quite understand, his eyes meeting those of the office worker from earlier across the distance. After just that one glance, he quickly left. At the same time, the old butler Shen quietly entered the Skyworth building, scanning the surroundings before heading straight towards Lu Chen.
Mr. Lu. Shan approached Lu Chen and greeted him respectfully. Who are you? Lu Chen glanced at Shen.
Shan sat down in front of the sofa, leaned back, crossed his legs, and responded casually.
My master is Shen Nancher, he instructed. Me to come and meet you, Mr. Lu. Shan continued.
In his words, he subtly observed the young man, recalling his master's words and the scenes he had witnessed in recent days.
Why didn't he come? Lu Chen asked in a flat tone. Please forgive me, Mr. Lu.
Just this plain statement instantly sent chills down Shan's spine, making the hairs on his body stand on end, and he bent
his waist a little lower, quickly explaining, my master said that Mr. Lu is a great figure hidden in the city, and he worries that his sudden appearance might disrupt your life. If it wouldn't disturb you, my master would come over now. That is quite thoughtful. Lu Chen nodded, appreciating this perspective.
Shan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and quickly added, my master is waiting outside, if you don't mind, please follow me.
Let's go.
Lu Chen stood up, brushed off his unwrinkled clothes,
and said gently.
He stepped outside, and the old butler Shan did not come too close, following at a moderate distance.
In his
gaze, he noticed how popular Mr. Shen was in the company. Every few steps, he would encounter a colleague smiling and greeting him. Even the middle-aged security guard at the door greeted him like a friend. On the right side of the Skyworth building, a
secondary road had a black Rolls-Royce quietly parked. Shan jogged ahead to open the car door. Mr. Lu. As Lu Chen sat inside,
Chen Nancher, a well-known charitable tycoon in Hangzhou, respectfully lowered his head and greeted, Chen Nancher sends you his
most sincere regards. Mr. Lu, please forgive Nancher for not coming personally to welcome you. No problem. Lu Chen waved his hand.
After sitting in the car, he wore a smile, curiously examining the vehicle.
To be honest, even as a mid-level manager in a
medium-sized company, it was his first time sitting in such a high-end luxury car. A luxury car worth tens of millions, undoubtedly, could only be enjoyed by those at the pinnacle of society. An ordinary person, earning 100,000 a year, would need to save for 100 years without eating or drinking to afford this car.
Tisk. Even though Lu Chen did not have a strong desire for low-level material pursuits, he couldn't help but sigh. It seems you have already used Pandora. Are you satisfied with the results? Lu Chen turned his head, meeting Shen Nancher's gaze, and after a brief appraisal, he smiled and said, Pandora? Shen. Nancher whispered. He quickly understood that this must be another name for Lilith's blood needle.
Just this one term made him imagine
many things. How many Pandoras were there in this world besides the blood needle in his hand? Moreover, was Pandora related to that legend? Opening Pandora's box unleashed countless disasters. Thank you, Mr. Lu, for allowing me to continue my life. Shen. Nancher dared not delve deeper into his thoughts and quickly added, no need to thank me. Lu Chen shook his head. Are we just going to stay in this car? He glanced at the neon lights outside and continued. It's my fault. My fault. Mr. Lu, I have already prepared the meal. May I have the honor of inviting you to step out? Upon hearing this, Shen Nancher felt a surge of joy, and he slapped his forehead, repeatedly saying. After Mr. Lu nodded, the black Rolls-Royce slowly began to move, smoothly navigating through the bustling city.
The car headed towards the West Lake area, stopping in front of an ancient village near Linging Temple.
Mr. Lu, we have arrived.
Shen Nancher said respectfully. Lu Chen looked out the window. The bamboo grove courtyard was quiet and
private.
Having spent some years in Hangzhou, he knew there was a 5-star hotel, Maan, near Linging Temple, but it was the first time he learned that there was a restaurant nearby. The car door was opened.
Mr. Lu.
The old butler, Shan, bowed and gestured
for him to enter.
On the other side, Shen Nancher was also assisted by the driver to get out and sat in a wheelchair.
The two walked towards the quaint restaurant not far away, which was small and composed of several ancient residences, each arrangement carefully
designed with Eastern traditional aesthetics, exuding a sense of zen.
I wonder if this suits Mr. Lu's taste. This Gui Xiang
Shanfang is a private dining establishment not open to the public. Reservations are required for members, specializing in seasonal
dishes from the Jiangnan Mountains, prepared by chefs who have inherited the craft for generations. Shen Nancher introduced.
In a traditional building with a small bridge, flowing water, mountain stones, and trees, Lu Chen and Shen Nancher sat facing each
other. Xiao Lu. Ma Dui.
Go help me check the surveillance right now. I want to know where Dai Wenyuan, the vice president
of Skyworth Technology, went after leaving the company. Hurry. Wait, also help me check his previous information. Once you find it, send it to my phone immediately.
Ma Anban left the building, pulling out his phone to make a call as he got into a gray Passat.
After hanging up, he pressed the gas pedal, and the car plunged into the night of rush hour. At a traffic light, the phone screen lit up. He glanced at it and turned the steering wheel, heading straight for another intersection. Buzz. The phone vibrated. Ma DUI. I've sent you the information and location. Have you discovered any clues? How does it relate to Die When You Won? Do you need us to help? Ma Anbang drove with one hand, pressing to answer. Cough. I need to investigate some things. You must not act on your own regarding Die When You Won. By the way, make sure to keep an eye on Huang Wenbin's parents, scrutinizing everyone who comes into contact with that old couple. Ma Anbang said in a deep voice. The main road during rush hour was incredibly congested. Ma Anbang kept turning his head to observe the traffic conditions, and at an intersection, he pressed the gas and turned onto a small road. Mr. Liu. After seeing you yesterday, I realized there is such a magical side to this world. Under the moonlight light, on either side of the redwood table, Shen Nancher poured tea for Lu Chen. Behind an ancient screen, neither too far nor too close, a woman in a blue cheapao played the guqin. The sound of the guqin, like flowing water, echoed in the room. Shen Nancher broke the silence. In the days to come, more and more people will discover it and learn about it. Lu Chen picked up the teacup and took a sip. He could naturally see the old man's probing and did not hide it, smiling brightly as he spoke. His words, neither too high nor too low, made Shen Leoi's eyelids twitch suddenly. In an instant, various speculations flashed through his mind. As expected, there was not just one object with supernatural abilities. Mr. Liu. What you just mentioned, Pandora, what does it mean? Shen Nancher asked again. Shen Leoi, since you have used the needle, have you noticed any differences in yourself? Lu Chun replied with a smile. Differences? Shen Nancher frowned slightly, carefully pondering his feelings. Aside from having shed the weak sensation that had felt like a thread barely holding on not long ago, his heart was beating more powerfully. What else? He kept recalling, and after a long while, he suddenly realized, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen's eyes. Mr. Liu, to be honest, I seem to be craving blood. Although the intensity is not severe. But I need to restrain the brutality that is growing within me. That's it. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the front of the courtyard, admiring the serene zen-like scene of the small bridge and flowing water. You have opened Pandora, which means you are being watched by the abyss. Only by controlling yourself can you enjoy the great power. Shen Nancher leaned on his cane and walked behind Lu Chen, listening carefully to the latter's words. Master. Mr. Liu. The old butler Shen Shan entered the room and respectfully said, the dishes are ready. Bring them in. Lu Chen glanced over and smiled, just in time, I'm hungry. A variety of exquisite dishes were served one after another, and the old and young no longer spoke about Pandora, engaging in casual conversation instead. The beautiful sound of the guzheng accompanied them. After the dinner ended, Lu Chen and Shen Nancher rested on a nearby sofa. After a while, the woman in the cheapao, who had been faintly visible behind the screen, quietly left. Suddenly, Shen Nancher stood up and walked in front of Lu Chen. Shen Nancher wishes to follow Mr. Liu. Shen Nancher threw away his cane and deeply bowed. A hoarse voice rang out. In the room, the old butler Shen Shan, dressed in a black zhengshan suit, stood by the door, watching this scene. Oh? Lu Chen sat on the sofa. His smile deepened, and behind his black-framed glasses, his clear eyes focused, the ring on his right index finger gently turning. In an instant, in the eyes of Shen Nancher and Shen Shan, in their perception of all dimensions, the young man before them transformed, like a monarch sitting high on a throne, overlooking all beings, exuding an aura of majesty and supreme nobility akin to the abyss. Thud. Thud. The two old men bent their knees and knelt down in succession. The majesty came quickly and left just as fast. The next moment, Lu Chen's smile softened as he looked down at Shen Nancher and said, just right, I need a butler. Until the day you lose control, you shall temporarily take on this role. Thank you for your appreciation, master. Shen Nancher knelt on the ground, his back soaked with sweat without him realizing it. He bit his lip, supported himself on the floor with both hands, and knocked his forehead to the ground, exclaiming loudly, Master? It's quite strange, just call me Mr. Liu. Ding. Dong. Leaving the room, Lu Chen and Shen Nancher walked out of the Guisiang mountain house. In the foyer, suddenly a sound of bronze bells rang out in the night. Lu Chen casually glanced over, then paused his steps. Not far away, against the wall, was a row of ancient musical instruments from the Zhao kingdom, a set of chime bells divided into 3 layers of different sizes. On one of the bronze bells, about the size of a palm, a familiar light flashed. Mr. Liu. Old Master Shen Nan. Sure noticed Lu Chen's expression and asked in a low voice. Nancher. From left to right in the first row, the 3rd bronze bell, please help me retrieve it. Lu. Shen withdrew his gaze, a faint smile on his face as he spoke.
This was the advantage of having a person of some standing in society as a steward. If it were him alone, relying solely on social status, he would have struggled to even enter this restaurant, let alone ask the owner for something.
I understand. Nancher glanced over and then respectfully said, Mr. Liu, please wait in the car, I will fetch it for you right away.
The old steward Shan accompanied Lu Chen to the black Rolls-Royce outside the courtyard, while Nancher walked with his cane towards the front hall.
Old Shen, our boss learned that you came tonight and insisted that I treat you well.
A woman in a black cheapao, draped in a white fur shawl, greeted him with a warm smile. She was in her 30s, graceful and elegant, and her
few words instantly created a good impression.
I originally wanted to visit you in person, but I heard you were entertaining distinguished guests, so I refrained. The woman said with a smile. Miss Huang, please thank Bossy for his concern on my behalf. Nancher replied. The owner behind this Guixiang Shan Fong was also
from a well-known family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, considered a prestigious lineage.
Does old Shen have something to discuss? Miss Huang's eyes were lively, and, with a slight shift of her brows, she noticed the old gentleman had a request.
This set of chime bells, is it Bossy's handiwork? Old Shen has a keen eye.
Miss Huang replied with a playful smile, these were acquired by our boss in Yun province, dating back to the Sui and Tang dynasties. Some of the bells were damaged, and our boss had them restored.
Could you please ask Bossy for one of them, the third bronze bell from left to right in the first row? Nancher subtly gathered some information and then, without further ado, said in a deep voice.
After a pause, meeting Miss Huang's gaze, he stated seriously, consider it a favor I owe boss.
I understand. Miss Huang blinked, noticing the old gentleman's seriousness, and her smile faded. She nodded slightly in response. That night, just past 9 o'clock. CC, the basement of the villa.
Sir. This time it's a woman. After taking a bride price of 388,000, she divorced and spent a lot of money in nightclubs. This matter is known by many at the high-altitude bar. Shan pushed Nancher to stand before the blindfolded woman.
He slightly bent down and whispered. Whom? Nancher responded.
Sitting in his wheelchair, he looked at the young girl not far away, his eyes shimmering with desire, not as if he were looking at a living being, but rather at cattle and sheep, no, at treasures that could prolong his own life. His frail body trembled. With a forceful push, he stood up. Slowly but urgently, he walked to the girl, raised his hand, and the blood needle he held emitted an eerie glow. Amidst the sounds of muffled fear, he unhesitatingly pierced Lilith's blood needle. The blood needle sank into the girl's skin as if piercing through water, without any resistance, directly embedding itself in her heart. The girl's fair skin first revealed bulging veins, and it was evident that the blood within was flowing rapidly. Soon, the girl's skin began to lose its luster and dim.
Ugh!
Nancher stood before a withered corpse, sending the dazzling essence into his mouth. He closed his eyes, savoring the wonderful sensation of his body regaining vitality. Invest another 10 million into our charity foundation. This money will primarily be used for educational assistance
and poverty alleviation.
Nancher opened his eyes, looking at the desiccated corpse. He could clearly feel that at least in this moment, his body was more vibrant, while his spirit was exceptionally excited, and there was a hint of uncontrollable surging within.
After a while, Nancher said, yes. Shan bent down in response.
From now on, at the end of each session, we will donate 5 million to the charity foundation, Nancher added.
After this statement, the old
man noticed, whether it was an illusion or not, that his control over his body seemed to have returned to its original level. In fact, both the demands placed on the prey and the compensatory actions taken towards society after hunting were forms of redemption that resonated deeply with Nancher himself. At the very least, it allowed him to convince himself to reduce the guilt he felt deep down. This happened to be a somewhat fortuitous means of trying to escape from losing control. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. What kind of temptation would it be to reverse the aging body and restore vitality as if turning back time? Apartment. Living room. Lu Chen sat in a rocking chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, a comfortable black cat sprawled in his lap. Watching the notifications refresh frantically on the panel, Lu Chen, through Pandora's connection, witnessed yet another life fading away. Behind his black-framed glasses, his gaze showed no fluctuation, only a faint smile as he sighed. He patted the black cat's rear. Meow. The black cat stretched lazily, dissatisfied, and meowed at Lu Chen before jumping down and strutting towards the sofa. Ding! Ding! Lu Chen walked to the study, took out a palm-sized bronze bell from a wooden box, and gently shook it, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. This bronze bell dates back to the Tang dynasty, not from that set of chime bells. I wonder what kind of ability this time will be. Lu Chen muttered to himself.
After saying that, he hesitated not at all, opened the panel, and extracted the last seed of the third tier. Once this last seed from the novice gift pack was used, he would have to purchase the next one himself using soul and desire points. It should be soon. Lu Chen chuckled softly, then placed the seed into the ancient bronze bell, and once again, a magical transformation unfolded in the room. In no time, the completely transformed bronze bell appeared before him. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-003. Please name Pandora number 3-003. 3-003, its former owner was a well-known wizard during the Tang dynasty. After the owner's death, this bronze bell was taken into the grave. The user can shake 3-003 at the location of the deceased's last death within 7 days of their passing to gather the dissipating soul. Lu Chen toyed with the bell in his hand. It felt very comfortable, like a fine jade, and after inserting the seed, its entire material seemed to have changed. He carefully scanned the text. Lu Chen's motion of shaking the bell suddenly halted. To be honest, things like ghosts and monsters had been one of his rare weaknesses in the past. This weakness might trace back to Lu Chen's childhood. Ahem! Lu Chen cleared his throat, shaking the bell with his right hand while quickly covering it with his left. With both hands, he placed it back in the box. Let's call it the Wizard's Soul Bell. Ding! Naming successful. Pandora number 3-003, Wizard's Soul Bell. Time passed second by second. The night grew deeper. Binjiang. Outside the Sunshine Coast flat, in the shadows by the roadside, Maan Bang absent-mindedly watched the surveillance on his phone while eating a piece of bread. He was captivated, quickly squashing the bread in his hands and stuffing it into his mouth, hurriedly leaning his body to gather a pile of documents from the passenger seat into his arms. The current Dai Wan Yuan is definitely not Dai Wan Yuan. It's Huang Wenbin. Maan Bang whispered. He uttered a somewhat convoluted and nonsensical statement. Even the bank's facial recognition and fingerprint identification can match. His physique must be the same as the original. What on earth is going on? Ma Anbang's expression trembled. He had not yet reported this judgment to his superiors, truly unsure of how to articulate it, and even if he did report it, how could he make them believe it? To say that Huang Wenbin's soul had taken over Dai Wenyuan? To say that Huang Wenbin had transformed into Dai Wenyuan's appearance? That seemed too absurd. But eliminating all impossibilities, the final answer, no matter how absurd, is the truth. In the night, Ma Anbang's hair stood on end. Based on his judgment, he leaned more towards the idea that Huang Wenbin, for some unknown reason, had gained the ability to transform, rather than taking over. Because, at the moment the latter left the small hotel in the urban village in the guise of a middle-aged man, the original middle-aged man was still in the room. Ma Anbang rolled down the car window, resting his arm on the door, lighting a cigarette, the flickering flame igniting. After finishing the cigarette, Ma Anbang prepared to call his superiors. He dared not proceed with an arrest on his own. If Huang Wenbin managed to escape, with his ability to change, or if he updated his counter-tracking skills, the potential for destruction and harm was incalculable. Morning. The sky was still dark, just past 5 o'clock. Sunshine Coast, flat. In the European classical master bedroom, Huang Wenbin, who was sound asleep, unconsciously furrowed his brows tightly. His hands clenched into fists, his entire body tensed. The refined face twisted. Hubby, are you okay? Zhang Meijing, wearing a red ice silk nightgown, woke up. She turned on the bedside lamp and sat up. With just that movement, her nightgown slipped off her shoulder, revealing a large portion of her alluring figure. She looked at her husband, gently patting his arm, whispering. She saw her husband's body tense even more, and after a moment, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing a fierce expression that Zhang Meijing had never seen before. Her heart skipped a beat, instinctively retreating. Huff, huff, huff. Huang Wenbin suddenly sat up. His first reaction was to touch his eyes, nose, and mouth, confirming they were all still there, and he let out a long sigh of relief. He wrapped his arms around his head, breathing heavily. He had a terrifying dream, dreaming that he kept transforming into one face after another, enjoying everything with different identities, until once, when he took off the mask, he found he had no face. His features had all turned into short lines of varying lengths. What are you looking at? Huang Wenbin noticed Zhang Meijing's gaze, and an unnamed rage ignited within him. He suddenly turned his head, his hoarse voice sounding. And nothing. Hubby, did you have a nightmare? Zhang Meijing's long, curvaceous legs slightly bent, her toes painted with red nail polish curling up. She responded somewhat fearfully. Ah. Huang Wenbin, like a beast, roughly grabbed Zhang Meijing's arm and pressed her down beneath him with a startled cry. After a while, Huang Wenbin's gaze cleared, a wild sense of pleasure surged in his heart. I'm going to work. He glanced at Zhang Meijing on the bed, stood up, and said in a deep voice. He walked into the bathroom in his slippers. Standing in front of the mirror, Huang Wenbin looked at the unfamiliar yet familiar face. In the mirror, he first had a blank expression, then a sickly twisted smile appeared on his face. You bastard! You play with my wife, I'll play with yours. And I'll spend your money and hit your kids. You bastard, he cursed softly. Dressed in an expensive suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Huang Wenbin glanced at his watch and smiled as he walked out the door. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, in the bedroom, the middle-aged beauty, now 40, curled up at the edge of the bed, finally daring to cry out loud. Her fair skin was bruised in patches, and there was a clear handprint on her neck. What on earth happened? Why does it seem like he's completely changed? Zhang Meijing's eyes were filled with confusion. At first, she was pleasantly surprised by her husband's sudden improvement in stamina and his renewed obsession with her body, but who would have thought he would soon become violent and rough? Good morning, Director Dai. Huang Wenbin drove a black Mercedes S-Class. As he just pulled out of the garage, the property manager, who was scolding a security guard at the gate, recognized the car from a distance. Like a change of face, a warm smile suddenly appeared on the middle-aged property manager's face. He quickly raised the barrier. Then, he jogged to the front of the car, bowing in greeting. Huang Wenbin enjoyed this feeling, he responded. With a stern face, as if remembering something, and added, wait a moment. Director Dai, do you have any instructions? Huang Wenbin leaned toward the passenger seat, pulled out a soft Zhonghua cigarette, and tossed it over. Take it and smoke. The middle-aged property manager's eyes lit up, and his smile grew even wider as he repeatedly said, Thank you, Director Dai. Thank you, Director Dai. You're too polite, Director Dai. Director Dai. Director Dai. The car drove far away. Huang Wenbin saw in the rearview mirror that the property manager was still bent over, smiling lightly. He shifted his gaze and pressed down on the accelerator. What he didn't notice was that in another direction, a black Passat was following at a distance. All right. The meeting ends here, dismissed. Soon, it was afternoon. Approaching the end of the workday. At Skyworth Technology, Lu Chen walked out of the conference room holding a folder, making his way down the corridor near the floor-to-ceiling windows. As if sensing something, he suddenly stopped. Behind his black-framed glasses, his calm gaze was fixed on the outside. Looks like quite a scene, huh? Lu Chen smiled. He first returned to his office, and after about 40 minutes, he called 2 colleagues to accompany him downstairs to pick up the afternoon tea he ordered. Wow. Thanks, boss. As expected of the boss, so generous, 1 cup of coffee and 1 small cake for each of us? Thank you, boss. The 2 young colleagues took the snacks from the delivery guy, exclaiming in exaggerated admiration. Lu Chen smiled, pushed up his glasses, and his gaze subtly swept across the entire lobby of the building. In a corner in one direction, he saw Ma Anbang again. Coincidentally, the latter also looked over, and Lu Chen nodded at him from a distance, not looking any longer as he carried 2 bags of takeout into the elevator. Not far away, in the corner of the break area. Old Ma. This time I'm really going all out. If things aren't as you say, we're both finished. Our special forces in Hangzhou, the Blade Assault Team, are already on standby. Right now, the entire Skyworth building is being monitored by us. If this gets out, people will think there's a terrorist attack. The middle-aged director, Lin Guorui, dressed in plain clothes, sat beside Ma Anbang, feeling a lot of pressure as he spoke repeatedly. Old Ma? What are you looking at? Lin Guorui looked up and saw Ma Anbang gazing in a certain direction, nodding slightly. Following his gaze, he saw the back of a gentle-looking man. Do you know him? I'm telling you, don't let it affect our actions. I don't know him. Ma Anbang withdrew his gaze, shaking his head. He instinctively toyed with the lighter in his hand and replied, I've met him, and I find him a bit interesting. Time passed. Second by second. 5:30. Employees from various departments of Skyworth Technology gradually finished work, with only a few preparing to stay late. In President Dai Wenyuan's office, Huang Wenbin made a final effort facing the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the last rays of the setting sun while working hard. As darkness fell completely, streetlights lit up outside the building, and neon lights reflected in his eyes. Huang Wenbin took a breath and grinned. You can leave work first. Okay. Secretary Guotongtong pursed her lips in response. Xiaonia. Oh. Sister-in-law is waiting for the boss to get off work again. The boss suddenly has a project that needs changes, so he'll probably have to work late. By the way, why don't you go into the boss's office to wait? In the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor. After finishing her work, Nie Xiaoyu rushed to the R&D department's office, where employees were coming out in small groups.
They immediately spotted the young colleague who waited outside every day after work, wearing a friendly smile.
Each of them teased her a bit, and someone
even called her sister-in-law directly.
"Ha! It's nothing, I'm just waiting."
Nie Xiaoyu shook her head repeatedly, obediently.
However, once her colleagues
had all left, Nie Xiaoyu sneakily glanced down the long corridor, and the next second, she leaned against the doorframe and peeked inside. She looked towards
Lu Chen's supervisor office, her eyes quietly darting around.
Feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness, she stepped into the office.
Phew! Nie Xiaoyu stood at the door, taking a deep breath. Knock knock knock. Knock knock. Come in.
After a voice called out, Nie Xiaoyu pushed the door open and walked in.
At the same time, Secretary Gui Tongtong tidied up briefly and left Dai Wenyuan's office. Click.
The moment the door closed, Huang Wenbin, sitting in the boss's chair, facing the huge floor-to-ceiling window, felt his facial features change rapidly and his slightly plump body quickly slimmed down.
In an instant, Huang Wenbin
returned to his original appearance. Now, he only dared to be himself when no one was around.
Tis. The chair turned. Huang Wenbin glanced at the trash can by his
feet, which contained torn black stockings and even a pair of fun underwear. In other words, it was just now that Secretary Gua had been there.
What a thrill! This is what I call a carefree life.
A flush of crimson spread across Huang Wenbin's face as he raised his fist vigorously.
He paced around the office like a lion surveying its territory. Team 1 is in position. Team 2 is in position. Team 3 is in position. Begin the operation. Attention, minimize impact as much as possible. After a command was given, 3 groups of plainclothes police officers entered the elevator simultaneously, pressing the button. For the 32nd floor. Ma Anbang sat in the lounge on the first floor of the building. After issuing the command, he put down the walkie-talkie. He sat up straight, his sharp gaze scanning every inch of the area without blinking. Old Ma.
This Dai Wenyuan has some background. If something goes wrong,
I don't
know what happened. All the surveillance suddenly went out of control, and we weren't prepared at all. Otherwise, it would have been much easier if we had directly occupied the surveillance room.
Lin Guorue muttered.
Until this moment, he still felt that old Ma's description was too fantastical.
Strange. Why? Is the company's garage so slow today?
It took me 15 minutes just to leave the company.
Yes, I feel the same way. There are 3 security guards at the security booth, and I don't think I've seen them before. The way those 3 look at me is like I'm a criminal, and it makes me furious. These damn property management people do nothing all day.
In the large chat group of Skyworth Technology, a few employees started to vent their frustrations.
On the 15th floor,
Lu Chen happened to notice the messages in the group. He pushed up his glasses and chuckled softly, leaving Huang Wenbin a glimmer of hope.
At the same time, on
the 35th floor of the building, Huang Wenbin coincidentally saw these messages and felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, suddenly engulfed by a
wave of immense fear.
It was as if he sensed something. He abruptly pushed the door open and rushed out.
He quickly ran to the elevator hall, his gaze fixed on the 3 elevators that were simultaneously ascending. Who? In Huang Wenbin's eyes, these 3 elevators, gradually approaching the 35th floor, resembled 3 large nets slowly closing in on him.
He suddenly turned around and dashed madly into the fire escape, emerging on the next floor.
Director Dai.
Huang Wenbin burst into an office that still had people in it, and a short middle-aged woman in her 40s looked at him in surprise.
What is it? I need to ask you something. Sweat beaded on Huang Wenbin's forehead as he gasped for breath, struggling to control his fear. He walked towards the woman.
While speaking,
Director Dai, please have a seat. I'll pour you a cup of tea. The middle-aged woman stood up and said, Okay. Thank you. Huang Wenbin replied, his gaze sweeping across the office. He noticed a vase not far away and, as the manager turned her back to him to get water, he quickly approached the vase, grabbed it, and raised it high behind her. At the moment the middle-aged manager turned around, he brought it down with a heavy smash. Bang! Blood instantly flowed from the manager's head, her eyes wide with shock, and the next second, everything went dark. Who? Huang Wenbin swallowed hard. He crouched down to lift the manager's clothing while his facial features and even the skeletal outline of his entire body underwent a strange transformation. He hurriedly changed his clothes and once again left the office in a rush. Report. The office is empty. The first team of police burst into Dai Wenyuan's office. Seal off the entire building. Now. No one is allowed to enter or exit the entire building. Upon hearing this, Ma Anbang suddenly stood up, his brow furrowed tightly, issuing a series of commands immediately. With his orders, police from all sides sprang into action. All elevators in the building suddenly could no longer stop at the garage, and everyone inside the building could only reach the first floor. At the same time, fire alarms blared on every floor. Beep, beep, beep. Red alarm. Lights flashed. Director Lu.
In the office on the 15th floor, Nie Xiaoyu immediately stood up, panicking.
It's fine. Let's go out too. Lu Chen glanced
at the door, showing no signs of panic, shut down his computer, and said gently. After speaking, he and Nie Xiaoyu began to evacuate the office together.
Director Lu, it seems we can't take the elevator during a fire. Nie Xiaoyu said as she saw Lu Chen heading towards the elevator hall. It's fine, trust me. Lu.
Chen looked at Nie Xiaoyu, the red light of the fire alarm illuminating the girl's small face. He reached out and took her left hand, saying.
After that, they walked towards the elevator hall.
Nie Xiaoyu's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed suddenly. In her little mind, this was a crisis they were experiencing together. And various romantic fantasies overshadowed her fear.
The elevator hall was indeed operating normally. After stepping into the elevator, it smoothly arrived at the first floor. How did they find me? It shouldn't be possible. I didn't leave any traces. A delusion? Could it be my imagination that no one is actually coming to catch me? Am I overreacting? Skyworth Building.
Huang Wenbin, wearing a mask made from the skin of a middle-aged woman, pushed open the office door
and walked towards the elevator hall with his head down.
His steps were quick, and his mind was racing with chaotic thoughts.
Standing in front of the elevator, he pressed the button, and just as he convinced himself, his body gradually relaxed a bit.
Beep, the piercing alarm suddenly exploded in his ears, and Huang Wenbin jerked his head up, the red warning light on the ceiling casting a glow on his face. He turned and ran towards the nearby fire escape.
Huff, huff, huff.
His heart raced, and his breathing became increasingly rapid. In the stairwell, 2 steps turned into 1, and he stumbled forward, instinctively bracing himself with both hands, crashing to the ground. Before he could feel the pain, someone pushed open the fire escape door from above and walked in.
Report, coordinates. 35 floor fire escape. You start checking upwards. Received. Huang Wenbin lay on the ground in an extremely awkward position. After hearing the
report from above, he realized that someone on a lower floor was also conducting a thorough search upwards. His eyes widened, and he trembled like a sieve, fear
and madness intertwining on his face.
He scrambled to push open the nearest fire escape door, where many employees were panicking and scattering.
Huang Wenbin kept his head down, blending into the crowd.
He also entered the elevator, standing in a corner, his gaze fixed on the changing floor numbers.
Huang Wenbin clenched
his right hand tightly.
Ding!
The elevator reached the first floor. There, the first floor of the building was filled with almost all the people who hadn't
left work yet.
The property manager was holding a megaphone, continuously calming the crowd, explaining that there was no fire, but rather a joint anti-terrorism drill being conducted by the Municipal Bureau, Skyworth Technology, and the building's property management. To ensure the authenticity of the drill, strict
confidentiality measures had been taken beforehand. Ah, so it's an anti-terrorism drill.
The crowd, previously tense, suddenly buzzed with discussion.
Among
them, Nie Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief, and then became excited, exclaiming repeatedly. She quietly tugged at Lu Chen's hand and said, Manager Lu, look over. There are armed special forces soldiers.
This anti-terrorism drill is too realistic, right?
So thrilling.
Yeah. Lu Chen's expression was gentle
as he smiled and nodded. He was also surveying the surroundings, where bomb disposal police in tactical gear stood in 2 rows at the entrance, leaving only a
1-person-wide passageway. Moreover, in the square in front of the building, bomb disposal vehicles with flashing lights were parked. Everyone, listen up.
To ensure the authenticity of the drill, we have deliberately left a spy who has stolen state secrets among the crowd.
So now, please line up orderly to exit through the main entrance, and only 1 person can leave at a time. Thank you for your cooperation. The middle-aged director, Lin Guorue, stepped forward and took the megaphone, speaking loudly. As his words fell, all the office workers present expressed their cooperation, and a long line quickly formed at the entrance, ready to leave the hall. Let's go too.
Lu Chen glanced at the crowd of employees and immediately spotted Huang Wenbin, who was wearing a woman's skin, in the distance.
At the elevator hall,
he smiled and said to Nie Xiaoyu,
Nie Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. She followed behind Manager Lu and joined the line. By the way,
Manager Lu and Nie Xiaoyu thought of something, raised her head, and looked at Lu Chen with bright, expectant eyes. Tomorrow is Saturday, do you have time?
I know a
place that serves really delicious Thai food.
Sure. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said gently, then I'll treat you. Seeing that director Lu didn't refuse.
any further. Nie Xiaoyu happily agreed, and her whole demeanor visibly brightened. It wasn't long before the two of them walked out of the building. Just moments ago, they couldn't see clearly in the lobby, but now they could clearly see the special vehicle that looked like a giant beast. The huge searchlight shone towards the entrance, and as Lu Chen and Nie Xiaoyu stepped out, they squinted against the glaring light. Once they adjusted, they moved to the side. Lu Chen wanted to see the outcome, while Nie Xiaoyu naturally wanted to spend more time with Director Lu. Is there anyone still upstairs? Middle-aged Director Lin Guorui put down the loudspeaker and walked to the break area. Ma Anbang didn't look at him, his intense gaze fixed on every person coming out of the crowd, asking. Each team is conducting a preliminary investigation. If he's in the building, he definitely won't escape. Lin Guorui replied. He should be coming out soon. Ma Anbang played with his lighter and continued. Not far away, in the crowd, Huang Wenbin clenched his fists tightly, his palms sweaty, and his nerves were stretched to the limit. He knew that time was running out for him. If the police discovered Manager Ma, who he had attacked in the office, or if Manager Ma woke up, he would be exposed. The time left for him was minimal, and he had no way to kill Manager Ma and hide her body. Calm down. Calm down. Ah. Damn it, calm down. Don't show fear. Huang Wenbin wanted to slap himself hard, but he didn't dare. He kept taking deep breaths and lined up with the crowd. The line moved forward continuously. Before long, it was almost his turn. On both sides of the entrance stood special police officers in tactical gear, and every person exiting would be scanned, like going through security. At that moment, Huang Wenbin rarely displayed a big heart. As he approached the pressure limit, he surprisingly calmed down, blood rushing to his face, which turned slightly red. At the entrance, two special police officers turned their gaze towards him. Huang Wenbin opened his arms, and the left side of his face twitched slightly, a physiological habit he had since childhood that appeared whenever he was nervous. In the lobby, the line of people exiting created a considerable distance at the entrance, meaning each person would walk a short distance alone before exiting. Ma Anbang furrowed his brows, holding his breath. He didn't know when he had stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the back of a middle-aged woman not far away. Compared to Dai Wenyuan, this time the familiar body habit belonged to a woman who was at least 20 centimeters shorter. However, when the somewhat matronly dressed woman turned around, at that moment, the right side of her face twitched, and the outer corner of her left eye showed the same familiar upward tilt. Eliminating all impossibilities, the final answer, no matter how absurd, was the truth. Ma Anbang's heart raced heavily. Before he could react, his body had already charged forward, and in the next second, he had grasped the gun at his waist. At the same time, he raised it high. The dark muzzle was aimed at the middle-aged woman's back. In an instant, the entire lobby fell silent. Director Lin Guorui's scalp tingled. Rationally, he didn't believe this woman was Huang Wenbin, but he gritted his teeth and followed suit, raising his handgun as well. What the hell? Is the effect of this play so realistic? Real gun. This must be a real gun, and it seems to be loaded. There can't really be bullets in it, right? Isn't that Manager Ma from the business department? She's playing a spy? Exciting, so exciting. And Manager Ma's performance is just too realistic. How can that old woman, Manager Ma, be such a good actress? Look at the fear on her face. In the night, at the Skyworth building, the employees who hadn't left the lobby and those in the square were captivated by the scene, and they suddenly became excited. With various discussions erupting. Manager Lu. Spy. Nie Xiaoyu stood on her tiptoes, her little face flushed with excitement as she tugged at Lu Chen's arm. Lu Chen nodded, casting a somewhat regretful glance towards the distance, sighing, the game is over. At that moment, for reasons unknown, Lu Chen's smile remained unchanged, but behind his black-framed glasses, his black and white pupils suddenly contracted and then turned cold. The ancient ring on his index finger flickered with a ghostly light. Time moved forward by a minute. Whoosh! 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 In front of the building, Huang Wenbin, draped in a woman's skin, came to a halt, slowly raising both hands. His heavy breathing trembled with fear, struggle, and despair. Don't move! Ma Anbang still held the gun, his gaze fixed on the woman's back as he stepped closer. When he reached her side, his eyes met hers, and without warning, he shouted, Huang Wenbin. The woman in the business suit suddenly trembled. She neither admitted nor denied it. But for an old fox like Ma Anbang, that was enough confirmation. Meanwhile, not far away, the director, Lin Guorui, also holding a gun, received a report in his earpiece. He looked at the woman not far away, a flash of astonishment and disbelief crossing his face. He walked over to Ma Anbang. Old Ma. You were right, the second group found a fainted woman on the 34th floor. Fortunately, there's no danger to her life. Ma Anbang nodded.
He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to step forward and control Huang Wenbin.
At this moment, trapped in a desperate situation like a cornered beast, Huang Wenbin accidentally caught sight of the mysterious Mr. Lu in the crowd, like a lifeline. She was about to cry out for help, but as soon as she met that gaze, it was as if she had encountered a supreme monarch, a deity of utmost nobility. Her mind went blank, and she gave up all resistance. To others, after Manager Ma was discovered, she cooperatively allowed the SWAT team to take her into custody and was escorted into a police car.
Let's go. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaoyu, who was still peeking around, smiling as he spoke.
Seeing the little girl still a bit reluctant,
he added, I'll take you to the subway. Okay. Xiaoyu nodded vigorously.
The little girl walked ahead cheerfully, seemingly in a great mood, unconsciously dropping her usual pretense of being a lady. She walked on the very edge of the sidewalk, her arms outstretched to maintain her balance.
Lu Chen, wearing a
gray coat with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a briefcase, looked at the innocent and lively girl with a smile in his eyes behind his glasses. On the other side, after the police car escorting Huang Wenbin arrived at the city bureau, the middle-aged woman, Huang Wenbin, was immediately taken into the interrogation room.
The interrogation
room was not large. There was only a metal table in the middle, and both of Huang Wenbin's hands were handcuffed to the chair.
The escorting police checked the handcuffs for safety before leaving the room. Is he really Huang Wenbin? How is this possible?
In the monitoring room, Director Lin Guorui looked at the woman on the screen, still unable to believe it. The scene before him completely surpassed the materialistic worldview he had built over 50 years.
Did you not just see the real Ma wheeling with your own eyes? Ma Anbang glanced at Lin Guorui and said, no matter what, seeing is believing.
After saying this, he was about to walk out of the monitoring room. I will personally interrogate her, arrange for an assistant.
Okay. Ma Anbang walked down the long
corridor and saw a young police officer outside the interrogation room, who quickly saluted him, Captain Ma.
Whom? Ma Anbang nodded.
He stood at the door, about to push it open, but paused again. Looking back at the young officer, reminding him, remember the confidentiality regulations. Captain Ma, please rest assured, Director Lin has already reminded me, I understand.
The young officer
replied. The door to the interrogation room was suddenly pulled open, and Ma Anbang and the young officer sat across from Huang Wenbin.
Above the metal table, some glaring spotlights lit up. Huang Wenbin, go ahead.
Ma Anbang observed the woman in front of him, feeling a strange sensation. He clearly saw a woman, but beneath that skin was actually a man.
He spoke with authority, timely voicing his thoughts. Huang Wenbin, with her head bowed, lifted it up, revealing a chilling smile on her face, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. What do you want to say?
The voice was also feminine.
What do you want to say?
He asked again, his voice suddenly sharp and piercing, as if a man's voice overlapped with the woman's. His emotions surged, his whole body trying to stand up, but the handcuffs pulled painfully at his arms. At the same time, in the interrogation room, Huang Wenbin's expression and posture became even more bizarre, as if on the
brink of losing her sanity.
He saw her facial features begin to change, her body's skeletal structure shifting, and in the next second, the Ma supervisor from the business department was no longer in front of Ma Anbang, but had transformed into the refined and well-fed Dai Wenyuan.
In the next second, Huang Wenbin morphed again from Dai Wenyuan into the criminal police officer Ma Anbang sitting across from her. Then into the young police officer next door. She frantically changed into one person after another. What do you want to say? What do you want me to say?
The veins on his forehead throbbed as he continued to roar. Huang Wenbin was on the edge of losing control, but suddenly a glimmer of clarity appeared in her eyes. She calmed down, staring
intently at Ma Anbang, a smile spreading across her face.
Just as her features were about to change into someone else again, it seemed she touched a taboo.
Ah!
She suddenly clutched her head tightly, letting out a painful wail, banging her head against the table, blood tears streaming from her eyes.
Quick! Come here!
Hold her, don't let her kill herself.
Ma Anbang was too shocked to react, quickly getting up and grabbing Huang Wenbin's shoulders tightly.
Who would have thought that at that moment, Huang Wenbin exhibited strength far beyond that of an ordinary person? It wasn't until another young police officer ran over to hold her other arm that they finally managed to control her, but by then, her forehead was already covered in blood.
Huang
Wenbin gradually stopped struggling, breathing heavily, her eyes regaining some clarity.
Cough. Cough.
She started to cough, her voice hoarse. I'm about to die.
What on earth is going on?
What is all this?
Ma Anbang asked urgently. Let me go. Ha! I will say what I can say.
Huang Wenbin continued, raising her handcuffed right hand, a tragic smile appearing on her face. At this moment, on the brink of death, it seemed she had finally freed herself from the control of desire. Can you uncuff my right hand? I want to die in my true form. Ma Anbang
hesitated for a moment, but after a brief pause, he replied, okay. He took the key and unlocked one of the handcuffs. Then, he saw Huang Wenbin's right hand reaching towards his face, his fingertips gently tapping on the bridge of his nose. A mysterious light flashed, and in the next second, a mask radiating colorful light fell away. Maan Bang did not look at the mask. Upon seeing Huang Wenbin's face, his pupils constricted violently. It was not the face of a normal person. It looked as if the original features had been erased with an eraser, and then lines were drawn with a pencil to form a nose, eyes, and mouth. Ah, 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 ah. Seeing Maan Bang's reaction, Huang Wenbin seemed to sense something. He reached out to touch his cheek, feeling the sensation at his fingertips, and let out a scream that was more desperate than despair, more fearful than fear itself. The interrogation room fell into a dead silence. Dead? Captain Ma? The young police officer gently pushed Huang Wenbin, whose body collapsed to the ground without support. The officer's face turned pale as he turned to look at Maan Bang. Meanwhile, the colorful mask lying quietly on the interrogation table inexplicably burst into an even more dazzling light before vanishing from the room. Maan Bang had lunged for the mask when it changed. But he grasped at nothing. He stared at the blank table, searching up and down in the room, trying to find that mysterious mask. Director Lin. The door to the room was pushed open, and the middle-aged director Lin Guorue hurried in. The young police officer quickly called out, "Yes. I have reported it. All personnel involved in the operation tonight have been ordered to hand over all communication devices and are not allowed to leave until the investigation is complete." Lin Guorue closed the door, glanced at the young officer, and then spoke to Maan Bang. Recalling everything he had just witnessed, this police chief, who had participated in countless major cases and braved the wind and rain, was trembling at this moment. Before the people from National Security arrive, Xiao Rui, Old Ma, and I, the three of us are not allowed to leave this room. Understood. The young police officer replied seriously. Of course. Maan Bang said, plopping down onto a chair on the other side, instinctively reaching into his pocket to pull out a cigarette, only to remember he had quit smoking some time ago when he came up empty. He fiddled with the well-worn lighter in his hand, his thumb repeatedly pressing against the cap. Old Ma, thank goodness you discovered him, otherwise, we wouldn't know how big of a mess we would have gotten into. Pandora. McQuart's mask. How could there be something like this in the world that only appears in movies and novels? And that mask, where did it go? The night grew deeper. Cars continued to arrive at the Hangzhou City Police Station, and personnel in black suits hurried inside. The leaders from the National Security Bureau met with Lin Guorue and Maan Bang. After personally reviewing a series of surveillance footage and the details of the case, a helicopter soon landed at the city bureau and quickly took off, disappearing into the night. White Soul +1. Tis. It's over. In an apartment in the Binjiang district of Hangzhou, Lu Chen laughed out loud. Through Pandora's connection, he had watched the entire process of Huang Wenbin losing his rationality, the disappearance of his facial features, and finally, the return of his sanity, as he revealed information about Pandora and McQuart's mask. Opening the system panel, name, Lu Chen, soul count, 1, white soul, desire points, 5,800 points, crafted Pandora, 3-001 Mask of Makwat, 3-002 Blood Needle of Lilith, 3-003 Wizard's Soul Bell, 0-001 Forbidden Ring, Pandora. Seeds, 0. Lu Chen looked at the page related to the soul count on the panel and noticed the final white quality, shaking his head involuntarily. I can only exchange for a low-quality soul of the third tier seed. Drenched in Pandora, sinking in desire, the deeper the soul is tainted by desire, the more it can still control its own rationality. Such a soul quality is the highest, just like wanting to exchange for the 33 0-tier seeds, not only requires being completely corroded and tainted into a black soul, but also to bloom new flowers in the extreme black, radiating colorful light. Colorful black? Who knows what kind of person can achieve this quality? Lu Chen complained. No longer entangled, he closed the panel. His fingertips rhythmically tapped on the table as Lu Chen carefully reviewed the process. He thought for a moment, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he said, although the soul quality is lacking, this is still an excellent Pandora observation experiment. I have gathered enough information. He opened a thick notebook, recording various discoveries in writing, such as the final negative effects of the mask of Makwat. 1. After losing control, one will completely lose their original appearance. 2. Intensification of desire. After recording the item page, Lu Chen turned to the user information page, his strong and powerful handwriting continuously writing down. On this page, Lu Chen fully recorded Huang Wenbin's state before obtaining the item, as well as the changes in his thoughts and behaviors. After acquiring it, he concluded with the precise time of death down to the second. Now, what will happen when the most efficient and organized official in this world discovers Pandora? Lu Chen closed the notebook. He stretched lazily, got up, and walked out of the study, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city illuminated by neon lights. Behind his black-framed glasses, his smile grew even more radiant. Huang Wenbin, though as fleeting as a shooting star, would undoubtedly be a prominently depicted figure in the future history. Has a new host been found so soon? Lu Chen's eyes suddenly lifted, revealing a playful glint. In the Pandora program, after the previous host's death, it would disappear in a very short time and automatically seek out a nearby host with the strongest greed. Of course, Lu Chen could also choose to reclaim the item and actively search for a new owner, depending on whether he needed to or not. Hello. Your takeaway has arrived, I left it at your door. Hangzhou, a residential community. Lu Yang, the delivery guy in a yellow uniform, hung up the phone, placed the delivery on the doormat at the door, and took a step back to snap a photo. In the early March night, the weather was still quite cold, and the breath Lu Yang exhaled on his electric bike formed a layer of white mist in front of him. The bike weaved through the city streets and alleys, and at one moment he looked up at the bustling city filled with countless lights, suddenly feeling a sense of loneliness. His parents were farmers, and his family had been farmers for 3 generations. He thought he would be better off after getting into a second-tier university from that remote county, but who knew that after graduating he could only deliver takeout. After a busy night, Lu Yang turned off the platform's order acceptance, picked up a fried rice order, and prepared to return to his rental room to rest. After parking the electric bike, Lu Yang suddenly looked up, puzzled, towards a dimly lit alley not far away, as if something was attracting him there. Lu Yang instinctively walked over, turned on the flashlight of his phone, and illuminated the darkness ahead. When he reached the end of the alley, he saw a mask radiating a rainbow of colors quietly lying there. What is this? Such a beautiful mask? Lu Yang murmured. He bent down and reached out to pick it up. The moment his fingertips touched the mask, a shimmering light rippled like water, and mysterious information suddenly appeared in the mind of this delivery guy. The next day, Saturday morning. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang. Lu Chen got up to open the door and saw it was Sam's delivery guy. He glanced at the 2 large boxes filled with an abundance of items, including black tiger shrimp, meat, eggs, milk, fruits, and vegetables that could fill a refrigerator, along with kitchen paper towels, wet wipes, storage tools, and even 2 pairs of new slippers. You arrived so quickly? The door next door opened, and single mother Chen and Hongru leaned out, smiling. After saying that, she stepped out, her eyes sparkling with joy as she looked at Lu Chen, her red lips slightly parted. I noticed your fridge has been empty these past few days, and you were missing a lot of things, so I bought some for you. Let's go. Come inside, I'll help you tidy up. Chen Hongru said, giving Lu Chen a gentle push. She confidently entered the house, first taking out the women's slippers she had bought, changing into them, and heading straight for the double-door refrigerator in the living room, tiptoeing as she neatly placed the items inside. Lu Chen stood by the door, his gentle gaze behind black-framed glasses watching this single mother who knew how to showcase her physical charm. A light beige thin sweater paired with high-waisted skinny jeans accentuated her curvy hips and slightly fleshy long legs. Her long hair in big waves, exquisite makeup, and sexy red lips made her completely different from a naive young girl. Lu Chen? What are you still standing there for? Come help. Chen Hongru turned around, her voice carrying a hint of flirtation. With her busy efforts, it seemed that Lu Chen's apartment had come to life. Even the black cat, Lao Bai, tilted its head, curiously looking at its new toy. If it were an ordinary man, seeing this scene would surely touch his heart, feeling he had encountered a good woman. But in Lu Chen's eyes, he merely adjusted his glasses, and behind his gentle exterior, his expression turned a bit colder. With his insight, he could naturally see Chen Hongru's little intentions. This single mother wanted to take their relationship further. Perhaps, in her view, having a relationship with him naturally meant wanting a title. But for Lu Chen, he only wanted a friend to fulfill his needs. I really lack exercise. Chen Hongru's cheeks were flushed, sweat trickling down her face to her collarbone as she pulled at her sweater, her ample cleavage wrapped up. She plopped down on the sofa, stretching out a big lazy yawn. Where's Wan? Lu Chen brought over a glass of water, speaking gently. Wan went to her English tutoring class. So early for tutoring? Of course, I want Wan to transfer to the kindergarten that feeds into Shuejuan primary school, so it will be easier for her to get into Shuejuan later. But the requirements there are very high. I've had a hard time using my connections. Chen Hongru sighed, continuing. Shuejuan is the best primary school in Hangzhou. Although she is a senior executive at a company, she still couldn't exert much influence in this regard. Don't put too much pressure on Wan. Lu Chen handed her the water. He sat down beside her. And added, "Send me Wanwan's information, I know a friend who might be able to help." "Really?" Chen Hongru's eyes widened, staring intently at Lu Chen, her eyelashes fluttering. Without hesitation, she immediately sent the information she had prepared earlier to Lu Chen. Lu Chen simply walked to the side and made a phone call, hanging up after just a few words. About 5 minutes later, no, just 3 minutes, Chen Hongru received a call from the principal of Shuejuan Primary School. "Thank you. Thank you." Chen Hongru held the phone tightly, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. She turned her head, and when she looked at the neighbor in front of her, her eyes were filled with astonishment and strangeness. The principal of Hanqing's best primary school was not someone ordinary people like them could easily reach. Not to mention, just a phone call had made the other parties so enthusiastic. "Sister Hongru?" Lu Chen called out gently, seeing his single mother staring blankly at him. "Ah, it's nothing. Lu Chen, thank you so much." Shen Hongru felt her heart tremble at his call and hurriedly replied. Just as her mind was wandering, filled with joy, desire, and greed, thinking how lucky she was, the next moment, cold water splashed down, instantly waking her up. "Sister Hongru." Lu Chen called out again, his tone seemingly unchanged, yet it felt filled with a sense of distance. When Shen Hongru met his gaze, she inexplicably felt a bit of fear. But as she continued to look into those clear black and white eyes, she realized that the previous moment had been an illusion of her own. Deep down, she understood this was no illusion. Shen Hongru was not just an ordinary unemployed single mother, she was an executive at a company, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a sharp-minded person. After getting involved with Lu Chen, she also wanted to find someone to rely on. But she understood even more, at this moment, what Lu Chen meant. "Mr. Lu." "Sister Hongru? Didn't I say to call me Lu Chen?" A hint of a smile flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, admiring the quick response of this single mother, while still speaking gently. "Sister Hongru, come sit a bit closer." Shen Hongru no longer had the demeanor of a strong woman from before, she obediently shifted her position like a primary school student. Her chin was lifted. Just as her fingertips brushed against her red lips, the single mother understood that this was also the advantage of a woman in her 30s over a younger girl. You give her a little nudge, and she can understand and respond immediately. After 4:30 in the afternoon, the sky was getting dark. Supervisor Lu. As Lu Chen stepped onto the escalator at the subway exit, Nia Xiaoyu, who was waiting at the escalator, waved her hand cheerfully. "Sorry to keep you waiting." As Lu Chen exited the elevator, he looked at Nia Xiaoyu with a hint of surprise. The girl's outfit was quite different from the corporate style. She looked more like a character from a Japanese manga, wearing a white shirt paired with a plaid pleated skirt, black stockings with white socks wrapped around her slender legs, and a fitted khaki trench coat on top. "Not at all, I just arrived too." Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Nia Xiaoyu's face turned a bit red as she shyly replied. "Ah. Supervisor Lu, let's hurry, I just noticed that the Thai restaurant has started queuing for numbers." Remembering something, Nia Xiaoyu grabbed Lu Chen's wrist and started to run outside. Lu Chen smiled and jogged along. Good, we are the first batch." "Supervisor Lu. You wait here for a moment, I'll go buy 2 cups of milk tea." "What flavor do you want?" Outside the restaurant, after taking a number, with some time before the shop opened, Nia Xiaoyu spotted a milk tea shop across the street and said again, "I'm fine with anything." Lu Chen replied, and as his words fell, the young girl made a gesture, stuffed the small number slip into Lu Chen's hand, and energetically ran towards the other side. Lu Chen watched from a distance as the girl reached the crosswalk, looking left and right for traffic before crossing the street, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. For different women, he had different attitudes. When facing a lively and youthful girl like Nia Xiaoyu, who had beautiful fantasies about love, he had enough patience to enjoy the beauty of youth. When the moment was just right, he savored it in one more bite. Desire points plus 100. At the Wulin Square Interstellar Cinema. In the lobby, as he waited for the movie to start, Lu Chen's gaze paused, and he chuckled lightly, glancing through Pandora's connection at a scene unfolding somewhere in Hangchang. Is every man who gets a mask, when he first releases his inner ambition, just like this in his pants? Lu Chen looked over and chuckled. He saw a man, after confirming the capabilities of the Macart mask, entering a household disguised as the other's husband. As ambition was gradually unleashed, he might also walk down Huang Wenbin's path. However, Huang Wenbin's luck was truly unfortunate. The heat from killing his wife was too high, and he ran into Maan Bang. As for this one, it was hard to say. But one thing was certain, once he started killing, the probability of being discovered would rise exponentially, and that would be the beginning of the challenge. It's hard to say. But this one is likely a good seed. Lu Chen closed the system, raised his head, and looked at a young man not far from the ticket counter. The latter seemed quite young, around 20, with a bland expression that gave off a faint sense of death, suggesting a reserved and honest temperament. Yet, Lu Chen could clearly sense that the young man was suppressing a kind of volcanic madness. Supervisor Lu. Supervisor Lu. Time to check tickets. Nya Xiaoyu glanced at the time and tugged at Lu Chen's arm. Let's go. Lu Chen replied with a smile. He held a bucket of popcorn in his arms and walked towards the ticket counter with Nya Xiaoyu. Hall 3. Turn. Right at the entrance, it's the third room. The young man noticed by Lu Chen yawned, tore off the ticket stub, and said. During this process, he caught a glimpse of Lu Chen's meaningful gaze, and his delicate brows instinctively furrowed, feeling an indescribable sense of unease. As Lu Chen and Nya Xiaoyu's figures moved away, another young girl at the ticket counter looked at the young man and asked, Yang Yucheng, are you still going to your part-time job after work? Why are you working so hard as a college student? No money. Yang Yucheng had no intention of saying more. He was an orphan, studying in his second year at a second-tier university in Hangzhou, often skipping unimportant classes to work part-time, and he held more than one job. After finishing ticket checking, he still had to work as a waiter at a bar until dawn. Time flew by. 3 in the morning. Yu Cheng. There are no buses at this hour, how are you getting back? The bar had closed, and Yang Yucheng changed into casual clothes, slinging his bag over his shoulder. Preparing to leave. Another intern who had been mixing drinks in the bar patted him on the shoulder and asked with a smile. I'll find a KFC, sleep for a bit, and wait until dawn to go back to school. Yang. Yucheng shrugged. You might as well come to my dorm and sleep for a while to save the trouble of running back and forth. No need. Thanks. Alright then, I'll head out first. The intern waved his hand and disappeared on an electric bike. Yang Yucheng yawned again, hands in his pockets, and casually pushed the door into a nearby KFC. He didn't even place an order, just found an empty corner to sit down. Although he kept yawning, he decided to play on his phone for a while before sleeping. Ding dong, after a while, the door of KFC was pushed open again. Yang Yucheng put down his phone, ready to sleep. He casually glanced towards the door and paused. He recognized the man who walked in. It was the guest from the cinema that night, tall and dressed in a gray sweater and a long black coat, exuding the charm of a handsome uncle from a movie. It's just. Yang Yucheng felt something was off. He noticed the other person seemed to be walking towards him. Is this seat taken? Lu Chen approached, looking at Yang Yucheng with a gentle smile. No. Yang Yucheng shook his head. As he met the other's gaze, an inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, as if he had been seen through. Seeing the other person about to sit down, he added, well, there are empty seats over there. Forget it, it's fine. You can sit. Yang Yucheng didn't want to cause trouble, so he picked up his bag and was about to move to another seat. I haven't let you go yet. Lu Chen said slowly, at the same time casually fiddling with the ring on his index finger, a mysterious and distant light shimmering. Just a second ago, he had wondered if this man was strange, and the next moment, the sophomore student suddenly halted, his heart pounding heavily, feeling as if the surroundings had fallen into an extreme silence, devoid of any sound. He turned his head to look at the man beside him, who seemed to be casually sitting in front of him yet felt so far away, as if seated on a high throne. Under the other's gaze, Yang Yucheng found that his legs seemed to have rooted themselves, unable to move at all. Sit. Lu Chen said gently. At those words, Yang Yucheng's body sat down before his mind could process it. At that moment, the faint sounds of chatter returned to his ears, the noise of the KFC equipment, and customers at another table watching short videos. Yang Yucheng widened his eyes, looking at the man in front of him. He didn't know what had happened, not even if everything just now was merely his illusion. What's your name? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Yang Yucheng. A student? Yes, I'm a sophomore at the University of Science and Technology. In the dimly lit KFC, the two exchanged questions and answers, and in a short time, Lu Chen had a general understanding of the young man before him. So that's how it is. Lu Chen nodded. He pretended to think for a moment, then chuckled lightly, reaching into his coat and pulling out a palm-sized wooden box under the other's gaze. He placed it in front of Yang Yucheng, and with a brighter smile, said, I sense the unwillingness emanating from your soul. So, this is a gift for you. It's called the Wizard's Soul Bell. Remember, be its master, never become its slave. With that, Lu Chen didn't wait for Yang Yucheng's response. Stood up, and vanished from the KFC just as he had arrived. At the same time, the surveillance in the store resumed its normal recording. Wizard's Soul Bell? Once Lu Chen's figure completely disappeared. Yang Yucheng let out a sigh of relief, then turned his gaze to the box in front of him. He swallowed hard and carefully opened the box. An ancient and mysterious bronze bell appeared before him, steeped in
The passage of time. From the moment he laid eyes on the bell, Yang Youcheng's breathing quickened, a longing from his soul surged within him, and his fingertips reached out to touch the bell. In an instant, it felt as if a contract had been formed, and the abilities of the wizard's soul bell appeared out of thin air in his mind. Time seemed to fly by. Monday. It was drizzling outside. Mr. Liu. Inside a black Rolls-Royce, Shen Nancher, who had completely transformed in spirit, respectfully greeted. I owe you a lot for what happened on Saturday. Lu Chen nodded. After speaking, he looked at the old man beside him, who had already managed to get out of the wheelchair and even walk independently without a cane. His once silver hair had turned to a mix of gray and white, but most importantly, there was a vitality about him. When Lu Chen first met Shen Nancher, the latter's eyes had radiated a sense of death, but now that was completely gone. Nancher. Mr. Liu. Shen Nancher lowered his head. When you indulge your desires, the abyss will draw closer to you, Lu Chen said meaningfully. Even without the connection to Pandora, it was clear that in the past 2 days, this well-known philanthropist from Hangzhou had been rejuvenating at the rate of 1 life per day. Now, his real age was 90, but his biological age had reverted to 86. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Liu. Shen Nancher's eyelids twitched, and he quickly replied. There's one more thing. Last Friday, a user of Pandora was captured by the police in Hangzhou. They will likely start paying real attention to Pandora now. Lu Chen's tone was calm as he added another sentence. After he finished speaking, he pushed open the car door, raised a black long-handled umbrella, and walked into the rain. Inside the car, Mr. Lu's words immediately made Shen Leo Yezi serious. He was not an ordinary person. Given his status, he naturally understood the operation of the entire vast system and was well aware of the tremendous waves that would be stirred up once such supernatural items appeared. Shanzi. Sir. In the passenger seat, Shen Shan responded. Let's pause for now. By the way, help me find a makeup artist. Shen Nancher watched Mr. Lu's departing figure. Once the latter's silhouette completely disappeared, he turned his head to look ahead and said in a deep voice, understood. The car started its engine and navigated through the misty city of Hangzhou during the morning rush hour. Director Liu. Director Liu. On the other side, Lu Chen, dressed in a black coat and holding an umbrella, walked into the building. Standing at the entrance, he shook off the umbrella and was about to turn around when he saw Nie Xiaoyu happily jogging over from the nearby square. She was wearing boots, and each step splashed droplets of rain. Slow down. Lu Chen said gently, and when she stood in front of him, he reached out to tuck a strand of hair that had fallen onto her forehead behind her ear. Nie Xiaoyu's cheeks were flushed, her eyes bright. She laughed and then raised the breakfast in her hand. Director Liu, I bought extra breakfast. Today it's soy milk and pan-fried buns. Thank you. I wonder if I have the honor of inviting Miss Nie to lunch together today. Of course. Nie Xiaoyu replied playfully. On the 15th floor, Lu Chen entered his office, standing in front of his desk. Behind his black-framed glasses, his gaze was as calm and deep as the ocean. He relaxed his fingers, and the breakfast bag fell freely into the trash can without him even looking. Lu Chen took off his coat and stood by the window. Now, 3 pieces of Pandora had been distributed, and in the future, more and more items would circulate. They would first become urban legends in this world, and once their numbers were sufficient, they would begin to alter the existing order. On the official level, responses would gradually be made starting this week. The game had officially begun. Lu Chen's smile grew even more radiant. Captain Ma. You may leave now, but please do not leave Hangzhou until you receive formal notification. We may need your cooperation at any time. In Hangzhou, the National Security Bureau. The middle-aged man looked at Maan Bong, extended his right hand, and smiled. Rest assured. I understand. Maan Bong shook the man's hand in response. After last Friday, this group of people also began to undergo investigations and inquiries. As the first discoverer of Pandora, Maan Bong was the focus of attention. Without saying much more, Maan Bang bid farewell and turned to walk out of the building. This was a structure hidden in the bustling city center, with a busy street right outside the door, and across the road was a lively vegetable market, along with various breakfast shops. Old Ma. Director Lin Guorui was standing not far away in front of a shop's awning, holding a bowl of noodles, slurping while watching outside. Upon seeing Maan Bong, he quickly swallowed what was in his mouth, wiped his lips hastily, and called out, Here, breakfast. He handed over the breakfast he had bought and continued. Let's go back together. The two did not discuss anything related to Pandora anymore, and they drove in silence towards the municipal bureau. In the car, Director Lin was driving while Ma Anbong sat in the passenger seat, fiddling with the lighter in his hand, his weary eyes casually gazing out the window. As they drove into the municipal bureau's courtyard, Ma Anbong caught A glimpse of a woman passing by. His seasoned detective instincts allowed him to assess her at a glance. She was not very old, probably under 50, but her appearance and demeanor made her seem much older than her age. Dressed very simply, the collar and edges of her clothes were faded, indicating a modest family background. Her expression was that of a startled bird, filled with worry. The car drove away. Ma Anbang also withdrew his gaze. Old Ma, are you going back to rest, or heading to the team? Back to the team. Alright, if anything comes up, call me. I'll head off first. Lin Guorui had a pile of things to attend to, waved his hand, and hurried towards the building. Before Ma Anbang returned to the team, he encountered the woman from earlier again. After showing his identification, the middle-aged woman's eyes turned red, as if she had seen a lifeline, and she pleaded, Captain Ma. I beg you, you must save my child. He must be in trouble, he hasn't come home for 4 days, and no one answers his calls. My son may not be very obedient, but he wouldn't go missing for this long, he wouldn't stay away from home for so long. He must be in trouble. The woman raised her phone. What's his name? Ma Anbang glanced at the photo. It was a young man with yellow hair, and with his keen eye. He could tell he was not a good sort. Lin Peixin. His name is Lin Peixin. Okay, I understand. Leave me a phone number, and I'll message you if I have any news. Ma Anbang replied. He didn't say much more and walked over to a young colleague waiting on the other side of the hall. Do you know that woman from just now? Her son is a scoundrel, he's been in our bureau several times. What for? Gambling, and then, also for organizing prostitution. Ma Anbang nodded and didn't speak further. He returned to the team and quickly immersed himself in other work. As it neared the end of the workday, a man in a black suit suddenly appeared outside the police station office and knocked on the door. Ma Anbang. In half an hour, there's a meeting. You need to attend. The man in the black suit looked at Ma Anbang and said in a deep voice. 2 black sedans drove out of the municipal bureau, plunging into the neon-lit city, the rain still falling, even getting heavier, with large raindrops splattering against the glass. Ma Anbang silently gazed out the window. Though he said nothing, he could sense that this was likely an unprecedented high-level meeting. Ah! The rain is still falling. So annoying. Skyworth Building. Lu Chen stepped out the door, his gentle gaze first sweeping over the city. In the distance through the rain curtain, then seemingly casually scanning left and right. Noticing something, his smile grew even brighter. As the morning began, different newcomers gradually appeared in various parts of the building. These individuals attempted to conduct a thorough investigation inch by inch, starting from Huang Wenbin and Dai Wenyuan, employing a saturation-style investigation method. This was the most foolish approach, yet also the most effective, a tactic only the state machinery could deploy. At this moment, Nie Xiaoyu walked over to Lu Chen, stretched her arms wide in a big yawn, and disdainfully looked at the large raindrops, muttering continuously. It rained in the morning while on the way to meet Supervisor Lu. It rained again in the evening while leaving Supervisor Lu. Naturally, the moods were different between the two. All right. Let's go. Then. Supervisor Lu, I'll share your umbrella. Nie Xiaoyu linked her arm with Lu Chen's, sheltering under the black umbrella. At the same time. Hangzhou, National Security Bureau. Captain Ma, good to see you again. A middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance, Chen Weirong, the director of the Hangzhou National Security Bureau, approached Ma Anbang, extended his right hand, shook it, and smiled. Director Chen. Ma. Anbang responded. He glanced around and asked, is Director Lin not coming? Director Lin isn't here, only you were invited to the meeting, Chen Weirong replied. As he spoke, he glanced at the time and added, it's getting late, let's head to the conference room. He gestured for Ma Anbang to go ahead, and soon the two walked side by side, first taking the elevator, then walking through 2 corridors, and taking another elevator. Exiting the elevator, at the end of the corridor, outside a conference room, 2 soldiers stood guard on either side. Chen Weirong stepped forward, handed over his phone, spread his hands to confirm he had no recording or listening devices, and was allowed to enter the room. Ma Anbang took a look and also handed over his phone. He opened his hands. Beep, sorry. I forgot my lighter. Ma Anbang noticed the soldier's expressions change in an instant. He quickly fished out the lighter and handed it over. The inspection was thorough, even requiring him to take off his shoes for a detailed check. After a while, he was also allowed inside. The conference room was not large, containing only 2 side-by-side tables, with a display screen at the front. Don't be nervous. The sky won't fall. Chen Weirong, the director of the Hangzhou National Security Bureau, remained as steady as a mountain, his ordinary face still carrying a faint smile, as if the appearance of Pandora was not a big deal at all. He glanced at Ma Anbang beside him and smiled. I was just thinking about some things, Ma Anbang replied. By the way, Ma Anbong paused, looked up at the display screen ahead, and slowly said, "Who will be attending the meeting later?"
The specifications are very high. Upon hearing this, Chen Weirong's smile faded slightly, his gaze becoming serious as he said, "Leaders from the Ministry of National Security, the police department, the leaders of both departments, think tanks, expert groups, and..." He pointed upwards. Ma Anbong nodded, indicating he understood. He was not surprised that this incident could reach such high levels so quickly. Although a single event might seem trivial to these big shots, the elements of mysticism involved and the significance behind it were indeed top tier. Time passed second by second, and in Yanjing City, it was 6:20. The screen suddenly lit up. 13 video frames appeared on the massive screen, with the topmost frame showing a single perspective, while the remaining 12 were arranged in 3 columns in 4 rows. In one of the videos, Ma Anbong saw himself, and his breathing quickened as he looked at the others. "All right. Good evening, everyone." In the top video frame, a gentle yet authoritative middle-aged man appeared. He tapped the table and then slowly spoke. "Ma Anbong, right?" After a brief exchange of words, the middle-aged man looked at Ma Anbong and said, "Now, you can recount the events in full." "Okay." Although separated by a screen, at that moment, Ma Anbong's heart raced with tension, as if he could feel the gaze of several important figures upon him. He responded and instinctively stood up. "Please sit down and speak." "Yes." On the evening of March 10, a murder occurred in our city. After investigation, it was found that Huang Wenbin, a 26-year-old man from Jucheng, Anhui Province, had premeditatedly killed his wife, Li Wenwen, also 26 years old. Ma Anbong succinctly described the cause of the incident, the complete chain of evidence, his suspicions and discoveries, and even some of his inner thoughts. After he finished speaking, corresponding video materials were played. 13 pairs of eyes clearly saw the rapid transformation of Huang Wenbin's features and posture into that of another person in the video footage within the interrogation room. After careful technical confirmation, we can determine that the video material is authentic, with no signs of modification or disguise, said another middle-aged man. Through their discussions, the parties quickly reconstructed the process and soon officially affirmed the existence of the miraculous taboo objects and Pandora. Moreover, within a very short time, all parties had thoroughly grasped the essence of Ma Quat's props, listing various abilities one by one. Sitting in front of the screen, Ma Anbong was amazed by the rhythm of the entire high-level meeting. He listened intently, and a guess began to form in his mind. This guess had not yet emerged during the discussions among the parties. "Captain Ma Anbong, do you have anything to add?" At that moment, the middle-aged man in the highest video frame suddenly spoke. "Yes." Ma Anbong instinctively reached for his lighter, but as his hand approached his pants pocket, he realized and quickly faced the gazes on the screen, saying, "Please go ahead. I don't know if my inference is correct. I believe there should be a mysterious existence, which I call the taboo. It may be similar to Huang Wenbin, someone who possesses Pandora, and cannot speak of or mention their identity." Ma Anbong swallowed hard and slowly articulated his guess. As soon as the words were spoken, they indeed captured the attention of everyone in front of the video, even the highest figure narrowed their gaze. The atmosphere in the entire conference room felt as if it had frozen. Meow. In a mid to high-end apartment in Binjiang district, a cat with jet black fur lay sprawled in front of the sofa, its slender tail lazily swaying. Its round, glistening eyes watched its owner standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Suddenly, it sprang up, shivered, then jumped off the sofa and walked to its owner's feet, rubbing its head against Lu Chen's pant leg. "Old bye? What's wrong?" Lu Chen asked gently, bending down to scoop it into his arms, his right hand, adorned with a ring, gently stroking the cat's head. "Eh?" He suddenly felt something, raised his head, and looked out at the night. "Who is talking about me?" Lu Chen murmured. Thinking for a moment, a bright smile spreading across his face. There are at most 33 zero-level Pandoras, each a terrifying existence related to the rules at their peak. The taboo ring on his hand, although not even filled to 1% of the first star, still possessed an indescribable great power. When he reaches his peak, wearing the ring, Lu Chen would be like a deity, unobservable and indescribable. Any mention of him would surely evoke a response. At this moment, even without such great power, he could still wield a billionth of authority. When Ma Anbong uttered that taboo, in the vast darkness of the night, in the heavily guarded offices across Zhao country, those in high positions fell silent simultaneously. After a brief moment, one of the middle-aged men in the video frame raised his hand. Upon seeing a beam of gazes directed at him, he cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, "I don't know if it's just my illusion, but after Ma Anbong spoke the taboo, for a moment, I felt as if I were being watched by some existence in the darkness. The hairs on my body stood on end. Me too. I thought I was the only one feeling this way. Yes, I feel the same." After a brief
Pause. The high-ranking officials from various parts of Zhao country in the video frame spoke one after another. Huff. 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 In Hang City, at the National Security Bureau, Maan Bang controlled his increasingly rapid and heavy breathing as he gazed at the big shot standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid.
Please remain calm, everyone. The calmest man at the top of the
video frame, upon seeing this, simply tapped the table and said, Captain Maan Bang, please explain why you have this judgment.
Yes. During my interactions with Huang Wenbin, I discovered twice. The first time was during the arrest. Maan Bang agreed and quickly pulled up the surveillance footage, showing the moment Huang Wenbin's identity was discovered, desperately seeking help. He pressed pause. Everyone, please look. At that time, his gaze was directed at the sky, and his mouth clearly wanted to shout something, but in the next second, the light in his eyes dimmed, and he became like a walking corpse. Also, during the interrogation, Huang Wenbin rapidly transformed into one person after another. In the end, he seemed to want to take on someone's appearance. But it was as if he lost control the moment he encountered the taboo. He continued to pull up the second segment of the surveillance footage, where Huang Wenbin was frantically banging his head against the table, his forehead becoming a bloody mess. All right. I understand. The middle-aged man said thoughtfully, in a deep voice. Following this, the meeting continued to discuss various topics, time passing second by second. As night deepened, the various tycoons fell silent, all eyes turning to the first video frame. Now, I will make the following arrangements. First, let's temporarily consider this taboo creature as existing, with the codename S. Second, regarding the establishment of the Pandora Special Investigation Team. The Special Investigation Team will be composed of suitable personnel drawn from the National Security Bureau, the Public Security System, and the military, temporarily managed by the National Security Bureau. Special circumstances require special handling. During the investigation, personnel from all departments and systems must cooperate with the investigation, which has the highest priority. The middle-aged man at the top of the video frame continued. Once he spoke this sentence, all the tycoons present immediately understood the power this investigation team possessed, especially the phrase highest priority. Third, let's temporarily designate the Pandora Investigation Team in Hang City as the headquarters of the Pandora Special Investigation Team. Fourth, regarding the initiation of the Pandora groundwork work across provinces, cities, and counties nationwide. Our current primary task is to determine the existence of Pandora. Policies from all sides were rapidly advancing. It wasn't long before the middle-aged man stopped speaking, his authoritative gaze sweeping over the crowd in front of the screen. After a brief pause, he continued, Does anyone have anything to say? Captain Maan Bang? No one had any additions, and when the middle-aged man looked at Maan Bang, who seemed hesitant to speak, he asked, I want to join the Pandora Special Investigation Team. Maan Bang took a deep breath and said solemnly. He clenched his fists and said once more, I want to personally capture S. I will never allow such a being that recklessly toys with humanity and desire to exist. By what right can he turn an ordinary person into a beast of desire? And by what right can he wantonly plunder the lives of ordinary people? Maan Bang's eyes widened, his tone becoming agitated. At that moment, he even forgot to maintain the proper decorum in front of these powerful figures. His words fell silent. No one spoke again. All right. Captain Maan Bang, I hereby appoint you as the deputy head of the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangchang. I hope that one day in the future you will be able to personally capture S. The middle-aged man in the first video frame, who held the highest authority, cast a deep glance at Maan Bang, and his gentle voice rang out. Soon, the monitor at the front of the conference room went dark. The meeting was over. Captain Ma, congratulations. Director Chen Wirong of the Hangchang National Security Bureau looked at the former head of the criminal investigation team beside him, the renowned detective Maan Bang from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Standing up, he smiled, extending his right hand as he spoke. The position of deputy head of the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangchang could be considered a meteoric rise. Although it nominally fell under the National Security Bureau, everyone knew it was merely a title, and in the future, if more Pandoras were discovered, the investigation team would eventually operate independently. Congratulations? Maan Bang replied. He had never been one for power, otherwise, with his years of solving cases, he could have already stood in a higher position. I hope to work hand in hand with Director Chen to quickly bring Pandora under control. Maan Bang grasped Shen Weirong's right hand and said solemnly. As Maan Bang hurriedly left the National Security Bureau, on that rainy night, sophomore student Yang Yucheng left school, sitting at the back of a night bus. The glow from his phone screen illuminated his face as he searched for criminal cases, car accidents, suicides in Hangchang. Oh, no way, what a coincidence. Calculating the time, Today seems to be within 7 days. Tisk, interesting, really interesting. Could this be the cause and effect in the dark? In Binjiang District, in a mid to high-end apartment, Lu Chen was sitting in his study, flipping through a book. His gaze paused, pressing the page down with his hand, peering through the connections of Pandora into the distance. He chuckled lightly. It was a dimly lit bus, the glow from the phone screen falling on the young man's face. On the evening of March 10, a murder occurred in our city. Upon investigation, it was found that Huang Wenbin, male, 26 years old, from Jucheng, Anhui Province, had premeditatedly killed his wife, Li Wenwen, female, 26 years old, in the back row by the window of the bus. Sophomore student Yang Youcheng's gaze swept over this page of blue background and white text report. When he searched for recent criminal cases in Hangzhou, this was the one that appeared the most. The 10th? Today is the 17th, just meets the criteria. Yang Yucheng murmured. This news was the hottest incident in Hangzhou recently. However, the report did not specify the community or address. Further searching, his gaze skimmed through page after page of information. Forums, Douyin, and Weibo. Yang Yucheng was very patient, continuously piecing together the most accurate information, first confirming the community, then finding the community's owner group in a forum, pretending to be an owner, and sending out a message. Has this guy been caught? The property prices in our community have been affected, better to execute him early. It seems there's been no news. Yeah, it's too insane. I heard they just got married not long ago. But it can't be said that way. I have a friend in the police station who said it seems the woman was the first to cheat. This owner group was a large one, with many people, and soon someone started chatting. Yang Yucheng chatted a bit, then sent another message. If you ask me, the ones living next door are the most miserable. It's quite scary. If it were me, I would be thinking of moving. Damn. On the day of the incident, I moved my wife and kids to my mom's place. Yang Youcheng's gaze sharpened as he quickly clicked on the spokesperson's avatar, a smile breaking on his face. The latter's nickname happened to be the building, unit, and floor. Confirming the community and a specific unit, Yang Yucheng got off at the nearest bus stop, took a taxi, and arrived at the location. A week had passed since the incident, and there were no longer police or reporters stationed near Huang Wenbin's home. Yang Yucheng tried to calm himself as much as possible. He wore a gray hoodie, pulled the hood over his head, stuffed his hands into his pockets, and pretended to be a college student. No, he didn't need to pretend. The elevator opened. Yang Yucheng stepped out into the dimly lit hallway, the sensor lights flickering on. This was the most ordinary layout of one staircase with two households, 1601 and 1602, with the anti-theft door of Unit 1602 sealed with tape. The neighbor's peephole of the other unit was also dark, likely belonging to the group friend who had temporarily moved in with his family at his mother's place. Just in time. The sensor lights dimmed. The hallway suddenly plunged into darkness. Whether it was psychological or something else, Yang Yucheng felt a chill, instinctively wanting to make some noise to turn the lights back on, but hesitated, feeling guilty. Hurry up. What if another 7 days pass? I wonder if it works through the wall? Yang Yucheng fumbled for the box Lu Chen had given him, using the light from his phone. He felt a bit nervous, muttering to himself, and in a daze, felt like a lunatic. How did I end up standing here? How could I believe something so absurd? Is there really such a magical item in this world? I'm crazy. I'm really crazy. As he spoke, Yang Yucheng had already grasped the ancient bronze bell, standing in front of the door. After a brief pause, he shook the bell. Ding. Ghosts? Meanwhile, inside the apartment, Lu Chen's gaze pierced through Pandora, intently watching the distant hallway. He saw Yang Yucheng ringing the bell. He adjusted his glasses. Old bye. Old bye. Lu Chen looked around, then called out towards the door. After a moment, a lazy black cat approached, which Lu Chen scooped up into his arms. He felt a bit more relaxed. Ghosts were one of the few things that made Lu Chen feel uneasy, stemming from childhood fears that were hard to completely shake off even as he grew older. As Lu Chen's right hand gently scratched Old Bai's chin, the black cat pressed its head against him, purring contentedly. A strange change occurred in the dim corridor. Ding! The sound of the bell echoed, and in the kitchen where the murder had taken place, a chilling wind suddenly swept through, as if a mournful wail was rising from afar. What the hell? Yang Yucheng held the bell tightly. He didn't know what was happening, but his primal instincts seemed to sense something to fear. The hairs on his body stood on end, goosebumps prickling all over. He saw the seal on the anti-theft door slowly fall away, the doorknob turning as if someone was pushing the door open from behind. The door swung open. Bang! 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 Yang Yucheng's eyes widened, his heart racing violently. Gritting his teeth, he cautiously stepped inside. As soon as he entered, the door closed behind him, and even the seal was stuck back in place. Whoa whoa!
Outside the window, the rain had stopped at some point, the dark clouds dispersed, and the bright moonlight streamed into the room.
The crying inside became even clearer.
Yang Yucheng stood in front of the kitchen.
Ding!
He shook the bell once more. With this sound, the grease on the range hood, the gas stove, the floor. The dark red bloodstains suddenly appeared bright red, and the chilling wind intensified. The cries grew clearer. Right after that, a phantom shadow slowly coalesced. Above the blood. Who? 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 In the dim kitchen, a woman, caught between the tangible and the intangible, appeared clearly before Yang Yucheng. Yang! Yucheng gasped, his heart racing. Li Wenwen leaned against the cabinet, sobbing. After a while, she lifted her head, her pitiful gaze directed at Yang Yucheng. Did you save me? Upon meeting the ghostly woman's gaze, Yang Yucheng instinctively took half a step back. Hearing her question, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Slightly, why yes. Li Wenwen nodded and began to sob again, her appearance still as it was before her death, long hair standing on end, wearing a beige knitted sweater. And wrapped in an apron, exuding the aura of a devoted wife and mother. Why are you crying? I'm crying for my husband. He sent me to accompany the vice president of the company, but who would have thought that Dai Wenyuan's promise of a promotion would not be fulfilled? My husband, all bluster and no backbone, vented his anger on me. Li Wenwen said tearfully. So this is the truth? Yang Yucheng recalled the discussions in the forum, instinctively believing Li Wenwen's words, but then doubt crept in. Nonsense. On the other side, Lu Chen, watching this scene from his office chair, gently stroked old Bai and chuckled lightly at the words. The next day, March 18, the weather was clear, with not a cloud in sight. The temperature gradually settled into a very comfortable range, perfect for a spring outing. Uncle Lu. Where's Xiaobai? As Lu Chen stepped out for work and just closed the door next door swung open, and a little girl with 2 pigtails bounced out. The little girl shook her head and, upon seeing Lu Chen, her eyes lit up, and she joyfully ran over, tilting her head and chirping. After their last meeting, she was no longer afraid of Lu Chen. Xiaobai is at home. Oh. The little girl nodded, her eyes brightening again as she asked, Can I see Xiaobai? Wan, don't disturb uncle, he has to go to work. A graceful voice chimed in. Single mother Chen and Hongru emerged with a small backpack. She first glanced at Lu Chen, smiled and nodded, then walked closer in her high heels, saying, Thank you again. As they entered the elevator, Chen and Hongru whispered, On Saturday, the principal of the kindergarten affiliated with Shuejuan Primary School called me. Everything is arranged, and today Wan can start attending that kindergarten. That's good. Lu Chen nodded gently, glancing at Chen Hongru. This single mother always dressed well, in a simple black straight long dress paired with a khaki blazer, exuding both elegance and sensuality. At 1.72 meters tall, she looked quite compatible standing next to Lu Chen. Then I'll be off. Wan, say goodbye to Uncle Lu. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. When the elevator reached the first floor, Lu Chen nodded blandly and stepped out first. As the elevator doors slowly closed, single mother Shen Hongru looked at Lu Chen's back with a complex expression. At first, she genuinely wanted Lu Chen to be Wan's father. She had carefully researched him, even discreetly asking a friend to find an employee from Skyworth to inquire about Lu Chen's reputation at the company. She learned that he was a good person, a good worker. Truly someone worth trusting. Who would have thought that he harbored such great power, a big shot living life to the fullest? Who? In the end, I became someone else's woman, it's just the title that differs. The elevator arrived at the garage, and Chen Hongru let out a sigh, comforting herself. She reached the office. As usual, she coldly tossed her breakfast into the trash can, leaned against the window, and prepared to open the black notebook. Ha! Lu Chen paused his movements. He carefully examined the notebook that recorded the information of Pandora's props and their users. He could be certain that before this, it was just an ordinary notebook, but at this moment, in Lu Chen's eyes, it surprisingly glowed faintly. This glow was very weak, barely capable of carrying a third-tier seed. This glow seems to be able to grow? Lu Chen pushed up his glasses, deep in thought. He speculated that the birth and growth of this glow might be related to the Pandora and users recorded inside. Perhaps one day in the future, the potential carried by this notebook will be able to advance to the supreme zero-tier seed carrier. If so, what kind of Pandora would that be? Lu Chen did not intend to destroy the notebook's potential with a third-tier seed, leaving it for the future. He opened the notebook. He added the ability information learned from observing 3-003 last night. 3-003, Wizard Soul Bell, completion, 0 stars, ability, 1, can condense the souls of those who have died less than 7 days. The more wronged or unwilling the deceased were before death, the more complete and mature the intelligence of the resulting soul, and the greater the potential. 2. Under the enhancement of the zero-star wizard soul bell, the soul only possesses simple abilities to interfere with reality, such as gently pushing a person into traffic on a busy road, for example, creating further illusions when human fear is amplified, for example, short-term possession. It is unknown whether there will be changes when the completion of the wizard soul bell increases to 1 star, 2 stars, or 3 stars. 3. Regarding the number of souls that can be condensed, this may be related to the host's soul's carrying capacity. Negative effect, the summoned souls often speak in riddles, full of lies. Perhaps one day when using the soul bell, the user will be completely immersed in the lies of the souls. Lu Chen paused his pen. He read through it carefully, then turned to the next page, recording the information of the first host of the wizard soul bell, Yang Yucheng. After finishing Yang Yucheng, he recorded the information and evaluation of the new host of the prop, Lu Yang. Phew. It's more tiring than writing a work report. After a while, Lu Chen stretched and smiled. I hope at least one of these two can maintain their rationality and not be captured by the official organization. Lu Chen tapped his fingers on the table. The Pandora Management Committee under his command should be recruiting its first member. No, to be precise, its second member, Shen Nancher from the Shen family, was the first. The Management Committee needs a base, a place for meetings or gatherings of members. I'll have Shen Nancher find one. Also, should we recruit elite ordinary humans, that is, ordinary human elites who are not Pandora hosts? Let's put it on the list for now. Lu Chen tried to deduce the future after the continuous emergence of Pandora. Meanwhile, under the blue sky, in Hangzhou, at a dock downstream of the Qiantang River. After a fisherman pulled up a snakeskin bag, police cars quickly sealed off the dock. Team Lu. The city's criminal police team leader, Lu Wei, who was the first to take over the case of Huang Wenbin's murder of his wife, had just gotten out of the car. A young officer saluted and hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Is something off? Lu Wei glanced at him and asked while walking towards the distant body. It's very strange. The young police officer stepped closer and lowered his voice. After a preliminary examination, the time of death for the victim should not be long ago, but all the blood in his body has been drained. Not a single drop left. The young officer emphasized the last part. How is that possible? Lu Weigang frowned, his tone suddenly rising. This was simply impossible. At least, he, as the captain of the criminal police, couldn't think of any means to drain all the blood from a person. He walked over to the snakeskin bag, put on gloves, and took a quick glance, his pupils instantly constricting. There's also a piece of iron in the snakeskin bag. This bag should have sunk to the bottom of the river. Perhaps it was a coincidence that it was pulled up by fishermen, the young officer said solemnly. Lu Weigang conducted a brief inspection, squatted down to smoke a cigarette, thought for a moment, and still felt something was off, so he stepped aside and called Ma Anbang. He had fully experienced the Huang Wenbin incident and vaguely knew something, and he had also accepted the confidentiality regulations of the National Security Bureau. Ha! Who is this? Chen shooting? In the Skyworth building, just after attending a work meeting, Lu Chen walked down the corridor near the floor-to-ceiling windows, paused, and looked out at the city while opening the panel. He gazed into the distance through Pandora's contact. He withdrew his gaze and sent a message to Shen Nancher. Help me investigate a woman named Chen shooting, about 35 years old, with a 5-year-old son named Xiuqiu. Chen shooting? Mr. Lu, I should know the person you mentioned. I will send you her information right away. Is there anything else you need me to do? After the last message, the corresponding document package was sent over. Lu Chen slipped one hand into his pocket, opened the document package, and walked back to his department. This kid. So proactive, so ambitious. When he reached his office, he had just finished reading the information, and a look of surprise appeared in Lu Chen's eyes as he chuckled. This doesn't seem like something a sophomore could pull off. Chen shooting, daughter of Chen Guanrong, and this Chen Guanrong was no ordinary man. He was undoubtedly the underground godfather of Hangzhou, with businesses that almost encompassed half of the nightlife in the city, including the Yunding Tiangong nightclub, the highest-end business venues in Hangzhou, and numerous mid to high-end foot massage and bathing establishments scattered throughout the city. In recent years, Chen Guanrong had also ventured into real estate. In Shen Nancher's document package, Chen Guanrong had quite a few shady businesses, even underground casinos. The entire Chen family had total assets exceeding 10 billion. Tisk. You know, starting with Chen Guanrong's only daughter, who lost her husband, is indeed a very good entry point. Lu Chen sat at his desk, his smile becoming even brighter. He continued to look into the distance through Pandora. In Hangzhou, at the lakeside Yintai, a cool, glamorous woman was leading a chubby little boy out of the mall. The woman had large wavy hair, red lips, and wore sunglasses that covered most of her face. She was dressed in a mid-length trench coat, exuding an air of decisiveness with every step. "Hello?" Just as Chen Shooting reached the center of the square, she impatiently
answered the ringing phone.
In her hand, the chubby little boy was twisting his head left and right, occasionally jumping to the left and then to the right. "Oh! A butterfly, a butterfly!" The little boy suddenly fixed his gaze on something in the air, his chubby little hand pointing continuously. Seeing that the butterfly was about to fly away, he became anxious. Suddenly, he broke free from his mother's hand and ran towards the roadside. The little boy was very well behaved. After running just a couple of steps, he stopped, hesitated, and turned to look at his mother, who was still on the phone. Who knew? He had just hesitated when the butterfly unexpectedly turned around and flew back, fluttering in front of him. As he raised his hand to catch it, the butterfly took off again. "Chio Chio? Chio Chio." Chen Shooting hung up the phone and shouted. She felt an emptiness in her hand and quickly turned to look around. When she saw not far away, her eyes widened, her aloof expression vanished, and fear took over as she screamed, "Jojo!" There stood the chubby little boy, Jojo, by the bustling roadside, raising his plump little hand as if trying to grab something. Suddenly, he stumbled, and his small body fell forward. At the same time, a car was speeding from another direction, and this scene made Chen Shooting's face turn pale instantly. Creak! The harsh sound of brakes echoed in the busy city. Passers-by turned to look in the direction of the noise. Who? A college student named Yang Yucheng, who had been ready to spring into action, casually scattered a stack of flyers on the roadside and, in a split second, grabbed the little boy into his arms, tumbling onto the non-motorized vehicle lane. He felt a sharp pain in his back, and his breathing became rapid. However, when he looked at the boy in his arms, excitement flickered across his face. While working at a bar in Hangzhou, he had heard of Chen Shooting and had seen her from a distance. The aura she exuded, her mature and sexy charm, along with the power and wealth behind her, all of it crazily attracted Yang Yucheng. In the past, the vast difference between them had made the ordinary student Yang Yucheng bury his hopes deep inside, but with the appearance of the wizard's soul bell, that ambition could no longer be restrained. "Thank you," Yang Yucheng said softly. To others, the scene just now was merely a playful little boy tripping in front of traffic. But in his eyes, there was a translucent woman standing behind the boy, her face filled with longing, who suddenly pushed the boy forward as the car sped towards them. "Chio Chio!" Chen Shooting ran over and hugged the little boy tightly, shouting in panic. Yang Yucheng stepped aside, suppressing his excitement, and for the first time, he observed Chen Shooting up close. She was so flustered that she had even lost her high heels, running barefoot with her delicate feet wrapped in flesh-colored stockings touching the ground. "Chio Chio! How many times have I told you not to run off alone? How could you forget?" After confirming her son was unharmed, Chen Shooting's anxious expression turned stern as she raised her hand to swat the boy's bottom, scolding him. "Mom! There was a butterfly, a butterfly!" Xiaoqiu said pitifully. "Butterfly? Where's the butterfly?" Chen Shooting glanced at the sky and said. She swatted her son's bottom again. "If you run off again, just wait and see how I discipline you." "Sir, thanks to you, you saved our Xiaoqiu." Saying this, Chen Shooting stood up, holding her son, and looked gratefully at Yang Yucheng. "It's nothing, anyone would do the same." Yang Yucheng scratched his head in response, then bent down to pick up the scattered flyers on the ground, page by page. This was a disguise for his identity, a college student working part-time. "What's your name?" "Yang Yucheng." "Are you a student?" "Yeah. I study at the University of Science and Technology. I have no classes in the morning, so I came out to earn some money." Chen Shooting held her son with one hand while squatting down to help Yang Yucheng pick up the flyers. Before long, all the scattered flyers were collected. "Your arm is scraped." Chen Shooting noticed Yang Yucheng's wrist and quickly said, "Come on, I'll take you to the hospital." It's fine. Besides, I still need to finish handing out the flyers." Yang Yucheng replied earnestly. At that moment, a black Bentley stopped not far away, and a driver in a black suit hurried over. Chen Shooting quickly handed the list from Yang Yucheng to the driver, instructing him to send it out. Then, she took her son by one hand and grabbed Yang Yucheng's arm with the other. "Let's go. Sister will take you to the hospital." "Let him send it." The black Bentley wove through the streets of Hangzhou. "Do you want to call mom and dad?" "I don't have parents. I usually work 3 jobs, as a server at KFC, as a server at a bar, and if I have time, I hand out flyers." In the car, Xiaoqiu sat in the passenger seat while Chen Shooting drove. She asked Yang Yucheng a question, and he answered honestly. In just a few exchanges, she got to know this young man well, and her heart softened instantly. She was a woman of strong emotions, and besides, her son had just been saved. At that speed, even the king of hell couldn't have saved him. "Yucheng!
Shen shooting, driving, looked in the rearview mirror and said seriously, "From now on, I am your real sister. You are my real brother. Call me sister and let me hear it." Sister. When Chen shooting heard this, her red lips curled into a smile. She looked up again at the rearview mirror and saw her son playing with toys in the back seat, but then she caught a glimpse of a woman sitting there, staring intently at her son. She was startled and looked again, but there was nothing there, so she dismissed it as an illusion. Sister? In the passenger seat, Yang Youqing's lips curled up slightly. He. At this rate, when will you and Supervisor Lu get together? Exactly. Xiaoyu, Supervisor Lu is quite a catch. If you don't take the initiative, he could be snatched away at any moment. It was 11 in the morning. As lunchtime approached, two close friends played the role of strategists, inquiring about the relationship progress between Nie Xiaoyu and Supervisor Lu. They exchanged words, making Nie Xiaoyu's face turn red. When she heard that Supervisor Lu might be taken away, she felt a jolt of anxiety. Then, what should I do? Nie Xiaoyu's eyelashes fluttered as she asked. Like this. Aren't you going to have lunch with Supervisor Lu soon? Just invite him, saying that we insist on dragging you to the bar. You can ask if he can go with you. When you get to the bar, Fei and I will be your wing women. You should drink a bit more. If you don't get drunk, how will Supervisor Lu have a chance? Kai Mengqi said boldly. Nie Xiaoyu listened to her best friend's description, feeling both shy and a bit excited. Well, okay then. What's wrong? At noon. In the company cafeteria by the window. Lu Chen asked gently, having noticed several times that Nie Xiaoyu seemed hesitant to speak, so he asked at the right moment. It's Kai Mengqi and the others. Oh, they're my good friends, two colleagues from HR. They want to go to a bar near Wulin Square tonight and want to drag me along. Nie Xiaoyu lowered her head, her face flushed as she said, I want Supervisor Lu to accompany me. Sure. Lu Chen replied immediately. Coincidentally, Yang Yucheng would also be going to the bar at Wulin Square with Chen shooting that night, as she wanted to thank some former colleagues for her brother. It was interesting, he wondered if they would run into each other. Really? Nie Xiaoyu looked up happily, saying, Thank you, Supervisor Lu. Meanwhile, at the Hangzhou City Police Department, Captain Ma Lu Wei hurried over to Ma Anbang, who was approaching, and called out. What did Dr. Qin say? Ma Anbang, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes and increasingly disheveled hair, hadn't slept since the meeting ended last night. The establishment of the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangzhou, along with various meetings and procedures, was all progressing at an incredibly fast pace. I just asked, and the results aren't out yet. Ma Anbang yawned. The two had just arrived at the forensic lab when the door swung open, and a middle-aged man in a white coat with gold-rimmed glasses walked out, frowning. Upon seeing them, he removed his mask and said incredulously, the estimated time of death was 6 days ago, around March 11th. March 11th? Ma Anbang instinctively replied, as he was now very sensitive to the timeline in this area. Yes. What's wrong? Nothing. The cause of death should be blood loss, but what astonishes me the most is that there isn't a single drop of blood left in the organs beneath the deceased's skin. The refined forensic expert Qin emphasized his words heavily. Forensic expert Qin? Ma Anbang met the other's gaze and noticed another hidden statement, asking. Forensic expert Qin scratched his head, puzzled. At least I can't think of any means that could cause such a result. I even feel like this tragedy was caused by a vampire. As these words echoed, Ma Anbang's eyelids suddenly twitched. He stepped into forensic expert Qin's office and saw the horrifying mummified corpse. Although there was no evidence, Ma Anbang's intuition told him another Pandora had emerged. First, confirm the identity of the deceased. At the same time, check all surveillance along the Qiantang River upstream and downstream. Within a week, no, within half a month. Any suspicious individual should be detained. I will involve others in the investigation. Ma Anbang's gaze remained fixed on the corpse while continuously speaking to Captain Lu beside him. His words were heavy and powerful. In Hangzhou, the nationally renowned temple, Lingying Temple. Inner courtyard. After receiving a phone call, the old butler Shinshan, dressed in a black Zhongshan suit, suddenly looked grim. He hurriedly walked through the ancient corridor and entered the small courtyard. Approaching the pavilion, he bowed and said, Master. Inside the pavilion, Master Shen Nancher was seated opposite a monk in a robe, with fragrant tea brewing before them. Shen Nancher glanced at the butler and nodded. The old butler Shinshan bowed and stepped aside. Today, I thank Master Daoquan for chanting for me. Shen Nancher smiled at the monk before him. No trouble at all. To sit and discuss with brother Nancher is also Daoquan's honor. This monk, named Huang, was the abbot of Linging Temple and held a very high status in the religious circles of Jiangsu and Zhejiang.
The Shen family was a prestigious family in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, and Shen Nancher enjoyed a lifetime of good reputation, which allowed him to have a close friendship with Master
Huang. Then I shall take my leave. Shen Nancher stood up. Under Master Daochuan's watchful gaze, Shen Nancher exited the courtyard and left Linging Temple through the ancient corridor.
Until the latter completely disappeared, the monk, still sitting cross-legged in the small courtyard, frowned. Brother Nancher's state of mind has changed, and
Speak cautiously. Speak cautiously.
The old monk shook his head, closed his eyes, and began reciting the Buddhist scriptures again.
What is it? Once.
In the car, Shen Nancher said in a deep voice.
A consumable has been discovered. Shen Shan whispered.
As soon as the words were spoken, Shen Nancher sat up straight, and in an instant, the air inside the Rolls-Royce seemed to freeze.
Tell me more. Shen Nancher said. After repeatedly using blood needles, he could
feel his spirit enduring a kind of chaotic and mad impact.
He had discovered that listening to Buddhist scriptures could help digest some of the hostility.
So he had often come to Linging Temple these past few days. In the coming days, I will personally oversee the disposal of the consumable deep in the Qiantang
River. Who knows? Shen Shan did not hide anything, describing in detail. I understand now. Shen Nancher nodded and said in a deep voice.
Mr. Liu said that a host from Pandora was captured by the police last Friday. From what I know about the authorities, there must be undercurrents stirring beneath the calm surface of Hangchang. Let those involved in the incident leave Hangchang for now, to avoid drawing attention.
I understand. Shen Shan responded. Keep an eye on this matter. Also, review it again to see if there are any clues left behind.
Shen Nancher's tone was serious as he continued.
Once the matter is exposed, it wouldn't just be his head on the line, the entire Shen family would face disaster. I understand. You should head to the next intersection and make arrangements quickly. Report anything to me at the first opportunity. Shen Nancher's tone suddenly rose. The black Rolls-Royce smoothly started its engine, leaving the Linging Temple area and plunging into the bustling city under the azure sky. Ma team.
The identity of the deceased has been found, name Lin Peixin, male, 20 years old. His genes happen to be recorded in our database.
Hangchang, police station. Lu Weigang hurriedly burst into the office and said, Lin Peixin? Ma Anbon's eyelids twitched.
He took the folder and quickly flipped through the pages, at which point Lu
Weigang continued to report, he's a thug, often caught for gambling and soliciting, and once for organizing prostitution. I understand. You take people to
investigate the deceased's social connections, focusing on any events or people he encountered before his death.
Okay. Go quickly. After Lu Weigang left, Ma Anbon took out his phone, found the woman he had encountered, and dialed the number. Hello? Is this Lin Peixin's mother? I'm the police officer who met you at the city bureau entrance on Monday morning. My name is Ma Anbon.
I remember, Captain Ma. Has there been news about our XIN?
XIN?
The woman's tone revealed hope as she hurriedly responded.
Ma Anbon's eyelids twitched. After a brief pause, he said in a flat tone, at 10:20 this morning, a fisherman recovered a snakeskin bag from the middle of the Xinjiang River.
The bag has been confirmed to contain your son.
Wow, on the
other end of the phone, a sound of suppressed sobbing came through, clearly someone trying to muffle their cries.
Lin Peixin's mother, I would like to ask. Before you last saw Lin Peixin, did anything unusual happen?
Also, what areas does Lin Peixin usually frequent, and does he have any friends he often
hangs out with?
The woman wiped her tears and babbled on about many things, including 3 or 5 of Lin Peixin's friends. It seemed she remembered
something and said, actually, these friends of XIN are not bad, they just took a wrong turn for a while.
There's one called Wang Jinbo, he has a great
talent for sketching.
As long as he glances at someone, even if a long time passes, he can draw it like a photograph.
Ma Anbon's gaze sharpened as he noted down this name. Shan Yi.
At 3 in the afternoon, under the bright sunlight, a short-haired young man quickly got into a black business car
to the bar.
Also, Lin Peixin's home and those who have had contact with him are all being investigated by the police. The young man said in a lowered voice.
Has anything been discovered?
Shen Shan sat with his eyes closed and asked. Rest assured, Shan Yi, I'm keeping an eye on the investigation, confirming
everything in circles.
Shan Yi, I feel something is off. There are clearly 2 groups involved in this investigation, one in the open and one in the dark, not
even a fly is being overlooked. I've never seen such a setup before.
The young man's expression was serious, pausing for a moment before continuing.
Shan Yi.
At that moment, in the driver's seat, the driver answered the phone and suddenly turned around.
Luan mentioned something before boarding the ship, saying he brushed past someone named Wang Jinbo just before knocking Lin Peixin unconscious. His profile was caught in a glance by the person opposite. He said the lighting was dim at the time and it was just a fleeting moment, so he thought it wouldn't matter and didn't mention it. He remembered it just before boarding, feeling a bit anxious. As these words fell, Shen Shan's eyes suddenly opened wide, and in an instant, a terrifying pressure lingered between the two in the car. I don't care whether I should or not. Find him. Make him keep quiet forever, whether he remembers or not. Shen Shan said in a deep voice. He only knew that this Wang Jinbo had become the only possible flaw that could expose the Shen family. Yes. Ma Dui. The Wang Jinbo you mentioned were still looking for him. Some of his shady friends said they haven't seen him for 3 or 4 days. Keep looking. If he's alive, we want to see him. If he's dead, we want to see the body. Shan Yi. Wang Jinbo has been missing for 3 days. Find him. Shan Yi. It seems the police are also searching for Wang Jinbo. Shan Yi. Shan Yi. I got a message saying that Wang Jinbo has a talent for sketching. He can draw anyone he sees, and he's used this skill to sleep with quite a few young girls. Various messages flooded in from all directions. When another piece of news came through, it was like a thunderclap. Bang! It was as if a great bell had rung. Shen Shan's aged pupils contracted, the hairs on his body stood on end, and his arms trembled. Without hesitation, Shen Shan returned to the Shen family's villa and quickly walked towards the garden at the back of the house. Not far away, under the bright sunlight, the old man was trimming the greenery in the garden with a large pair of scissors, one cut at a time. Old master. Shen Shan approached and called out. He took a deep breath and quickly explained the situation regarding Wang Jinbo. As the last sentence was spoken, the scissors in Shen Nancher's hand trembled, and a branch of a small tree was completely severed. Shen Nancher put down the scissors and looked at the old butler, who had his head lowered. Just then, ding-a-ling, the ringtone of Shen Shan's phone rang, and upon answering, his gray eyebrows twitched at the news he heard. He hung up and met Shen Nancher's gaze. Old master. We've found him. Wang Jinbo ran off to Linshui and is gambling at a small venue there. He's currently being held in a detention center. Are you suggesting we send our people to the detention center to silence him? Shen Nancher narrowed his eyes, speaking each word carefully. How did you find him? Rest assured, old master, no clues were left. One of my subordinates coincidentally got the information through a gray network. The police are also looking for Wang Jinbo. It's hard to say when they might discover him, and our time is running out. Shen Shan said, lowering his head. Wang Jinbo being locked up in the Linshui detention center was a blind spot for Ma Anbang and others at the city bureau. For Shen Nancher, it was an even more troublesome situation. A place like a detention center was too delicate. Even the Shen family wouldn't dare to send someone to force their way in and kill him. No matter how they did it, it would leave traces that could lead back to the Shen family. The air seemed to freeze. For the police, finding someone in a detention center was just a matter of time. But for the Shen family, it was like being bound hand and foot, waiting for death. Change the car. Take me to the Skyworth building. Shen Nancher felt a suffocating sense of impending doom, as if he were about to be chased down by a mountain storm, but having managed to survive, even for a long time, how could he willingly be caught? His gaze sharpened as he thought of the enigmatic Mr. Liu, as if he had grasped a lifeline, and quickly said, yes. Shen Shan bowed slightly. Soon, a black sedan hurriedly drove out of the villa. Oh, it really is a tricky situation. In the office, Lu Chen had sensed it the moment Shen Nancher mentioned it, understanding the ins and outs through his connection with Pandora. He tapped his fingers on the desk, chuckling softly to himself. Tis. What should I do? In the afternoon, at 5:30. Evening. The neon lights of Hangzhou began to light up, and employees of Skyworth Technology were gradually finishing their work. Manager Liu. Nia Xiaoyu greeted obediently. Manager Liu. Manager Liu. Her two close friends followed suit, feeling a bit awkward, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they looked at Lu Chen. It was well known that Manager Liu was quite popular among the people at Skyworth. Lu Chen nodded gently, pausing for a moment to glance at the nearby lounge area. He said, You guys go get a number first, I have a friend to chat with over there. After saying that, Lu Chen smiled and patted the little girl's head in front of Nia Xiaoyu's two friends. The girl's cheeks flushed instantly, and upon catching her friend's gazes, she felt a rush of happiness bubbling inside her. Manager Liu, you go ahead and be busy. Nia Xiaoyu said obediently. Lu Chen walked gently to the side, easily discerning the little girl's thoughts, merely satisfying that simple emotional value with a casual gesture. After he had walked a few steps away, excited whispers erupted from the three girls behind him, and Lu Chen chuckled softly. Mr. Lu. No need to. Stand.
In the lounge area, only the old man Shen Nancher was waiting like a storm was approaching. Seeing Mr. Lu coming, he was about to stand up, but as soon as he moved, his shoulder
was pressed back down by Mr. Lu. Please, Mr. Lu, save the Shen family.
Shen Nancher looked at Lu Chen with reverence, but time was running out for him, so he lowered his head and
said, You've disappointed me.
Lu Chen leaned back, his demeanor shifting from moments ago when he faced Nie Xiaoyu and her friends. His tone was flat as he slowly said, more useless
than I imagined. Forget it. I'll give you a chance.
Lu Chen lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, chuckling softly as he noticed the glimmer of hope on the old man's face, and continued, I won't intervene personally, but I can tell you about someone else. He is also a host of Pandora. However, you must respect his personal wishes and not threaten
him. Rest assured, Mr. Lu.
In just 2 minutes, Lu Chen picked up his briefcase again, leaving the company at a leisurely pace like an office worker finishing his day.
In Lu Chen's view, Shen Nancher was like an old dog he had raised, still useful, and a timely intervention would better ensure its service. As for Lu Yang, to be honest, Lu Chen didn't care
about the impact on him. If he died because of this, it would be fine, adding another soul. If his potential was forced out, even better, bringing more fun.
Phew. Shen Nancher watched
Mr. Lu leave, and when the latter's figure completely disappeared, he finally let out a long sigh. At that moment, he noticed that his back was already soaked with sweat.
Looking
around to see if anyone noticed him, he discreetly got up to leave.
Sir.
In the black business car close to the building, Shen Nancher hurriedly sat inside, and the old butler Shen
couldn't wait to speak. Drive to a community in Shihu District, Sky Garden,
Shen Nancher said in a low voice without responding further.
The car entered the bustling road, weaving
through the vehicles, while Shen Nancher gazed out at the neon lights retreating outside the window. After a while, he spoke. Mr. Lu pointed out a way to survive.
Hearing this, Shen Shan's face lit up with joy.
At the same time, the police in Hangzhou, along with the investigation team under Maan Bong, were intensifying their inquiries into Lin Peixin's social connections, and their focus on Wang Jinbo's side was also increasing. The paths of Wang Jinbo in the past week were rapidly pieced together in both the online and real worlds. The Skyflower Garden is a mid to high-end community in the Shihu district, where Lu Yang had delivered takeout before.
At this moment,
in the underground parking lot, after a black Mercedes left, a man with an ordinary appearance and no memorable features lifted his head slightly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He just sat there, and in the next second, under the dim light, the features of the plain-looking man began to change little by little. Even his height seemed to grow out of thin air.
Dressed in a white shirt and suit
pants, Lu Yang stepped out of the car.
Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong!
Lu Yang stood in front of a door on the 13th floor and rang
the doorbell.
After a short while, a woman with a good figure and a gentle appearance opened the door.
She looked at the man at the door, her beautiful eyes flashing with confusion. Husband? Didn't you go to work? Did you forget something? Cough. It's nothing, I forgot. I can be 2 hours late today. Lu Yang cleared his throat and said in a low voice. So that's how it is. Kai Jiarong nodded and stepped aside.
She didn't know that at the moment she turned her back, her husband began to scan her body with a greedy gaze.
At the
beginning of obtaining the mask, Lu Yang was eager to stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid, but when he first pushed open the door to a client he had once delivered to as a delivery man, he was captivated, even feeling that this was quite good. Why take greater risks? This was also one of the reasons Lu Chen chose to inform Shen Nancher of his identity. Of course, in the end, the choice was still up to Lu
Yang himself.
Ha! Just as the door was closed, Lu Yang took a step forward, pressing his body against Kai Jiarong, who was wearing a
nightgown. What's wrong? Didn't you just come yesterday? Kai Jiarong pouted. The baby hasn't been fed yet.
I'll take one side, and
you take the other. Lu Yang exhaled a warm breath, leaned close to the woman's ear, gently biting her earlobe, and whispered. Kai Jiarong's
eyes widened, her fair skin suddenly turning crimson. She found it strange that her usually stern husband had suddenly changed. Afterward,
ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong!
The doorbell rang again, and Kai Jiarong, lying contentedly in her husband's arms on the big bed, propped herself up.
Husband! Go! See who's here!
Lu Yang was about to refuse. He was worried that he might not recognize the person outside and increase the variables, but seeing the woman in his arms without a stitch of clothing, he could only nod. He threw on a piece of clothing, walked to the living room, tried to keep his expression as calm as possible, ran through various reactions
in his mind, and then opened the door. Behind the door stood an elderly man who looked quite extraordinary. Lu Yang met the gaze of the other man, planning to wait for him to speak in order to quickly assess the relationship between them and himself. However, the next second, when the other man's words rang out, Lu Yang's heart began to race.
violently, every hair on his body standing on end. Mr. Liu. Nancher looked at the man in front of him, not caring that the other's appearance was different from what he had. Investigated, and slightly bowed, saying a word. Husband? Husband? Who's here? A voice from inside called out, Wife. Ha! 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 Skyflower Garden, 13th floor. At the moment the words Mr. Liu were spoken, Liu Yang's inner fear reached its peak, as this phrase concealed too much information. Why? Why does he know what I look like? And call me Mr. Liu? I just appeared an hour ago, how could he find me so precisely? Could it be that since I obtained this mask, I have been watched by an unknown force, and everything about me is being toyed with by those people? Mr. Liu, rest assured. I mean no harm, Mr. Liu. How about we step aside and have a chat? Nancher immediately noticed the change in Liu Yang's expression and, without further explanation, gently spoke again. Honey? It's nothing. I have to go to work. Liu Yang steadied his trembling hands, took a deep breath, and first responded to the woman's voice from the bedroom. He met Nancher's gaze and nodded slightly. Liu Yang returned to the room, got dressed, and, after giving Kai Jiarong a quick kiss, he walked out of the house as calmly as he could. He entered the elevator with the elderly man, went to the garage, and got into a black business car. Who exactly are you? Liu Yang asked anxiously. I am also the master of Pandora, Nancher replied gently. Pandora? The Mask of Makart? Liu Yang pondered, then whispered. He only knew the specific name from the information he obtained by touching the mask, but he was unaware of another title. How do you know about me? Is it because of your Pandora's ability? Liu Yang quickly followed up with a question. Of course not. Nancher shook his head, observing the man before him, whose many subtle movements were revealing himself. If it weren't for involving a man like Mr. Liu, he could easily control him, but now, he dared not hide anything. He saw respect and fear on his aged face as he pointed to the sky and said, There is a supreme gentleman who informed me. Supreme? Liu Yang swallowed hard. Can I meet him? I can't make that decision. If the gentleman wishes, you will naturally appear before him. Then you have something to discuss with me? Liu Yang realized, focusing on Nancher. Since the other party was merely a host of Pandora, he shouldn't have to fear him too much. Nancher did not conceal anything and stated that he needed to kill someone. In the end, he raised a finger and slowly said, Once the task is accomplished, I will give you 100 million. And, my Shen family will also owe Mr. Liu a favor. 100 million? Liu Yang felt a rush of disbelief. Just 3 or 4 days ago, he was still an ordinary delivery guy. This amount was wealth he could only dream of earning in 1,000 years. Without eating or drinking. His heart raced. Ma team. We asked a thug who was last seen with Wang Jinbo. He said that on the day Lin Peixin had the incident, Wang Jinbo seemed to have encountered a suspicious person. Hangzhou police station. Lu Wei rushed in and said. That thug even joked about Wang Jinbo drawing the person, but it was brushed aside due to other matters. Could it be that he was silenced? Hard to say. Ma Anbang frowned, flipping through page after page of information. He had a pen in hand, continuously circling various times and locations. His eyelids suddenly twitched. Check if there have been any recent crackdowns on prostitution, drugs, or organized crime in the surrounding counties. Our investigation has always focused on Wang Jinbo being silenced, so could there be a possibility of this being related to organized crime? Look at his experiences. Over the past year, similar situations have occurred 3 times before, which is why his disappearance didn't raise any alarms after these days. Ma Anbang said quickly. If it were different counties, then the information between different systems might not have been updated together, creating a temporary vacuum. Got it. Lu Wei quickly replied. Time passed second by second, and the sky grew darker. Late at night. 10:30 p.m. Hangzhou, Wulin Square, bar. The intense DJ music blared in his ears. Red, blue, and green. Spotlights flashed wildly. A young figure twisted her body wantonly in the bar hall. Miss Chen? What brings you here? Oh, Miss Chen, it's our honor to have you at the Queen Bar. Miss Chen, I'll call Brother Nan right away. The Chen family is undoubtedly a godfather-level family in the gray circles of Hangzhou, and Chen Shooting, as the only daughter of Chen Wanrong, can rightly be described as a mafia princess from a web novel. Chen Shooting had just appeared at the Queen Bar with Yang Yuchun when the bar manager recognized her. He came over from a distance, wearing a fawning smile. No need, I'm here to accompany my brother. This is my younger brother, Chen Shooting's own brother, who just started working at your bar a while ago. With her red lips, long hair, and trench coat, Chen Shooting exuded the aura of a big sister as she patted Yang Yuchun on the back end. Said confidently, and who is this? Yang Yuchun, a part-time waiter at our bar.
Another bar supervisor recognized him and chimed in. That's right. I want to thank you all for taking care of my brother. He says you've all been very nice to him. Chen Shooting's lips curled up, her spirit soaring. Chen Shooting and Yang Yucheng were surrounded and walked into the bar. At that moment, the waiters, bartenders, and atmosphere girls in the Queen Bar stole glances at Yang Yucheng from afar, their eyes interweaving with envy and jealousy, wondering how this guy managed to get close to the young lady. Soon, a group of people sat down at the most central booth, where brandy, whiskey, and a small selection of the most expensive foreign liquors were all served. Yang Yucheng's familiar intern bartender and two relatively friendly waiters were also called over. Wow! Wow! So this is a bar? It's my first time here. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Nie Xiaoyu, two best friends along with their boyfriends, also entered the bar. Nie Xiaoyu felt a bit nervous and excited. As soon as she entered the bar, she tightly grasped Lu Chen's arm, her eyes darting left and right, chattering away. Manager Lu. Do you come here often? Nie Xiaoyu asked. Not really, I find it a bit noisy here. Lu Chen shrugged. His gaze swept across the hall, and when it landed in a certain direction, a smile appeared on his face. Surrounded and enjoying the flattery of various colleagues and the bar manager, Yang Yucheng felt a sensation he had never experienced before as an orphan. A wonderful feeling. He felt a delightful sensation rising from the soles of his feet. He loved this feeling of being held in the palm of someone's hand. Yang Yucheng held a glass of wine, took a light sip, and casually scanned the entrance, suddenly pausing. Late at night, 22:35. Hangzhou. Queen Bar. As the red spotlight flashed, Lu Chen's eyes caught sight of the most central booth in the distance, where a woman wearing a beige knitted sweater and jeans, with an apron around her waist, suddenly appeared next to Chen Shooting and Yang Yucheng. The woman's face was pale, and as she lifted her head, a bright red handprint was visible on her fair neck, her eyes harboring malice as she looked at everything before her. Tisk, Lu Chen withdrew his gaze. Feeling fear in the unknown, when faced with reality, one becomes calm instead. What's wrong? Chen Shooting, surrounded at the booth, noticed Yang Yucheng's reaction, downed the remaining cocktail in her hand, and leaned her red lips close to Yang Yucheng's ear, her sexy, mature voice ringing out. An acquaintance? Following Yang Yucheng's gaze, Chen Shooting happened to see Lu Chen and his group just sitting down and asked. Yeah. Chen Shooting's words awakened Yang Yucheng, who had become flustered after seeing Lu Chen. He shivered and quickly responded. After truly using the mysterious Pandora, Yang Yucheng grew increasingly in awe of Lu Chen from that day, and privately, he had been speculating about his identity. He is a benefactor of mine. He once supported me during university. Seeing Chen Shooting's gaze, Yang Yucheng swallowed hard, trying to calm himself, and hastily concocted an excuse. Let's go. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze swept by, and Yang Yucheng's left hand was pulled up as Chen Shooting pushed aside the surrounding crowd. Since he supported you before, I must personally thank him. By the way, bring a bottle of wine. Chen Shooting casually picked up an unopened bottle of brandy. In front of the sofa, the female ghostly Wenbin followed closely behind, her figure weaving through the swaying men and women, unseen by anyone, though occasionally, those with a natural sensitivity would feel their hair stand on end as she brushed past. Li Wenbin seemed to envy everything in the mortal world. She gently pushed a waiter from behind, causing him to stumble and fall, the tray of cocktails reflecting a glassy glow shattering all over the floor. She leaned close to a young girl with a pale complexion, blowing a cool breeze into her ear. Before long, Chen Shooting pulled Yang Yucheng to the booth where Lu Chen and the others were seated, the malicious female ghost also following. Manager Lu? Did it suddenly feel colder to you? Nie Xiaoyu inexplicably shivered. She touched her arm, goosebumps inexplicably rising on her fair skin. It'll be fine soon. Lu Chen pushed up his black-framed glasses, speaking gently. His casual gaze flicked over the approaching female ghostly Wenbin, and the ancient ring on his index finger glowed with a mysterious light. In Yang Yucheng's eyes, the female ghostly Wenbin seemed to be approaching an untouchable taboo existence. In an instant, she hugged her head with both hands, her entire face contorting. A piercing, painful wail escaped her lips. Even her form began to become ethereal. Just as the female ghost was about to reach her limit, the pain enveloping her vanished in an instant, and she fearfully distanced herself from the man who appeared godlike in her eyes. On the other side, in the night, several black cars sped along the highway leading to Linshui. The target is located at Linshui Detention Center. Here is his photo. There are a total of 5 staff members on duty at the detention center tonight. Here are their photos. Before the plan begins, we will temporarily obstruct the arrival of the head of the evening shift, Wu Shangli. Mr. Lu, you will enter the detention center in the identity of this person and deal with the consumables. In one of the cars, the old butler Shen Shan handed over a stack of documents to Lu Yang beside him. At this moment,
Lu Yang's appearance still did not resemble his true self. He was a middle-aged man of medium height, resembling an office worker he had casually glimpsed on the road.
Mr. Lu. You don't have much time left. What you need to do is to kill in one strike. This position, are all fatal points. After Shen Nancher's commission and Lu Yang's agreement, Shen Shan and others provided Lu Yang with a brief training session, including assault techniques and plan execution. Report.
In 10 minutes, we will arrive at Linshui Detention Center.
Understood.
Shen Shan's voice was hoarse as
he replied solemnly. Huff. 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 Lu Yang sat in the back seat of the car, breathing heavily and rapidly, feeling a mix of fear, tension, and a hint of excitement.
His palms were sweating, and his gaze kept scanning through the pages of the plan. At this critical moment, he felt a twinge of regret, but he understood that he had no choice but to proceed, steeling himself for what lay ahead.
What's going on? Are the streetlights all out?
In the night, Wu Shangli was driving a black Passat towards the detention center. And the streetlights along the relatively remote path were all dark, with only the headlights illuminating the road ahead.
Creak. Just.
As Wu Shangli furrowed his brow and murmured, the car jolted violently the next second. Then, the sound of a tire blowing out echoed through the air. He got out to check, and the entire front tire was flat. He slapped the hood heavily. Reaching for his phone, he saw that there was not even a single bar of signal.
What's going on? Wu Shangli felt inexplicably uneasy. At the same time, another Wu Shangli was driving a black Passat and had just arrived at the detention center. As he passed through the gate, the security guard only nodded to Lu Yang and opened the door. I am Wu Shangli. I am Wu Shangli, Deputy Director of the Linshui Detention Center. Also in charge of the Education Department.
I hold significant authority tonight. Lu Yang sat in the driver's seat, not getting out immediately. He swallowed hard, feeling his heart race. In the dim light, he kept reminding himself. Inside the car, the numbers representing time ticked away second by second. The longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it became. Lu Yang took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The cold night wind sent a shiver down his spine. He lifted his head, straightened his back, and strode into the detention center building. Director Wu. As soon as he entered, a young man with a buzz cut called out.
Lu Yang's
heart skipped a beat, but he quickly recognized the young man in front of him, Gao Fei, a police officer from the education department, who happened to be in charge of the area where Wang Jinbo was located. Responding nonchalantly, he was about to leave when he paused after taking a couple of steps, pretending to remember something, and said to the young man, by the way, Gao Fei, bring that Wang Jinbo to the first interrogation room. Yes. Gao Fei was a bit puzzled but didn't ask further, responding in a low voice. Ma Dui. We found it. You were right, Wang Jinbo is right below us, in the Linshui Detention Center. Lu Weigang, the captain of the criminal police team at the Hangzhou City Police Department, joyfully ran towards Maan Bing after receiving a phone call. A smile spread across his face as he repeatedly said, I really didn't expect this. We really overlooked it right under our noses. First, contact the Linshui side and ensure Wang Jinbo's safety. We'll send someone over immediately to bring Wang Jinbo back. Ma Anbang's expression remained unchanged, but he spoke a bit faster as he issued orders. Yes. Lu Weigang turned and left. Hangzhou, Wulin Square, Queen's Bar. Chen shooting was already an extremely eye-catching person, whether in appearance or in her commanding presence as the daughter of a powerful figure. Long hair, red lips, a wine-red thin sweater, a black leather skirt, and a black trench coat. Her long, straight legs were tightly wrapped in black lettered stockings. Chen shooting carried a bottle of foreign wine towards Lu Chen and the others, and before she got close, she was already noticed by Nie Xiaoyu and her group. Manager Lu. Nie Xiaoyu whispered, a bit frightened. This one seems to be Chen shooting. Do you know her? The young lady from Yunding Tiandong, her father is Chen Guanrong. Wow, it looks like this young lady is coming straight for us. Chen Guanrong? Isn't he the underground godfather of Hangzhou? Nie Xiaoyu's two friends' male companions whispered among themselves, and upon confirming it was Chen shooting, the two who had been acting cool just a moment ago suddenly became a bit flustered. Kai Mingqi and another girl also instinctively felt a bit uneasy and at a loss. Mr. Lu, right. I'm Yang Youcheng's sister. I noticed you were also at Queen's Bar, and I had to come over to thank you personally. Chen shooting walked up to the booth, and under the gaze of many eyes, her red lips curled into a charming smile. She first glanced at the other five people, and finally looked at Lu Chen, feeling a vague surprise at the indescribable demeanor of the latter. She put down the drink in her hand, extended her right hand, and smiled. As she said, thank me? Lu Chen's expression was gentle as he replied, that's right. My brother Yang Yucheng said that it was you, Mr. Lu, who sponsored some of his university expenses. Chen Shooting looked at Yang Yucheng beside her, pulling him over, and continued, so that's how it is. Lu Chen glanced at Yang Yucheng, adjusted his glasses, and chuckled lightly in response. He added meaningfully, I haven't heard Yucheng mention having a sister. Mr. Lu, you misunderstood. Yucheng and I have only just met not long ago. Chen Shooting noticed that Lu Chen had no intention of extending his hand, and didn't mind. She retracted her hand and smiled as she explained what had happened that morning. Her words made Nia, Xiaoyu, Kai Mingqi, and others' eyes light up continuously. As expected of manager Lu, he quietly sponsored a university student, and this student was so capable, not only working part-time, but also decisively saving a child. Lu, Mr. Lu. At this moment, Yang Yucheng also came back to his senses. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest. Looking into Lu Chen's eyes, he felt fear and reverence. He swallowed hard, calming his inner emotions, and bowed his head respectfully. Chen Shooting naturally noticed Yang Yucheng's genuine respect for Mr. Lu, and her fondness for her younger brother increased a bit. He was someone who knew how to be grateful. Lu Chen nodded gently. Not bad. After a brief pause, he uttered 2 words. Just these 2 words made Yang Yucheng breathe a sigh of relief, as the anxiety weighing on his heart dissipated significantly. After some simple pleasantries, Chen Shooting and Yang Yucheng sat at the booth, enjoying various foreign wines and games. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was just right. Mr. Lu, Chen Shooting had also drunk quite a bit, her fair skin tinged with a layer of wine red. She suddenly looked at Lu Chen, first calling out to him, then said, I can see that Yucheng respects you a lot, but this kind of respect is too heavy, it will suffocate him. As his sister, I want to repay you, so he can relax a bit. Oh? Lu Chen met Chen Shooting's gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Please name your price. Chen Shooting said earnestly, 1 million? 2 million? Mr. Lu, as long as you say it. Her consecutive statements made everyone at the table stop their movements. When they heard 1 million, 2 million, Nie Xiaoyu was fine, but Kai Mengqi and her 2 friends, along with their boyfriends, couldn't help but show expressions of intense envy. After all, how much could a university sponsorship yield? It was 100-fold, 1,000-fold return. Yang Yucheng's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Dice. Lu Chen said. Just give me that 1 die, and that will be my repayment. As everyone looked puzzled, Lu Chen pointed to his neck. At that moment, everyone's gaze noticed that between Chen Shooting's delicate collarbones was a die. The die had a hole in the middle, threaded with a thin black rope, and was worn by Chen Shooting as an ornament. Chen Shooting's expression turned serious. After confirming that Mr. Lu was not joking, she reached out and carefully unfastened the die, glancing at it reluctantly before placing it on the table and pushing it over. This die was given to me by my father, it was his lucky charm. I hope Mr. Lu can take good care of it. Thank you. I like it very much. Lu Chen picked up the die, playing with it between his fingers, then said gently from the moment he first laid eyes on Chen Shooting, his attention was immediately drawn to the die, which was also emitting a red glow. Ha! This should be my office, right? Lin Shuwei, the detention center. While Gao Fei was away interrogating Wang Jinbo, Lu Yang cautiously pushed open an office door, glanced around, and whispered to himself. He instinctively lightened his footsteps, and the sound of his leather shoes on the floor echoed in the quiet office. Amidst these sounds, a broad smile began to appear on Lu Yang's face, excitement from the surge of adrenaline causing a flush to rise on his cheeks. He walked towards the desk, and with each step, memories began to surface in his mind. The honest and earnest self from his school days. The humble and insignificant self during his romantic pursuits. The ordinary self darting between buildings while delivering takeout, barely making a sound in this vast world. Now, Lu Yang stood in front of the desk, picked up a family photo, and looked at the man in the picture who looked just like him now. He extended his hands, closed his eyes, as if savoring a wonderful taste. Ding-dling. The sudden ringing of the phone at the desk interrupted Lu Yang's reverie, causing his heart to skip a beat. He quickly opened his eyes, held his breath, and looked at the still ringing phone. He reached out, hesitated for a moment, and then answered the call. Hello? Old Wu, why can't I reach you on your phone? Forget it. That's not important. I just received a call from Hangchang, requesting us to protect that Wang Jinbo in the detention center immediately. You need to go personally to bring Wang Jinbo out and keep a close watch on him. I'm coming over now, wait for me. The man on the other end, presumably the director of the detention center, spoke somewhat nervously. Got it. Lu Yang's pupils contracted, but he responded and hung up the phone. Ha! 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 In the office of Lin Shuwei Detention Center, Lu Yang, dressed in the guise of A middle-aged man stood in front of the desk, letting out a series of heavy breaths.
The higher-ups have already noticed. Run? I can still run now. Lu. Yang was in a panic, his heart pounding, his mind consumed by the recent phone call. His body trembled as he made to walk out of the office. No. I can't be blamed. They didn't say the plan would be discovered so quickly when they came looking for me. I can't be blamed. That's the power of the state machinery. I'm just a delivery guy. His mind was in a daze as he rushed to the door, but when his hand grasped the doorknob, he paused. He kept swallowing hard. Wang Jinbo. Come out for a moment. On the other side, the guard Gao Fei opened an iron door to a cell, scanning the 16 inmates inside. Finally, he looked at a young man in the corner and said, "Instructor, why are you calling me out when we're about to sleep?" The young man was tall, like a stick, with ear studs, and he responded nonchalantly when his name was called. "Hurry up!" Gao Fei shot him a glare and said in a low voice. Closing the iron door, Wang Jinbo was handcuffed, and Gao Fei followed behind him as they walked down the corridor into the interrogation room. Gao Fei secured the young man's arms with handcuffs and gave his head a light slap. "Just wait here." He then stood up and walked out. Director Wu. Wang Jinbo has been brought into the first interrogation room. Gao Fei entered Wu Xingli's office and reported in a low voice. Lu Yang responded with a sound, pretending to get up, but his feet rooted to the spot as he stood in the corridor by the door. He coughed heavily and looked at the side at Gao Fei. "What are you dawdling for? Let's go." Gao Fei was taken aback for a moment, but then reacted and stepped ahead. Behind him, Lu Yang stared intently at Gao Fei, letting out a sigh of relief. He had spent too little time memorizing the layout of the detention center in the car, and perhaps his emotions were too turbulent, leaving his mind blank and unable to remember the location of the so-called first interrogation room. After passing through 2 corridors, they entered the interrogation area and stopped outside. A room. Oh, right. Gao Fei, go to my office and get a document for me. It's by the phone. Yes. Gao Fei felt it was strange. His gaze swept over Wu Xingli's face, but Wang Jinbo in the room was just an ordinary thug. And Director Wu was an old man, well respected in the detention center. Not thinking much more, he responded and turned to leave. Lu Yang pushed the door open and walked into the room, meeting the indifferent gaze of the young man at the interrogation table. "Yo? Still a government official? What brings you to see me so late?" Wang Jinbo casually shook his thigh, looking at the middle-aged man with a nonchalant tone. He was an old hand at this. Entering the detention center felt as familiar as going home, and he didn't think there was anything to worry about. In his eyes, the middle-aged man merely glanced at him without speaking, turned around to close the door, and then walked towards him. Buzz, the young police officer, had just reached the office when his phone vibrated in his arms. "Hello? Director Zhang?" Gao Fei glanced at the number in confusion and quickly answered. "Where's old Wu?" "Deputy Director Wu just went to meet with an inmate." "Is it Wang Jinbo?" Director Zhang followed up. After hanging up the phone, he felt uneasy and quickly made another call. Upon hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that old Wu was still reliable. "Yes. That's good, that's good. Also, you go over there now and stay outside the interrogation room. Don't let anyone get close." "I'm on my way." "Yes." After the call ended, Gao Fei looked at his phone and muttered, "What on earth is going on?" He first pushed open the office door, took the document by the phone, and then prepared to return to the interrogation room. At that moment, in the night, vehicles from the National Security Bureau of Hangzhou sped along the road, and at the same time, the SWAT team closest to Linshui was also mobilizing, fully armed as they got into special vehicles. "Wang Jinbo?" Lu Yang called out. "What do you want?" Wang Jinbo shook his legs. Lu Yang's heart raced, he could clearly feel the hot blood coursing through his limbs, and his palms were sweating. He was just an ordinary person, and even with Pandora, he was completely unprepared to kill, but the arrow was on the string and had to be released. The heart. As long as a knife pierces in. It is important to note not to miss the lower front part of the chest wall in the heart area has a soft protrusion. The trachea. As long as a knife cuts through, death would come in just a few seconds. But the problem was, the scene was too bloody, and just thinking about it made Lu Yang a bit scared. He quickly recalled Xin Shan's words during the assault training. Lu Yang swallowed hard. "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" The thug Wang Jinbo seemed to sense something was off. His tone became a bit panicked, and just as he was about to shout, the next second, his mouth was covered from behind. Lu Yang pulled out a small black knife, the blade glinting coldly under the light. Bang! 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 The silent interrogation room was filled with the sound of collisions as Wang Jinbo frantically slammed his legs against the table and chairs. Lu Yang gritted his teeth as the small knife pierced his heart. His left hand still tightly
covered Wang Jinbo's mouth, and he could feel the struggling body in his arms gradually weakening. His face turned pale, and upon seeing the dead thug, he felt his stomach churn, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. He dropped the knife, wanting to cover his mouth, but one hand was still pressed against Wang Jinbo's mouth, while the other was stained with blood. He clenched his teeth tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging. Go! We have to leave immediately. Lu Yang stumbled as he turned around. He pushed open the door, and the corridor was still empty. He ran away in a daze, stopping his movements as he turned a corner. Not far away, he saw Gao Fei's figure and quickly dashed to the other side, bursting into an empty restroom at the end of the corridor. Huff! In the storage room on one side of the restroom, the janitor's uniform was hanging. Lu Yang quickly grabbed the clothes, and as he ran into a toilet stall, his features began to change, his tall frame shrinking inch by inch. On the way to the detention center, he had memorized many faces, including that of the janitor. Standing outside the interrogation room, Gao Fei found the unusual silence strange. Bang! 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 Director Wu. Gao Fei knocked on the door and called out. After a long moment with no response, he reached out and pushed the door open. His eyes widened as he saw a young thug with his head tilted and a small knife stabbed in his heart. Huff! Director Zhang. Something's happened. Gao Fei approached the young man, carefully probing for breath with his fingertips, but his hand recoiled, and he stepped back 2 paces. His heart raced. He realized what was happening and turned to dash out of the interrogation room, his gaze searching for Director Wu while pulling out his phone to call Director Zhang. Not long after, the call connected, and he quickly relayed the news. Bang! Gao Fei was still running, trying to find Wu Shangli. He was sure the latter wouldn't have run far. Just as he rushed around the corner of the corridor, an elderly janitor pushing a cleaning cart suddenly appeared, crashing into him without reservation, both of them tumbling to the ground. Uncle Zhang, are you okay? Gao Fei's sharp gaze immediately swept to the fallen figure, and after confirming the janitor's appearance, he hurriedly got up to help Uncle Zhang, saying, Are you alright? I'm fine. Uncle Zhang, why are you still here at this hour? Something's happened at the station, you should head home. After confirming that Uncle Zhang was okay, Gao Fei offered a few words of advice before continuing on his phone, running as he spoke. As he left, he didn't notice that behind him, the elderly janitor slowly raised his head, a hint of excitement flashing across his face. The next second, he hurriedly tidied up the overturned cart and left discreetly. At the same moment, in front of a red-green traffic light by the river, the slightly overweight Director Zhang sat in the driver's seat, his eyes wide and his face suddenly pale as he quickly issued commands. He hung up on Gao Fei. How is this possible? How is this possible? Old Wu, are you out of your mind? Director Zhang muttered repeatedly. He had no time to think further and trembled as he called the leaders of the National Security Bureau. Late at night. 11:45 p.m. In Hangzhou, at the city police station, Maan Bang was sitting with his eyes closed at a desk. The matters of the Pandora Special Investigation Team had just come down, and due to the urgency of today's events, he was still at the city bureau. He had been awake for over 36 hours, and at that moment, it felt like he was about to fall asleep when suddenly, the shrill ringing of the phone jolted him awake, his eyes snapping open at the sound. I understand. Seal off the detention center and gather all the staff, don't trust anyone. Ma Anbang spoke quickly and calmly. He hung up the phone. He stood up, threw on his clothes, and was about to head outside, his eyes flickering with confusion for a moment. If it really was the new host of Ma Kuait's mask, then how could they have connected with another Pandora host so quickly? Or could it be that Wu Shengli really had a problem and was being controlled by that host? Or perhaps he was directly an undercover agent for the other side? In any case, various speculations kept swirling in Ma Anbang's mind. Cough. Cough. The plainclothed sanitation worker had just stepped out of the detention center. In the dim light by the roadside, he turned to look at the place where the red alert gate was closed. He turned his head and continued walking, quickening his pace as he crossed the road into an old neighborhood. When he came out again, he was a blue-clad rider on an electric bike, disappearing into the night, just as a special vehicle whizzed by, honking its horn. Supervisor Liu. Xiaoyu is in your hands. Ah. It's already this late, Mingqi, I have to hurry or my mom will scold me to death. Supervisor Liu, we're leaving too, Xiaoyu is up to you. Hangzhou, Queen's Bar. Lu Chen held the drunken Xiaoyu, his expression still gentle, while the two best friends waved goodbye excitedly, pulling their boyfriends away. Xiaoyu? Xiaoyu? Lu Chen nudged the drunken Xiaoyu in his arms. This girl really couldn't hold her liquor, while her two friends kept pouring more drinks into her. Supervisor Liu. Xiaoyu's eyes were hazy, her fair cheeks flushed as if she had heard her name called. She wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, her pink lips mumbling something.
You're completely out of it, so I guess I have to take you home first. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He hailed a taxi that had been waiting outside the bar, gave the address, and upon arriving at the apartment, he princess carried Nie Xiaoyu and placed her in front of the sofa. As soon as he set her down, the girl opened her eyes, wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck again, exhaling warm breath and desperately leaning in for a kiss. Her hands were no longer obedient. Lu Chen paused, his gentle gaze behind his black-framed glasses fixed on her youthful face, watching her clumsy attempts to get closer. He then picked her up again and headed into the bedroom. So it was your first time after all. Afterward, Lu Chen glanced at the plum blossom on the flyer, seemingly sighing, but his tone remained extremely flat. Nie Xiaoyu had already sobered up from her drunken state, biting her lip shyly as she curled up under the covers. After taking a shower and changing the sheets, Nie Xiaoyu, indeed, had drunk too much and, exhausted from her first experience, quickly fell into a deep sleep. Old bye. Good girl. As Lu Chen stepped out of the bedroom, he saw the chubby black cat squatting at the door, tilting its head with bright eyes curiously looking at the woman on the bed. He crouched down and scratched Old Bye's chin. He entered the study. Sitting at the desk, he first stretched lazily, then opened the panel, reviewing what Shen Nancher and Lu Yang had done that night through 2 pieces of Pandora. Tisk. No wonder the desire points keep popping up. This one night is equivalent to everything Huang Wenbin provided. Lu Chen smiled. Lu Yang's quality exceeded his expectations, showing exceptional adaptability and stress resistance. Moreover, it seemed that he wasn't too affected by Ma Kuait's mask while constantly changing faces. Perhaps I can recruit him into the Pandora Management Committee, he murmured. He no longer paid attention to the two, taking out the dice he had received from Chen shooting at the bar. This was not an ordinary 6-sided die, but a 12-sided die made of ivory, with numbers ranging from 1 to 12. Dice? What abilities could it have? Curiosity sparkled in Lu Chen's eyes. He no longer hesitated, spending 10,000 desire points and the inferior soul provided by Huang Wenbin to exchange for a third-tier seed. Amidst the meowing of Old Bye, he tossed the seed into the 12-sided ivory die. A dazzling and magnificent transformation occurred in the small study. It was a miracle akin to that of a creator. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-004. Please name Pandora number 3-004. 3-004, its former owner regarded it as a symbol of luck. One day, after rolling a 12 6 times in a row, he decided to take a gamble, and he succeeded. The user will receive different levels of luck after rolling different numbers. A die that can change fortunes? Tisk, interesting. Late at night, in the study, Lu Chen looked at the die before him. After integrating the third-tier seed, the entire texture of this 12-sided ivory die underwent a transformation, exuding an ancient mysterious aura. The tiny holes in the middle of the die remained, and he squinted to peer into the holes, as if gazing into an abyss. He toyed with the die between his fingers, even using his thumb to push against it and flick it out. The 12-sided die immediately spun before his eyes, different numbers quickly leaping in Lu Chen's gaze. It landed. He flicked it again, and finally caught it in his hand. Opening his palm to reveal the number facing up, the Arabic numeral 12. This newly born die seemed to be cautiously trying to please the great creator of Pandora. Ha ha. Then I shall call you the Die of Fate Gambler. Ding! Naming successful. Pandora number 3-004, Die of Fate Gambler. This is a mysterious die. A host rolling 1 to 3 points will encounter varying degrees of misfortune within the next 24 hours. A host rolling 4 to 6 points will experience just the right amount of good luck. A host rolling 7 to 9 points will encounter a stroke of ecstatic good fortune. A host rolling 10 to 12 points will have the opportunity to change their fate. Attention! Attention! As good luck accumulates, the degree of misfortune brought by rolling 1 to 3 points will also gradually accumulate. Lu Chen toyed with the die for a moment before casually putting it away. His personal fate had already changed. It was not something that a mere newly born die of fate could influence. He stood up, first walking to the living room to pour himself a glass of warm water, then standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city under the night sky. Behind the hacker's glasses, the smile on his face gradually brightened. Just in time. The second hand ticked for the last time, midnight. Ding ding ding. In a standalone villa in Cc, Hangzhou, the satellite phone on the table suddenly rang. The elderly man, sitting with his eyes closed on the sofa, opened them wide, quickly picking up the phone, his thumb pausing briefly before pressing the answer button. Hello. It's me, Shen Nancher. The old man said in a deep voice. Good. I understand. The tense expression on Shen Nancher's face relaxed a bit, and after a pause, he continued, It's not time to relax yet, withdraw in an orderly manner according to the plan. He said no more and hung up the satellite phone. At this moment, Shen Nancher sat alone in the luxurious villa's living room. The servants and security had been sent away, and he grasped his cane to stand up. He paced back and forth under the 6-meter-high dazzling crystal chandelier. The danger of this night was far beyond what words could describe. With just a slight misstep, Shen Nancher could plunge into an abyss, taking the entire Shen family with him. Moreover, the success of this night was by no means due to their meticulous planning. The overwhelming reason was the power of Pandora, and the wonders brought by Ma Kuait's mask. It was unexpected. Anyone raised in a materialistic worldview would instinctively react in the first moment. Tap tap tap. The sound of helicopter blades grew louder as it approached the detention center. 2 beams of searchlights pierced through the night, illuminating the square in front of the building. The cabin door swung open. The staircase was lowered. Ma Anbang stood at the door, gripping the cabin door with one hand, looking down at the detention center, brightly lit as if it were daytime. In every direction of the square, special vehicles and armed personnel were stationed with real guns and ammunition. A tense atmosphere pervaded the entire compound. Once the helicopter hovered at a sufficient height, Ma Anbang quickly descended the ladder and jumped to the ground. Captain Lu Wei of the criminal police team followed closely behind him. This gentleman? My surname is Ma. Captain Ma, I am Zhang Luinjuan, the person in charge here. Everyone present tonight has gathered in the hall. Please feel free to let me know if you have any instructions. The middle-aged man, slightly overweight, kept wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried to greet Ma Anbang and the others after they disembarked from the helicopter. This man, in his 50s, was somewhat taken aback by the scene before him. He couldn't fathom what kind of situation could warrant such a commotion. Not only was the entire detention center sealed off, but various highways and roads around Linshui were also being checked. After hearing the middle-aged man's introduction, Ma Anbang's reaction was strange. He did not respond directly but instead stared intently at the latter with a piercing gaze. He scrutinized him closely, as if confirming something, before casually acknowledging him. When Ma Anbang's gaze shifted away, Zhang Luinjuan finally relaxed. In that brief moment, his hair had stood on end. Captain Ma. At that moment, a man in a black suit approached quickly from the night, calling out. Ma Anbang turned to look in the direction of the voice. The same scrutinizing gaze met him. Then, he nodded. The man in black stepped closer and whispered something in Ma Anbang's ear. Wu Shengli has been found, unconscious in a car at the intersection, but he is not in life-threatening danger. Is he awake? Awake. Bring him over. Ma Anbang replied and said in a low voice. After that, he strode toward the building behind him, speaking to another black-clad personnel from the National Security Bureau as he walked. Our main focus in this investigation is not the perpetrator of the incident, but the supporting team behind them. In such a short time, who could quickly confirm the personnel structure and work situation of the detention center? Who could ambush along Wu Xingli's route and leave easily? This direction is where we need to concentrate our groundwork. Ma Anbang immediately confirmed that this was yet another incident involving a Ma Kuaite mask bearer, and he quickly established the direction of the investigation. He knew very well that if the host of the Ma Kuaite mask had already escaped from this compound and blended into the city under the cover of night, it would be nearly impossible to find him among the sea of people during his hiding period. No one could capture an entity that could constantly change into anyone's likeness in the crowd of the city. However, the supporting team must have left traces. Ma Anbang entered the hall, his eagle-like gaze swiftly scanning the lined-up personnel. Who is Gao Fei? He said in a deep voice. Report. A young police officer responded loudly. Tell me the details. Yes. As Ma Anbang listened, he continued to scrutinize each person. Until he could rule someone out, he remained suspicious of everyone present, as anyone could be a Pandora host wearing another's skin. Give me the surveillance footage from the detention center for the past week, and make sure there are at least 3 video clips of everyone present. He looked at Zhang Luinjuan, who was constantly wiping sweat beside him. We're home. Chang, find a room for yourself. Once you're at your sister's place, just treat it like your own home. At 12:15 in the morning. Hangzhou, on the north bank of the Qiantang River, Qiantang Mansion. A 500 square meter riverside flat. Yang Chang, a sophomore, had one arm wrapped around Chen Shooting's slender waist, while the other supported her arm on his shoulder, carefully helping her out of the elevator. When they reached the door, Yang Cheng gently pushed the woman in his arms. Chen Shooting stirred slightly from her drunken state, her fair and delicate face flushed, the well-maintained skin radiating a wine-like rosy glow. Chen Shooting steadied herself, her feet swaying slightly as she leaned her face close to the electronic lock, pushing the hair that had fallen in front of her face back behind her ear. With a ding, the door opened. Chen Shooting swayed, kicked off her high heels, and her bare feet, wrapped in black stockings, touched the cool tiles. It wasn't cold, although it was March. The underfloor heating in the house ensured a comfortable temperature. She suddenly turned around, looking at Yang Cheng at the door, waving her hand drunkenly. Wow! This is a top-notch luxury apartment? Yang Cheng still stood at the door, glancing behind it.
He didn't know when, but his heart began to beat powerfully and rapidly, the hot blood coursing through his limbs. He stood there, feeling as if he had caught a glimpse of a corner of the heavenly palace. He felt a sense of inferiority, even hesitant to step inside. As he stepped onto the carpet and walked into the house, his gaze swept across the luxurious space inch by inch. He stood in front of the expansive living room, completely exposed
to the river view, and the dazzling city skyline crashed into his sight. Golden light streamed in, hitting his face directly. What are you thinking about?
In front of the sofa, Chen Shooting tilted her head, looking at Yang Cheng's back. Nothing, it feels like I'm dreaming. Yang Cheng came back to his senses and said softly. I feel out of place here. He turned around to face Chen Shooting. Chen Shooting met the young man's eyes from a distance, and she suddenly became alert. When she looked again, she saw Yang Cheng revealing a clean smile once more as he rolled up his sleeves.
Sister, do you have any ingredients here? I'll make you a hangover soup. No, it's not necessary. Mississippi. You're back.
Just as Chen Shooting was about to say something, the door to the master bedroom was pushed open, and a plain middle-aged woman stepped out. She first glanced at Yang Cheng, then looked at Chen Shooting and bowed slightly, saying, Miss,
would you like some hangover soup? There are still some ingredients in the fridge. Wang Ma. Is Chiuchiu asleep?
Chen Shooting curled her legs comfortably on the sofa, and due to the movement, the loose thin sweater she wore revealed a large portion of her fragrant shoulder. She spoke lazily. The young master is already asleep.
Did he look for his mother before sleeping?
The young master is very well behaved. He knows his mother is out, so he played with his toys by himself, read a book, and then took a bath and went to bed on time.
No wonder he's my son.
Chen Shooting's red lips curled up, her eyes naturally revealing charm.
Oh, by the way.
Chen Shooting clapped her hands and smiled at Yang Cheng.
Wang Ma, this is Yang Cheng.
If it weren't for him this morning, our Chiuchiu might have lost his life.
In the future, he will be my Chen Shooting's own little brother. Young Master Yang. Wang Ma, with keen insight, looked at Yang
Cheng and bowed to greet him. If you need anything, just let me know.
Wang Ma, no need, no need.
Yang Cheng, seeing a woman of her age bowing to him, felt a bit flustered and hurriedly helped her up, repeatedly saying.
Next, Wang Ma went to make a hangover soup.
Chen Shooting was the first to put down her bowl and chopsticks, stretch lazily, and pat Yang Yucheng on the back before drowsily walking towards the master bedroom. Yang Yucheng was also assigned to another room. After taking a shower, he lay on the comfortable big bed, staring at the ceiling, recalling the scenes of entering this luxurious apartment. Suddenly, he sat up, opened his small bag, and carefully took out an ancient copper bell. This bell would not make a sound unless shaken intentionally, it would remain silent regardless of any external force.
Li Wanwan? Li Wanwan? Yang Yucheng whispered.
After seeing Mr. Liu at the bar, the female ghost Li Wanwan had not
appeared again. He called out uneasily. Fortunately, not long after, a translucent figure reappeared before him, looking pitifully at Yang Yucheng with tear-streaked cheeks. Are you okay? Yang Yucheng asked, feeling an unexpected surge of pity for her at that moment. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he instantly became alert, shaking off that feeling of pity. Woo woo. I almost lost my soul. The female ghost Li Wanwan sobbed. What happened? Just now? Yang Yucheng continued to ask. He wanted to learn as much information as possible about that Mr. Liu. I don't know either.
Li Wanwan bit her thin lip and shook her head, looking pitiful as she said, I just got close to that person, and it felt like I had crashed into a sun that I couldn't look at directly, being scorched and melted by the heat he unconsciously radiated. Yang Yucheng held his breath, listening intently. At this point, his fear of Mr. Liu deepened significantly, viewing him as a taboo existence walking among humans. So that's how it is. Yang Yucheng nodded. He didn't want to bring up Mr. Liu again, fearing that just mentioning him would attract his attention. He thought for a moment, then fixed his gaze on Li Wanwan. Swallowing hard, his breathing became a bit hurried. Li Wanwan. Do you have any way to make Chen Shooting fall in love with me? The female ghost Li Wanwan stopped sobbing. Her tear-streaked eyes looking at Yang Yucheng, and her pale face suddenly broke into a seductive smile. Feels good. Next door, in the master bedroom. Chen Shooting had finished her shower, wearing a light beige ice silk nightgown, stretching comfortably. She first leaned over to her son, giving his chubby face a kiss. Thank goodness nothing happened. Chen Shooting recalled the events of the day, feeling a bit shaken as she spoke. She lay on her side, preparing to play with her phone, the phone's glow illuminating her delicate cheeks. Just then, she suddenly shivered. A layer of goosebumps inexplicably crawled up her fair skin. At that moment, it was as if a person was walking on a dark road at night, suddenly engulfed by a sense of dread, as if being watched by some unknown presence. Sleep. Chen shooting buried her head under the covers, not forgetting to pull her Sunshosho into her embrace.
The next day, bright sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, leaving trails of sunlight in the bedroom. Specks of dust floated in the morning air. On the big bed, Nie Xiaoyu's long eyelashes fluttered, then in an instant, she opened
her eyes, her bright gaze somewhat dazed as she looked at the unfamiliar ceiling. After a moment, the memories of last night began to return to her mind one by one, her fair skin visibly reddening, flushing her collarbone, her earlobes, and her pure, clean face resembling a ripe apple. Under the covers, her delicate little feet tensed, her whole body became stiff, and her heart raced wildly. Nie Xiaoyu held her breath, not hearing the sounds beside her, and cautiously reached out with her small hand inch by inch. Confirming that no one was next to her, she sighed in relief. With a bit more confidence, Nie Xiaoyu quickly lifted the blanket and took a glance inside, only to see her own white figure before her. Ah! How could I end up like this last night? Nie Xiaoyu's face turned even redder as she buried herself into the mattress. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the bedroom, and the little girl shrank back, not daring to move. Are you awake? Lu Chen walked in, his gaze gentle as he looked at the quail on the bed, smiling as he spoke. After saying that, he placed the bag he was holding by the bedside. I bought you a set of clothes, you can try them on when you get up in a bit. Also, the bathroom is on the left, and the toothbrush and toothpaste are all ready. After you wash up, come out for breakfast, I made you something. Seeing that the little girl remained motionless, Lu Chen chuckled lightly and continued speaking. He didn't linger any longer and stepped back out. Comfortably sitting in the lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, he casually picked up a book and began to read it carefully. As expected of Manager Lu, it fits perfectly. Nie Xiaoyu curiously picked up a black piece of lingerie, and after putting it on, she first exclaimed in surprise, but then her cheeks, which had calmed down a bit, turned red again with a delayed reaction. Does Manager Lu like it this way? She bit her lip. Putting on the panties, which were black lace and hollowed out, she realized that the ones she had bought before were all rather childish, like cotton ones with bare patterns. After changing into her clothes and washing out, Nie Xiaoyu limped out, feeling shy as she had breakfast with Manager Lu. The two were getting ready for work. Uncle Lu. Good morning. At the same time, the next door opened. A little girl with a small backpack and a yellow round hat rushed out first. Upon seeing Lu Chen, her eyes lit up, and she happily ran over, first calling out to him, then eagerly peeking around to look for Xiao Bai. Not seeing Xiao Bai, she spotted an older sister instead. Sister, are you disabled? Wanwan blinked her eyes, noticing Nie Xiaoyu's unusual movements, and her little face suddenly showed concern as she rushed over with her backpack to help Nie Xiaoyu. Nie Xiaoyu looked at the little girl, feeling embarrassed and wanting to dig a hole to hide in. Wanwan, don't disturb Uncle Lu. A gentle and elegant female voice rang out, followed by the sound of high heels clicking on the tiles. Nie Xiaoyu turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a beautiful, mature woman in a black shirt and a wine-red skirt, with long hair and red lips. When Chen and Hongru saw Nie Xiaoyu, her expression froze for a moment. She immediately recognized Nie Xiaoyu's innocent demeanor, and her heart sank for a moment, but she quickly returned to normal. This is my neighbor, Miss Shen. This lovely little girl is Wanwan. Lu Chen introduced warmly. This is Nie Xiaoyu. Meeting the gaze of the single mother Chen Hongru, Nie Xiaoyu remained unfazed by the pitying look in the latter's eyes and spoke plainly. The two women nodded at each other and then walked together toward the elevator hall, with little Wanwan insisting on helping Nie Xiaoyu, refusing to let go no matter how anyone tried to persuade her. The apartment Lu Chen rented was not far from Chuangwei, and usually, he walked to work, but today it was a bit inconvenient, so he called for a ride-hailing car. The two separated in the elevator. Ding! 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 Dressed in ordinary office attire, Lu Chen wore black-framed glasses and carried a briefcase in his left hand. As he walked down the corridor outside the office, he pulled a die from his pocket. He flicked the die with his thumb, making it bounce repeatedly. He flipped his hand to catch it. Opened it. Another 12. Let's send it out, Lu Chen murmured. He stood by the window in the corridor on the 15th floor of the building, extending his hand that held the mysterious dice. As the gentle breeze brushed by, the dice spun in the air and then vanished from sight. He raised his gaze, staring for a moment at the azure sky and the fluffy white clouds, before returning to his office. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nie Xiaoyu, who had also just exited the elevator, gently bit her lip before entering the Human Resources office, lowering her head in an attempt to minimize her presence. Little did she know, as soon as she stood at the door, Kai Mingxi and another close friend fixed their eyes on her as if they were glowing. Nie Xiaoyu froze, standing still. It was peak working hours, with colleagues constantly coming and going, and she couldn't just block the door, but the two friends were staring at her from not far away, and with a single step, everything would be exposed.
Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself and tried to walk normally towards her workstation. However, the pain from the tearing sensation made her instinctively feel a bit awkward, and this single action instantly excited the two friends. What the hell? What's wrong? With Xiaoyu? No way? The two exchanged glances before simultaneously arriving at the answer. Our Xiaoyu is still a rookie. Supervisor Lu is amazing. I feel like Supervisor Lu's level is too high. He won't let our Xiaoyu down, right? They leaned their heads together, whispering incessantly. At this moment, Nie Xiaoyu was already sitting at her desk, not bothering to look at her unreliable colleagues. However, even though she didn't look, she still carefully tilted her ear to eavesdrop. When she found there was no sound, she secretly turned her head, only to see two heads and two pairs of eyes staring intently at her. Ugh! What are you doing? Nie Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat as she reached out to swat at her two friends. You and Supervisor Lu did it last night, right? Kai Mingqi asked succinctly, her tone certain. Yeah. Nie Xiaoyu nodded, her face flushed. We wanted you to speed things up and score early, but we didn't mean for you to give it up so quickly, another friend chimed in. Is Supervisor Lu strong? Kai Mingqi asked directly again. Nie Xiaoyu was left speechless by the question, her head feeling like it was about to smoke. After a while, she quietly asked, what counts as strong? I really couldn't take it last night. Big. Wait, what are you rushing for? Damn. In Hangzhou, at the old farmer's market by Jiangxin Bridge. In a fish vendor's stall, a middle-aged man in a black waterproof apron sat on a stool, holding a dyed cigarette in his left hand and a mobile phone in his right. At this moment, he stared unblinkingly at the screen, muttering continuously, and when an elderly lady came to buy vegetables and wanted to pick a fish, he impatiently responded. After a while, he slammed his fist in frustration. The elderly lady at the stall had long since left, and the middle-aged man didn't care, squinting as he finished the remaining half of the cigarette in one go. He crushed the cigarette butt forcefully at his feet and tossed it aside, glancing at the market, where the morning crowd had already dispersed by more than half. What a damn misfortune, he cursed. He stood up, closed the stall, and prepared to grab something to eat before heading home for a nap. As he passed through the alley by the warehouse, Hu Donggui stopped, inexplicably looking towards a corner not far away. He shook his head and left, but soon returned. I must be crazy. There's gold here, I just want to take a look. Ha! As he walked while cursing, he drew closer, and a 12-sided ivory-white mysterious dice on the ground firmly caught his attention, making it impossible for him to look away. He frowned, bent down to pick up the dice, and relevant information suddenly appeared in his mind. Hu Donggui's pupils contracted in an instant. Is this for real? His tone was filled with skepticism. As he squatted on the ground and rolled the dice, the 12-sided die spun on the concrete floor and quickly settled on the Arabic numeral 4. 1 to 3, and there will be misfortune. I rolled a 4. Hu Donggui smacked his lips, he had no intention of leaving. He took out his phone and transferred 100 yuan from his WeChat and Alipay accounts into the platform without a moment's hesitation, placing his bet. Soon, he won. Hu Donggui glanced at the dice and rolled again. This time it was the Arabic numeral 5, not just a stroke of good luck, but it could even last for a while. I won! Damn it, I won again. At the entrance of the old agricultural market in Jiangxin Bridge, the 43-year-old fishmonger Hu Donggui's face turned red, and his breathing became increasingly rapid as he excitedly stared at his phone. In no time, he had turned 100 yuan into 44,444 yuan. As his lucky streak ended, Hu Donggui rolled the dice once more, coming up with a brilliant idea, to roll again while the luck was still with him. Wealth continued to swell, as if the god of gambling had possessed him. When the balance in his account reached 444,444, his good fortune came to an end, and he rolled the dice one last time. The 12-sided die spun under his unblinking gaze. Soon, it stopped, and the Arabic numeral 1 appeared before him. I'm done. I've made enough. Hu Donggui suddenly felt awake, withdrew the balance from the platform, stuffed his phone into his pocket, and carefully picked up the dice, cradling it like a treasure. Just as he was about to step forward, his left foot tripped over his right, and he fell face first to the ground, his mouth crashing heavily against the corner of the steps, blood gushing out in a bright red spray. Hu Donggui lay on the ground for a while, feeling the pain, but a broad smile spread across his face, thinking that if it was just this, he had struck it rich. I'm going to get rich. Hu Donggui spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva. However, just a short distance away, he stepped on a patch of ice, stumbling forward. In a series of dodges and extreme coincidences, he heard a thud as he fell backward into the nearby greenery. A shattered beer bottle pierced the back of his head. His eyes widened, and then there was no breath left.
Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100.
White soul plus 1. In the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor. Lu Chen sat in his office, watching this scene through Pandora with a look of astonishment.
To be honest, he hadn't expected that this die, which had only been cautiously flattering him, could harvest a soul so quickly.
It shouldn't be like this. What a clever one, how could he think to roll the dice again while the luck was still with him? Lu Chen reflected on the scene he had just witnessed, feeling somewhat emotional. No one could stop themselves from self-destructing. He opened his black notebook and recorded this first host on the user page of the Dice of Fate Gamblers, a few brief numbers, and that was it.
In this case, a soul with a low level of corruption can also be considered a white soul.
This is indeed a system loophole. As long as the host connected to Pandora dies, it's a success. To obtain a higher level soul, it must be sufficiently corrupted. Lu Chen looked at the panel, pondering. He noted this down as well, and then, through recent observations, further deduced the future impact of Pandora on the original order of the world.
Tonight, I will officially establish the Pandora Management Committee. I should meet with Shen, Nancher and Lu Yang.
Knocking lightly on the table.
Meanwhile, under the azure sky, at the CC Villa, a black sedan drove into the garage, and Shen Nancher had been waiting at the door, personally opening the car door.
Mr. Lu,
thank you for your hard work.
Shen Nancher looked at the young
man in the car, who had returned to his original appearance, and expressed his gratitude.
Nothing went wrong, right?
The old butler, Shen Shan, dressed in black, got out of the car from the other side.
Shen.
Nancher glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "It went relatively smoothly." The response from above was quick. There was no large-scale tracking of Mr. Lu, but they tried to probe the traces we left behind.
We
prepared in advance. We cut off what needed to be cut off,
Shen Shan said. Listening to this, Shen Nancher's expression remained tense, his aged face still serious.
Leaning on his cane, he shook his head and said, "Leaving no traces is the biggest trace. To be able to investigate the personnel information of the Linshui detention center in such a short time and mobilize forces to stop Wu Shengli on the road.
The families capable of doing these things, we may have already been marked. Forget it. It can only be this way." Shen Nancher sighed.
After saying this, he looked at Lu Yang and gestured for him to enter. "Mr. Lu, I apologize for the delay, please come in for a cup of tea." Lu Yang followed Shen Nancher into the villa, a place where every inch of land was precious. He carefully surveyed the luxurious scene before him. The impact it had on him was comparable to that of Yang Yucheng. He was led to sit in front of the sofa, at which point Shen Nancher looked at Lu Yang. "Mr. Lu, regarding the 100 million you were promised, I have two methods to deliver it to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's gaze instantly sharpened. Before he could speak, Shen Nancher continued, "Mr. Lu, rest assured, I will not shortchange you a single cent.
However, the timing
is special now. A large sum of money appearing in your account will definitely be monitored immediately. What I propose is, first, I will establish a company in Mr. Lu's name. The advantage of this method is that the money is clean, and Mr. Lu can use it freely under his original identity.
But the downside is that the time frame will be longer. Second, I can help Mr. Lu establish an overseas bank black card and transfer the money to your overseas account through offshore transactions. What do you think, Mr. Lu?" In the villa.
In the living room, Lu Yang's gaze was unconsciously drawn to the crystal chandelier hanging down
like a waterfall, with golden light refracting through the glass.
Such a residence was something he couldn't even glimpse in short videos.
"Old Master Shen, I choose the second method." Lu Yang came back to his senses and said solemnly,
being able to become a wealthy man openly, allowing his farmer parents to hold their heads high with pride, and shining brightly among his former classmates was indeed very tempting.
But all of
this would inevitably bring more attention and more trouble. He didn't want to be the center of focus.
"Good." Shen Nancher looked at Lu Yang, slightly taken aback, then nodded.
He raised his hand, and a middle-aged man in a black suit, who had been standing not far away, walked closer. The middle-aged man carried a black briefcase, which he opened to reveal a laptop and some other documents. He occasionally whispered questions to Lu Yang, then tapped on the keyboard, data scrolling across the screen. Lu Yang had no idea what was happening, only confirming that it seemed they were establishing identity information on some overseas island
and opening an account at JP Morgan Chase with that identity.
"Sir." "Whom?" The middle-aged man turned the computer to the old master. Shen Nancher glanced at it, entered a string of passwords, and soon the transfer
amount of $15 million was credited. "Mr. Lu,
I have transferred $15 million to your account. The extra amount is compensation for the unexpected.
In a couple of days, once Morgan's black
card arrives in the country, I'll have someone deliver it to you," Shen Nancher said. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's first reaction was to do a quick multiplication in his head, confirming that it was about 9 million.
More. Despite repeatedly telling himself to stay calm, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, his emotions becoming increasingly difficult to control. In an elegant and luxurious villa. The living room. Shen Nancher had already waved his hand to dismiss his subordinates, his expression calm as he observed every subtle reaction from Liu Yang. In front of this old fox, Liu Yang, who came from an ordinary background, felt as if he were completely exposed, unable to hide any secrets. Of course, due to Mr. Liu's influence, he never considered harming the latter, but he was still contemplating how to use Liu Yang, who possessed a Pandora item, for his own purposes. Ha! Thank you, old Master Shen. Liu Yang exhaled deeply and met Shen Nancher's gaze as he spoke. Mr. Liu, please have some tea. Shen Nancher signaled for the old butler to bring over the brewed tea and tea set, personally pouring tea for Liu Yang and gesturing for him to enjoy. He also picked up his cup, blew on the tea, and took a sip, casually saying, Mr. Liu, you probably haven't had the Pandora item for long, have you? Liu Yang paused, not hiding anything as he replied. I thought so. A friend of mine at the municipal bureau told me that they caught someone a few days ago. Shen Nancher set down his cup, his gaze fixed on Liu Yang, his hoarse voice resuming, the person who was caught is suspected of being able to take on the appearance of others. As these words rang out, the teacup in Liu Yang's hand trembled, warm tea splashing onto the back of his hand. This Pandora item is quite remarkable. But it has a weakness, Shen Nancher said in a deep voice. Please enlighten me, old Master Shen. Liu Yang's skills were still too shallow. In just a few words, his thoughts had already become chaotic. He hurriedly set down the teacup and asked, what is it? While a person's appearance can be the same, everyone has their own habits, how they walk, sit, and speak, or rather, different ages come with different habits. Mr. Liu can quickly don the guise of an old man, but in his every gesture, there remains the shadow of youth. That is the flaw. In the eyes of those sharp-eyed veteran detectives, it would be as clear as day. Every word Shen Nancher spoke struck Liu Yang like thunder, causing him to tremble, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The joy and pride he felt after acquiring the Makart mask quickly dissipated. I can help you, Mr. Liu. Shen Nancher noted Liu Yang's reaction, his expression unchanged, and spoke at the right moment. Please, old master. Shun, go ahead. I will send someone to teach you how to change your habits. Thank you, old Master Shen. Thank you, old Master Shen. Liu Yang understood that the latter would certainly have demands of him, but he couldn't refuse. After a brief pause, he repeated his gratitude. Not a problem. Shen Nancher remained composed, naturally keeping the rhythm in his hands. He lifted his teacup, smiled, and replied. Just then, the old butler Shen Shan, standing to the side, changed expression and hurriedly approached. He whispered something in Shen Nancher's ear, and it was unclear what was said. In the blink of an eye, the previously calm Shen Nancher looked startled, instinctively standing up. After taking the phone from Shen Shan, he slightly bent forward and walked to the side. In front of the sofa, Liu Yang clearly saw this scene. He blinked. Recalling the first time he met Shen Nancher, when the latter mentioned a certain gentleman, his words even hesitating to reveal the man's identity. His heart raced heavily, and he straightened his posture. I understand. Now, please rest assured, Mr. Liu. Shen Nancher respectfully waited for the call to end. He sighed in relief, raised his head, walked towards Liu Yang, and said in a deep voice, Mr. Liu wants to meet with you and me tonight. Mr. Liu? Liu Yang retorted. Shen Nancher did not respond, only slowly nodded. As evening approached. Afternoon. After 5:30, stepping out of the company building, a comfortable spring breeze brushed against his cheeks. In the distance, the afterglow of the sunset painted the sky red. Supervisor Liu. What are we having for dinner tonight? After a whole day, Nye Xiaoyu felt as if she had recovered. Walking no longer hurt, and she happily bounced along with a small bag on her back. She took a couple of steps, turned around, and looked joyfully at Lu Chen. Xiaoyu. I have some things to take care of tonight. Lu Chen pushed up his glasses, his gentle gaze meeting the girl's eyes, who was perfectly silhouetted against the sunset, creating a beautiful portrait of youth. Such a scene would touch anyone's heart, making them reluctant to disturb the lovely smile on the girl's face. However, Lu Chen still showed no sign of emotional fluctuation. The gentle apology on his face seemed deliberately displayed as he said, the smile on Nye Xiaoyu's face visibly faded. But soon, she perked up again. Then Supervisor Liu, you go ahead and get busy. Xiaoyu is really good. Lu Chen patted the girl's head gently and said, I'll make it up to you tomorrow. Just being affectionately patted on the head seemed to satisfy the little girl, erasing the last bit of grievance in her heart, and she nodded happily. Arriving at the intersection, Nye Xiaoyu turned back 3 times while jogging into the crowd of people leaving work as the traffic light changed. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, his expression slightly indifferent and cold. Hang City. During rush hour, the 6-lane Road was bustling with cars, a black Rolls-Royce gliding smoothly among them.
Lu Chen sat in the back seat, legs crossed, resting his chin on his left hand, his indifferent gaze sweeping outside the window. To his right, Shen Nancher, whose real age was 90 but whose biological age had regressed to 86, sat upright, slightly leaning forward.
As the car was about to pass an expressway entrance, a car approaching from the opposite direction caught Lu Chen's attention. Ma Dui, do you want to take a nap?
In the black sedan, Lu Wei glanced at the passenger seat where Ma Anban was driving.
No problem. Ma Anban rested his arm
on the car frame, the warm spring evening breeze relaxing his tense nerves. Just then, the car brushed past the Rolls-Royce in the adjacent lane. He casually glanced over, instinctively furrowing his brow, feeling as if there were a pair of eyes watching him from behind that car window. Tis. Lu Chen chuckled softly. The Rolls-Royce entered the villa area and stopped in front of the gate. Shen Nancher got out first, displaying a nimbleness not typical of someone his age. Mr. Lu. Shen Nancher opened the car door and bent down. He gestured for Lu Chen to proceed, walking slightly ahead. Lu Chen's expression was gentle as he surveyed his surroundings. For him at that moment, the worldly splendor no longer stirred his emotions. Inside the villa, Lu Yang sat nervously in front of the sofa, glancing toward the door from time to time, facing the anxiety
of the unknown.
Just a week ago, he was the most inconspicuous bottom dweller in the bustling city. The appearance of Pandora had brought him a new life. To him, it didn't matter what abyss or madness lay ahead. All he knew was, morning here's the Tao, evening death is acceptable. Mr. Lu. Please.
The door opened, and Shen Nancher's voice rang out.
Lu Yang immediately stood up and hurried over, not daring to look directly at the entering figure. He simply bent down straight. Mr. Lu. Lu Chen walked in, paused, and for the first time, his indifferent gaze assessed the young man. After a moment, he casually nodded.
Find a reception room.
Mr. Lu, the reception room is this way. Lu Chen said again, and Shen Nancher immediately reached out his hand to lead the way. After walking a short distance, Lu Chen stopped, glancing at Lu Yang, who was still bent over in place. You come too. The reception room, not large but extravagantly decorated, had Lu Chen sitting in the main seat in front of the sofa, while the older and younger stood respectfully.
The main reason I'm meeting you this time is for one thing.
Lu Chen leaned forward on the sofa, looking at the two in front of him, showing no intention of beating around the bush, and opened the entire prelude directly, regarding the official establishment of the Pandora Management Committee.
Just a plain statement made Lu Yang and Shen Nancher's pupils instantly contract.
The former was fine, his previous status was insufficient, so he could only vaguely sense the importance of this committee, while for Shen Nancher, he quickly realized the weight of this statement. The emergence of Pandora has not yet truly ushered
in a boom.
In the future,
there will be more newborn Pandoras, and even, truly powerful items will be born, akin to divine or demonic abilities. Lu Chen continued.
Each of his words stirred up waves in the hearts of the two present. The purpose of the Pandora Management Committee's existence. As he spoke this sentence, Lu Chen's posture finally showed a slight change, his body leaning slightly forward, the black-framed glasses revealing sharp black and white pupils.
He paused. As Lu Yang and Shen Nancher trembled, Mr. Lu spoke again, is to observe the collision between Pandora and the old world order, and to guide the emergence of a new world order. You too. Are you willing to become the first members of the Pandora Management Committee? Lu Chen said in a deep voice. Shen Nancher swallowed a mouthful of saliva, immediately lowering his head, his hoarse voice trembling. Shen Nancher is willing to follow Mr. Lu. Lu Yang is willing too.
Lu Yang snapped back to reality, fearing he was a second too late, and quickly exclaimed.
Meanwhile, Hangzhou, a top private hospital. Sister shooting. Ha! Is Qiuqiu okay?
Yang Yucheng jumped out of the taxi, hurriedly running into the hospital, breathing a bit heavily as he said, I rushed over as
soon as I got your call. You try to comfort Qiuqiu. Chen Shooting said anxiously.
Everything was fine in the morning, but after Yang Yucheng left for school at noon, Qiuqiu started to be distressed. No matter how she tried to comfort him, it didn't work, and later, he even had some convulsions. Chen Shooting was so scared that she quickly took him to the hospital, but there was still no improvement.
Qiuqiu has been crying since you
left, and now he has a slight fever. Chen Shooting looked at her listless son with pain, saying, I thought maybe he was scared yesterday, so I called you over, hoping it would help.
I'll give it a try. Yang Yucheng replied.
The moment he turned his head, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He walked towards the small bed, reaching out to hold the little boy, who had been wanting to open his eyes just a second ago, but surprisingly stopped moving, and finally, he stopped crying.
The boy nestled his head a bit closer into Yang Yucheng's embrace. Is it really effective?
It seems he was truly scared yesterday, only Yucheng can give Qiuqiu a sense of security. Chen Shooting sighed in relief, saying repeatedly. But then, she felt a bit puzzled, but why was he fine last night? What she didn't know was that from another perspective. When Yang Yuqing approached Qiuqiu, a woman in a beige knitted sweater and apron squatted beside the boy, her neck stretching long from behind to in front of his face, gently blowing a breath towards the crying boy. The female ghostly Wenbin stood up, raising her head with a malicious gaze directed at Chen Shooting. Oh, miss. At that moment, a head peeked in from behind the door. A middle-aged man in a white shirt and an open striped suit walked in, his hands stuffed in his pockets, looking somewhat disheveled.
What are you doing here? Chen Shooting huffed. Still mad at Lord Rong?
The middle-aged man chuckled, his gaze shifting to Yang Yuqing by the bedside, his oppressive stare suddenly sharpening. Su. Yue Jun. Chen Shooting noticed her voice rising. Sorry. Lord Rong heard that Qiuqiu was hospitalized and was a bit worried, so he specifically asked me to come. Take a look.
Everything's alright, right? Su Yuejun said repeatedly, stepping closer to Yang Yuqing and playfully teasing Qiuqiu in his arms.
Yang Yuqing had been observing since the man entered, keenly noticing that although Chen Shooting was not polite to the latter, her attitude was not dismissive, and there was even a hint of affection. You've worked hard.
Su Yuejun didn't linger too long. After confirming that Qiuqiu was fine, he prepared to leave.
He casually patted Yang Yuqing's shoulder and smiled, Brother Yang. With that, he waved at Chen Shooting, leaving the hospital with one hand in his pocket.
Yang Yuchun watched the man's retreating figure.
Sister Shooting, who was that?
It's nothing.
You don't need to worry about him, he doesn't have any bad intentions towards us. He's my dad's capable aide, and my dad really likes him. In fact, he even wants to matchmake me with him.
Wait, why am I telling you this?
Lord Rong. I've seen the young lady, Qiuqiu should just be frightened. Outside the hospital, Su Yuejun leaned against a black car, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and then dialed Chen Guanrong's number. By the way, I've looked into Yang Yucheng, being parentless doesn't seem to be anyone's arrangement.
Lord Rong, the young lady is quite determined, so don't meddle too much.
After hanging up, Su Yuejun opened the car door, pressed the accelerator hard, and plunged into the night. Wooden-headed. In Hangzhou, in a top-tier office building, a middle-aged man with a square face and an imposing presence shook his head and muttered a curse. He casually tossed his phone onto the desk and walked to the window, overlooking the city below. He had only one daughter, Chen Shooting, and if he wanted to preserve the foundation he had built, he needed to start looking for a successor now.
Su Yuejun, in his prime, was bold and tenacious.
Moreover, he was someone he had promoted himself. If he could unite with Chen Shooting, he was still young, and there would be enough time to push Su Yuejun into a higher position. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. The night deepened. The black car traversed the city, and in the back seat, Lu Chen was still pondering the earlier events. At that moment, his attention was caught by a suddenly popping message. Oh, Lu Chen chuckled lightly, gazing at Yang Yucheng through Pandora's connection. That was Qiantang Mansion, the top-tier flat luxury residence in Hangzhou. Sister Shooting. Qiuqiu has fallen asleep. The elevator doors opened. Chen Shooting stepped in first, and after Yang Yucheng entered the house holding the chubby boy, he said, Qiuqiu cried all day, it's only now that you're here that he's a bit better. Chen Shooting gently touched her son's face with concern. Let's put Qiuqiu on the bed in the bedroom first. Yang Yucheng walked into Chen Shooting's room, immediately sensing a faint fragrance in the air. He didn't look around much and obediently placed Qiuqiu on the bed. But as soon as he set him down, he noticed Qiuqiu's small hand tightly gripping the hem of his clothes. Chen Shooting bent down, wanting to loosen her son's fingers. But as soon as she did, the boy's face scrunched up tightly, and he began to cry again. Okay. Mommy, don't move. Mommy, don't move. Chen Shooting hurriedly replied. She shyly looked at Yang Yucheng and said, Yucheng, how about you stay in this room and keep Qiuqiu company for the night? I'll just sleep next door. Okay. Then it's settled. Yang Yucheng nodded. He sat down next to Qiuqiu. And after a while, when Qiuqiu fell back asleep, Chen Shooting tiptoed out, preparing to leave. In an instant, from a perspective unseen by her, the female ghostly Wenbin floated out like a wisp of smoke from Yang Yucheng's backpack. As she approached the boy on the bed, the next second, he pouted and woke up crying from his dream. Chen Shooting, who had just reached the door, halted her steps and hurried back to the bed to comfort him. This happened several times. No matter who left, whether it was Chen Shooting or Yang Yucheng, Qiuqiu would cry and fuss, even appearing to be on the verge of a seizure. Sister Shooting. Qiuqiu probably doesn't want his mom to leave. Yang Yucheng met Chen Shooting's gaze and said hesitantly. Chen Shooting paused for a moment. Then, with a teasing smile, she said, Yucheng, I guess we'll have to squeeze together then. You won't mind this old woman who's already 35, will you? Whoa!
Yan Youcheng's eyelids twitched, and he controlled his expression, scratching his head and saying, "Sister. Shooting is not old. Then it's for Qiuxiu."
Chen Shooting said decisively.
In the night,
the bright lights illuminated the luxuriously decorated master bedroom. Chen Shooting casually hung her trench coat on
one side, revealing a black thin sweater underneath.
The thin sweater outlined Chen Shooting's beautiful figure, and the prominent cleavage made Yang Yucheng, an ordinary college student, stare wide-eyed.
Next,
Chen Shooting reached for the side zipper of her black bodycon skirt, pretending to pull it down, then turned her head to look at Yang Yucheng on the other side. "Does it look good?"
"Ha! I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Yan Youcheng's cheeks flushed instantly, and he hurriedly turned away. "Ha ha ha. Little brother, you're really cute." Chen Shooting chuckled.
She unzipped the skirt, slipped it off, and changed into a
more comfortable silk nightgown. With a wave of mature and alluring fragrance, she lay down on the other side of Qiuqiu.
"You should take off your outerwear too," Chen Shooting said as she turned off the lights.
In
the dim light, Yang Yucheng hunched over to take off his coat.
He lay down wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Chen Shooting turned to gently pat Qiuqiu, and in the faint light, Yang Yucheng could see that
mature and graceful body just inches away from him. The silk nightgown slipped as she moved, revealing a pair of long, fair legs.
"Yucheng, you're in your second year this year, are you 19 or 20? Chen Shooting's lazy, magnetic voice rang out. 19, but I'll be 20 in 2 months. So that means I'm a full 15 years older than you. Time really makes one age." Chen Shooting continued. Gradually,
she fell silent and drifted off to sleep. Yang Yucheng felt the fragrance beside him, swallowing nervously. He greedily scanned the woman next to him in the dim light, his gaze inching over her.
The female ghost.
Li Wenwen covered her mouth and chuckled, her body floating above Chen Shooting, her long black hair brushing against the latter's skin.
Chen Shooting seemed a bit cold and instinctively snuggled closer to Yang Yucheng, her cool, beautiful leg pressing against his. "Who?" The female ghost Li Wenwen exhaled a breath of cold air towards Chen Shooting. "Meow. Meow." On the other side, as soon as Lu Chen pushed open
the apartment door, a plump cat with pure black fur was squatting on the carpet, looking up with its round head and meowing.
"Old bai, you must be hungry." Lu Chen squatted down and patted the cat's head. He got up to feed the black cat that seemed to have been hungry for a long time, and after taking a shower, he walked into the study. "This Yang Yucheng. He wants to swallow the underground Chen family of Hangcheng through Chen Shooting?" Lu Chen watched Yang Youcheng's manipulation of the wizard's soul bell, recalling the information about the Chen family, and then smiled, saying, "Well then, the next one he needs to eliminate is Chen Yuejun." "Indeed.
Chen Guanrong may not accept him as a son-in-law, but he will have to.
If it really works out, let's recruit him into the committee too." Not paying further attention, Lu Chen opened his black notebook to sort out the events of the night.
In the future setup, this committee would have 12 main members. Today, Shen Nancher and Lu Yang were merely handling the committee's
trivial matters for now. Director Lu, you seem to particularly enjoy wandering around these flea markets and antique markets? Time flew by, and 3 days later, after work, Lu Chen walked
gently in front of a temporary stall in the Wanda Plaza, where a flea market event was being held by the mall's property management, lasting about a week. For 50 yuan a day, one could set up a small stall
in a designated area to sell some interesting second-hand items.
Nie Xiaoyu followed beside him, curiously looking at Director Lu, who seemed to be admiring some artwork, and couldn't help but speak up. What has vitality is not these objects, but the time that once lingered on them. How much their owners once loved them, how much emotion they poured into them, and what kinds of things they did with them."
Lu Chen walked up to a vendor.
He picked up a finely crafted black straight whistle, spreading it open in his palm to observe it closely.
Hearing Nie Xiaoyu's
words, Lu Chen responded gently, then looked at the young girl in front of the stall. "I'll take this.
20 yuan. I'll transfer it to you."
Back at the apartment, Lu Chen walked straight into the study and opened the system panel. Name, Lu Chen, soul count, 1, white soul, desire points, 9,300 points. Created Pandora's 3-001 Mask of Makart, 3-002 Blood Needle of Lilith, 3-003 Wizard Soul Bell, 3-004 Dice of the Fate Gambler, 0-001 Forbidden Ring, Pandora Seeds, 0. Lu Chen looked at the desire points, noting that he was still 700 points short of exchanging for a third-tier seed. He was not anxious, just casually picked up a
book and read for a while. Opening the panel again, desire points, 10,000 points.
The more Pandoras created, the faster the points accumulated. It was a snowball effect. Without hesitation, he exchanged for a seed and carefully placed it into the straight whistle.
The former owner was the best clown in the circus? Known for his excellent animal training skills,
the animals he trained were neither tigers nor lions, but the most ordinary animals in the city. He enjoyed countless cheers and applause.
But later, due to a report, that star, once adored by the entire city, was driven out by animal protectors. The stray animals that were taken in also returned to roam the city, possessing the ability to control the city's stray animals. Lu. Chen read the information carefully. After a moment of thought, he named it, "Then I'll call you, Clown Whistle." Ding! Naming successful. 3-005 Pandora, Clown Whistle. This is a whistle that can control the stray animals in the city. Forget it. I still won't blow it. Lu Chen played with the whistle. Just as he was about to blow it, he hesitated and looked at the mouthpiece of the straight whistle with some disdain, putting it down. Although the entire material of the whistle had completely transformed after receiving the seeds, just thinking about it still felt a bit off-putting. Forget it. Just as he put the whistle away, Lu Chen noticed that the empty desire points began to surge abnormally. In the night. Chen Tang. Mansion. On the large bed in the master bedroom, Chen Shooting lay on the left side wearing a wine-red ice silk nightgown. Beside her was her son, who was sound asleep, and next to him was Yang Yucheng. 3 days had passed, and during the day, Xiuqiu had improved a lot, but at night he still couldn't part from Chen Shooting and Yang Yucheng. Thus, the two had been sleeping in the same bed for 3 nights. Who? Unable to sleep, Chen Shooting opened her eyes. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Her body felt distinctly off, with a kind of burning sensation. Her heart was racing, and her long, strong legs were tightly pressed together. Shooting Jie? Yang Yucheng also opened his eyes, listening to the subtle sounds. By his ear, he spoke up at the right moment. What's wrong? Nothing. After hearing Yang Yucheng's words, Chen Shooting felt even worse. She sat up, responded, and then put on her slippers. I'm going to the bathroom. What's going on? Chen Shooting stood in front of the huge mirror in the bathroom, her hands propped on the marble sink, her gaze fixed on her reflection. Her fair skin was suffused with a gem-like crimson, as if she were a bit drunk. She raised her hand, her fingertips lightly brushing over the skin at her neck. Just a slight touch sent a jolt through her. I'm 35, and Yucheng is only 19. Chen Shooting shook her head and turned on the faucet, cupping her hands to splash the cool water on her face. As she closed her eyes, in the bathroom, in the mirror, behind her, another woman's figure suddenly appeared, and when she opened her eyes, the woman's figure vanished. Chen Shooting walked back to the bedroom, and as she met Yang Yucheng's gaze, the flames of desire within her ignited uncontrollably, wildly offering her red lips. The next day, the outside was already bright, while the room remained pitch dark. Mom! Xiuqiu woke up. He sat up with his small body, scratched his little head, looked around, and then realized he seemed to have slept on the edge last night. He ran to his mother's side, stretched out his chubby hand to push against her arm, and said in a baby voice, "Xiuqiu, Chen Shootings." Long eyelashes fluttered, first a bit dazed, then her beautiful eyes suddenly opened, glancing at herself and then at Yang Yucheng beside her. Shooting Jie? Yang Yucheng also woke up, recalling the scenes from yesterday, feeling greedy and satisfied inside, but his face showed awkwardness and apology. Xiuqiu, be good, go find Wang Ma to make you breakfast, okay? Okay. Xiuqiu nodded obediently, running to the door, he poked his little head out and said, Mom, you should get up. Quickly, the sun is already shining on your bottom. Yucheng. Yesterday, Shooting Jia, I'm sorry. I've fallen for you. Yang Yucheng interrupted Chen Shooting's words. This sentence made Chen Shooting pause, and then, with a complex expression, she said, there's a 16-year age gap between us, I don't care. Yang Yucheng's tone became unexpectedly firm. He suddenly flipped over, pinning Chen Shooting beneath him, his eyes fixed intently on her. Shooting Jia, you are mine. The female ghostly one appeared, sitting at the edge of the bed. Chen Shooting's expression flickered, and she found herself unable to utter a single word of refusal, the emptiness in her heart instantly filled. The change in her gaze was gradual. It's done. I like you too, Chen Shooting murmured. The weather is getting more comfortable by the day. It was just past 8 in the morning. Lu Chen walked into the square in front of the Skyworth building, carrying a briefcase, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Office workers quickened their pace as they entered different office buildings, and looking up, the sky framed by the towering buildings was a pure, deep blue, with an occasional white cloud drifting by. Manager Lu. As he approached the building, a young girl who had been peering out greeted him, her youthful energy as vibrant as ever. Here. KFC breakfast. Nie Xiaoyu stuffed a paper bag into Lu Chen's arms, and the two walked in side by side. As they made their way to the elevator hall, colleagues passing by greeted Lu Chen, who responded with a gentle, casual glance. When he looked towards the break area, his expression paused. Xiaoyu, you go upstairs first. I saw a friend and want to chat with him, Lu Chen said with a smile. All right. Nie Xiaoyu replied, puzzled, and followed Lu Chen's gaze to see a disheveled middle-aged man, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. She obediently said, TSK. You really are popular. In the break area. of the Skyworth building. Maan Bang had been sitting there since early morning. Recently, whenever he had some free time, he would come here to sit for a while. This building was the first place where Pandora was discovered, and he always felt there might be something special about it. In any case, even if there wasn't, he was used to sitting here and thinking. He played with a metal lighter in his right hand, repeatedly flicking the cap open, his indifferent gaze sweeping towards the entrance. He noticed that when one of the men walked in, the office workers passing through the hall all looked at him, wearing friendly smiles and greeting him. Maan Bang was surprised. When he met the man's gaze, he recognized him. Captain Ma, what are you doing here? There's no one here, right? Sit. The moment Maan Bang heard the latter call his name, his gaze sharpened, focusing on the man who sat down, casually asking, "How do you know me?" "I saw you during the anti-terrorism drill that day, and later I came across a short video of a Jiangsu detective on Douyin and recognized Captain Ma," Lu Chen replied with a smile. Captain Ma. Lu Chen wore a gentle smile as he called out, then continued, "No matter how busy work gets, you should take time to spend with your family and your child." At the mention of this, Maan Bang's muscles tensed instantly, his black and white eyes shooting out a sharp light. His gaze locked onto Lu Chen's eyes. "Give me a reasonable explanation, Captain Ma." Lu Chen adjusted his black-framed glasses and pointed at the jacket he was wearing. "That gray leather jacket, you wore it last Friday. Looking at your complexion, you seem quite tired. You must be very busy. And your child must love you very much." His gaze finally landed on the tightly clenched lighter in Maan Bang's hand, where a cartoon skull, not at all scary, was engraved on the cap, the marks looking very juvenile. Following Lu Chen's gaze, Maan Bang saw the skull, and his tense body relaxed a bit, his eyes momentarily lost in thought. "Dad. Our teacher said smoking is harmful to health. You shouldn't smoke anymore. Dad. Dad. From now on, whenever you see this skull, you'll be too scared to smoke. Smoking is bad for your health. Old Ma. I'm begging you, switch to an administrative position. I'll talk to your boss. Think about it, how many days can you spend with us each year? Month by month, she's going to be a big girl. Ah. Dad, save me. Old Ma. Let's get a divorce. I've had enough of these nerve-wracking days. This time, Yeye almost didn't make it. Almost didn't make it. I will take Yeye away from Hangcheng, and we won't be in touch again. Dad." The thought abruptly stopped. Maan Bang shook his head vigorously. He had indeed planned to change positions, and Huang Wenbin's incident should have been his last intervention. But who knew? Pandora appeared. "What should I call you?" "Lu Chen." Maan Bang looked at Lu Chen, his hoarse voice sounding. "Nice to meet you." Maan Bang extended his hand, and Lu Chen smiled and shook it. They didn't chat much more. Maan Bang glanced at his watch, stood up, and as he was leaving, he patted Lu Chen's shoulder. As he brushed past, he left a low remark, "I sense the aura of a kindred spirit in you." With that, Maan Bang's figure had already exited the hall. Lu Chen smiled and went upstairs. After becoming the deputy leader of the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangcheng, Maan Bang's status and power grew exponentially. He got into a black sedan and disappeared into the city. In the city. After the Lin Shui incident, the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangcheng accelerated its establishment. They already had an independent large compound, with separate office and training areas. "Team Leader Ma. We've arrived." The black sedan stopped, and the young driver spoke to the man resting with his eyes closed in the back seat. Maan Bang responded, pushed the door open, and stepped out. After taking 2 steps, he turned back to the young man and said, "By the way, help me investigate someone, Lu Chen from Skyworth Technology." "Yes." Maan Bang hurriedly walked into the building, his expression serious as he entered a highly confidential meeting room. 5 days after the Lin Shui incident, he needed to report to the higher-ups. In the Lin Shui incident, the delay in the response mechanism between the Pandora investigation team and the Police and Security Bureau was a significant reason for the escape of the Pandora host. The National Reporting Hotline for the Pandora Special Investigation Team has been established, 10909. For any related special incidents or behaviors nationwide, please report to the brother units. Additionally, I suggest adding a new investigation process during the nationwide criminal case investigations to further eliminate whether it is strongly related to Pandora. Locking down every appearance and division area of Pandora at the source. I believe there is a high possibility that there is some channel of connection among Pandora users. What remains uncertain is whether this connection is related to the Codes. Maan Bang continuously reported on the work, discovering future plans. On the screen at the front of the meeting room, those big shots who only appeared in national news were listening and recording the relevant content seriously. After a long while, the meeting ended. Maan Bang remained sitting alone in the meeting room, leaning against the back of the chair, his head tilted back, subconsciously wanting to reach into his pocket but found it empty.
It was only then he remembered that his lighter had been left outside the door before entering the meeting room. Unable to sit still any longer, he hurriedly got up and left.
So cautious, huh? Skyworth Building. 15th floor.
Lu Chen sat in his office, observing the newly acquired dice of the Fate Gambler host through Pandora's connection. After watching for a moment, a wave of silence washed over him.
No way. How could such a cautious person be attracted to Pandora? Lu Chen thought for a moment, then decided not to concern himself with her fate.
Below the azure sky, in the girls' dormitory of Hangcheng Normal University, a girl with a ponytail sat at her desk.
God bless.
I hope I roll a 4 or 5, anything higher is unnecessary. I've read too many novels like this, the better the luck, the more misfortunes follow.
The best would be to roll a 4, then.
I'll buy a scratch card.
Just don't let me win too much, $200 is enough for a meal at Hey Leo. Any more than that, my little body can't handle it.
Ma Ching from the School of Economics clutched the magical dice she found yesterday, murmuring to herself, if I roll a 3, or even a 1, I won't leave the dorm no matter what.
Ha!
Taking a deep breath, she tossed the dice onto the table. As it rolled, the dice finally came to a stop.
4. It really is a 4.
Ma Ching waved her hands excitedly. Without hesitation, she pocketed the dice and dashed out of the dorm. She bought a 20 yuan scratch card, and after scratching it, her rosy, clean face turned complicated.
After a moment
of hesitation, she pushed the scratch card forward. Boss.
500 yuan. Did I really win that much?
The plump boss looked at the girl in front of him with suspicion. You really did win, little girl. Why do you look so surprised? Ma Ching took the transfer nervously and walked back, clenching her fist as she passed the school playground. Time to start exercising. And also, to undergo disaster survival training.
I'll go get a membership card right now. At the same time, in another office building,
Suyue Jun had one hand in his pocket, a carefree smile on his face.
He walked through the
lobby on the first floor, and the office workers who saw him lowered their heads to greet him.
He entered the elevator and went up to the 58th floor. Master Rong, are you looking for me?
As Suyue Jun entered the office, he saw the middle-aged man at the desk and
greeted him with a grin. Humph.
Chen Guanrong saw his disheveled appearance and coldly snorted, standing up and walking to the tea
table on the side. How many times have I told you? Tone down that land shark vibe. Master Rome, I'm already working on it. Look at my suit, it's Armani.
Even the sales manager says I look handsome. Suyue Jun sat down, poured a cup of tea for the middle-aged man, and
replied, how can I hand over Tingting and the company to you if you keep this up? Chen Guanrong said again. After saying a couple of
sentences, he noticed Suyue Jun didn't respond and snorted again, picking up the teacup Suyue Jun had handed him and taking a sip. Stop. Always thinking about doing dirty work for others.
Forget it. Chen Guanrong added, shaking his head.
He set down the teacup, and his
expression darkened.
Seeing this, Suyue Jun's cocky demeanor faded significantly. He straightened up and fixed his gaze on Chen Guanrong.
That kid has a problem.
Noticing Suyue Jun's reaction, Chen Guanrong nodded in his heart. This was what he appreciated most about him. The cockiness was just one side of Suyue Jun, who was actually bold, meticulous, and willing to fight.
He collected his thoughts and said, Yan Yuchen?
Suyue Jun frowned, quickly realizing
the only reason Master Rome would show such an attitude would be related to
his only daughter, Chen shooting. Yes. That young man is quite capable, he's managed to fool Tingting in such a short time.
Go handle
this matter and make sure that kid doesn't show up in front of Tingting again.
Chen Guanrong said in a deep voice.
Rest assured, Master
Rong.
Suyue Jun nodded in response. Seeing Master Rong lift the teacup and wave his hand, he stood up and strode out of the office.
Yu Cheng. Ah.
Just washed blueberries. At Qiantang Mansion, sophomore student Yang Yuchun leaned back on a comfortable sofa, a peculiar smile appearing on his face. He spread his arms, trying to adopt a masterful demeanor, his gaze slowly sweeping across
the 500-square-meter riverside mansion.
Outside the window, the afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the vast living
room, spilling into the house.
The little boy with a tiger-like spirit was playing with toy cars in front of the sofa, his bottom
sticking out.
At that moment, rhythmic footsteps in high heels sounded from behind. Yang Yuqing turned his head to see a woman with
long, wavy hair and red lips, dressed in a silk camisole dress, approaching.
She held a fruit platter and pressed her alluring body
against Yang Yucheng's. She picked up a blueberry and said, Yucheng. Yang Yucheng opened his mouth, not just swallowing the blueberry,
but also that slender, rounded finger.
Yucheng.
Chen shooting, with rosy skin, twisted her body.
Just as she was about to say
something, the doorbell rang, interrupting the atmosphere between the two.
The little boy playing with toys by the sofa immediately looked up, ran to the door on his short legs, and tiptoed to open it. Uncle Yuejun, what brings you here? Chiu chirped. What? Can't I come? Su Yuejun scooped the boy into his arms and walked into the room, casually glancing at the sofa, his gaze suddenly freezing. Chen Shooting, in her camisole dress, leaned against Yang Yucheng, her ample bosom pressed against his arm, while her plump, fair legs casually rested on his lap. Old Master Rong's judgment was not wrong. What brings you here? Chen Shooting asked nonchalantly. Old Master Rong asked me to check if Chocho is better, Su Yuejun replied, his thoughts swirling, but his face showed no emotion. He still smiled as if he hadn't seen the scene, carrying Chocho to sit on the other side of the sofa. Oh. Chen Shooting responded carelessly. Then shifted all her attention back to Yang Yucheng. After a while, her tone grew a bit impatient. You've seen him, you can leave now, right? That is indeed the case. Su Yuejun paused slightly before replying. He set Chocho down, teased the boy, pretended to get up, and turned to Yang Yucheng with a smile, saying, by the way, Old Master Rong brought you some things that I can't carry alone. Let Yang Xiaoga accompany me to the garage to lend a hand, shall we? Yang Xiaoga. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Su Yuejun's smile remained unchanged, but his heart gradually grew cold, his black and white eyes fixed intently on Yang Yucheng. Just right, I have nothing to do. Chen Shooting was about to speak when Yang Yucheng grasped her wrist, appearing like an innocent college student, a hint of shyness flashing in his eyes. Sister Shooting, these are the things your father brought you. Hangzhou, Qiantang Mansion. Yang Xiaoga. Do you smoke? As they entered the elevator, Su Yuejun stood in front of the no smoking sign, reaching into his pocket, pulling out a cigarette, and glancing at Yang Yucheng standing on the other side. No, thank you, Yang Yucheng replied. When he looked up, he accidentally caught the other man's gaze, his heart pounding heavily, enveloped by a sense of tension. He was just a college student, while the man beside him was truly stained with blood, a figure entrenched in the gray areas. Ding! Su Yuejun lit the cigarette, casually exhaling a puff of white smoke. Not long after, the elevator reached the basement level, and the doors opened. Yang Yucheng followed Su Yuejun into the garage, his gaze casually sweeping over the parked cars, all luxury vehicles, BMW 7 Series, Maybach, Ferrari, Lamborghini. This garage resembled a luxury car exhibition. However, as Yang Yucheng followed Su Yuejun past a pillar in the underground garage, bang. Su Yuejun, with a cigarette in his mouth, had one hand in his pocket while his right hand clamped down on Yang Yucheng's neck like an iron hoop. Before Yang Yucheng could react, a tremendous force slammed him against the pillar. His head hit hard against it. It hurt. Yang Yucheng's mind went blank for a brief moment. After 3 or 4 seconds, he gradually regained his senses. Instinctively, he reached out to grab the large hand that was choking his neck. He lifted his head to meet Su Yuejun's gaze, which was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, looking at him as if he were a corpse. No matter how Yang Yucheng struggled, Su Yuejun's grip tightened, lifting him off the ground and pressing him against the pillar. The sensation of suffocation enveloped Yang Yucheng in an instant. Ha! 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 Yang Yucheng kicked his legs desperately, the remaining air in his lungs being rapidly consumed, the fear of impending death consuming him. Time passed second by second, as Su Yuejun coldly held onto his neck, the burning tip of the cigarette in his mouth leaving a long ash. Yang Yucheng's struggles gradually weakened, his eyes rolling back unconsciously. In the quiet garage, the fleeting image of the female ghostly Wenbin in the rearview mirror excitedly watched the scene unfold. Thud. Just as Yang Yucheng was a step away from death, Su Yuejun released his grip. Yang Yucheng's body crumpled to the ground like a pile of mush, his hands clutching his neck, making retching sounds. After a while, he gasped for air, as if trying to reclaim the oxygen he had lost. I've seen many people like you. Put away your little schemes. Su Yuejun squatted in front of Yang Yucheng, took a drag from his cigarette, and grabbed the latter's hair to lift his head, looking directly into his eyes. He said flatly, stay away from the young lady, and never appear in front of her again in this lifetime. Next time, I won't give you this chance again. Leave with some dignity. And then get lost. Su Yuejun watched as Yang Yucheng walked towards the elevator. Just as he took 2 steps out, Su Yuejun called out again, come back. Take these things upstairs. He opened a nearby car, gesturing for Yang Yucheng to bring the items with him. Cough. 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 Yang Yucheng stood in the elevator, still coughing incessantly. The elevator ascended slowly, and he couldn't shake off the lingering fear from his near-death experience. I helped you kill him. The female ghostly Wenbin appeared beside him and said. Yang Yucheng did not respond, nor did he ask why she Hadn't acted earlier. When they reached the floor, as he approached the door, Chen shooting pushed it open first, a fragrant breeze rushing into his arms. Sister shooting. My roommate called me, saying there was something at school that I had to handle. A smile appeared on Yang Youcheng's face as he spoke in a low voice. After exchanging a few simple words, without mentioning what had just happened, Yang Youcheng soon left Xiantang Mansion and stepped into the bustling city. He hailed a cab and got inside. Quite decisive. On the roadside, in a black car, Sui Wajun chuckled softly and said. With that, he pressed the gas pedal, starting the engine. As the car sped along the highway, suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. In Sui Wajun's line of sight, a woman's shadow suddenly appeared. In the middle of the road ahead. The woman lifted her head. Her malicious gaze fixed directly on him. The next second, she lunged straight at Sui Wajun, who was driving. Screech. The ear-piercing sound of brakes echoed on the highway, the tire marks on the asphalt forming an S-shaped curve. Bang! The car crashed into the right side barrier. In the final moment, Sui Wajun reacted quickly, managing to dodge the large vehicle behind him. Ha! 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 Sui Wajun sat in the driver's seat, the airbag had deployed, and he was breathing heavily. He raised his head in confusion. On the road behind him, there was nothing, as if all of this had been just an illusion. Damn it, he cursed. He pushed open the car door, shook his head, and walked out. That car just lost control, right? And no one died? The driver's last reaction was a bit quick. The car lost control and still managed to dodge 2 trucks in a row. The driver of the oncoming car, who happened to witness this scene, exclaimed. Yeah. That driver is really lucky. In the passenger seat, a young college student glanced at the rearview mirror and saw Sui Wajun stepping out after pushing the car door, whispering. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. On the other side, Lu Chen, who was on his way home from work, noticed the constant stream of messages popping up and, following Pandora's contact, looked into the distance. He witnessed Yang Youcheng being lifted, teetering on the brink of death. In that suffocating moment, it was when Yang Youcheng's desire points surged the fastest. In other words, when truly facing death, what emerged from the depths of Yang Youcheng's heart was not fear, but anger, hatred. Just moments ago, when he saw Su Yuejuan's car about to have an accident, it was the second moment of his desire points skyrocketing. The real test has begun, Lu Chen murmured. Manager Lu? What are you thinking about? Nie Xiaoyu, walking ahead, turned back, noticing Manager Lu was a bit distracted, and ran back on tiptoe to ask. Nothing. I just think the sunset at this moment is really beautiful. Lu Chen gazed into the distance, the afterglow of the setting sun enveloping the entire city. Yeah. Nie Xiaoyu followed Manager Lu's gaze. The sunset seemed to cast a rosy glow on her clean face, and she nodded in amazement. Damn. This is really insane. Sui Wajun lived in a high-end apartment in the city. After dealing with the accident, he took a car back. As he entered the elevator, he was still recalling the scene from earlier. Frowning, he cursed. At that moment, the lights in the quiet elevator flickered. Sui Wajun didn't think much of it, pressed the button for the 21st floor, and waited. What he didn't know was that from another dimensional perspective, as soon as he stepped into the elevator, a woman closely followed behind him. The woman stood on tiptoe, a strange smile on her face, her hands covering Su Yuejuan's eyes. In the apartment's surveillance footage, Sui Wajun pressed the button for the 39th floor, the top floor. Ding! The elevator arrived. In Su Yuejuan's eyes, he was walking home, while in reality, he passed through the corridor and pushed open the door to the fire escape. He went upstairs, and the door to the rooftop opened naturally. Home at last. You're almost home. The female ghost, Li Wenwen, elongated her neck, exhaling a breath of cold air by his ear, her tone growing increasingly intense. Her hands remained motionless, blocking Su Yuejuan's eyes. He took one step after another to the edge of the floor, climbing onto the parapet, the cool wind at a height of over 100 meters tousling his hair. His movements suddenly paused. His eyelids trembled continuously, as if trying to open. Behind him, the female ghostly Wenwen showed signs of anxiety on her face. Who? At the rooftop of the building, Sui Wajun suddenly opened his eyes wide, gasping heavily, incredulously looking at where he was standing. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Sui Wajun instinctively turned his head to look, and just as he caught sight of the figure, that person had already dashed behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and made a pushing motion. His body leaned back. The airflow rushed past his ears. Sui Wajun was in free fall, his face hadn't yet shown fear, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. In his final vision, he saw a young face peering out from the top of the building, a face he had just seen not long ago. Bang!
It burst open like a splash of blood. Yan Yucheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva, looking at his hands with an extremely complex expression on his face, but soon after, he turned and hurriedly left.
What's going on? How did the progress of the wizard soul bell increase so much all of a sudden? Hang City. Not far from West Lake, in an ancient and quaint market.
Lu Chen, who was casually wandering with Nie Xiaoyu, focused his gaze and noticed that the transparent stars behind the wizard soul bell on the panel had solidified to more than half of the progress. Apart from this soul bell, the only other one making progress was Ma Kuat's mask, which was nearly filled with the first star. This indicated that when wearing the mask to become another person, the host's physical quality would undergo significant transformation, but at the same time, they would face greater temptation.
Manager Lu.
In the distance, at a stall selling ancient hairpins, Nie Xiaoyu picked one up and inserted it into her hair, her bright eyes looking at Lu Chen, filled with a smile. How does it look?
Looks good.
Lu Chen closed the panel, approached, and instead of answering directly, he carefully examined it and praised, it really suits
your temperament, boss. How much for this hairpin? We'll take it. Lu Chen smiled at the middle-aged owner.
Seeing this, Nie Xiaoyu's eyes curved into crescent moons, completely delighted to be won over by this hairpin worth 50 or 60 yuan. They continued to browse for a while longer.
The two were preparing to leave.
On the way to the subway station, Nie Xiaoyu hesitated several times, as if she wanted to say something, but only bit her
lip, occasionally looking back while standing on the escalator. Xiaoyu. Lu Chen called gently. As soon as he spoke, the girl on the escalator turned her head, but the next second, she saw Manager Lu wave his hand. Send me a message when you get home.
Oh.
Nie Xiaoyu replied. After her figure
completely disappeared, Lu Chen smiled and turned to leave. He could naturally see the meaning behind the girl's words, but he simply didn't want to.
Tonight.
Just as he walked out of the subway entrance, Lu Chen didn't directly take a taxi home but strolled casually along the roadside.
Not long
after, when a high school boy in a school uniform passed by him for the second time, Lu Chen raised his eyes.
Bro! The 16-year-old high school
student, realizing he had been noticed, abruptly stopped his bicycle, hesitatingly called out.
Is there something? Lu Chen asked gently. Well, not really.
I just came from over there, and,
how should I put it?
The high school student scratched his head, a strange expression on his face, and after a moment, he said somewhat awkwardly, it's just that, bro, it seems like
something on you is calling me.
As soon as he finished speaking, his youthful cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling a bit too ashamed, and he quickly got back on his bike.
Bro, sorry to bother you, I was just joking. With that, he was about to ride away.
However, he didn't notice that the moment he said that,
a strange expression appeared on Lu Chen's face. Seeing the latter leave, Lu Chen called out at the right moment, wait a minute. Bro? What's your name? Chen Yuhang.
Lu Chen nodded, a gentle smile appearing on his face, and he took out a small black box from somewhere. Here, this is for you. Seeing that all of the boys' attention was drawn to the box, Lu Chen got into a taxi and disappeared into the night.
Master Rong. Master Rong.
In the night, a black sedan stopped outside the Hang City funeral home.
As soon as Chen Guanrong, the underground godfather of Hang City, got out of the car,
men in black suits on both sides greeted him simultaneously.
Where is Yu Jun? Chen Guanrong said in a deep voice. Master Rong.
I'll take you there. Another middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and said eagerly. Chen Guanrong led a group of people into the hall where Su Yuejuan's body was stored. He raised his hand, and his subordinates stopped in place.
Only he stepped forward. He reached out to lift a corner of the white cloth. What happened? His expression was emotionless as he spoke. Master Rong. I immediately retrieved the surveillance footage from the underground garage, the elevator, and the corridor, and saw.
One of the men behind Chen Guanrong stepped forward, lowering his head and saying, I saw Yuejun press the button for the rooftop elevator himself, then walk towards the terrace. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Guanrong's gaze turned predatory, like a beast ready to pounce, staring unblinkingly at the man, asking word by word, are you saying Yuejun jumped off the building himself? Please rest assured, Master Rong, I will investigate thoroughly. The man lowered his head even further. Just then, 3 uniformed police officers walked into the funeral home hall, their footsteps catching Chen Guanrong's attention.
Mr. Chen.
The middle-aged police officer, leading the group, first approached Chen Guanrong, glancing at the figure covered by the white cloth behind him, then looked at the godfather in front of him
and saluted.
A slight smile flashed across his face as he said, we received a report from the public about someone jumping off a building, and we are here for a routine check. Please proceed. Chen Guanrong's gaze was piercing as he looked at the middle-aged police officer, who surprisingly did not shy away and met his gaze directly.
The atmosphere in the entire
Funeral home's transport hall became tense. Around them, men in black suits darkened their expressions, and the two young police officers behind Officer Chow felt the hairs on their arms stand on end. Fortunately, after a while, Chen Guanrong withdrew his gaze and stepped aside, saying, "Team Leader Chow. TSK TSK TSK. It really is our brother Jun, Suyua Jun. I didn't expect the renowned brother Jun to end in such a scene." Team Leader Chow glanced at the body, his black and white eyes slightly narrowing, but then his gaze shifted to Chen Guanrong, a brilliant smile appearing on his face as he said it deliberately. As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate in black nearby furiously charged at the three police officers, and the two young police officers behind Team Leader Chow instantly drew their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at the crowd. Lu Feng. Chen Guanrong's face turned cold as he suddenly raised his voice. "Master Rong." The middle-aged man closest to Chen Guanrong bowed. He had been Chen Guanrong's personal assistant for 20 years and was the director of the company's presidential office. "Your subordinates are so undisciplined, what are you doing?" Chen Guanrong stared directly at Team Leader Chow, his tone low. "Put them away. Put them away. What are you doing?" Team Leader Chow also smiled as he pressed down the arms of the two young police officers, saying, "How many times have I said it? The police and the public are one family. You can't just draw your guns, especially not with the muzzles pointing inward." "Mr. Chen, I forgot to say, my condolences." "No need for Team Leader Chow to worry, I didn't expect that Xiao Jun had such a heavy burden on his mind." Chen Guanrong's expression remained unchanged as he spoke in a deep voice. Team Leader Chow paused for a moment but then collected himself, as if he was going through some routine inquiries. Just as he was about to leave, he stopped again. "By the way, my subordinates said that the surveillance video from the building was taken by you. Please provide us with a copy. It's a routine investigation, after all, we have to go through the process." Chen Guanrong remained silent, and Lu Feng behind him spoke first. "Team Leader Chow, I'll accompany you to make a copy." However, just after taking a couple of steps, a storage card fell out of his pocket and was crushed into pieces by a raised leather shoe. "Sorry, Team Leader Chow, I was really too careless." "It's fine. It's fine. Let's continue our investigation. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave." Team Leader Chow led the two young police officers out of the funeral home. Lu Feng walked back to Rongye's side, and Shen Guanrong's black and white eyes were still fixed on the direction the three police officers had left. He said in a deep voice, "Yu Jun can't have committed suicide. Investigate it for me." "Understood." This tough nut, Team Leader Chow from the Municipal Bureau, had been watching Chen Guanrong for a full 10 years, and later tried to pin the breakthrough on Suyua Jun. This time, he couldn't let the other side make a breakthrough. There were too many things tied to Suyua Jun, so officially, Suyua Jun had to be labeled as a suicide, and they couldn't cooperate. Clown whistle? Hang Cheng. In the night. High school student. Chen Yuhang opened the box, and the moment he reached out to touch the mysterious straight whistle, relevant information suddenly appeared in his mind. His eyes widened as he hurriedly searched for the man from earlier, but all he saw were the bustling streets and brightly lit skyscrapers. Whoa! Is this for real? Chen Yuhang swallowed hard. At his age, he was already filled with adolescent fantasies, and this sudden mysterious object was just too fitting for a young boy's imagination. He put the whistle back in the box and tucked it into his jacket. Then stood up and pedaled his bike vigorously. He stopped at a small park near his home. He found his base. Chen Yuhang loved small animals, and it seemed he had a special quality that attracted stray animals, making it easy for him to bond with any creature. He looked over at a squirrel that had jumped down from a tree and took out the clown whistle. He brought it to his lips. Beep! A mysterious whistle sound rang out. The squirrel by the streetlight suddenly froze, then turned its little head in confusion, and when it saw Chen Yuhang, it happily bounced over. What is this? A mental connection? Chen Yuhang muttered in disbelief. As he blew the whistle, he focused on the squirrel in front of him, and it felt as if an unseen bond had been established between him and the squirrel. Come here. With just a gesture, the squirrel naturally jumped onto his arm. Pick the fruit from the top of the tree for me. Chen Yuhang discovered that he could even see from the squirrel's perspective. Despite the distance, he could still issue commands. According to the information from the clown whistle, he could also enhance the animals he controlled, but it seemed that wasn't possible right now. Perhaps he was lacking some kind of energy. He excitedly began testing, severing the connection with the squirrel, and another black bat flew into the air. After a while, a stray dog was racing through the city. A rat in the sewer was scurrying about, exploring. After a long time. Oh no, it's already so late. Chen Yuhang snapped back to reality, his face pale. He glanced at his phone and noticed a dozen missed calls. He put away the whistle and hurried home. His home was on the 5th floor.
Chen Yuhang didn't take the elevator but rushed up the stairs in one breath, unable to contain his youthful excitement. Just as he reached his front door, the elevator opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out into the light. "Dad? Why are you back so late?" Chen Yuhang was initially surprised, but then he felt excited. This meant someone was sharing the burden of his mother's wrath with him. "Mom said you shouldn't work so hard anymore. Kids shouldn't meddle in adult matters." Team leader Chao chuckled as he patted his son's shoulder. Due to his profession, to reduce attention from some people, his son took his mother's surname. He. You came back just in time," Chen Yuhang exclaimed excitedly. "You rascal." Team leader Chao took out his keys to open the door, and as he casually glanced at his son, his expression suddenly sharpened, and he asked, "What's going on? Why are you so excited?" Nothing. Chen Yuhang tensed up but quickly added, "It's not that I wanted to do anything, but it was purely a subconscious action. In the novels, TV shows, and movies I've seen, it seems like everyone has to hide their superpowers." Team leader Chao has quite the insight, just one look and he understands that his son is hiding something. But before he can ask further, a middle-aged woman with a darkened face appears behind the door, her eyes seeming to shoot fire. "You two actually know how to come back. One is enough. And two are still like this. Do you even remember this family?" Team leader Chao hides his son's little secret in the back of his mind and approaches with a lowered gaze. Chen Yuhang does the same, temporarily setting aside his superhero identity and carefully begins to massage his mother's shoulders. 3-005 This is another highly potential Pandora. Late at night. On the riverside, in a single apartment. Lu Chen sits at his desk in the study, a plump black cat in his arms, scratching its chin. At that moment, through the connection of Pandora, he glimpses Chen Yuhang blowing the clown whistle, and when he sees various animals in the city moving under his command, he can't help but feel a wave of emotion. So far, the Pandoras he has created only attract certain people after he actively releases them. Yet the 16-year-old boy has received the signal early on. Police family? Lu Chen murmurs, then chuckles lightly. In the quiet study, relevant reminders keep refreshing, and this frequency has been ongoing for quite some time. Lu Chen shuts off the clown whistle, his expression revealing astonishment. He indeed did not misjudge at that moment. The suppressed desires within Yang Yucheng are like a volcano. He opens the connection. Leaning back, he shifts to a more comfortable position, as if watching an interesting movie. Yucheng. This is my home. The black Bentley drives towards the CC Villa area, stopping in front of another villa not far from Shen Nancher's house. Chen Shooting jumps out of the car first. She eagerly hugs Yang Yucheng's arm, excitedly saying, "Mom." The chubby little boy, Joshio, jumps out of the car, pouting as he looks at his mother, tears welling in his eyes. But his cries do not catch Chen Shooting's attention. After a while, he can only wipe his eyes and walk aside, clutching his mother's clothing with his small hand. Yang Yucheng looks at the house in the distance, illuminated by lights, then glances at his arm tightly held by Chen Shooting, her generous curves pressed together. The boy's aggrieved voice sounds in his ear. Yang Yucheng merely glances down without responding, a smile appearing on his face, a hint of color rising in his skin. "Miss. Isn't my dad home?" Upon entering the villa, a housemaid approaches. Chen Shooting casually glances over and then asks, "Is the master back yet?" "The master hasn't returned." Chen Shooting nods, pulling Yang Yucheng as they walk into the villa. Time passes second by second. In the early morning. 2 o'clock. The black car stops in front of the villa. Chen Guanrong steps out, and a middle-aged maid has been waiting at the door, taking the clothes handed over by the master while quietly saying, "Master. Miss is back, and..." She pauses slightly, then continues, "There's also a young man, and it seems his relationship with the miss is not ordinary." Chen Guanrong's gaze sharpens, and he nods. "Go call them down." After taking a couple of steps, he says in a deep voice. After that, Chen Guanrong walks to the sofa in the living room and sits down like a general. About 20 minutes later, Chen Shooting and another young man appear before him. He merely glances at them, his brows immediately knitting tightly. His daughter, he certainly understood, from the moment she appeared before him. Chen Shooting's eyes were filled with this young man, her gaze unabashedly infatuated. However, Chen Guanrong did not understand. According to the information, this Yang Yucheng had known his daughter for no more than a week, so how had it reached this level? Facing such a person who walked on the edge of a knife, an immense pressure hit him. It felt like confronting a beast. Yang Yucheng's palms were slightly sweaty, his heart pounding in his chest. He was nervous, in awe, but there was also a deeper excitement hidden within. "Dad. This is my man." Chen Shooting spoke up. "Very good." Chen Guanrong looked at Yang Yucheng and unexpectedly laughed. "You are very good." "Thank you, uncle." Yang Youcheng's heart
thudded heavily a few more times. He slightly lowered his head, an unusual smile appearing on his face as he said, I am very good.
Uncle.
Yang Youcheng then continued word by word, Mr. Su said you are very satisfied with me. As these words rang out, Chen Guanrong's eyelids twitched, his piercing gaze directed at Yang Youcheng, as if he wanted to see through the young man completely.
Really? Dad. I thought you would stop us. If that were the case, I would never come back.
Chen Shooting seemed oblivious to the change in atmosphere, merely speaking excitedly. Her words, however, did not draw any extra attention from the two men beside her.
Uncle, we hope you will allow us to stay this time. Yang Youcheng said again.
His only purpose was to remain in this villa. As long as he was given enough time, the female ghostly one would
gradually influence the latter. By then, Chen Guanrong would be just like Chen Shooting. Okay. Chen Guanrong looked at Yang Youcheng and said. The night grew deeper.
The translucent figure of a woman walked down the villa's corridor, covering her mouth with a light laugh, then passed through the wooden door of the master bedroom.
The figure floated.
The female ghostly one appeared above the large bed, her long hair cascading down as she exhaled a cold breath towards the middle-aged man on the bed. In his dreams, Chen Guanrong merely frowned but soon relaxed.
Days passed one by one. In the blink of an eye. 3 days later, in the morning.
Chen Guanrong stood in front of the sink, and at the moment he closed his eyes, a woman's figure appeared behind him in the mirror. The woman stood on tiptoe,
her hand covering the eyes of this underground world patriarch of Hangzhou. Youcheng.
I still have to thank you, otherwise, Shooting wouldn't know when she could forgive me and come back to stay.
In the dining room. At the round table.
Chen Guanrong's attitude towards Yang Youcheng had completely changed, as if he truly regarded him as his son-in-law. He looked at the latter and expressed his gratitude.
It's my duty.
Yang Youcheng replied with a slight smile.
Before long, he watched Chen Guanrong leave. It's about time.
Standing by the window in the living room, watching Chen Guanrong's car completely disappear, Yang Youcheng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he muttered to himself.
That night, Chen Guanrong returned home once more, and in the study, Yang Youcheng knocked on the door. Youcheng. Is there something? Chen Guanrong smiled, looking at Yang Youcheng and asking. Uncle.
Yang Youcheng sat at the table, his face showing a sincere expression. After a pause, he looked at Chen Guanrong and slowly said, I also want to help Uncle share some of the pressure. As the words fell, at the same time, behind Chen Guanrong, the figure of the female ghost Li Wenwen appeared, and the ghost once again reached out her hand, about to cover Chen Guanrong's eyes. Yang Youcheng stared intently at Chen Guanrong, his breathing becoming rapid, excitement flashing across his face.
Chen Guanrong's
warm smile remained unchanged, but in the next moment, he pulled out a black metal handgun from somewhere, the dark muzzle aimed directly at Yang Youcheng's forehead.
His expression turned icy. Let's talk. What on earth is going on? Time moved forward. 3 days ago.
On the first day Yang Youcheng appeared at the villa, in the morning, Chen Guanrong opened his eyes in the big bed, his distinctly black and white eyes staring unblinkingly at the ceiling. In a brief moment, various thoughts appeared one by one in his mind. It was a habit he had developed over the years. The first thing he did every morning upon waking was to sort through them.
He sat up. Freshened up. Chen Guanrong looked at himself in the mirror, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. On one side of the mirror were the words he had written with his index finger the night before. Due to the passage of time, the writing had already faded significantly. Chen Guanrong furrowed his brows tightly. He stepped closer. Ha! As he approached the mirror, he exhaled a breath of warm air, and the words and patterns immediately revealed themselves. The first character was Yang, followed by a cross symbol. This represented that, in his heart, Yang Youcheng had already become a dead man. Chen Guanrong stared at this symbol with uncertainty. What's going on? Right now, although I still detest Yang Youcheng, I have completely lost the desire to kill him. His expression hardened as he spoke softly. For decades, having mingled in another world, the old godfather, though in his twilight years, still evoked a beast-like sense of danger in a very short time. The next day, at the same time, Chen Guanrong suddenly opened his eyes. It was still about sorting events. He rushed into the bathroom, and in a moment, his eyes were fixed on the 2 lines of records in the mirror. The first line, Yang, followed by a cross. The second line, Yang, then 2 crosses. No way. No way. This old godfather, now 60 years old with gray hair, leaned his hands on the sink, breathing heavily. The second line of text had 2 crosses, a level of record he had rarely encountered in his decades of life. But that was not the main issue. The problem was that at this moment, he felt an unexpected sense of closeness to his daughter's young boyfriend. This isn't right. Chen Guanrong reminded himself, his gaze turning fierce as he forcefully altered the concepts in his mind. The third day. Morning.
Chen Guanrong looked in the mirror, seeing 3 consecutive crosses after the character Yang, his face revealing no expression. He reached out, wiped the mirror clean again, and walked out of the bedroom. In the dining room, at the round table, Chen Guanrong wore a benevolent expression as he looked at Yang Yucheng, thanking him. Yucheng, I still have to thank you, otherwise, Shooting wouldn't know when she could forgive me and come back to live. Night fell. At 9 p.m. Hangzhou, CC Villa. Study. Chen Guanrong held the gun in his hand, the muzzle aimed at the young man in front of him, the thoughts from the past 3 days flashing rapidly in his mind. Ha! The moment Yang Yucheng saw the gun aimed at him, the hairs on his body stood on end. He met the old godfather's gaze, certain that this man would dare to pull the trigger. Yang Yucheng, no matter how many words could be said, was still that 19-year-old college student. Even though he had gained the ambition released by the wizard's soul bell, he had not transformed so quickly. Fear. This was the fear of facing death. No wonder you are the godfather of Hangzhou. Under extreme pressure, Yang Yucheng instead calmed down. He glanced at the gun aimed at him, then looked back at Chen Guanrong and smiled lightly. Please wait a minute before deciding whether to pull the trigger. Yang Yucheng leaned back against the chair, smiling as he spoke. As soon as he spoke, the female ghostly Wenbin, who had just appeared behind Chen Guanrong, turned around again and vanished into the study. At the same time, Chen Shooting, who was watching television in the bedroom, suddenly had a flicker in her eyes, and then stood up in a daze, moving towards the study like a marionette. On the other side, a little boy sitting on the edge of the bed also got up, his little butt sticking out, and was led by his mother as they walked outside. Miss? Young master? The housekeeper, who was cleaning, looked at the mother and son with a puzzled expression and called out. Chen Shooting merely paused, glanced back, and then continued to lead her son towards the study. After going down the stairs, they quickly arrived at the study on the first floor. Knock. Knock, knock. A knock on the door. Come in. Yang Yucheng said with a smile. As soon as he spoke, the door was pushed open, and Chen Guanrong's gaze turned to the door, his eyes widening in shock. Behind his daughter stood another woman, as if possessed by a ghost in a movie. The moment this thought crossed his mind, even the seasoned-old patriarch Chen Guanrong couldn't help but feel a surge of fear. Uncle, I just saw you working hard and wanted to help share the burden. Yang Yucheng continued. He reached out and patted, and the scene before Chen Shooting suddenly changed. It was unclear what she saw, but anger surfaced on her mature and beautiful face. She abruptly lifted her little son beside her, her left hand gripping tightly around his neck. This scene startled Chen Guanrong, who instantly stood up, the handgun in his hand slipping and falling to the ground. Stop. Quick, stop. Chen Guanrong urged repeatedly. The older one gets, the softer their heart becomes, especially when facing their only daughter and grandson, even the once ruthless old patriarch was no exception. All right. Yang Yucheng replied. In the study, the female ghostly Wenbin released her hands that were blocking Chen Shooting, who then set down her child. The light in her eyes dimmed again as she took her son and left the study. Yu Jun, he must have met the same fate, right? Chen Guanrong sat down heavily. This once formidable old patriarch seemed to have aged significantly. In an instant, he looked at Yang Yucheng and said solemnly. He got what he deserved. Yang Yucheng replied angrily. I caused Yu Jun's downfall. Chen Guanrong shook his head, a hint of sorrow flashing across his face. He continued, what do you want? The company. Even if I am willing to give you everything, those old-timers in the company won't agree. Chen Guanrong responded. They will. Yang Yucheng's face broke into a brilliant smile. Tis wonderful. I didn't expect such a twist, no wonder he's the old patriarch of Hangzhou. It's just a pity, who could have thought that another force beyond nature would emerge in this world. In the night, in a high-end single apartment in Binjiang, Lu Chen watched the entire scene unfold, a hint of emotion appearing on his face. He stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. Tonight, the moon resembled a jade plate, its bright light spilling over Lu Chen, soul bell of the sorcerer. In the first stage, the summoned spirits cannot directly interfere with reality, they possess the ability to confuse the mind. The longer they come into contact with the same person, the more they can confuse them. As for Li Wenwen, her abilities are clearly much stronger than at the beginning. But Yang Yucheng is still being too hasty. The next day, it rained. Lu Chen, it's raining quite heavily. Let me give you a ride? Lu Chen, holding a black umbrella, had just stepped out of the apartment when a white BMW 3 Series pulled up at the corner. The single mother next door, Chen and Hongru, poked her head out and said, okay. Lu Chen didn't refuse and smiled. Uncle Lu, good morning. The little girl Wanwan sat in the back row, her hands propped on the front seat, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at Lu Chen cheerfully. After a pause, a hint of regret appeared on her small face. Is Xiao Bai not here? Wan. I've told you so many times, don't ask if Xiao Bai is here every time you see Uncle Lu. Chen Hongru started the engine, driving while glancing at her daughter in the rearview mirror. Are we going to the company? Lu Chen replied, and upon hearing this, Chen Hongru didn't ask for the address, simply turning the steering wheel. During the morning rush hour, coupled with the rain, the traffic was quite congested, and the white BMW weaved through the roads. While driving, Chen Hongru took the opportunity to observe Lu Chen, who was gazing out the window, several times wanting to say something but hesitating. Once, Lu Chen suddenly turned his head, his gentle gaze meeting Shen Hongru's. Is there something you want to say? No, nothing. Shen Hongru felt a bit nervous. But after a moment, she looked at the man in the rearview mirror, summoning her courage to say, people like you must really enjoy pretending to be ordinary, looking down on the struggles of the masses as they hustle for their daily bread, right? As soon as the words left her mouth, Shen Hongru regretted it. Lu Chen looked at the tense woman in the driver's seat, not responding directly, but giving her a once-over, his demeanor calm and gentle as he said, come to my house tonight. Upon hearing this, Shen Hongru's heart skipped a beat, and she responded. It seemed she hadn't answered the previous question, but the next invitation, which was hard to refuse, seemed to say it all. Morning. After finishing his work, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, turning it slightly as he lazily gazed at the city shrouded in rain outside. He opened the panel, peering through Pandora into a corner of the city. This was a recent bad habit he had developed. Finally not a lucky number, but just a misfortune of 3. Hangzhou Normal University. Girls' dormitory. Ma Qing sat cross-legged on her bed, holding her breath, nervously rolling a 12-sided ivory die. When she saw it was a misfortune number, she instead showed a look of relief. These days, she had already figured out the patterns of this die. From a probability perspective, there were 9 lucky numbers, far greater than the 3 misfortune numbers. This seemed like a good thing, but in reality, it was not, because within the Fate Gamer's die, there was another setting. The more good luck accumulated, the harsher the events faced when rolling a misfortune. Going out. Ma Qing quickly tucked the die away and jumped off the bed. Qingzi, it's pouring rain, and you still want to go out? Just as Ma Qing was about to move, her roommate's head popped out from another bed, asking nervously, to work out. Ma Qing patted the sports bag behind her and said. As soon as she finished speaking, her roommate let out a sigh of relief, but then carefully looked at the indeed small sports bag, comfortably retreating back under the covers. Go early and come back early, remember to bring me takeout for lunch, I won't be getting out of bed this morning. Working out is good, working out is a reason to go, she thought it was for the library. As soon as she left the dormitory, an electric bike came barreling towards Ma Qing, but fortunately, she had been alert since early morning and had been working hard to train. She reacted quickly, jumping aside at the right moment, and the electric bike crashed into a nearby flower bed. Escaped a disaster. Onward. Ma Qing shook her fist. She opened her umbrella and continued towards the gym, avoiding several minor accidents along the way. Then, after a while, no more incidents occurred. It seems this misfortune has ended. In the gym, after changing clothes, Ma Qing smiled confidently, her high ponytail swaying. Next time I hit the jackpot, I'm going to eat at that particularly expensive Black Pearl restaurant. Hee, slurp. The office. Lu Chen silently watched the scene, his eyelids fluttering slightly. What kind of second-dimensional, inspirational, delusional glutton character is this? With such a terrifying ability from the dice, why not go to the gambling city, go to Las Vegas? As long as you roll out good luck, you can scratch off a ticket and spend all that money on food and fitness training for self-rescue? The style has changed. Lu Chen chuckled. It seemed that his mood was influenced by the girl, and a smile appeared on his face as he continued to click into the next. Pandora 3-005. This is a high school sophomore classroom. Chinese class. Just right, I can use the ability of the clown whistle. Chun. Huang sat in the second to last row by the window. He first glanced at the bald old man at the podium, who was spitting everywhere while speaking. Then he slowly moved his gaze. There were very few classmates seriously listening to the class, some were writing other subjects, some were sneaking a look at their phones, and others were resting their heads on their hands. What a pity. My dear classmates. We are destined to not be people of the same world anymore. Chen Yuhang's lips involuntarily curled up. Just thinking about his clown whistle gave him a superhuman feeling. He looked around the classroom with a delusional mindset, then slightly lowered his head, his gaze sharpening. The next second, he shifted his perspective into another viewpoint. This was a gray pigeon with red eyes, standing on the windowsill of the teaching building. Its suddenly spread its wings and dove into the rain curtain. From high above, the entire city seemed to be within his sight. Desire points plus 100. Desire points plus 100. Lu Chen looked at the reminders popping up on the panel. He could be sure that when experiencing the ultimate thrill brought by extraordinary abilities, the 16-year-old boy Chen Yuhang was definitely not tempted by greedy desires. So, is this a delusional desire to be a hero or even a savior? A simple idea that with great power comes great responsibility? Indeed, how can this not be a form of desire? It's just that for the vast majority of adults, the first thing that gets stirred up after gaining extraordinary abilities is the negative desires. Lu Chen's gaze flickered as he understood. But as long as it is desire, once magnified to a certain extent, it will inevitably be guided by Pandora towards a destructive effect. Quite interesting. Lu Chen tapped the table, opened his black notebook, and began to jot down notes. Hang City had been raining for a week straight. City Police Department. Team leader Chow was sitting among a pile of case files, and the whiteboard beside him was covered with pictures of the deceased. In the past week, their city's criminal police team had named this incident the transfer of underground power in Hang City. A large-scale purge suddenly occurred within the interest group centered around Chen Guanrong, with one big shot after another accidentally dying. Su Yuejun has always been trained by Chen Guanrong as his successor. His death must be the trigger for this incident. Team leader Chow pondered. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor, and the door was pushed open forcefully. A young police officer gasped for breath, looked at Team Leader Chow, and said urgently, "Team Leader Chow. 10 minutes ago, Bao Huijun also died." What? Team Leader Chow jumped up, his eyes wide. This Bao Huijun was the second in command in Chen Guanrong's interest group. Let's go. Let's take a look. The sudden news startled Team Leader Chow, causing his arms to tremble. He made to head outside, but turned back to put on his coat and grab the phone from the table. Soon, two black sedans broke through the rain curtain of the night. In the night, time was pushed forward. 30 minutes ago. Chen Group's office building, 58th floor, Chen Guanrong's office. Brother. Wrong. The brothers have fought for you all their lives, and in the end, this is the outcome? Is this how you treat them? A middle-aged man, overweight and smoking one cigarette after another, looked at Chen Guanrong and questioned him. Just because of your daughter, we all have to be eliminated by you? Bao Huijun pointed at Chen shooting and Yang Yucheng beside him. They had all seen Yang Yucheng's profile and dismissed this college student, thinking that after Su Yuejuan's death, Chen Guanrong had gone mad and wanted to elevate Chen shooting. Old Bao. Chen Guanrong sat in front of the main sofa, holding a cigarette between his fingers, the curling smoke obscuring the complex emotions in his eyes. Meeting Bao Huijuan's gaze, his tone became heavier as he said, "We are getting old. Moreover, your health hasn't been good these past 2 years. It's time to retire." Retire? You want me to retire? Bao Huijuan's eyes widened, standing up. With a sneer on his face, what? If I don't agree, am I going to die? Brother, wrong. Take a good look, the guns here are blocking for you, and this knife is also for you to bear. For 20 years, every rainy day, my wounds ache. Bao Huijun took off his coat, unbuttoned it, revealing the scars on his body, repeatedly saying, "Chen Guanrong." Bao Huijun pointed at Chen Guanrong, "Unless I die." After saying this, he turned angrily and walked out of the office with 5 men in black suits, limping slightly on his left leg, a residual effect from that time. What he didn't notice was that as he left the office, the old patriarch Chen Guanrong closed his eyes in pain, watching his back. Uncle. Once the door was slammed shut, Yang Yucheng stood up with a bright smile, dressed in an Armani suit, wearing a watch worth millions. He called out, then walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the city shrouded in rain. In that torrential downpour, he vaguely seemed to see 3 cars driving out of the garage, continuing, "Good words are hard to persuade the damned ghost." In the rain, a black Mercedes sped down the highway. Inside one of the cars, Bao Huijun was on a phone call. His gaze swept from the window to the inside of the car. When his eyes inadvertently glanced at the rearview mirror, he froze for a moment, his hair standing on end, turning to look at the seat beside him, then quickly back to the rearview mirror. In the mirror, a woman was sitting next to him, but when he looked over, there was nothing. The woman's body elongated inch by inch, her hands blocking the driver's view, and in the next second, Bao Huijun could clearly feel the engine roaring. The car was accelerating. Bang! With a loud crash, the black Mercedes collided with the low wall in the middle of the asphalt road, the car rolling over at high speed. The entire vehicle flipped, the wheels still spinning. In the passenger seat, the man in black blinked, pulling out a handgun, and 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. Bao Huijun fell into a pool of blood. At the same time as the car accident on the highway, another car broke through the rain curtain and drove into the CC Villa area. It's parked outside a standalone villa. Ignoring the heavy rain, Lu Feng hurriedly ran to the door, opened it, and the middle-aged maid said expressionlessly, "Secretary Lu?" "Nothing. Master Rong asked me to pick up a document." As the maid stepped aside, he pretended to walk into the room, but after taking just 2 steps, he suddenly turned around and, before the middle-aged maid could react, struck her precisely in the carotid sinus area with a knife hand strike. Seeing her faint, he quickly found some rope to bind her hands and feet. Huff! 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 Lu Feng gasped heavily as he ran upstairs, recalling the events of the past week. He had followed Master Rong for 20 years, and they had long developed a tacit understanding. The moment he discovered that Master Rong was being controlled, he began to prepare a series of investigations under Master Rong's covert instructions. For instance, he carefully tested whether Yang Yu would react to what was happening at home when he was at the company, and also, in the past week, Lu Feng had transferred a sum of wealth, neither too high nor too low, as a backup plan for Chen shooting and her son, following Chen Guanrong's suggestion. Long before he witnessed the emergence of supernatural powers, Chen Guanrong had made a decision. He didn't care how many people would die, not even his own life. His only goal was to extract his daughter and grandson from danger. Chiao? Lu Feng saw the boy playing with toys in the bedroom on the second floor and breathed a sigh of relief, quickly saying something. When he saw the same vacant look in the boy's eyes, he gritted his teeth and knocked Chiao unconscious as well, cradling him in his arms and plunging into the rainy night. The black sedan sped through the rain-soaked night of Hangzhou. The city's neon lights reflected in Lu Feng's eyes. Today is the last chance. Lu Feng thought of Master Rong's gaze, using Bao Huijun to distract the female ghost, minimizing the chances of unexpected incidents when he took the young master away. And then, there was that surveillance hidden in the office that only he and Master Rong knew about. When he first saw the footage on the storage card, God knows the shock that surged in Lu Feng's heart. Mr. Lu? CC Villa. Living room. Shen Nancher saw Mr. Lu looking out the window and called out in confusion. That villa over there belongs to the Chen family, right? Yes. Lu Chen smiled and withdrew his gaze. He had just witnessed Lu Feng carrying the child into the car and driving out through the rain. Mr. Lu. At 7 o'clock in the evening, CC Villa. Shen Nancher seemed to recall something and bowed again, saying, "Ever since you last inquired about the Chen family, I have been keeping an eye on them." Shen Nancher paused and continued, "Recently, it seems the Chen family has encountered some issues. I don't know." He stopped there, lowering his waist even further. Lu Chen glanced at him, showing no intention of hiding anything, and smiled. "You guessed right. It is indeed related to Pandora." Lu Chen turned and walked to the sofa, reaching for the glass of red wine in front of him, swirling the dark red liquid, taking a sip, and lazily crossing his legs, said, "This wine is good." Before gaining his abilities, Lu Chen had enjoyed tasting different types of alcohol, whether red wine or white wine. He had dabbled in both. He could genuinely discern the quality. "I'm glad you like it." This bottle is a 1947 vintage from the White Horse Winery, hailed as the most perfect red wine of the century. Shen Nancher introduced, bowing. Just this bottle of red wine was priced over $200,000 on the market, and he usually kept it in the wine cabinet as a collectible. By the way, after a moment, Shen Nancher bowed his head again. "Sir, Lu Yang suddenly changed yesterday. I conducted some tests on him and found that his physical condition had suddenly improved across the board, with his overall physical abilities even reaching the level of an elite athlete." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen set down his wine glass and looked at Shen Nancher with a half-smile. Noticing that gaze, Shen Nancher immediately became anxious and fearful. He indeed had his own selfish motives, wanting to indirectly learn more about Pandora's abilities. "Please forgive me, sir." He suddenly knelt at Lu Chen's feet. "This won't happen again." Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and, with a light laugh, said, "Next time, be more alert. I can tell you, but you can't ask directly. Each Pandora has 3 levels of growth. Mokwade's mask successfully advanced yesterday." Lu Chen didn't mind revealing some information. "Thank you, sir." Get up." After a word, Shen Nancher respectfully stood up and positioned himself behind Lu Chen. At the same time, in the night, the rain was pouring harder. After safely delivering the young master to a secure location, Lu Feng paused, preparing to drive back to the company. He was still soaked, casually wiping himself with a couple of tissues and tossing them aside. While driving, he reached for his phone and dialed a number. Lu Feng's hands were wet from the rain, and after several attempts to tap the car screen with no response, he wiped his hands again and finally got through. "Hello?
Who? A middle-aged man's voice, cautious. Team leader Chow. Lu. Feng's voice was a bit hoarse. In front of the car, the rain-soaked night, the headlights of passing cars pierced through the rain, refracting a crystalline glow between the droplets. The windshield wipers were working tirelessly. Lu Feng? On the other end of the line, there was a brief pause, followed by the immediate recognition of his name. You actually called me? What? Afraid of being held accountable by Chen Guanrong, looking for me to save your life? Lu Feng forced a smile. It seems Master Rong didn't misjudge. He told me that although team leader Chow has been watching him for 10 years, he doesn't dislike you at all. He said you are the person he trusts the most, and if given the chance, he would love to drink with you. You see. Master Rong was right, team leader Chow must also admire him. The moment I spoke, team leader Chow recognized my voice. On the other side, at the already sealed-off accident scene, in the heavy rain, team leader Chow continued on the phone. What exactly do you want to say? Company. Master Rong said. He is waiting for you at the company and will tell you everything. All the accounts and evidence from these years will be handed over to you. However, you don't have much time left. Lu Feng said in a low voice, and without waiting for team leader Chow's reply, he hung up the phone. He pressed the accelerator harder. The roar of the engine erupted. Team leader Chow. Chow Chuang frowned tightly, looking at his phone with uncertainty, raindrops continuously dripping from his hair. At that moment, a young police officer shouted from behind. Go! We're going to find Chen Guanrong. Find Chen Guanrong? At this hour? No, where is he now? At the company. Two black Volkswagen Passats broke through the rain curtain one after the other, heading towards the Chun Group's office building. At 7:45 in the evening, Lu Feng drove into the office building first, grabbed a file bag, and rushed towards the elevator. Ha! 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 Lu Feng kept pressing the button, breathing heavily. At this moment, his chest felt like his heart was racing. He had followed Master Rong for 20 years, and he was already 40. This kind of rush was pushing his stamina to the limit. The elevator arrived, and recalling the scene he saw on the surveillance, Lu Feng swallowed hard but still stepped into the elevator. He had followed Master Rong since he was 20. Without Master Rong, he would still be a small-time thug. It was Master Rong who brought him to this height and introduced him to a more exciting life. Whether it was a female ghost or something else, he wouldn't run away. Ding! The elevator reached the 58th floor. Lu Feng straightened his body and adjusted his clothes, which were soaked by the rain. Coincidentally, downstairs in the office building, team leader Chow also rushed into the lobby with his team. Chow Chuan? Why is he here at this time? In a medium-sized command room, the front wall was occupied by a large screen. In the center of the screen was the scene of a meeting room at the Chun Group, and beside the main screen were several smaller screens. These smaller screens displayed different locations within the Chun Group office building. The main position in the command room. Ma Anbon's gaze sharpened. Bring up the lobby surveillance footage. Yes. The main view was displayed, and the clear image even showed a hair on Chao Chuang's face. Report. Chao Chuang should be investigating the car accident involving Bo Huijun. Ma Anbong stared at the surveillance, continuously fiddling with a metal lighter in his hand. He certainly knew Chao Chuang and had a decent relationship with him. Forget it, let him come. He has been chasing after Chen Guanrong for 10 years, he will eventually have to give him an answer. Connect me with him. Ma Anbong shook his head. After a series of deaths within the interest group under Chen Guanrong, the additional monitoring procedure for criminal cases he proposed was initiated. Not directly capturing was to allow for further observation, keeping the unexpected to a minimum. As for the deceased personnel benefiting Chen Guanrong during the observation process, Ma Anbong didn't care, they were just some scum, dead or alive. At 8 o'clock in the evening. Hang Cheng. The phone can't get through, and the person who said they would come back early is nowhere to be seen. In a small, cozy two-bedroom apartment in an older neighborhood, a middle-aged woman in an apron was cursing while holding her phone. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. We're not waiting for your dad, let's eat, just the two of us. The middle-aged woman shouted towards a small room. Oh. Coming. First came a response, and then Shen Yuhang pushed the door open and ran out. The dining table was filled with a large spread of carefully prepared dishes, and on top of the microwave sat a beautifully packaged cake, with birthday candles for a 50-year-old scattered beside it. Busy day and night, still thinking. You're 20. The middle-aged woman, whose figure had become plump, grumbled while serving rice, heavily placing a bowl filled with rice in front of Chen Yuhang. Eat. Eat more. Don't mind your dad. From now on, just pretend you don't have this dad, it's just the two of us relying on each other.
Chen Yuhang held the bowl, just about to pick up his chopsticks, but before he could grab any food, he was interrupted. His mother continued to complain but brought over an empty bowl, constantly filling it with the cleanest vegetables, all the best parts.
Mom, didn't you say not to care about Dad?
Chen Yuhang said with a grin. After finishing his meal, he dashed back to his room, sat at his desk, picked up the clown whistle, and in the next moment, a gray dove with fluttering wings dove into the rain. He suddenly had the idea to see what his dad was up to. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. On the other side, in the night, Lu Chen also sat in a black car leaving the CC villa.
At this moment, the rain was pouring down harder, the raindrops pattering against the car window like firecrackers.
Lu Chen sat in the back seat, looking out the window, feeling as if he were a small boat racing down a turbulent river in a storm, which gave him a unique sense of artistry.
Messages kept popping up on the
dashboard, and he noticed that the growth of the wizard soul bell was about to reach 1 star.
No way. Why is everyone gathering together? Lu Chen clicked on the clown whistle again and saw the gray dove moving through the rain, his eyelids lifting slightly. Is this the first collision of the Pandora host? What a lively night. The smile grew even brighter. It was a feeling of an impending storm. Tonight, the focus of all events is the Chen Group office building. The entire 58-story Grade A office building was brightly lit, standing out in the stormy night like a large, sparkling crystal.
In the elevator, Chao Chuan hung up the phone. Even for someone like him, who had spent a lifetime in criminal investigation and had experienced countless major cases, he was momentarily stunned by Ma Anban's words.
He even wondered if he was still asleep. Team Leader Chao?
A young police officer looked at the
elevator floor and asked.
Team Leader Chao raised his hand without responding, but under the gaze of his 2 subordinates, he pinched his nose and tried to breathe through it until his face turned red before letting go. He let out a bitter laugh. It seems I'm not dreaming. Since I'm not dreaming, then whatever Old Ma said, no matter how unbelievable, is precisely reality. Team Leader Chao met the curious gazes of the 2 young police officers, his face showing an unprecedented seriousness as he said, the situation is quite complex. I have only 2 requests of you. First, remain as calm as possible when encountering anything, even if you see phenomena that defy science. Second, prioritize your own safety. As for the rest, act according to the situation.
As soon
as he finished speaking, the elevator reached the 58th floor. Team Leader Chao touched the gun at his waist and stepped into the office building.
Meanwhile,
not far from the elevator hall, a board meeting was being held in the Chen Group's executive conference room.
At the long
conference table, Chen Guanrong was giving a speech, with Chen Shooting standing beside him in a sharp white women's suit. Who? Yang Yuqing sat in the corner of the long table, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the Chen Group's board members, his expression filled with excitement. Just one last step. He did not push himself to the forefront but instead allowed Chen Shooting to successfully take the position. This was the fastest way for him to swallow this 100 billion market value group. All right. Now, please raise your hands to vote. Chen Guanrong raised his head and said in a deep voice. He looked at the board members seated at the table, and every person who met his gaze instinctively lowered their heads, none daring to voice dissent. Those who dared to express dissatisfaction had encountered various accidents in the past week and met the King of Hell. Those in favor, please raise. Before Chen Guanrong could finish his sentence, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the conference room, and then the door was pushed open forcefully. All eyes turned to look. Team Leader Chao was the first to barge in, quickly scanning the entire conference room. When he looked at Chen Guanrong at the head of the table, he clearly caught a hint of relief. Relief? Why is everyone looking at me? Team Leader Chao said with a half smile. What? Am I not supposed to be here? Team Leader Chao, Lu Feng, sitting by the door, immediately stood up and made a gesture to block him. We are in an important meeting, please wait until it's over. I won't delay you for long. Chao Chuang glanced at Lu Feng and said in a deep voice. Chao Chuang's gaze swept over the faces of Chen Shooting and her father, Chen Guanrong, before finally locking eyes with the old patriarch, Chen Guanrong. They paused for a moment. Then, without making a definitive statement, he looked back at Chen Shooting and said, unchanged in expression, Ms. Chen, I need to borrow some of your time, there's something I'd like to understand. After saying this, he made a gesture of invitation and added, just 2 sentences, right outside in the corridor. As these words rang out, Chen Guanrong withdrew his gaze without showing any attitude. Chen Shooting, however, instinctively looked towards Yang Yucheng in the corner of the conference table. Damn it! Yang Yucheng cursed. His hands, clenched into fists under the table, were just a step away from exploding. When he saw Team Leader Chao's gaze about to shift to him following Chen Shooting's look, he could only nod subtly. At that moment, behind him, the ghostly figure of Li Wenwen emerged, as if she had caught a whiff of something, filled with desire and excitement.
Team Leader Chow. Please. Chen Shooting, with her cold and glamorous makeup, spoke as her red lips moved. After saying that, she stepped out of the conference room in her high heels. Chao Chuang followed her out. Another person, Lu Feng, secretary to Chen Guanrong, also walked out, his gaze trailing after the young lady. In the corridor, his steps quickening a bit. Miss, I apologize. Before his words fell, a knife hand struck heavily at Chen Shooting's carotid artery. The two young police officers in the corridor widened their eyes and were about to step forward, but were stopped by Team Leader Chow as he returned to the conference room. At the same time, at the long conference table, the once silent Chen Guanrong, who had been quiet for an entire week, suddenly changed as he heard the commotion in the corridor, sitting up straighter inch by inch. His gaze swept across the room. In that moment, the once great godfather, the aging lion, seemed to reveal the might of his former self once again. Night. At 8:20. In the evening. Team Leader Chow. Thank you. The old godfather Chen Guanrong looked at the middle-aged detective Chao Chuang, paused, and said in a deep voice, the things you wanted are hidden in the compartment of my office cabinet. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the board members seated at the long conference table. Among them were many loyal followers who had been with him for a lifetime. This time, even though things were amiss, they still chose to believe in him. Some remained silent out of fear. Everyone. Regarding old Bao, old Yang. I, Chen Guanrong, owe my brothers an apology. Master Rong. A middle-aged man at the conference table frowned and spoke up. Before he could finish, Chen Guanrong raised his hand to silence him. Chen Guanrong was merely wrapping things up, trying to arrange the chaotic situation as best as he could. This was the last dignity of a godfather. At this moment, in the corner, Yang Yucheng clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control. Yang Yucheng's eyes were fixed on Chen Guanrong, who was still making arrangements. When the latter's gaze flicked toward him, in that instant, the indifference emanating from Chen Guanrong ignited his anger. The fact was, if it weren't for the soul bell, or rather, if it weren't for Chen Guanrong's precious daughter and granddaughter being controlled, someone like Yang Yucheng wouldn't even warrant a glance from Chen Guanrong. On the other side, while Chen Guanrong was still speaking, middle-aged detective Chao Chuang's gaze sharpened as he noticed a small movement of the latter's right hand. The next second, Chen Guanrong pulled out a handgun, raised it, and without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. Bang! Chao Chuang's eyes widened. The board members in the conference room stared in shock. The godfather of Hongqing's underground world fell to the ground. Blood and gray matter oozing from the spot where the gun had been aimed at his temple. In that final moment, in Chen Guanrong's eyes, he had shot at Yang Yucheng, while in the eyes of others, it appeared as if Master Rong had raised the gun and turned it on himself. Tis. It's over. In the rain. In a speeding black sedan, Lu Chen watched the scene unfold, chuckling softly, and remarked, from Yang Yucheng's perspective, his actions had a chance of success. But how could someone like Chen Guanrong, who has weathered storms all his life, be easily grasped by a young man? Moreover, what he has to face is not just Chen Guanrong. In fact, Chen Guanrong is merely the first hurdle. Lu Chun looked out the window. Act now. In the Pandora Special Investigation Team, Maan looked at the giant screen in front of him, gripping the lighter he had been toying with, and said in a deep voice. As his words echoed, armed special task forces appeared in the small perspectives outside the main view of the screen, fully armed teams sealing off every entrance and exit. Outside the Chun Group building, snipers were on standby at every angle, and on the 35th floor, the special task force advanced towards the conference room with their guns drawn. Just as chaos erupted in the conference room, Yang Yucheng's breathing became increasingly rapid. When the female ghostly Wenbin leaned her red lips close to his ear and softly laughed while describing the scene in the corridor, a wave of immense despair engulfed him in an instant. Bang! The 2-3-meter-high solid wooden doors on either side of the conference room slammed shut on their own without any wind. What's going on? The door won't open. The door won't open. Who's blocking it? From the other side? Someone tried to pull the wooden door and even pounded on it forcefully. Yang Yucheng. Chao Chuang had already drawn his gun and rushed towards Yang Yucheng in a single leap. However, when he met the latter's gaze, a chill ran down his spine, and goosebumps erupted all over him. In that moment, a woman appeared out of thin air behind Yang Yucheng, and she was also looking at him. In the conference room, the high-ranking officials of the Chun Group turned to look as well, and they too saw the figure of the female ghost. Why? Why treat me like this? Why? I've been an orphan since childhood, and I finally managed to get into university, but why is it that the life those people enjoy so carelessly is something I can never attain, no matter how hard I try? Do you know? When I first stood in the mansion of Qiantang, the glimpse of that corner of paradise shocked me to my core. Yang Youcheng's face twisted in rage. He looked at Chao Chuang and shouted angrily, I want to live. Let me go, I'm willing to leave Zhao country, just let me live. Yang Youcheng roared with a ferocious expression. As his words rang out, the lights in the conference room flickered erratically, and in an instant, a horrifying scene appeared in everyone's eyes. This is bad. Yang Youcheng intends to use everyone in the conference room as bargaining chips. In the Pandora command room, a woman beside Ma Anbang said with difficulty. The thought process is clear. The reaction is quick. Ma Anbang observed the footage on the monitor, his expression showing no signs of excess emotion, and even the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He said softly, it seems that Yang Youcheng's rationality is still quite stable. Could it be that the last time Huang Wenbin went crazy had nothing to do with Pandora? Moreover, has Pandora's ability improved beyond what we observed? Will it evolve? How many people are in the conference room? Report. 16 people. Among them, Chao Chuang and another police officer from the municipal bureau are also inside. Ma Anbang nodded. With so many people, if they all died inside, the pressure from all sides would be immense, which indeed would not be appropriate. He toyed with the lighter in his hand, deep in thought. Call Yang Youcheng. I will speak to him personally, and you all prepare to break down the door at any moment. Ma Anbang said in a deep voice. As his words fell, Yang Youcheng, sitting at the corner of the long conference table, whose emotions were reaching their limit, heard his phone ring. He ignored it. But soon after, everyone's phones in the conference room began to ring, and Chao Chuang took a deep breath and answered the call. It's for you. He switched to speakerphone, and Yang Youcheng glanced at his phone. The turmoil in the conference room briefly subsided, but everyone still dared not move. They all looked fearfully at the figure of the female ghost. Is this Yang Youcheng? I am the highest-ranking official of the Pandora investigation team. May I ask, is there something you would like to say to me? Ma Anbang spoke in a calm tone. Let me go. Yang Youcheng stared at his phone and said in a deep voice. Of course. Ma Anbang continued, not giving Yang Youcheng a moment to hope, as his voice echoed again from the other end of the line. However, we need to talk about that gentleman. The gentleman of Pandora. He is a supreme being with a male appearance, isn't he? Ma Anbang guided. This sentence unconsciously sketched the presence of Lu Chen in Yang Youcheng's mind, and as the thought uncontrollably developed, he wanted to express the gentleman as a lifeline. As if he had touched some taboo. Ah! Yang Youcheng's eyes were suddenly filled with fine blood vessels, and he tightly held his head with both hands. Even the female ghost, Li Wenwen, showed fear. In an instant, the door of the conference room was burst open. In the rain, a black car sped by. Lu Chen observed this scene, initially silent. But then laughed. All right, you're using me as a gun, ha! Truly a talent. Discovering rules, utilizing rules. But is this Pandora investigation team the official response to supernatural artifacts? Lu Chen leaned back in the car seat, pondering carefully, while outside, the passing neon lights occasionally fell on his face. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hangshine, Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room. The elites present, drawn from the Ministry of Public Security, the National Security Agency, and various related departments, were stunned by Captain Ma's, no, it should be Group Leader Ma's response. After being selected for the team, they had all reviewed the files on the Huang Wenbin incident, but they never expected the rules could be utilized in this way. In fact, even they themselves did not realize that after going through the files, they had subconsciously developed a sense of fear towards the taboo existence codenamed S. Only Group Leader Ma was completely unaffected. Discovering rules. Utilizing rules. Ma Anbang still looked disheveled, even wearing the same gray leather jacket. He focused on the screen that occupied an entire wall and said flatly, Group Leader Ma. Can we use this rule later? Not necessarily. Ma Anbang shook his head and continued, my guess is that as long as there are no thoughts of offending that taboo existence, merely mentioning his name should not provoke such a reaction. Yang Youcheng's emotions are on the brink of collapse, and I laid a trap in my previous statement, hinting that as long as he talks about that gentleman, he will be allowed to leave. Before this piece of information, Yang Youcheng was like a drowning man grasping at a lifeline, his desire to survive even beyond his rational control. Ma Anbang said solemnly. He unraveled the layers, not hiding any details. He hoped the members of this investigation team could quickly adapt to Pandora's pace. This is not the answer I wanted to see. Pandora. Ma Anbang's right hand gripped a metal lighter, his thumb rubbing forcefully against the cute skull engraved on the brim. He had played with it for too long, and the entire brim of the lighter was worn smooth. He looked at the surveillance, not pleased with his words. Breaking the deadlock, instead, his expression became more serious, his eyes flickering with various thoughts. Take him downstairs. At this moment,
A change occurred in the surveillance. Yang Yucheng, in extreme pain, regained his senses, his forehead bulging with veins as he forcibly erased the thoughts of Mr. Liu from his mind. At the same time, the middle-aged detective Chao Chuang, closest to him, was momentarily stunned, as if a marionette had opened its arms to block Yang Yucheng. Taking advantage of the situation, Yang Yucheng snatched the gun from Chao Chuang's hand, the dark muzzle pressed against the middle-aged man's heart. "Let me go! Let me go!" Yang Yucheng gasped, his voice hoarse and desperate. After a command was issued, one could see the Special Forces personnel in the corridor outside the conference room continuously retreating with their guns drawn. While Yang Yucheng, with the gun pressed against the puppet-like middle-aged detective, stepped forward. The translucent figure of the female ghostly one twisted her face, excitedly watching this scene, her malicious gaze sending shivers down the spine of everyone who saw her. In the elevator hall, nearly filled with Special Forces personnel, only the figure of Yang Yucheng remained in the center, surrounded by guns pointed at the 19-year-old youth from all directions. Huff! Huff! The elevator arrived, and Yang Yucheng stepped inside. As he turned around, he raised his head to look at the scene outside the elevator door, his expression shifting continuously until it finally turned into a twisted excitement. On the first floor of the building, also occupied by Special Forces personnel, Yang Yucheng pushed the puppet-like Chao Chuang out of the hall. The rain was pouring heavily, the largest downpour in the past month. In the square in front of the building, Special Force vehicles had already sealed off the entrances and exits. All around, snipers had taken their positions in the towering office buildings. Yang Yucheng stood on the steps in front of the building, looking around. No one noticed that. At this moment, a common gray pigeon flew through the rain curtain. "Dad!" In a typical two-bedroom apartment. "Bedroom!" Chen Yuhang, seeing this scene through the pigeon's perspective, instantly panicked, tightly clenching his fists, trying to calm himself down. The gray pigeon landed on a nearby streetlight. Large raindrops fell on the pigeon's wings, rolling off one by one. No one would pay attention to the pigeon. Thus, that pigeon flapped its wings again, landing on the tiles in front, its beak preening its feathers, and even flew onto the shoulder of the middle-aged detective. "Get away!" Yang Yucheng swatted with his other hand, and the gray pigeon barely dodged the blow. The next second, the female ghostly one smiled seductively, but then a hint of confusion appeared on her face. The pigeon's consciousness should be extremely weak, yet she encountered resistance while trying to influence this pigeon. "Fire!" Maan also caught the momentary pause, suppressing his inner doubts, and decisively commanded. Bang! 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 In the night, from all directions, the sound of sniper rifles erupted, for bullets fired, two aimed at Yang Yucheng's head, one at his heart, and another at his right hand holding the gun. Chao Chuang woke up, with no time to react, instinctively rolling forward. Master Rong. On the 35th floor of the building. Back in the conference room, Lu Feng looked at Chen Guanrong's figure in the pool of blood. At this moment, he raised his head and glanced at the quartz clock at the front of the conference room. 8 o'clock. Half past. At this time, the last arrangement made by Chen Guanrong before his death was released, which was the surveillance hidden in his study. Over the past week, he had intentionally guided Yang Yucheng's words and clearly showcased the existence of the female ghostly one. Although the latter could not be captured on camera, it was enough to prove the emergence of supernatural energy. This segment of video was scheduled to be sent to the private emails of 4 families in Hangcheng and 3 top tycoons in Hangcheng. The existence of Pandora would surely cause a stir and panic among those at the pinnacle of power. Because their emergence marks the first time since the dawn of civilization that the wealth and lives of the powerful are no longer under their absolute control. Even a beggar on the street now has the chance to grasp the sword of Damocles, just as Chen Guanrong fell into the hands of an ordinary male college student. The reason Chen Guanrong did this was to repay one last favor to Chen Shooting and her son. Knowing about Pandora's existence in advance would provide an extra layer of defense, and perhaps even some additional plans. At a certain moment, this could be worth billions. Hangzhou, a renowned city in the southeast, prosperous since ancient times. The 4 prominent families of Hangzhou, the Gao family of Shuangchen Alley, the Su family of Hengyi Bridge, the Zhang family of Zhuangyuan Alley, and the Ding family of Tufa Alley, are the most prestigious families in this land. With deep roots and intertwined connections, they wield significant power in the realms of politics, business, and academia. In addition, 3 top billionaires have emerged in the last 20 years in the fields of technology and the internet, each with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Although they may lack the historical depth of the 4 families, in certain specific areas, they are by no means inferior. In the night, the rain gradually lightened. Hangzhou. In the prime urban area where every inch of land is precious, classical Jiangnan mansions are situated. The house faces south.
with residential buildings featuring pink walls and black tiles to the east, and gardens and corridors to the west. In a pavilion backed by mountains and facing water, the contemporary head of the Gao family, 60-year-old Gao Chongwen, enjoys reading in the rain. The white noise created by raindrops falling on the water, roof, and rocks brings him relaxation. At this moment, the hurried footsteps in the distance caught Gao Chongwen's attention. He put down his book and looked in the direction of the sound, seeing the old butler hurrying towards him with an umbrella. "Sir!" The gray-haired old butler's expression was somewhat off, with an unmistakable panic showing on his face. Gao Chongwen frowned, feeling displeased, and said in a deep voice, "The sky isn't falling. Calm down first, then speak." "Yes, sir," the old butler quickly replied, standing in the pavilion and taking deep breaths. An orange glow enveloped the pavilion, and a faint sandalwood fragrance wafted up, while a delicate heater burned with just the right flame. "Sir, 10 minutes ago, Chen Guanrong sent a video to your private email," the old butler said solemnly. After saying this, he opened his computer bag, placed the laptop on the table in front of Gao Chongwen, and clicked on a video. "Sir, you'll understand once you watch it." Gao Chongwen responded with a calm expression. Someone like Chen Guanrong didn't even qualify to sit at the same table as him. At most, he could be regarded as a lowly thug. He looked at the surveillance screen, where the background was Chen Guanrong's office, and Chen Guanrong was sitting on the sofa. Just then, the dialogue began. Soon, the first supernatural segment appeared. In the pavilion, the head of the Gao family felt his eyelids twitch, and his body instinctively straightened. Gao Chongwen glanced at the old butler beside him. He suppressed his emotions and continued watching. The short video quickly came to an end. Through the conversation between Chen Guanrong and another young man in the surveillance footage, it was easy to determine their relationship. Chen Guanrong was clearly under control. Gao Chongwen's heart surged with intense emotions, and he could no longer maintain the calm demeanor he had earlier. It wasn't that his cultivation was lacking, but the scene before him was simply too shocking. The video. Gao Chongwen's voice suddenly rose, and he caught himself mid-sentence, tightening his expression, as he asked, "Is it confirmed?" "Confirmed. The video data is original, with no signs of editing or filming traces." The old butler bowed and replied, "As soon as I saw the video, I immediately called Chen Guanrong, but the call went unanswered. Additionally, there has indeed been a series of accidents involving the Chen group recently, and all the individuals mentioned in the video have already died. I just received news that the entire road network surrounding the Chen group has been blocked for unknown reasons. Someone has seen the shadow of special agents." The old butler continued. After watching the video, he felt shocked but methodically conducted a series of verifications and investigations before coming to report. "I understand." Gao Chongwen fell silent, and after a while, perhaps having briefly accepted this highly impactful information, he said in a deep voice. The pavilion once again fell into silence. "Continue to send people to investigate. I want to know the complete sequence of events as much as possible, and you just mentioned that the Chen group has been sealed off. Does this mean that the authorities are already aware of the news?" Gao Chongwen tapped his fingers lightly on the table, truly calming his emotions. He pondered. "I will call Mayor Ji and subtly inquire. You go ahead and take care of your business." "Yes," the old butler replied and hurriedly left. At the same time, in the Su family's old residence in Hangzhou, a similar scene was unfolding. In the study, Shen, the nearly 90-year-old patriarch of the Su family, narrowed his pupils, his expression more serious than ever. First, he meticulously verified the information. Leaning on his cane, Shen paced back and forth in the study. At his age, he had seen it all. In his youth, the country was not at peace, and later, turmoil continued. Even while experiencing these scenes, Shen had never felt the unease and shock he felt at this moment. This was a completely different concept, a change in worldview, an event that could not be found in the thousands of years of human civilization history. Without historical precedents, it meant there were no references, which implied a future that was obscure and uncertain. This is a moment that can affect the fate of the family. Shen stopped his cane. He looked at the butler behind him and said, "Mobilize all the resources the family can muster to investigate Chen Guanrong's matter, and also, pay attention to all supernatural events in the past and future." "Yes." The old butler bowed his head in response. Meanwhile, the Zhang family, Ding family, and 3 top billionaires in Hangzhou who also received emails from Chen Guanrong were all watching the video one after another at this moment. Each of these influential figures in various industries was shocked and shaken, then they sought every possible way to investigate. In Hangzhou, at the global headquarters of a top internet group, Ma Tianyun, who once single-handedly created the internet business brilliance of the Zhao country and built a trillion-dollar giant, sat in front of his chair, turning to face the floor-to-ceiling window.
He did not speak, only his right hand resting on the armrest
trembled continuously.
A simple female ghost might not seem like much, but to understand the issue, one must look at its essence. Will there be more similar situations
in the future? Will an ordinary person with bare feet suddenly grasp the sword of Damocles? Just like this Chen Guanrong. In the underground world of Hangzhou, after 30 years of tumult, life and death were controlled by a college student, and conversely, if it were him, could he escape? Hard to say. Ma Tianyun murmured. Without
preparation, he might die without knowing why, unless the other party was after his wealth, which could preserve his life.
Thinking of this, Ma Tianyun's expression grew even darker.
After a long time, this trillion-dollar aircraft carrier controller, who looked different from the norm, calmed down a lot, his black and white eyes
flickering gently. Everything has its duality. Destruction is equally accompanied by rebirth.
Among this, there may well be opportunities that belong to me.
Mr. Liu, I've arrived.
In the Binjiang district, in a mid to high-end single apartment.
The black car drove into the garage, and the old gentleman, acting as a butler,
Shen Nancher, said respectfully.
Having said that,
he stepped out of the car first, his agile stride not at all resembling that of an elderly man of his age, and walked around to the other side to open the car door in a gesture of invitation. Lu Chen pushed up his black-framed glasses, as if recalling something, and added, help me filter a batch of top elites in the social sciences.
Bring me the personnel's information by tomorrow.
Yes.
Shen Nancher quickly agreed, but kept his speculations to himself as he lowered his head and asked again, I wonder if there are any further specific requirements from you, sir? Let's start with sociology and anthropology. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said, understood. Shen Nancher replied,
sociology is the study of social structures, social relationships, and social change. Anthropology is the discipline that studies human culture, social structures, and biological characteristics. Mr. Liu's request to filter these two types of talents. In a very short time, various thoughts and speculations flashed before him.
All right. I'll head up first. Lu Chen waved his hand, his movements carrying a
hint of laziness as he casually walked past Shen Nancher, entered the elevator, and pressed the button for the 16th floor.
Throughout the journey, the faint smile on
his face never faded.
After acquiring Pandora, his interests concentrated on three aspects. First, what fate awaits the hosts of Pandora. Second, the reactions of rulers
and those in power upon the appearance of Pandora. This could be further divided, as the official level has already begun to take action, but what about the unofficial level, the aristocratic families and wealthy merchants? Third, the ultimate direction of a large-scale Pandora on the New World Order. There's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. After this night, those big shots should gradually receive the news. I really want to see their reactions.
The elevator arrived, and Lu Chen chuckled lightly as he stepped out. Let's go. In the garage, Shen Nancher waited for Mr. Liu's figure to disappear for a while before standing up and speaking to Shin Shan on the other side.
The car drove into the night, and the rain that had fallen for a week had completely stopped.
The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a bright moon.
Sir. Shen Nancher sat in the back seat, resting his eyes, when suddenly the voice of the butler, Shin Shan, from the front passenger seat broke the silence.
I just noticed that all three main roads near Chen Guanyong's office building are completely blocked. The reason is road maintenance.
Upon hearing this, Shen Nancher's eyelids twitched. He opened his eyes, took the tablet handed to him by Shin Shan, and quickly scrolled through the lines of information. No way.
It can't be road maintenance, he said in a deep voice.
After a brief pause, he added, let's go take a look, but be careful to take a detour, use this route.
The black sedan headed towards
the blocked area of the Chen Group office building, where the three main roads were congested with vehicles due to the blockade, forming a long line.
Traffic police
were continuously directing cars to turn around. Through the car window, Shen Nancher gazed at the Chen Group office building in the distance, still lit up in the night,
and slowly uttered four words, a storm is brewing. Team Leader Chow, it's great that you're okay. Don't worry, I'm fine. By the way, come with me into the building. Still going up? In front of the 58th floor of the Grade A office building.
After Chao Chuang was rescued, the two young detectives who had come with him rushed over. This short time felt more intense and thrilling to them than the past 20 or 30 years of their lives combined.
Are we going or not? Chao Chuang glared. Let's go. Let's go.
At this moment, the atmosphere around the square remained extremely serious, as the personnel from the Pandora Special Investigation
team were wrapping up.
And the three police officers from the Municipal Bureau now found that as long as they didn't leave, no one was paying attention to them. Chao Chuang walked towards the building, glancing from a distance at young Yucheng being carried away by the staff, his expression flickering with complexity.
He recognized that female ghost. She was the main character in the recent murder case of a wife, and after Yang Youqing's death, she had also vanished. He couldn't figure out the connection between the two. Taking the elevator, he ascended to the 58th floor, where 3 detectives and members of the Pandora investigation team shared the same lift. Phew! Captain Chow, which department are these people from? I've never seen them before. I once read a novel called Dragon Team. It can't be based on real events, right? Once those people left, the 2 young detectives visibly relaxed, nervously yet excitedly following behind Captain Chow. Just as Chao Chuan was about to enter Chen Guanrong's office, he was stopped. Let him in. A man in a black uniform heard the command in his ear. He glanced at Chao Chuang and stepped aside. Entering Chen Guanrong's office, the bright moonlight poured into the room through the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 58th floor, making the office seem oddly tranquil at this particular moment. Chao Chuang's gaze swept around. He walked towards the bookshelf that occupied an entire wall, which Chen Guanrong had mentioned last, tilting his head to examine it closely, his eyes stopping on a particular picture frame. He picked it up. In the photo, a woman with a fiery personality cradled a chubby little boy. Chao Chuang stared at it for a while before placing it back in its original position. At the moment he burst into the conference room, when he met Chen Guanrong's gaze, he saw a plea from a father. Although he and Chen Guanrong were inherently at odds, at this moment, at least on the level of fatherhood, he couldn't say anything against it. If Chen Guanrong was truly ruthless, how could Yang Youqing have been controlled? Bang! 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 Captain Chow knocked on the bookshelf, and upon hearing a different sound, his eyes sharpened. He stood on tiptoe to remove other items from the shelf and opened a compartment. Inside the small compartment was a thick cowhide envelope. Chao Chuan untied the clasp and quickly scanned through it, his expression changing immediately. Captain Chow. The young detective also caught a glimpse of the words and widened his eyes, his tone growing tense. Don't be afraid. Chao Chuan tucked the folder tightly into his arms, glanced at his subordinate beside him, first calming him down. Then, he gestured towards the door outside and said again, there are people outside watching, no one can interfere. Phew. Right. And them. The young detective sighed in relief, his whole demeanor relaxing, but then added, no wonder we've been watching him for so many years and he always manages to escape. It turns out it was like this. Less talk, more action. Chao Chuang said in a deep voice, gripping the cowhide envelope tightly in his hand as he stepped outside. As soon as he exited the office, he faced Chen Guanrong's secretary Lu Feng and the already awakened Chen Shooting. In the corridor, Chao Chuang and the somewhat disheveled Lu Feng, the personal assistant to the old patriarch Chen Guanrong, locked eyes from a distance. Dad. Dad. Chen Group, office building. 35th floor. At that moment, the staff lifted Chen Guanrong's body and, after covering it with a white cloth, walked out. In the corridor outside the conference room, Chen Shooting's face was pale, her expression dazed. Until this moment. It seemed she realized something, and tears suddenly rolled down her stunning face. She broke free from Lu Feng's hand and rushed to the body, covered with the white cloth. During this period of clarity, Lu Feng had not concealed anything, brutally informing her of everything. Because he had no time left, whether Chen Shooting was willing or not, she needed to accept it. Woo woo. Dad. Chen Shooting's body trembled, her emotions on the brink of collapse. As if waking from a dream, she realized that everything was brought about by her, and even in the final moments, her father was thinking of how to protect her and her son. On the other side, Chao Chuang approached, and Lu Feng withdrew his gaze from the young lady, calmly saying, Team Leader Chao. Thank you, Chao Chuang replied, patting the leather document bag in his hand. You're welcome, Lu Feng shrugged. Upon hearing this, Chao Chuang turned around, for the first time in over a decade seriously scrutinizing the unremarkable man who always shadowed Chen Guanrong. You don't resent him? This document bag contained evidence of Chen Guanrong's numerous crimes over the past 20 years, and in each of these incidents, Lu Feng was a crucial participant. Murder. Bribery. The accumulation of these charges made life imprisonment seem like a luxury. Resent what? Lu Feng pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and the refined demeanor vanished the moment a smile appeared on his face. My life has long been entrusted to Lord Rome. Without him, I wouldn't even be worth a stray dog. After all these years of glory, it was worth it. Chao Chuang fell silent, his gaze shifting to Chen Shooting, who was indeed well protected by Chen Guanrong, the daughter of the underground godfather of Hangzhou. Was remarkably clean. Report. Next to Yang Youqing, we couldn't find the special items you mentioned, including the office building, Shentang Mansion, CC Villa. Even Yang Youqing's university dormitory. Hangzhou Pandora Investigation Team. Command Room. A young subordinate hurried to Maan, saluted, and reported in a low voice. Ding. Ding. Ding.
Maan Bang did not respond, merely staring at the enormous screen ahead, the cap of his lighter repeatedly popping open. After a while, he glanced at the subordinate beside him and casually replied, In his mind, he was replaying the last scene. After Yang Youqing's death, the female ghost seemed to lose her medium to appear in the world, and then she vanished. The gray dove, startled, flew back into the sky. This medium should be Pandora. But have someone investigate Chao Chuang, the criminal police officer who appeared at the scene. Ma Anban gripped the lighter, speaking in a low voice. By the way, start with Chao Chuang's close relatives. He has a son and a wife, his father has passed away, and he has a mother. Understood. Although the young subordinate felt puzzled, he did not ask further, standing straight and responding loudly. After speaking, he turned and hurried away. The dove's behavior clearly showed emotional tendencies. Exclude the unreasonable. Then it indicates that a second Pandora appeared in this incident. Ma Anbang's gaze sharpened. The one most likely eager to save Chao Chuan was probably someone close to him. Whoosh! In the night of Hangzhou, in an ordinary residential community bedroom, the 16-year-old high school student's eyes widened, his body leaning heavily back, gasping for breath. What just happened? Chen Yuhang murmured. He only knew that when his consciousness attached to the gray dove, controlling it to land on his father's shoulder while thinking of how to save his father, a surge of malevolent intent suddenly struck him. But fortunately, Dad should be safe now. Chen Yuhang's back was soaked with sweat without him realizing it. He vaguely remembered the dove's last perspective was his father rolling forward. Thinking of this, Chen Yuhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his emotions continued to fluctuate. In his mind, amidst a jumble of thoughts, he felt a moment of excitement, reveling in the idea of being a superhero like those in movies, but then a wave of anxiety washed over him. What if they come for me? Chen Yuhang's heart skipped a beat. They shouldn't. They shouldn't. Who the hell could track me down through a pigeon? Is it that magical? With this thought, the 16-year-old high school student relaxed his tense body a little. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Chen Yuhang's body froze instantly, his heart racing as he sat motionless at his desk. In the room, he could only hear his mom asking who it was, followed by the sound of footsteps heading towards the hallway. He felt a mix of fear and nervousness, yet also thought he might be overreacting. Perhaps it was just one of his mom's friends. Who are you looking for? The plump middle-aged woman, Chenlan, looked strangely at the two men in black standing at the door, as if she sensed something, then said, You must be looking for my old Chow? Old Chow isn't here, and we can't reach him by phone. Hello, Ms. Liu. We're from the National Security Bureau. The leading man said in a deep voice, handing over an identification card. The current Pandora Special Investigation Team had two types of identification. For external use, one of which was from the National Security Bureau, making it easier for ordinary people to cooperate. National Security? My old Chow would never do anything wrong. Oh. We definitely wouldn't either, we're just ordinary people. Chenlan panicked upon confirming the identification, repeatedly insisting. The two men from the investigation team exchanged glances and then said, We're just conducting a simple investigation. May we come in? Please, come in. Please, come in. Chenlan, an ordinary housewife, suddenly felt a bit flustered and hurriedly stepped aside to let the two men in. Once they were seated in front of the sofa, she rushed to find some tea. I'll get you a cup of tea. No need to be so troublesome. May I ask, is your son home? My son? My son is still young, you can just ask me anything. Chenlan instinctively wanted to protect her son, and only after the two men repeatedly assured her they wouldn't do anything did she hesitantly walk to her son's room. Before long, Chen Yuhang followed his mother into the living room. The moment she appeared, the two men in black focused intently on her. Just one glance. They straightened their bodies, their expressions suddenly serious. Both were from a special department of the state, trained professionally. Not only high school students of this age, but even seasoned professionals would find it hard to escape their notice. As soon as Chen Yuhang stepped out, his face clearly displayed tension and unease, indicating that something was amiss. The next day, the weather was clear, and bright sunlight bathed the city. Peter? We have to leave right now. In the mid-range residential area of International Talon Street in the upper city, a middle-aged white couple was preparing to return home after 5 years of working in Zhao country. 35-year-old Peter, with a hiking backpack, had just stepped out of the apartment building when he suddenly stopped, instinctively looking back, feeling as if something was calling him from behind. His wife, who had walked quite a distance, noticed her husband still standing there and called out. Oh, I'm coming. Peter replied. He turned and jogged towards his wife, but soon ran back. Wait a minute, I forgot something. Peter turned back, heading straight into the elevator, pressing the button for the basement. In the
Corner of the garage, he spotted an ancient bronze bell lying quietly. What is this? It seems to be alive. Peter's eyes glimmered with greed as he reached out to touch the ancient clock in the corner, and in that instant, mysterious ripples surged in his mind, conjuring up information from Pandora. Wizard's soul bell. He clearly couldn't speak Chinese, yet he awkwardly pronounced these 4 words. On the other side, in the Binjiang district, in a mid to high-end apartment. It was still early for work. Lu Chen lay lazily on the lounge chair in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His all-black fat cat, Old Bai, comfortably nestled in his arms. The moment the wizard's soul bell was touched, Lu Chen received the information and peered into the distance through Pandora. When he saw that the new host was a middle-aged white man with a plump figure, his eyelids slightly raised. After a moment, he smiled noncommittally. Gone abroad? He continued to stroke Old Bai. His gaze revealed contemplation. It was inevitable for Pandora to transmit abroad. At this moment, it was merely a bit earlier than he had anticipated. Moreover, the situation abroad was different. From that at home, the grassroots control of the authorities was far inferior to that of the Eastern powers, and at the level of ordinary people, it was also easier to be misled. Tisk. Perhaps soon. There will be no shortage of souls. Lu Chen chuckled lightly and then closed the panel. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock came from the door. Lu Chen patted Old Bai's rear, and the fat cat flicked its tail and played dead, only reluctantly jumping onto the floor after being patted again. Sister Hongru? Lu Chen looked at Chen Hongru, who was dressed simply today in a white round-neck knit sweater and high-waisted stylish jeans. The seemingly ordinary outfit showcased a different charm on Chen Hongru, with a heavy chest in front and a tightly defined peach-shaped bottom behind. Come in and talk. Chen Hongru seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Before she could speak, she was pulled into the room, and when she met Lu Chen's gaze, she bit her red lips. Ha! In front of the sofa, Lu Chen exhaled a deep breath, put on his black-framed glasses again, and his expression became gentle, contrasting sharply with the previous one. Go ahead. He lifted the chin of the woman still leaning in front of him, his fingertips brushing her lips. What's wrong? It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you to pick up Wan from kindergarten. Chen Hongru's cheeks were still flushed as she spoke softly. Kindergarten? Yeah. A couple of days ago, Wan came back looking very unhappy, her mouth pouting like a little oil bottle. I had to ask the little girl several times before she told me. She said some kids at kindergarten said she didn't have a dad. So that's how it is. Lu Chen casually nodded. Send me the time and address for Wan's pickup. And I'll go if I have time. After a while, it was getting late, and Chen Hongru tidied up and went home first, quickly touching up her makeup before preparing to send her daughter to school. As soon as the door opened, the door next door happened to open as well. Uncle Lu. Wan dashed over in a flash. She tilted her little head up, her big eyes eagerly staring at Lu Chen, her voice sweet and innocent. Uncle Lu, Mom said you're coming to pick me up after school, is that true? It is true. Lu Chen gently patted the little girl's head, paused, and smiled. But you can't call me Uncle Lu anymore then. He. The little girl quickly caught on, spreading her small arms to hug Lu Chen's thigh, her voice bright. Daddy Lu. Single mother Chen Hongru's eyelids twitched at the words, but she didn't stop her daughter's actions. Instead, she quietly observed Lu Chen's reaction. When she saw that there was not a hint of extra change on his face, Chen Hongru felt a dull ache in her heart. Regardless of her intentions, she wanted her daughter to be closer to the mysteriously background Lu Chen. Morning, 9 o'clock. Lu Chen sat in the office, first dealing with the company's affairs. Simple tasks didn't take much time. Is this the Pandora Special Investigation Team? Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, peering through Pandora's connection at the clown. Whistle, a playful smile appearing on his gentle and refined face. Can Captain Ma know that someone is watching him? In a building with extremely high confidentiality and strict security, Maan walked ahead, followed by Captain Chow of the Municipal Police's Criminal Investigation Team. His eyes flickered, and his expression was extremely serious. He had just been informed about his son's situation. To be honest, he only hoped his son would be safe and, ideally, stay away from the police force in the future. Who would have thought he would be caught up in Pandora's whirlpool without his knowledge? We're here. Old Chow, you go talk to your son first. Don't worry, nothing will happen. In front of an interview room, the two guards at the door saluted Ma Anbang. Ma Anbang merely nodded and looked at Chao Chuang, reassuring him. After a while, Chao Chuang walked out of the interview room, his gaze fixed on Ma Anbang, whose words did not provide him with enough reassurance. Chao Chuang had been friends with Ma Anbang before and knew what kind of person he was, a madman who adhered to absolute rationality. If sacrificing his son would yield greater benefits when necessary, Chao Chuang was certain that Ma Anbang would do it. In fact, if needed, Ma Anbang wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself. The door to the interview room was pushed open. Inside. 16-year-old Chen.
Yu Hang nervously looked at the middle-aged man who walked in.
Chen Yu Hang. Don't be nervous, your dad should have told you, I'm an old friend of his. Maan looked at Chen Yu Hang, forcing a
smile on his usually tense face as he pulled out a chair and sat down.
I know you.
Uncle Ma, Chen Yu Hang said, and indeed, he felt less tense.
The stark contrast of black and white in Maan
eyes reflected the shadow of the youth, every detail of the latter's movements escaping his gaze. Just as Chao Chuang knew he was essentially an absolute rational madman, the truth was that his opening 2 sentences were merely to soothe the boy, not for the sake of sentimentality.
I suddenly thought of a question. Yu Hang, do you think the conversation we are about to have is being watched? Maan looked at the boy and suddenly said.
In the office, Lu Chen pushed up his glasses, his smile becoming even brighter.
I have conducted 2 tests.
Tests?
Yes. Hang City. Pandora Special Investigation Team. Confidential interview room.
Maan stared directly into Chen Yu Hang's eyes and continued, I asked the same question while talking to 2 different Pandora users, involving a mysterious existence.
Mysterious existence?
Chen Yu Hang instinctively thought of the mysterious man who had handed him the clown whistle that night.
What kind of person do you think he is? Maan suddenly asked Chen Yu Hang.
Chen Yu Hang, caught off guard, was about to say something when, in the next second, he tightly hugged his head and let out a painful scream.
Ah!
It was an indescribable extreme pain, a fear from the level of the soul, and the 16-year-old boy trembled continuously.
Don't be afraid. Maan looked calmly at Chen Yu Hang, simply
pressing down on the latter's shoulder and raising his voice, try to empty your mind, don't think of anything.
Who?
Chen Yu Hang half knelt on the ground, one hand supporting the table, while the other covered his neck. He gasped for breath, his mouth open as saliva continuously retched out.
After a while, Chen Yu Hang seemed to have calmed down.
Maan handed him a cup of warm water.
Feeling better? Thank you. Much better. Chen Yu Hang gulped down the water, nodding with a look of lingering fear.
In just that short time, his entire back was soaked with sweat, as if he had been soaking in water. That's why I said, when we start talking, it's possible that a certain presence is watching us. Maan shrugged and continued the conversation he had started. Don't think about it. Maan added immediately. Oh. Chen Yu Hang swallowed hard and responded with his head down. In the conversation room, Maan didn't speak again but allowed the young man in front of him some time to process. After a while, just as he was about to speak again, Chen Yu Hang lifted his head and met Maan's gaze.
Uncle Ma. A flicker of fear crossed Chen Yu Hang's youthful face, and after a pause, he asked heavily, could it be our enemy? At that moment,
outside the conference room, the Pandora investigation team and several key confidential personnel were simultaneously watching the conversation on surveillance. This was the first real contact the officials had with Pandora, and many people, even high-ranking officials far away in Yinjing,
were paying attention. When Chen Yu Hang asked that question, in front of the monitors, many people fell silent.
Just like the flicker of fear that crossed the boy's face, even mentioning its symbol could evoke a terrifying presence.
Is it really ordinary humans who can confront it?
If it disrupts our beautiful and stable lives?
Maan leaned slightly forward, looking directly into Chen
Yu Hang's eyes, his tone leaving no room for doubt. He declared firmly, then it is our enemy.
If its existence is to make people behave like beasts, uncontrolled by reason, then it is our enemy. If what it wants to see is chaos and evil, then it is our enemy. Maan's words grew louder, each sentence carrying immense weight. 16-year-old Chen Yu Hang's eyes widened, as if the courage and passion in his heart were being reignited. One by one, the high-ranking officials in front of the monitors also began to smile. A general from the military exclaimed, "Good. Well said." At the same time, under the azure sky, at the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor, Lu Chen turned off the panel, leaning back in his chair with a smile on his face. Is this intentionally being said to me? He thought for a moment. Although his ultimate goal was not the chaos that Maan spoke of, the consequences brought by Pandora did overlap significantly with what he had said. So, am I going to become the ultimate villain in front of the Pandora investigation team? While Lu Chen was pondering, his phone on the desk vibrated. After answering, he casually exchanged a few words. After sitting for a while longer, he got up and walked out of the office. The weather is really nice. Lu Chen stepped out of the building, gazing at the skyline with a contented sigh. He scanned his surroundings and then leisurely walked towards the adjacent building. This building stood alongside the Skyworth building, even taller, with a view directly facing the Xiantang River. Mr. Lu. As soon as Lu Chen walked in, Shen, who was waiting by the entrance, approached him. The two entered the private elevator one after the other, pressing the button for the highest floor, the 59th. Mr. Lu. Nancher was waiting outside the elevator on the top floor, already bending down before the doors had opened. Lu Chen responded casually. He followed behind Nancher, strolling on the top floor of this high-end office building, taking in the unobstructed and magnificent river view. In the future, Mr. Lu can come over anytime. I've already arranged everything. The 3 floors above and below are all yours. Nancher introduced as he walked. He led Lu Chen to the central area of the office building, designed by a master. Featuring sofas for meetings, leisure and entertainment areas, a drinks bar, and a reading area filled with books from various fields, there was even a space for exercising. Not bad. I really like it. Lu Chen stood by the window, looking down with a smile. Later, he would temporarily use this place as a base for the Pandora Management Committee. Speaking of which, the most suitable place for a management committee's base should be a mysterious club or roundtable hall described in many games or novels, accessible only through special means. It's a pity the conditions don't allow it. For now, a place like that would at least require a first tier or even a supreme tier Pandora. Lu Chen imagined such a scene, a look of anticipation appearing on his face, but then he whispered, with a hint of regret. However, while the distant goal was unattainable, the nearby could still shroud this building in a layer of mystery, at least preventing it from being casually exposed to others. Views. Mr. Lu. Here are some materials on social science scholars for your review. Nancher brought over a folder, speaking respectfully. Lu Chen leaned against the sofa and began to read carefully. Before long, he noticed a professor from Jiangsu Zhejiang University. Han Jianbing, 52 years old, a member of the Social Sciences Academy of Zhao, had written a paper on surveys of various European countries during his undergraduate years, and over the past 30 years, European countries had confirmed his judgments. Impressive. Lu Chen quickly skimmed through the paper, marveling. He wanted to understand the chemical reactions triggered by the increasing number of Pandoras being introduced around the world, guiding their development. In this process, he needed more top elites as his think tank and aides. At 4:30 in the afternoon, outside the affiliated kindergarten of Shuejuan Primary School, a dense crowd of parents was waiting. Lu Chen. Over here. Lu Chen got out of the car at the intersection, wearing a gentle smile. Just a few steps out, he spotted Chen Hongru, a single mother who had specially made herself up, waving at him from a distance. Lu Chen, thank you so much for coming over early from work. Chen Hongru had changed into a new outfit, a short-sleeved white shirt paired with a black high-waisted skirt. She had red lipstick on, and her large earrings swayed with her movements, while black sunglasses covered half of her face. Even among the many young mothers outside the kindergarten, Chen Hongru was exceptionally striking. She jogged up to Lu Chen, expressing her gratitude repeatedly. It's nothing. It was an interesting experience. Lu Chen shook his head, glancing at Chen Hongru before looking back at the kindergarten behind them, gently saying, experiencing the life of picking up kids in advance feels pretty good. Lu Chen enjoyed the different experiences of briefly tasting various aspects of life. Chen Hongru replied softly. She slightly lowered her head, following behind Lu Chen like a well-behaved little woman, which was in stark contrast to her outfit and the aura she had just displayed. Is Wanwan not out of school yet? She should be out soon. Chen Hongru quickly replied. As soon as she finished speaking, a cheerful bell rang from the nearby kindergarten, followed by a cacophony of children's voices. At that moment, Chen Hongru's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she stepped forward, her cool fingertips brushing against Lu Chen's right hand. Wanwan said that other people's moms and dads do this. Chen Hongru whispered. Lu Chen nodded noncommittally, turning his hand to hold hers in his palm. Soon, a group of little children streamed out of the kindergarten. And before long, an exceptionally clear and proud girl's voice rang out, Lu. Daddy! Look! That's my daddy! Handsome, right? I told you all along that I have a daddy, but you didn't believe me. That's my daddy. If he weren't my daddy, how could he be holding hands with my mommy? Lu Chen followed the voice and saw a rosy-cheeked little girl, excited like a butterfly, running towards them as soon as the teacher let go of her hand. The chubby little girl grabbed Lu Chen's hand with one hand and wanted to hold Chen Hongru's hand with the other as she bounced away. The sky gradually darkened. Neon lights flickered on. Lu Chen strolled along a commercial street near the military museum, with Chen Hongru trailing behind, the little girl happily clutching a candied hawthorn in her hand. Lu Chen. Thank you. Haven't you already treated me to a meal? Lu Chen replied casually, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding goods. Due to the proximity of the military museum, The antiques and replicas here lean towards items from the war period.
As the number of Pandoras increased, although Lu Chen couldn't specifically edit their abilities, he generally understood
that each Pandora was related to its former use. For example, the mask of Marquardt, which was once the most perfect artificial face shape from a cosmetic surgery hospital, transformed into a prop that could turn someone into another person after becoming a Pandora.
For instance, the wizard's soul bell, which was once used by wizards for sacrificial purposes.
Master, how much is this? This is a good item. Radio, you know, right? Spy, you know, right?
A radio used by spies to send signals during World War II.
The rosy-faced, plump old man's eyes lit up, and his loud voice boomed as he excitedly raised the price of the already unusable radio. $2,000, I'm giving you a discount,
the old man said reluctantly. Lu Chen squatted in front of the stall, his gentle eyes meeting the old man's gaze. Just that one look made the old man instinctively flustered, and he opened his mouth to change the price.
Wrap it up for me, Lu Chen replied. At the end of this
Commercial Street, or more accurately, on a newspaper casually laid on the ground outside the street, he spotted a worn-out black half-finger glove that had been scuffed.
What luck! Back at the apartment building, Lu Chen declined Chen Hongru's invitation to have tea at her house and walked into his study. Ha! 2 items that meet the criteria. Lu Chen looked at the table, one being a
worn-out radio about 30 centimeters long, and the other the leather glove he had just encountered. He opened the panel. Name, Lu Chen, soul count, 1, white soul, desire points, 20,400 points. I can only exchange for 1 seed for now, Lu Chen murmured. He didn't hesitate. Soon, a Pandora seed radiating mysterious light appeared before him.
Meow. Just as he was about to drop the
seed into the radio, the black cat, old by, wobbled in, its tail swaying. It lifted its round eyes, glanced at the seed, and lost the initial excitement.
It jumped onto its owner's lap, raising its round head. You little rascal. You've witnessed the birth of every Pandora. Lu Chen lightly patted the cat's head, chuckling. Every time he created a Pandora, this fat cat would come over. Without further hesitation, he dropped the seed into the radio. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-006. Please name Pandora number 3-006.
3-006, it thrived during that special period, its master a nameless hero who adhered to his duties until the last moment, still engaged in final secretive work even on the eve of death.
Lu Chen read the information carefully. That old man wasn't bragging. It really is a military radio from the war period? Lu Chen's face showed surprise.
This Pandora was just right to be placed in the temporary base of the management committee.
After a moment's thought,
he said solemnly, I shall name you, the Eternal Wave.
Ding! Naming successful.
Pandora number 3-006, the Eternal Wave 3-006, a radio capable of emitting the most secret signals, can only
provide correct guidance to those who can receive its signals amidst the vast darkness.
On the road to the secret base, it can shield against all prying eyes beneath its rank.
Lu Chen looked at this transformed item with satisfaction, ready to make some attempts when his gaze sharpened, his eyelids slightly lifting. Just a second ago, the column representing the soul suddenly grew by 1. So fast? If I calculate the time, it must have just reached the other side of the ocean, right? Lu Chen sighed. However, the arrival of
this foreign soul was perfectly timed. There was no need to wait for the next one. He cleanly exchanged for the second seed and placed it
into the tattered glove. Late at night, around 11 o'clock. Study. Lu Chen picked up the reshaped black glove, which appeared to be made
of leather, but felt soft and warm like a young girl's skin.
Very resilient, even ordinary blades or bullets can't cut through it.
I'll call you the Thief King's Glove.
Ding! Naming successful.
Pandora number 3-007, the Thief King's Glove. In the 1990s, there was a sensational Thief King in the 3 eastern provinces, and this was his most beloved glove. When you wear 3-007, you will possess the most agile hands, the most perceptive eyes, and the most exquisite steps. You will master the most terrifying skills of the Thief King without a teacher. From now on, you will grow increasingly thirsty, obsessed, and mad for money.
In terms of ability,
this is also a Pandora with great potential.
Lu Chen glanced over the corresponding ability description, thoughtfully saying,
using this Pandora is equivalent to directly transforming into a top-tier Thief King, and as its growth increases, it will advance even further.
Lu Chen looked at the glove, a slight desire to try it out blossoming in his heart.
After all, even he had fantasized about being a dashing thief like Chu Liuxiang in his youth.
His fingertips curled slightly, his gaze flickering. Forget it. He still didn't want to touch gloves used by others.
He recorded these 2 items in his black notebook, put everything away, and prepared to rest.
The next day. Clear weather. Uncle Lu. As soon as Lu Chen opened the door, little Wan ran out from next door. She stood in front of Lu Chen with a small backpack on her back. She tried hard to lift her head, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can you come to pick me up from school today? Wan, how many times have I told you, Uncle Lu still has to go to work? Chen and Hongru hurriedly came out, looking apologetically at Lu Chen, then bent down to gently pat the little girl's bottom. Wan pouted, stubbornly looking at Uncle Lu, her expression making one's heart ache. I'm sorry, Wan. Lu Chen's expression softened as he half squatted down, looking at the little girl, and said, Uncle still has to work, so I can't pick you up. Tears immediately streamed down the little girl's face uncontrollably. Not long after, as Chen Hongru took her daughter and left, Lu Chen also walked out of the apartment, looking up at the sky in the distance before slowly making his way to the Skyworth building. Manager Lu. As soon as he entered the office building, Nie Xiaoyu, holding breakfast, waved from afar and then happily ran over. Here. Breakfast. Nie Xiaoyu stretched out her hand, lively. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Lu Chen adjusted his glasses and smiled gently. After that, the two walked side by side towards the elevator as usual. Nie Xiaoyu looked a bit conflicted, as if she wanted to say something. Several times she mustered the courage to speak, but before she could, she was interrupted by a colleague in the lobby who greeted Manager Lu. It wasn't until they entered the elevator that she still hadn't said anything, and Nie Xiaoyu secretly scolded herself. What's wrong? You seem to have something to tell me? Suddenly, Lu Chen's voice came to her ears. Nie Xiaoyu looked up, meeting Lu Chen's eyes, her heart racing heavily. No matter how many times she locked eyes with Manager Lu, it always made her heart flutter. His eyes were warm and calm, like a vast ocean that embraced everything. Manager Lu, I've been learning to cook by myself recently, and I was wondering if you would like to eat the dishes I make. Nie Xiaoyu took a deep breath and gathered her courage to say, my skills aren't very good yet, so I thought I'd start with breakfast every day. Would Manager Lu want to eat? Of course. Lu Chen looked down at the still inexperienced girl in front of him, his gaze calm without a ripple, yet his tone remained gentle as he said. Xiaoyu's dishes must be delicious. Really? He. Nie Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed instantly, happily saying, Manager Lu, I'll bring you the breakfast I make tomorrow. At that moment, the elevator reached the Human Resources Department, and the young girl waved her hand and dashed out. Soon, the 15th floor. Lu Chen stepped out and sat down at the desk in his private office, casually picking up a book and leaning back in his chair to read carefully. At the same time, under the blue sky, at Hangzhou Normal University. Ready. Run. On the playground, the coach stood at the edge of the track, his gaze sweeping over a row of girls at the starting line. He raised his voice and gave the command, and the girls all dashed out. Before long, this group of girls finished the 800-meter run. The girls from the Chinese language and literature major crowded around a girl with a single ponytail, exclaiming, Wow! Ma Qing, you're amazing, you got a perfect score. I remember you didn't pass last semester and even threw up after finishing the run. Not just running, long jump, pull-ups, Qingzi also got perfect scores, and her reflexes are especially quick. Is Qingzi going to pursue a sports path? Ma Qing showed a proud expression and casually brushed off their compliments. She felt that ever since she got the dice of fate, her life had become increasingly comfortable. First, in terms of money, scratch cards were her ATM, and the ample living expenses allowed her to eat whatever she wanted. After eating, it was just a workout, and she didn't have to worry about gaining weight. When the numbers showed negative results, she didn't panic at all. It was just time to showcase her workout achievements. By the way, I need to sign up for a parkour class. There are many moves in parkour that should be very useful. Ma Qing thought as she walked out of the playground. She returned to her dorm, took a shower, and then sat down at her desk. In front of a pile of good luck charms, she solemnly threw the dice. Her gaze was fixed on the spinning 12-sided ivory die without blinking. Soon, her rosy cheeks turned pale. The ivory die showed the number 1 quietly resting on top. Oh no! Oh no! How could it be a 1? How could it be a 1? Ma Qing said nervously, this is the worst one in the misfortune, and it's her first time throwing it. Last time she rolled a 2, and because she was too restrained, it barely counted as a close call, with only one life-threatening accident narrowly avoided. I'm not going out anymore. Even if I die, I want to die in the dorm. Ma Qing instinctively said, but she quickly realized that hiding in the dorm was useless. She had tried it before. If she kept hiding in the safe house, then when she left, the misfortune could even double. Not lingering too long in the dorm, Ma Qing changed into a set of sportswear that wouldn't hinder her movements, put on her wrist guards and helmet, and cautiously walked out of the dorm. How strange. It's been 2 hours, why hasn't anything happened? No out-of-control electric scooters or cars, and no sudden falling objects from above. There won't be any banana peels appearing on the ground either. Hongzhou. Under the blue sky and white clouds, Ma Qing carefully walked around the school, keeping her eyes and ears open. Whenever she spotted someone riding an electric scooter, she was ready to dodge. Just like that, 2 hours later, it was still calm, and she began to walk out of the campus. First, she arrived at the snack street behind the dormitory building. Bang! A sudden loud noise came from not far away, and Ma Qing's body trembled, instinctively jumping to the side. Then she turned around and saw a stray dog that had knocked over a trash can, frozen in place, tilting its head and looking at this foolish human with a dazed expression. Phew! Ma Qing let out a long sigh of relief. Wow! What kind of style is this, girl? Ma Qing walked to the end of the snack street, where the owner of the lottery shop was smoking and looking at her, speaking up. Nothing. Ha ha. Ma Qing instinctively wanted to scratch her head but ended up scratching her helmet instead, awkwardly putting her hand down. I won't say more, I'm leaving now. Ha! The middle-aged owner, around 40, took a puff of his cigarette, watching the girl in the distance who looked like a startled bird, suddenly squinting his eyes through the white smoke he exhaled. He squatted in front of the shop, continuing to play on his phone. At that moment, in a group chat with other lottery shop owners, someone sent a message. Let me tell you something fun, we actually encountered a lucky koi at our shop recently. Twice in a row, buying scratch cards and winning prizes, the first time 5,000, the second time 3,000. Is it a man or a woman? A woman, probably a female college student. The middle-aged owner's eyelids twitched, not knowing why, but details that usually wouldn't be noticed kept appearing in his mind. He held the cigarette, his fingertips continuously sending messages on WeChat, even privately chatting with nearby lottery shop owners one after another. After a while, he crushed the cigarette but hard on the ground, patted his butt, and walked back inside. Sitting at the cash register, he pulled up the surveillance footage from the past half-month. In the dimly lit room, the 40-year-old owner found the 2 instances where Ma Qing had won scratch cards at their shop, stroking his stubbly chin. Something's not right. This reaction is strange, as if she felt she should win in advance. The middle-aged owner got up, closed the shop door, and rode an electric scooter towards the security department of Hangzhou Normal University, where a good brother of his was a small leader. At that moment, it wasn't even the middle-aged owner actively collecting evidence, but rather various coincidences about Ma Qing lining up one after another in front of his eyes. Phew! What on earth is going on? Gathering her courage, Ma Qing sat on a bench by the square near the school, blinking her eyes, gazing at the tall buildings against the blue sky. Just give me a break. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. On the other side, in the office, as Lu Chen was assigning tasks to his subordinates, he was surprised to see that the source of desire was that girl. It's worth noting that this greedy girl was the one who provided him with the least desire points among all the hosts of Pandora. Whenever he caught a glimpse of her, she was either indulging in a feast or training as if escaping from the apocalypse. All right. I'll stop here. Lu Chen looked at his subordinates and said with a faint smile. After speaking, he returned to his office, opened Pandora's contact, and quickly understood. Point 1 has been cast? Normally speaking, this point represents a life or death situation. According to the greedy girl, she only dares to use scratch cards when luck is on her side, so the accumulation of fortune isn't much, and the probability of death might be a bit lower. Lu Chen thought for a moment and decided not to concern himself with her anymore. He finished his work, and not long after, he picked up a suitcase and walked out of the office. In the adjacent building, the 59th floor, Mr. Lu, Shen Nancher was waiting in front of the elevator, bowing as the doors opened. Beside him, the ordinary young man Lu Yang, who had returned to his original appearance, also greeted him respectfully. Lu Chen smiled and nodded casually. Then, he handed the suitcase to Shen Nancher. Please put this in the lounge first. Lu Yang, how have you been feeling lately? He asked the young man on the other side. After the last meeting, Lu Yang had been undergoing training arranged by Shen Nancher, and for now, Lu Chen had positioned him as an external staff member. Thanks to you, everything is going smoothly. Lu Yang replied, lowering his head. That's good. In a bit, I need you to run an errand for me. Lu Chen continued. After saying this, he walked towards the central area of the entire floor, comfortably sitting in front of a sofa beside the floor-to-ceiling glass that stretched over 50 meters, and opened the suitcase he had brought. Inside was an old radio, 50 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide, next to which lay a set of 15 steel pens, all purchased together with the stationery. The pens had no brand and resembled the old-fashioned Hero 329 in design. Take these 2 pens first. Lu Chen pulled out 2 pens and handed them over. Yes. Shen Nancher and Lu Yang received them with both hands, carefully observing the pens.
At that moment, Lu Chen pressed several buttons on the radio. Mysterious, invisible ripples quietly spread in all directions. The two looked up, exchanged glances, and then looked out the windows. They soon noticed something was off. The view outside still resembled a city, but the original scenery that identified this building had vanished. Inside the hall, the decor and layout remained unchanged, but the details that could be inferred from the furniture and items had disappeared without a trace. This Pandora device is called the Eternal Wave. From now on, you can only enter this 3-story office building when you carry that pen, Lu Chen said gently. Theoretically, the Pandora devices on Shen, Nancher and Lu Yang were more advanced than this one, but due to the influence of the ring on Lu Chen, the Eternal Wave could still obscure 99% of prying eyes, even in the future when Pandora reaches its peak. Not bothering with the thoughts of the two, Lu Chen took out the stationery from the box, picked up another pen, and began to write in a calm and upright manner. It was inserted into an envelope. This is an invitation letter. Lu Yang. Please deliver it to Professor Han Zhanbing at Zhengzhou University. Lu Chen handed the envelope to Lu Yang with a smile. This Pandora-like radio's ability is equivalent to turning this 3-story office building into a stronghold for agents, where only those wearing a special token, namely a pen, are presumed to be insiders and can arrive directly without an invitation. Otherwise, only those who possess the code for the rendezvous can have their identities verified and receive the mysterious signals emitted by the radio. This invitation letter is akin to a code word. Yes. Lu Yang's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Daytime passed in a flash, and the sky was completely dark. Nighttime, 7 o'clock. Old Zhen? Why haven't you left yet? In Hangzhou, at the Jinggang campus of Jiangsu Zhejiang University, Professor Han Zhanbing was lost in thought when the sudden knock on the door and voice startled him. Following the sound, he saw another old professor from the sociology department. Ha! Nothing at all, I still have some materials to go through. Han Zhanbing pressed down on an envelope to his left, speaking nonchalantly. Alright then, I'll be off. The old professor waved his hand and staggered into the night-shrouded campus. Who on earth are they? 52-year-old Professor Han Zhanbing murmured, recalling the scene that had appeared before him not long ago. Initially, she had entered in the guise of his wife, saying that a gentleman had sent him an invitation and that he must attend. He chatted with his wife for a bit, but soon noticed something was off. It was at that moment that his wife laughed. And in the next second, she transformed into another person before him, who once again emphasized the invitation and then left the office. Ding-dling. The phone suddenly rang, and Han Zhanbing glanced at it. It was his wife calling. He paused for a moment but still answered the call. Han Zhanbing subtly tested 3 times during the call, sighed in relief, and his tone softened a bit. I'll be home a little later, I have things to do at school, so don't wait for me. Okay, you should rest early. Not long after, he hung up the phone. Han Zhanbing stood up, put on his coat, grabbed his briefcase, and hurriedly tucked the envelope into his pocket as he left the office. They say it's an invitation. They even insisted I must attend, but they didn't give me an address. Han Zhanbing sat in the car. He gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his gaze flickering. After hesitating several times, he brought the envelope back in front of him, took out the letter, and scanned the short text, muttering to himself. As soon as the words left his mouth, an unbelievable change occurred. The letter he held in his hand began to crack inch by inch before disintegrating into a flurry of particles inside the car. The car's radio spontaneously turned on. Professor Han Zhanbing's breathing quickened for a moment as he looked around the car, then turned his gaze to the inexplicably activated car radio. He reached out and twisted the dial. Unknown frequencies, unknown bands. Code connection successful. Hello. This is the Pandora Management Committee, I will guide you from here. A somewhat stiff female voice sounded. Professor Han Zhanbing's eyes widened, and his scalp tingled. The usually refined and elegant demeanor faded significantly. Before he could think further, the cold broadcast voice rang out, and he gripped the steering wheel tightly, pressing the accelerator. As he followed the directions and left the school, turning onto another intersection, a strange look appeared in his eyes. He should be very familiar with the urban planning of the road network outside the school, but at this moment, as he looked outside, although it was still Hangzhou, it was clearly another district far from Jiangsu Zhejiang University. Han Zhanbing continued driving, and the street scenery before him suddenly jumped to another intersection in his memory. He drove into a building's garage. Ha! Where on earth is this? Han Zhanbing took a deep breath, closed the car door, and looked around, trying to glean as much information as possible. To his eyes, this was merely an ordinary building garage, but as he scanned the license plates and cars, the conclusions drawn from these details were clearly at odds with logic. He stepped into the elevator, pressed the button for the 35th floor. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened. Professor Han
Outside the door, an unremarkable young man looked at Han Jianbing and smiled, saying, "We meet again. The sir has been waiting for you." Lu Yang added. "Whom?" Han Jianbing glanced at the young man, certain he had never seen him before, yet the other claimed they had met again. He recalled the invitation he had received, but this face was likely not the original one. "Please." Lu Yang gestured for him to enter, then stepped ahead. After receiving guidance from Shen Nancher, he now carried himself with increasing poise. Han Jianbing followed Lu Yang inside, and soon, in the distance, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, a man quietly reading appeared in his line of sight. When that man appeared, Professor Han Jianbing keenly noticed that the young man in front of him instinctively softened his footsteps, and many details in his movements expressed reverence. "Sir." Lu Yang bowed respectfully. Lu Chen put down his book, casually glanced at Lu Yang, and waved him away. Then, with a smile in his eyes, he turned to Professor Han Jianbing. "Professor Han, I have long admired your name. Please, have a seat." At 52, the refined Professor Han Jianbing noticed that the book Lu Chen had just been reading was one he had published. An extension of his undergraduate thesis during his time as a lecturer at Jiangxi University, deeply analyzing social issues in various European countries. He withdrew his gaze and sat down on the sofa beside the man. "I really like this book of yours, Professor Han," Lu Chen said with a smile. At that moment, another elderly man entered, greeted them with a sir, and poured a cup of tea for both Lu Chen and Professor Han Jianbing. "Professor Han seems to have many questions?" Lu Chen looked at Han Jianbing and continued. "May I ask how to address you, sir?" Han Jianbing was a clever man. Knowing that in a situation where his fate was completely controlled, there was no need for pretense, so he asked first. "My surname is Lu. You can call me Mr. Lu." Lu Chen took a sip of tea, leaned back on the sofa, legs naturally crossed, and replied with a smile. Han Jianbing's gaze sharpened. Everything he had seen tonight was continuously shattering the worldview he had built over the past 50 years. He pressed on with his questions. "What exactly is going on here? What is the Pandora Management Committee?" "I will tell you everything," Lu Chen said gently. On the 59th floor of the building, in a spacious and bright hall, Lu Chen raised a finger and said, "The first question, what exactly is going on here?" Recently, this world has begun to see the emergence of various items with incredible abilities. We call them Pandora. "Pandora?" Han Jianbing murmured, quickly guessing that the existence capable of constantly transforming into another person might be through a certain Pandora. "The second question. This relates to my abrupt invitation for Professor Han to come." Lu Chen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, facing the night sky filled with stars and moonlight. He admired it for a moment before turning to Han Jianbing with a radiant smile. "I would like to discuss a new topic with Professor Han. When a large number of Pandoras appear in this world, where will the future world, order, and civilization head? This is a very vast topic. It's just that the current information makes it difficult to make an accurate judgment." In the night, on the 59th floor of the building, the future stronghold of the Pandora Management Committee, Professor Han Jianbing furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he fell silent. He had dug a pit for himself. In such circumstances, the more information one knows, the more one is dragged into the abyss. "What else does Professor Han want to know?" Lu Chen asked with a smile. He was not afraid of leaks, or rather, it wasn't that easy to let things slip. "Do I have the right to refuse?" "Of course. I have the utmost respect for knowledgeable and scholarly individuals like Professor Han. However, isn't a top elite like Professor Han, who studies human sociology, curious about the grandest social transformation since the dawn of civilization that is about to occur in this world?" Lu Chen stepped closer to Han Jianbing, his tone becoming more serious as he spoke. The last sentence precisely struck at Han Jianbing's desire. His eyelids twitched, truly revealing his thoughts. For any top expert in sociology, the opportunity to personally observe and study the grand social transformation that Lu Chen spoke of would evoke a shiver from the depths of their soul. "Professor Han, welcome to the Pandora Management Committee." Lu Chen met Professor Han Jianbing's gaze, understanding the answer hidden deep within him. His smile became radiant as he opened his arms and said with a laugh, "The purpose of establishing the Pandora Management Committee is to guide Pandora into various aspects of the world on a grand scale. It will be divided into two circles. The first circle, centered around elite Pandora users, will select 12 Supreme Lords. The second circle will focus on non-Pandora users, who will be top elites and high IQ geniuses from various fields around the world. Among them, this second circle will directly serve Lu Chen, essentially acting as his advisory members." The night grew deeper. On the other side, at the headquarters of a trillion-dollar giant in Hangcheng, in the chairman's office, Ma Tianyun carefully examined the information presented to him. At his level and status, he had long been able to maintain A calm demeanor, even when dealing with major projects involving billions or trillions in cash flow, he would only pay a bit more attention. But this time, a hint of excitement was clearly visible on Ma Tianyun's face. Is it confirmed? Yes. I have already had someone verify the report carefully. The man in a black suit at the desk spoke in a deep voice. Has the owner of that lottery station been controlled? Ma Tianyun suppressed his emotions and continued to ask. Please rest assured, Mr. Ma. Ma Tianyun's gaze flickered as he tapped his fingers on the table, carefully sorting through everything before saying in a deep voice, before the matter is resolved, keep him stable. As for after the matter is resolved. Ma Tianyun's words trailed off. The man in front of him slightly bowed to indicate his understanding. When doing things, one must be thorough. Having such a greedy person out in the open would always be a disaster. Bring this Ma Qing to me. He emphasized, I will be waiting for you here tonight. Understood. The middle-aged man lowered his head and replied respectfully. After speaking, he straightened up and quickly left the office. Ma Tianyun, who looked different from ordinary people and had personally driven the creation of a commercial empire, stared at the closed door for a while. Leaning back in his black leather chair, he turned to look at the night outside. After receiving an email from Chen Hongru, Ma Tianyun began his investigation. The waters here were very deep, and it was certain that the authorities had already noticed that mysterious presence. This did not deter Ma Tianyun from pursuing that mysterious ability. Time passed second by second. In the evening. 10:30 p.m. Maybe it's fine now. Could it be that the appearance of number one doesn't actually bring danger? Ma Qing sat on a long bench at school, not far from the famous Lover's Slope, where even at this hour, many young couples were cuddling in various corners. Ma Qing cradled her chin in her hands, her tense nerves relaxing a bit after a long day, whispering with a hint of hope. Let's go. The dormitory is about to lock the doors. She stood up, patting her backside. Ma Qing still wore her helmet, and her elbows and knees were strapped with protective gear, drawing some curious glances as she walked. The dormitory? Or maybe we should skip it? What if it drags Qingqing and the others into this? Ma Qing paused in front of the dormitory building, her mind conjuring images of a fire or something similar. After hesitating for a moment, she turned and walked towards Garbage Street. Near Garbage Street, there was a fairly decent chain hotel. Just for one night. After all, money wasn't an issue. As night fell, Ma Qing had just entered Garbage Street when a figure in the distance behind her reported something. At the same time, cars scattered across different areas of the school began to move. A black sedan, a white van, and a BYD ride-hailing car. Ma Qing walked along the road of Garbage Street. At this hour, Garbage Street was already quite desolate, most shops preparing to close, with a couple of stalls selling skewers and squid still open by the roadside. Some students hurried to grab a late-night snack before lights out. Two cars blocked the students' line of sight just as a white van pulled up beside Ma Qing. In another direction, a man in black who had been following her from a distance jogged up, swiftly covering Ma Qing's mouth. The car door swung open. The girl was yanked inside. This series of actions flowed seamlessly, without a moment's pause. In less than a minute, the car drove away smoothly. Garbage Street remained as quiet as ever. Big head? Let's go. What are you looking at? Nothing. Nothing. I must have seen it wrong. In front of the stall, a boy holding 3 skewers of squid glanced towards the road not far away, his expression shifting as he vaguely remembered a rather pretty but strange girl passing by. How could she have vanished in the blink of an eye? Inside the white van, Ma Qing's mouth was immediately sealed, her arms bound behind her back. She let out muffled sounds, her eyes wide with terror as she looked at the man inside the vehicle. In that instant, she understood, this must be the disaster brought by number one, and if nothing unexpected happened, she was very likely to lose her life. Ding ding ding. Hello? Got it, send her to the safe house, I'll be there right away. In the office. Ma Tianyun answered the call immediately. Upon hearing the news, a look of joy spread across his face as he hurriedly said, also, all personnel involved in the operation must leave Zhao country via the route over the Qiantang River after the handover is complete. The boat has already been arranged. He promptly reminded again. Such matters required utmost caution, no matter how careful one was. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. In a building, on the 59th floor. After Han Zhanbing accepted the invitation, Lu Chen generously shared the experiences of Huang, Wenbin, Yang Yucheng, and others with him. Each person's reaction is quite representative. Anger, greed, lust. Each of these emotions will erupt once they gain power. Excitement flickered in Han Zhanbing's clear eyes as he spoke slowly. After further information was obtained, he began to deduce different possibilities for Lu Chen from various aspects: politics, economy, military, society. Lu Chen listened attentively. At that moment,
his gaze suddenly sharpened, noticing the frantically popping messages in front of him, and he followed the connection
to Pandora, looking into the distance.
When he saw the female college student Ma Qing being shoved into a white van, a faint smile appeared on his face.
Professor Han.
Han Zhanbing naturally paused his words when he noticed that Mr. Lu seemed to be pondering something.
Lu Chen met the latter's gaze and said gently, "What do you think the original upper class of this society will react when they discover Pandora?" Upper class? Han Zhanbing showed a thoughtful expression, and after a
moment, he said, "In your earlier message, there was already an official response. So, the upper class you mentioned this time, I assume refers to the noble families and
wealthy merchants outside of the official realm, those original rent-seekers?" Exactly. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, looking at the other man with a scrutinizing gaze. The emergence of Pandora will first impact these original rent-seekers.
They occupy the highest tier of resources and are now under the scrutiny of more
people. So, when the noble families and wealthy merchants learn of Pandora's existence, fear will be their initial reaction, followed by he agreed. They will soon
regard Pandora as a new means of production, or even as a manifestation of power. Possessing powerful Pandora means possessing greater authority.
They will begin to
frantically gather all information about Pandora and seize it at any cost, Han Zhanbing said solemnly.
In the night,
the group carrying Ma Qing switched to another vehicle and drove out of the main urban area, entering a 3-story self-built house near the river in the suburbs.
3 men got out of the car first. One of them dragged Ma Qing into the house and took the elevator up from the underground 3rd floor.
The man with a small finger-length scar at the corner of his eye had a cold gaze, devoid of any compassion, and roughly tied Ma Qing's hands and feet to a chair. He spread his fingers wide and suddenly grabbed Ma Qing's hair, pulling it
up along with her scalp. "I will tear off the tape from your mouth in a moment.
Let me remind you, don't cry, don't scream, I can't stand noise."
The middle-aged
man's voice was low and hoarse as he stared intently into Ma Qing's terrified eyes.
Ma Qing trembled.
After hearing this, she kept nodding her head, a wave of pain hitting her cheek as the tape was ripped off. Ma Qing tightly pressed her lips together, not daring to make a sound. Only 2 streams of tears flowed down her face. Even now, she didn't know what these thugs wanted from her. Along the way, her mind was racing. At first, she thought she would be assaulted, but later, she felt that
if it were just a simple assault, there wouldn't be such a commotion.
She pondered and concluded that the other party's goal was likely the dice of the fate gambler. "Someone will come to ask you questions in a while," the middle-aged man said again. After saying this, he left the room and locked the door again.
"Brother Feng. Brother Feng."
As soon as the middle-aged man went upstairs, 2 subordinates approached, calling out in succession.
"Sure, 2 and the others have already left by boat."
"We'll wait until this is over and take the boat tomorrow morning," the man called Brother Feng said in a deep voice.
"Brother Feng, is it really necessary to make such a big deal over just a woman?"
The younger man, not wanting to flee, especially not to Southeast Asia, quickly spoke up. "Besides, we haven't left any."
Slap.
Before he could finish his sentence, the middle-aged man, with a cold face, first slapped him hard, and the next second, a gun appeared from somewhere, pressed against the young man's forehead, and was cocked in front of him. "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. If I hear another word, don't blame me for being ruthless." This time, although he didn't know much about the incident, he could clearly sense something different. The master behind it was so cautious that not even a hint of surprise
was allowed to slip through. Brother Feng, Taozi is being thoughtless. I apologize on his behalf.
This kid just found a girlfriend, and I guess he's
a bit reluctant."
Another man hurried over to intervene.
Time passed second by second. 20 minutes later. In the night, a black sedan rushed into a self-built house next door, where Ma Tianyun, the trillion-dollar tycoon of Hangzhou's business circle, walked into the building.
He sat on the sofa in the safe house, looking at the screen in the room, where the young female college student Ma Qing was displayed in the center.
What is it really about?
A longing appeared on Ma Tianyun's face as he murmured. To this day, given his status, there were not many things in this world that could evoke such desire in him.
"Let's begin," he said in a deep
voice. The bodyguard beside him responded and stepped aside.
Ma Tianyun pressed the button in front of him, paused slightly, and then spoke. "Ma Qing." In the room,
on the 3rd underground floor, the altered voice echoed, and Ma Qing suddenly looked up.
"Can you tell me? What happened to you? What exactly did you encounter? Half a month ago?" Ma Tianyun continued.
He struggled to control his voice, which was trembling with excitement. Beside him were the gathered information about every scratch-off ticket Ma Qing had, the series of training she had undergone, and the unfortunate events she had encountered as witnessed by relevant personnel.
Huff. Huff. Huff.
Ma Qing was terrified to the extreme, her body shaking like a sieve, her breath coming in rapid gasps.
I got something. Ma Qing swallowed hard. And said. Something? Ma Tianyun's tone rose, and he stood up from the sofa. In fact, he still didn't know about Pandora's existence, he could only confirm the emergence of some supernatural power. At this moment, this answer clearly made him even more ecstatic, having something meant that the supernatural power could be under his control. Yes. Ma Chang nodded. She paused, raised her head, looked ahead, and bit her lip again, saying, I can give you the thing, but I want to live. Of course. I can even give you a huge fortune, allowing you to enjoy wealth for the rest of your life. Ma Tianyun immediately replied. Then, he couldn't wait to ask, what is the thing? Leave it to me. Does the gentleman mean that, at this moment, somewhere, a usurer is plundering Pandora? In the building, on the 59th floor. Outside the window. The bright moonlight flowed like water over the two people in front of the sofa. Professor Han Zhanbing paused, looked at Lu Chen, and asked. Lu Chen picked up the teacup, took a sip, and smiled as he said, that is a Pandora that can influence personal fortune, and it is being targeted by a business tycoon. Has he succeeded? Han Zhanbing immediately asked. From the partial information obtained tonight, he could guess that the birthplace of Pandora might be in Hangzhou, and under this premise, the business tycoon mentioned by Mr. Lu was few and far between. If there are no accidents, he should succeed. Lu Chen replied. Accidents? Professor Han Zhanbing keenly noticed this phrase. He associated it with the Pandora Mr. Lu mentioned, and the term fortune inherently represented uncertainty. In the night, in two self-built houses on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun stared intently at the screen in the surveillance, controlling his breathing while continuously using words to soothe Ma Qing's mind. The disparity in status between the two was stark. Ma Tianyun was a cunning old fox, while Ma Qing, despite having obtained Pandora, was still a naive and innocent college girl, having only recently entered the world. Every emotion she thought she was hiding was clearly seen by Ma Tianyun. After a moment, Ma Qing's eyelashes fluttered slightly as she said, I'll give it to you. But you have to let go of my hand first. Ma Tianyun paused briefly before agreeing. In the surveillance footage, a middle-aged man with a thumb-length scar on his face pushed the door open. He reached down to his leg, pulled out a military dagger, and with a swift motion, cut the ropes binding the girl's hands before silently walking out. Where is it? Ma Tianyun leaned forward, his tone heavy. Ha! Ma Qing took a deep breath, glancing at the red marks on her pale wrist. She bit her lip and reached for her neck. As she lifted her head, a mysterious die hanging from her neck came into view, and Ma Tianyun watched intently without blinking. As she took the die off, a sharp pain shot through her wrist, causing Ma Qing's right hand to tremble, and her pale palm loosened. She noticed the die falling to the ground, her pupils constricting as if she had thought of something. The die fell freely through the air, tumbling. It rolled on the ground. Soon, it came to a stop. Ma Qing looked at the die, her expression pausing, a flicker of surprise crossing her pitiful face, but it quickly vanished. Sir? Did something unexpected happen? In the building, on the 59th floor, Lu Chen gazed into the distance, his expression pausing, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Professor Han Zhanbing, whose gaze had been fixed on Lu Chen, asked, things are getting interesting. Lu Chen replied with a smile. As the 12-sided ivory die came to a standstill. In the night, a patrol boat on the Qiantang River suddenly turned on its massive searchlight, illuminating a section of the river like daylight. 57700, stop the boat for inspection. 57700, stop the boat for inspection. Routine check. Inside the cargo hold of the transport ship, an alarm blared. Damn it! How can there be a patrol boat at this hour? What should we do, Brother June? Inside the hold, 5 men of varying ages suddenly looked grim. They peered through the glass at the patrol boat outside, anxious. They should not be on this ship at all, and trying to pose as crew members was already problematic. If the old police officers took even a glance, they would raise suspicion. Don't panic. Brother June took a drag from his cigarette, speaking calmly. He stood by the window, watching the water police patrol boat slowly approach the cargo ship. As the two vessels drew near, 5 or 6 water police officers, accompanied by 2 police dogs, jumped onto the ship. Damn! Even the damn police dogs are here. This isn't standard water police equipment. One man in the crowd cursed. The captain of the cargo ship wore a friendly smile, first offering cigarettes. But when no one accepted, he inquired a bit more. Noticing that the water police were determined to inspect the cargo, his eyes flickered. As the captain walked to the side, he discreetly slipped a stack of money into his hand. Just as he made this move, the middle-aged police officer's expression changed instantly. Inside the
Hold, Brother June watched the scene unfold, his expression unchanged as he continued to smoke, the dim light igniting sparks little by little. He glanced at the four brothers beside him. Brother June. They're coming. Brother June tossed the cigarette butt to the ground, stepped on it, and at the same time, reached into his pocket. His gaze was calm, without a hint of turmoil. He raised his gun. Pop. 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 The silenced pistol fired 4 times in succession. Before he could react, the man, his eyes filled with disbelief, fell to the ground one after another, blood staining the floor. Brother June glanced at the 4 men, then turned and ran towards the back of the cabin, plunging into the river at the corner. Just in time. 2 Belgian Malinois raced towards the cabin, barking frantically. The flashlight in the water police's hand illuminated the area from a distance, followed by a series of footsteps. Soon, 4 corpses appeared before everyone. Quick! Quick! There's still 1 survivor here. On the other side, in a self-built house on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun trembled as he looked at the 12-sided die in front of him. At that moment, his expression was extremely complex: madness, greed, excitement. In his eyes, the die was radiating a mysterious and brilliant light. Sir! Hasty footsteps sounded from outside the door. A man in a black suit approached Ma Tianyun, bending down to say, "Something's happened." Ma Tianyun's expression changed as he gripped the die tightly. He straightened up and, without a moment's hesitation, headed outside, his cold voice ringing out, "Clean it up." Yes. The black sedan quietly drove into the night. In another house, a man called Brother Fong received the order. His black and white eyes flickered slightly as he raised his gun, systematically dealing with the subordinates beside him. Then, he walked into the underground safe house on the 3rd floor. "What do you want?" You said I would be kept alive. You said I would be kept alive." Ma Qing's eyes widened in fear as she looked at the man approaching her. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out in despair. Her body was still tied to the chair, and she could only struggle and twist frantically. The man with a small scar the length of a pinky on the corner of his eye stopped in his tracks. He raised his gun. The dark muzzle was aimed at Ma Qing's forehead, and without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. But seconds later, nothing happened. The man continued to fire. The 2nd time. The 3rd time. The 4th time. After 9 consecutive attempts, the pistol jammed after pulling the trigger. The indifferent middle-aged man's expression finally changed, astonishment flickering in his eyes. "Mr. Liu. Is Pandora just taken away like this?" In the building, Lu Chen smiled, describing the scene unfolding in the distance at a leisurely pace. At this moment, Professor Han Zhanbing spoke up. "Of course, it's not that simple." Lu Chen shook his head. "Pandora has a mechanism, which is the recognition mechanism. It can only recognize a new owner after the previous owner has died. And if the previous owner is not dead, the successor who rashly seizes Pandora will gradually be affected by its negative effects. Killing them? Can we then seize Pandora?" Han Zhanbing asked closely. "There is also a screening process here." Lu Chen pushed up his glasses and looked at the professor in front of him, speaking gently. "If the successor who seizes Pandora meets the screening criteria at the time of the previous owner's death, they can become its new owner. Conversely, Pandora will disappear from that spot and randomly appear around potential new owners who meet the criteria. So that's how it is." Han Zhanbing nodded. He raised his head, his gaze fixed on the mysterious man before him, his thoughts racing. He was certain that the information he had easily obtained from him tonight was something that official investigators and high-ranking figures at the top of the pyramid would need to invest significant resources in, even at great cost, to uncover. And why did the other parties seem to see through everything? Just a moment's thought made Han Zhanbing feel a shiver, as if gazing up at the cosmos. "All right. Let's call it a day for now, thank you, Professor Han," Lu Chen said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he opened a box in front of him and took out a pen numbered 4, handing it to the other man. "By the way, Professor Han, this pen is a gift for you. In the future, you can come here any time, whether to rest or to study." "Thank you, Mr. Liu," Han Zhanbing replied earnestly as he accepted the pen with both hands. He already understood that without guidance, one wouldn't even know which direction this building faced. He naturally noticed Mr. Liu's hint to leave and did not linger any longer. After standing up, he cupped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave. Not far outside the hall, an ordinary-looking young man was standing. And as Han approached, he bent down in a gesture of invitation. Before long, Han Zhanbing drove away in his black Lexus, disappearing into the night. "Ha! It's out." In Hangzhou, on the main road near Wulin Square. At the red-green traffic light, Professor Han Zhanbing gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes wide open. as he carefully observed the tall buildings ahead. After confirming that several streets were connected, he let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed he remembered something,
and quickly took out his phone, opening the navigation app.
His fingertip glided across the screen, and after a moment, he sighed, indeed.
Not a single flaw. It all feels like a dream.
The app showed that for the past few hours he had been circling the same area. This world. Has such a miraculous thing appeared?
Han.
Zhanbing looked out at the night through the windshield and murmured. Just then, the screen of the phone he was still holding lit up. In a school chat group, a well-informed old employee sent a message. Goodness, a friend from the water police told me that tonight, while patrolling the Qiantang River, they encountered a cargo ship. On board, a criminal shot 4 companions and then jumped into the water to escape.
At first, Han Zhanbing didn't pay much attention, but moments later, his
expression suddenly hardened as he recalled Mr. Lu's smiling face and gentle tone.
Is this the top billionaire's attempt to seize the Pandora host? He whispered.
Such an incident absolutely could not leave a trace. How could a billionaire who reached that position be a soft-hearted person? Han Zhanbing noticed the shadow of a police car in the rearview mirror, collected his thoughts, and pressed down on the accelerator.
Late at night. 11:45 p.m. In the outskirts of Hangzhou, in a self-built house.
A man with a small finger-length scar at the corner of his eye still held his gun in position. He remained silent for a moment before bringing the gun
back in front of him.
With a clap of his hands, he unloaded the magazine and the handgun, confirming that the gun was fine, and stood before Ma Qing.
Since the gun was fine, then what could cause a jam 9 times in a row?
The man was unaware of Pandora's existence, so everything before him was extremely impactful for someone with faith. He silently watched Ma Qing, ignoring the latter's wails in despair. Moments later, he tucked the gun into his waistband, turned around, and left the room. Upon re-entering, he carried a large oil drum, pouring it around Ma Qing before spilling it all the way outside the room. The man stood in front of the self-built
house, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, watching the flickering ember glow in the night.
Ha! He flicked the ash out, and as the cigarette rolled through the air, the man turned and walked into the night.
Boom!
A roaring flame erupted in an instant.
Mr. Ma.
You're back. In Hangzhou, in a luxurious villa.
Ma. Tianyun's car smoothly entered the garage, and the middle-aged butler had been waiting early, bowing slightly. Ma Tianyun nodded.
He pretended to walk towards the house, but after taking a couple of steps, he turned and said, You can go rest, no need to worry about me. Yes, the butler replied.
Ma Tianyun walked straight
through the living room towards the huge spiral staircase inside the house. Just as he lifted his foot to step onto the stairs, he suddenly stepped into thin air. His whole body lurched forward, and with a thud, he fell heavily onto the stairs, his nose crashing hard against the steps, blood gushing out uncontrollably. Hiss! The sudden pain made this titan who controlled $1 trillion group gasp.
Mr. Ma, are you alright?
The butler, who was about to leave, hurried over, helping Ma
Tianyun up and trying to guide him to the sofa.
However, as soon as Mr. Ma took a step, his left foot tripped over his right, and he fell again, taking the butler down with him, both crashing heavily to the ground. The back of Ma Tianyun's head hit the armrest hard.
A wave of dizziness washed over him. Mr. Ma, are you okay?
The
middle-aged butler scrambled to his feet, panic written all over his face. He looked at Ma Tianyun and said, I need to take you to see a doctor. Just that one sentence. No need. Ma Tianyun's gaze sharpened as he said in a deep voice, I'm fine.
Then let me at least apply some medicine for you, the butler quickly suggested.
The messy room had sticky notes plastered all over the walls, cabinets, and the refrigerator's surface. The notes contained lines of text. Huang Wenbin, March
10, can transform into others. Pandora, Skyworth Building, employee, March 11, the victim's blood was drained. Yang Yucheng, appearance of Pandora unknown, can summon the souls of the dead. College student, part-time at a cinema bar. Clown whistle, can control stray animals, can enter the perspective of stray animals.
Ding! 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 Late at night.
In the dimly lit room, Ma Anban leaned back in front of the sofa, not having taken off his clothes or shoes, one foot resting on the other, just straight up on the sofa. His head rested on his right hand. His left hand dangled at his side, occasionally playing with a metal lighter.
He couldn't sleep. So he decided not to sleep, replaying the details from the beginning with Huang Wenbin in his mind like a movie. Ma Anban opened
his hands towards the ceiling. I will definitely catch you. Since Yang Youcheng's death, all subsequent matters had yet to be resolved, and the chain reaction in Hangzhou's official circles had nothing to do with him.
The groundwork investigation surrounding Yang Yucheng was what Ma Anban was primarily focused on. Regarding the questioning of Chen's shooting. Regarding the questioning of Yang Youcheng's classmates and colleagues. University campus, workplace.
As long as they existed, all surveillance footage was extracted and preserved for the Pandora investigation team.
At any cost, a large number of personnel used the most rudimentary
methods to push forward. That existence codenamed S is right in this city, Ma Anbang murmured to himself. He closed his eyes, and a mysterious shadow appeared in the darkness. Before him. He tried to outline the figure's appearance with his current consciousness, arrogant. This was the first keyword Ma Anbang distilled about it. In their hand-in-hand investigations, every time they touched upon the other's traces, what awaited them was a blank space, blank surveillance footage, blank memories of corresponding personnel. This indicated that the forbidden existence had never actively hidden the traces of its presence. But even so, they couldn't reach it. Blank. Ma Anbang felt no sense of frustration, instead, he was even more eager to try. It's also a clue.
Bang bang bang. At this moment,
a sudden knock on the door interrupted the moment, and Ma Anbang quickly got up and opened it.
Team leader Ma. There's been an incident. The young subordinate spoke in a low voice. Team leader Ma.
25 minutes ago, a murder occurred on a cargo ship in the Qiantang River area, resulting in 3 deaths on the spot and 1 person still in critical condition.
15 minutes ago, in the
suburbs of Hangzhou, 2 self-built residential buildings exploded, and firefighters witnessed this scene upon arriving at one of the buildings. Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room.
Ma Anbang walked in
briskly, and his assistant Zhao Xiuxue stood beside a large screen, reporting in a serious tone.
She pressed a button on the remote.
Suddenly, the raging flames illuminated the dark night in a fiery red.
In the midst of the flames, which even firefighters dared not enter easily, a girl emerged, walking like a goddess. The terrifying tongues of fire danced around her without causing her any harm, the red glow outlining her youthful face. In the video, the firefighters present were stunned. Another Pandora case. Ma Anbang stared at the screen, speaking solemnly. Team leader Ma. This girl is named Ma
Qing, and she is currently on her way here. She is originally from Sichuan, 20 years old, and studying Chinese language and literature at Hangzhou Normal University. Assistant Zhao Xiuxue succinctly reported the information she had gathered.
Was she kidnapped?
Ma Anbang raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting instantly as he looked at another subordinate, commanding in a low voice, continue the investigation as normal. But at the same time, have someone keep a close watch on the 4 major families and the individuals on the list. I don't care how powerful they are. I'll bear the pressure.
Ma Anbang stood tall and straight, like a sharp spear, a warrior unafraid of anything.
He raised his voice, which echoed throughout the command room. His insight remained sharp and keen, directly bypassing the time-consuming procedural investigations and focusing on the power players.
Precise. And aimed at the critical points.
Yes. The subordinate responded and hurried off to the side.
Time passed second by second. The next day.
Saturday, a day off.
Supervisor Liu, there are so many people. He.
Fortunately, I bought my ticket early, or I
definitely wouldn't have been able to see it. In Hangzhou, a long line formed outside the Zhao National Academy of Fine Arts Museum. Nia Xiaoyu wore a clean white
long dress, with 2 long braids adorably draped in front of her. She wore white socks and round-toed black leather shoes, standing on her tiptoes to look ahead. Happily saying to Lu Chen behind her, Supervisor Liu loves antiques so much, he must also like this exhibition. I saw on the official website that it's an exhibition opened by the top private collector from France in the country.
Nia Xiaoyu introduced. Thank you, Xiaoyu. Lu Chen replied gently. Just that. Simple sentence made the young girl's eyes curve into crescent moons. After a while, the two entered the exhibition hall following the crowd. This exhibition hall
was divided into 2 categories, one featuring many ancient artifacts from the Zhao kingdom, which had been passed down through wars.
As for how they ended up in
the hands of this collector, Lu Chen glanced at the introduction in his hand, noting that the collector also held a noble title from France.
Aside from the Zhao
kingdom artifacts, the other part consisted of medieval European items.
Supervisor Liu. Do you like this?
In a square display case, a mysterious red gemstone ring sparkled in just the right light.
Lu Chen stood beside it, his gentle gaze lingering. Nia Xiaoyu glanced at it and asked. Lu Chen nodded. The siren
mermaid ring, a symbol of mystery and temptation.
It comes from medieval Europe and was a gift from a count to his wife. Nia Xiaoyu looked at the introduction and read it aloud, blinking her eyes as she said, Mermaid siren?
The siren comes from ancient Greek mythology, a creature with a woman's head and a bird's body. Legend has it that it often flies over the sea, and when it sees passing sailors, it would use its heavenly voice to lure them, causing their ships to run aground and sink, and the crew members who fell into the water would become the siren's meal.
Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and gently introduced it to Nia Xiaoyu. Oh. So that's how it is, what an evil monster. Yes, Xiaoyu nodded, speaking with clear likes and dislikes. Let's go, Lu Chen said with a smile. In his eyes, the gemstone ring displayed in the showcase was radiating a red light from another dimension. Sir. In the morning, Hangzhou, CC Villa. The old butler, Shen. Shen, walked to the study on the second floor beside Chen Nancher and whispered something. Chen Nancher put down a Buddhist scripture he was holding, his expression still calm, and asked, when did it appear? I know now. Chen Nancher replied. After a while, the old butler pushed Chen Nancher, who was sitting in a wheelchair, towards the semicircular balcony, where the warm sunlight poured generously over the old man. Chen Nancher had a thin blanket covering his legs, and his face was made up to appear pale, as if he were on the brink of death. His murky gaze subtly swept outside the building. In some less noticeable places in the distance, two men resembling security guards walked by. It was just found out that these two had just started working today. Have Lu Yang come over? The sir has a task, Chen Nancher said flatly. Yes, Shin Shan replied. Chen Nancher was about to turn back when his gaze caught a glimpse of a villa diagonally across. In the garden under the sunlight, a woman who once burned with fiery passion now resembled a wilted flower, only occasionally showing a spark of life in her eyes when she looked at a little boy chasing butterflies. Mom! Mom! In the garden, a chubby little boy chased a butterfly halfway, but his attention was drawn to a small yellow flower growing in the gap of the tiles. He carefully bent down to pick the little yellow flower, holding it high above his head, joyfully shouting, but unexpectedly, after just 2 steps, he fell flat on his face. Yet, even as he fell, the little boy insisted on holding the flower in his right hand. He got up, pouting, with tears swirling in his eyes. But soon, the boy wiped his face with his sleeve and ran back to his mother, eyes hopeful as he presented the flower. Mom, this is for you. Happy, Cho hopes mom is happy, he said in a childish voice. The woman came back to her senses, and upon seeing her son, she took the flower and hugged the boy tightly. The daytime passed in a flash. At night, 7 o'clock. In Hangzhou, the old campus of the Jiaoguo Academy of Fine Arts. Located by West Lake, 2 men in security uniforms patrolled the art gallery side by side. Captain. As they passed through the corridor, the younger security guard suddenly said, I have a craving for a smoke, want one? Not here. The middle-aged guard shook his head, glancing at the restroom, let's go to the toilet. The record showed he was also an old smoker. Okay. Captain, smoke mine, you can't usually get this kind. The young guard said with a smile. The two walked towards the restroom, and as they entered the men's room, the young guard behind slightly raised his head, and his expression changed in an instant. What kind of smoke? I have to try it. The middle-aged guard said as he turned, but the next second, his eyes widened, and a tremendous force struck the back of his head. He had no time to react, only letting out a muffled grunt before collapsing to the ground. In the quiet restroom, the young man looked down at the middle-aged security guard, his facial features beginning to twist, and even his originally taller body was shrinking inch by inch. Under the bright fluorescent lights, only the mirror in front of the sink bore witness to this horrifying scene. Captain? How did you get here? The middle-aged security guard walked towards Hall 2, where 2 nearby guards were laughing, one of whom glanced back. Where's Chen Yong? Slacking off again? He's gone to the bathroom, his stomach hurts. This kid. Alright, I'll check this side, you two go to the next hall. Okay. The 2 guards had no doubts at all, waving their hands as they walked towards the next corridor. Before long, this exhibition hall was left with only the middle-aged security captain. Lu Yang's gaze swept across, and he walked familiar towards one of the display cases, which he had already checked during the day. Standing in front of a ruby ring, he reached into his pocket and took out the circular device that Chen Nancher had given him, simply placing it on the display case, as if magnetically adhering to the special anti-theft glass. The red light flickered rapidly. Bang! The glass, said to be able to withstand bullets, developed cracks that quickly spread across the entire transparent case, and at that moment, the alarm in the exhibition hall began to sound. Lu Yang glanced at the red light, reached into the shattered glass, tucked the gemstone ring into his pocket, and turned to dash in another direction. His running was swift, and his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Amidst the shadows of his movement, Lu Yang's body underwent another transformation. Mr. Lu. From the perspective of the Pandora host, we will deduce and discuss the possible future. Oh? Professor Han, please go ahead. On the 59th floor of the building, under the cold moonlight, Lu Chen and Professor Han Zhanbing sat facing each other. First. The first level, ordinary people who obtain Pandora. What are their needs at this time? Professor Han Zhanbing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, naturally exuding an air of strategic planning as he said, they need to fulfill their most immediate desires through Pandora, such as their longing for women, especially those who were once unattainable. For example, hatred towards those who have humiliated them. These direct needs can be easily fulfilled. Through Pandora, we will name it the low-level beast-level drive. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. This was not difficult to summarize. Huang, Wenbin, Liu Yang, and even Shen Nancher all had the same first-level drive after obtaining Pandora. Second level. I will name it the intermediate ambition level drive. After satisfying direct desires, ambitions begin to emerge, wanting to possess more wealth and higher power. Professor Han analyzed carefully, and after a long while, he focused his gaze, raised his head, and met Mr. Lu's smiling eyes, continuing, finally, there is the third level, the violence level drive. Violence? Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, only responding gently, his smile brightening slightly. Does Professor Han mean that when ambition reaches its peak, the hosts of Pandora will revert to the primitive beast level? Violence is the most primitive and basic behavior since the birth of human civilization. It is the initial stage of human civilization's development. In other words, it can also be called the violence born from extreme ambition. If, as Mr. Lu said, the future Pandora possesses immeasurable power, then at that time, the pinnacle of Pandora hosts will certainly revert to violence, bringing war to the world. Is that so? Lu Chen picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and non-committally replied. White Soul +1, late at night. 10 o'clock. Lu Chen had just returned to his apartment, and, while changing his shoes, a message popped up in front of him. So soon? As expected of a free country. Lu Chen chuckled lightly. Through Pandora's connection, he gazed across the ocean and found that the female ghostly Wenbin seemed to treat the witch's soul bell as her own possession, forbidding the new user from condensing new souls. Otherwise, she would subtly tempt them within the rules and drag them into the abyss. Just in time. Entering the study, he had just exchanged for a new seed when the black cat Lao Bai appeared at the door right on schedule. It first jumped onto its owner's lap and then leaped onto the desk. Lu Chen glanced at Lao Bai without pausing, slowly sending it into the ruby ring in his hand. The emerald green seed melted into the ring like a droplet of water. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-008. Please name Pandora number 3-008. 3-008, its former owner was the wife of a count from medieval Europe who possessed a voice as heavenly as a celestial choir. At every noble gathering, her singing would captivate the crowd, but alas, it also attracted malicious jealousy. The woman's blood stained the ring. The user wearing 3-008 will possess the most perfect singing voice. Your voice is a masterpiece of God. Lu Chen laid the ring in the palm of his hand, and it transformed into another appearance entirely, a pure red pigeon egg gemstone set against a mysterious ring base. The entire ring base was made with a background of mermaid scales, featuring undulating water patterns as the main element. Although the scales and water patterns intertwined without revealing the mermaid's figure, they seemed to hint at the beauty of the mermaid beneath the surface. I'll call you the Sea Witch Ring. Lu Chen whispered. After naming it, its corresponding abilities refreshed once again. In addition to the perfect voice, the wearer's singing would possess mysterious magical powers. Through song, temptation, control, bestowing positive or negative effects on the listener. Furthermore, when the length is sufficient, if the wearer perfectly narrates a complete story through song, they can completely drag the listener into another world. Illusion? Or can one really weave a tangible world of spiritual existence with song? And the negative effect is that one becomes increasingly narcissistic, falling uncontrollably in love with oneself? Lu Chen pondered the last part of its abilities. After a moment, he smiled, thinking he was overthinking it. After all, this was just a third-tier Pandora. The night deepened. He placed the ring into a box, and counting the Thief King's gloves, he already had 2 Pandoras in hand that he hadn't released. The next day, Sunday, the weather was clear, and the temperature was gradually rising. Lu Chen left the house at 10 in the morning, his black-framed glasses allowing his gaze to casually sweep across the city. He had no specific destination, only planning to select 2 suitable Pandora hosts from the vast sea of people. Strolling through the springtime city of Hangzhou. On the streets, delivery workers in blue and yellow uniforms occasionally brushed past him. At the crosswalk, a young couple ran by, the boy's arm bumping into Lu Chen, who apologized repeatedly before continuing their playful chase. What the hell? The art museum of the Zhao State Academy of Fine Arts was robbed, and a ruby ring worth 95 million was lost. No way? Where are the people? Have they been caught? On the subway line 1. As Lu Chen stepped into the carriage, a young man leaning against the door, playing with his phone, nudged his companion in astonishment. Lu Chen heard clearly but showed no change in expression. He simply raised his head and looked toward the corner of the long carriage. Okay. I understand, thank you for your trouble. In the subway, 24-year-old Zhong Luanjuan hung up the phone after just a year of graduating from university. He clutched his phone tightly, confusion flickering in his eyes, leaning back and resting his head against the carriage wall. When he was still in school, he was full of dreams about life and society, always believing he could achieve something great. He was the only son in his family, and his parents treated him well. Their financial situation wasn't affluent, but it was decent. Before graduating from university, his parents even helped him with the down payment for a house in Hangzhou. At that time, he had also found a relatively good job. Who would have thought? In just a year, housing prices had dropped by 30% from their peak, and the work environment had changed drastically, with many departments being completely cut. Ha! Life shouldn't be like this. Zhong Luanjuan looked at his hands, gripping them tightly. He used to love sports. In college, enjoyed sweating, and thrived on passion, but now it had been a long time since he had sweated profusely. He even felt that since the moment he graduated, although he was still alive, his life had already died. You seem to be in a bad mood? Lu Chen walked over, a faint smile on his face, sitting down next to him. Yeah. Let me guess. Lu Chen glanced at him and said gently, "It seems like you've lost your job?" Zhong Luanjuan's eyelids twitched as he met Lu Chen's gaze. Just that one look suddenly filled him with a sense of awe. Life. There will always be many surprises, Lu Chen said with a smile. At that moment, the subway arrived at the next station, and Lu Chen stood up, patting Zhong Luanjuan's shoulder. At the same time, a mysterious glove emitting a faint glow was handed to Zhong Luanjuan. "This is for you. Start a new life. Or good. Or bad." The moment his fingertips touched the glove, the information hidden within the Thief King's glove quickly appeared in the young man's mind. He heard Lu Chen's voice ringing in his ears, and he suddenly raised his head, staggering to his feet, and ran madly to another carriage, pressing his face against the glass, only to see the departing figure. "Ling-ling. I saw you changed your shift early. What are you going to do later? It wouldn't be a date with your boyfriend, would it?" In a Starbucks in Hangzhou, a girl wearing framed glasses and an apron, mopping the floor in the restroom, was suddenly hugged from behind by a pure-looking colleague. "Ah, the symphony orchestra at the Hangzhou Grand Theater? Ling-ling, you're amazing. Go for it. Go for it. Once you get selected, I can brag that you're my friend. Hee, you go ahead and be busy." Xia Lingling's cheeks flushed, and she pressed her lips together. Once her colleague left, she lowered her head and continued working. Not long after, she was about to walk back to the front desk with the mop in hand. She paused. "Did you guys know? Lingling is going to interview for the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra soon." "Put. That's hilarious. A rural girl going to interview for a symphony orchestra? Ha ha ha." Xia Lingling's eyes turned red, frozen in place. Noticing a colleague approaching, she hurriedly stepped back, hiding her entire body in the restroom. At the same time, the glass door of the cafe was pushed open, and a man with a gentle demeanor walked in. "Hello. I'd like a cappuccino." Lu Chen paid and waited for a moment before carrying his coffee to a window seat. When he looked up, he happened to see the girl diagonally across from him, tightly gripping a mop. He didn't know what he saw, but a faint smile appeared on his gentle face. When he saw the girl carrying a bucket heading up to the second floor of the cafe, Lu Chen also stood up. "Ha! It's all your fault for insisting on saying it." Xia Lingling walked up to the second floor, where there were no colleagues around, and only a couple of customers scattered about. The girl wiped her eyes and whispered. But she was so happy about this news that she was actually going to attend the second round of interviews for the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra that afternoon. She remembered how, when she was very young, she had once seen a soprano from the orchestra shining brightly on television, and from that moment, she had dreamed of this. It was indeed quite laughable for a girl born in the countryside to want to join a symphony orchestra, Xia Lingling self-deprecatingly thought. Just then, a pair of black leather shoes appeared in her lowered line of sight, and Xia Lingling was startled, raising her head to meet a pair of gentle eyes. I'm sorry. Xia Lingling quickly lowered her head again, repeatedly apologizing. She stepped aside, not daring to look at the man in front of her. "You are your own queen." Lu Chen gazed at Xia Lingling, and at the same time felt a stirring from the siren ring, a smile appearing on his face as he suddenly uttered a rather melodramatic line, "There is boundless potential hidden within you." Before she could react, the box containing the siren ring was handed to her. Xia Lingling instinctively took it. She widened her eyes and looked up, only to see the man's figure walking down the stairs at a leisurely pace, exiting the cafe. She lowered her head once more, the mysterious ruby glow reflecting in her eyes, and in that instant, information about the siren ring surged forth. What a beautiful day. Lu Chen stood at the crossroads, squinting at the bright sun, taking a comfortable deep breath. After
sending out 2 Pandoras, his tasks for the day were complete. He hailed a taxi and arrived at the plaza in front of the building.
taking the elevator, he went up to the 59th floor. Mr. Lu.
Lu Yang was the first to greet him, bowing respectfully.
You did well yesterday.
Lu Chen looked at the man in front of him, speaking gently. After that, he walked into the hall first. Standing in front of rows of bookshelves, his gaze sweeping over page after page of books, finally taking down volume 6 of World History. He sat down on the sofa bathed in sunlight and began to read carefully.
After acquiring the system, Lu Chen grew increasingly
fond of reading history, not just the 5,000 years of domestic history, but also the histories of various countries around the world. His gaze focused on the long river of history, observing the rise and fall of civilizations over the long years.
Everything in this world should be able to find similar reflections in history. Until the appearance of Pandora. Meanwhile, on the other side, Thief King's gloves? Is this for real? 24-year-old Zhong Luinjuan had originally planned to go for an interview at a company, but after a line of information inexplicably appeared in his mind, he hurried back home. He locked the door, sitting on the sofa, his heart racing from the moment he had jogged home, his back damp with fine sweat. Taking a deep breath, he pulled out the black gloves. Without a moment's hesitation, he put them on.
The next second, his entire body felt as if it had been electrified, and a look of pain crossed Zhong Luinjuan's face, but fortunately, the discomfort lasted less than half a minute.
Is this my hand?
Zhong Luinjuan's eyes widened as he spread his hand out in front of him, his gaze sharpening as his fingers transformed into a series of phantoms, performing a complex series of movements.
This hand speed. This reaction. Professional players are just kids in front of me.
He stood up, and after taking a couple of steps, it seemed he noticed something, turning
back to stare blankly behind him.
His footsteps felt different, light and agile, making no sound at all.
He pushed open the door. Just as casually as
usual, he swept through, remembering countless details, even noting the varying thickness of dust in one area of the floor tiles deep in his mind.
Zhong
Luinjuan walked towards his neighbor's house, glancing around as he picked up a strand of hair from the ground.
The slender hair was reshaped in his nimble palm, and with a quick insertion into the lock, the door swung open without any visible effort. He didn't disturb anything.
He simply strolled through
the house, visiting the master bedroom, the guest room, the study.
Finally, he stood in the middle of the living room, closing his eyes.
He opened
his arms wide, as if embracing a new world.
Several seconds passed.
He opened his eyes, a smile on his face, and stepped out of the neighbor's house, but
not before opening the fridge and taking a can of chilled cola.
A thief never leaves empty-handed, it's an old rule that can't be forgotten, Zhong
Luinjuan chuckled.
His neighbor, like him, was a poor soul, there was nothing worth stealing. Having obtained something as great as Pandora, reaching
into an ordinary person's home made Zhong Luinjuan want to laugh out loud. Time passed second by second.
Soon, it was dark.
Evening. 6:45.
Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100.
Oh.
In the building, Lu Chen put down his book and gazed into the distance through Pandora's connection. The girl's dreams are surprisingly fervent.
He saw it. Hangzhou Grand Theater, main venue.
Due to some chaotic reasons, Xia Lingling's interview, which was supposed to start at 4 o'clock, had been delayed until now. She had done her makeup early,
wearing a wine-red long dress that cost half a month's salary to rent. At this moment,
she finally stood in the center of the stage, the spotlight shining down on her. She first glanced at the C-which ring on her right middle finger, then looked towards the front of the stage. The interviewers were somewhat fatigued upon seeing the girl take the stage. And glancing at the profile in their hands, their indifference was even less concealed, as if they just wanted to get through it and leave early.
Xia Lingling, right? Let's begin.
You have 30 seconds to showcase your vocal tone, the female judge said in a deep voice.
Xia Lingling nodded, the ruby in the C-which ring sparkling. She slightly raised
her head, and as soon as she opened her mouth, a soprano so exquisite it was perfect erupted in the auditorium, sending chills down the spines of all the interviewers and staff
present.
In the auditorium, the interviewers simultaneously looked up, their eyes wide, incredulously staring at the girl in the spotlight.
The next day, April 7th, Monday. Boss? In the office, a young employee was reporting to Lu Chen.
After finishing his content, he noticed that Supervisor Lu seemed to be lost in thought.
After waiting for a moment, he spoke up.
Lu Chen adjusted his glasses, a warm smile on his gentle face as he met the other's gaze and handed the document back. You did well, keep pushing forward.
Thanks to your guidance, boss.
Ma Xuxing scratched his head and replied with a silly grin.
When facing Supervisor Lu, not just he, but the entire department would show a sense of closeness in some details.
After discussing work, Lu Chen had no intention of letting him leave immediately. Instead, he leaned back slightly, watching his subordinate with interest, and continued, I heard you went on a blind date with a girl on Saturday? So, how did it go? It was, okay, I quite liked her, but it seems she wasn't too interested in me. Ma Xuxing responded. He had no qualms about sharing his private matters with Supervisor Lu. On the contrary, he earnestly listened to his boss's opinions. After chatting for a bit, he left the supervisor's office. Lu Chen's gaze shifted away from the closed door. I really need to thank Team Ma properly. He did what I've always wanted to do. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He opened the panel and, through Pandora's connection, gazed into a corner of Hangzhou, the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team. In a special building, Maan Bang stood with his arms crossed, gazing at the surveillance in front of him. The office of a psychologist was softly colored. 16-year-old high school student Chen Yuhang sat comfortably on a sofa. Beside him was a gentle-looking woman in her 30s. And the two were engaged in continuous conversation. All right. I have no issues here. The psychologist occasionally jotted down notes in her notebook, and before long, the woman closed the notebook and smiled at Chen Yuhang. Dr. Li. I don't have any psychological problems. Do I? Chen Yuhang asked nervously. Don't worry. Surprisingly healthy, little Yuhang will definitely be an extremely just hero in the future. Dr. Li said with a smile. Seeing the young boy relax, she vigorously waved her fist and gently said, I have no issues here, little Yuhang can proceed to the next stage of saving the world. Great! Chen Yuhang exclaimed, bursting with energy as he stood up. After taking a couple of steps, he suddenly remembered something, quickly turned back, and bowed at a 90-degree angle in front of Dr. Li. Thank you, Dr. Li. Team Leader Ma. Dr. Li's psychological assessment is out. There are also corresponding EEG responses, and all physical indicators are good. Young assistant Zhao Xiuxua quickly walked up to Ma Anbang and handed him the documents. In the comprehensive assessment, Chen Yuhang's physical values remain unchanged, but his emotional state is undergoing slow changes. Investigations show that 2 weeks ago, Chen Yuhang had an introverted personality with little desire for expression. During this period, his emotions have become noticeably more intense, often showing a desire to become a hero when faced with issues of justice and evil. As Ma Anbang flipped through the pages, Zhao Xiuxua quickly reported the content. Proceed to the next item. Ma Anbang closed the document. He strode towards the exit of the room. Next up was the boundary testing of the abilities of the Pandora clown whistle, which included the following items. First, distance test. Starting from Chen Yuhang, what is the farthest distance stray animals can run under his control without losing control? Second, quantity test. How many stray animals can Chen Yuhang control simultaneously, and what is the level of precision in his manipulation? Does a larger number impose mental stress on the host, causing negative effects? Third, strength and speed test. For this item, the Pandora Special Investigation Team will conduct individual tests on the most common stray animals in the city, with specific values measured in newtons for strength and meters per second for speed. If Chen Yuhang can enhance the stray animals, further tests will be conducted to observe changes in values after enhancement. Tisk, no wonder it's official. Under the blue sky. Hangzhou. Skyworth Building, 15th floor, Lu Chen observed the scenes before him, a look of emotion crossing his face. Regarding resource allocation and the concentration of so many professionals in such a short time, the Zhao government on Blue Star is undoubtedly the leading force among all factions. Lu Chen opened his black notebook and wrote the official investigation values into the section for the clown whistle. The original world order is determined by the manifestation of violence, that is, by military force and caliber. And in the future, a new element will be added, Pandora. Lu Chen carefully read through it, then stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the city under the distant blue sky and white clouds, a faint smile gracing his cultured face. As I have observed these days, the third tier of Pandora, when its length reaches the third star, its user is roughly equivalent to the most free individual level. Being able to easily decide a person's life or death, when faced with the ordinary armed police force's net-like capture, one can escape, but when confronted with a more advanced military system, there is absolutely no chance. And at the second tier, when the 3 stars reach a certain length, the host of Pandora will be able to confront a unit team and leave at any time. The first tier of Pandora. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened. He recalled the information he received when he first got the system. At the first tier of Pandora, once the second star reaches a certain length, the host will begin to angelize. As for the final 0 tier of Pandora, it itself is equivalent to a rule and order. Just as the Pandora Special Investigation Team was conducting ability tests on the Joker whistle, Lu Chen was pondering the boundaries of Pandora. On the other side,
the global headquarters of the Wanyuan Group in Hangzhou. What on earth is going on? Ma Tianyun frowned tightly.
Recalling his experiences from the past 2 days, his expression growing increasingly grim. He sat at his desk, cautiously taking out the mysterious die.
According to that woman, as long as I roll a 3 or higher, something good will happen. Shall I give it a try? He murmured.
The events of the past 2 days had prevented him from truly attempting it, but today, various conditions seemed to have improved a bit, and the thought resurfaced. Ha! At this moment, even Ma Tianyun, who remained calm when making decisions on billion or trillion level funding projects, felt nervous, his heart
pounding heavily and sweat forming in his palms.
He held his breath and rolled the die, the 12-sided ivory die spinning on the desk.
Soon,
the die came to a stop.
Ma Tianyun looked at the number.
His brows furrowed, but he remained relatively composed. It's just the number 3.
Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was suddenly knocked on. Come in. Ma Tianyun did not immediately
put away the die but covered it with a folder, speaking in a deep voice.
A man in a black suit walked in quickly. Mr. Ma. The man looked serious, standing in front of the desk and saying, Ma.
Xing is not dead.
What?
Ma Tianyun raised his head, his gaze turning sharp in an instant, a menacing aura emanating from his not-so-tall frame, pressing down on the man in black.
I just found out.
2. The man in black lowered his head and continued, after that night, the entire area around the self-built houses went into a state of martial law, and our people dared not get too close. Through a family member from the village who inquired indirectly, someone said that a woman walked out of the raging fire that night, surrounded by scorching flames but unharmed. After I received the news, I immediately contacted Zhao Feng. He said he fired 9 shots in a row but jammed, then retied her to the chair, poured fuel, and set it ablaze. He thought Ma Qing would definitely die, so he didn't report it.
Upon hearing this, Ma Tianyun's eyelids twitched continuously. I understand.
Ma Tianyun tapped his fingers on the desk. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, First, control Zhao
Feng. As for punishment, let me think about it. By the way, there were no issues on Wang Jun's side, right? No. Be even more cautious. Once he leaves Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, wait for him
to hand over the items, then deal with him. If there are any more accidents, his death is the top priority.
Understood.
The man in black replied respectfully. This Wang Jun was the man who was called Brother Jun that night on the cargo ship and personally killed 4 companions. After the latter left the room, this giant controlling the Wanyuan group leaned back in his chair, frowning tightly, his keen senses alerting him to a sense of impending danger. Ma Tianyun reached out, opened the folder, and stared intently at the die. It was as if he remembered something. His pupils contracted in an instant, and goosebumps erupted all over his body. He raised his head to look at the empty ceiling, then hurriedly turned around to gaze at the sky behind him, where a few white clouds floated under the azure expanse. First, why did I just throw the dice? Was this truly my intention? Ma Tianyun pondered. When a company reaches this level, it inevitably faces one choice after another on the edge of a cliff. It is precisely because he is cautious enough that he can forge ahead through thorns. The answer is, I did indeed have this idea. However, I will make sufficient attempts, for example, through the hands of others. Ma Tianyun said softly. Second, how did I discover this extraordinary item, and why was Ma Qing able to escape from such a seemingly fatal situation repeatedly? Whether it was firing 9 shots or walking out of a raging fire. As various thoughts emerged, the big shot whose stomp could shake the entire business circle of Hangzhou began to breathe heavily. When he looked again at the dice on the table, a deep sense of dread and fear surfaced in his eyes. It is toying with the fates of me and that girl. Ma Tianyun quickly realized this answer. Perhaps this is also why, at that very moment, Zhao Feng put down the gun, choosing not to use a knife or simply choke her, but instead opted to set fire. That intangible force was guiding the emergence of a result. Impressive. Meanwhile, in the Skyworth building, Lu Chen, who was watching President Ma through Pandora, offered applause from a distance after a slight thought. One must say, as expected of President Ma. Quick to react. Lu Chen marveled. He also looked at the black ivory dice quietly lying on the table, an unseen fortune even unconsciously influencing a prominent figure on the Zhao country's rich list. This dice, which only dared to roll a 12 in his hands, might be the most overlooked prop among all the Pandoras at the current 3rd tier. Tisk. Things just got more interesting. Lu Chen looked at the number 3 that lingered, smiling gently. In Ma Qing's hands, the dice of the Fate Gambler would indeed roll different numbers according to luck, but in the hands of a non-master, it would only be 3, 2, 1. Juner. Time to eat. In Hangzhou, in a county town below, in a village within the city. A shabby rental house. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man walked in.
carrying 2 bags of takeout, smiling as he glanced into the room and said. After a brief silence of a few seconds, Jun-gu, leaning against the door of the inner room, stepped out. His pair of outlaw-like eyes stared unblinkingly at the man. Here. The ordinary-looking middle-aged man handed over a box of food. He extended his hand. But Jun-gu showed no intention of taking it for a long while. The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and chuckled. What, afraid I'll poison you? Fine. This one should be okay, right? As the middle-aged man spoke, he was about to hand over another box. Wang Jun said nothing, suddenly snatching both boxes of food, opening them, mixing the dishes and rice together, then separating them again to hand back. Put. As expected of you, so cautious. No wonder everyone else is dead, and you're the one who can survive. The ordinary-looking middle-aged man was taken aback for a moment, then laughed out loud as he took the box and opened the disposable chopsticks, swallowing hungrily. Wang Jun was also starving, devouring his food just as ravenously. No waiting until evening. We'll send you off shortly. The middle-aged man said suddenly while holding the takeout. After that night, the net-style investigation never ceased, but fortunately, they had met with Wang Jun in advance, and after making arrangements, they were preparing to send him off today. The waterway was blocked, so they could only take the provincial road and rural roads. Wang Jun responded. After a while, the two got into a gray van, with a middle-aged man driving in front and Wang Jun sitting in the back, his right hand always positioned to draw his gun at a moment's notice. The van headed towards the provincial road, with several cars from Ma Tianyun's subordinates silently following. Behind, Jiangsu and Zhujiang are mountainous regions. As the vehicle followed the route towards a winding mountain road, the middle-aged man's phone lit up. He glanced at the message, and his expression darkened. At that moment, in the distance, police were stopping cars for inspection. Mr. Ma. Something's happened. The office door of Ma Tianyun was pushed open again, and a man in black hurriedly reported. Wang Jun shot 2 of our men. He ran into the mountains. Ma Tianyun straightened his body. His eyes flickered, and soon he realized this might be the consequence of that die roll. Just this one number 3 could create such a tricky situation. As for Wang Jun, once he was touched upon, even if he handled it very cleanly, it could easily lead to fatal problems. Prepare a vehicle. Help me contact Gao Chongwon from the Gao family and tell him I want to see him. Ma Tianyun reacted quickly and said in a deep voice. Understood. The man in black hurriedly replied. Good. I got it. Time moved forward slightly. The gray van drove along the winding mountain road, and the ordinary-looking middle-aged man responded and then hung up the headset. There was a little accident. The middle-aged man raised his eyes, noticing through the rearview mirror that Wang Jun was crouched down, his whole body poised like a cheetah ready to pounce. He smiled and said, Don't worry. It's not a big problem. However, we need to turn around. After saying that, he sharply turned the steering wheel, and the van made a U-turn on the 2-lane mountain road. Behind the vehicle, a black SUV followed normally at a distance. On this road, the car in front served as a scout. Like at this moment, it had detected the roadblock inspection early, sent out a message, and began to find ways to delay. The last vehicle was for cleanup, ready to provide support at any time. Team Lu. It seems a car over there suddenly turned around. A police car with flashing lights stopped on the emergency lane, and 6 officers in uniform were inspecting passing vehicles. At that moment, a young officer suddenly ran down from a car and said in a deep voice, I understand. You 2 drive and come with me to take a look, the rest continue the inspection. The middle-aged officer called Team Lu glanced into the distance, packed his things, mounted the motorcycle beside him, twisted the throttle, and at the same time, the other 2 pointed officers hurriedly got into their cars. Just as they chased out, an oncoming SUV seemed to suddenly lose control, the throttle roared, and it crashed into the guardrail of the winding mountain road along with the police car. On the other side, the white van slammed down on the gas pedal, racing dangerously along the winding mountain road and turning into the nearest rural road. Do you smoke? The van stopped next to a village. The ordinary-looking middle-aged man pulled out a pack of cigarettes, glanced at Wang Jun, and said. Seeing that the latter did not respond, he took one out, comfortably exhaled a smoke ring, and half squinted his eyes, saying, We need to get out of the car. Wang Jun replied. As the middle-aged man turned around to push open the car door, his expression turned fierce, and without a hint of hesitation, he raised his gun and pulled the trigger. A soft sound followed by a spray of blood erupted. The middle-aged man barely had time to turn his head back, casting an incredulous look at Wang Jun before collapsing to the ground. He had received the order but felt he had not shown a single flaw. Wang Jun got out of the car but did not leave immediately. Instead, he hid on the other side of the corpse. As expected, not long after, a black car drove down the country road. Bang! With a blank expression, he fired again. And then walked over, bending down to retrieve the gun from the waist of the latter, taking out the bullets and pocketing them. Hongzhou. Ma Tianyun switched to another car in the garage of a building and once again stepped into the bright sunlight. He closed his eyes, leaning back against the chair. Mr. Ma. We've arrived. About 20 minutes later. The man in a black suit in the passenger seat turned his head and said in a low voice. Ma Tianyun opened his eyes, and the traditional Jiangnan mansion of the main urban area appeared in the distance. The car drove towards the inner road, and the two metal gates on either side opened early. Mr. Ma. The old butler of the Gao family, with gray hair, greeted him. Manager Liu, it's been a long time. I hope you are well. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Ma. The master has been waiting for you. Ma Tianyun got out of the car, showing no signs of urgency on his face, smiling as he looked at the butler. The latter merely bowed slightly and gestured for him to proceed. Before long, the two walked one after the other through the classical corridor and entered an antique tea room, where Gao Chongwen, the current head of the Gao family, was sitting at an 8 immortals table. The old butler did not linger, respectfully exiting the room. Mr. Ma. I wonder what you wish to discuss? Gao Chongwen invited Ma Tianyun to sit in front of him, smiling as he personally poured tea for him. Here, try my new tea, freshly picked leaves. Old Master Gao. Ma Tianyun picked up the tea, took a sip, and said nonchalantly, I wonder if you have heard anything recently. Oh? About what aspect? Gao Chongwen's smile remained unchanged. Regarding. Ma Tianyun's gaze sharpened, elongating his voice, and after a brief pause, he articulated word by word. Supernatural powers. Gao Chongwen set down the teacup, his expression changing as he looked back at Ma Tianyun. In an instant, the air in the entire tea room seemed to freeze. This kind of power comes from a certain artifact. Seeing Gao Chongwen's reaction, Ma Tianyun understood that the latter must also be investigating that extraordinary power, though he was unsure how much information the man had grasped. He continued to probe. As this sentence rang out, the leader of the Gao family, one of the 4 great families of Hongzhou, grew increasingly serious. Gao Chongwen said in a deep voice, Artifact? Yes. Based on my deductions, there should be more than one such artifact. The incident with Chen Guangrong involved one. Upon hearing this, Ma Tianyun immediately realized that the latter's understanding of the extraordinary was still at the initial stage. This was his advantage and leverage, but he had no intention of holding on to this information. He planned to share it straightforwardly. As long as one possesses the artifact, even an ordinary person can have incredible power. No wonder. Gao Chongwen murmured, coming to a realization. With the Gao family's resources, it was not difficult to uncover Yang Youqing's existence. I obtained one of them not long ago. Ma Tianyun said in a deep voice again. The sudden news struck like a thunderclap, causing Gao Chongwen's eyes to narrow. At that moment, as he looked at the man in front of him, a sense of vigilance flickered in his gaze. Faced with something that transcended everything in the past, something that only appeared in fantasy novels, who could remain unafraid? Regardless of status, the higher one's position, the more one would be wary of such uncontrollable surprises. Ma Tianyun reached into his chest. Moments later, he opened his hand. A mysterious 12-sided die quietly rested in his palm. It's called the dice of the fate gambler. Ma Tianyun said with a wry smile. Then, he did not hold back and recounted the origins and details of this die. Old Master Gao felt a significant decrease in his desire for the die upon hearing this. Your experiences with it after obtaining it are completely different from that little girl's. Gao Chongwen pointed out. Yes. Ma Tianyun nodded, then added, so, I suspect this has to do with it not recognizing me yet, or rather, it might still recognize that girl. In just a few exchanges, the two deduced an invisible recognition mechanism. Regarding Pandora, Gao Chongwen's gaze remained fixed on the die. After a long silence, he looked at Ma Tianyun and said solemnly, Speak. What is your purpose in coming to me? Old Master Gao. The world has changed. Ma Tianyun's eyes brightened, his body leaning forward with an intense sense of power as he stared directly at Gao Chongwen, raising his voice, We should form an alliance. We need to be the first to find more of these items. For self-preservation, and also for. The sky gradually darkened. Nighttime. 9 o'clock. On the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen had not yet returned home, lazily leaning in front of the sofa, holding the pen associated with 3-006. He recorded the alliance between Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen in a black notebook. This scene was destined to be a significant entry in the annals of future human civilization. Perhaps, the alliance between Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen fired the first shot in humanity's resistance against Pandora.
Or perhaps, the rentier class of the old world sought to preserve wealth and power, beginning to hunt down the early users of Pandora. Lu Chen envisioned such scenes, adjusted his glasses, and chuckled softly. Of course. How it would be described specifically would depend on the future order's direction. He recorded every instance of Pandora in this notebook. He also documented the reactions of different social classes, from low to high, upon the emergence of miraculous items in the ordinary world, as well as the official responses. As he wrote each word, the mysterious glow above the black notebook grew increasingly radiant. Initially, the notebook was completely unqualified to bear seeds, but at this moment, it was nearing the potential to carry a second-tier seed. I've even thought of a name for you. Lu Chen put away his pen. Closing the notebook, he brushed over its black cover, the Book of Order. Ding-a-ling. Just then, the phone screen beside him lit up, followed by the ringing sound. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, but his words were extremely gentle as he continued, You rest for a bit, I'll be right over. Without saying more, he hung up the phone. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the grid of streets illuminated by streetlights, overlooking the myriad lights of the tall buildings. He took off his glasses, revealing an extraordinarily charming and stunning face that had been obscured by the ordinary black frame. After wiping his glasses, Lu Chen left the building. Ha! Director Lu, I'm sorry to disturb your rest. In the night, Lu Chen took a ride-hailing car first to Nie Xiaoyu's rental apartment, and after picking her up, he hurried to a nearby hospital. Nie Xiaoyu had a high fever, her cheeks flushed. She wrapped her arms around Lu Chen's neck, being carried out of the car in a princess hold. She pressed her cheek against Lu Chen's chest, dizzily whispering, No need to apologize. Isn't this what I should be doing? Lu Chen said gently as he carried Nie Xiaoyu toward the emergency room. Nie Xiaoyu bit her lip. Although her head was a bit fuzzy from the fever, she felt a secret joy inside, thinking that this fever was worth it. After a moment, she whispered again, Lu. Director Lu, am I heavy? I've been eating a lot every day lately, and I've gained weight. Xiaoyu has a very standard figure, Lu Chen said gently, lowering his head to meet the girl's gaze. Even before obtaining the system, Lu Chen had a good physique, broad shoulders and a slim waist, with considerable strength. After acquiring the system and putting on the forbidden ring, he unconsciously approached perfection even more. The nurse hung the foredrip for Nie Xiaoyu. As a hospital logistics staff member brushed past, Lu Chen's attention was suddenly drawn to him. He glanced at the handcart the man was pushing and then said to Nie Xiaoyu, I need to use the restroom. Supervisor Lu, I'm not in the way, Nie Xiaoyu said obediently. 10 minutes later, in the corridor behind the hospital building, Lu Chen, wearing a pair of rubber gloves, toyed with the scalpel in his hand, his eyes filled with curiosity. What kind of abilities will this scalpel have after transforming into Pandora? He opened the panel. He still needed half of the desire points, mainly the white-grade souls, and he wondered if the witch's soul bell could still help. Sir? A man in his 50s, rubbing his hands nervously, called out. Just wait a moment, someone will bring you the money, Lu Chen said, placing the scalpel into a transparent bag and stuffing it into his backpack. He looked at the man and spoke gently. Okay. The man nodded repeatedly, not knowing why he lacked the courage to even look up at the man in front of him, let alone refuse him. Meanwhile, between Hangzhou and Lian City, 5 helicopters were circling above the hillside. Huge searchlights illuminated the forest as if it were daytime. Every intersection at the foot of the hill was blocked. The personnel from the Pandora Special Investigation Team were far from enough, and after reporting directly to the higher-ups, Maan quickly dispatched a large number of police forces from the surrounding areas to seal off and search the mountain overnight. Ha! Wang Jun lay in a thicket, breathing heavily. He cautiously raised his head, gazing into the distance of the forest, where search personnel were scattered about with flashlights, looking like fireflies in the night. Occasionally, the sound of barking dogs echoed nearby, one even quite close. His heart raced violently. He swallowed hard, remaining prone, inching backward, planning to escape in a direction without lights. Crash! He accidentally stepped on a clump of dirt, which rolled down. In the stillness of the mountains, such a sound was exceptionally clear. Woof! The police dog's growl erupted. Then a police officer came running, gun raised, the flashlight beam shining toward Wang Jun's location. Ha! Wang Jun's body stiffened, and when he looked up, he was met with the dark muzzle of a gun. He raised his hands. Bang! Suddenly, silenced gunshots rang out from behind him. Wang Jun's throat tightened, his eyes wide as he saw the police officer and the police dog approaching him both collapse to the ground. He slowly turned to look behind him, only catching sight of another police officer's figure. Take this.
Get lost. The officer stood in the shadows, his face obscured, simply tossing a satellite phone over from a distance, speaking in a low voice. The officer said nothing more and turned to disappear into the night. Wang Jun glanced at the satellite phone, took a deep breath, picked it up, and ran frantically deeper into the mountains. He felt as if his lungs were about to reach their limit. He didn't know how long he had been running, but the sounds of the search were growing fainter. Just then, the satellite phone in his hand suddenly vibrated. Wang Jun stared silently at the phone. He slowly answered the call. He didn't say a word. Hello? Wang Jun. A hoarse voice echoed in the silence of the deep mountains. Wang Jun shrank behind a giant rock, his gaze trembling, yet he still did not respond. Listen, the man said again. In the next moment, a series of muffled cries were heard, along with a clear child's voice, Daddy! Daddy, save me! Daddy, save me! Under the cold moonlight, Wang Jun's pupils contracted, his eyes widening. It was late at night, 12 o'clock. In the silent mountains, the cold moonlight was obscured by the faintly swaying treetops. Wang Jun leaned against the giant rock, tightly gripping the satellite phone in his hand. As his daughter's sobbing words came through the phone, in the dim light, the man who could kill without even blinking wrapped his hands around his head, fingers tangled in his messy hair, curling his body tightly. The face buried in his body twisted into a terrifying grimace, and his body trembled. Who? 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 The veins on Wang Jun's forehead throbbed as he gasped for breath. Just as his tense body began to relax inch by inch, he lifted his head, seemingly resigned to his fate, when a sudden change occurred on the other end of the satellite phone, first with his wife's wails, followed by the sound of a gunshot. And then his wife's frantic words, Nan Nan. Wang Jun's eyes turned red, gripping the phone, he roared, What have you done? What have you done? Ah! Ah! Deep in the mountains, the middle-aged man resembled a furious, desperate trapped beast. At the same time, Hangzhou. In an ancient-style courtyard, a tea-house, Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen sat facing each other, both calm as they listened to the conversation. When the unexpected happened, Ma Tianyun's eyelids twitched, and after listening for a while longer, Gao Chongwen reached out and hung up the phone. At that moment, a black-clad assistant walked into the tea-house. Mr. Ma. Old Master Gao. The assistant met their gazes, stopping in his tracks, respectfully addressing them. Then he looked up at Ma Tianyun. There are no outsiders here. Just speak directly. Ma Tianyun picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and said in a deep voice, What exactly is going on? The man in the black suit hesitated for a moment, then steeled himself to say, They said it was a misunderstanding. Our people saw Wang Jun not responding for a long time, so they wanted to continue pressuring him and struck his wife's head with a gun, but then, during this process, the handgun accidentally went off, and the bullet hit the child. Died on the spot. As his words fell, Ma Tianyun's hand holding the teacup trembled, warm tea splashing onto the back of his hand. Gao Chongwen, the head of the Gao family, also fell into rare silence. The tea house fell into quietness. You can leave now. After a long while, Ma Tianyun said in a deep voice. Yes. The black-clad assistant bowed his head, answered respectfully, and left, carefully closing the door behind him. In the night, the orange-yellow light illuminated the tea house, and the fragrant tea was still brewing on the table. This Wang Jun has completely lost control. Let's cut ties completely. Gao Chongwen said in a low voice. The corners of Ma Tianyun's eyes twitched slightly. He had invested a lot of effort into Wang Jun's entire system, and the losses from abandoning it pained him greatly, especially since many of those incidents couldn't be resolved with money. Is this also brought about by that dice of yours? Gao Chongwen recalled what had just happened, a strange expression first appearing on his face, followed by a hint of wariness and awe. Nothing Ma Tianyun had said earlier could compare to the shock of witnessing such an invisible force. It should be. Ma Tianyun said with a bitter smile. Just the number 3? Ma Tianyun nodded. He couldn't even be sure if the negative effects brought by the number 3 had ended just like that. Forget it. Let's call it a day for today, I'm already tired. Gao Chongwen lifted his tea, stirred the brew with the lid, and bid farewell. Ma Tianyun did not linger either. After saying his goodbyes, he left the tea room, and before long, a black car discreetly drove out of the Gao family estate. Today, thanks to his timely visit to the Gao family, otherwise, the situation could have escalated further and become uncontrollable. The next day, at work, as Lu Chen pushed open the door, his neighbor also opened hers. A little girl with 2 small pigtails dashed in front of Lu Chen, first calling out uncle Lu in a crisp voice, then pouting her little lips and blinking her big eyes at him with a pitiful look. Wan. The single mother, Chen Hongru, hurried over and took her daughter's hand, her face full of apology as she said to Lu Chen, I'm sorry, Lu Chen. I've been telling her not to talk too much, it might annoy others. Who knew she really wouldn't say anything? It's fine. Wan is very cute. Lu Chen replied gently. He and Chen and Hongru parted ways at the elevator on the first floor, walking at a leisurely pace into the morning sunlight. Upon arriving at the company, he did not see Xiaoyu as usual. The little girl had a high fever of 40 degrees last night and took a sick leave today, after receiving 4 fluids. After work that evening. Just as Lu Chen returned home, he paused, and then his expression turned strange. Through Pandora's connection, he gazed across the ocean, one soul every 2 or 3 days. Li Wanwan is going crazy. The witch's soul bell. When one is completely immersed in the abyss of desire, losing the anchor of reason, they will be taken by ghostly beings, their flesh and blood vitality transforming into the power of the spirits, while their souls are claimed by a great existence. Just right. The points of desire are sufficient. Lu Chen adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. Without hesitation. In the study, under the watchful eyes of one person and one cat, he placed the emerald green Pandora seed into the surgical knife. Let's call you the blade of the creator. Lu Chen grasped the transformed surgical knife, the original detachable blade now fixed in place. The entire blade surface turned black, and as it was raised, the light in the study flowed along the edge of the knife. After a moment's thought, he smiled and said, Ding! Naming successful. 3-009 Pandora, Blade of the Creator. It was once the favorite surgical knife of a top surgeon. When holding this knife and standing under the shadowless lamp, the doctor possesses the power to turn decay into wonder. The user holding 3-009 will automatically gain a microscopic perspective. The body tissues you cut will maintain their biological vitality for a short time. The growth of 3-009 is enhanced, and the user will have preliminary biological tissue grafting abilities, but cannot completely resolve cell rejection reactions. Lu Chen carefully scanned the lines of text. Similarly, it is an extremely promising Pandora. In some aspects, it even bears similarities to the surgical fruit in that island manga, considered a weakened version of the surgical fruit. This is already the 3rd tier, 9th Pandora. Lu Chen set down the knife. He stroked the black cat in his arms and opened the increasingly rich panel. Name, Lu Chen, soul count, 0, white soul, desire points, 300 points, created Pandoras, 3-001 Mask of Makart, 3-002 Blood Needle of Lilith, 3-003 Witch's Soul Bell, 3-004 Dice of the Fate Gambler, 3-005 Pandora number 5, Clown Whistle, 3-006 Pandora number 6, Eternal Wave, 3-007 Pandora number 7, Thief King's Gloves, 3-008 Pandora number 8, Siren Ring, 3-009 Pandora number 9, Creator's Blade, 0-001 Forbidden Ring, Pandora Seeds, 0. Wednesday. Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room. Maan Bong sat in the main seat. He leaned back in his chair, his black and white eyes fixed unblinkingly on the screen that occupied an entire wall, which was not a single view but many split screens. After the mountains searched the night before, early in the morning, several police stations in the Lian City jurisdiction received a call, where the caller not only claimed he hadn't killed the police officer but also revealed that there were undercover agents in the police station, along with a wealth of information about the upstream and downstream. At this moment, the split screens displayed scenes of special police, investigators, and even the disciplinary committee in action from various units. Ma Anbong was still toying with a lighter in his hand. He suddenly chuckled and murmured, "The decisiveness of a warrior severing his wrist is truly remarkable." Most of the personnel involved didn't even know who was behind it. The figures in the shadows were very cautious, putting on layer after layer of white gloves, afraid of getting their hands dirty. Team leader Ma Anbong's assistant, Zhao Xiuxue, hesitated and said, "You mentioned that there aren't many who can do this, so why not let Chen Yu hang? Knowing who it is doesn't matter." Ma Anbong withdrew his gaze and looked at Zhao Xiuxue, shaking his head. "What's most important is that our Pandora investigation team needs to explore a command coordination model that achieves the highest efficiency with local police forces and personnel." As he spoke, Assistant Zhao Xiuxue at first pondered carefully, then understood the intention behind team leader Ma's words. The Pandora Special Investigation Team had just been established, and their internal operations, as well as their cooperation model with different brother departments. All these interactions needed constant adjustment, requiring the discovery and resolution of problems. Additionally, regarding this incident, Ma Anbong looked back at the screen, where one of the video frames was playing the individual investigations of the police officers in the Lian City jurisdiction. The death of a police officer during the mountain search was a huge matter, not to mention that someone had leaked that it was the work of internal corrupt officers. "Help me contact the Lian City police station." Ma Anbong seemed to have discovered something. The words that were about to come out of his mouth suddenly stopped, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on the police officer being questioned. "Tell them. Focus on this individual. Ha! I'll go right away. Assistant Zhao Xiuxue was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted, rapidly contacting the other party through the internal line and relaying Team Leader Ma's words. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Team Leader Ma with uncertainty. Team Leader Ma, you. Ma Anbong shook his head, indicating he had no intention of explaining, and continued with the unfinished words, speaking in a deep voice. This incident is very likely not driven by any single entity. They have formed an alliance. On the other side, under the blue sky and white clouds, beneath the azure sky. Mr. Lu. We've arrived. In the black car, Shen Nancher respectfully looked at Lu Chen, who was reading beside him, and spoke. Lu Chen nodded, glancing out the window at the hospital. Instead of leaving directly, he smiled and asked, I heard that you've also been targeted by some people recently? It's nothing to worry about, Shen Nancher maintained his expression, still respectfully replying, it's just a bit more troublesome than usual. Lu Chen did not explain, as he was aware of the special effect that came with the Eternal Wave-affiliated steel pen. He also didn't care whether anyone noticed him. When someone peered at him, he would naturally sense it, or perhaps, even if exposed, nothing would happen. He opened the car door and strolled into the hospital, his gaze sweeping over the faces. He wanted to find a suitable master for the creator's blade. This was already the third hospital. With a gentle demeanor and a hint of laziness that didn't quite match the hospital atmosphere, Lu Chen seemed more like he was out for a leisurely walk as he made his way through the hospital towards the educational building. He ascended to the library on the third floor. Oh! When Lu Chen looked into the distance, his eyebrows raised slightly, and a playful smile appeared on his gentle face. There, by the window, sat a young man in his mid-20s, handsome and refined, dressed in a white shirt, sitting upright, engrossed in a thick tome. As the sunlight fell on the young man, it seemed to outline him in a golden glow. Kindred spirits recognize each other. In the young man, Lu Chen saw the version of himself before he obtained the system. The young man also lifted his head, meeting the distant gaze. He paused for a moment, then nodded slightly to Lu Chen before returning to his book. His full name was Li Changbai, a graduate of Peking Union Medical College, having completed his bachelor's, master's, and doctoral studies in one go. He was the youngest attending physician at the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu in Zhejiang province, already beginning to make a name for himself in the field of neurosurgery. May I ask your name? Li Changbai. A figure sat down at the long table, and Li Changbai paused, recognizing the man from earlier. His expression remained unchanged, responding with restrained composure. This world is actually not as dull as we imagine, Lu Chen said with a smile. Li Chengbai's eyes flickered, lifting his head to meet the man's clear gaze. Nice to meet you. This is a gift for you, I hope you like it. Lu Chen took out a box from his pocket, resting it on his fingertips, and pushed it towards the young man. At the same time, Li Chengbai's pupils constricted suddenly, the hairs on his body standing on end, as the man before him seemed to transform into a deity, bestowing him with a new life. Ha! When Li Changbai came to his senses, the man had already vanished, leaving only the box quietly sitting in front of him. His heart raced, and after taking a deep breath, he opened the box. A scalpel, he whispered. Reaching out, he touched the handle, and invisible ripples surged in an instant, murmuring with suppressed excitement, the creator's blade? The creator's blade. The night deepened. Li Changbai drove a white Audi down the road, and as the car turned onto a secluded, low-level path, a figure suddenly darted out from an alley. There was no time to brake, and the black figure was knocked over, rolling multiple times. Li Changbai slammed on the brakes and quickly walked to the man's side, who was covered in blood. Li Changbai frowned, these were clearly not injuries from the collision. He quickly began his examination, and when his gaze fell on the man's abdomen, his pupils constricted in an instant. Gunshot wound? Are you okay? I'll take you to the hospital right away. Li Chengbai's expression returned to calm as he spoke. Just as the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man, with bloodied hands, suddenly grasped Li Changbai, opening his eyes and gasping, I'm fine. He was gravely injured, but still struggled to rise. In the night, Li Chengbai's stark black and white eyes fixed on the staggering man under the car's headlights. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he said, wait a moment. I'm a doctor. I might be able to help you without going to the hospital. The middle-aged man's steps faltered, and he slowly turned his head. The light illuminated his face, revealing the unmistakable features of a fugitive who had returned. Wang Jun, a car is coming. In the night. At the alley's entrance. In the distance, headlights shone, and Li Changbai looked at the blood-soaked man, speaking again. You sit in the back seat. Li Changbai opened the car door. Before long, he pressed down on the accelerator, and the car shot forward. Huff! 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 Wang Jun leaned back against the rear seat, his left hand pressed against his abdomen, but blood continued to flow out with his labored breaths.
His complexion was pale, and fine beads of sweat crawled across his forehead and neck. Cough, cough. Wang Jun suddenly coughed violently, expelling blood clots from his lungs. He lifted his head to meet the young man's gaze through the rearview mirror. Sorry. I got your car dirty. It's nothing. Li Changbai averted his gaze, not asking further questions, simply saying, I'm heading to the old house in the countryside now. I hope you can hold on a little longer. Thank you. Wang Jun replied weakly, then closed his eyes, with only his feeble breaths proving he was still alive. On the main road heading to the countryside, Li Changbai rested his chin on one hand while the other gripped the steering wheel. His calm gaze noticed police officers checking for drunk drivers in the distance. He lifted his eyelids and turned the car into a village along the road. The narrow one-way village path revealed dimly lit trees retreating behind them. After a detour. But it didn't take long to drive into the old house, a 3-story building constructed in the countryside. His parents were away on a trip in the RV they had rented last month. Still alive. Li Changbai opened the car door, reached out to pry open the middle-aged man's eyes, and noticed the man's pupils were beginning to show delayed reactions to light, but not for long. Without moving him directly, he turned and ran into the house, clearing out a small room on the first floor, being careful not to worsen the man's injuries as he lifted him and laid him flat on a single bed. Li Changbai changed into a new set of clothes. He put on a mask. After a simple disinfection, he grasped the creator's blade 3-009. The conditions are rudimentary. Whether you can survive depends entirely on this. Li Changbai whispered. After saying that, without a hint of hesitation, the creator's blade in his hand descended toward Wang Jun's skin. Li Qingbai's pupils contract. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 1000, desire points plus 100. The building. The 59th floor. Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, a thick book resting on his lap. As notifications kept popping up, he glanced at them and for the first time, a look of surprise appeared on his gentle face. Can it really add 1,000? Lu Chen paused and chuckled. He gazed through Pandora's connection into the distance, just in time to see Li Changbai raising his veins. The quality of the suppressed desires in Li Changbai is clearly much higher. But Lu Chen looked at the man on the bed, pushed up his glasses, and murmured, these two actually ran into each other. Is it really just a coincidence? Who cares? Shaking his head, just as he was about to close the system, another reminder of desire points caught Lu Chen's attention, his smile deepening as he peered into another scene. Hangchang, the top bar at Guada Square. Having obtained the Thief King gloves, 24-year-old Zhong Luanjuan had one hand in his pocket, chewing gum, with a carefree smile on his youthful face. In the bar's hall, red and blue spotlights flashed wildly, and the intense DJ seemed to be piercing eardrums. Young, fiery figures twisted and swayed their bodies. Zhong Luanjuan passed through the booths. Wow! Young Master Yu is amazing. In the core area of the bar hall, a young man with dyed yellow hair and earrings opened the dice clock, and a group of admirers immediately clapped their hands, showering him with adoration. Hurry! Pour the drinks! Pour the drinks! The long-legged beauty from the media school cheered. A waitress standing by held a bottle of wine, ready to pour it into the glasses. Leaning back on the sofa, the rich second-generation heir scanned the waitress, pulled out a hand, and reached for her backside. Unexpectedly, the young waitress flinched and dodged, spilling the drink from her hand. You mother! The rich heir showed no hesitation, ready to slap her the next second. The waitress was startled, and the surrounding admirers were also taken aback. Just as the slap was about to fall, the heir's wrist was suddenly grabbed by a hand that reached out. Ha! The heir looked at Zhong Luanjuan, who was smiling. At that moment, the bar manager and the admirers finally reacted, hurriedly trying to smooth things over. The waitress was sent away by the manager to another booth. Zhong Luanjuan smiled, meeting the manager's gaze, where he saw a hint of gratitude and a discreet wave. Still with one hand in his pocket, he walked out of the bar's hall. As he extended his hand, a Lamborghini key was tossed high into the air and caught. Wow! Late at night, midnight. The roar of the supercar's engine echoed on the road, and Zhong Luanjuan wore a wild smile, pressing the accelerator down continuously. The fiery red Lamborghini, priced over 10 million, raced like a wild beast. At its fastest, it even exceeded 300 kilometers per hour. The Lamborghini gradually slowed down, entering a villa area. Zhong Luanjuan casually tossed his cap to the passenger seat, still smiling, and stopped the car. Yu Guoruwei. Ranked 140th on the Jiangxia rich list, with a net worth exceeding 6 billion, his company primarily focuses on automobile manufacturing. Yui Ba is his son, a spoiled rich second generation. It's only right that I come to your house. Zhong Luanjuan slammed the car door shut, replaying the image of the rich heir and the information he had gathered in his mind.
He casually scanned his surroundings, his steps like a night sprite, deftly avoiding every area covered by surveillance. In fact, on the road where Zhong Luanjuan was racing, if someone were to check the surveillance footage, they would find that at every camera position, only a small section of a duckbill cap's brim could be seen. The night grew darker. 2 o'clock in the morning. The bar. Young Master Yu. Let me find you a driver to take you home. The drunken rich second generation. Yuiba was hugging a girl as he walked out, and the bar manager bent over eagerly to say. Soon, they arrived at the underground parking lot, and in front of an independent parking space, Yuiba suddenly sobered up, opened his eyes wide, shook his head, and exclaimed, "Where's my car?" The next day, in the Yunxi Rose Garden Villa area of Hangzhou, Yu Guorui, the 140th richest man in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces with a fortune exceeding 6 billion, hurried back home. He had just been in Yangchang and immediately took a flight back upon receiving the news. Mr. Yu. As Yu Guorui entered the house, several police officers were conducting an investigation inside, while his son Yuiba sat on the sofa with a dark expression, and the family butler was nervously answering questions. As soon as he walked in, pairs of eyes immediately turned towards him, and a middle-aged police officer at the forefront approached Yu Guorui, saluted, and said solemnly, "I am Chao Chuang from the Municipal Criminal Police Team. Our department received reports from your son at 2:10 a.m. regarding the loss of a Lamborghini vehicle, and at 9:30 a.m. regarding a burglary in your home. The amount stolen this time was enormous, so the case was handed over to the veteran detective Chao Chuang, who had just returned from vacation. The higher-ups also wanted to take care of Chao Chuang by temporarily keeping him away from more dangerous cases." Captain Chao. Hello. Yu Guorui remained calm, glanced at his son, and responded. Next, he listened as Captain Chao recounted the specific details of the incident. Upon hearing this, his expression darkened immediately. "Captain Chao, are you saying that the thief who drove my son's car is the same person who broke into our house? And that after driving the car, he raced at speeds exceeding 300 kilometers per hour, with traffic violation records sent to my son's phone?" Yu Guorui's voice rose. "Yes. We retrieved surveillance footage from along the route and found these photos." Chao Chuang took out his phone and handed it over. Yu Guorui restrained his emotions as he scanned the photos quickly, swiping through them before putting the phone down. Every angle, every position perfectly obscured the face with the brim of the cap. "Next, we need Mr. Yu to provide a detailed list of the missing items," Chao Chuang continued. Yu Guorui stood up and hurried upstairs. The first place he entered was the study, and as he glanced around the room, seeing it was just as it had been before he left, he let out a slight sigh of relief. His most valuable collectibles were hidden in a custom safe, which was concealed behind a bookshelf. However, after a moment, he looked at the empty safe, and everything went dark before his eyes. "Ha!" Yu Guorui rushed out of the study. He had secretly installed a surveillance camera in the bedroom, which belonged to a national security level and was difficult to detect without professional equipment. Next to the surveillance camera, Yu Guorui saw a cartoon pattern. At the same time, under the blue sky, on the 59th floor of a building. Professor Han is right. The internet has become a second world for billions of people in this era, and we need elites in information technology. Lu Chen nodded, looking at Han Zhanbing in front of him, and smiled. Secondly, we also need top talents in the financial sector, in politics, in research. Lu Chen continuously listed one field after another. These top human elites from related fields would be the targets Lu Chen planned to invite to join the second tier of the Pandora Management Committee to provide services for him in the future. This world, after all, is a material world, a civilization created by humanity, and even the emergence of Pandora will not change this fact. Never underestimate the power of humanity. Lu Chen pondered carefully, then smiled and said, regarding the source of wealth for the Pandora Management Committee, Professor Han, how much do you think we should value the protection we provide to some super-rich individuals each year? Professor Han. Zhanbing's gaze sharpened, and he remained silent. Just the outermost circle of an organization gathers the top elites from various fields around the world, as well as super-rich individuals. Added to that are some elite users who have mastered the power of Pandora. What kind of existence will the future Pandora Management Committee become? Let's set the threshold a bit higher. How? About $100 million a year, Professor Han? Lu Chen said with a gentle smile, casually mentioning an astronomical figure. Just the threshold for joining the outer circle of the committee is something that only a few in the wealthy circles can accept. If Mr. Lu thinks it's appropriate, then it is appropriate. Professor Han Zhanbing lowered his head and said, "Ha! Ha! Ha!" In Hang City, in a 3-story small building in the countryside, Wang Jun lay in bed with his eyes tightly closed, and after a series of rapid breaths, he suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly, instinctively turning towards the edge of the bed, and crawled down. I'm not dead? Wang Jun murmured. He reached out to touch his abdomen, then looked down to see clean white gauze wrapped around the gunshot wound. The other injuries on his body had also been properly treated. You're awake? A voice suddenly came from the doorway. Wang Jun looked in the direction of the voice and remembered it was the young man he had encountered before losing consciousness last night. Li Changbai placed a bowl of simple noodles and a boiled egg on the nearby table, looking at the middle-aged man and saying, "Have some?" "What? Afraid I'll poison it?" Wang Jun didn't hesitate any longer. He hadn't eaten properly for 2 days and had relied entirely on willpower to return, especially after sustaining such serious injuries yesterday. He was on the verge of fainting from hunger, picked up the bowl, and devoured the food. Li Changbai stood by, his black and white eyes filled with astonishment and excitement, watching as the cut healed directly after using the creator's blade. "How did you get hurt like this?" Once Wang Jun had nearly finished eating, Li Changbai asked again. Wang Jun held the bowl, slurped the last bit, and even drank the soup clean. Wiping his mouth forcefully, he heard the question and fell silent for a moment, but then his hoarse voice rang out heavily, "For revenge." "Revenge?" Li Changbai murmured. Not knowing what he was thinking, he raised his head, his eyes fixed on the middle-aged man in front of him, and asked, "With your power, is it really possible?" Wang Jun fell silent again, tightly clenching his fists, his nails digging into his flesh, veins bulging on his forehead as he revealed a crazed expression. "I don't care. I'll exchange my life for his. I can help you," Li Changbai quickly added. Wang Jun was taken aback, and when he met the young man's gaze, he inexplicably shivered, as if the other was even more terrifying than those big shots. The large secretion of adrenaline in a short time can increase muscle strength and excite the body. The dulling of the sympathetic nervous system will reduce your perception of pain. A moderate amount of dopamine will increase your courage. Do you want to give it a try? Li Qingbai's expression began to change. Don't worry. Just sleep it off. In the 3-story small building. It was clearly daytime, but the curtains in the room were tightly drawn, and the bright incandescent light illuminated the space. Li Changbai, wearing a mask, gazed at the middle-aged man on the bed, as if he could see the latter's unease and regret reflected in his expression, and gently reassured him. After speaking, without waiting for a response, the colorless, transparent anesthetic was injected into Wang Jun's bloodstream. In fact, holding the creator's blade, Li Changbai could have performed the surgery while the man was awake, but to avoid unnecessary trouble, he chose the safest method. Wang Jun's clear black and white eyes trembled. Just as he was about to say something, darkness quickly enveloped him. In the bright room, the youngest medical doctor in the history of the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang made incision after incision, focused and fervent, like a true creator, boldly and cautiously unleashing various wonderful ideas within Wang Jun's body. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 1000, desire points plus 100. Just leaving the building and stepping into the square, Lu Chen saw the constantly refreshing messages and curiously looked towards Li Changbai. When he saw what the latter was doing, his expression froze. Good guy. He's quite the provider of desire points. Lu Chen sighed. He had thought that only people like Huang Wenbin would provide the fastest and most concentrated desire points, but who would have thought that in front of Li Changbai, Huang Wenbin, or Yang Yucheng were merely juniors? It was a continuous stream, occasionally mixed with sporadic high-value desire points of 1,000. This kid is like a mad scientist. From a movie or anime, Lu Chen murmured. After saying that, as if recalling something, a hint of anticipation appeared on his gentle face. I just wonder what kind of quality soul someone like Li Changbai can provide me. After obtaining the system for these past few days, Lu Chen already knew that the continuous flow of simple desire points was just a matter of time. The truly high-quality rare souls were the real obstacles to the birth of higher-tier Pandoras. Not wanting to think too much, Lu Chen walked leisurely towards the building, receiving the afternoon tea from the delivery guy in the lobby, carrying the milk, teas and desserts towards the elevator. Stao Yu. Look. Supervisor Lu. He. Stao Yu. Stao Yu. The elevator stopped on the 10th floor, and in the elevator hall, 3 girls dressed in workplace attire were about to enter. The first 2 paused, excitedly nudging the girl behind them. Supervisor Lu, Nie Xiaoyu said. Her face flushed. Has the fever gone down? All better. Nie Xiaoyu nodded vigorously, flexing her muscles. Lu Chen smiled gently, patting the little girl's head, then turned to the other 2, giving them a slight nod. By the way, Xiaoyu, I bought some afternoon tea, you can share it with your friends. The 3 girls stepped into the elevator. Lu Chen continued. He didn't directly say he was giving the 2 girls the afternoon tea but asked Nie Xiaoyu to distribute it, which was the art of manipulation. Nie Xiaoyu's eyes curved into crescents as she peered like a hostess at the items in Supervisor Lu's hands.
Picking 3 cups of not too sweet milk tea, 2 iced and 1 warm, and selecting 3 pieces of cake.
Ding! At that moment, the elevator reached the 15th floor. Lu Chen waved with a smile, and as he walked out of the elevator hall, he could still hear the envious voices of the little girls behind him. Time passed second by second. Soon, the sky darkened, and neon lights enveloped the city.
A white car drove into a small alley, and Li Changbai got out first, opening the back door and looking at the middle-aged man whose eyes were covered.
"Let's stop here," Li Changbai said. He reached out and untied the black cloth strip in front of Wang Jun, shoving a fingernail-sized surveillance camera into the latter's hand. "I've made some simple
adjustments to your body as a reward. Let me see the effects of the transformation."
Not long after, the car drove out of the dim alley. Li Changbai
took one last look at the middle-aged man in the distance through the rearview mirror. The man had one hand on the steering wheel while the other
tapped on his phone, revealing Wang Jun's face on the screen. Wang Jun looked at the surveillance camera in his hand and then clipped it to the front
of his collar.
"Ha!"
Wang Jun took a deep breath, spreading his hands as he looked at his rough palms.
Then, the veins on his arms bulged, and he clenched his fists tightly.
He swung his fists forward.
He stepped into the night, his gaze sweeping over the distant neon lights and the bustling traffic, keenly sensing the changes in his body, astonishment and disbelief flooding his eyes. Instant explosive power. Reaction speed enhanced. Pain tolerance diminished. Perhaps there are other changes I don't even know about. How on earth was this achieved? Wang Jun murmured. Although
he lacked much education and was merely trained as a black glove for handling dirty work, the scenes he had experienced over the past day clearly
felt off, right?
He chose to ignore it. After all, it was a good thing for him. Wang Jun pulled up his hood, his feet moving as he walked toward a direction, his gaze passing over a black Passat parked by the roadside. He suddenly swung his fist, shattering the car window, and climbed inside. They must have relocated.
But that doesn't mean they can't be found. Wang Jun parked the car outside the Hangzhou Children's Welfare
Institute, his eyes fixed on the distance, waiting quietly for a full hour and 40 minutes until a middle-aged man in ordinary clothes walked out. This man was named Deng Herong, who had once had a good relationship with Wang Jun. The latter had not participated in this mission.
Additionally,
he had a habit known only to Wang Jun. He would volunteer at the Welfare Institute as a social worker one day each week.
It's somewhat amusing to
think that someone like him would be a social worker at a welfare institute. Wang Jun recalled this scene, and a difficult smirk twisted his numb,
stiff face. Deng Herong got into his car.
He didn't leave immediately. After half a minute, he pressed the accelerator.
The car drove out of the city, port, warehouse. Wang Jun stopped the car and drove into the distance.
After Deng Herong left, he also got out of the car, quickening his
pace silently to follow behind Deng Herong.
In the night, as Deng Herong passed by a vehicle, he glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed the
shadow behind him. He remained calm, quietly preparing himself. Who would have known?
That shadow suddenly accelerated, a tremendous force slamming him against the car parked by the roadside, his head crashing into the car window, the shattered glass falling with a crash. Blood flowed continuously from his forehead.
Wang Jun grabbed Deng Herong's hair, lifting his head.
When the middle-aged man saw it was Wang Jun, his eyes widened in
shock. Late at night. 10 o'clock.
At the Shasha port, a white car slammed on the brakes, the lights inside the car illuminating.
Li Changbai lifted his head to look in another direction several kilometers away.
Adrenaline increased by 15%.
In this state, Wang Jun's heart rate
accelerates, blood pressure rises, increasing blood supply to the muscles and reaction speed.
Norepinephrine increased by 10%. This is to enhance Wang Jun's focus, alertness, and reaction speed. Endorphins increased by 5%.
Li Changbai withdrew his gaze, leaning back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the armrest, and chuckling softly.
He looked at the surveillance footage of Wang Jun on his phone, reciting the various changes.
The explosive power and reaction speed do not increase out of thin air, they come at a cost, draining the cellular vitality of this
body. The last change is to cut off part of the body's protective mechanisms. Li Qingbai's eyes shone brightly. Only in this way could Wang Jun
be shielded from the adverse reactions of his body, maintaining optimal combat effectiveness.
Let's begin. Li Changbai whispered, let me see. Huff. Huff. Huff.
In the alley outside the warehouse, Deng Herong's hair was gripped, blood continuously rolling down his forehead.
He gasped for breath, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. What are you back for? It's useless. You can't fight those big shots.
He spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva.
Do you know who they are?
Wang Jun said in a deep voice.
What if I do? What if I don't? Can we still turn the tide?
As Deng Herong spoke, without warning, he thrust his knee
forward, aiming to strike Wang Jun's groin.
Unexpectedly, Wang Jun reacted even faster, his body retreating in an instant, while at the same time, a fierce expression crossed his face as he exerted force.
The higher dimensional hormones allowed Wang
Jun's body to unleash power rapidly, causing Deng Hairong's hair to pull at his scalp as his entire body leaned forward, his head crashing into the concrete ground. Blood and gray matter instantly stained the ground red, and Deng Hairong fell silent. Wang Jun glanced at him, released his grip, and walked towards the nearby warehouse. In front of the door, a man in his 30s was smoking.
This man was named Chao Xiaofeng, the most
skilled in unarmed combat among them, proficient in Muay Thai and military combat techniques. Before this incident, Wang Jun had fought him, but each time he was choked like a dead dog. Of course, in terms of marksmanship, he was far superior.
Wang Jun.
It wasn't until he was almost close that, accompanied by a whoosh of air, Chao Xiaofeng sensed the movement, instinctively
leaning back as a sharp dagger grazed his neck. Wang Jun's reaction speed was quick, his entire body was in a state of heated fluidity.
Seeing that his right hand's reverse grip on the dagger missed, his left fist followed through with a hook aimed at the latter's chin. Chao Xiaofeng remained extremely calm, he was a true combat genius, having spent a long time in Southeast Asia. While dodging the dagger, his hands were already blocking in front of him. However, the unexpected force still caused him to stumble, and the next second, the dagger plunged into his heart. Chao Xiaofeng barely had time to lift his head, looking at Wang Jun in shock. Whether in strength or the speed of his advance, the Wang Jun before him was not the man he remembered.
Between life and death, a slight miscalculation can lead to a vast difference.
The changes in Wang Jun's body were, in the eyes of these people, a world apart. Huff! Wang Jun released the knife, and Chao Xiaofeng fell to the ground along with it. He glanced at the latter, placing his hand over his heart.
He could distinctly sense the abnormal heartbeat frequency.
But he didn't care. As he pulled out his handgun, he walked towards the warehouse. Just as he reached the door, gunfire
erupted, bullets striking the iron door beside him with a clang. Bang!
At the same time, Wang Jun fired, and a figure on the second-floor corridor fell in response. He was like a killing machine, his focus and reaction far surpassing what they once were, as people continued to fall in the warehouse, blood soaking the ground. What a pity! In the night, from the driver's seat of a white car, Li Changbai watched the scene unfold. He had grown up in the sunlight, every stage of his life being adored by teachers and classmates. He had never experienced such a sight from another world, but as he witnessed one body after another fall, he felt not a shred of fear. There was a hint of regret in his tone. Without his previous data, we can't know the specific changes in physical strength and reaction speed. Even so, it hasn't reached the limit yet. Excitement flashed in Li Chang's eyes. The true limit is to completely disregard the body after an explosion, to block out all pain, and to concentrate all the hormones in the body solely for the purpose of the explosion.
Wait a minute. This sounds a bit like a zombie from a movie. Li Chang shook his head. In the distance, the chase and kill in the warehouse was happening quickly. In the blink of an eye, Wang Jun held his gun, calmly looking at the only remaining middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sat on the ground, staggering backward. Wang Jun! Wang Jun! Let me go, you know this has nothing to do with me.
The middle-aged man shouted
loudly at Wang Jun. Wang Jun was also injured, with several gunshot wounds bleeding, but none were fatal, yet he seemed to feel nothing, not even lifting his eyelids. Tell me, who is he? As long as you tell me, I'll spare your life.
Wang Jun squatted in front of the man, tapping the gun barrel against the latter's head.
Buzz, just then, the silence of the warehouse was broken by a suddenly ringing mobile phone.
Wang Jun glanced at the old-fashioned button phone thrown by the middle-aged man.
He picked it up and answered the call.
Wang Jun remained silent, and the other end stayed quiet as well.
Time passed second by second, and after half a minute, the voice on the other end spoke. Wang Jun,
I'm giving you a chance to save your wife. After listening to the call, Wang Jun hung up without a word, lifted his foot, and was about to walk out of the warehouse.
Behind him, the middle-aged man's face showed a hint of joy. Bang!
Wang Jun didn't even turn his head, he shot backhandedly, the bullet piercing through the man's forehead. In the pitch-black night, after walking a distance, Wang Jun began to feel his body nearing its limit, stumbling on his feet. He collapsed to the ground. At the same time, a pair of leather shoes stopped in front of his eyes. Wang Jun struggled to lift his head, reaching out to grab the man's pant leg, his body trembling uncontrollably. The man squatted down, he had a very young face. Meeting Wang Jun's pleading gaze, he said gently, "You will die. I'll give you one last chance. Go. I'll wait for your news." In the night, Ma Tianyun leaned back in his chair, his calm gaze fixed on the man in the black suit in front of him, saying. The latter responded with a sound, lowered his head, took a few steps back, and hurriedly left.
Is it not over yet? Ma Tianyun opened
the drawer, gripping the 12-sided mysterious die in his palm. In the past 2 days, he had tried to pass this die to his subordinates. However, his usual bad luck had not left him, and even that subordinate began to encounter various misfortunes. This discovery terrified him, and he quickly aborted the plan to have the latter throw the die as well. Wang Jun, it should be the influence of my roll of 3. That's why a series of accidents occurred. But if he dies, it should all come to an end, right? Ma Tianyun murmured. He didn't quite understand. According to the investigation, that female college student Ma Qing had rolled negative effect 3 at least 7 times, but each time she only encountered some minor misfortunes. Why was it different for him? At the same time, Binjiang District, a single apartment. What's wrong? After the incident, single mother Chen and Hongru lay lazily in Lu Chen's arms, and she sensitively noticed that at a certain moment just now, a meaningful smile appeared on the man's face beside her. It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of a very interesting person, Lu Chen said gently. Oh, Chen Hongru responded softly, pressing her cheek against the man's chest, her fingertips tracing circles on his body. She looked at Lu Chen, a hint of daze unconsciously appearing in her eyes, her red lips murmuring, what a mesmerizing man. A perfect gentleman. The intertwining of divinity and devilry. Time passed second by second. The night grew deeper. At 2 in the morning. Your body can't hold out much longer. No need. Thank you. Wang Jun took a breath, stretching his limbs. A series of crisp cracking sounds emanating from his body. Just as he was about to step outside, he turned back near the door, looking at the young man in the dim distance. I can't repay you. No. What I wanted, you have already given me, Li Changbai said with a smile. After speaking, Wang Jun waved his hand and walked out of the warehouse behind him, plunging into the night. Under the cold moonlight, he raised his head, the moonlight illuminating a man whose skin was entirely red, veins bulging on his arms, even allowing one to see the blood flowing wildly. Lowering his head, he donned a hood and walked to a car by the roadside, clearly not using much force, just gently touching the car window, which instantly shattered into a web of cracks. He started the car. Ha! The car stopped far from the agreed location, and Wang Jun leaned back in the seat, feeling that every breath he exhaled carried a burning sensation. He pushed the door open and got out, taking a long detour to look at the unfinished building in the distance through the night. He simply lay in the weeds, not moving. Mr. Is Wang Jun not coming? The moonlight shone into the unfinished building, where a fierce-looking man on the 3rd floor kept checking the time, then walked towards the man who had appeared before Ma Tianyun not long ago, speaking respectfully. A long time had passed since their agreed meeting time. It's very likely. Mr. N replied noncommittally, I thought he would really dare to go into the tiger's den to save someone. Damn! This damn guy dares to stand us up. The fierce-looking man cursed, turning to the bound woman behind him. Striding over and grabbing her hair roughly, he pressed his head close. If your man doesn't come, our brothers will definitely take good care of you. You all keep an eye here. I'll go report to the sir first. Mr. N averted his gaze, speaking in a low voice. After saying that, he discreetly walked out of the unfinished building and got into a car parked by the construction site. He raised his head, taking one last look at the unfinished building in the night, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The car quickly disappeared into the darkness. Is it him? In the weeds, Wang Jun's eyes widened, his emotions surging violently, his fingers digging tightly into the soil. This Mr. N, he had seen before, a bodyguard often seen beside the big shots who frequently appeared in economic news. Damn! Damn! Wang Jun repeated. He moved like a nimble beast, his body disappearing in an instant. His wife wouldn't survive. He had known from the start that he would only have one chance to act. Even if he saved her, what would it matter? Those people treated his wife as bait, why couldn't he? Useless. At the group's global headquarters, Ma Tianyun cursed, his face cold as he pushed the door and walked out of the office, where bodyguards in black suits quickly surrounded him. Soon, the elevator arrived at the underground parking lot, and Ma Tianyun walked towards his vehicle. Who? In the parking lot, Ma Tianyun's parking space was in a designated area, and when a figure appeared not far away, it immediately caught the attention of the security team. The security quickly positioned themselves behind Ma Tianyun. Bang! The sound of gunfire followed. It was a tall man, who raised his gun without any hint of concealment, walking forward while continuously pulling the trigger. The security personnel used the car as cover, quickly firing back, bullets hitting the man and splattering bright red blood. Wang Jun pulled the trigger once more. Click. No bullets left. He casually tossed the handgun aside, suddenly exerting force with his legs, his body lunging forward. He moved quickly, slithering like a snake. But there were many security guards, their guns blocking different spaces. Bullets kept hitting him. Blood splattered again and again.
Huff. Huff. Huff.
In the garage, the surrounding security began to sense something was wrong. Their breathing became rapid, and a hint of fear flickered in their eyes. The short distance felt like a moment, enveloped in a heavy scent of blood, as the tall figure charged forward, braving the bullets. He reached out and grabbed, a tremendous force instantly flinging one security guard away. Bang! 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 Bullets rained down on the man, even hitting his heart. Wang Jun. Cornered by the security, the tycoon Ma Tianyun, who controlled trillions in wealth, recognized the devilish figure through the dim gaps, his pupils constricting. He felt himself being consumed by fear. Wang Jun reached out, lifting the nearest mysterin in front of Ma Tianyun, his crimson gaze meeting the latter's pupils, his bloody mouth grinning wide. He flung the body aside, and in the next moment, his bloodshot eyes were about to look at Ma Tianyun when his body suddenly froze. A bullet pierced through the back of his head, shooting out from his forehead. He opened his mouth. He fell to the ground. Ma Tianyun's body trembled, his hands and feet cold. His back soaked with sweat. The sky gradually brightened. Morning. Just past 6 o'clock. Ma Tianyun hurriedly arrived at the Gao family's mansion in Hangzhou. What happened? In the morning tea room, Gao Chongwen looked
at Ma Tianyun and said in a deep voice.
He could tell that the latter had probably not slept all night, his entire demeanor tense.
Moreover, what could have made this Mr. Ma so eager to find him? Huff. Ma Tianyun took a deep
breath, meeting the gaze of the old man Gao Chongwen, and said heavily, I almost died last night. I suspect it has something to do with another extraordinary item.
He continued.
His tone was filled with dread of this terrifying power, but instead, it was replaced by a deeper thirst for the mysterious.
Oh? Gao Chongwen's eyelids twitched.
At that moment, Ma Tianyun handed over the surveillance footage from the garage last night to the
old man Gao.
Gao Chongwen focused intently, watching carefully. It took no more than a minute and 30 seconds to finish. When he saw that beast-like figure, bullets hitting him continuously without hindrance to his steps. It wasn't the terrifying speed and strength that made him wary, but rather the fighting power that was not hindered by his injuries. The head of the Gao family fell silent. This is the autopsy report I had someone conduct on him. Ma Tianyun took out another document. The doctor said. Wang Jun, oh, this middle-aged man, his body is very abnormal, as if it has been modified, his hormones are in complete disarray. All the sensory nerves in his body have been stripped away, so even when shot in the heart, his brain hasn't reacted, allowing his body to
maintain at least a minute of vitality.
That doctor even doubted his own judgment and understanding, thinking it impossible for anyone, any organization, to achieve such a level.
Ma Tianyun continued. After the incident, he immediately protected Wang Jun's body and secretly conducted an examination. Are you saying that the person who modified Wang Jun also possesses an item? Gao Chongwen put down the report, speaking in a deep voice. Yes. Ma Tianyun nodded.
After saying that, he stood up and paced back and forth in front of the tea table. He paused, clenched his right fist, looked at Gao Chongwen, and suddenly raised his voice. We must have at least one, no, more props.
Otherwise, one day, you or we won't even know how we died. Ma Tianyun articulated each word carefully. In the early morning, the Gao family's courtyard appeared very tranquil. At this moment, the independent tea house on the second floor fell into a brief silence after another remark from Ma Tianyun.
Old. Master Gao Chongwen did not respond directly but picked up the teacup again, took a sip, and pondered carefully.
This time, is it also related to that dice? Gao Chongwen spoke up. Just the number 3?
To be honest, what truly frightened old Master Gao was that mysterious
dice. The invisible metaphysics was the most daunting. Ma Tianyun paused, not responding. What do you plan to do? Still keep it? Gao Chongwen asked in succession.
If this dice was not resolved, he even needed to consider whether to continue getting involved with it.
Ma Tianyun
naturally saw the meaning behind old Master Gao's expression. He remained silent for a long time, then somewhat helplessly said, I plan to
send it back. Gao Chongwen nodded.
For this dice, Ma Tianyun had paid a high price, not to mention the wealth and resources lost on the surface. The risks he bore behind the scenes were even more terrifying. Ma Tianyun came to find him early in the morning, seeking the Gao family's help to handle the aftermath of this incident, to bear the pressure this time, allowing him to catch his breath.
Team leader Ma. The dice of the Fate Gambler was returned to Hangzhou Normal University by a courier. In the morning, at 9 o'clock. The Hangzhou Pandora
investigation team, Assistant Zhao Xiuxue found Ma on Bong, her face showing some strange reporting expression.
Since that night, although Ma Chang
was still in their investigation team, the school had arranged for someone to keep an eye on her, and as soon as the courier appeared, their people received the news.
Ma Anbang responded. After a slight pause, he added, has the line on the courier been investigated? Yes, the person who sent the order to the courier didn't even know what was in the box. The people behind were very cautious and left no clues. Ma Anban was not surprised, it was originally a shot in the dark. Team leader Ma. Assistant Zhao Xiuxue spoke up again, seeing him lift his head. She continued to ask, why did these people spend such a high price to return Pandora? Ma Anbang did not answer but stood up, patted his clothes, and pretended to walk out of the command room. Where is Ma Qing? She should still be in her room. Have someone take her to the Research Institute. Yes. Assistant Zhao Xiuxue responded, jogging alongside Ma Anban while efficiently making calls to different personnel, first notifying Ma Qing from the break area, then the relevant personnel at the Research Institute and the security department. When she hung up the phone, Ma Anban only glanced at her and continued to walk briskly down the corridor. At the same time, a somewhat hoarse voice rang out, after spending such a high price and losing so many lives, in the end, they want to return the items. It can't be a sudden conscience? Of course not. Zhao Xiaoxue replied. Then that's it. First, it can't be used. Second, it can't be used, and forcibly keeping. It would bring about bad consequences. Ma Anbang said in a deep voice. His thoughts flickered, various speculations flashing before his eyes. Soon, the two entered another building, which was clearly decorated in a more technological style, filled with various testing equipment and researchers working amidst them. They entered a conference room. A somewhat bored Ma Qing hurriedly stood up. After that night, she passively joined this Pandora investigation team, first receiving comfort from a psychologist, then being questioned by different personnel. She was quite bold, adapting quickly, and even felt pleased that she had secured a position before graduating from university, earning a decent salary. The dice were stolen. So what? No. It was a good thing. If they hadn't been stolen, she would eventually have met her end at its hands anyway. She just wondered, if she never had Pandora, would she be expelled? Ma. Team leader Ma. Ma Qing called out nervously. Sit. As Ma Hanbang walked in, he said, I brought you here to tell you that your dice have been recovered. Upon hearing this, Ma Qing's face instantly darkened, and she exclaimed, how could that be? No, I mean, as long as it's been found, that's good. Team leader Ma. Ma Qing. Soon, Zhao Xiuxue also pushed open the conference room door, holding a wooden box in her hands, and looked at the two at the table, speaking in a low voice. Zhao Xiuxue was about to hand the item to Ma Anbang. In the next second, she stumbled unexpectedly, taking several quick steps forward before regaining her balance. Zhao Xiuxue glanced back, the flat floor posed no obstruction, and a strange thought crossed her mind. She then placed the wooden box in front of Ma Anbang. Help me open it. Ma Anbang merely glanced at her without speaking, then looked at the wooden box and said flatly, alright. Zhao Xiuxue didn't think much of it and quickly opened the lid. A faint glow emanated from it, revealing the mysterious 12-sided ivory dice before the three of them. Ma Anbang examined it closely but showed no intention of reaching out. Is this it? Yes. Ma Qing nodded with a complex expression. Are you very afraid of it? Ma Anbang asked as he had Ma Qing take the dice back. He glanced at the young female university student and inquired. Yes. At first, I used it while being both afraid and lucky, but after that night, it was mostly fear. Ma Qing said honestly. It was just that she was bold enough to recover so quickly after such an experience. If it were someone else, they might have been left with a lifelong shadow. Then why do you insist on using it? If you don't use it, accidents won't happen, right? Ma Anbang asked in a deep voice. I don't know. Ma Qing pressed her thin lips together, extending her hand to touch the dice. Mysterious ripples spread out in an instant as she gripped it tightly in her fair palm. When I first received the information, I seemed to have a premonition that unless I die under this dice, I can never stop. As she spoke, her long eyelashes trembled. She raised her head, her gaze towards Ma Anbang filled with deep unease, and continued, the dice of fate gamblers, after consuming enough good luck, will inevitably bring corresponding misfortune. Last time, I rolled a 12 and gained a chance to survive. So, according to custom, this time. Ha! Ma Qing stopped speaking, gripping the dice tightly, taking a deep breath, her expression becoming resolute. There's no escaping. The more you try to avoid it, the greater the crisis will come. With that, she extended her right hand, one by one loosening her 5 fingers, the mysterious 12-sided dice rolling under the gaze of the three before landing on the table. Number 6? Ma Qing's eyes widened, her fair face revealing surprise and confusion. In the conference room, Ma Anbang was slightly lost in thought, and then a hint of a smile appeared on his usually wooden face. Director Liu. Is this my first time attending a concert at the Grand Theater? Do I need to prepare anything in advance? Wow. Director Lu, does this outfit of mine look too much like a class uniform? Should I change? Will it embarrass you? The sky gradually darkened. Evening. 5:30.
At the Skyworth building, Nie Xiaoyu followed behind Lu Chen, her bright eyes flashing as she kept asking questions.
Just moments ago in the
elevator, Lu Chen had told her that a friend had gifted them 2 tickets to the concert at the Grand Theater in Hangzhou, leading to this moment.
Let me see. Lu Chen paused, a gentle smile on his face as he deliberately looked Nie Xiaoyu up and down.
The young girl was dressed simply, wearing a navy blue chiffon blouse paired with a high-waisted long skirt, and on her feet were a pair of round-toed black shoes.
Seeing Director
Lu looking at her, she quickly lifted her head, straightened her not-so-large chest, and a pure smile appeared on her face.
This looks great. Lu Chen chuckled, then ruffled the girl's hair, saying gently, it's not like it's medieval Europe, you don't need to dress up extravagantly to watch a show. Let's go.
We'll eat first, then take a taxi to the Grand Theater.
Okay. Nie Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. Soon, the sky was completely dark, and the neon lights illuminated the city. Cars kept arriving at the Grand Theater in Hangzhou.
The performance tonight at the Grand Theater was extremely rare in the hearts of enthusiasts, featuring the world-class soprano Rita Ratz and the opera singers led by piano artistic director Roman Krumov. Soon, they would perform classic arias from several operas composed by famous composers like Verdi, Puccini, and Rossini.
Tonight,
for music lovers in Zhao country, it was destined to be a musical feast. At this moment, backstage at the Grand Theater, a graceful middle-aged woman walked in, and the theater manager, catching sight of her, bent down from a distance, wearing a warm smile as he greeted her. Mrs. Su,
what brings you here? The concert hasn't started yet. I came to see Lingling. Mrs. Su's gaze swept over the young actors in front of the makeup mirror, and she said gently, Lingling is in the special makeup room, I'll take you there. Right away.
The manager's smile grew even warmer as he quickly replied.
Once the two of them disappeared backstage, the young actors sitting in front of the makeup mirror exchanged glances, their expressions revealing deep jealousy.
Mrs. Su was truly a prominent figure in Hangzhou. Her husband was the head of the Su family, one of the 4 great families, and she herself had a great love for concerts, having been an excellent musician in her youth. Not long ago, Mrs. Su had met Xia Lingling for the first time and was astonished by her voice, becoming very fond of her.
She was even willing
to spend a lot of resources to promote her.
Tonight,
Mrs. Su had firmly requested that the renowned soprano Rita Ratz perform alongside Xia Lingling.
Phew!
In the private makeup room. Just a few days ago, Xia Lingling, who had come from a rural background and worked at Starbucks, looked at her elegantly dressed
reflection in the mirror.
Her heart raced, and her palms were slightly sweaty.
It felt like she was dreaming. This is all real.
She looked at the gemstone ring on her right hand, gently caressing it with her other hand. As she felt the coolness of the gem, a sense of security blossomed within her.
Lingling! At that moment,
the door to the makeup room opened, and the voice of the noblewoman rang in her ears.
Aunt Su. Xia Lingling quickly stood up, but as soon as she moved, Madam Su pressed her shoulder down. The latter affectionately leaned against her face, looking at the girl in the mirror with satisfaction, and said with a beaming smile, Lingling, tonight, you will be the most dazzling star. Your voice is a gift from heaven. Soon, you will be famous all over the world. Enjoy your honor.
While the final preparations were still being made backstage at the Grand Theater, Lu Chen and Nie Xiaoyu had already checked their tickets and entered the venue.
Director Lu.
I just searched, and it seems that all the performers tonight are very famous musicians.
But who is this mysterious guest? Nie Xiaoyu whispered. Evening. 7:30 p.m. The concert began with a regular performance by the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra, and in the second half, the world-class diva Rita Ratz took the stage. Wow! Director Lu, she truly is a world-class soprano, so impressive. As the concert was about to enter its final highlight, there was a brief intermission in the concert hall, and Nie Xiaoyu let out a long breath. She leaned closer to Lu Chen, her little face flushed with excitement. Yes. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. He looked at the stage where the curtain had fallen again, and as if noticing something, his smile grew even brighter. At the right moment, the final highlight piece, a segment from the world-class aria Nessun Dorma, was about to begin. In front of the stage, the spotlight lit up again, and this time, it was not just a single beam of light. Beside the world-class diva Rita Ratz stood a young girl in a red dress. Moreover, judging by their positions, this girl was in no way inferior to Rita Ratz. The faces of the music enthusiasts in the audience suddenly turned sour. With no background and insufficient singing experience, to share the stage on her first performance, wasn't this a case of a big shot promoting their own daughter? Madam Su, is this the Xia Lingling you praised as unparalleled? Oh my! So young! Madam Su, pushing her like this.
may not be beneficial for her growth. In the VIP section of the concert hall, the ladies of Hangzhou's upper class began to discuss among themselves.
I believe in Lingling.
Madame Su raised her chin and replied. In front of the stage, under the bright spotlight, the red gem on Xia Lingling's index finger reflected a mysterious glow. As Rita Ratz's voice came to an end, her gaze swept across the dark audience, she took a deep breath, and her red lips parted an ultimate allure.
The enchanting
voice of a siren resonated throughout the concert hall. As the first syllable emerged, the audience members who had just seconds ago been skeptical, even preparing to leave early, were suddenly frozen in place. They were all true music lovers. But when had they ever heard such a beautiful and unique voice?
As they continued to listen, goosebumps began to rise on their skin.
The effect is just right. Lu Chen chuckled softly.
This siren ring granted Xia Lingling a perfect siren voice.
Given her current ability and growth, it couldn't quickly enchant in such a grand setting, but its emotional pull was subtle and unnoticeable.
In just a short while, every listener was immersed in Xia Lingling's wonderfully siren-like voice. However,
the negative effects of the siren ring, aside from making the host increasingly narcissistic and uncontrollably in love with herself, also include another aspect: it will incite intense jealousy in others who have intertwined interests with her, to the point where they might want to use a pen or any sharp object to stab her throat without a second thought. Lu Chen looked at the woman under the spotlight, then shifted his gaze to the back of the stage, as if he had glimpsed something.
At this moment, in the dressing room, the female musicians of the Hangzhou Symphony Orchestra sat in front
of their mirrors, listening to the beautiful voices emanating from the concert hall, their faces betraying not a hint of emotion.
When the music ended, a brief silence was followed by an unprecedented wave of fervent applause from the audience, amplifying the jealousy within them. Let's go! What are you all still doing?
It's time for the curtain call. The door was suddenly pushed open, and the theater manager poked his head in, urging them on. As the door swung open, the seated musicians seemed to snap back to reality, merely thinking that a terrifying thought had briefly crossed their minds.
Wow! Manager Lu. That musician is truly amazing, her voice is so unique. She's definitely going to become a world-class artist, right? In the night, Lu Chen and Nie Xiaoyu exited the Hangzhou Grand Theater, the
young girl still unable to contain her excitement, chattering away.
Yes. She will become a star. Lu Chen adjusted his glasses, smiling and nodding. This is the power of the siren's ring, it can grant a girl from a
rural background the most perfect singing voice, making it the most coveted Pandora for musicians. Once they got into a taxi, Nie Xiaoyu finally snapped out of her earlier excitement. She looked out at the night, pursed her lips, blinked a few times, then reached for her small backpack, blushing as she said, "Oh no.
Lu, Manager Lu, I think I forgot to bring my keys." Well, there's nothing we can do about that. Lu Chen sighed. The next day, morning. The weather was a bit overcast, but no raindrops had fallen yet.
Lu Chen sat in his office, his fingertips gliding over the mouse as his gaze swept through one news article after another about the concert.
Several consecutive reports praised the shining new star, the young soprano with a siren-like voice.
Clicking on the official website of the Hangzhou Grand Theater, he found edited clips of the performance. The spread of the video can only showcase the perfect voice, lacking emotional resonance. Lu Chen closed his eyes, listening for a moment before whispering. He didn't continue to pay attention. After finishing some simple work, Lu Chen casually opened a book, leaning back in his chair to read quietly. As noon approached, large raindrops shattered against the glass behind him, and finally, the gloomy weather of the morning gave way to a heavy downpour. Boss! An employee from the department, Ma Shuxing, knocked on the door, poking his head in with an expression of astonishment.
Did you see that news? What news? Lu Chen set the book down, responding gently. Around
7 this morning, 9 o'clock in America, a hacker breached the supercomputer titan of the American Sky Eye Company and the Federal Agency Network in less than 10 minutes, stealing a large amount of classified information. The Department of Homeland Security has raised the risk level of this incident to critical. And the most exciting part is, just now, a hacker with a clown motif, codenamed Master Joker, released a video claiming responsibility for this crazy act, announcing it as his final performance. It's a mark left for the world. Ma Shuxing spoke animatedly, his words flowing rapidly. Their department dealt with programming, so they certainly understood how terrifying this Master Joker's skills were. This clown master must be nearing death, and then pulled off such a big stunt. Ma Shuxing continued. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged, he merely acknowledged him. After Ma Shuxing left, he stood up, opened a black umbrella, and walked leisurely through the rain towards the adjacent building. Ding! The elevator reached the 59th floor. Mr. Lu! Shen Nancher and Professor Han Zhanbing had been waiting in the elevator hall, bowing as soon as the doors opened.
Lu Chen responded gently, stepping out and shaking off the umbrella before hanging it aside, his gaze smiling as he looked. At the two, you two seem to have a late acquaintance. By the way, Nancher, call Lu Yang over, I have something for him to do. Lu Chen added. After saying this, he walked into the long hall, first standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city under the rain curtain, where large raindrops pattered down. He watched for a moment, then sat down in front of the sofa, at which point Shen Nancher also took a seat not far away. Nancher, look into this incident. Lu Chen browsed on his laptop for a while, noticing that in a report from the Lighthouse Country, it mentioned that this hacker was suspected to be in the late stages of ALS and that clues had been found. He turned the laptop towards Shen Nancher and said in a deep voice. Yes. Shen Nancher glanced at it and walked aside. Lu Chen was also regarded as a big shot by some in the industry, and he naturally understood the capabilities required to breach supercomputers and federal network firewalls in 10 minutes. Undoubtedly a global-level hacker. While waiting, Lu Chen casually discussed history with Professor Han Zhanbing and Shen Nancher. 20 minutes later, Lu Yang hurriedly walked into the building's elevator. He looked at his reflection in the elevator doors. Recently, during his spare time, while undergoing continuous training, Lu Yang began to notice that a sense of madness, uncontrollable by reason, seemed to be emerging within him, a surging desire threatening to burst through his mind. He dared not speak of it. Ha! The elevator was about to reach the 52nd floor. Lu Yang took a deep breath, straightened his body, and quickly tidied his unwrinkled clothes. The moment the elevator doors opened, he stepped out. Comfortable. Lu Yang paused. Every time he approached Mr. Lu, it felt as if the blazing sun dispelled every trace of darkness, leaving his mind utterly clear. This was a beauty that could only be appreciated through loss. Mr. Lu. Lu Yang quickly walked towards the hall, bending down to greet respectfully. Lu Yang. You came at the right time. I need you to go to the Lighthouse Country and bring someone back for me. Nancher, you are responsible for providing Lu Yang with logistical support. Lu Chen first looked at Lu Yang, then turned to Shen Nancher, smiling as he spoke. When these words were spoken, Lu Yang's tense emotions relaxed briefly. During the execution of Mr. Lu's orders, he could still maintain absolute control over himself. Seeing that neither of them expressed any objections, Lu Chen nodded in front of the sofa, as if recalling something, a slight smile appearing on his face. By the way, after you arrive in Big Apple City, Lu Yang, you can also look for someone. I think he would be willing to help you. In the past 2 days, the soul bell of the wizard, far across the ocean, had not continued to harvest new souls but had encountered a rather capable host. In just a short time, he successfully controlled the Kolobo family among the 5 major gangs in Big Apple City, although this was the weakest of the 5. Mr. Lu. How should I contact him? Lu Yang asked respectfully. His name is Peter Gotti. He has a bar in Queens. Just go directly and say that a gentleman is looking for him. Lu Chen said gently. He thought that the ghostly one who had substantively controlled the wizard's soul bell in the foreign land of Big Apple City, would surely be very surprised to hear his news. After that, Lu Chen did not say much more. He simply assigned a task to the two, and how to carry it out, whether successful or not, was solely Lu Yang and Shen Nancher's business. It's still raining. In the rain curtain, Lu Chen held an umbrella, standing in front of the square, the black canopy slightly raised, the city under the rain curtain shrouded by dark clouds, with vehicles rushing by and riders in raincoats reflected in his eyes. At that moment, not far away, in front of a zebra crossing that looked particularly clean from the rain, a familiar figure was approaching. Captain Ma? The latter seemed lost in thought, passing by Lu Chen without noticing him. It was Lu Chen who smiled and called out. It's you. Ma Anbang was momentarily taken aback, turned around, and casually nodded upon seeing Lu Chen. The two walked side by side towards the Skyworth building with a tacit understanding. What are you doing out here? At this hour? Just slacking off. Of course not, I came out to get a document. Lu Chen smiled brightly, raising the folder in his hand, which contained further information about that hacker that Shen Nancher had just found. Oh. Ma Anbang replied. The two fell silent and entered the Skyworth building one after the other. In the rainy weather, the first floor of the building appeared somewhat dim, and Ma Anbang put away his umbrella and walked to his usual spot. Lu Chen didn't engage him in further conversation, just glanced at the lighter that Ma Anbang was fiddling with. In his eyes, the lighter also glimmered with light. A lighter? What kind of power does it possess? Lu Chen was a bit curious. Gathering his thoughts, he stepped into the elevator. Meanwhile, across the ocean, in the Lighthouse Country, the Big Apple City. Late at night. 1 o'clock in the morning. Huff. 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 In Manhattan, a black car pressed down on the accelerator, a man in his 30s breathing heavily, constantly glancing through the rearview mirror as if
Something terrifying was chasing him. When the largest St. John's Cathedral in the Big Apple City appeared in the distance, a look of joy spread across the man's face. Just then, in front of the speeding car, outside the windshield, a woman's figure suddenly emerged, her appearance horrifying, blocking the man's view. Sweat dripped from the man's forehead as he gritted his teeth, still pressing down on the accelerator. However, the woman outside the windshield had her long black hair starting to stretch out, silky strands weaving through the gaps and entering the car, wrapping around the steering wheel. Ah! The 30-year-old man tried to hit the brakes, but his foot wouldn't move, and the steering wheel uncontrollably turned towards the roadside. The man could only widen his eyes, letting out a terrified scream. Bang! A loud crash echoed, and a blazing fire illuminated the night. In the night, a handsome man with blonde hair and fair skin stepped out, hands in his pockets, watching the distant car crash, smiling as he said, "Oh dear. Our Kalabov family's big shot met a terrible end. Ms. Wenbin, what do you think? If I summon his soul, wouldn't that be interesting?" Before he could finish his sentence, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly emerged from behind him. Pied Gotti stiffened, the smile on his face froze. "I was joking. I was joking, Ms. Wenbin." Not far away, St. John's Cathedral still radiated a brilliant light in the night. Lu Yang. Here's your identity information, along with a passport from the lighthouse country. The rain continued to fall. In the building, on the 59th floor. After Lu Chen left, Shen Nancher made a phone call, and shortly after, the old butler Shen brought a brown envelope and a suitcase. He took the bag and handed it to Lu Yang. Lu Yang responded, quickly tearing open the document, which contained information about a middle-aged financial man in his 40s, including his photo, height, and weight. He only glanced over briefly, and the next moment, the man in front of the sofa began to change. His hair became sparse, his belly gradually rounded, and the middle-aged man was noticeably shorter than him, shrinking at a visible rate. "These are clothes in his size," Shen Nancher said as he pushed the suitcase over. The flight departs at 7:10 p.m. from Hongqiao International Airport in the Magic City. I've arranged for 2 personal assistants for you, you can have them handle anything you need. He kept talking. Lu Yang nodded. The night gradually darkened. Evening. Off work. Lu Chen had no interest in accompanying Nie Xiaoyu, lazily sitting on the 59th floor of the building, pouring himself a glass of red wine and taking a sip. He gazed into the night, where in the neon lights, it seemed that interesting things were happening in different corners of the city. At the same time, at the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu in Zhejiang province, in a conference room, a dozen doctors in white coats were watching a live broadcast of a craniotomy. "This Dr. Li Changbai is quite young, isn't he?" asked the hospital's vice president, Gu Mingxiu. He just turned 25 last month," said Chen Long, the director of neurosurgery, with a smile. "Indeed, the younger generation is pushing the older generation forward. Did you notice the expression on this expert from the capital, Qin? He is clearly amazed by the work of our young Li." Director Gu continued. Today's craniotomy was highly challenging, and they had invited top experts from Yanjing, with the young neurosurgeon Li Changbai serving as the assistant. Little Li's skills have always been excellent, but what? Director Chen Long looked at the surgical livestream, his face showing astonishment. "It's just that in the past couple of days, Little Li seems to have had an epiphany, as if he has made a leap forward. Ha ha ha. Our hospital needs young doctors like Little Li, we should give such young people more opportunities." The director is right. At this moment, the surgery concluded, and Li Changbai removed his mask, a hint of a calm smile appearing on his handsome face. At 7:30 p.m. First, the roar of the engine exploded outside the Hangzhou Grand Theater, then 2 beams of high beams pierced through the night, with raindrops falling from the sky reflecting the car lights, appearing crystal clear. The black supercar Aston Martin traced a beautiful arc on the road. Brown fashionable glasses obscured half of his face. A stylish leather jacket. Jeans. Zhong Luanjuan pushed open the car door, noticing the gazes around him. He chuckled softly and then strode towards the Grand Theater. Recently, he had been mingling with the elite circles and had naturally heard about the young musician who had appeared like a meteor at the Hangzhou Grand Theater, so he drove over in a borrowed luxury car to enjoy the performance. He took a seat in the front row. Not long after, the lights in the concert hall dimmed, and spotlights illuminated the stage, where Xia Lingling, dressed in a luxurious evening gown and wearing a ruby ring, took the stage. Zhong Luinjuan's eyes brightened. Instantly, the concert continued, and after an hour, Xia Lingling took a bow and left the stage. At the same time, Zhong Luinjuan's gaze swept into the distance. A smile appeared on his face, and then, he discreetly stood up, like a spirit in the night, quietly disappearing into the hall. "Your team leader Chao, right? Sorry.
The middle-aged manager of the theater rushed over upon hearing the news, first glancing at Officer Chow's badge, then putting on a friendly smile and being perfunctory. You all block the exits in the front and back, don't let anyone escape. Little Lee switched the surveillance footage over. The middle-aged detective, Captain Chow, furrowed his brow, first issuing a command, and then emphasizing a couple of points before he walked alone into the concert hall. His sharp gaze swept over the rows of seats, and when he saw a shadow flash in front of the backstage door, he quickened his pace and rushed over. Why should I? Why should I? At the Hangzhou Grand Theater, backstage, in the public dressing room, in front of a mirror located in the corner, the face of a woman, no longer young, bore no expression. She merely lowered her head slightly, murmuring repeatedly, "Why have I been in the troupe for a full 10 years, yet still haven't become the lead singer? And I'm still not famous. That rural girl, in just a few days, has gotten everything I wanted." Her mutterings continued. When the enthusiastic applause from backstage reached the dressing room, the woman suddenly stood up, tightly gripping a signature pen, her eyes flashing with malice as she headed towards the end of the corridor. Xia Lingling? Zhong Luanjuan strolled leisurely backstage, casually surveying his surroundings. His gestures and demeanor were completely unlike that of a thief being pursued by the police. He resembled a tourist sightseeing. Upon seeing the room with Xia Lingling's name on the sign, he stopped. As soon as he pushed the door open, a thin blade appeared. At his fingertips, the glint of the knife flashed, and the sharp edge shot towards the distance. With her left hand firmly covering Xia Lingling's mouth, the woman raised the pen high with her right hand, a streak of blood marking her fingertip as the tightly gripped pen fell in an instant. Xia Lingling seized the opportunity and forcefully pushed her away. The woman seemed to come to her senses and turned to dash out of the dressing room. Phew! 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 Xia Lingling, still shaken, gasped repeatedly. Zhong Luanjuan glanced towards the corridor and immediately stepped into the dressing room. As he faced the now raised head of Xia Lingling, he raised a finger to his lips, his gaze sweeping left and right, then burst into the changing room. At the same time, heavy footsteps sounded, and Captain Chow suddenly pushed the door open. "Who are you?" Xia Lingling adjusted her hair and said in a low voice. Captain Chow's piercing gaze scanned the dressing room. He was about to speak when the theater manager rushed in, pulling Chow out of the room. Xia Lingling let out a sigh of relief, glanced at the tightly closed door, and got up to walk over, first locking it. She bit her lip and headed towards the changing room. Just as she stood in front of the door, the wooden door of the changing room was pushed open from the inside, and the young man who had just saved her walked out. "Are you a user of Pandora?" Zhong Luanjuan looked into Xia Lingling's eyes and spoke. Xia Lingling's long eyelashes fluttered. "Oh? Did these two actually run into each other?" In the night, at 9 p.m., on the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen rested his chin on his hand, gazing into the distance, a gentle smile appearing on his face. This is the first time two wild Pandora hosts have gathered since Pandora's birth. It's a moment in history. Having said that, he took out a black leather notebook and recorded the date and time of this moment. Don't worry. In the dressing room of the Hangzhou Grand Theater, seeing Xia Lingling's momentary panic, Zhong Luanjuan got his answer and smiled as he looked at her, saying, "I won't do anything to you. And, I'm also a Pandora user." Upon hearing this, Xia Lingling immediately felt relieved, and when she looked at Zhong Luanjuan again, there was much less distance in her gaze. To be honest, the sudden appearance of this mysterious tool had elevated her to the clouds overnight. It was a wonderfully exhilarating feeling, but at the same time, there was a sense of dreaminess and fear. "I feel the same way as you. I wonder if all of this is a dream. So, when I saw you, I felt like I had found a kindred spirit, and my heart felt much more at ease." Zhong Luanjuan walked into Xia Lingling's makeup room, his gaze sweeping across the room, and as he turned to look at Xia Lingling, he smiled and said, "You. How did you find out?" Xia Lingling bit her thin lips and asked. "Don't worry. Other Pandora hosts shouldn't easily discover you. One of the abilities I possess is treasure appraisal. Whether it's antiques or modern crafts, as long as it has value, it won't escape my eyes." Zhong Luanjuan circled around and returned to stand in front of Xia Lingling, his gaze trailing down her fair face to her right hand, which he gently lifted, the light of the red gem reflecting in his stark black and white eyes. "Is it this? So beautiful. This is not a work of this world," he admired. Just then, footsteps were heard outside the makeup room again, and a smile appeared on Zhong Luanjuan's face. "We will meet again." Xia Lingling was about to speak when she saw Zhong Luanjuan suddenly dash to the only window in the room. The window opened, rain splattered in, and the cool night breeze stirred the curtains. In the next moment, Zhong Luanjuan leaped into the rainy night. "Miss Xia." The theater manager knocked on the door and called out. This was the third floor of the Grand Theater.
Xia Lingling walked to the window and vaguely saw a graceful figure moving between the floors.
At the same time,
in the night, a black car smoothly passed through the rain curtain.
Shen, the nearly 90-year-old patriarch of the four great families of Hangzhou, sat
in the back seat, resting with his eyes closed.
The car headed towards the Jiangsu and Zhujiang Chamber of Commerce building.
Sir,
we've arrived.
The old butler in the front
passenger seat spoke.
Shen opened his eyes just as another black car drove by. The old man turned to look and said, "Go take a look."
Sir, Shen Nancher from the Shen family.
The old butler opened the car door, and there he was, waiting in front of the headlights. After the car stopped, he stepped forward to ask a question, then hurried back,
whispering, "Shen Nancher?"
Shen nodded and said, "I heard he almost didn't make it a few days ago. It seems he pulled through." Meanwhile, the second car had also come to a smooth
stop. Shen Shan stepped out first, helping Shen Nancher into a wheelchair.
Shen Nancher was made up to look like an old man, appearing as if his time was short.
Shen, the patriarch
of the Su family, approached him with a cane.
"Brother Nancher, long time no see,"
Shen said with a smile. The two exchanged a few words, then walked side by side towards the elevator hall of the building, where a man in black was already waiting. He respectfully bowed and ushered them into the elevator, then instructed something through his earpiece.
Time passed second by second.
Before long, the heads of the four great families of Hangzhou, Su, Zheng, Ding, and Gao, along with the three top tycoons of Hangzhou, Ma Tianyun, Zhong Jianhua, and Huang Shufu, gathered together, totaling 8 people.
"Old Zheng, what's this all about, gathering us all here?"
At a large round table. After the servants poured tea for each person and respectfully withdrew, Ding Dai, the head of the Ding family, puffed on a cigar, slowly surveying the room through the curling white smoke, then turned to Zhang Weizong and spoke.
Tonight, it was Zhang Weizong,
the patriarch of the Zhang family, who had invited this circle of people.
"I invited you all here for a matter." Zhang Weizong, 72 years old, was a very traditional and capable man.
His gaze subtly glanced at Gao Chongwen before sweeping around the room, and he said solemnly, "That is, concerning your lives and fortunes." As this sentence rang out,
inside the room, the remaining 7
people showed no reaction on their faces, merely hiding their thoughts deep within.
"Not long ago,
Chen Guanrong sent me a video before he was murdered,"
Zhang Weizong continued. Excluding Gao
Chongwen and Ma Tianyun, Su Ding's 2 families, along with Zhong Jianhua and Huang Shufu, all focused their gazes and straightened their bodies.
Just an opening. The atmosphere in this conference room on the top floor of the Zhujiang Business Association building became unprecedentedly tense. At this moment,
Shen Nancher also understood. He lifted his eyelids and quietly observed the meeting.
"It seems some of you have seen the video. To prevent anyone from missing it, I will play it again." Zhang Weizong noted everyone's reactions, paused for a moment, and spoke again.
After saying this, he reached out and pressed the remote control, and 4 screens facing different directions descended from the center of the round table, the images lighting up. Although most people had seen it many times, upon seeing that bizarre scene, their expressions were still grave as if they could drip water.
"It's not just Chen Guanrong.
Please watch the second video. As for the source of the video, I cannot disclose the identity at the request of the source,"
Zhang Weizong said in a deep voice.
At this moment, the edited garage footage appeared, showing a man resembling a ferocious beast, or rather, like a zombie from a film.
He charged towards a certain direction under a rain of bullets.
The image abruptly stopped. All present, except for Shen Nancher, felt a chill run down their spines. These prominent figures who could shake the Jiangnan region with a stump could not hide a trace of fear on their faces.
Shen Nancher observed everyone's reactions closely. No one knew. He was the one at this table who knew the most. Team leader Ma.
In the night, the special investigation team of Pandora in Hangzhou, Assistant Zhao Xiaoxua quickly walked to Ma Anbong's side and whispered, "I just received news that the Gao, Su, Zhang, and Ding families, along with Shen Nancher and Ma Zhongwang, appeared at the Jiangsu and Zhujiang Business Association building."
"I understand." Ma Anbong nodded.
He thought for a moment and then said, "Notify me after they disperse."
"Understood." Zhao Xiaoxua replied solemnly. Not long after, in just about an hour, Zhao Xiaoxua appeared again.
Ma Anbong glanced at her and said, "Help me call Zhang Weizong."
At the same time, at the Jiangsu and Zhujiang Business Association building, the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Weizong, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his gaze fixed on the cars leaving into the night.
"Sir." At this moment, the butler hurried over. "You have a phone call."
"Whose?"
Zhang Weizong frowned slightly. It was a bit too coincidental for a call to come right after the meeting ended. "I'm not sure, but it seems to be from some official department." The butler replied respectfully. Zhang Weizong nodded, took the phone, and as the butler retreated, he focused and answered the call, his authoritative voice ringing out, "Hello.
This is Zhang Weizong. May I ask who is calling?" Mr. Zhang. Ma Anbang.
The head of the Pandora investigation team leaned back in his chair, playing with a lighter in his left hand, and spoke calmly. I am the head of the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangzhou. My surname is Ma.
Pandora? Zhang Weizong's eyelids twitched, quickly realizing that this must be the name of that mysterious artifact.
Sure enough, the authorities had already known, and a dedicated investigation team had been established.
Team Leader Ma, it's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Weizong's thoughts flowed, his expression unchanged, and he replied in a deep voice, May I ask what instructions Team Leader Ma has for me? Instructions? None, actually. Ma.
Anbang revealed a slight smile on his face and replied, I just wanted to leave a phone number for Mr. Zhang.
If you need anything, feel free to call this number. Thank you, Team Leader Ma. The conversation ended there. And the call was soon hung up. Pandora, Ma Anbang whispered.
The real trouble had begun. Ordinary people, barefoot, would desire more than what Pandora could offer. Meanwhile, how could the beings at the pinnacle of the
pyramid resist the temptation to plunder such a tool? This was unstoppable, and thus, Ma Anbang did not waste his breath, merely offering a hint. Master.
In the rainy night, a black car passed by, and Shen looked at
Nancher, asking in a low voice. It's nothing.
Zhang Weizong has initiated a special item mutual aid group, allowing us to share resources and help each other when facing extraordinary abilities.
Nancher's gaze flickered as he spoke in a deep voice.
Though it was called a mutual aid group, everyone involved in the conversation understood the unspoken consensus. They were also participating in the investigation of Pandora's owners, as
well as hunting and plundering.
These people were old foxes, naturally aware of the potential significance Pandora might represent in the future.
Has the master joined as well? Shen asked. Not yet. Nancher shook
his head and continued, let's see Mr. Lu's attitude after we meet him tomorrow.
Shen responded. The black car fell silent again, smoothly navigating through the rainy night.
After a long while, Nancher's gaze sharpened, and he spoke once more. Undercurrents are stirring, the hosts of Pandora are about to face a test.
The next day, the sky cleared up. Lu Chen sat on the 59th floor of the building, listening intently to Nancher's report on the Pandora Mutual Aid Group. Professor Han, the answer you once predicted has unfolded so quickly.
Lu Chen chuckled lightly, looking at Professor Han Zhanbing in front of him.
The alliance of
the powerful has come together even faster than I imagined, Professor Han Zhanbing replied. In his initial deductions, the first stage should have been one of individual alliances. This level of Renseekers was not so easily
united.
Perhaps they were frightened, Lu Chen said. The unseen power of the dice in the game of fate truly scared Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen. The former even immediately returned the item.
Will Mr. Lu intervene? Han Zhanbing met Lu Chen's gaze and asked. He remembered that Mr. Lu's purpose in forming the Pandora Management Committee was to guide the integration and development of Pandora with modern civilization. If Mr. Lu did not intervene, the conflict between the hosts of Pandora and the Renseeker class would unfold, and it would not be easily resolved, potentially affecting the future as well. It's not time yet, Lu Chen said with a smile, shaking his head. After saying this, Lu Chen turned back to Nancher and said flatly, whether to join or not is your own decision, there's no need to ask me. I understand, Nancher replied respectfully. Without saying more, after finishing a cup of tea by the window, Lu Chen lazily got up and stepped out of the building. At 9 in the morning in Zhao Country, it was exactly 9 in the evening in Lighthouse Country's Big Apple City. 14 hours later, the flight from the Magic City to New York began to descend. Mr. Chen, are we going to the hotel now, or? Lu Yan walked out of the customs hall, and the assistant who had been waiting hurriedly approached and asked. First to Queen's, to the Poison Bar. Lu Yang's gaze slowly swept across the airport. In this foreign land, he saw faces of both white and black people. This was his first time abroad, and he felt a strange sensation. Hearing the question, Lu Yang replied in a deep voice, understood. Mr. Chen, please follow me, our car has arrived. The assistant gestured for him to go ahead. Soon, a black business vehicle drove towards the Queen's area of the Big Apple. Is this the place? Lu Yang looked up at the bar sign in the distance, red as blood in the night. He stepped towards the bar. Heavy metal music assaulted his eardrums as he navigated through a sea of diverse figures. At that moment, a black man with earrings suddenly slapped Lu Yang on the shoulder. Mr. Chen. He's asking if you need anything, the assistant shouted. Tell him I'm here to see Pid Gotti. Lu Yang glanced at the black man and said in a low voice. The moment that name was mentioned, the black man's expression changed instantly. After saying something, he gestured for the two to follow him. On the second floor of the bar, in a private room guarded by bodyguards, a handsome man with blonde hair was surrounded by a group of women, laughing freely. Chinese? I don't know any Chinese. Pid Gotti had his feet propped up on the coffee table. looking arrogantly at the black man brought before him. As the latter was dragged away, Pid Gotti seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Wait. Never mind, just bring that person over. Lighthouse Country, Big Apple City. Go in." The door to the private room was pushed open, and a tall man with tattooed arms looked at the middle-aged man in a suit with yellow skin and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Chen. He says you can go in." Lu Yang had brought 2 assistants this time. One was a short-haired woman in her 30s primarily serving as a translator, while the other was a middle-aged man responsible for contacting Shen Nancher to coordinate resources. Lu Yang nodded. As he stepped into the private room, the 2 assistants were about to follow when the tattooed man suddenly raised his hand to block the entrance. "Let her in." Lu Yang only glanced back, then reached out to pat the man's shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. The middle-aged man he transformed into was not tall and had a noticeable beer belly, but the power boost from the macweight mask did not diminish with his physique. Just that casual pat made the tall man wince in pain. At the same time, releasing his arm, the short-haired woman, Lin Jiarong, quickly walked in, her face slightly pale, sensing something was off. Before coming to Lighthouse Country, she had only been told to keep her mouth shut and do her job as a translator, with no mention of the content involving gangs. Lin Jiarong closely followed Lu Yang, and as she raised her head, 5 or 6 gang members, both white and black, in the private room raised their guns in unison. She tensed up, letting out a nervous gasp. "Pid Gotti?" Lu Yang glanced over and then looked towards the sofa not far away, where a sexy woman was sitting on the blonde man's lap, giving him a passionate kiss after taking a sip of her drink. Lu Yang walked over and said. As he spoke, Lin Jiarong translated his words. The woman continued kissing, even slipping her hand into his shirt, while Lu Yang remained calm and continued, "Mr. Lu has orders. He demands that you fulfill my requests at all costs." Lin Jiarong's eyelids twitched, but she still translated it. At the same time, in the dimly lit private room, as the blonde man remained indifferent, the lights flickered for a moment and the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. At the front of the room, the figure of a female ghost suddenly appeared. The ghost, Li Wenwen, had a pale face that first showed disbelief, then a weak and helpless fear mixed with awe. At that moment, in the private room, only Pid Gotti and Lu Yang could see the female ghost Li Wenwen. Upon witnessing this scene, the handsome man with blonde hair and pale skin felt his pupils constrict instantly, and the hairs on his body stood on end, as countless thoughts flooded his mind. What kind of existence could frighten the queen and the wizard's soul bell just by a name? Various ideas flashed through his mind quickly, and in the next moment, Pid Gotti roughly pushed the sultry woman beside him away and hurriedly stood up. Like a face-changing act, he displayed a warm and flattering smile. "May I ask how this gentleman is addressed?" "Sit. Please, take a seat." After saying this, he glared at his subordinates who had drawn their guns. "Damn it, put those things away. Get the hell out of here. And you all, get out too." In just a moment, the entire private room was left with only Lu Yang and his 2 assistants. Pid Gotti poured a drink like a subordinate and respectfully handed it over. Lu Yang merely glanced at it, showing no intention of accepting the drink, and calmly said, "I want to know the progress of the federal police's investigation into the Joker hacker incident. I need you to take action." He looked at the female ghost Li Wenwen. The female ghost Li Wenwen only lowered her head, her eyes flashing with a malicious glint, yet she could not show a hint of refusal. In the night. 11 o'clock. In the Big Apple, Manhattan, in a high-end apartment. The room was neither too big nor too small. Whether it was the living room, bedroom, or bathroom, all were filled with one computer after another, red and green lights flashing day and night. Aside from the computers, the most numerous items in the room were the screens hanging in different positions. At this moment, each screen was playing reports from various media in the Lighthouse Country about the hacking incident that occurred 2 days ago, and one scene showed Times Square, where countless passers-by looked up in amazement after the clown video appeared. Whoosh! 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 In the dimly lit room, a mixed-race youth on a specially designed wheelchair, with only one finger able to move, breathed extremely weakly as he watched the news on the screen, struggling to show even a hint of a smile. His full name was Bao Shiji, his father a former senior engineer at Google, of Chinese descent, and his mother a white woman from the Lighthouse Country. After his parents divorced, he lived alone. "I'm dying," Bao Shiji whispered. At that moment, an alarm suddenly sounded in the living room, and Bao Shiji's finger gently touched, causing the wheelchair beneath him to move automatically. He tilted his head and appeared in the living room. The screens changed, first showing surveillance from a block away from the building, with helicopters flying overhead and several cars appearing. Soon, the screens switched to the surveillance footage around and inside the building, revealing the continuous advance of the Federal Bureau of Investigation's Special Task Force. "They're here." Bao Shiji's heart trembled with excitement, but he had long lost control over his facial nerves, only his eyes were shaking. Suddenly, A surveillance camera in the corner caught his attention. He stared intently at it.
Unknowingly, upon seeing something, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and his arms, which he could no longer control, began to tremble. The gaze that had once sought death now resurfaced with a strong desire. Almost late. In a dim corner not far from the building, Lu Yan looked up at the helicopter circling above, feeling relieved. If he had been a moment late and failed to complete Mr. Lu's task, it would have been a grave sin.
Ms. Wenbin, bring him over. Lu Yan glanced at the nearest FBI special agent and said.
As his words fell, the female ghostly Wenbin
glared angrily into the distance.
A white Secret Service agent walking towards another position suddenly swayed in front of Lu Yan, who unconsciously changed his steps.
Bang!
His palm struck heavily like a knife against the
agent's neck, and as Lu Yang bent down to remove the latter's clothes, the middle-aged man's appearance rapidly transformed.
First, his facial features, then his entire physique elongated, and in just a short moment, the
former FBI agent walked towards the building. Wow! What a grand setup, all here to capture this one. Lu Yang walked inside the building, his gaze sweeping around, a look of amazement on his face. Late at night, 11:15 p.m. Ha! Lu Yang ventured deeper into the building, flanked by several FBI agents.
At that moment, a wave of tension surged within him, adrenaline coursing through his body.
Compared to these professionally trained personnel, he felt like a lamb entering a wolf pack.
Just as he stepped into the elevator hall, a middle-aged agent glanced over, but when he saw Lu Yang's face, he was about to shout, only for the ghostly figure of Li Wenwen to appear behind him, covering his eyes with her hand. Lu Yang entered the elevator, turned to look at the middle-aged man, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
Thanks. As the elevator ascended, Lu Yang stood alone inside, Li Wenwen's semi-transparent figure appearing beside him.
Lu Yang watched the floor numbers rise and suddenly said, "If all goes well, I will speak well of you in front of Mr. Lu." Seeing that the ghostly Wenwen did not respond, he continued. This time, the expression on Li Wenwen's pale face changed wildly, unsure whether it should be anger or joy.
She regarded that forbidden existence with the reverence of a deity. Ding!
The elevator reached the 36th floor. In the elevator hall, the station agents raised their guns in an instant, but when they saw a fellow agent, their expressions froze. Then, in their line of sight, long black hair stretched out from the elevator, quickly wrapping around one agent's neck.
Ugh, eyes wide, feet struggling.
Lu Yang stepped out, reaching out to catch the firearm that was about to fall to the ground. At that moment, the door of a nearby storage room opened, and a body dragged by long hair entered.
In the elevator hall, Lu Yang's features morphed like clay, quickly transforming into the appearance of the man just now.
Tis.
Lu Yang peeked his head out into the corridor. There, in the long hallway, several agents held their guns at the ready.
In front of one door, the team leader knocked, and just as he was about to shoot the door open, it suddenly swung wide, revealing a young man in a wheelchair to everyone's view.
Yes, sir.
Very smoothly. Let's have a drink together later, see you soon. Outside the building, the team pushed out Bao Shiji, and the team leader's face relaxed into a smile as he reported. Soon, their team, along with the Chinese hacker Bao Shiji, got into a Secret Service vehicle. The car's engine roared to life. As the car drove away, Lu Yang, sitting in the corner, lifted his head, gazing out the window as FBI patrol cars continuously disappeared from sight. When he looked at the rearview mirror inside the car, he met Bao Shiji's gaze, who seemed to be observing something closely. Lu Yang made a shushing gesture to him.
He pulled out a gun. Chambered. Bang! Bang! Bang!
6 consecutive shots rang out, and the agents inside the car acted like puppets, allowing the gunfire to echo. Blood seeped out of the car, and Lu Yang had already unbuckled his seatbelt, pushing open the driver's door and kicking the driver out. In the next second, he grasped the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator down hard. The roaring engine exploded in the night, and the car suddenly swerved into another intersection. The driver of the FBI vehicle following closely behind seemed to be blindfolded, constantly pressing the accelerator. Who? Lu Yang's heart raced, his cheeks flushed. Under normal circumstances, such a night of wild changes and emotional shifts would cause his rationality to gradually spiral out of control. But at this moment, he felt an unprecedented exhilaration. A single word from Mr. Lu made Ma Kuat's mask dare not affect him in the slightest. Boom! The speed was about to exceed 160 miles per hour. The helicopter is about to catch up with us. At that moment, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in the cabin. Lu Yang glanced at the rearview mirror and saw the only moving finger of Bao Shiji bending, then a microphone on his shoulder emitted a sound. Lu Yang withdrew his gaze, looking out the window. The helicopter above the building was indeed rapidly approaching, 2 massive beams of light illuminating the night ahead like daylight. Above the helicopter, special agents raised their black rifles, aiming at the car. Pull over immediately.
Pull over immediately. Damn it, inside the helicopter, the special agents warned.
Repeatedly, and after receiving no response, one pressed his earpiece and reported, then slowly pressed his finger down on the trigger. Long hair, black long hair continuously seeped into the flying helicopter. Suddenly, the long hair tightened around the pilot's neck, his eyes bulging wide. The explosion shattered the night silence, flames lighting up half the sky. Lu Yang clearly witnessed this scene through the rearview mirror, his expression unchanged as he calmly drove the car into another intersection. At the same time, in the back seat of the car, Bao Shiji, in the late stages of ALS, unable to move his eyes much, struggled to shift his gaze. Through the faint reflection, along with the bright flames and the sound of the explosion, he guessed what was happening in the sky, excitement flashing across his otherwise unresponsive face. Manager Lu? Manager Lu? At the same time, in Zhao country, it was just past 11 in the morning, bright sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Onto Lu Chen and Nie Xiaoyu, who were having lunch. Nie Xiaoyu gently tapped Lu Chen's shoulder and spoke. Lu Chen snapped back to reality. What are you thinking about? Nie Xiaoyu blinked her bright eyes and asked. Nothing. Lu Chen shook his head, a gentle smile appearing behind his black-framed glasses. I thought of something interesting. I've finished eating too, let's go. With that, Lu Chen picked up the plate in front of him. He and Nie Xiaoyu walked together in the company cafeteria, and as they entered the elevator, Nie Xiaoyu tilted her head curiously and asked, Manager Lu, what interesting thing did you think of? Once back in his office, Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, turning it around, his gaze falling on the bright sunlight outside, chuckling, the first star of the wizards. Soul Bell is almost full. This ghost, Li Wenwen, under this growth rate, can easily manipulate the five senses of those with weak willpower. Once the will is invaded, her long hair can turn the virtual into reality. While long hair cannot kill multiple people at once, blinding others is becoming increasingly simple for her. Lu Chen opened his black notebook, thoughtfully recording after the page of 3-003 Wizard Soul Bell. Closing the notebook, he recalled the scene that had just occurred in Lighthouse Country, a hint of emotion crossing his face. After this, there will probably be an official second discovery of Pandora's existence. The sky darkened. Neon lights illuminated the city. Mr. Lu. This is the video that has been released on the external network. On the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa while Shen Nancher pressed the remote, and the screen in front lit up with images. It was a scene from a different angle, showing the helicopter crash marked with the FBI insignia in Big Apple City. One of the clearest segments even captured the cockpit. First, the special agents preparing to shoot, then suddenly, the driver, who was choking, reached for his neck, losing control of the controls. Flames lit up the sky. After the incident, the airport port and highway entrances in Big Apple City have been placed under martial law. However, Lu Yang and the target have already left through New York port in advance. They will take off from Mexico and then enter the country after a layover. Shen Nancher reported. Lu Chen nodded gently after watching the video. The screen did not capture the long hair of the female ghostly Wenwen, but the strange state exhibited by the driver sparked heated discussions. Beside Lu Chen, Professor Han Zhanbing looked shocked, staring incredulously at the scene. This was the power of Pandora, just an ordinary person who had been trained for a short time, along with 2 pieces of Pandora equipment, could easily erase a federal investigation team from a Blue Star hegemonic nation. Professor Han. Lu Chen's hands naturally fell in front of the sofa as he looked at Han Zhanbing, speaking gently. Mr. Lu. Professor Han Zhanbing came back to his senses and quickly responded. What do you think this Blue Star hegemon will do next? Lu Chen asked with a smile. As his words fell, Shen Nancher, standing nearby, focused his gaze. With the continuous emergence of Pandora, the world's top forces would truly begin to boil. In front of the sofa, Professor Han Zhanbing's expression was more serious than ever. Hang City, perhaps because of Mr. Lu's influence, had become the origin of every Pandora. This posed risks for Hang City and Zhao country, but it was also an opportunity. Once the world's top forces became aware of its existence, they would all begin to focus their attention here. In the night, in an old neighborhood, team leader Chao had just parked his 10-year-old Passat when a black custom sedan smoothly drove in nearby. Team leader Chao paused his gaze and saw his son Chen Yuhang happily getting out of the car with a backpack. Dad! Chen Yuhang also spotted his father and excitedly ran over. First, he glanced at his father's car, then, with a hint of pride, he said animatedly, "That's the car team leader Ma specially arranged for me." Team leader Chao felt serious inside, but did not show it on his face. He just reached out and patted his son's head. "You brat, riding such a flashy car to the door. If your mom sees it, or if the neighbors see it and tell your mom, you'll be in for it. You'll have to explain to her yourself then. He. Next time, I'll have him park further away." Chen Yuhang scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Team leader Chow looked at the black car, waved his hand from a distance as a greeting, and then turned around, heavily putting his arm around his son's shoulder. The two walked home like this. Your mom has missed you. A streetlight in front of the residential building had been broken for a long time, and as they walked into the dim area, team leader Chow, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke. Since that night, Chen Yuhang had been taken to the Pandora special team, although Chow Huang was worried he had not seen his son again. As for his wife, they had used a closed training camp at Waterwood University as an excuse to brush it off.
I miss mom too, Chen Yuhang said. As soon as he finished speaking, meeting his father's gaze, he quickly added, hee, and dad. I really miss you too. That's more like it. Team leader Chow replied, and when he looked to the other side, a slight smile appeared on his otherwise stern face. By the way, team leader Ma said I can go home to live soon, and I can even continue going to school, but not every day. Chen Yuhang seemed to remember something and quickly said, that's good. Team leader Chow nodded. When his gaze swept over his son, he hesitated several times, words almost on the tip of his tongue, but swallowed them back, fearing he might ask something inappropriate that would touch on confidentiality regulations. The father and son entered the elevator, and Chen Yuhang looked at his father, as if he suddenly discovered something, stepping closer. He was already taller than his dad. He slightly lowered his head and said, Dad, how come you suddenly have so much gray hair? Have you encountered a case recently? Chen Yuhang reached out to fiddle with the hair at the back of Team Leader Chow's head, pursing his lips, feeling a bit heartbroken. I guess I'm getting older, Team Leader Chow shrugged, then added, but I did encounter a tricky case recently. It's the first time in all my years as a criminal police officer. Just as he was about to say more, the elevator reached the 5th floor, and both father and son simultaneously closed their mouths, smiles appearing on their faces as they opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a fragrant aroma of dishes wafted out from inside. The sound of food being stir-fried could be heard from the kitchen. A middle-aged woman in an apron hurriedly poked her head out with a spatula in hand. Upon seeing her son and husband return together, her face first lit up with joy, then quickly turned serious. Go wash your hands and tidy up the table, I still have one more dish to make. With that, Zhenlan hurriedly turned back to the kitchen, muttering as she cooked, I really owe you two from my last life. One of you is hardly ever home. And now the other is starting to be the same. Is this house just mine? Not a single one of you is easy to deal with. In the dining room, after washing their hands, the father and son brought out the dining table that was leaning against the wall, setting aside the teapot and napkins. Hearing their wife's/mother's complaints, they exchanged glances and then burst into laughter. Dad! Tell me, what case have you encountered recently? Once everything was tidied up, the father and son sat at the table, and Chen Yuhang lowered his voice to ask. Chao Chuang instinctively reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but when he realized, he looked up at his wife, coughed lightly, and said, I encountered a thief. There was nothing to hide. He recounted the recent thefts involving several top wealthy individuals in Hangcheng. Wow! So cool! Chen Yuhang exclaimed. As soon as he spoke, he received a fierce glare from team leader Chao. The 16-year-old boy smiled awkwardly, but then his eyes darted, and he suddenly leaned closer to his dad, excitedly saying, Dad, let me help you. Chao Chuang was momentarily taken aback, then realized that his son meant to use the magical Pandora. The next second, his expression darkened. And he said, don't mess around, you need to listen to Captain Ma. Captain Ma's orders. Captain Ma didn't prohibit me from using it. Dad, if you don't believe me, I can ask Captain Ma. If he says no, then that's it. Chen Yuhang quickly replied. The night deepened. Evening. 11 o'clock. Ha? D'Argely, aren't you on duty today? At the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, in the neurosurgery office, a young nurse came to fetch some documents and noticed Li Changbai at the computer. Her eyes instantly brightened, and her smile became even more enthusiastic as she asked. Li Changbai closed his notebook, met the nurse's gaze, and smiled as he replied, I was just writing a case report. I've finished now. Wow, no wonder you're the most promising young doctor at our second hospital, Dr. Li. You're so diligent. The nurse said eagerly. Behind the kind smile on Li Qingbai's face, however, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes behind his gold-rimmed glasses. After responding a couple of times, he picked up his laptop bag and walked out of the office. Walking through the long corridor of the hospital, the cold light fell on his handsome and refined face. No one knew what thoughts were racing through the mind of this most promising doctor at the second affiliated hospital at that moment. It would be best if young, terminal illness, marginalized. Li Changbai sat in the car, and the cases of critically ill patients that had appeared at the second affiliated hospital over the past month floated before his eyes. Continuously increasing the limiting conditions, the number of cases rapidly decreased, leaving only a few in the end.
He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. The accelerator was pressed down hard.
Meanwhile, in a makeshift dormitory at a construction site on the outskirts of the city. Cough, cough.
A thin young man curled tightly on a bed near the bedside, wrapping himself in a thin blanket, covering his mouth with his hand to try to suppress the sound of his cough.
But after a series of
low coughs, he couldn't hold it back and began to cough violently.
Damn it! Can't anyone get some sleep? Cough, cough, cough. Cough again and get the hell out, we have to work tomorrow morning. A middle-aged
man sitting on a bed in front of the door cursed loudly.
Alright, say a little less, it's not easy for anyone out here.
An elderly man with gray hair sitting on another bed also got up. He first tried to calm the situation, then got out of bed, poured a glass of warm water, and walked over to the young man. Shao, get up and drink some water. The old man truly felt sorry for this young man, who was about the same age as his grandson, having lost both parents at such a young age and struggling alone. Moreover, he didn't know what illness the young man had recently developed. It seemed serious.
He continued. You went to the hospital today, what did the doctor say? This illness can't be delayed.
Xiao Jian suddenly threw off the blanket, lowered his head, and clenched his right hand into a fist, his hoarse voice
sounding, I'm going out for a bit, you all sleep.
After saying that, he dashed out of the temporary workers' shed like a lone wolf. The elderly man in the dormitory paused, clearly seeing the pale face and the bloodstains on the young man's palm. In the late night of Hangzhou, Xiao Jian sat on the curb, his hands wrapped around his head. At that moment, in the distance by the roadside, car lights illuminated the area, and a white sedan stopped in front of him. The young man turned to look in the direction of the sound, and in the car lights, he saw a refined man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walking towards him. At the same moment, on the other side of the ocean, in the capital of the Lighthouse Nation, Washington, blinding sunlight poured into every corner of the city, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, known worldwide as the FBI headquarters, was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. In a high-level conference room, the Bureau was reporting on a major incident that occurred last night. Due to some special reasons, several senior officials from the FBI and relevant government personnel were all present. The door to the conference room was closed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Next, I will report on the incident that occurred last night in the Big Apple.
FBI Director William H. Adams stood at the podium, his expression serious as he spoke in a deep voice. Some in the conference room, who initially thought the incident was a terrorist attack, furrowed their brows slightly, quickly realizing something was amiss.
The death toll in the incident is 9.
Among them, 6 were in the special service vehicle, 2 in the
helicopter, and 1 in the building's storage room.
As William H. Adams spoke, corresponding personal information and photos of the deceased appeared on the screen behind him.
Many eyes in the conference
room were fixed on the display. Everyone present was extraordinary. They quickly noticed the discrepancies. 2 of the deceased appeared to have been strangled, their faces displaying immense fear before death, while the 6 inside the car had gunshot wounds in the same area, showing no signs of resistance before they died. We also found John, who had fainted, in a corner outside the building.
This is him. A photo appeared on the screen again. However, in the surveillance equipment of several of our special agents, we found this John entering the building and getting into the elevator. What we can be sure of is that, at that moment, the real John should still be unconscious. FBI Director William H. Adams continued, his tone growing increasingly grave as he presented one investigation result after another. Finally, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence, each person's face filled with suspicion and disbelief. All the answers pointed to a conclusion that should not exist. Gentlemen, ladies, William H. Adams set down the documents in his hands, placing his hands on either side of the podium, his gaze sweeping over the crowd in the conference room. After a pause, he said solemnly, we are about to face an unprecedented challenge. Mr. Adams.
A middle-aged man in a black suit raised his hand and asked, do we have a direction for the investigation? If there truly exists supernatural forces in some corner of our world, then I want to know, which faction holds it? Is it a certain great power from the east?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Miller. This is exactly what I want to address. William H. Adams nodded and said gravely, regarding the first point, the direction of the investigation, we have already identified a lead.
As he spoke, relevant information lit up on the screen behind him, specifically about the Colombo family, one of the 5 major gangs in Big Apple City. In our investigation, we found that prior to the Big Apple City incident, the Colombo family was tracking down hackers, and one of them bribed a member of our FBI office.
Following this lead from the Colombo family, we discovered some very interesting things.
A hint of a smile finally appeared on William H. Adams's tense face. The screen began to show images of Colombo family members before their deaths, similar to those of the individuals in the building and the helicopter.
Currently, Pied Gotti is on the run.
William H. Adams's smile grew wider. Standing straight and raising his voice, he said, I believe we will soon have answers to all of this. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Sunday morning. On the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, lazily reading a book. The black cat, Old Bai, was also brought along. This cat, with not a single stray hair, walked around every inch of the area with its tail held high, as if surveying its territory. At that moment, Shen. Nancher hurriedly walked in from outside, and the black cat crouched on the bookshelf, its round eyes fixed on the old man's figure. It leaped forward, blocking Shen Nancher's path. Shen Nancher quickly stepped aside, but to his surprise, the domineering black cat blocked him again. Wherever Shen Nancher moved, the black cat followed, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. The owner of this black cat was Mr. Lu, who treated it as if serving a little ancestor. Fortunately, after a short while, in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Mr. Lu set down his book and said, Old Bai. Meow. The black cat turned its head, responded, and nimbly ran to its owner's feet, jumping into his arms. Mr. Lu. Shen Nancher respectfully said, Lu Yang has already brought the target downstairs. Lu Chen crossed his legs, leaning back in front of the sofa, gently stroking Lao Bai with his right hand adorned with a mysterious ring, and said softly, let them come over. In the elevator, Bao Shiji was in worse condition. 4 days ago, he could only move one finger, but his mind was still relatively clear. At this moment, after traveling over 10,000 kilometers, he was truly reaching his limit. Is this your original state? Lu Yang stood behind the wheelchair. As the elevator began to ascend, the features on his face changed rapidly, and an electronic voice suddenly sounded. Like a moment of clarity, Bao Shiji surprisingly regained consciousness, his fingers curling. Lu Yang glanced at him but did not respond. It must be. The electronic voice sounded again. After a moment of silence, Bao Shiji struggled to open his eyes wide and spoke. Again, may I ask, are we going to pay homage to a deity? As soon as these words fell, Lu Yang paused, memories flashing before his eyes, and replied, yes. Before long, the elevator reached the 59th floor. As Lu Yang pushed the wheelchair, Bao Shiji's index finger struggled to slide across the touch panel, and the electronic voice said again, please help me straighten my clothes and hair. Lu Yang lowered his head, met the young man's eyes, and without speaking, pushed the wheelchair out of the elevator, bending down to help smooth out the wrinkled clothes and hair. The wheelchair was pushed toward the living room again. From a distance, Bao Shiji spotted a gentleman. He wore a mysterious ring, gently stroking the black cat in his arms, sitting upright on the sofa, exuding a divine, unapproachable holiness with every gesture. Lu Chen wore a gentle smile, the ring on his right hand emanating a mysterious glow, imprinting his supreme and enigmatic image in all of the young man's senses. Phew! Without lingering too long, they stayed upstairs for no more than 10 minutes. Lu Yang pushed the young man back down. He sat in the driver's seat of a black business car. As the car drove out of the garage, the bright sunlight spilled over him, and Lu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. As the saying goes, accompanying a ruler is like accompanying a tiger, and a presence like Mr. Lu is beyond what ancient emperors could compare to. Every time he faced Mr. Lu, the mask on his face might appear as honest as a sheep, but the pressure he felt inside was extremely heavy. Can that Mr. Li Changbai really save me? After the car had driven a distance, Bao Shiji's eyes moved, and the electronic voice sounded. I don't know either, Lu Yang replied. He paused and continued, but if the gentleman says he can, then he definitely can. Does he have incredible abilities? Like you? Bao Shiji asked again. Lu Yang did not respond, simply driving steadily through the morning streets of Hangzhou, his gaze casually sweeping over the city, the bustling traffic on the road, delivery riders on electric bikes, the shimmering skyscrapers. All these once ordinary scenes now appeared to him with a different feeling. If it weren't for obtaining the Macquake mask, he would never have known that. Behind such scenes, there was another mysterious world. The car headed towards the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhujiang. Lu Yang got out of the car, pushing the young man with ALS down the long corridor of the hospital. Thank you, doctor. It's fine, remember to come back for regular checkups. In the hospital, in the neurosurgery outpatient department, Li Changbai, wearing a white coat, kindly spoke to the elderly man in front of him. After watching the latter leave, not long after, the office door was pushed open again. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a patient in a wheelchair. Just a glance was enough to get a general idea. Just as he was about to ask the routine questions, the voice of the young man behind the wheelchair sounded, the gentleman's orders. I require you to extend its life to the greatest extent possible. Li Cheng's eyelid twitched, and the mysterious presence from that day in the library floated in his mind, various thoughts swirling madly. In a fleeting moment, he suddenly realized that he seemed unable to articulate a refusal to that gentleman's command. Once this thought emerged, Li Cheng quickly became aware of its underlying significance, but to give up using the creator's blade for
this? No. Impossible. I understand.
Li Cheng adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression unchanged, and calmly met Liu Yang's gaze as he spoke.
Time passed second by second. It felt like just a blink.
The sky had completely darkened, and the neon lights of Hangzhou lit up again. The city by day and the city by night were two different scenes. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100.
Lu Chen stood in front
of the floor-to-ceiling window, his attention drawn to the popped-up message, peering into the distance through the connection of the clown whistle. He seemed to have seen something, and the gentle smile on his
face grew a bit more pronounced.
The first collision between Pandora users. To be more precise, it's the collision between official Pandora users and wild Pandora users.
This will also be a moment of
historical significance,
Lu Chen said with a light laugh.
After recording Pandora's abilities and observing the information of each user, Lu Chen had recently found a new interest, documenting every historical
moment of Pandora.
Currently, the first owner of Macweight, Huang Wenbin, had been captured, the establishment of the Pandora Special Investigation Team, and so on, all meticulously recorded.
Dad, will that great thief really appear here? In the night. In a wealthy villa area. Chen Yuhang tightly gripped the clown-patterned whistle in his hand, excitedly asking. This guy is quite arrogant. Every crime occurs at
fixed intervals, and each time he changes the area.
It's finally our turn. At 9:20 p.m., in the CC Villa area. In a black sedan parked by the roadside.
Team leader Chow lit a cigarette, his eyes fixed on the
villa not far away, and after hearing his son's words, he replied in a low voice. Is he really that outrageous that so many of you can't catch him?
Chen Yuhang said incredulously.
Very cunning. Team leader Chow shook his head.
At the same time, in the core of this villa area, the Shen family's residence. Shen Nancher sat in front of a wheelchair, a thin blanket covering his legs.
He was focused on reading a book at the
tea table by the window when the butler, Shen Shan, hurried over and whispered something in his ear.
So that's how it is.
Shen Nancher closed the book. I was wondering why it was so lively tonight. Turns out,
it's for a little thief.
He spoke without the slightest regard for it. After coming into contact with the world of Pandora, ordinary events in the secular realm no longer piqued his interest.
At the right moment.
On the second floor of the Shen Villa, a security guard exited a room and walked into the corridor, unaware that just 30 centimeters behind him, another young man was closely following. The young man's footsteps matched the security guard's perfectly, rising and falling in unison, like a shadow. When the guard turned his gaze, the young man also turned his gaze. It was a chilling scene. As the guard reached the corner, the young man slipped into the blind spot of another guard's line of sight, becoming a second shadow. Zhong Luinjuan had one hand in his pocket, leisurely strolling through each room. It wasn't long before Zhong Luinjuan stepped out of the second floor, standing before the villa's spiral staircase, his gaze fixed on the crystal chandelier in the living room that cascaded like a waterfall.
Who? By the window.
Shen Nancher, who had just put down his book, sensed something and lifted his head, meeting the distant gaze of a young man.
His expression changed instantly, and he said in a deep voice, Who are you? A smile
appeared on Zhong Luinjuan's face as he placed his right hand in front of him and gave a slight bow. In the next moment, he turned to look at the security personnel rushing in from behind.
With a single-hand push, he
sat on the railing of the spiral staircase and smoothly slid down to the first floor, his steps never pausing as he ran towards the nearest floor-to-ceiling glass window.
Bang! The special glass shattered in an
instant, and amidst the falling shards, Zhong Luinjuan vanished from the Shen family villa. Shen Nancher looked in the direction where Zhong Luinjuan had disappeared, his eyelids twitching.
He's here. In the night.
The moment the sound reached him, Chen Yuhang in the car perked up. Before his father could react, he had already pushed open the car door and dashed out. Beep, he put the whistle to his lips, and a clear
whistle sound rang out in an instant. At the same time, the sparrows resting under the landscape trees and eaves opened their eyes and suddenly flapped their wings. From all directions, the rats in the sewers quietly crawled up into the city. There!
Chen Yuhang continuously received incoming messages, and soon his eyes lit up as he quickly ran towards a specific location. Wearing the Thief King's gloves, Zhong Luinjuan
possessed reflexes far beyond the ordinary, with the most agile hands, the keenest eyes, and the most exquisite steps.
Breaking into the night felt as natural as water to a fish. He easily shook off the police ambush behind him.
Ha! Zhong Luinjuan let out a light laugh.
Just as he was about to enter the garage of an office building, his steps suddenly halted, and he looked up towards a corner behind him.
In the sky, 5 or 6 sparrows were circling, and he instinctively felt something was off. In an instant, 5 blades as thin as cicada wings shot out from his fingertips. Clatter! The sparrows fell like raindrops. Zhong
Luinjuan frowned. He continued running towards the garage, but his figure emerged from the elevator on the first floor, his right hand brushing against the back door's lock, pushing it open in response. He circled around on the dim asphalt road and appeared in the underground garage of another mid-range residential area. Ha! 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 Chen Yuhang kept running, his speed far slower than Zhong Luinjuan's. Upon seeing the sparrows drop dead one by one, he quickly shifted his focus to the rats. The rustling of rats followed closely behind. Beep, the clown whistle sounded again. This time, the whistle was louder, and the rhythm seemed to change. Woof! In the mid-range residential area, in the underground garage, just as Zhong Luinjuan had chosen a car and was about to open the door, a black wild dog suddenly lunged at him from nowhere. The wild dog was powerful. Zhong Luinjuan instinctively dodged, hearing a metallic scraping sound as a deep claw mark appeared on the white car door. What the hell? Zhong Luinjuan glanced over, exclaiming in shock. As the dog lunged again, Zhong Luinjuan's steps were quick. He circled to the dog's back, his right hand, clad in a black leather glove, grasped a sharp dagger and plunged it into the dog's neck. Warm blood splattered out, and just as it was about to hit his face, Zhong Luinjuan slightly turned his neck. Fortunately, it was a bit slow. But what is going on? Zhong Luinjuan murmured, then his gaze sharpened as he realized, Pandora? Just as he was about to get up, a rustling sound came from the distant underground garage. Zhong Luinjuan turned towards the sound, and the sight before him made his scalp tingle. He saw a mass of mice, gathered from who knows where, spread across the ground, their dark red eyes fixated on him. 5 or 6 wild cats jumped onto the roof of a car, crouching there. Ha! I've got you! Chen Yuhang gasped for breath as he stepped into the garage, glancing at the young man in the distance, and spoke in a low voice. He still remembered the blade the other had just used, feeling a quiet wariness in his heart, keeping his steps at a distance from the other, placing himself among the stray animals. Who are you? Zhong Luinjuan remained calm, only looking at the boy as he spoke. At the same time, a more advanced version of the blade flashed at the fingertips of his lowered right hand. Just as Chen Yuhang was about to speak, a cold gleam flashed, and the blade erupted with a force and speed far beyond before, slicing through the air with a hissing sound. The wild cats lunged into the air in an instant, blocking the strike aimed at Chen Yuhang, warm blood splattering across the boy's face. In the next moment, Zhong Luinjuan yanked open the nearest car door. He pressed the accelerator hard. The roar of the engine exploded in the garage. The black SUV charged out like a wild beast, its wheels crushing the mass of mice beneath, turning flesh into mush. Tisk, brilliant. It's a pity, the boy's resolve still isn't strong enough. In the night, on the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen gently clapped, applauding the splendid performance. Moments later, a strange smile appeared on his face as he chuckled, but how did this kid sneak into the Nan family's place? Ha! Ha! In the night, team leader Chao followed closely behind his son. Just as he ran into the garage, the black SUV burst out like a runaway horse. 2 massive beams of light pierced through the darkness. He quickly stepped aside, simultaneously gripping the gun at his waist, firing 2 shots in quick succession. The vehicle vanished from sight. What is this? Mush? Team leader Chao looked down and saw 2 trails of blood left by the tires. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't chase after them, feeling a bit worried about his son. He hurried back into the garage, but not long after, he stopped abruptly. Raising his head, his pupils constricted in an instant. There, in the garage, his son stood among a mass of dark mice, 5 black cats circling at his feet. The closer it got to his son, the more dead mice were crushed under the wheels, their blood and flesh scattered. Gulp! Team leader Chao swallowed hard and quickly called out, Xiaoyu. At the sudden sound, the mass of dark mice and wild cats in the garage turned to look at the middle-aged detective. His heart skipped a beat, and he took a half step back. Dad! Chen Yuhang wiped the blood from his face in response. At the same time, the surrounding wild animals quickly scattered. Team leader Chao let out a sigh of relief and walked towards his son. The scene he had just witnessed had a tremendous impact on him. This was Pandora. I'm sorry. I let him get away. Chen Yuhang lowered his head. As long as you're okay. Team leader Chao looked at the blood on his son's face with concern, reaching out to wipe the corner of his eye, speaking in a deep voice, and besides, we're here. At that moment, outside the garage, the police who had followed were setting up roadblocks to intercept and track down the suspect. Because of Chen Yuhang, the encirclement of the pursuit team was continuously closing in. The night grew deeper. At 2 in the morning. Hiss. It hurts. Zhong Luinjuan returned home, turned on the light, and tossed a small bag he had on him onto the sofa, clutching his abdomen as he rushed into the bathroom. Blood stained his palm. He had been hit by a bullet on the way back. He took out the first aid kit. After a simple disinfection, he gritted his teeth and used tweezers to pull the bullet out. Ha!
Zhou Luanjuan's face turned pale as he let out a sigh of relief after finishing the bandaging. He stood in front of the sink, took off the black gloves, and let the cool tap water wet his palms as he rubbed a dollop of hand soap over the bloodstains. He raised his head and looked at the handsome man in the mirror, pausing slightly before splashing water on his cheeks. When he lifted his head again, although his features hadn't changed much, he felt like he had suddenly become a lot more ordinary. This is the second Pandora user I've encountered. Zhou Luanjuan walked back to the living room. He lay back, sinking his entire body into the sofa, and murmured softly. After a while, Zhou Luanjuan put on the Thief King gloves again. His expression suddenly froze, and then a look of surprise surged in his eyes. This is the ability to perceive? Zhou Luanjuan closed his eyes, and in an instant, he felt as if he could sense the airflow moving in all directions, the neighbors breathing as they slept, and the cat upstairs patrolling the house. This range. What a pity. Only 10 meters. Although Zhou Luanjuan's tone was regretful, a rich smile appeared on his face as he whispered, "By the way, is this really the Thief King gloves, or the Assassin gloves?" On the other side. Hangzhou, Pandora Special Investigation Team. Thank you all for your hard work. Meeting adjourned. In the highly confidential meeting room. When the last words were spoken, figures on the screen left one after another, and the screen went dark. Maan Bang sat in the middle of the room, and after a while, he stood up and pushed open the door. Team Leader Ma. Assistant Zhao Xiuxue, who had been waiting at the door for a long time, rushed forward immediately. What's the matter? Maan Bang glanced briefly and said in a deep voice. Chen Yuhang participated in an operation with the Hangzhou City Police Department tonight. But the mission failed. Zhao Xiuxue reported. After saying this, she handed over a tablet, playing a segment of surveillance footage installed on Chen Yuhang. For Chen Yuhang's independent operation this time, the Pandora investigation team was not unprepared. Rather, they treated it as an experiment and equipped a dedicated observation team. After getting a general understanding, Maan Bang assigned the task to others, as he was busy with other matters, such as participating in setting up the framework for Pandora teams across the country, which had been his primary focus recently. The higher-ups regarded the Hangzhou Pandora special team as a test point and summarized a wealth of experience. Originally, there was no urgency. However, sudden news from the Lighthouse country prompted the higher-ups to accelerate the pace, and the Pandora investigation teams across the country would be established in all prefecture-level cities within the next month. This one. Maan Bang pressed pause, his gaze fixed on the young man whose face was obscured in the footage, and said solemnly he should also be a Pandora user. As expected. Zhao Xiaoxue showed no surprise, nodding. His reaction speed, agility, and those fluid movements are not hard to find among standout individuals. But when combined, it completely exceeds what a normal person can achieve. If there were any, they shouldn't have emerged at this time. Maan Bang continued expressionlessly. By the way, team leader Ma, it seems Chen Yuhang has suffered quite a blow. Where is he? In the lounge, just received a psychological assessment from Dr. Li. Maan Bang nodded and strode down the corridor, soon pushing open the door to the lounge. Team leader Ma. Chen Yuhang looked over at the sound, then lowered his head and called out somewhat unwillingly. Maan Bang said nothing but walked up to the young man. Lift your head and look into my eyes. Maan Bang's black and white eyes were extremely sharp, as if they could penetrate the heart of the young man before him. After a long while, he withdrew his gaze. He pulled out a chair and sat down. Just as Chen Yuhang felt a bit at a loss, Maan Bang's somewhat hoarse voice rang out again. Why did you fail? Chen Yuhang was about to respond. I watched the surveillance footage from tonight. You just threw a flurry of punches fueled by passion, without a complete system of techniques or decisive willpower. How could you win? Maan Bang said in a deep voice. Team leader Ma. What should I do? Chen Yuhang raised his head, his eyes fixed on Maan Bang, and said loudly. The clown whistle is a very promising Pandora's box. How do you use it? First, determine the direction of use. Do you want to use it for reconnaissance and tracking, or do you want to use it to capture criminals? This is very important. Second, once the direction is determined, you need to establish a mature system of techniques, organizing a corresponding urban stray animal system, and specifically strengthening certain animals. Maan Bang leaned back in his chair, playing with a lighter in his right hand, and spoke slowly. This training plan was originally intended for Chen Yuhang in the near future, and now it was just laid out on the latter's desk ahead of time. The next day, the weather was clear, and in the morning, there was a meeting at Skyworth Technology Company. All right. That's it for today's meeting. Lin Xiuyue, the newly appointed female vice president, dressed in a black bodycon dress paired with a white women's suit and sporting a cold, glamorous makeup, said in a deep voice. Lu Chen and other mid-level managers of the company walked out of the conference room with their subordinates.
In the crowd, Nie Xiaoyu finally managed to walk out with her supervisor. She blinked her eyes, looking around, and when she saw Lu Chen's back, her heart involuntarily filled with joy. She stole a glance at her supervisor, who was chatting with other managers, and then jogged a couple of steps. About to call out softly, "Manager Lu! Manager Lu!" Vice President Lin's cold voice rang out. Her words immediately drew the attention of the managers in the long corridor, all of whom unconsciously slowed their pace, glancing towards the distance.
This Vice President Lin Choyua was no ordinary person. She had a degree from an overseas prestigious school. Her
father was a director of the company, and she took over the position left by Dai Wenyuan as soon as she assumed office. Moreover, she always wore a cold expression, appearing distant and unapproachable to everyone. Vice President Lin. Lu Chen stopped and replied gently. "Manager Lu." Lin Xiaoyue tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, and a rare hint of blush flashed across her cold face, but it quickly disappeared as she calmly asked, "Do you have time at noon?" "Ahem. Don't get the wrong idea, I just want to learn more about that program." Lu Chen adjusted his glasses, his black and white eyes fixed on the woman before him, clearly seeing the pride hidden beneath Vice President Lin's icy exterior. A light smile appeared on his face as he replied gently, "Sorry, I have an appointment at noon." "Then forget it." A hint of disappointment arose in Lin Xiaoyue's heart, but she didn't show it at all. Merely nodding coldly and walking away in her high heels. Not far away, near the corridor, Nie Xiaoyu tightly pressed her lips together, her heart in a flurry. Unlike the other managers, she clearly saw the shyness on Vice President Lin's face. "Xiaoyu, what are you looking at? Let's go." At that moment, the head of the marketing department spoke up. Nie Xiaoyu didn't look for Manager Lu anymore, just lowered her head and followed along. Lu Chen glanced at Nie Xiaoyu but didn't care, simply walking back to his office calmly. At the same time, under the azure sky, Jingxiu Mansion. Last night, in the residential area where Zhong Luanjuan and Chen Yuhang finally broke in, 27-year-old office worker Li Jiqiang was watching a video. Is it real or not? The images on the computer screen reflected in his eyes as Li Jiqiang whispered in disbelief. This video came from his car's surveillance system, more precisely, it was a backup he saved immediately last night. Sure enough, the world we ordinary people can access is just the tip of the iceberg. Li Jiqiang felt a thrill of excitement and trepidation as if he had stumbled upon a secret. He paced back and forth in front of the computer, casually revealing some information on a forum, but the news did not attract much attention. Why was it deleted? As noon approached, Li Jiqiang refreshed the forum again, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. At the same time, there was a knock on the door behind him, causing Li Jiqiang to stiffen. "Hello. I'm here to check the plumbing." A voice came from outside the door. Meanwhile, at the global headquarters of Hangcheng Internet Group, in an algorithm center building, Ma Tianyun walked through a large server room with his arms crossed. In front of each programmer, various pieces of information flowed by like a stream. 4 days ago, there must be a Pandora user in Big Apple City. Moreover, it's very likely that it's the same item Chen Guanrong faced back. Then, we just don't know how it ended up abroad. Ma Tianyun paused in front of a screen, his gaze fixed on the information collected about Big Apple City. He reached out and pressed the play button, and when he saw the pilot who suddenly clutched his throat in the falling helicopter, the desire on his face nearly reached madness. "Report, we found a comment on a certain forum." Suddenly, someone reported. Ma Tianyun's expression turned sharp as he quickly walked over. The information flashed rapidly before them, and Li Jiqiang's traces on the internet were like a girl without clothes. The video backed up in the cloud was also downloaded immediately. "Report. The comment is gone, and the video on the cloud has disappeared. Did you chase them? We only had a brief encounter. Judging by their skills, they should be official regulars." Ma Tianyun breathed a sigh of relief. He walked to the side and opened the video. The footage from the underground parking lot last night was clearly presented before him, with enhanced wild dogs covering the ground full of mice, and the struggle between two Pandora users. Ma Tianyun's breathing became rapid. "This one." Ma Tianyun looked at Zhong Luanjuan, as if recalling something. Recently, he had also received news about the frequent thefts of wealthy individuals in Hangcheng. So, does that thief also possess a Pandora? No wonder, no wonder. Nancher. During the lunch break, Lu Chen appeared in the neighboring building, on the 59th floor. When he saw the old man Shen Nancher, he recalled the scene from last night and couldn't help but smile lightly, speaking gently. "Mr. Lu." Shen Nancher was still thinking about last night's events, and upon hearing Mr. Lu's words, he quickly collected his thoughts and responded respectfully. "I heard your home was robbed yesterday?" Lu Chen continued. Upon hearing this, Shen Nancher felt a slight panic, fearing that Mr. Lu would think he was incapable. After all, his status allowed someone to sneak into his home and brazenly steal several valuable collectibles. He quickly stood up and bowed his head, replying, "I apologize for the embarrassment. You need not be so flustered." Lu Chen shook his head, smiling as he said, "That thief also possesses a Pandora. Under such circumstances, it's only normal for them to steal from your home. In a world unprepared, few wealthy men can escape their theft." Lu Chen said lazily. After last night, the Thief King's gloves had reached a length equivalent to a star, and in an unobstructed area, nothing within a 10-meter radius could escape its sensing. Don't think this is an insignificant change, combined with the original amplification of the Thief King's gloves. This point is terrifying. So that's how it is. Shen Nancher responded, bending down. "Captain Ma. We've received news from the Lighthouse Country. Hangchang, 2 p.m. The Pandora Special Investigation Team, Assistant Zhao Xiuxua hurriedly approached Ma Anbang, reporting in a low voice. "Let's go. We'll go see what the situation is." Ma Anbang put away the documents and replied. After saying that, he led Zhao Xiuxua into a conference room, where several senior members and advisors of the investigation team were already waiting. After Ma Anbang sat down, the screen in front lit up, revealing Philadelphia, which was currently at 2 a.m. across the ocean. "Such a big operation?" a middle-aged man in the conference room exclaimed. The screen showed a port area, currently under martial law, with several armed helicopters circling above a 3-story cargo building. Apart from these helicopters, the area around the cargo building was taken over by the elite Delta Force's 2nd Assault Team. Even through the video, one could feel the oppressive atmosphere. Back then, the Lighthouse Country didn't mobilize such a scale to hunt Osama bin Laden. Another middle-aged man spoke up. "It's different. No matter how much trouble Osama caused, it never exceeded the realm of materialism. Facing the unknown for the first time, no matter how cautious one is, it's not too much." Ma Anbang looked at the screen and said solemnly. "Is it confirmed that this time it's Pandora in Big Apple City? 80 to 90%. It should be that item in Yang Youqing's hands. We found out that on the day after Yang Youqing's death, an engineer named Peter happened to leave Hangchang and flew back to Big Apple City from the Magic City Airport, and he died on the day of arrival. He should have brought Pandora to the Lighthouse Country through him." In the conference room, the connections regarding the flow of the Wizard's Soul Bell were quickly clarified in a few exchanges. By the way, a researcher from the Pandora investigation team in Yanjing City proposed a concept. "Have you heard about it?" The first middle-aged man continued. "What is it?" "That scholar referred to our Hangchang as the land of origin." "Origin?" "Yes, so far, all discovered Pandoras have originated from Hangchang." Upon hearing this, Ma Anbang's eyelids twitched, and he remained silent. Just then, in the surveillance, the Delta Force began their operation, and the high-ranking members in the conference room immediately fell silent. Huff. 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 In the Lighthouse Country, at the Philadelphia port, Peter Gotti, a blond white man, leaned against a shelf on the first floor of the cargo building, breathing heavily, far from the carefree demeanor of days past. Fear was evident on his face as he widened his eyes, looking at the female ghostly Wenbin beside him, and desperately roared, "Where is Mr. Liu? Why isn't he coming to save us? Aren't we here because of him?" At that moment, outside the cargo building, an armed helicopter received orders, slightly tilting its body as it gradually approached the building. However, when the helicopter reached a certain boundary, long, smooth black hair began to inch into the cabin, wrapping around the pilot. The young pilot's hands clutched tightly at his neck, his eyes bulging, and his face displayed sheer terror. In the next moment, the helicopter crashed straight into a nearby container. Flames shot up into the sky. Damn it. Remember this distance, all helicopters maintain sufficient altitude. In Washington, FBI Director William H. Adams personally commanded the operation, his face grim as he cursed under his breath, then issued a low, firm order. "Second Squadron. Action." His gaze was sharp as he continued to command. Many bigwigs across the entire Lighthouse Nation were watching tonight's operation, including multinational conglomerate tycoons, the powers behind Wall Street, and even the president in the White House was waiting for news. God knows how shaken these bigwigs would be in a materialistic worldview after the birth of Pandora. Received. The captain of the Delta Force's 2nd Assault Squad responded, then signaled in succession. The armed team stealthily infiltrated the building from different angles. "They're here," the ghostly figure of Li Wenwen said coldly. As soon as she finished speaking, a small team burst into the main line. 5 special agents with assault rifles blindfolded, and Pite Gotti, pale-faced, leaned out and fired repeatedly. The gunfire echoed clearly in the quiet cargo building, and with 5 consecutive shots, the fully armed special agents stood like wooden dolls before collapsing to the ground. "Ha! I can't just give up, my life has just begun." Pite Gotti gritted his teeth and said. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a mysterious bronze soul bell, shaking
it recklessly in the night. Dingling, the sound of the bell rang out. An invisible cold wind swept through the entire warehouse. Not far away, over the bodies of the 5 Delta Force personnel lying in a pool of blood, a phantom shadow faintly appeared. Dingling, Pied Gotti shook the wizard's soul bell once more. His expression turned strange, becoming horrifying and terrifying. The bell rang again. The chilling wind even blew outside the cargo building, where the armed helicopter had crashed into the container, and the souls of the 3 special agents burned in the flames also appeared faintly. Damn it! What are these? In every corner of the cargo building, the Special Forces members felt the hairs on their bodies stand on end. Second floor. The captain, holding his gun and gazing into the distance, cursed aloud. At that moment, translucent ghosts summoned from the depths of hell, their eyes flickering with malice, lunged at each Special Forces member. In Washington, FBI Director William H. Adams watched the scene unfold through the surveillance cameras, feeling a chill run down his spine. He quickly stepped aside and made a phone call. Just 1 minute later, outside the port in Philadelphia, the night was split by a burst of flames as a low-altitude cruise missile shot toward the cargo building. In a dull roar and a flash of fire, all Delta Force personnel inside the building were physically erased. Gray Soul +1, Skyworth Building. In his office, Lu Chen paused, a hint of surprise appearing on his refined face as he leaned back in his chair, gazing across the ocean through Pandora's connection. No solution. They actually launched a missile directly, erasing the entire building. Lu Chen murmured with a sigh. This level of Wizard Soul Bell didn't even require a low-altitude cruise missile of that caliber. This Delta Force squad was already well covered with firepower. As long as the user of Pandora was killed directly, neither Li Wenwen nor the other ghosts could remain in the outside world. The big shots of the lighthouse country really are. Lu Chen shook his head. He didn't think much more about it and instead opened the panel. Name, Lu Chen, soul count, 1, gray soul, desire points, 54,200 points. The low-quality white-quality soul was tainted with a hint of gray at the last moment. Lu Chen adjusted his glasses and chuckled softly. Just as using Pandora could count as a white-quality soul, being tainted with a hint of gray could also be considered a small benefit from the system, qualifying it as a second-tier quality soul. Finally, I can create a second-tier Pandora. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the modern city bathed in sunlight. At the same time, on the other side, in the Pandora Special Investigation Team's conference room in Hangzhou, the senior members who were also focused on this operation fell silent. This is irresponsible towards the lives of our warriors. A middle-aged man said solemnly. Forget it. It has nothing to do with us. But we must take it as a warning and deepen our understanding of Pandora. He added. Maan was still staring at the flames on the screen, and after a while, he suddenly said, I wonder if that Pandora was destroyed. The sample size was too small. They had not conducted any research in this area yet. The group in the conference room continued to discuss for a while before hurriedly leaving. Across the ocean, in the lighthouse country, Washington, D.C. At 3:15 in the morning. After the operation at the Philadelphia port concluded, black cars continuously drove into the estates of various big shots across the United States and even the world. More and more bigwigs were awakened from their slumber. In Westchester County, New York, a car drove into a quiet estate, the headquarters of the Rockefeller family, the most powerful family in the lighthouse country. In the elegant living room, the 101-year-old Rockefeller was slowly pushed out in a wheelchair. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to disturb such a prominent figure at this hour, but this time, the confirmed extraordinary element was an exception. A senior official from the FBI stood up nervously, quickly lowered his head, and respectfully greeted, Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Rockefeller. Old Rockefeller responded calmly. After a pause, he said again, Go ahead. The senior official first handed over the detailed video of the operation, then meticulously introduced the events from start to finish. In this grand mansion, old Rockefeller did not show any emotion, but at one moment, his brown pupils flickered with light. In that instant, similar scenes were unfolding in the mansions of various financial magnates and powerful figures across the lighthouse country. However, a mere ghost could not provoke such attitudes from these big shots. What truly concerned them was the meaning represented by this incident. In the night, after leaving the command room, FBI Director William H. Adams sat in a car, entering the heart of Washington, D.C. White soul +1, white soul +1. For ordinary people, the calm 2 days passed in a flash. In the evening, after work, Lu Chen carried his briefcase, walking alone in an underground market located on the basement level of a shopping mall, his gaze slowly sweeping over the dazzling array of goods. Just as he was about to step forward, a message caught his attention. In just 2 days, the witch's soul bell had brought him 2 more low-quality souls. Now, this Pandora was becoming increasingly fierce. The female ghostly one had even become a queen, treating the special forces ghosts summoned by Pai Gotti as mere dogs. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and walked past one shop after another. Upon entering a second-hand store for authentic anime figures, his eyes paused, and he stepped toward a corner, standing in front of a black display case. Through the glass window, he looked at a catgirl doll dressed in a maid outfit and black stockings. "Sir, which one do you like? I can get it for you." A cheerful staff member in a maid outfit approached and asked. Wrap this one up for me. This is the Witch's Journey Elena, 65 centimeters tall, priced at 760. The staff member tiptoed to retrieve the figure and, after simple packaging, smiled. After purchasing this figure, Lu Chen did not find a second item capable of holding Pandora and took a rideshare back to his single apartment. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen sat in his study after taking a shower. He looked blandly at two items he had recently searched for on the table, a look of regret appearing on his face. What a pity. They can only hold third-tier Pandora seeds. I wanted to wait until I found a second-tier vessel before starting production, but never mind. Without further hesitation, he opened the panel and exchanged for two third-tier Pandora seeds in succession. Mysterious light reflected in his eyes. Meow. Before Lu Chen could move, the black cat, old Bai, had somehow squatted by his feet, looking up at his owner with its round head. "You little rascal. You really don't miss a single chance." Lu Chen chuckled. He reached down, scooping it into his arms, and with his right hand, adorned with the forbidden ring, he stroked the cat's head. Looking at old Bai, he couldn't hide his emotions. Who would have thought a cat like you has the potential to carry a supreme tier seed? "Are you transforming into an angel, or do you want to grow into a taboo?" he asked with a light laugh. Meow. Old Bai shook its fur, dissatisfied, and jumped onto the mahogany desk. It leaned closer to the floating emerald green seed, sniffing it, but before it could do anything more, Lu Chen pressed its head down. He sent the two seeds into their corresponding items, one being an hourglass with a crack appearing on the glass, the other was the figure he encountered that evening. What abilities will they have? A look of anticipation appeared on Lu Chen's gentle and refined face. Even after witnessing this kind of miracle many times, he still couldn't hide his expectations when faced with such a scene. Ding! Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-010. You have obtained Pandora number 3-011. In the quiet study, the continuous notification sounds rang in his ears as Lu Chen carefully read through the two items, a smile flickering in his black and white eyes. He first picked up the transformed hourglass, then gently touched the doll resembling a miniature human, saying softly, "I'll call you the Mirage Hourglass. And you, the Yandere doll." Ding! Naming successful. Pandora number 3-010, Mirage Hourglass. Its former owner was a highly renowned psychologist, skilled at entering the inner world of patients, and would flip this hourglass before every conversation with them. The user resets no. 3-010, gaining the ability to enter the dreams of third parties. Pandora number 3-011, Yandere doll. Its former owner was a crazy enthusiast of otaku culture, immersing pathological attachment and fear of social interaction into this figure. The user will gradually transform those around them into dolls that only adore themselves by smearing their blood on the forehead of number 3-011. The next day. Morning. Lu Chen did not head directly to the company but took a casual detour, placing the Mirage Hourglass and the sickly magical doll at the edges of two flower beds. Manager Lu. In the Skyworth building, Nie Xiaoyu was holding a breakfast bag, constantly glancing towards the square. Upon seeing that familiar figure, her small face instantly lit up with joy. She couldn't wait to rush over. Who would have thought that just as she took a step forward, another commanding figure appeared in her peripheral vision? Vice President Lin Shoyue, dressed in a sharply tailored minimalist black women's suit, wearing sunglasses that obscured half of her cheek. As soon as she appeared, the bustling office workers in the square paused in their steps, instinctively wanting to present themselves in a better light when approaching her. Noticing Vice President Lin walking towards Manager Lu, Nie Xiaoyu bit her lip, gripping the breakfast bag, and unexpectedly shrank back, hiding herself by the edge of the lobby. Manager Lu. Vice President Lin had clearly been sitting in the cafe across from him since early morning, yet she pretended to encounter him by chance, removing her sunglasses and coolly saying, "Good morning." "Good morning." Lu Chen's expression remained gentle as he nodded slightly. Seeing that Lu Chen was still indifferent, Vice President Lin gritted her teeth and walked alongside him, coldly stating, "Let's go together then." Lu Chen smiled and nodded. As the two were about to enter the lobby, Nie Xiaoyu hurriedly hid behind a chair in the nearby rest area, waiting for them to disappear into the elevator hall. Only then did she finally peek out, plopping down onto the chair, feeling a bit wronged. "Really, why do I have to hide? Just who wouldn't feel like a ugly duckling in front of Vice President Lin?"
However, Manager Lu doesn't show any extra reaction towards Vice President Lin at all, completely different from everyone else. It's all my fault for not being assertive. She was just an ordinary employee, while Vice President Lin was a graduate of an overseas prestigious school, a young lady from a wealthy family. Nie Xiaoyu didn't even have the courage to face the latter. Why would I feel intimidated? Is it because of status? Or appearance? In the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor, Lu Chun chuckled softly and murmured. He had naturally noticed the girl's reaction but chose not to interfere with her emotions. To him, all of this was a game. His interactions with Nie Xiaoyu had gradually become dull, and the sudden appearance of Vice President Lin added much excitement to the monotonous game. Sitting at his computer desk, he began reading the news and noticed an official announcement from America regarding the night attack. Glancing over it casually, Lu Chen's smile grew more pronounced. The Lighthouse Nation described the incident at the Philadelphia port as a terrorist attack, even arranging for a terrorist organization based in a war-torn area to claim responsibility for it. Xia Lingling has become even more famous. And she is quite popular among the upper class. Lu Chen saw another piece of news, raising his eyebrows and leaning back in his chair. It's quiet, too quiet, something is clearly off. He turned his chair to face the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the clear blue sky. At the same time, a black car discreetly drove out of Hangzhou Internet Group and stopped at the Gao family's residence. Mr. Ma, the old butler greeted. Ma. Tian Yun showed no emotion on his face, merely responding with a sound. He followed behind the old butler, his steps noticeably quickening several times, but he managed to hold himself back. The gray-haired butler noticed this scene but remained unhurried, leading the way. This time, old Master Gao was not in the tea room but was waiting in the pavilion in the garden. Mr. Ma. Old Master Gao Chongwen poured a cup of tea for Ma Tianyun, and after the latter sat down, he calmly said, "It seems there has been another important discovery." Old Master Gao. Have you heard any news recently? Ma Tianyun spoke up. News? Gao Chongwen's expression remained unchanged, only responding with a question. Old Master Gao, our two families are allies, there's no need for us to test each other. Although Ma Tianyun was crazily immersed in Pandora, losing much of his composure in his gestures, he understood that he could not be easily manipulated because of it. His expression immediately darkened, and he spoke more forcefully. Mr. Ma, you are being too harsh. Old Master Gao Chongwen shook his head, lifted a cup of tea, took a sip, and his gaze became serious as he said, I have received some news. It seems that international giants have also begun investigating Pandora. Yes. It should be related to the incident in Big Apple City. Ma Tianyun nodded. In fact, he was also aware that it wasn't just international giants, there were some secret societies with incredible power, such as the Illuminati. As these entities began to focus on Pandora, the value and importance of these mysterious artifacts were rapidly increasing. The era is about to go berserk. Ma Tianyun leaned forward and said solemnly. As these words echoed, old Master Gao Chongwen's eyes flickered, and his previously calm demeanor became more serious. Why did you come to see me this time? Gao Chongwen raised his head. I have discovered a new user of Pandora, this is our opportunity. Ma Tianyun did not beat around the bush and directly revealed the information about Zhong Luanjuan. So it's him. I heard that Shen Nancher's residence was also robbed by him. Gao Chongwen realized, pondering for a moment before continuing, this individual has been erratic lately and is no longer limited to Hangcheng, it is difficult for us to locate him. I happen to discover that he has been in contact with the rising star Xia Lingling from the Hangcheng Grand Theater. Xia Lingling is sure to have his presence at every important performance. Ma Tianyun followed up. Upon hearing this, Gao Chongwen's gaze sharpened. This is the last operation of the first phase. It has begun. Hangcheng, in a village within the city. Li Changbai rented a two-story small building here as a studio. At this moment, he was wearing a white coat and a mask, making the final preparations. He walked to the bedside, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his calm gaze fell on Bao Shiji as he was about to inject a colorless, transparent anesthetic into the latter's bloodstream. Wait. Bao Shiji suddenly spoke. Li Changbai stopped his movements, said nothing, and simply met the other's eyes. Can we avoid general anesthesia? It should be possible, right? After the previous surgeries, I found that I didn't even have any incisions. Bao Shiji took a deep breath and said solemnly. After he finished speaking, he added, you must have some incredible abilities too, right? Just like them. Li Changbai paused slightly, neither agreeing nor refusing, and after a moment, he retracted the anesthetic in his hand. He turned around, his fingertips brushing over a surgical knife behind him, and finally grasped that blade of the creator. Whoosh! Whoosh! On the operating table, this mixed-race youth, who had recently breached
the supercomputer Titan and successfully infiltrated the federal agency's network, was breathing heavily.
He widened his eyes, seeing a layer of mysterious light swirling around the blade raised by the doctor, as the scalpel descended onto his thigh skin.
He lifted his head to see more clearly, only to find that beneath the blade,
his skin and flesh were being smoothly cut open without a single drop of blood flowing out. The motor neurons of his leg muscles were being meticulously extracted by
Dr. Li Changbai, one by one. What other abilities have you seen?
Li Chengbai's subordinate did not pause, but a calm tone suddenly emerged.
As long as you don't mention that gentleman, you can speak freely. I'm sorry.
Bao Shiji shook his head, still not saying much.
The simple operating room fell silent again.
The fundamental cause of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is the degeneration of motor neurons in the patient's body, leading to a gradual loss of muscle control. What Li Changbai, wielding the creator's blade, was doing was peeling away the original neurons one by one and providing secondary stimulation, clearing the glutamate
and neuroinflammation surrounding the neurons. Finally, reshaping and activating the body's electrical signals. For Li Changbai, this surgery was not particularly difficult, it was more about meticulous work that required time. However, the process of delving deeper into the human body also deepened his understanding of it. 3 hours later.
All right. Li Changbai set down the creator's blade.
Not long after, Bao Shiji got into a black business car and left the small courtyard.
Li Changbai stood by the window, watching until the car completely disappeared into the urban village before retracting his gaze.
Dr. Li.
Downstairs, after the car left, a slender young man closed the iron gate in front of the courtyard. He turned and walked back to the second floor, noticing Li Changbai by the window.
The young
man took a couple of steps closer and spoke.
Are they going to harm you?
This young man, who was not tall and had an ordinary appearance but exuded a lone wolf aura, clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with fierce light. I'll help you get rid of them.
Xiao Jian.
Li Changbai looked at the young man, a gentle smile on his face. I saved you because I hope you can embrace a new life, not because I want you to exchange your life for someone else's.
Xiao Jian lowered his head, pressing his lips together.
He lost his parents when he was very young, and he remembered in his heart anyone who showed him even a little kindness.
Dr. Li was a
ray of light that pierced through the clouds of despair in his world, and he was willing to die for Dr. Li. Don't worry. Li Changbai patted the young man's shoulder
and said, I will handle it well. You can tidy up here. Li Changbai said.
He put one hand in his pocket and walked downstairs. As he stepped into the courtyard, the warm sunlight fell on his handsome and refined face, and a hint of coldness appeared in his distinctly black and white eyes. Get rid of them?
If only it were really possible, how wonderful that would be.
In his heart, he defined Mr. Lu as a god because he could not refuse the god's demands.
However, since the last time, a perhaps forever unspeakable ambition had taken root in Li Changbai's heart. That is, killing the god. Li Changbai did not want a deity to forever overshadow his sky.
On the other side, after leaving, Bao Shiji was once again taken to the 59th floor of the building.
Bao Shiji looked not far away. In a
position near the window, the mysterious Mr. Lu sat in front of the sofa, flanked by a scholarly middle-aged man and an elderly man with gray hair. The man who could change into different appearances at will, brought back from the lighthouse country, stood behind Mr. Lu. When the gentleman's gaze fell on him, Bao Shiji's heart raced, a tremor originating from the depths of his soul. He moved his feet, and after not walking for so long, he trembled as he walked, like a baby just learning to walk. Stumbling, he reached Mr. Lu.
Thud. He knelt on both knees, humbly lowering his head. Bao Shiji pays respects to the great deity. May the deity's light be eternal. Get up. Lu Chen looked down at the young man at his feet, speaking gently. Get him a chair. Lu Chen said. After a while, the latter obediently sat in front of a chair.
Lu Chen's expression was calm as he asked a couple of questions about how the other had successfully infiltrated in 10 minutes.
To be honest, he was
also a practitioner in the related industry, and it was precisely because he understood so much that he could better grasp the difficulties involved.
If he weren't
sure that Bao Shiji wouldn't possess any strange Pandora, he might even think that the other party had some special ability.
So that's how it is. Bao Shiji did not hide anything and explained his operations in full.
Lu Chen pondered carefully, a hint of emotion flashing behind his black-framed glasses. This was a true top
genius in the field of the internet. Shaji. On behalf of the Pandora Management Committee, I formally invite you to join. Lu Chen said in a deep voice. He also handed the other a pen numbered 5.
Furthermore, he assigned Bao Shiji his first task, which was to establish a secret forum for Pandora users.
Nancher.
After Bao Shiji left, Lu Chen turned to Shen Nancher and said,
Mr. Liu. Regarding the construction of Xiaobao's computer system, I need you to put in a bit more effort. Lu Chen continued. He lazily leaned against the sofa, thought for a moment, and said, next, once the committee opens its protection to super-rich individuals around the world, you can be my steward. Thank you, Mr. Liu. Shen Nancher's face suddenly lit up with surprise, and he quickly stood up, responding respectfully. Beside them, Professor Han Zhanbing glanced at Shen Nancher, understanding that this person, who was well-known and wealthy in Jiangsu and Zhejiang, had truly taken a significant leap forward. While the big shots outside were still fighting over Pandora, Shen Nancher had already become the steward of the Divine. Lu Chen waved his hand, opened Pandora, and focused on one of them. A gentle smile appeared on his face. These two. A fate that has already been determined. At the Hangzhou Grand Theater, in an independent dressing room, Xia Lingling sat in front of the mirror, holding a lipstick and carefully applying it to her red lips. At that moment, a mysterious figure silently pushed open the door and walked up behind Xia Lingling. You're here. Through the mirror, Xia Lingling saw the young man's face, and a brilliant smile blossomed on her previously ordinary face, filled with joy. He. Why are you so happy? I'm about to become famous. Haven't you already become famous? Recently, you're the hottest in Hangzhou's music scene. The two chatted in the dressing room, and Xia Lingling seemed to only be able to briefly let go of her pressure in front of Zhong Luanjuan, showing a glimpse of the rural girl who once worked at Starbucks, rather than the music star with a perfect siren voice on stage. They sat on the floor against the wall, shoulder to shoulder, without using the chairs. I've been invited to perform as the finale at the New Year reunion party in Jinan tomorrow night. Will you come to see my performance? What is this? This is an annual gala held by those prominent families and social elites in Jiangsu and Zhejiang. As long as you perform as the finale at this gala, your status in the music scene will undergo a leap and change. Aunt Sue from the Su family initially wanted to help me secure a spot, but she couldn't manage it. Xia Lingling stretched out her arms, resting her head against the wall, and said happily. So, that's how it is. Then I will definitely be there on time, don't worry. He. At that moment, a beam of bright sunlight happened to shine through the window and fall on the girl's face, illuminating her fair, youthful cheeks with a captivating beauty. The next day, as the sky gradually darkened, in Jianan, near the foot of a mountain, at a manor, the stars shone brightly, and the elite gathered. Tisk, Zhong Luanjuan was dressed in a black suit, holding a glass of red wine, mingling among the elite of high society. A light smile adorned his face, blending in seamlessly. At 8 in the evening, in the banquet hall, elegantly dressed socialites gathered together. The lights in the center brightened, and Xia Lingling, wearing a long black dress, slowly descended the spiral staircase, her long skirt trailing down the steps. She was the absolute focus and star of the evening. Zhong Luanjuan stood at the railing on the second floor, gazing into the distance. Hello. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit approached him, leaning against the railing with a wineglass in hand, his indifferent gaze looking down at Xia Lingling below. What? A beautiful girl, the middle-aged man remarked. Seeing that Zhong Luanjuan did not respond, the man, unfazed, smiled and said, a gentleman wishes to meet you. In the night, at a brightly lit estate at the foot of the mountain in Jianan County. I'm busy, Zhong Luanjuan replied, glancing at the middle-aged man beside him. The man in the black suit chuckled, and in the next moment, his left hand, which had been tucked into his other pocket, began to rise, preparing to aim his gun at the woman under the crystal chandelier in the living room. Unexpectedly, just as the man made his move, Zhong Luanjuan released the wineglass in his hand. He acted swiftly. And by the time the middle-aged man reacted, Zhong Luanjuan had already locked the man's arm with one hand, pressing it firmly against the railing. At that moment, Zhong Luanjuan's shoe tip barely steadied the wineglass. The dark red liquid swayed within the glass but did not spill a drop. With his free hand, he lifted the glass and drank the red wine clean. Wow! Impressive! The middle-aged man gasped, realizing that no matter how he struggled, Zhong Luanjuan remained steady and unmoving, prompting him to cease his efforts. A smile still lingered on his face as he spoke the words that had just come to his mind. Now, do you have time? Zhong Luanjuan raised his head and saw that in various positions on the second floor in several directions in the hall, guns were aimed at Xia Lingling. I have time now. Zhong Luanjuan released his grip. The middle-aged man stood up, flexing his restrained wrist, then gestured to Zhong Luanjuan with a polite invitation, please. Zhong Luanjuan followed the man as they turned and walked into the long corridor of the estate. On the other side, in the dazzling hall, Xia Lingling's beautiful voice rang out. Horror! Gaze swept around inch by inch, her eyelashes fluttering suddenly, and in her starkly contrasting eyes, she noticed the hidden dangers lurking in the shadows of the estate and the departing Zhong Luanjuan. We've arrived. please.
On one side of the main building of the estate, in another European-style structure, Zhong Luinjuan
Entered a tea room.
An elderly man with gray hair but a dignified presence sat cross-legged at the tea table, wisps of tea smoke wafting around him.
He wore a black
tang suit and looked at Zhong Luinjuan, pouring 2 cups of tea. This gentleman, come and try the Mingqian Longjing just picked from Shifeng Mountain.
The old man spoke.
Zhong Luinjuan sat across from the old man and drank the tea in one gulp, like a cow chewing peonies. The old man chuckled, extending his hand to gesture.
I am surnamed Lu. The younger generation respects me and calls me Old Lu. May I ask how you are addressed, sir?
Old Lu spoke gently.
The demeanor of this elderly
man, with his every gesture and movement, was not something an ordinary person could exhibit. It required the essence of a noble family to be part of daily life.
Zhong
Luinjuan, wearing the gloves of a thief king, had sharp eyes and could naturally see that his tense heart had relaxed a little.
What do you want to do? Zhong Luinjuan did not respond but asked in a deep voice.
You are truly anxious, young man. Old Lu shook his head, took a sip from his teacup, and as he set it down and raised his head, his expression turned serious. The old man's black and white eyes swept over Zhong Luinjuan, finally pausing on the latter's hands, and calmly said, that one.
Is it Pandora? As the words rang out, Zhong Luinjuan's eyelids twitched.
It was only at this moment that a hint of panic finally stirred within him.
Pandora was his
greatest and only source of confidence, yet it had been called out so easily. He couldn't gauge the other party, while he felt as if he had been thoroughly seen through. Your first move was to visit Yu Guorui's home, Old Lu continued. He recounted one by one the actions Zhong Luinjuan had taken, and finally, gazing at the young man, he gently asked, so, can this Pandora allow you to possess skills akin to those of a great thief in a novel, far surpassing the extraordinary physical qualities
of an average person? What exactly do you want to express?
Zhong Luinjuan said in a deep voice.
Cooperate with me. When I need it, do some things for me, Old Lu replied.
After saying this, he continued, the conditions are up to you, whether it's money or status, I can provide it all.
Money? A sneer appeared on Zhong Luinjuan's face as he retorted.
Money that can be spent in the sunlight, Old Lu said, unfazed.
What of the valuable jewels and antiques you stole? Can they even be sold?
In front of this old man, Zhong Luinjuan felt an unsettling sense of being thoroughly exposed. He composed himself, suddenly stood up, and said in a deep voice, sorry. I'm not interested in being someone's dog. With that, he was about to leave, but Old Lu remained calm, sitting peacefully at the tea table.
Just as Zhong Luinjuan was about to pull open the door, a sudden gust of evening wind brought distant news.
Zhong Luinjuan abruptly turned his head, breathing heavily, and in the next moment, the blade in his fingertip shot out, causing the old man's just raised handgun to crash back down. He swiftly moved, pinning Old Lu against the wall, gripping
his neck and lifting him high. Only when the latter's face turned pale and he was on the verge of suffocation did he let go. Cough. Cough. The old man was not young anymore.
At this moment, as his feet hit the ground, he immediately clutched his neck and began to cough violently, as if he had just walked through the gates
of hell.
Meanwhile, outside this tea room, at the other end of the long corridor, a dark gun barrel was quietly aimed at the door. As soon as Zhong Luinjuan stepped out, bullets would rain down like raindrops, sealing off every inch of space. No matter how skilled the thief king gloves made him or how quick his reflexes, there was no chance of evasion in such a confined environment.
Let them leave, Zhong Luinjuan said in a deep voice. It seems we still underestimated your abilities. The old
man managed to catch his breath, but was still gasping heavily. When he met the young man's fierce gaze, he merely smiled and said. Zhong Luinjuan furrowed his brows
tightly.
He stared at the old man before him, somewhat puzzled as to why the other party, with such a status, showed not a shred of fear of death. Old Lu staggered to the tea table, and in the next second, a short knife was drawn. With a soft sound, the knife plunged straight into his own heart. In the quiet tea room, Zhong Luinjuan's eyes widened in shock.
Old Lu. In the night.
At the Jiangxia Chamber of Commerce building, in a small reception room, Gao Changwen's eyes were bloodshot. As he sorrowfully called out,
how did it come to this?
A look of sadness appeared on his usually calm face as he repeatedly said, it's just a Pandora.
If it doesn't work this time, there will always be another opportunity. Chongwen. Take care. Zhang Weizong, the head of the Zhang family, approached and patted Gao Changwen's
shoulder, comforting him. We were cautious enough, not blocking the door, but instead placing the gunman at the end of the corridor 10 meters away.
Old Gao.
Butler Lu was also trying to help the Gao family get ahead in the new era. Ma Tianyun, hiding the joy deep in his eyes, also approached and said soothingly.
In the
reception room, the three people's gazes returned to the screen. In the corridor, the gunmen who had originally paused were now advancing towards the tea room with
their guns drawn.
At this moment, the young man in the room was truly cornered. Phew! 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 In the tea room, Zhang Luanjuan sensed the approaching gunman. His expression twisted in a grimace as he began to breathe heavily. He scanned the surroundings inch by inch. It was then that he noticed the elegant tea room was completely enclosed, like a cage capturing him. Even at this moment, he still couldn't understand why such a noble person could so easily give up their life. Why? Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. In Binjiang district, in a single apartment, Lu Chen lay on a recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window, his gentle eyes gazing at the scene of despair in the distance. Is it over? He pushed up his glasses and chuckled lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his eyelids, and the smile on his face deepened. Under the night sky, in the manor, beneath the dazzling chandelier that sparkled like a waterfall, the beautiful voice of a siren slowly came to an end. The ruby ring on Xiao Lingling's fingertip emitted a mysterious glow. Among the guests clustered around her, children suddenly joyfully left the main building, running towards the annex led by a young heir of the Gao family and two other equally distinguished children. The security guards stationed around hesitated for a moment, caught in a dilemma. They quickly reported the situation and were about to take the children away, but still, some children scattered in groups of 2 or 3 and slipped into the building. Under the guns, the young heir of the Gao family appeared in the corridor. Wait! Don't shoot! No one shoot! Zhang Weizong didn't have time to think about how his young grandson ended up here. He immediately stood up and hurriedly commanded. At the same time, Zhong Luanjuan burst through the door of the tea room and dashed into the corridor. In the split second when the guns paused, he smashed through a window and plunged into the night amidst the shards of glass. At that critical moment, he hesitated whether to take the child as a hostage, but the opportunity was fleeting. If the other side was insane, he wouldn't even have that last chance. Not long after, at the side door of the manor, Zhong Luanjuan glanced back at the body lying in a pool of blood behind him, pressing the accelerator down inch by inch. In the night, the top-of-the-line black Maybach roared like a wild horse, crashing heavily against the iron gate. The speed of the car surged wildly. The Maybach sped down the road from the manor towards the city. Quiet. So quiet. Zhong Luanjuan gazed into the night. On the straight road, there were no other cars. Suddenly, a massive searchlight lit up, and as he passed an intersection, a large truck appeared abruptly from behind. Zhong Luanjuan was driving fast, but before long, another truck appeared ahead of him. The two heavy trucks were closing in from both sides. Bang! Bang! Zhong Luanjuan gripped the steering wheel tightly as his Maybach was repeatedly hit and squeezed from the front and back. Suddenly, the red brake lights of the truck ahead lit up, and he could hear the dull roar of the engine from the truck behind him. In the next second, this top-of-the-line Maybach, worth over 3 million in market price, was crushed like thin paper. At the last moment, the door of the driver's cabin was forcefully pushed open, and Zhong Luanjuan jumped into another lane without hesitation. Just then, headlights from an oncoming vehicle lit up. A suddenly accelerating SUV, which had appeared out of nowhere, collided violently, shattering the windshield in an instant. An indescribable pain surged through every part of his body. As the gun barrel emerged, Zhong Luanjuan still struggled to leap into the nearby river. Xingzi, what are you doing? In the night, at Hangzhou Normal University, in the girls' dormitory. The girl applying a face mask looked up and saw her roommate. Ma Qing with a tense little face, nervously holding 3 sticks of sandalwood and mumbling prayers to the various deities hanging in front of their dormitory desk. The girl couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Huh? He. It's nothing." Ma Qing scratched her head and replied somewhat shyly. After spending some time with the Pandora investigation team, she was also allowed to return to school, needing only to report and train for a few hours each week. Let's get started, we can't delay any longer. Noticing that her roommate had stopped paying attention to her, Ma Qing pursed her lips and muttered resentfully, "If it's good luck, I hope that guy who tried to harm me last time has bad luck. Please." She had already bathed in burned incense, reaching out to take off the black dice hanging around her neck. Her gaze sharpened, and with a crisp rolling sound, the dice rolled across the table, quickly revealing the number 5 before her eyes. A white car moved through the night, with Li Changbai driving one-handed, his indifferent gaze behind gold-rimmed glasses casually scanning the distant path. Under the headlights, a black figure suddenly collapsed to the ground in the distance. Li Changbai pressed the brake, his expression turning solemn. Why does this scene look so familiar? After a moment, he pushed open the car door and walked over to the figure, looking down at the person. After a few glances, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Did he not die from that? Before long, the white car drove into a courtyard in the urban village, where the young man Xiao Jian had already opened the iron gate early. After the car entered the courtyard, he locked the gate. Dr. Li. Help me carry him into the operating room and take off his clothes. Li Changbai got out of the car and said this to Xiao Jian before stepping inside, changing into a set of clothes, and putting on medical gloves as he approached the operating table. Dr. Li, the gloves on him can't be removed. Then forget it. You can leave the room now. Once Xiao Jian left, Li Changbai withdrew his gaze, and the creator's blade in his hand cut into the man's skin. As he looked at the tissue, beneath the man's skin, his pupils constricted, and a look of astonishment crossed his face. Pandora? Li Changbai seemed to remember something, raising his head to look at the black open-toe gloves on the man's hands. At that moment, the man, who had clearly been injected with anesthetics, coughed once and then opened his eyes, meeting Li Chengbai's gaze. On the other side, in the brightly lit Jian County manor under the night sky. After Zhong Luinjuan escaped from the annex, the security of the entire manor instantly went into the highest level of alert. The main building, adorned with a starry brilliance, had its wooden doors shut, with security personnel in black suits stationed around. Lingling, your performance just now was even better. Madame Su stood beside Xia Lingling, amazed. Thank you, Aunt Su. Xia Lingling smiled, pulling at her skirt. As her gaze swept over the crowd of socialites approaching, her chin unconsciously lifted slightly. Just a simple, subtle movement, yet a different kind of unusual pride began to emanate from her, making her shine even brighter. The rural girl she once was starting to fade away. The next day, bright sunlight poured over the city. How did these two meet again? In the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, looking into the distance through the connection with Pandora, his face showing surprise. He hadn't paid attention since Zhong Luinjuan fell into the river last night. Who would have thought that opening this would give him such a surprise? So, Li Changbai is going to transform Zhong Luinjuan? Lu Chen watched for a while, his eyelids lightly fluttering. After a brief pause, a deeper smile appeared on his face. You can't really create a monster that surpasses the third-tier Pandora, can you? Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the office door was knocked on, and his subordinate, Ma Shuxing, walked in. Boss, Vice President Lin wants to see the project report. Got it. Lu Chen closed Pandora, holding a folder as he walked out of the office, passing through the corridor by the floor-to-ceiling windows, sunlight pouring down on him. When Lu Chen entered the finance department, the secretary knocked on the door, and Vice President Lin Shouyue responded flatly. After the latter left, she stood up and adjusted her clothes. Today, she was wearing a professional outfit, a white women's suit, a fitted pencil skirt, and black stockings. Her expression remained cool, her gaze scanning the office. It seemed she thought of something, and with a determined bite of her lip, she took off her high heels, her jade-like feet wrapped in black stockings resting on the chair, then stepping onto the desk. Vice President Lin carefully walked on the table, and when she approached the nearby bookshelf, she tiptoed, pretending to reach for something. At that moment, Lu Chen knocked 3 times on the door, then pushed it open. As soon as he entered the office, he saw the cold and elegant Vice President Lin Shouyue tilting dangerously, about to fall. Lu Chen adjusted his glasses, his expression still very calm. With a swift motion, he caught her in a princess carry, Lin Shouyue, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Lin Shouyue's long eyelashes fluttered, her jade-like feet wrapped in black stockings curling up. In fact, the moment Lu Chen walked in, she regretted her earlier intention to fall deliberately. Her emotions had surged, causing her to genuinely misstep. Cough. Lin Shouyue's cheeks flushed slightly as she broke free from Lu Chen's embrace. Lin Shouyue put on her shoes and sat down at the desk, just about to speak. Don't worry, I won't say much, Lu Chen replied with a smile, cutting her off. As night fell, Zhong Luinjuan had long since left Li Chengbai's studio. Wait, I remember. There is indeed someone with the surname Lu. We refer to him as Old Lu, and he does come from a prominent family, but I don't know if he's the one you're talking about. He is the chief steward of the Gao family in Hangcheng. In the villa, in the basement, Yuguerue was tied to a chair, his plump face filled with terror, breathing heavily. His eyes widened suddenly, and he hurriedly spoke. Zhong Luinjuan put away the blade. His black and white eyes fixed unblinkingly on the man, then stood up and vanished from the middle-aged man's sight. When you put on the gloves, a mysterious energy appears in your body, or rather, electrical signals that stimulate your body. However, your previous body was simply too heavy, theoretically reducing the amplification of that mysterious energy on you. Zhong Luinjuan drove a car, the flowing traffic in the city illuminated by neon lights reflecting in his eyes. He rolled down the window. The spring evening breeze brushed against his face, lifting the tips of his hair. 40 minutes later, Zhong Luinjuan got out of the car, activating his perception ability. The airflow within 10 meters in front and behind him brought him information as he strolled leisurely to the front of the residence. When you prick these 3 points with needles, the adrenaline and several related hormones in your body will increase by 10%, enhancing your explosive power and reaction speed.
Li. Qingbai's voice echoed in his ears.
In the next second, 3 silver needles pierced in, and the body, already exceeding the norm under the enhancement of the Thief King gloves, quickly became even
more terrifying.
He merely made a tiptoe motion, pulling and pushing with one hand, and his body leaped into the 3-meter-high wall.
Spring day.
The evening breeze carried a hint of something else. Late at night, at 10 o'clock, outside the Gao family's estate, Gao Yating, the third generation of the Gao family still attending university, parked her car at a distance.
That's strange. Why is no one answering the phone? Gao Yating wondered as she sat in the driver's seat.
She got out of the car, walked to the front gate, first tapping on the iron door, then waving in front of the nearby surveillance camera.
At that moment, the unusual silence behind the estate made Gao Yating's expression gradually tense up.
She called to contact the others.
Before long, the estate's gates slowly opened, revealing the scene inside the deep courtyard.
Ah! Gao Yating's face turned pale in an instant, and she stumbled back, crying out in terror. In Hangzhou, the Pandora Special Investigation Team.
Team leader Ma.
Zhao Xiaoxue answered the call, her expression immediately tightening. She quickly walked up to Ma Anbang and reported in a low voice, something happened at the Gao family.
Ma Anbang straightened his posture.
This incident was highly significant, its impact would be terrifying and far-reaching, even attracting
the attention of foreign giants. It has happened again. Ma Anbang said solemnly. Last night, something occurred outside Jinshan County, likely a pursuit of Pandora users, which may be a counterattack from the Pandora users.
Zhao Xiaoxue continued. In the night, the news spread wildly, with calls incessantly ringing among various prominent families and even multinational giants.
At the same time, in a luxurious flat in the center of Hangzhou,
the cold moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling into the living room.
Xia Lingling sat in front of the sofa.
At that moment, the door to the flat opened, and Xia Lingling turned to look at the sound. When she saw the young figure, a hint of joy appeared on her face.
Zhong. Luwenjuan paused, as if sensing something. I'm glad you're okay.
Zhong Luwenjuan said gently.
Mm.
Xia Lingling nodded, and at that moment, she also noticed her own changes, which seemed to have occurred after using the siren ring's seductive power for the first time last night.
Those kids last night.
Zhong Luwenjuan sat down on the sofa beside Xia Lingling and
spoke. He paused mid-sentence and then added, thank you. I'm planning to leave Hangzhou.
Zhong Luwenjuan looked at Xia Lingling again and said. When he saw her indifferent reaction, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. He didn't say more, stood up, opened his arms, and smiled, let's hug before I go.
Xia Lingling didn't refuse again.
She also got up from the sofa, and as she opened her arms to embrace the man in front of her, a flicker of distaste suddenly arose deep within her heart.
Forget it. I hope the next time I hear from you, it will be when you have everyone cheering for you.
Zhong Luwenjuan paused, patted his backside, and left the flat with a carefree demeanor.
Xia Lingling looked at the closed door.
In the night, on the other side, Ma Tianyun also received a call. He was stunned and sat down heavily in his chair, his face turning pale.
Mr. Ma. Prepare the car, I need to go to the airport in the Magic City. Late at night. 10:30. In the office, Ma Tianyun's expression kept changing.
He reached for the phone on the desk, and soon, the newly assigned secretary hurried in. After the secretary left to prepare, Ma Tianyun stood up, paced back and forth a couple of steps, grabbed his coat, took some other items, and quickly pushed open the door. A convoy of 3 cars
drove through the night in Hangzhou. Ha! It's nothing. Ma Tianyun inexplicably felt a surge of anxiety. To distract himself, he lifted his head
to look out the window, watching the streetlights and skyscrapers retreating rapidly. Buzz, at that moment, a special phone in his arm suddenly vibrated. Ma Tianyun quickly took it out, glanced at the number, took a deep breath, and answered solemnly.
Good morning, Mr. Adam. A smile
adorned Ma Tianyun's face as he greeted in fluent English. Yes. I didn't expect you to receive the news as well.
Right. That miraculous ability comes from an item called Pandora. Each Pandora mastered grants an incredible extraordinary power.
The convoy sped through the roads, and
Ma Tianyun did not hold back, sharing everything he knew.
Uncertain of what promise he had received, the smile on his face transformed from feigned
to genuine and enthusiastic. All right. Mr. Adam, we will meet in 10 hours.
The call ended, and the convoy was about to enter the highway. Ma Tianyun was still gripping the phone when the intercom in the car suddenly crackled to life. Mr. Ma.
Ma Tianyun looked up and saw several
cars waiting at a nearby intersection, with men and women in black suits looking serious.
Team leader Ma, who are those people? At the highway
entrance, Ma Anbang, still dressed in a gray jacket, also got out of the car. His assistant, Zhao Xiaoxue, glanced at the distance and asked,
Don't mind them. Wait, let Ma Tianyun come with us first. After we finish questioning, we can hand him over. Understood. Ma Anban glanced and said in a low voice. The recent events at the Gao family had a severely negative impact. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say a nuclear bomb had been dropped in places unseen by ordinary people. Many powerful figures were enraged, whether it was regarding the extraordinary item Pandora or local tyrants like Ma Tianyun. He had just finished a meeting, and next, a formidable modern warfare machine, encompassing land, sea, and air forces, would be stationed in Hangzhou, officially incorporated into the Pandora Special Investigation Team. Stop the car. Ma Tianyun closed his eyes and said in a deep voice. As Ma Tianyun was secretly taken away, in the lighthouse country of North America, in France, the land of the rising sun, in various manners, villas, and modern skyscrapers, crystal-like devices lit up, projecting the image of a pyramid with an eye inside it into the air. Subsequently, from this crystal as the focal point, figures began to appear, seated in high-backed chairs. Ladies and gentlemen, its name is Pandora. Listen, what a wonderful name. Currently, it can be confirmed that there are at least 4 Pandoras, one that can change a person's appearance, one that can summon the undead, one that can control animals, and one that can make a person agile enough to become a thief, no, a top assassin. A man resembling a priest spoke with a smile. Its origin lies in the eastern city of Hangzhou. Damn it. Why was such a great creation born in the east? The priest continued. In the lighthouse country, the 101-year-old Rockefeller, who could only survive through continuous heart transplants, tapped his fingers on the chair beneath him. He was the one most desperately yearning for the sudden emergence of Pandora. Only the miraculous Pandora might grant him immortality. At his level, wealth and status had reached their peak. Eternal life was his pursuit. Let our people head to Hangzhou, at any cost. We need Pandora. Perhaps we should gain the trust of those hidden Pandora users. They work for us, and we give them everything. That wealthy family in Hangzhou is truly foolish. Why must they provoke an unknown power user? Voices echoed around the world. These individuals, capable of mobilizing countless resources, influencing a medium-scale war, and affecting the fates of billions, held a meeting that lasted 3 hours. When the meeting concluded, the coordination from all sides began. The next day, Hangzhou. On the 59th floor of a building, Lu Chen sat across from Professor Han Zhanbing, wearing a gentle smile as he poured tea for the professor while recounting the recent hunting and counter-killing incidents in detail. Thank you, Mr. Lu. Professor Han Zhanbing was captivated, and when Mr. Lu gestured for him to continue, he snapped back to reality, quickly accepting the teacup with both hands and respectfully saying, "The local tyrants have been eliminated by the user of Pandora." A look of emotion crossed Professor Han's face, and he then said solemnly, "This doesn't surprise me. It is the first incident, but it will certainly not be the last." Mr. Lu, do you know which family this tyrant belongs to? Professor Han raised his head and asked. The Gao family. Lu Chen replied gently. Upon hearing these 2 words, Han Zhanbing showed no doubt, his expression becoming complex as he said, "That old man Gao Chongwen. I once had a brief encounter with him." After speaking, he shook his head. Although the relevant news was spreading wildly in the upper circles, nothing had leaked among ordinary people. Mr. Lu, I think I need to correct my judgment on the future development of Pandora. Oh, please, go ahead. Lu Chen smiled and took a sip of tea in response. We will measure Pandora based on 3 criteria: its range of influence, lethality, and peculiarity. Currently, the Pandora that has emerged, while still uncontrollable for individuals, is merely a small toy if viewed from a sufficiently high perspective. This sociology professor referred to Pandora as a small toy for the first time. Lu Chen remained non-committal, simply smiling and waiting for the professor to continue. Seeing that Mr. Lu had no reaction, Han Zhanbing sighed in relief and continued, "Therefore, we can conclude that at least at this stage, the users of Pandora are still at a disadvantage when facing the existing upper class, given the resources they possess. Of course, this does not mean that the current users of Pandora are not threatening. The Gao family is the most typical example. This will lead to a period where the struggle may begin to weaken, or more precisely, the struggle will become more covert, as local tyrants and prominent families will start to extend olive branches to any Pandora users they can find. When the level of Pandora rises to a higher tier, at that time, the newly born power structure will erupt in a war with the old rent-seeking class. This is a judgment I made earlier, and it remains unchanged." Beside the floor-to-ceiling window, with the blue sky and a few white clouds, Lu Chen wore a smile, neither agreeing nor denying. As night fell, under the neon lights, Shen and Nancher arrived outside the Su family's residence in a car. The vehicle parked in the courtyard. Shen Shan pushed Shen Nancher in a wheelchair, following the butler, with a light blanket draped over his thighs as he scanned the security measures along the way. A faint smile appeared on his aged face. After the Gao family incident, not only the entire Hangzhou but even the big shots in Yanjing had promptly heightened their security. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the atmosphere was tense. Bright sentries, hidden sentries, various surveillance and security systems were in place, leaving no security blind spots. Brother Nancher? What brings you here in person? The head of the Su family, Su Shen, was waiting for Shen Nancher in the reception room. After pouring tea and chatting for a bit, he got straight to the point. Su brother, there's no rush. Shen Nancher shook his head, a hint of mystery appearing on his aged face. Su Shen showed a look of confusion, about to say something more when, at that moment, there was another commotion outside the reception room. The old butler hurried over and said something. Not seeing anyone. No one is to be seen. Su Shen frowned and said. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed Shen Nancher's smiling gaze and quickly added, Brother Nancher is not an outsider. Su brother. At this moment, Shen Nancher suddenly spoke, emphasizing his words, he should be seen. Su Shen's expression stiffened. He met Shen Nancher's eyes, paused for a moment, and then said to the butler in a deep voice, then bring him over. Shortly after, a young figure strode into the quiet Su family courtyard. The young man who entered the reception room was a living member of the Gao family, yet when he stood before Su Shen and Shen Nancher, a smile appeared on his face. First, he looked at Shen Nancher. Then, he turned to Su Old Master, reaching into his pocket to take out a black invitation letter, presenting it with both hands as his facial features began to change. Su Old Master. The gentleman requests your presence. Su Shen, who was nearly 90 and only a year younger then Shen Nancher, widened his eyes, his expression shifting constantly. He looked at the invitation letter presented to him, then glanced at Shen Nancher, who was sipping tea. Pandora Management Committee? In Hangzhou. At the Su family. The incident at the Gao family was right before them, and at this critical moment, who wouldn't be wary or even fearful of the users of Pandora? Lu Yang's sudden appearance left the nearly 90-year-old Su family patriarch astonished. He withdrew his gaze from Shen Nancher and took the invitation letter, where only 8 simple words were presented on the mysterious inner page. Su Shen scanned it, his eyelids twitching. Pandora? Management? What kind of organization would dare to use such a name? Was it ignorance of the dangers, or was it a mysterious origin, a secret organization that truly had the ability to manage those Pandora capabilities? Various thoughts flashed rapidly through his mind. In the Su family's living room, after handing over the invitation letter, Lu Yang stood a short distance away with a smile, not urging them, just quietly waiting. He knew that no one could refuse the gentleman's invitation. Sir, please take a seat for a moment. Now was not the time to ponder. Su Shen hid his various thoughts deep in his eyes. Regardless of whether this Pandora Management Committee was real or not, he solemnly accepted the invitation letter in front of him and then looked at Lu Yang, inviting him to sit. Brother Nancher, may I ask you to step aside? Su Shen first glanced at Lu Yang, seeing that he had no objections, then turned to Shen Nancher and said. Shen Nancher smiled, nodded, and propped himself up with his cane as they walked toward the side hall together. Brother Nancher. Su Shen closed the door and eagerly asked, our two families, the Su and Shen, have been family friends since the Ming dynasty, and we have advanced and retreated together during various periods. You and I have grown up together, we are close friends. Brother Nancher. May I ask what your relationship is with this Pandora Management Committee? Su Shen said solemnly. The Gao family, one of the 4 prominent families in Hangzhou, had just suffered a disaster, and this so-called committee had appeared at their door, leaving him no choice but to be cautious. It could very well be a disaster. I am honored by the gentleman's regard. Nancher has been fortunate to become a member of the committee. Shen Nancher cupped his hands and said solemnly. Throughout this process, Su Shen stared at Shen Nancher without blinking. He keenly noticed that when the latter also mentioned the word gentleman, a look of reverence involuntarily appeared on his face, just like the young man outside. Gentleman? Su Shen cautiously probed, is he also a user of Pandora? Shen Nancher calmly met the latter's gaze and said, Brother Su, our families, the Shen and Su families, are well acquainted. I will not hide anything I can share. The existence of the gentleman is not something I can comment on. In this impending era of chaos, being invited by the gentleman is a blessing for the Su family, not a misfortune, Shen Nancher replied. However, as his words fell, he pointed to the sky, and after that, he observed the surroundings quietly, unwilling to say another word. Su Shen's pupils contracted, and he understood. Before long, the 2 elderly men exited the side hall one after the other, and together with Lu Yang from the reception room, the 3 of them got into 2 cars and disappeared into the night. The warm spring night breeze brushed against the face. In front of a roadside night snack stall, Li Changbai ordered some skewers and side dishes. Once everything was served, a man in a black trench coat sat down across the table. When are we leaving?
Li Changbai barely lifted his eyelids, simply picking up a skewer of lamb and
asking while eating. In a while. Where to? Of course, if it's inconvenient, you don't have to say.
Li Changbai continued, there's a cargo ship heading to Vancouver, North America tonight.
I might take that route.
The man in the black trench coat raised his head, revealing the appearance of Zhong Luanjuan. The latter looked at a bottle of unopened beer on the small table, reached out to grab it, and without any apparent effort. It seemed as if he merely brushed over the cap, and it popped open. He poured the beer into a disposable cup, a smile appearing on his face. We're leaving soon, let's have a drink. Li Changbai did not refuse. He lifted the cup, taking only a sip, while behind his gold-rimmed glasses, he watched Zhong Luanjuan drink it all in one go.
If you had another chance to choose, would you still want to possess Pandora? Li Changbai said calmly.
Zhong Luanjuan paused for a moment, then responded with a sip. He met Li Chengbai's gaze and said, before Pandora, I lived every day like a walking corpse, going to work, coming home, earning money, paying
off loans.
In the future I could see, the best outcome was just meeting an unattractive but not completely unappealing woman through blind dates, having children, and then living a mundane life.
The past 20+
years combined haven't been as exciting as this past month. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening is acceptable. Li Changbai nodded, not speaking further. After a while, he pushed up his glasses and
discreetly asked again, how much do you know about that gentleman? The gentleman. Zhong Luanjuan's gaze sharpened, then he shook his head, perhaps he is a deity. With that, he set down his chopsticks, reached for a napkin, and wiped the corner of his mouth.
He stood up, patted Li Changbai on the shoulder, and pointedly said, do not touch the taboo.
All right. It's getting late, I have to go. If there's a chance, let's keep in touch online. By the way, if it's convenient, please take care of my parents.
I feel quite sorry for them.
Zhong Luanjuan waved his hand and disappeared into the night.
Li Changbai looked at a note in front of him. Before long, he also stood up to leave. Recently, Li Changbai had increasingly felt the shackles. He wanted to conduct too many studies, but correspondingly, his identity as an ordinary doctor made it difficult for him to obtain enough resources and kept him constantly wary of being targeted by certain individuals.
Doctor? The mysterious doctor of the inner world?
Li Changbai, dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, walked along the sidewalk, the headlights of passing cars illuminating him.
He murmured.
Late at night, at 11 o'clock, on the 59th floor of the building.
After expanding the scope, the third tier of Pandora is becoming easier to find. Lu Chen sat in front of the sofa near the floor-to-ceiling window, gently stroking a lazy black cat in his arms. He looked at the 3 items lined up on the table inside. These 3 items were a roll card representing the werewolf in a game of werewolf, a championship belt from a professional boxing event, and a worn-out Type 54 pistol, the muzzle still stained with old blood. Without hesitation, he exchanged for 3 third-tier Pandoras, sending them into the 3 items in turn.
A mysterious transformation, akin to the creation of the world, gradually began.
Meow. The black cat, Lao Bai, raised its round head and meowed nonchalantly.
After a short while, the transformation ended, and a gentle smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he scanned the results.
Upon seeing the transformed werewolf roll card, Lu Chen revealed
a hint of amusement. This ability is quite interesting.
Lies.
The lies spoken by the Pandora user will be believed by others. The more complete the logic of the fabricated identity, the more real it seems, and
the less likely it is to be discovered.
The negative effect, however, is that one day, the host will become lost in their own false identity.
As for this one, a very ordinary ability. Once the belt is worn,
it enhances strength, especially the power of punches, mastering top-tier boxing techniques. This Type 54 pistol is a so-so. It can fire without bullets because a bullet fired by an old detective once went astray,
causing regret, so the bullets fired now have tracking properties. Not bad.
After reading the information, Lu Chen furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the corresponding names with some distress.
After a moment, he relaxed his expression, muttering with a hint of resignation. Ding. Naming successful.
3-012 Pandora, Profit Card, 3-013 Pandora, Champion's Belt, 3-014 Pandora, Guild Stopper Pistol.
At that moment, a black car approached the building.
Su Shen, the head of the Su family in Hangzhou, sat in the back seat, looking out the window with a serious expression. Not long after leaving the estate, he, like Professor Han Zhanbing,
noticed something was off.
The car he was in seemed to have entered a topsy-turvy Hangzhou, where the roads of the East City and West City bizarrely connected. For those without a sense of direction or unfamiliar with Hangzhou, it might not seem strange, but for someone who knew Hangzhou extremely well, it felt utterly absurd. It was uncomfortable. Everything before him felt extremely ridiculous, as if he were in a bizarre dream. We've arrived. Lu Yang stopped the car and looked at the old man Su in the rearview mirror, speaking in a deep voice.
Ha!
This time, Shen came alone without even bringing the butler. He leaned on his cane as he got out of the car, feeling a bit safer upon seeing Nancher stepping out of another vehicle. Taking the elevator to the 59th floor of the building, he saw a gentleman leaning by the window, bathed in the cool moonlight from a distance. The man was reading, and upon hearing the sound, he looked up. As Shen prepared to take a closer look, in an instant, the figure of the man began to change, like a supreme deity, a taboo that could not be gazed upon directly.
Captain Ma.
Next, your task is quite heavy. As night deepened, in the Hangcheng Pandora Special Investigation Team.
In the conference room. In the first video
frame on the screen, a dignified middle-aged man gazed at Ma Anbang from afar, speaking gently.
Ma Anbang stood up straight and saluted.
After a short while, the screen went black. He stood in the middle of the conference room, unable to hide the fatigue on his face, pinching the bridge of his nose, focusing, preparing to leave. Since the discovery of the Gao family tragedy, he hasn't stopped, having gone over 36 hours without sleep, with various meetings coming one after another. The Pandora Special Investigation Team at the national level has expedited their efforts, and documents will be issued by dawn tomorrow.
Currently, Ma Anbang
is not only the deputy leader of the Hangcheng Pandora Special Investigation Team but also the deputy leader of the National Pandora Special Investigation Team. While he still falls short in terms of status, his treatment
is equivalent to that of deputy leaders in national security. Team leader Ma.
As soon as Ma Anbang stepped out, his assistant Zhao Xiuxue, who was waiting at the door, quickly called out.
Ma Qing is
still waiting for you, it seems there's something urgent. Zhao Xiuxue replied.
Let's go. Ma Anbang nodded, yawning as he walked down the long corridor.
The two entered the lounge one after the other, where Ma Qing
sat at the long table, looking conflicted and anxious.
Get me a cup of coffee, strong,
Ma Anbang instructed Zhao Xiuxue, then sat down opposite Ma Qing, meeting the girl's eyes and asking, what happened?
That.
Team leader Ma.
Ma Qing hesitated, her face uneasy as she said, I rolled the dice the night before last, and the number was 5. Your coffee, team leader Ma.
Ma Anbang took the coffee, casually responding, and then?
Then nothing happened, there wasn't a hint of good luck.
In fact, I even bought a scratch-off ticket, and I didn't even win the minimum payout.
Ma Qing blinked rapidly, biting her thin lips, looking as nervous as a startled bird. Ma Anbang lowered his head to sip his coffee, and at that moment he seemed to think of something, his expression suddenly pausing. He abruptly looked up, astonished, and addressed the girl in front of him, raising his voice, the night before last? At the same time, on the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, cradling a lazy black cat in his arms, while Lu Yang stood behind him. The two elderly gentlemen, Nancher and Shen, sat respectfully across from him.
Mr. Lu.
The elder Su was still digesting the news he had just received. He
swallowed hard and asked again, do you mean that the Pandora that has emerged now is just the most basic level? Soon, there will be Pandoras springing up like bamboo shoots after rain, some of which will even be taboo items capable of changing the world.
The elder Su's tone trembled. As this statement rang out, even Shen,
Nancher and Lu Yang couldn't help but blink in surprise. The secret was something they were hearing for the first time.
It turned out that the Pandoras in their hands were merely the lowest tier of existence.
Yes. Lu Chen replied gently.
After speaking, he looked at Shen and smiled, saying, so, would Elder Su like to become
the first outer member of my Pandora Management Committee?
Becoming a member means I will provide you with protection. I will prohibit all Pandora users from harming
you. All Pandoras?
The elder Su's breathing became rapid. The implications behind this statement revealed too much information, and even Nancher and Lu
Yang concealed their swirling thoughts. What kind of identity could offer protection with a single word, prohibit? A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face, but he did not respond.
He wouldn't recruit too many members who provide wealth and resources from the outer circle. In first-tier cities, he would only recruit one at most. Similar to the Su family, while their power isn't top-tier, they were fortunate enough to catch Lu Chen's eye, giving them an opportunity. Of course, if they were
unwilling, Lu Chen wouldn't force them. Willing. The Su family is willing.
Shen quickly replied.
Not the Su family, but just you alone. Lu Chen shook his head gently.
Shen felt a fleeting sense of regret in his heart, but there was no hesitation as he quickly nodded and said in a deep voice, I'm willing. Shen is
willing.
Within the next 3 days, please be sure to transfer $100 million to the account provided by Nancher.
Lu Chen said casually. After
saying this, he no longer intervened. Recruiting wealthy members was indeed necessary because, in the material world, one cannot do without economic resources.
After seeing Mr. Lu's reaction, Shen did not linger too long. After finishing his communication with Nancher, he very perceptibly stood up to take his leave. The next day, the weather was clear. Lu Chun Good morning. Lu Chen was still dressed in his standard attire, a white short-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and black-framed glasses. As he stepped out of his house with his briefcase, next door, the single mother Chen and Hongru called out. Chen and Hongru looked at Lu Chen. Although she had already been with this man, every time she saw him, she was still attracted by his physique, broad shoulders, narrow waist, tall stature, and this work outfit was perfectly showcased on him. Uncle Lu. Wan also happily ran over, stuffing her small hand into Lu Chen's palm, bouncing down the stairs with him. The little girl quickly reconciled with the fact that Uncle Lu could no longer pick her up from school, and she was just happy that he could hold her hand on the way to school every day. Goodbye, Uncle Lu. Goodbye, Wan. On the first floor of the apartment, Lu Chen stepped out of the elevator, and the bright sunlight hit his refined and elegant face. He casually placed the latest 3 Pandora items in different spots and continued on to work. Skyworth Technology, Human Resources Department. Nie Xiaoyu plopped down at her workstation with a breakfast bag, looking pitiful as if she were about to cry. Oh no. Xiaoyu. Didn't you deliver breakfast again? Her best friend, Kai Mingqi, peeked her head over from the front of the workstation and turned back. Did Vice President Lin run into Manager Lu again in front of the square? Nie Xiaoyu pouted and nodded in response. I can't believe this can still be called a coincidence? Kai Mingqi's face showed a shared anger, her voice rising first, then quickly glancing around before lowering it. Vice President Lin is clearly doing this on purpose, squatting in front of Manager Lu every day. Xiaoyu, why are you being so timid? You're the public girlfriend of our Manager Lu. Why do you run away when you see Vice President Lin? Or is it that Manager Lu is also playing hard to get? Is he interested in Vice President Lin's wealth? But that's Vice President Lin. She looks like the Ice Queen CEO from a novel. It's understandable that you feel intimidated. That's not it. Manager Lu has always been indifferent to Vice President Lin. Forget it. Anyway, Manager Lu has lunch with me every time. Nie Xiaoyu comforted herself, resting her head on the table. Just as she finished speaking, Kai Mingqi reached out to sneak a touch of the breakfast bag. Well, this can't go to waste. Nie Xiaoyu shot her a glance and ignored her. The morning passed quickly, and by noon, Nie Xiaoyu perked up again, walking with Manager Lu towards the company cafeteria on the 11th floor. Who would have thought that just as they reached the cafeteria door, the rhythmic sound of high heels echoed behind them, causing Nie Xiaoyu to stiffen. Manager Lu. A cold voice rang in her ear. Vice President Lin Xiaoyue walked up to them, glancing at Nie Xiaoyu before turning her gaze to Lu Chen, saying, What a coincidence. Shall we have lunch together? No, thanks. Lu Chen shook his head, still wearing a faint smile. I already have a lunch partner. As soon as he finished speaking, Vice President Lin turned her head, her cold gaze fixed on Nie Xiaoyu, who lowered her head, feeling inexplicably timid and instinctively wanting to avoid her gaze. By the way, Supervisor Lu, there's something I forgot to mention. I won't be able to have lunch with you. With that, Nie Xiaoyu fled the cafeteria. Lu Chen glanced at Nie Xiaoyu's departing figure. To him, Lin Xiaoyue and Nie Xiaoyu were no different, merely spices in life. He wouldn't casually discard Nie Xiaoyu, but if the latter chose to leave on her own, he naturally wouldn't reach out to keep her. By the window of the restaurant, Lu Chen suddenly let out a soft sound, looking up to glance outside. What's wrong? Lin Xiaoyue, the vice president, keenly noticed, her red lips curling up as she asked. Nothing. Lu Chen smiled and shook his head. This should be the place. Under the azure sky, not far from Hangzhou, just a 40-minute high-speed train ride away, lay the top metropolis of Zhao Country, Magic City. This should be the place. A young man with an ordinary appearance and thick glasses stepped out of the subway station. He stood outside the towering office building of the Magic City three-piece suit, looking up in awe at the 3 magnificent landmark buildings. His gaze swept around, taking in the precious land where skyscrapers and the elites moving between them filled his vision. The young man swallowed hard. Just a week ago, he was still an ordinary office worker, but an unexpected adventure had opened up different possibilities for him. He had found a magical hourglass that allowed him to enter other people's dreams. The young man walked into the global financial center, instinctively lowering his head, feeling a sense of awkwardness as if he didn't belong in this place. Hello. My name is Deng Jiawei. I made an appointment before coming. The young man took the elevator to the 79th floor, the office of the American multinational financial giant JP Morgan Chase in Magic City. Under the gaze of the pretty receptionist, he nervously spoke. Mr. Deng, hello. Please follow me. The receptionist smiled, gesturing for him to follow as she walked into the company. In her high heels. Mr. Diamond. The target has arrived.
At the same time, on the 93rd floor of the Global Financial Center, Wei Jiwen, the CEO of JP Morgan's Zhao Country region, stood respectfully in front of his desk, bowing slightly. Tisk. In your Zhao Country's words, this is what you call getting something for nothing. A young, handsome white man leaned back in his chair, facing the floor-to-ceiling window, overlooking the most dazzling skyline of Magic City. Upon hearing the words, he turned his head, a proud smile appearing on his youthful face as he spoke. Let's go. With that, he stood up. Let us witness the wonders of Pandora together. Magic City. Global Financial Center. On the 90th floor, the ordinary-looking young man Deng Jiawei sat in front of a sofa, his breath still slightly hurried as his gaze swept across the luxuriously decorated reception room. He stepped on the carpet beneath his feet, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. At this moment, he was alone in the reception room. After sitting for a while, Deng Jiawei cautiously stood up, walked around, and then stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. He was born to be a dog for others. In the elevator, the young, handsome white man Jamie Dimon first finished reading the latter's information, then watched the surveillance of the reception room for a while. He casually handed the tablet to the middle-aged man beside him, chuckling lightly. Mr. Dimon. At the entrance of the reception room, Jamie Dimon was about to step in. Wei Jiwen hesitated and spoke up, noting that based on the limited information about Pandora, even the most ordinary person holding Pandora would possess terrifying destructive power. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Jamie Dimon had one hand in his pocket, and the smile on his handsome face vanished in an instant, replaced by a gaze full of hostility directed at the Chinese executive of the Morgan Zhao district. I wouldn't dare. Wei Jiwen quickly lowered his head as Jamie Dimon pushed the door open and strode in. A warm smile returned to his face. Sir. When the door was pushed open, Deng Jiawei's body trembled, and he hurriedly turned around. Upon seeing a white man exuding an air of celebrity with every gesture, he instinctively bent down. He stammered, You are Jiawei, my good friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jamie Dimon smiled brightly, walking closer with his arms outstretched. Just call me Jamie. That's what my friends call me. Deng Jiawei felt flattered and didn't know where to place his hands. He cautiously called out, a hint of joy rising in his heart. Alright, Jiawei, let's take a look at your Pandora. Jamie Dimon said with a smile. Mirage Hourglass? Jamie Dimon's gaze was intense as he looked at the hourglass before him, radiating a glass-like glow, and he pronounced the somewhat awkward name. Its ability is? Come on. Let me personally experience its incredible power. Deng Jiawei responded, flipping the glass hourglass upside down, and the azure sand began to fall grain by grain. An invisible wave spread out in an instant, and in front of the sofa, the young, handsome white man yawned and, in the next second, leaned back and fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, Jamie Dimon found himself on an island off the eastern coast of the Caribbean, forgetting that he was in a dream, indulging in everything around him. Ha! Deng Jiawei also appeared on the island, his eyes wide open as he cautiously surveyed this world. He walked towards Jamie Dimon, but as soon as he got close, Jamie Dimon, lying among a group of girls, turned his head. Upon seeing the intruding youth, a fierce look instantly appeared on his handsome face as he pulled out a gun. Bang! 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 Deng Jiawei's eyes widened, unable to react in time, as immense pain surged through him. Bullets struck his hands and feet. At the same time, security alarms blared on the island, and stern security personnel rushed over. Even a helicopter was approaching from a distance. The overwhelming atmosphere of hostility nearly swallowed Deng Jiawei whole. He was just an ordinary person, and even with Pandora, he was still the same. How could he endure such a scene? He just wanted to leave quickly, reaching for his pocket, but before he could move, the fierce-looking young white man, Jamie Dimon, pulled the trigger. Again. A blood flower blossomed on his forehead, and the island before him shattered. In that final moment, with a fleeting glimpse in the dream, Deng Jiawei even saw the former leader of the Lighthouse Nation stepping out by the pool not far away. At the Global Financial Center, in the reception room on the 90th floor, both men opened their eyes simultaneously. Jamie Dimon first looked a bit dazed, then quickly regained his composure. He looked at Deng Jiawei with uncertainty. Jiawei. I'm glad you could join us. In the next second, Jamie Dimon stood up, opening his arms more enthusiastically towards Deng Jiawei. In just a moment, Jamie Dimon realized the terror of this Pandora, even though its current owner was a waste. Jiawei. How about a senior executive position at JP Morgan? An annual salary of 10 million, plus we'll provide you with a house right by the Pujiang River, where you'll have the best river view. As for a car, I have a garage. You can take your pick. Jamie Dimon affectionately put his arm around Deng Jiawei's neck and said, Dream? This is an invisible great
Power, capable of stealing secrets through dreams. Then, can it also implant consciousness into a target through dreams? Or even, can it directly kill a person forever in a dream? Pandora?
The mysteriously origin Jamie Dimon instinctively shivered. When he first heard about such a magical tool, he was somewhat dismissive, but at this moment, facing the latter truly, he could feel the chilling terror within.
Afternoon. Skyworth Building, 15th floor.
Lu Chen leaned back in front of his desk, clicking through page after page, his gaze casually sweeping over them, adjusting his glasses. It has already started so soon.
The overseas giants were secretly monitoring the
entire external internet. As long as the algorithm detected relevant search content, it would raise attention layer by layer, and eventually, the team behind would send an invitation to the target.
It was similar to someone like Deng Jiawei, who took the initiative to approach.
Currently, the internal network is still somewhat okay, but I fear it will soon be targeted as well, or rather, the internal network and
even the Hangzhou network are the real focal points. Lu Chen sighed. In today's era, the internet has long become a second world for people's production and life, but as long as one leaves traces online, they will be noticed by those true giants. Lu Chen turned his chair, looking out the window. The intensity of the hunt for Pandora hosts has not diminished at all, it has merely donned a new veil. At the same time, under the azure sky, the heads of police departments and security bureaus from various provinces in Zhao country were all engaged in an online meeting. After the meeting concluded, those within the system in various cities would notice that a new string of numbers had suddenly appeared in the internal phone directory, with the prefix, Special Affairs Handling Group. Not just the phone. Corresponding members also began to take their positions. Because currently, the birthplace of Pandora was only discovered in Hangzhou. The farther the city was from it, the fewer personnel from the Pandora Special Investigation Group there were, mainly serving as a front and liaison. Timely. In Huizhou Province, Zhu City, Mayor Zhang noticed this newly emerged group.
His gaze sharpened, and he quickly
realized something was amiss.
He immediately called some old friends and former leaders.
Special Investigation Group, what exactly is this? Mayor Zhang hung
up the phone, his expression growing increasingly serious. He could only know that this group had very high authority, but what the specific content was, even the old leaders did not know. Those who had some vague understanding were also tight-lipped about it.
Similar events were continuously unfolding in various places. Time passed second by second.
The night gradually darkened.
Director Lu. So you like these old items?
My best friend's collection is something her grandfather spent a lifetime gathering.
Although most of them
are not antiques of extremely high value in the traditional sense, it is said that each piece has its unique story.
Vice President Lin Qiuyue, in high heels, walked in a private collection museum, arms crossed.
She walked behind, her cold gaze occasionally sweeping towards Lu Chen's back before quickly averting, her delicately fair cheeks slightly reddening in the dim light.
Seeing that Lu Chen did not pay her any
attention, she lifted her chin and spoke.
Lu Chen nodded. Director Lu, if you like any, I can have my best friend send you one.
Of course, the ones her grandfather cherishes the most are off limits.
As
soon as Lin Qiuyue's voice fell, Lu Chen stopped in front of a glass cabinet. She stepped forward and glanced at it. It was a series of small objects, but Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on an unremarkable antique key that appeared to be made of brass, with only a single raised tooth on its long shaft.
Vice President Lin. This key seems to have a connection with me. Lu Chen raised his head, meeting Lin Qiuyue's gaze, and said gently, "Is this all you want?"
Lin Qiuyue's face showed surprise as she continued, "There are many other fine items in this collection."
Seeing Lu Chen's indifferent demeanor, she couldn't help but
feel that he was indeed the man she admired. When she offered to gift him something, he symbolically chose the most ordinary item. After leaving the private collection museum and returning to his single apartment in the Binjiang district, Lu Chen sat at his desk, looking contemplatively at the key before him.
It's just a key. Yet it has the potential to carry a second-tier seed? Lu Chen adjusted his glasses,
a radiant smile appearing on his face. He opened the panel. Name, Lu Chen, soul count, 1, gray soul, 1, white soul, desire points, 5, 2500 points to obtain a second-tier seed. Not only is a great quality soul required, but also 50,000 desire points. Lu Chen scanned the pop-up reminder, and without hesitation, he exchanged for the first second-tier seed. The moment the seed appeared, the black old cat's fur stood on end, and it pounced forcefully onto the table. Lu Chen chuckled softly, and just as the old white cat was about to touch the seed, he placed it into the bronze key.
Late at night, at 10 o'clock. Hangzhou. Apartment.
After exchanging for the second-tier seed, Lu Chen keenly noticed that compared to the third-tier seed, this one seemed to possess a more vibrant quality.
It was an indescribable sense of nobility. What abilities will it have? Lu Chen stared intently at the bronze key.
This time, the transformation of Pandora took a bit longer. After a full 10 minutes, a crisp sound finally rang in his ears. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 2-001. Please name Pandora number 2-001. 2-001, the user can insert Pandora number 2-001 into any door lock, and the world behind the door can be any room in the city where the user is located. Note, do not forget the way you came. Lu Chen focused, carefully reading each word. Soon, his eyes narrowed as he understood why this Pandora could be classified as second tier. This Pandora even possessed part of a certain rule's abilities. The abilities of third-tier Pandoras are often limited to the individual, and the second tier is increasingly extraordinary. Lu Chen held the transformed, pitch-black key in his hand. It felt wonderful, smooth like jade. Well, then I shall name you Door. Ding! Name successfully set. Pandora number 2-001, Door, let's give it a try. In the study, a hint of anticipation appeared on Lu Chen's gentle face. He stood up and walked to the door of the study, first closing it, then grasping the key. Meow! The black cat, curled up on the desk, seemed a bit despondent after the second-tier seed disappeared, its tail standing upright as it walked to the edge of the table. Its round eyes looked at its master and called out, "Are you going on a trip?" 2. Lu Chen chuckled, extending his hand. The old white cat wagged its tail and jumped onto his shoulder as he lifted it. At that moment, Lu Chen turned the key and pushed open the door. In the next moment, he stepped into another space, where countless doors surrounded him in every direction. Is this the concept of geographical division, all the doors in Hangzhou? Lu Chen's smile was radiant as he whispered. His gaze swept across the doors, each one identical, with the name and some information of the corresponding homeowner recorded on the doorplate. Let's go to the building first. As Lu Chen's words fell, a door lit up, appearing before him. After it opened, he stepped through. In the night, on the 59th floor of the building, outside the living room, a faint glow outlined a glass sliding door, and a gentle-looking man stepped out. Ha! At 90 years old, Chen Nancher, who had been standing at the threshold of death before meeting Mr. Lu, had not yet left. He held a broom in his hand, focused on sweeping non-existent dust. Only at such times could Chen Nancher suppress his constant desire for the essence of life. The sudden sound made Chen Nancher instinctively look up, his aged heart racing, and then his face revealed a fervor as if he had seen a deity. He lowered his head and spoke, "Mr. Lu." Lu Chen completely stepped out, and the door behind him vanished. I suddenly remembered, there's something I forgot to take, Lu Chen said gently. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, the glow of the neon lights outside faintly illuminating his face. With a smile, he turned his back to Chen Nancher and added, "By the way, Nancher, if you have some free time, please pour me a glass of red wine, thank you." "At your service, Mr. Lu," Chen Nancher replied respectfully. Holding the wine glass, Lu Chen took only a sip, waved his hand, and walked to the sliding door, performing the same action of opening it, stepping inside. In Chen Nancher's view, he saw Mr. Lu step into a light door, then disappear from the 59th floor of the building. Gone. Chen Nancher remained respectfully standing in place for a long time, then straightened up and walked to the other side of the sliding door, incredulously recalling the scene he had just witnessed. In the next moment, the door was opened again. Tisk. Lu Chen curiously surveyed the room, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. The room was a chaotic sight, with the walls, cabinets, and even the refrigerator plastered with various notes. Huang Wenbin, March 10, can transform into others Pandora. Yang Yucheng, appearance of Pandora unknown, can summon the souls of the deceased. Clown Whistle, can control stray animals, can enter the perspective of stray animals. Supplement, can enhance animals. Lu Chen stood in front of the refrigerator, reading the lines of text with great interest. He shifted his gaze and walked into the bedroom. On the bed, Maan was sleeping fully clothed, a well-worn metal lighter resting beside his pillow. Lu Chen stepped closer, gazing at the middle-aged man, smiled, and gently took the lighter into his hand, whispering, "Just borrowing this for a moment." After saying that, Lu Chen stepped out. On his shoulder, a sleek black cat, with not a single stray hair, licked its paw, its bright eyes showing some confusion, not understanding why the place he stepped out of was always different. Who? On the bed, Maan eyelashes fluttered, and he instantly opened his eyes. He first reached for the lighter, finding nothing, then grabbed his gun and rushed into the living room. The dark muzzle of the gun was aimed at the mysterious figure, who vanished at the doorway after taking a single step. Out. Bang. Bang. Maan fired repeatedly, the dull sound echoing in the internal apartment of the Pandora Special Investigation Team. The alarm sounded simultaneously, and the fully armed security team appeared outside the dormitory within a minute. Who? Maan was filled with uncertainty, still breathing heavily.
Team leader Ma?
Assistant Zhao Xiuxua hurried over, noticing Ma Anbang's
reaction, and asked in a low voice, what happened? Notify the personnel for a meeting.
Ma Anbang swallowed hard, put away his gun, walked back to the door, pulled it open and closed it, then opened it again.
As if simulating the earlier scene. He looked at Zhao Xiuxua and said, yes.
Zhao Xiuxua immediately understood Ma Anbang's reaction, her small face tense, and after responding, she hurriedly walked aside.
To make one call after another.
In the night, senior members, experts, and security captains of the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangzhou were continuously notified, and all appeared in the conference
room 30 minutes later. Everyone. A new Pandora has possibly appeared.
Ma Anbang quickly walked to the front of the conference room, his serious gaze sweeping over each member present, and he spoke.
This is a Pandora similar to spatial abilities.
The user can appear in another place by crossing space. I suspect it is related to a door. The man who appeared in my room just now clearly made a door opening
motion. Ma Anbang said in a deep voice.
He played a segment of the surveillance footage from the room, and after watching it, the expressions of the high-ranking officials in the conference room also
turned grave. Team leader Ma.
Could this user be around our investigation team? A middle-aged man asked.
No.
After the incident, I immediately reviewed all the surveillance of the investigation team and had people radiate outward from the investigation team as the center.
Ma Anbang left no room for luck in his words.
As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present fell into a long silence. A Pandora with
spatial attributes could have unknown limitations on its abilities.
If there were none, or if the conditions were not difficult, it would mean that a sword of Damocles hung over each of them, even over anyone
in the world.
Just imagine, when you are resting, suddenly someone appears at the foot of your bed.
Late at night.
The meeting ended hastily, and the relevant content was quickly sent to various bigwigs.
That
night, many bigwigs had security personnel responsible for vigilance appear in their rooms.
This is it, the Magic City. Lu Chen opened the door again, this time appearing outside a door at the very edge of Hangzhou, striding across a small path and entering the jurisdiction of the Magic City.
He pushed open the door once more.
Lu Chen's figure stood at the very top of the Oriental Pearl Tower, a black fat cat still perched on his shoulder, the man and cat overlooking the most dazzling skyline of the Magic City. He continued to leave, constantly opening doors. Just like that, each time reaching the edge of a city,
then pushing open the door to another city. With a sense of lazy comfort, he strolled leisurely between cities, even between countries, and just an hour later, Lu Chen stepped out.
In Great Britain, it was
exactly 4 in the afternoon, and Lu Chen, like a leisurely tourist, strolled slowly through the corridors of the royal residence, Buckingham Palace.
Truly luxurious. Lu Chen's gaze swept over the intricate and exquisite decorations, the Victorian splendor, the style of Wall Street's spires. He walked to the art exhibition area, tilting his head to admire a painting.
At that moment, a tense voice of inquiry came from behind him. He glanced back and then stepped through the next door. After he left, the security of Buckingham Palace was alarmed.
Who?
Even for me, this brief journey still feels like a dream.
In the
early morning, at 3 o'clock,
Hangzhou.
The door to the study was pushed open, the light from the door slowly fading away as Lu Chen walked into the living room, gazing at the familiar scene before him. The interplay of light and shadow, along with the changes in space, evoked an indescribable sentiment within him.
He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, staring out at the tranquility beyond. He whispered.
This Pandora in his hands could be used freely, while if it were in the possession of others, it would certainly require careful handling, and could not be treated as a simple tool for opening and closing
doors. The next day,
the sky was overcast, with a continuous drizzle.
Lu Chen held a briefcase and stood at the intersection, under a black umbrella, in front of the black and white zebra crossing. Beside him were office workers, their expressions starkly different from his calm demeanor, occasionally revealing signs of irritation. On his left, on the non-motorized lane, a chubby little boy, hidden under his father's raincoat, happily wiggled his small feet. He secretly lowered his head, lifting a corner of the raincoat to peek outside. Meeting Lu Chen's gaze, the little boy felt a thrill akin to that of a thief, hurriedly pulling down the raincoat, and after a moment, lifted it again to grin foolishly at Lu Chen. At that moment,
the green traffic light lit up, and Lu Chen chuckled softly, stepping onto the zebra crossing.
Did you see this news?
They say that yesterday someone somehow broke into Buckingham Palace in Great Britain. According to leaked internal information, this mysterious person seemed to stroll around casually, even
wandering in front of the royal sleeping quarters.
Now, not only is the security team at Buckingham Palace in chaos, but it seems even MI6 agents have sprung into action.
What the hell? It's so lively? As Lu
Chen crossed the middle of the zebra crossing, some passers-by brushed past him, one of whom was staring at their phone, seemingly having seen some news, repeatedly tapping their companion's arm and discussing it.
Lu
Chen raised his umbrella slightly, his gentle gaze sweeping over the young couple huddled together under the same umbrella. His smile grew a little wider. After passing this intersection, he arrived at the company. At this moment, in a cafe not far from the Skyworth building, the stunningly beautiful female CEO Lin Shoyue, dressed in all black, wore a loose black suit jacket, a simple black top, and black shorts. Her long legs, wrapped in black stockings, were on full display, and when Manager Lu appeared at the square's edge, her cool face lit up. Vice President Lin stood up, her suit jacket falling to cover her black shorts, a clever outfit choice that concealed her lower half, revealing only her beautiful legs in stockings. She carried a small white bag and walked into the square. Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. Manager Lu was here. In the lobby of the Skyworth building, her best friend Kai Mingqi looked into the distance, quickly reporting like a scout, "Ah, damn it, Vice President Lin is here too." The two friends clustered around Nie Xiaoyu, continuously cheering her on. "Come on, don't be timid, being rich is impressive. Being good-looking is impressive. Studying abroad at a prestigious school is impressive." Each of these words made Nie Xiaoyu roll her eyes, and she quickly took a deep breath, saying, "Stop it. What you're saying is great, but don't say it again next time." "Ha! Nie." Xiaoyu clenched her fists. After 2 days of avoidance, she decided to pull herself together and compete with Vice President Lin. She stared unblinkingly at Manager Lu and Lin Shoyue through the rain. Calculating the distance, and as the two were about to get closer, Nie Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and rushed into the square with her breakfast bag. "Manager Lu." Nie Xiaoyu called out loudly. "Lu?" Just 2 steps behind, Vice President Lin hadn't even spoken when she swallowed her words. Her cold gaze fixed on the little girl huddled under Lu Chen's umbrella. Lin Shoyue stopped in her tracks, nearly watching as the two entered the company building. She had a tsundere personality and really couldn't continue to act out at this moment. She was indeed pushed back by Nie Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu is awesome. We won this round." On the first floor of the Skyworth building, the two best friends pressed against the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Vice President Lin standing in the rain, excitedly high-fiving each other. Supervisor Lu. In the elevator hall, Nie Xiaoyu suppressed her excitement and called out. Lu Chan replied with a gentle smile. Whether it was Vice President Lin or Nie Xiaoyu and her friends, he naturally kept them in his sight. He found Nie Xiaoyu's counteraction today quite good. It had some meaning. "This is breakfast I learned to make in the past 2 days. Thank you." Lu Chen took the breakfast bag. After a while, on the 15th floor of the building, Lu Chen entered his office. He leaned back in his chair, gazing at the city under the rain, as if recalling something. He flipped his hand and took out the metal lighter he had gotten from Maan last night, which had already developed a patina. Skull? Lu Chen noticed the cartoon skull engraved on the brim. As if he had realized something, he brushed his thumb over it, revealing a slight smile. He glanced at the panel. He had just spent 50,000 desire points last night and would need a while to accumulate another 10,000. "Let's wait a bit," Lu Chen murmured. Team Leader Ma? Team Leader Ma? In Hangzhou, at the Pandora Special Investigation Team, after a meeting concluded, the other members left one after another, leaving only Maan Bang still sitting in his seat. His assistant, Zhao Xiaoxue, gently nudged him from behind and whispered. Maan Bang came back to his senses. "The meeting is over." Zhao Xiaoxue noticed Team Leader Ma's reaction and quickly said. "Then let's go." Maan Bang stood up heavily, glancing at the screen at the front of the meeting room. He said in a deep voice, "The meeting minutes are done, right? Please review them, Team Leader Ma." Zhao Xiaoxue hurriedly handed over the folder. Anbang didn't say anything further, just nodded and walked out of the meeting room. Behind him, a hint of worry flashed across Zhao Xiaoxue's face. She keenly noticed that since this morning, Team Leader Ma had been a bit out of sorts. He seemed somewhat restless, always appearing distracted. In the long corridor, Ma Anbang unconsciously reached into his pocket for the umpteenth time but found it empty. His expression was blank, but his footsteps suddenly stopped. "Do you have a cigarette?" a hoarse voice rang out. "Ha? Team Leader Ma, what did you say? Do you have a cigarette?" Although Team Leader Ma always played with that lighter, Zhao Xiaoxue had never seen him smoke, and this sudden request surprised her. She quickly responded, "No, I don't." "Get me some," Ma Anbang said again, his tone somewhat stiff. "Yes." Zhao Xiaoxue hurriedly left, and after a short while, she borrowed some cigarettes and a lighter, handing them to Team Leader Ma. She stood by, watching Team Leader Ma enveloped in swirling smoke. Under the influence of nicotine, Ma Anbang finally woke up from that restless state. The newly born Pandora already has new hosts. On the 15th floor of the Skyworth building, Lu Chen spent little time finishing the company's work. He opened his black leather notebook, flipped to the prop pages, briefly scanned the corresponding host statuses through Pandora's connections, and then made the appropriate written records. After closing it, he sighed. At 2 in the afternoon, the rain was still falling. A young man, out of place in the boxing gym in Hangzhou, suddenly walked in, looking to be around 19 or 20 years old. The reason it was said to be out of place with the environment was that, among a group of boxing enthusiasts radiating strong energy, this young man was slender and had very fair skin. When he sensed the scrutinizing gazes around him, he instinctively lowered his head. The young man approached the receptionist and whispered, "Hello. Do you have a private room?" It needs to have a punching bag." "Yes, we do. 200 yuan per hour. Do you need a dedicated coach to spar with you?" "No, thank you," the young man replied softly, clearly feeling out of place. He was led into a private room, and once the receptionist left, he took a deep breath. He unzipped his backpack, changed his clothes, and then looked at the championship belt at the very bottom of the bag. The golden belt, transformed by Pandora, was no longer just a symbolic medal but something he could actually wear around his waist. Wow! The moment Han Shoga fastened the belt and straightened up, his entire demeanor, the way he moved, changed dramatically. In just a short time, he seemed like a completely different person. He walked over to the sofa, pulled out the stand, and with a crack, he threw a punch like lightning, the crisp sound echoing instantly. He continued to throw punches, coordinating with his footwork to dodge. Crack! 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 The sound of his fists hitting the punching bag kept ringing out. At first, no one in the boxing gym paid attention, but gradually, those practicing boxing began to stop and listen. They tilted their ears to catch the sound of the punches. For professionals, this sound was enough to analyze a great deal. The power, speed, frequency of the punches. "Who is this god?" asked Li Sin, the only professional boxer in the gym, with a puzzled expression. At the same time, on the other side, in an abandoned factory in Hangzhou, the grassroots police officer Li Wenlong struggled to climb into the workshop. He stood at the far end of the workshop, glanced around cautiously, and carefully pulled out a Type 54 pistol from his jacket. First, he confirmed that the magazine was empty. Then, he raised the pistol. In an instant, Li Wenlong felt as if the entire world had come alive. Even the tiny spider perched on the web at the far end of the workshop was clearly visible. "Shoot the head," he muttered to himself. He pulled the trigger, and with a dull sound, the mysterious bullet shot out at high speed, shattering the tangled web in an instant, and then the bullet accurately struck the spider's head. "It seems like it consumes physical strength?" Officer Li Wenlong opened his hands and clenched his fists tightly, and a new question arose in his mind: can mental power be used to make bullets? Hangzhou. Under a sky thick with dark clouds, a flight from Yanjing City slowly descended at Shaoshan Airport. "Young Master Zhao." "Oh. Old Master Zhang, how can you trouble yourself to personally pick up a junior? It truly overwhelms me." A man dressed simply in casual wear, not particularly striking in appearance but exuding an extraordinary aura in his every gesture, was welcomed into a black business car. Inside the car, Zhang Weizong, the head of the Zhang family, sat in the back seat, smiling as he called out. The man referred to as young Master Zhao displayed an extremely humble and friendly demeanor. Is the desire point here? In the office, Lu Chen clicked on the panel just as he was about to exchange for a seed, when he suddenly thought of something. He stopped his actions and took out 2-001. As Lu Chen pushed open the door and stepped out of the study, he happened to see a black cat squatting on the floor, smiling as he picked it up and turned back to the office. Just like continuously recording Pandora in that black leather notebook, the light surrounding the latter was gradually intensifying. Just now, Lu Chen suddenly thought, if his old body suddenly lacked this witness, would it affect his future potential? In other words, Lu Chen now trusted this vague premonition. Meow. This was still the first time old body appeared in the company's office. The chubby black cat jumped out of its owner's arms as soon as it walked out the door, patrolling its new territory as if it were surveying the surroundings. "Let's begin." Lu Chen no longer hesitated, exchanging for the third-tier seed and placing it into the metallic lighter. Let's keep its original appearance and texture. As the mysterious, dazzling light enveloped the lighter, ready to reshape its outline, Lu Chen pushed up the black-framed glasses on his nose and chuckled softly. "Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-015. Please name Pandora No. 3-015. 3-015, an innocent child once clumsily carved what she thought was the most terrifying pattern on its brim, representing a terrifying skull, yet born to protect. The user holding 3-015 will gain a continuous purification ability for the body, gradually expelling the negative effects accumulated within. The user holding 3-015 will have the effect of evading a fatal injury once. Each time the brim is lifted, it is equivalent to accumulating a thought, and the power of that thought can transform into a damage ability. After the damage is used, 3-015 will disappear and cannot be restored. This Pandora is a unique directional item, only usable by Maan. Lu Chen read the text carefully. Not long after, he noticed something, a hint of astonishment appearing on his face, not because of the unique directional item, as that did not apply to him. What amazed him was that this Pandora had a negative effect that was practically non-existent. Moreover, what the hell is this last ability? Each time the brim is lifted, it's a thought, so if I can accumulate countless times, how powerful of a damage would it unleash? Lu Chen instinctively felt that this ability might become a loophole level. Existence. Then I'll call you, Holy Skull. Outside the window, in the drizzling Hangzhou. Breaking through the rain curtain. In the black business car heading towards the city, young Master Zhao was about to speak when his phone in his arms vibrated. Old Master Zhang, let me take this call. Young Master Zhao smiled. After saying that, he pressed to answer, and whatever he heard made his smile even brighter. After hanging up, he looked at Zhang Weizong with a radiant smile. Old Zhang. Heaven is helping us. Young Master Zhao, what good news has happened? Zhang Weizong observed young Master Zhao's reaction and asked. After that night at the Gao family, the newly established Pandora Mutual Aid Group in Hangzhou fell into an awkward situation. Gao Chongwen was gone, and Ma Tianyun had also lost contact. With two gone, the remaining three could not unite again, and it was at this moment that the truly top power family from Yanjing, the Zhao family, contacted him. Zhang Weizong did not hesitate much and immediately chose to ally with the Zhao family, leading to the scene of picking them up today. Before coming, I had someone take over the review authority for short videos in Hangzhou. Just now, the people over there discovered a newly uploaded video from Hangzhou, in which there was a young man about 1.75 meters tall and weighing 110 pounds, who kicked a sandbag apart with a leg whip. Young Master Zhao Ruilong said with a smile. Pandora? Zhang Weizong's eyes widened, his tone suddenly urgent. Whether it is or not, let's go take a look. Old Zhang, why don't you come with me? Zhao Ruilong said. He reported an address, and the car turned in that direction. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Pandora investigation team in Hangzhou. Team leader Ma Anban was looking down at a document when his assistant Zhao Xiaoxue hurried over and said, a police officer from the Hangzhou jurisdiction just called in through 10909. Zhao Xiaoxue's face lit up with joy as she reported. As soon as she finished speaking, Ma Anban raised his head, his gaze sharpening, and he continued, that officer said he accidentally obtained a Pandora. Where is he? Ma Anban's eyelids twitched as he spoke in a low voice. He's on his way here. Send another team over, and notify me as soon as they arrive. Ma Anban said in quick succession. Yes. Zhao Xiaoxue replied. In the rain, at a boxing gym in Hangzhou, to prevent any malicious incidents after seeing the uploaded video, Zhao Ruilong's people chose not to take Han Xiaoge away. Instead, they had a girl of the same age interact with him, and amidst the praises, they got a clear understanding of Han Xiaoge's character. It was very contradictory. Shyness and cheerfulness intertwined, timidity and ruthlessness mingled. It's getting late. I have to go. Han Xiaoge glanced at the time and was about to get up to leave when some men crowding around him were still trying to find excuses to delay him. Who would have thought that as one of them placed a hand on his shoulder and opened his mouth, he would meet the irritable glint in Han Xiaoge's eyes? In the next second, a tremendous force surged from his arm, and the burly man was thrown out, crashing heavily to the ground. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Han Xiaoge said repeatedly, as if his expression had changed in an instant. At that moment, a black business car stopped outside the boxing gym, and Zhao Ruilong got out, quickly walking into the gym under the umbrella held by a bodyguard. Zhao Ruilong entered the boxing room, raised his hand, and all the men and women crowding around Han Xiaoge stepped out of the room. You're Han Xiaoge, right? Don't be nervous. Zhao Ruilong approached Han Xiaoge with a friendly smile. Noticing the changes around him, the 19-year-old Han Xiaoge, still a freshman in college, initially felt uneasy and tense, but soon, a flicker of hostility and irritability flashed in his eyes. Zhao Ruilong took a glance and stopped his steps, which were originally meant to bring him closer. Who knew what kind of Pandora this person possessed? He just wanted to lower the other's guard. He didn't really want to court death. As the eldest son of the Zhao family in the capital, dying here right after arriving in Hangzhou would be a huge joke. I'm not a bad person. Zhao Ruilong met Han Xiaoge's gaze and smiled. After a slight pause, he continued in a relaxed tone, if I'm not mistaken, you should have a Pandora, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Han Xiaoge's unease peaked, and the muscles in his body began to tense up like a beast about to pounce. Don't worry. Pandoras aren't as rare as you think. And I also want to welcome you to another world. Zhao Ruilong spread his arms and said. He continued to speak, and in just a few words, he really managed to ease Han Xiaoge's tense emotions. Having just obtained a Pandora, Han Xiaoge felt both excited and uneasy. The unease stemmed from his uniqueness, like a child holding gold. Zhao Ruilong's remark about it not being so rare gave him a sense of kinship.
Let's go. Zhao Ruilong put his arm around Han Xiuge's shoulder and smiled. Brother Han, let's have a good chat. Did you just find it? In the special investigation team for Pandora, in the interview room, Ma Anbang observed the young police officer in front of him. Before the latter arrived, he had already reviewed Li Wenlong's file, which had received excellent evaluations in all aspects. He was a member of the system with a solid background. Yes. Li Wenlong sat up straight and replied loudly. After testing the capabilities of the crime-stopping pistol, he had casually noticed the phone number for the special task force. At that moment, he naturally understood the function of this group and, without hesitation, dialed the number. What is its name? Ma Anbang asked in a deep voice. The crime-stopping pistol. It can fire without bullets. After testing, I found that it can choose to consume either physical or mental energy as a form of ammunition. Li Wenlong did not hide anything, detailing where he found it and what tests he conducted. Li Wenlong, do you wish to join our Pandora investigation team, for the country, for the people? Without further questioning, Ma Anban looked intently at Li Wenlong and raised his voice. Always ready. Li Wenlong replied solemnly. The night grew deeper. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, a black convoy left the magic city for Hangzhou. Inside one of the cars, the young and handsome white man, Jamie Damon, crossed his legs, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. After taking a sip, he looked at Deng Jiawei in front of him and smiled, saying, Jiawei, this person is called Su Shen. Just an old guy in his 90s. Perfect. Use him for a little experiment. Jamie Damon smiled brightly. After recruiting this young man, their team began helping him study his abilities, such as dream manipulation, where one could uncover hidden secrets in dreams. Of course, the more alert a person was, the more vigilant they became in dreams. Just like when Jamie Damon first saw Deng Jiawei on that small island. He chose to shoot immediately. Because, damn it, there couldn't possibly be an Asian man on that island. Jamie, don't worry. Deng. Jiawei looked down at the information and replied. Although the research time was short, he already had considerable confidence. I believe in you, Jiawei. I originally wanted you to train a bit longer, but my intelligence network tells me we have some competitors. We must seize the greatest advantage on the eve of change. This old, frail man is the most suitable candidate. Old Zhang. I'm getting old, and recently I've encountered so many issues that my health has deteriorated. I really can't spare the time. Late at night. In the Su family's courtyard, the tea room was lit, and the nearly 90-year-old Su Shen sighed into the phone. Please tell young Master Zhao I'm sorry. Once old Su's health improves, I will definitely host a banquet to invite young Master Zhao. Su Shen continued. At the same time, in the Zhang family's courtyard, one of the 4 prominent families in Hangzhou, Zhang Weizong ended the call and looked at Zhao Ruilong sitting on the sofa, whispering, Old Su must have been scared. He's lacking some of that daring spirit. Tisk. That's why. He should step aside. At 90, he still wants to steer the ship. Can he even see the direction clearly with his old eyes? Zhao Ruilong leaned back on the sofa, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, and after taking a sip, he scoffed. You tell him we already have a Pandora in our hands. He thought for a moment and said. Although the 4 prominent families in Hangzhou could only be considered local aristocrats, their roots were deep and their influence far-reaching, so it was worth competing for. Pandora, the old master of the Su family, paused upon hearing this. Then shook his head, revealing a look of a startled bird in his tone as he said, I hope that the Zhang family can look after the Su family a bit when they achieve success in the future. After saying this, he didn't say more and hung up the phone. Su Shen sat in the grandmaster chair in the tea room, his weathered face first showing a hint of deep thought, then he shook his head and let out a sigh. If he hadn't met Mr. Liu, then no matter what, even if it meant following in Gao Chongwen's footsteps, he would have to plunge into this murky water at all costs, just to fight for a future for the younger generation of his family. Not for anything else, but to avoid becoming a lamb to be slaughtered in the hands of the Pandora host one day. But at this moment, no matter how unpredictable Pandora was, in front of Mr. Liu, it was merely a slightly larger ant. The Su family had enough qualifications to wait for the waters to clear a bit before making their next move. Master? In the tea room, the old butler standing to the side bowed slightly, somewhat puzzled. Just a few days ago, the master wasn't in this attitude, his face always bore a look of anxious fear, but after that day's departure, it seemed the sword of Damocles hanging over him had vanished. Don't worry, our Zhang family is different from them. Su Shen said with a light smile. Before the butler could ponder why it was different, the nearly 90-year-old master of the Su family showed signs of fatigue and said once more, It's getting late, I need to rest. The night grew deeper, not far from the Su family mansion, in a 5-star hotel. Zhuawei. Your goal this time is to extract some secrets from Su Shen, no matter what those secrets are. Even if you don't succeed, it doesn't matter, but
Jimmy Damon, with one hand in his pocket, stood by the window, overlooking the night view of Hangzhou City, a brilliant smile appearing on his handsome face as he turned to Deng Jiawei. He paused mid-sentence, his smile unchanged, then spoke word by word, "Try not to raise that old man's suspicions." "Understood." Deng Jiawei nodded in response. He sat in front of the sofa, took a deep breath, and held the mirage hourglass in front of him, the azure sand grains reflecting in the lens. He slowly turned it over, and the sand began to fall grain by grain. The next moment, as Deng Jiawei's hand sank, the hourglass emitted a dreamy glow, quietly resting on his thigh, while at the same time, the young man immersed himself in a sea of consciousness. This was a city-district concept, where tens or even hundreds of thousands of people had already fallen asleep. He had found the old master of the Su family. Dream. Divided into dream-making and dream-entering. Deng Jiawei whispered. The former involves pulling the other person into the dream world he creates, the latter is actively entering the other person's subconscious world, which was the method he chose after meeting Jimmy Damon for the first time. It's begun. Excitement flashed in Deng Jiawei's eyes. He had carefully read the information about Su Shen in the car, fully aware of the latter's identity. As his thoughts crystallized, a light shone before him, and the world of dreams was constructed. This was Hangzhou City under bright sunlight, the traditional courtyard-style Su family mansion. Old Master Su. I come from the Pandora Special Investigation Bureau of Hangzhou City. Here's my identification. Deng Jiawei, dressed in a black suit, followed a butler and, upon seeing the old master of the Su family in the tea room, wore a serious expression, carrying a weighty sense of impending storm. Double Chen Alley, Gao family. Shanpa Bridge, Su family. And, the Ding family of Hare Alley has all suffered from the massacre by Pandora users. Now, only your Su family is left. Deng Jiawei said in a deep voice. As he spoke, the old butler in the tea room, looking anxious, handed over a file bag, and corresponding images began to appear continuously. Old Master Su. To ensure the safety of you and your family, we ask for your cooperation. We will escort you to a safe house, Deng Jiawei continued. As he spoke, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. This layer of dream was something he had created with the help of the expert team after joining the company. When Pandora appeared, every prominent figure who learned of its existence would feel a deep-seated fear of this mysterious artifact. Even Jamie Dimon was no exception. This is insane. In the tea room, old Master Su put down the file bag inside. He steadied himself with his cane, stood up, and paced back and forth for a couple of steps. Then, he turned his gaze to the young man from the Pandora investigation team. Young man, there's no need for the investigation team to worry about my Su family. You should go protect the other brother families first. Deng Jiawei suddenly raised his head, looking at old Master Su with suspicion. He could clearly sense that in the stormy dream he had created, where three of the four great families of Hangzhou had already fallen, old Master Su showed no sign of fear upon hearing the news, as if he was utterly confident that he and his family would be safe. A secret. A big secret. Deng Jiawei quickly realized something. Joy surged within him, but he did not show it on his face. After a few more attempts to persuade, he reluctantly left the Su family estate. The scenes in the dream changed quickly, and soon it was night. After the investigation team left, old Master Su immediately summoned all the family members back. Not only did he not let the family members leave, but he actually called them all back? Why is that? Deng Jiawei wondered. He continued to push the dream forward, and just like in a dramatic film, a tense atmosphere appeared on the faces of every member of the Su family. The security team patrolled the Su family estate. Finally, the mysterious Pandora user made an appearance. And the security personnel kept falling down. The Su family members hid in the main hall like lambs awaiting slaughter, while old Master Su remained calmly seated in the Grandmaster's chair. The Pandora host, transformed from Deng Jiawei, wore a black robe, and the knife in his hand dripped with blood as he walked toward the main hall, lifting his head to see Su Shen. Sir, once, said old Master Su finally spoke. He first addressed him respectfully as Sir, then elongated his words, prohibit all Pandora users from harming Su. Ah! As these words rang out, Deng Jiawei had yet to react when, in the next moment, he felt as if his mind had been struck by a heavy blow. His entire consciousness went blank, and a pain close to death enveloped him, as if his spirit was being shattered by some supreme, mysterious authority. The entire dream world suddenly shattered. Ha! In a five-star hotel, the young white man Jamie Dimon heard a painful wail. He quickly turned to look in the direction of the sound and saw Deng Jiawei's face pale as paper, blood pouring from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. What's going on? Jamie Dimon widened his eyes, confusion etched on his face. In their team's research, even if a dream theft failed and one encountered death in the dream, they would merely wake up without any harm, let alone bringing harm out of the dream. Damn it! Quick! Get him to the hospital.
Have the best doctors ready. Immediately. Right now. Anger flashed across Jamie Dimon's handsome face as he looked at the bodyguards who rushed in upon hearing the news, commanding them in a low voice. Deng Jiawei looked as if he was on the brink of death, and he did not want the latter to die just like that. News came from America that every time a host died while hunting the Ghost Queen, Pandora would vanish into thin air. He did not want to lose the Pandora he had just acquired. On the other side, in the Su family courtyard, the old master of the Su family opened his eyes on the bed. Confusion flickered in his gaze, and then he sat up. Master? It's nothing, I just had a dream. Su Shen shook his head. He recalled the dream in detail, feeling that it was incredibly real. If it weren't for the fact that he uttered a command from the master at the end, his entire family would have been slaughtered in the dream. Master. Can the master's command in a dream affect the users of Pandora? The old master thought of this and felt an increasing awe towards the mysterious Mr. Liu, because at the last moment before the dream shattered, he distinctly heard a painful wail. The old man pondered for a while, feeling it was just a reflection of daily thoughts manifesting in dreams, and without thinking much more, he went back to sleep. Huff. 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 Late at night, in the top private hospital in Hangzhou. After a series of resuscitation efforts, Deng Jiawei slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling of the hospital room, breathing heavily. Jamie Dimon walked to his bedside, and Deng Jiawei looked at him, his pale lips trembling, and a voice filled with lingering fear emerged. No. Don't touch him. Su family, under the protection of the taboo. What are you talking about? Jamie Dimon's expression changed, staring intently at Deng Jiawei, speaking in a low voice. I don't know either. On the hospital bed, Deng Jiawei's voice was still weak, the dizziness and pain that felt like a heavy hammer striking his soul had not yet faded. What exactly happened? What did you see in his dream? Jamie Dimon suddenly grabbed the bed beneath Deng Jiawei, his movements vigorous, causing the bed to shake and emit a metallic scraping sound. The floor bag hanging from the pole swayed. Ahead. I was creating a dream for Su Shen according to the plan, but soon, I realized that no matter how horrifying the Pandora incidents were in the dream world, Su Shen showed not a trace of fear. He harbors a secret that allows him to be unafraid of the users of Pandora. Deng Jiawei stared at the ceiling and spoke slowly. And then? Jamie Dimon furrowed his brows. After Deng Jiawei joined their company, the team had tested the Mirage Hourglass, and in the dream world, the reactions of those who were dreamt into were the most genuine, meaning that this old master of the Su family truly possessed a great secret that allowed him to remain unshaken in this transformative era. It should be noted that this is something that not even the powerful figures in Hangzhou, let alone the titans of the lighthouse nation who can control the fates of billions globally, could achieve. This is also why he initially had great confidence in Deng Jiawei's actions. He couldn't fathom who could face Pandora without fear. Deng Jiawei did not respond directly but took a while before continuing to describe the development of the dream and recounted the words spoken by the old master Su Shen as he sat upright in the Grandmaster chair. The master once said, "Prohibit all users of Pandora from harming Su." As these words rang out, even the mysterious Jamie Dimon, backed by an organization capable of influencing the fates of billions globally, couldn't help but have his pupils dilate. Just these few words, the implications behind them must be profound. What kind of person could make users of Pandora fear him like a deity with just a single sentence? I understand now. Jamie Dimon took a step back, regaining his composure, looked at Deng Jiawei, and said in a deep voice, "You should rest well, I will come to see you again." After saying this, he hurriedly left. In no time at all. The same words were spoken aloud by those standing at the pinnacle of the world. The Sir once said, "Prohibit all Pandora users from harming Mr. Su." Meanwhile, in the night, Lu Chen, sitting in a quiet bar in Siam, had a gentle smile appear on his calm face as he closed the connection to Pandora and chuckled softly. I didn't expect to glimpse the scenes of dreams through the Mirage Hourglass. However, Lu Chen seemed to think of something, his brows furrowing slightly, but then relaxing again as he said, "If it really happens, that would be interesting." He casually thought of a use for the Mirage Hourglass, which was to obscure the gaze of the gods through the dream world. Yet, he felt that achieving this was no different from a mayfly shaking a tree. "Sir, order a show, it only requires a little consumption." At that moment, a half-grown boy wearing a wizard's hat, draped in a black cloak, and holding a magic wand walked into the bar. The boy scanned the bar with his eyes, then approached Lu Chen, took off his hat, bowed, and said. Lu Chen looked at the boy, nodding with a faint smile on his face. A wonderful performance. The simple card magic ended. Lu Chen praised. However, I only have some renminbi, what do you think? Lu Chen met the boy's gaze and said. That's fine, sir. The boy hesitated for a moment, then nodded in response. Lu Chen pulled out a red banknote and handed it to the boy, who examined it carefully and whispered something to his companion behind him. Soon, realizing the value of the banknote, the boy's smile became even brighter. He quickly bowed again to express his thanks. At this moment, Lu Chen smiled again and said, I have another deal. I wonder if you would be willing? I'm willing to pay 2,000 yuan to buy this set of magician's equipment from you. Deal. The boy's eyes lit up as he quickly replied. Not long after, Lu Chen left the bar with a small bag, stepping into the largest night market in Siam. His gaze casually swept over various old items. As he walked past the stalls, Lu Chen bent down again, picking up a vintage marionette from a street vendor, and asked gently, how much is this? 500 baht. The gray-haired old lady glanced at Lu Chen and extended 5 fingers. I'll take it. Lu Chen did not haggle and paid with the red banknote. He placed the marionette into the bag in his hand and continued to wander aimlessly. After creating the second-tier Pandora door, Lu Chen had no plans to send it out for the time being. Instead, he treated it as an extension of his steps. He expanded the range of his search for Pandora carriers. It's best to keep producing one Pandora every day. Lu Chen adjusted his glasses. As the sky darkened further and the stalls in the night market began to close, Lu Chen pushed open a nearby door and stepped inside. Meow. As the light shifted, after pushing open the door again, Lu Chen found himself in his single apartment. The black cat, old Bai, sitting in front of the sofa, sat up and tilted its head, watching its owner emerge from the bathroom. Ah. Almost forgot, there's this Pandora too. Lu Chen placed the items he had collected that night into his study, lightly tapping his head with a chuckle as he took out a metal lighter from the briefcase hanging by the door. Late at night, in the Hangzhou Pandora Special Investigation Team. Maan Bon, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, dark circles under his eyes, staring tiredly at the ceiling. He sat up and scratched his messy hair vigorously, unable to sleep. After the lighter his daughter gave him disappeared, Maan Bon was always like this. He got out of bed, feeling a bit restless as he paced back and forth in the room. He glanced at the cigarette box on the coffee table, pulled out a cigarette, and just as he was about to light it, he paused. What? Maan Bon looked out into the night. He suddenly felt that in some corner outside the window, something was calling to him. Without hesitation, Maan Bon put on a coat, grabbed his gun, pushed open the door, and ran out. He left the investigation team. He ran through street after street, and in the night, that invisible call grew stronger and stronger. Maan Bon ran quickly, his breathing becoming more and more rapid. He burst into an alley, slowing his pace. Huff, huff, huff. Maan Bon reached the end of the alley, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at a lighter lying in the corner, shrouded in a layer of pale white light in the dimness. He reached out his hand, and the moment his fingertips touched the lighter, Pandora's message appeared out of nowhere in his mind. Pandora, holy skeleton. At the same time, the pale white light began to spread from the lighter along Maan Bon's fingertips, inch by inch enveloping his entire body, bringing with it a sense of comfort as if he were soaking in a hot spring. No, it wasn't a hot spring. Maan Bon's eyes widened, trembling with bloodshot veins, and in his ears, a pleasant voice seemed to echo, Daddy. Daddy. Lie down. You need to lie down. I asked the kindergarten teacher, and she told me that massage can relieve physical fatigue. Daddy, are you feeling better? In the dim alley, Maan Bon wiped his eyes, suppressing all his emotions. When he stood up, there was no trace of expression left on his face. Pandora? Maan Bang spread the lighter in his palm, staring at the tender skeleton carved on the brim and the patina that had formed from its use. He gripped it tightly. How did you appear? The next day, on the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen sat in the main seat of the sofa, with Shen Nancher and Professor Han Zhanbing on either side. The three of them were looking ahead. Sir, I would bet my life that even the world's most skilled hacker could not infiltrate our Pandora forum. Bao Shiji stood in front of a screen, excitedly describing the new forum he had tirelessly created. The entire forum is not in the mainstream area of the internet. I have submerged it in the deepest part of the dark web, and it can only be accessed through our special key. The forum is divided into Pandora host identities and visitor identities, with visitors only able to see part of the information. In addition, the forum mainly includes two sections. First, social attributes. Second, the black market section. Regarding user identities and information, I have set up an absolute confidentiality system according to your requirements, with you holding the highest authority. Sir, there is still one question. Bao Shiji looked at Lu Chen and suddenly said, that is, how can we verify that a user's identity is truly that of a Pandora host? You don't need to worry about that. Lu Chen replied gently. He carefully browsed each page, thought for a moment, and then said again, Shiji, behind this Pandora forum, design an internal network for the Pandora Management Committee. I understand. After carefully inquiring about some requirements, Bao Shiji nodded in agreement. As for the other issues, Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly, and this expression immediately made Bao Shiji nervous. Fortunately, the next second, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as he said gently, it's just that the website's page design is a bit too ugly. This, Bao Shiji sighed in relief, scratching his head awkwardly and said, it does seem a bit. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. A few days later, in the early morning, Binjiang District, a single apartment. It was still early for work, and Lu Chen was quietly sitting in a lounge chair by the floor-to-ceiling window, reading a book. After a while, he marked a page with a bookmark and looked up. It's quite lively this early in the morning. Lu Chen glanced at the constant stream of messages popping up and chuckled. It had been a week since his last visit to the night market in Siam, and during this week, he had been relatively diligent, achieving notable results. He opened the panel. There, on the page for the created Pandora, the third tier, Pandora had reached number 21, with a total of 6 new Pandoras added. I've also saved quite a few potential carriers. I can take a break now. Lu Chen thought to himself. Not bothering to dwell on it further, he picked up his briefcase and prepared to head to work. Just as he opened the door, the familiar sound of a door opening came from next door. Lu Chen. Let me tell you something interesting. Just a couple of days ago, a real estate agent suddenly contacted me, saying someone was interested in buying my apartment. Single mother Chen Hongru was wearing a pure white shirt dress, and her fair skin looked even more radiant against the outfit. And then? Lu Chen's hand was taken by a little girl who rushed over, and he gently patted the girl's head, saying kindly, the agent said the buyer is willing to pay a 30% premium for my apartment, and we could even negotiate further, with the condition that I move out as soon as possible. As Chen Hongru spoke, a strange expression appeared on her face. It was known that the housing market had been poor recently, and selling a house quickly without a significant discount was already considered good. So, did you sell it? Lu Chen asked. Chen Hongru shot him a reproachful glance with her expressive eyes and said, of course not. But, you know, there really are all kinds of people these days. Just as she finished speaking, the door to Lu Chen's apartment opened, and single mother Chen Hongru glanced over, her expression suddenly freezing, a hint of amazement in her eyes. She was also a very beautiful woman, but compared to this one, she instinctively felt a bit overshadowed. The other person's demeanor didn't seem like someone who would live in this middle-class apartment. Vice President Lin? Lu Chen turned to look, his expression showing no surprise, only gently calling out. Vice President Lin Chouyues still wore a cold expression, nodding slightly. Her gaze first glanced at the little girl held by Supervisor Lu, then scrutinized Chen Hongru. Under the unreserved scrutiny of this superior's gaze, Chen Hongru felt a bit guilty, but then she met the latter's gaze calmly. Lin Chouyue withdrew her gaze, her high heels clicking as she prepared to leave, but as if remembering something, she paused and looked at Lu Chen with her cold eyes. What a coincidence. Supervisor Lu also lives here. After saying this, Vice President Lin walked towards the elevator hall. Single mother Chen Hongru pondered over this, and upon hearing those words, she fell silent, her mind filled with many thoughts. Community grid workers are conducting door-to-door records in their respective areas. Skyworth Building. 15th floor. Lu Chen sat in his office, holding 2 local newspapers he had just bought on the roadside. He casually glanced through them and noticed that each newspaper reported similar content. That is, the district was conducting a comprehensive population survey, dividing the entire city of Hangzhou into countless fine grids, with each grid having a grid worker to record information door to door. Tis. Lu Chen pushed up his glasses, and the smile on his face became a bit brighter. He could clearly feel the magnitude of this investigation project, a grand undertaking that only an official of Zhao State's level could push forward. It was the clumsiest of methods, yet at the same time, it was the most meticulous way. Only through such a method could they maximize their chances of fishing out the hosts of Pandora from the sea of people. It required an enormous expenditure of manpower and resources at any cost. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, turned his body, and gazed at the city under the sunlight. After a moment, he smiled and said, impressive. The officials had their own way of doing things. At the same time, Hangzhou City, Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room. The screen occupying an entire wall was divided into numerous small video frames, each showing a grid worker like ants, knocking on one household after another, conducting targeted inquiries. They even asked questions like whether anyone had seen anything
unusual recently or if those around them had encountered any changes.
Team leader Ma, Chen Yuhang, Li Wenlong, and Ma Qing'er. All on standby.
Assistant Zhao Xiuxue hurried in to report.
Ma
Anbong toyed with the lighter in his hand, his eyes fixed on the screen, initially responding with a sound. After a moment, he met Zhao Xiaoxue's gaze, and his hoarse voice rang out again. The most
effective way to arrest Pandora users should be to have the Pandora users executed.
Behind him, in the command room, hundreds of staff members were bustling about, each focused on their screens, with streams of information rapidly scrolling by. At this moment, for the ordinary people in various areas of Hangzhou, there was nothing unusual. Occasionally, some hot-tempered individuals would curse about wasting public resources. But for the hosts of Pandora hidden throughout Hangzhou, they truly sensed an overwhelming sense of intimidation. It was as if an individual was facing the entire world. That kind of pervasive, gradually inescapable unease and oppression rushed toward them. Did you receive it too? Me too. I thought it was a scam call and hung up right away. At the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu in Zhejiang, Li Changbai, wearing a white coat, had his hands in his pockets and suddenly paused as he passed a nurse's station. He listened for a moment. His expression remained calm as he continued down the long hospital corridor. As he passed a floor-to-ceiling window, his phone in his arms vibrated. Hello? Li Changbai looked out the window as he answered the call. I understand. After just 2 responses, he put away his phone. If we can catch fish, we catch fish. If we can't catch fish, Li Changbai pushed up his glasses, his black and white eyes gazing at the sky, and a slight smile appeared on his refined face, then let it serve as a silent intimidation. This is a warning from the initiators of this investigation to the Pandora users in Hangzhou. Dr. Li? What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? At that moment, a young nurse hurriedly passing by in the corridor noticed Li Changbai and immediately greeted him with a warm smile. Li Changbai silently tucked away his emotions and responded with a light smile, making the young nurse extremely happy in just a few exchanges. Under the same blue sky, on the other side, in a medium-sized office building in Hangzhou. I am the grid worker for the street. This time, the requirements from above are particularly strict. Our requirement here is that every household must be visited. If no one is home, we must contact them by phone to reschedule. Yes. We are too. We are in the West Lake District, and we have the same requirement. I really can't believe it. Can these leaders do something sensible? They just casually make a decision, and we have to run ourselves ragged. I tell you, this morning during the inspection, they found a fugitive in Shaoshan who killed someone 10 years ago and has been living in hiding. That's ruthless. By the way, is something going on? Why such a big fuss? In the vice president's office, a man in his 30s wearing glasses was anxiously staring at his phone, his fingertips constantly swiping across the screen. In a certain app, comments about the grid workers in Hangzhou were appearing one after another before his eyes. Ha! The man's breathing became rapid. After a while, he threw his phone onto the desk, pacing back and forth in the office like an ant on a hot pan. His name was Chao Weipeng, 30 years old, and just a month ago, he was still unemployed. One day, he accidentally obtained a mysterious item called the Prophet Card. With this item, the words he spoke would easily gain people's trust. The more logically complete the lie, the more it would convince others. Thus, Chao Weipeng fabricated a second-generation identity for himself and, as a result, parachuted into the position of vice president of this company, leaping from an unemployed nobody to a successful person with an annual salary of $1 million. I won't be discovered. I mustn't mess things up. Chao Weipeng stopped in his tracks, sitting in front of the sofa, his fingers running through his hair as he whispered. He raised his head, looking at his spacious and bright office. It won't happen. He articulated each word. He used to be at the bottom, living in a rented place in a village within the city, cramped and dark, unable to see the sun as an adult, with the air carrying a musty smell. Every meal, he could only order cheap takeout, like a rat in a sewer. Having finally achieved all this, Chao Weipeng would never give it up easily. Ding dong! Ding dong! Ding dong! In Hangzhou, in the lower urban area, grid worker Jiang Zixin pressed the doorbell of a resident. After waiting for a while, the door opened. Hello. I am the community grid worker. The one who opened the door was a very beautiful girl, dressed in a maid outfit, with short white stockings on her calves. Jiang Zixin felt a moment of admiration in her heart but did not show it, proceeding with her routine. She glanced behind the girl and asked, Are you living alone? No. I live with my boyfriend. A hint of hesitation appeared on the girl's face, and she spoke dully. Is your boyfriend home?
Jiang Zixin asked again. She
leaned her head into the room, noticing that it was very dark inside, with the curtains drawn.
After waiting for a while, a rather overweight and somewhat unattractive man walked out. Okay. Thank you for your cooperation.
In front of the residence door, Jiang Zixin routinely recorded the information, smiling as she glanced at the girl again and said,
Su Yaoi, who was piled with fat and wearing
framed glasses, let out a sigh of relief and nodded in response.
After saying that, he couldn't wait to close the door. Inside the rental house, the light suddenly went dark.
Su Yaoi did not leave immediately but leaned against the door, listening carefully to the
sounds behind it.
Seeing that the grid worker had not left but was knocking on the neighbor's door, a look of unease and anger appeared on his chubby face. He suddenly turned his head to look at the pretty girl in the maid outfit, standing obediently by the dining table.
Ha! He took a deep breath and then opened his mouth.
First, he made a shushing gesture, then beckoned the girl to his side, slowly
pressing her down.
In the dim light, the man leaned against the security door, half closing his eyes, comfortably murmuring.
At the same
time, behind the door, the neighbor's door opened, and grid worker Jiang Zixin was about to speak when she noticed that not a glimmer
of light was coming through the peephole of the door.
She realized something and looked at the girl standing in front of her, pretending
she hadn't noticed anything, and said, Hello, community grid worker, is it convenient to go in and take a look? I love you. Chen. Jing, you know I love you.
Behind the door, the sound of it closing was heard, and a flicker of unease passed through Su Yaohui's
heart.
He reached out to stroke the girl's hair, his tone somewhat morbid, repeating, I only love you.
The girl's eyes brimmed
with deep affection as she responded. After a shiver, Su Yaoi strode into the bedroom, pulled open the cabinet for figurines, and took out a doll that occupied a separate compartment. The doll was a cat-eared maid that looked almost lifelike.
Without hesitation, he
pricked his index finger, and the bright red blood was smeared onto the doll's forehead. He watched as the blood slowly seeped into the doll, a strange blush appearing on its fair skin, and the entire doll seemed to come to life, a smile emerging on its exquisite face.
Report. An anomaly has been reported in the lower city.
Pandora Special Investigation Team, Command Room.
Assistant Zhao Xiaoxue reported.
At the same time, the corresponding two identities appeared on the screen in front of them. Su Yaoi, male, 26 years old.
Zhang Chenjing, female, 22 years old. There is indeed a problem.
Send the first team over.
Ma Anbang glanced and said in a deep voice.
As his words fell, the already prepared first
team quickly got into their vehicles, and the black convoy drove into the sunlit city of Hangzhou. Beep Chen Yuhang, dressed in a black special
operations uniform, held a clown whistle in his hand, and the crisp whistle sounded.
The next second, in the azure sky, a brown-black kite circled far above before diving down, flapping its wings and landing on the balcony railing. In the dimly lit room, a gray mouse opened its red eyes, quickly appearing through the pipes.
From a low angle, it gazed at the scene inside the room.
The target is on the bed in the master bedroom. The woman is in the living room? Chen Yuhang reported quickly. The team members, dressed in black special operations uniforms and armed to the teeth, showed no hesitation. With a loud bang, the metal security door was broken open.
The team moved swiftly, one group rushing into the master bedroom, their dark gun barrels aimed at the man on the bed. Another group quickly subdued the woman in the living room.
Don't move, the special operations officers shouted sternly.
On the large bed in the master bedroom, Su Yaohui's eyes widened, his chubby face first showing fear, followed by despair,
unwillingness, and anger.
He seemed to lose his sanity, madly rushing towards the table.
Don't move, came the warning again. Su Yaoi still
didn't stop, at which point, the Pandora Special Operations officer's gaze sharpened, and he immediately pulled the trigger.
With a bang, the bullet
struck Su Yaohui's thigh, and he stumbled, collapsing in front of the table, reaching out to grasp the doll on the table.
Noticing this scene,
the two Special Operations officers' expressions changed.
A dull gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced Su Yaohui's heart, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the blood mixed with heart fragments splattering onto the eerie doll. Ha!
The overweight man turned his head, a strange
smile appearing on his face.
At that moment, mysterious ripples emanated from the doll, starting from the master bedroom, and the special operations personnel in the room and then in the living room suddenly froze.
Their expressions shifted from constant struggle to quickly becoming numb. Yuhang! Hurry! Get that doll away!
In the command room, Ma Anban watched the scene, every hair on his body standing on end. He sat up straight and
quickly commanded.
The horrifying and uncontrollable changes were accelerating.
Outside the house,
Chen Yuhang burst in, snatching the doll from the man's hands, and without pausing for a moment, he ran towards the balcony.
The brown-black kite spread its sharp claws, grasping the doll and soaring into the blue sky. As the kite's figure flew far enough away, the special agents in the living room gradually came back to life, exchanging glances and breathing heavily. White Soul +1. Quick reaction. Skyworth Building, 15th floor. Lu Chen watched this scene through Pandora, a gentle smile appearing on his face as he marveled. This Pandora's sickly magical doll required the host to smear their blood on its forehead, and its side effect was an increasing thirst for the host's blood. If the host sacrificed their last drop of heart's blood, it could complete the final doll transformation of a certain range of humans in the shortest time possible. If it had been just 10 seconds later, everyone in the bedroom and living room would have lost their will, and after the original host's death, they would completely become doll-like beings, sacrificing their lives for the host. At the same time, in the suburbs of Hangzhou, at the Fuchin Mountain Resort Golf Course, young Master Zhao. It seems a Pandora user has been touched. The old butler hurriedly approached, leaning in to whisper something in Zhang Weizong's ear. Once the latter left, Zhang Weizong looked at Zhao Ruilong and spoke. Good shot. Zhao Ruilong, wearing a duckbill cap and dressed in white sportswear, leisurely swung his club, gazing at the arc of the ball as it fell, smiling as he spoke. Then he turned around. Is there any further news? It should be a grid worker who noticed it. The team dispatched completely belongs to that special investigation team. The police department has no information at all. My people could only gather some hints from the residents above and below. Zhang Weizong said solemnly. By the way, what's the background of the head of the Pandora Special Investigation Team? In Hangzhou? Zhao Ruilong nodded, then as if recalling something, a smile appeared on his face as he praised, sharp insight, daring to act, and doesn't sell anyone face. I received a call from him. I only know his surname is Ma, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Zhang Weizong replied. However, I've also heard some rumors. There's a high possibility it's a criminal police officer named Maan Bon, who a few years ago was called the Jiangxia detective. So that's how it is. I'd really like to meet him, Zhao Ruilong said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Ruilong fell silent, merely wiping his club as if preparing to swing again. Zhang Weizong watched the young man's back, feeling somewhat perplexed by him. The latter had dragged him to this Fuchin Mountain Resort early this morning. Was it to create a posture of avoiding suspicion? Completely indifferent to the ongoing investigation in Hangzhou. Young Master Zhao. Zhang Weizong pondered carefully and spoke again. What does old Zhang want to say? This time, we won't do anything during the investigation? Zhang Weizong said with implication. The action pushed by the Pandora Special Investigation Team would inevitably attract the lurking Pandora users. One by one they would jump out, which would be a better opportunity for action. Old Zhang. Zhao Ruilong's smile remained unchanged, but his voice suddenly rose as he turned to look at Zhang Weizong, saying, You're anxious. Our actions must have a premise. Premise? Zhang Weizong's eyelids twitched. That is, with Zhao Ruilong's expression became serious, pointing to the sky, and continued, in the same direction. We can cast a net to catch as many Pandoras as possible for our own benefit. However, we must never cross the line of betraying this land. This is the reason why the big shots can tolerate us. Zhao Ruilong's tone was heavy, and after he spoke these words, his face transformed into a radiant smile. He gripped the cue stick again, and with a crisp sound, he swung it. Zhang Weizong's gaze sharpened. He did not speak again. In Magic City. At the Global Financial Center building. The 93rd floor. Are we checking every household? Tis. What a massive project. The handsome young white man, Jamie Dimon, propped his long legs up on the table, sitting back in his chair as he listened intently to Gui Jiwen's report. A mocking smile appeared on his face as he spoke. His eyes flickered, and then he said in a deep voice, That's good, it saves us from searching like looking for a needle in a haystack. Let's keep a close watch on them, and we can swoop in on these Pandora users at any time. Yes. The Chinese executive from Morgan Stanley's Greater China region quickly replied. Although they were outsiders, they had considerable influence in the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, especially in Magic City, where many partners were willing to lend them a hand. Pandora? After Guo Jiwen left, Jamie Dimon turned around, a sickly pursuit gleaming in his eyes. This is God's greatest masterpiece. It belongs to a great new era. It is the key to the next era. The sky had completely darkened. Zhuawei. Jamie Dimon stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, the bustling night scene of Lujiazui Financial Center reflected in his blue pupils. He wore a smile and turned his head to look at Deng Jiawei, who stood in front of the sofa, his expression gentle. Mr. Dimon. Deng Jiawei lowered his head. At this moment, he no longer directly called him Jamie, and a hint of unease flickered across his face. This time. I hope you can make a stunning comeback.
Jamie Dimon walked over, placing a hand on Deng Jiawei's shoulder, his tone growing even gentler. "Rest assured, Mr. Dimon, I will give it my all," Deng Jiawei quickly replied. "Go ahead." Jamie Dimon glanced at Guo Jiwen not far away, nodded slightly to him, and smiled as he spoke. As his words fell, Deng Jiawei bowed and quickly left. The black convoy discreetly drove out of the building. Late at midnight, the city was quiet. Hangzhou. In the jurisdiction of the Pandora Special Investigation Team, in a high-end residential building, Deng Jiawei sat nervously in front of the sofa. He occasionally glanced at the black-clad man guarding the door or checked the time on his watch. When the clock struck midnight, he took a deep breath. He took out the hourglass from his arms and slowly turned it over, the azure sand falling like raindrops of stars. The next second, Deng Jiawei closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sea of consciousness of the jurisdiction. Soon, a consciousness distinctly different from ordinary people appeared in his perception. When he opened his eyes again, Deng Jiawei had entered the dream of a special agent from the Pandora investigation team. That night, one after another, special agents had different dreams. Time continued to pass. Some hot sunlight spilled over the city. Hangzhou. The entire cities. Tens of thousands of community grid workers began to busy themselves like ants early in the morning. The net-style investigation was still ongoing. Brother Liu. Has anything unusual happened around here recently? In Binjiang district, in a mid to high-end apartment. The grid worker responsible for this area was a young man familiar with Lu Chen. He knocked on the door, casually called out, and relaxedly chatted with Lu Chen, then nonchalantly asked, "Unusual things?" "Well, not really." Lu Chen tossed a bottle of drink from the fridge to the young man. After hearing his question, he thought for a moment and replied, "By the way, who says there isn't?" The young guy seemed to remember something, glanced next door, and lowered his voice. "Brother Liu, a super beautiful woman just moved in next door, and she seems to be particularly wealthy." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then adjusted his black-framed glasses and chuckled. At the same time, in the luxurious flat of the Xinda Center in Hangzhou, "Come. You too have worked hard. I have some freshly made pastries from Jiwei Guan for you to try. I also came from the grassroots level, so I really understand your hardships." Chao Weipeng, in his 30s and holding the Pandora profit card, wore a friendly smile as he invited the grid inspectors into his home. He presented them with a box of pastries. Chao Weipeng exuded the demeanor of a successful person, lounging in front of the sofa, dressed in a white shirt, gold-rimmed glasses, and an expensive quartz watch, his gaze appraising the two grid inspectors as he spoke. The profit card tucked in his shirt pocket faintly emitted a glow. In front of these two inspectors, he portrayed himself as someone who worked diligently in obscurity, earning the appreciation of benefactors and rising to a high position. In just a few words, he firmly gained the trust of the inspectors. "Then it's settled. Sorry to delay you both. If you need any help, please feel free to contact me." Chao Weipeng scanned the two, and upon seeing their expressions, he smiled with satisfaction, stood up, and escorted the two inspectors out the door. Once the door closed, he let out a long sigh of relief. In the earlier small talk, he had easily revealed the inspector's requirements and reporting content. He felt confident he hadn't made any mistakes, with over 10 million people in Hangzhou. As long as one doesn't act suspiciously, how could they be easily discovered? Indeed, I'm just scaring myself. Chao Weipeng chuckled softly. Not far from the luxurious flat in the Xinda Center, college student Ma Qing was sipping a cup of milk tea, a hint of helplessness on her fair, clean face. "Sister Gao, you said other teams just have to wait for orders in the group. Why do I have to come out and bask in the sun alone?" Ma Qing took a deep breath, and after swallowing the pearls in her mouth, she said somewhat indignantly, "And they didn't even tell me what exactly I was supposed to do. Just one sentence, a casual stroll." Ma Qing continued to grumble. "There are intentions from above. All right, Ma Qing, just think of it as a paid shopping trip. You can go to the mall and buy things if you want." The woman called Sister Gao, with a ponytail and dressed in black sportswear, couldn't help but smile at Ma Qing's reaction and reassured her. "You're right." Ma Qing perked up, raising her pink fist. In truth, she understood a bit. This was likely because after a series of unfortunate days, she finally rolled a 5 this morning, and team leader Ma treated her like a lucky charm. However, she was a bit skeptical about whether this approach was reliable. Not thinking too much about it, Ma Qing indeed treated it as a day of indulgence. As the sky gradually darkened, the red glow of the sunset painted the distant sky. "By the way, how's it going with Ma Qing?" In the command room of the Hangzhou Pandora investigation team, Ma Anbang fiddled with the lighter in his hand. Since obtaining this Pandora, his physical condition had noticeably improved over the past couple of days. If before, his body was Like an old, rusty machine, now it was like a device that had been oiled and could run smoothly again. At this moment, after reviewing some materials, he seemed to remember something. Raised his head, and said in a deep voice. Ma Cheng, has been running around all day, really putting in the effort. Assistant Zhao Xiuxue hesitated for a moment before responding. Release the surveillance footage. Ma Anbang glanced at the latter and said. The video played on the screen ahead. Speed it up. Faster. Ma Anban focused his gaze, and he didn't know what he saw, but a hint of a smile appeared on his usually stern face. He understood why Zhao Xiuxue had reacted the way she did just now. This gluttonous girl had been eating all the way, first from the lakeside Intai to Wulin Square, then various snack streets. Of course, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was on a rampage. The step count recorded at least 40 to 50,000 steps. Wait. Ma Anban's expression sharpened, suddenly saying, rewind the surveillance by 30 minutes. Right. It's right here. Ma Anban. Scan the screen, his voice low, go back to that moment, continue. Stop. The image froze again, and Ma Anbang looked at a passerby in the far corner of the crowd. This is the third time Ma Ching has encountered this man. A red box highlighted the man's face on the command room screen. Soon, corresponding information was retrieved. Name, Chao Weipeng. Age, 30. Education, high school. Occupation, unemployed. As the information database refreshed again, unusual content appeared on the screen, including large expenditures and residency information. For high-end apartment buildings. Goodness. What Pandora's box is this? Ma Anbang murmured. Beside him, Zhao Xiuxue, who had initially been indifferent, now showed astonishment on her face. Although she had witnessed the power of that die several times, it still felt unbelievable. The mysterious luck in the universe could truly be influenced by a small die. Let Ma Qing come back. Ma Anban withdrew his gaze and said gently, she must be exhausted. Let the second team take action. Yes. Zhao Xiuxue replied solemnly. In the night, under the neon lights, Chao Weiping drove a black Mercedes E-Class. He rolled down the window, and the warm breeze of the increasingly hot city brushed against his face. He had no intention of going home yet. He drove towards a bar, parking the car in the garage. At this moment, Li Wenlong, dressed in a black shirt and jeans, opened the car door and stepped out. His gaze swept over the cars, and as his sight passed through the gaps between them, he raised the handgun in his hand. Bang! A dull sound exploded, and the bullet shot out. Chow! Weipeng instinctively looked up, his pupils contracting in an instant, and before he could react, the bullet struck his forehead. However, the blood spray he imagined did not appear. Chow! Weipeng simply saw darkness before collapsing to the ground. Ha! Not long ago, Li Wenlong, who was still a grassroots police officer, let out a sigh of relief, a hint of fatigue appearing between his brows. Just as the remaining special operations personnel from the second team moved forward, an unexpected change occurred. First, a gunshot rang out, and Li Wenlong suddenly looked up. At the same time, he quickly pressed his body against a car. Through the reflection in the rearview mirror, he widened his eyes as the first two special operations personnel fell into a pool of blood, and from another direction, gunmen rushed out from who knows where. The gunmen suppressed the special operations personnel. On the other side, a black SUV crashed out, dragging the fallen Chao Weipeng into the vehicle. Bang! 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 Li Wenlong raised his handgun, the Pandora's gun of absolution, firing bullets in quick succession. The bullets shooting at the distant gunman at incredible angles. By the time he stood up, the SUV had already burst out of the underground garage. Report. Chao Weipeng has been taken away by unknown assailants. They seemed to know us well and had set up an ambush in advance. Moreover, they were fully prepared on the escape route. In the command room, Assistant Zhao Xiuxue rushed in, speaking in a low voice. Ma Anbang suddenly raised his head. This is the change in the form of battle after the appearance of Pandora. In the night, Binjiang District, a single apartment. Lu Chen sat in front of the armchair in the living room, pressing down on a book about war and peace. Through Pandora's complete gaze, he observed the battle taking place in the garage. It looked like a flash of lightning, quickly ending everything, but in reality, it involved 4 Pandora users, the Prophet card with Chao Weipeng, the Fate Gambler's dice with Ma Qing, the Mirage Hourglass with Deng Jiawei, and the Gun of Atonement with Li Wenlong. Every critical moment in this battle was determined by the Pandora users. Mysterious, powerful, and elusive. Lu Chen put down the book, stood up, and gazed into the city under the night, softly murmuring. In the past, the army equated to power. Range and caliber were the embodiment of power. And in the future, Pandora would also become the embodiment of power. Those who possessed and mastered powerful Pandora would hold corresponding power. In terms of the form of battle, aside from the hot weapons of the past, there would also be clashes and fights similar to fantasy novels, yet different from them. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock came from outside the door.
Lu Chen collected his thoughts, walked to the door, and opened it wide. Lin Xiuyue, the vice president, stood behind the door in a long pink dress.
Lu Chen glanced at her, and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes behind her black-framed glasses.
The vice president usually presented herself as an ice-cold female boss at the company, so this sudden cute casual outfit was quite a contrast.
Lu, the vice president's tone was initially weak, but then, as if realizing something was off, she straightened her back slightly, crossed her arms, lifted her chin,
and raised her voice. Supervisor Lu. Vice President Lin, is there something you need? Lu Chen replied gently. It seems my water heater at home is broken. And I wanted to ask if you could take a look.
The vice president's delicate face was cold, and her tone was somewhat stiff. After saying that, she coughed lightly and quickly added, of course, if you're busy, it's no problem.
Lu Chen met the vice president Lin Xiuyue's gaze, paused for a moment, then revealed a warm smile and said, happy to serve Vice President Lin.
At the same time, the door of the adjacent room opened. After finally lulling her daughter to sleep,
Chen and Hongru had put on heavy makeup and was wearing a new set of alluring lingerie underneath.
Outside, the single mother, Chen and Hongru, who was only wearing a trench coat, held her breath and quietly opened the door. She had felt a bit tempted when she saw Lu Chen during the day.
Phew!
Chen and Hongru carefully closed the
door, ensuring it made no sound, and sighed in relief.
Who would have thought that as soon as she turned around, she was met with two strange gazes.
Shen.
Hongru's body stiffened, and she quickly tightened her trench coat.
I was just about to go out to throw away the trash. What was I thinking?
I forgot to take the trash. Chen Hongru slapped her forehead, hurriedly feeling for her keys, but this action caused her trench coat to open, revealing a jade
leg wrapped in purple lace stockings.
Chen Hongru noticed and her face instantly turned as red as a tomato. She dared not turn back, hurriedly pulled out her keys, and quickly opened the door, only to hear a bang as the door closed.
Lu Chen maintained his smile, while beside him, Vice President Lin Xiuyue looked
at Chen Hongru with a hint of change in her gaze, regarding this single mother who appeared radiant during the day, as someone with special interests.
Dingling! Dingling!
At the same time, in the suburbs of Hangzhou, Zhao Ruilong, who was still indulging in a drunken stupor at the Fujian mountain residence with a group of second generation
Jiangsu and Zhejiang elites, suddenly had his phone ring repeatedly. You guys play. I'll take a call. Zhao Ruilong's face still bore the rosy flush of intoxication as he
pushed aside a small starlet clinging to him and staggered to the side. When he saw the phone, his gaze sharpened in an instant, the drunkenness gone.
He opened the door and walked into a quiet room. As soon as he answered the call, the serious voice of his father from Yanjing City came through. You didn't do anything tonight, did you? What thing? What thing? Zhao Ruilong's face showed surprise as he retorted.
He hadn't received any relevant news and was about to inquire when, not far away, his secretary hurried over.
Dad, wait a moment.
Zhao Ruilong said, listening carefully to the secretary's report. His expression turned grave, and at the same time, he felt a flicker of relief that he had arrived at Fujian
Mountain Resort early and had not concealed any of his whereabouts.
Thoughts flashed through his mind as he picked up the phone again. Dad, it should be another force.
As long as it's not you.
Remember what I told you, no matter what, the honor and disgrace of the Zhao family are closely tied to this land.
Dad. I know.
As soon as he finished speaking,
the call was disconnected. On the other side, in the night, at the Pandora Special Investigation Team in Hangzhou City, all members of the second squad, including Li Wenlong, who possessed the gun of exemption, returned and were immediately subjected to an investigation. Team leader Ma. We have checked all the actions of everyone in the second squad over the past month. No abnormalities were found.
Assistant Zhao Xiuxue reported in a low voice.
Ma Anban walked down the long corridor, where all 12 special agents of the second squad were being questioned in the interview rooms on either side of the corridor.
He stopped, standing outside one of the interview rooms, looking through the one-way glass into the
room.
Everyone who has taken over from top to bottom must be investigated.
Ma Anbang said solemnly. Understood. Zhao Xiaoxue responded.
The nature of this incident was too severe. As the pioneers of the National Pandora Investigation Team, and also the first operation of the Pandora Investigation Team in Hangzhou, the origin of Pandora, a leak had occurred.
Everyone, including Ma Anbang, would be held accountable. However,
Ma Anban looked at Li Wenlong, who was being questioned, and abruptly changed his tone. It doesn't necessarily
mean we have a mole among us.
Zhao Xiaoxue pondered the meaning of his words.
Ma Anban turned to her and continued, in the era of Pandora, we may need to change our thinking. Could there be a Pandora that can obtain internal secrets out of thin air? What should we do then? Zhao Xiaoshua's eyes widened, feeling uneasy. I don't know. Ma Anbong averted his gaze, his hand slipping into his pocket, tightly gripping a metal lighter as he stepped away from the interview room corridor. Returning to the command room, he focused on the screen ahead. While the second squad was on a mission, the first squad was dispatched shortly after. What happened? Hui Dan. You, don't scare me. In a regular residential building in Shihu district. The living room was lit. A young man wearing a wizard's hat, draped in a black cloak, and holding a magic wand looked fearfully at his girlfriend, who lay lifeless on the sofa. How could this happen? What should I do? What should I do? The young man paced back and forth. Not long ago, he had only wanted to use the mysterious props he had obtained to perform a magic trick for his girlfriend. He had succeeded several times before, but who knew that this time, he had indeed made his girlfriend disappear, and when he tried to bring her back, she was lifeless. At that moment, a red-eyed rat crawled out of the kitchen drain, leaving the kitchen and entering the living room, clearly observing the scene before it. Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell outside suddenly rang. Chen Jiwen's heart raced, he gritted his teeth, bent down, and quickly picked up his girlfriend's body, striding into the bedroom. Outside, the doorbell continued to ring incessantly, and he could only hurriedly cover her with a blanket. Just as he was about to get up and head outside, he heard a loud bang as the door was broken open. Who are you? Chen Jiwen said in a deep voice. In the next second, a dark gun barrel was aimed at his forehead, and Chen Jiwen raised his hands while backing away. At the same time, no one noticed the black magic wand that Chen Jiwen was gradually gripping tighter. Whoosh! Countless colorful ribbons shot out from the wand, fluttering like raindrops throughout the bedroom and living room. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the young man in the magician's robe seemed to perform a magic trick among the ribbons, instantly swapping places with the left side. He reached up to take off his hat. Doves flapped their wings and flew out one after another, rushing towards the armed special agents. Not just doves, but also rabbits. Beep! A crisp whistle echoed inside the house, yet the doves and rabbits showed no reaction. Goodbye. The young man placed his hat in front of him and made a bow amidst the still falling ribbons. Before his words faded, it was as if a grand stage magic trick had made him vanish into thin air among the ribbons. Track him. Chen Yuhang focused, glancing around the room. Without a moment's hesitation, he ran outside. At the same time, the clown whistle blew again. Unlike the last time, after receiving Captain Ma's training, he began to build his own team of stray animals, which included long-range tracking and hunting, the eagle and black kite. It also included nighttime tracking, bats, indoor tracking, rats, the main hunting pack, stray dogs, and the roaming assassins, city stray cats. Beep! The whistle sounded. In the night, bats hidden around the residential building spread their wings, and eagles and black kites soared into the sky. I found him. Chen Yuhang's eyes lit up as he whispered. He didn't believe that the young man could really shift space like turning the stars. If he couldn't, then he definitely wouldn't have gone too far. The water heater is on the balcony. I'll go take a look. The night deepened. In the Binjiang district, a single apartment. Lu Chen glanced at the water heater in the bathroom, then walked towards the balcony, saying, not long. Now, I'll be standing in front of the balcony, smiling at the dangling plug. How is it? Can it be fixed? If not, I'll have a technician come check it tomorrow. Inside the house, Vice President Lin Xiaoyue stepped out. Before she could finish her sentence, she followed Lu's gaze and her cold expression faltered. Cough. Is it because of this plug? It should be. Lu Chen plugged it in, and after a beep, he gently said, Can you check if hot water comes out? Lin Xiaoyue responded and quickly walked into the bathroom. Not long after, a slightly surprised voice came from inside. There's hot water. Lu Chen was still standing on the balcony. Noticing something, he turned around, resting one hand on the glass railing, looking out over the city under the distant neon lights. Captain Ma, should we bring Yuhang back? He just needs to focus on tracking the Pandora investigation team. The screen in front had switched to Chen Yuhang's perspective, and Ma Anbon leaned back in his chair, calmly watching the running youth. Assistant Zhao Xiaoshua sat beside him, hesitating to speak. Regardless, Chen Yuhang was only 16 years old, and his training and arrangements were primarily focused on reconnaissance support. No need. Ma Anbon's eyes were fixed on the screen as he said flatly, he has a pent-up energy that needs to be released. Moreover, the conflicts among Pandora users are also data we need to record. We need to give him a stage. Additionally, send Special Task Force Teams 3 and 4 to assemble in this area. In 10 minutes, let the Reserve Special Task Force change direction. Yes. Assistant Zhao Xiaoshua did not ask further questions, responding in a low voice and quickly relaying Ma Anbon's orders. Maan withdrew his gaze, his fingertips gliding over the tablet beside him, which displayed a satellite map of Hangchang, with a red dot representing the constantly moving Chen Yuhang. Ha! 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 In the night, after Chen Jiwen disappeared from the bedroom, he appeared in the room of a nearby resident on the next floor. The room was empty, he pushed open the door and quickly ran into the elevator. The robe of Merlin. This was the piece of Pandora he had obtained. As long as he wore this set of equipment, he could showcase the skills of the world's top magicians. Unlike those magicians, he did not need to prepare mechanisms in advance, he only needed to meet two conditions to trigger the corresponding magic. First, an audience. Second, a magical scene. Shook off. A few minutes later, Chen Jiwen walked down a dimly lit alley near the community, his clothes soaked with sweat, panting heavily. He slowed his pace, a hint of confusion in his eyes. At the same time, in the sky, a hawk, the black kite, was continuously gliding over the streets of the city, the neon lights of the city, the vehicles passing by, and the pedestrians strolling outside the shops. These scenes reflected deep within its dark brown pupils. Not just the black kite, but also the most common bats in the city were scattering, transmitting invisible ultrasonic waves. When the first bat caught sight of Chen Jiwen, the black kite flew swiftly past, circling high in the sky, its sharp eyes seemingly fixated on its prey, trailing behind the young man from a distance. Ha! Approaching the target. Chen Yuhang slowed his pace, he first reported the address and then leaned against the wall. At that moment, 3 stray cats and a large black wild dog approached him. This wild dog was said to have 1/3 Italian Cane Corso bloodline. Good dog. Chen Yuhang patted the big dog. Beneath its glossy black fur was a sturdy, muscular build. The clown whistle required city stray animals, and they could not subjectively create abandoned strays for the sake of the clown whistle, so the investigation team searched several cities to find this fierce dog. Through the black kite's final gaze, it overlooked the young man dressed in a magician's robe. Deep in the silent night, a crisp whistle sounded. In the alley, Chen Jiwen's body tensed, and he looked up, recalling the whistle from the residential building. At that moment, the young man noticed the hawk circling at the edge of the sky. His face suddenly turned pale. Who? Footsteps approached from a distance, and Chen Jiwen shouted loudly, "Give up the struggle." Chen Yuhang walked into the alley, his gaze fixed on the young man as he spoke in a deep voice. Give up? Chen Jiwen kept retreating. His eyes widened, and his expression became agitated. My life has just begun, and you want me to give up? I finally possess extraordinary power, and you want me to give up? Hui Dan. Hui Dan is not someone I want to kill, it was just an accident, merely a mistake in a magic performance. Chen Jiwen shouted repeatedly. Chen Yuhang continued to say something. At the same time, a nimble tabby cat jumped onto the wall, like the top assassin in the night, silently approaching the young man. The tabby cat reached behind the young man, its sharp claws extending one by one from its paw pads, its green pupils emitting a cold light. 4 paws pressed down. It arched its body. Every hair on its body stood on end. In the next second, the stray cat lunged at the young man, its claws slicing across Chen Jiwen's neck, along with his shoulder to his back, bright red blood gushing out. The immense pain instantly twisted Chen Jiwen's face. There was no time to check. Facing him, a black wild dog pounced, and Chen Jiwen's body quickly swapped places with the space beside him, his cloak spreading open, covering the stray cat that was attacking him from another direction. The audience, Chen Yuhang. The environment, established. The large stage magic animal trick was instantly employed, and in an instant, the stray cat covered by the cloak disappeared from the sight of the two, reappearing outside the alley. Meow. Chen Yuhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the stray cat that appeared behind him. Before he could ponder how the cat had gotten so far away, a bright red flame lit up his face. He instinctively turned his head. He saw the black wild dog once again lunging at the young man. At the same time, a black kite circling in the air let out a hawk's cry, its claws diving down as if they could pierce gold and split stone. A round top hat on his head. Wearing a bow tie, the young man draped in a magician's cloak waved his magic wand, and scorching flames appeared out of thin air in the alley. Chen Jiwen did not stop his movements. He wiped the blood that was continuously flowing from his neck and ran towards the trash can at the corner of the alley. He lifted the lid. The whole person jumped into the trash can. The classic head magic trick of the great magician Chris Angel, jumping into a trash can chosen at random by a passerby, then appearing on top of a nearby building. Ha! Chen Yuhang gasped, quickly running to the outside of the trash can, one hand holding a gun, the other hand cautiously reaching out. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, the lid of the trash can was pushed open, and apart from a few scattered pieces of garbage, there was no sign of the young man from before. Damn it! Chen Yuhang angrily waved his fist. He gripped the clown whistle. Beep! A more penetrating and brighter whistle sounded in the night. In the city, the top raptor, the black kite, spread its wings and suddenly rushed into the sky. The bats hiding in different corners scattered once again. Pandora Special Investigation Team. Command Room. Hundreds of staff members watched this series of battles, each person stunned, whether it was the stray animals controlled by Chen Yuhang or the miraculous abilities of the young man Chen Jiwen. Quickly changing shapes, the cloak covering the stray cat and moving it far away, conjuring flames, disappearing into the trash can. It feels like a dream. A young man wearing glasses in the corner said softly. Yeah. The beast tamer versus the magician. I can't believe this is actually a fight happening in reality. If you didn't know, you'd think you were watching a movie. Beside him, another slightly overweight companion swallowed hard and replied. They knew Pandora had incredible abilities, but witnessing such a direct confrontation of abilities was a first, a scene that could even be recorded in history. Ha! Not far from the previous alley, Chen Jiwen, draped in a cloak, appeared on top of a building. Standing above the parapet, letting out a breath. Hiss. It hurt so much. Chen Jiwen finally had time to check his injuries. The scratches were still bleeding profusely, and the area from his shoulder to just below the shoulder joint was a bloody mess. He stood at a height of several dozen meters, the cold wind of the night causing the cloak behind him to flap loudly. The young man moved steadily along the parapet, but when he jumped down from a corner, he lost his balance and stumbled to the ground. At that moment, the cold moonlight behind him seemed to be obscured by a shadow. Chen Jiwen looked up and saw that the eagle from earlier had reappeared in the distance, spreading its wings, its sharp claws reflecting a metallic gleam in the night, its cold pupils flickering with excitement at the prospect of hunting prey. Ah! Chen Jiwen clenched his fists, despair etched on his face as he roared in anger. There was nowhere to escape. The oppressive feeling of being relentlessly pursued pushed his emotions to the brink. Found you. In the dim shadows of the alley, 16-year-old high school student Chen Yuhang raised his head and whispered. After speaking, he turned and ran towards the outskirts of the city. Whoosh! 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 In the dead of night, Chen Jiwen stumbled through the underground parking garage, clutching his arm as blood dripped steadily behind him. Suddenly, he tripped and fell to the ground. It was as if he sensed something, and he hurriedly turned around, looking in terror towards a certain direction not far away. Ah! Ah! His legs kicked as his body continued to retreat. In the distance, a black wild dog, resembling a ferocious beast, slowly emerged, drooling and fixating its black pupils on Chen Jiwen. The wild dog stopped 3 meters away. But Chen Jiwen still dared not move. He could clearly see the wild dog's muscles tensing, its sharp claws barely visible in the pads of its feet. At that moment, footsteps echoed not far behind the wild dog. Chen Jiwen looked over and saw the man who had been chasing him like a nightmare, dressed in a black tactical uniform, wearing a mask that only revealed his mouth and nose. However, judging by the man's eyes, he seemed quite young. Just as despair crossed Chen Jiwen's face and his mind raced with chaotic thoughts, another change occurred. Bang! 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 From another direction in the garage, a group of gunmen suddenly appeared, bullets raining down like a storm. The wild dog in front of Chen Jiwen was instantly turned into a sieve. It fell into a pool of blood without even a struggle, only occasional twitching visible. Chen Yuhang quickly ducked down, leaning against a car, and saw a team lift the young man and put him into a vehicle. Don't chase anymore. In the command room, Maan Bong saw Chen Yuhang about to pursue and suddenly spoke up. But, Chen. Yuhang gasped, still clutching the clown whistle, his face filled with reluctance, wanting to say something more. Just then, the voice of team leader Ma echoed in his earpiece again. This is an order. Chen Yuhang relaxed his grip, the whistle bouncing back to his neck. Understood. He pressed his lips together and replied in a low voice. They really went straight down this small road. In the command room, Ma Anbon leaned back, playing with a metal lighter in his hand. As he pondered, he occasionally pushed up the brim adorned with a skull with his thumb. With each flicker and return, a faint glimmer gradually accumulated in the tender skull. This indicates. Does the other party know all the personnel? Information of our special operations team? Upon realizing this answer, Ma Anbon's eyelids twitched. At that moment, the two vehicles had already exited the main intersection, speeding down a small road often overlooked on the map. Don't make any small moves. You saw it too, we're here to save you. Inside the black Toyota, in the passenger seat, a middle-aged man with a covered face lifted his eyelids, looking through the rearview mirror at the curled-up Chen Jiwen in the back seat, and said in a deep voice, Who are you? Chen Jiwen stopped moving, swallowed nervously, and asked. The middle-aged man did not respond but reached for a satellite phone, reporting in a flat tone, Report, leaving as planned. Leaving. As planned. Well done. A gentle voice came from the phone. Just then, the middle-aged man's gaze froze. He saw two cars blocking the road not far away, their bright high beams illuminating the night as if it were daytime. He quickly turned to look back, and the Special Forces team appeared on the road they had come from. The next second, a dull gunshot rang out, and a sniper bullet pierced through the windshield, striking the driver in the forehead. In the back seat, Chen Jiwen's pupils contracted, feeling the despair as the team advanced relentlessly, the gunman from the two cars collapsing into pools of blood without resistance. Inside the car, Chen Jiwen kept shrinking his head, his whole body trembling like a quail. Hello? Hello? What happened? Not far away, the satellite phone fell into the gap in front of the seat, and at that moment, voices continued to come through. Chen Jiwen raised his head to glance outside. The gunfire was gradually diminishing. He held his breath, hunched over, and reached out with his fingertips to keep hooking the phone. At this moment, the battle ended, and the Special Forces personnel in black uniforms walked towards the car where Chen Jiwen was. Chen Jiwen continued to reach for it. When the Special Forces personnel were just 2 or 3 meters away, he grabbed the satellite phone tightly in his hand. Hello? I am the person you are looking for. Chen Jiwen spoke quickly. And as soon as he finished, the car door was suddenly pulled open. His body tensed instantly. Team leader Ma. They're all dead, no one left. Ma Anbang of the Pandora Special Investigation team looked at the surveillance screen, his expression calm as he replied, understood. In the world under the sunlight, there exists another layer of reality that ordinary people will never touch, a world rife with crime, smuggling, and human trafficking. According to incomplete statistics, in the 21st century today, there are still 2.5 million people missing each year in places where sunlight does not reach, and the dark web's black market has over 50 million modern slaves. This circle is referred to as the underworld by people like Ma Anbang. And those desperate men just now, or rather, a team that could be called Death Warriors, exuded the dark scent of the underworld that was about to hit him head on. Be careful on the road. Ma Anbang said once more. On the screen, Chen Jiwen was pulled out of the car, his hands and feet tightly locked, and pushed into a Special Forces vehicle. Fully armed Special Forces personnel got into the car, and the vehicle drove into the night. Huff! 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 The car body swayed slightly, and dim lights illuminated the interior. Chen Jiwen breathed heavily, his hands and feet tightly locked, unable to move at all, with the Special Forces personnel on each side still holding their guns even inside the car. His magic wand and magic cloak had long been taken away, but the black bow tie around his neck still lay quietly. The convoy drove a distance. Chen Jiwen's heart raced faster and faster in his chest. He pressed his lips together. In the world of classic magic, there is a type of magic called escapology. One of the most iconic performances by the world-renowned magician Harry Houdini, of Hungarian descent, involved him being bound hand and foot with ropes, shackles, and handcuffs, even suspended upside down in a water cell, yet still managing to escape mysteriously under the gaze of everyone present. Scene, hands and feet shackled, confined space. Satisfaction. The audience. Chen Jiwen thought to himself, when suddenly the quiet carriage was interrupted. Hey! Just that one word made the special agents on either side look alertly at Chen Jiwen, while the agent in the front seat also glanced back through the rearview mirror. At that moment, an excited and crazed smile appeared on Chen Jiwen's face as he whispered, satisfaction. In the next second, the young man's hands astonishingly broke free from the shackles, and he vanished from the car, along with the magic wand and robe stored in the box. Captain Ma. In the command room, after the special team returned, Ma Anbang shifted his focus. He picked up the conversation videos of everyone in the second team, including the owner of the Gun of Absolution, Li Wenlong, as well as the text records of the dialogues. He scrutinized each video closely. His brows furrowed slightly. Just then, his assistant Zhao Xiuxua hurried over, her expression grave as she reported, the target has disappeared from the vehicle. After saying this, she handed over the surveillance footage from inside the car. His body. At this point, he has already exerted force, which means he should be preparing to escape, but it seems he still lacks an opportunity. Ma Anbang clicked on the surveillance. He watched the short content over and over again, and after another round, he dragged the progress bar forward, pressed the pause button, and murmured, there's more. Why did he say hey? Did you notice? Zhao Xiuxua quickly focused her attention, but before she could discover anything, Captain Ma spoke to himself again. When these three special agents looked at him, his facial micro-expressions underwent complex changes. Not just excitement and joy, but also a hint of relief? Excitement and joy are easy to understand, one could say he has a performative personality. But why relief? Ma Anbang stared intently at the screen. Go get all the surveillance footage of Chen Jiwen. Yes. Ma Anbang once again reviewed the clips of Chen Yuhang pursuing the young man, his brow furrowing continuously, but suddenly, his pupils constricted, the audience. Every time he uses his ability, it happens when someone is looking at him. During the escape from the top of the building, he didn't use his ability again. A magician. But not a true magician? So, in this carriage, he completed an escape performance? But what exactly is his Pandora? Is it not just a single item? In a series of self-reflections, Maan quickly pieced together an answer that was very close to the truth. Beside him, Assistant Zhao Xiuxue was still listening, somewhat confused. After putting down the surveillance footage, Maan stood up and left the command room, not knowing what he was thinking, just walking briskly down the corridor. A long corridor. Bright incandescent lights shone down on him. After a while, in the interrogation room, Maan personally sat at one end of the table, and a member of the second team was brought back into the room. I noticed in your file that you went to the psychological counseling room in the team yesterday? In your conversation with the doctor, you mentioned that you had a dream? Can you tell me in detail what kind of dream it was? Maan looked at the young man sitting upright in front of him, recalling the corresponding information about him, selected from a certain military district's special forces, and asked. Yes. The young man replied seriously, raising his voice. The next day. Morning. In the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor, Chen casually finished his work and leaned back against his chair. He turned around. Outside the window, bright sunlight poured in. After entering May, the weather began to feel a bit more sultry. Nice weather, Chen murmured. He then stood up, preparing to head to the adjacent building. Just as he walked into the large office of the department, he passed by a young female subordinate wearing black-framed glasses. Boss. Do you want some candied fruit? I waited in line for a long time at the new Yulian tea house over in Wulin yesterday. The female subordinate turned around and asked, holding up a small bag. Let me try one, Chen said gently, reaching out to take a kumquat and popping it into his mouth, meeting her gaze. Not bad. No, you keep it. The female subordinate was about to hand him a new bag, but Chen just waved his hand gently. Boss, it's been a while since our department had an offline gathering. Shouldn't we arrange one? After walking just a couple of steps, Chen found himself holding a handful of various snacks. At that moment, staff member Ma Xuxing poked his head out and asked. From a distance. Right, Chen adjusted his black-framed glasses, a richer smile appearing on his gentle face as he replied, let me think about it and pick a time. As soon as he finished speaking, cheers erupted from the entire R&D department's office. Chen smiled and walked out of the office. He crossed the plaza and entered the elevator, stepping out on the 59th floor of the building. At the same time, outside the elevator hall, Lu Yang and Bao Shiji stood in one line, while the old man Shen Nancher and Professor Han Zhanbing stood in another. The four of them bowed together and respectfully said, Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. Chen's indifferent gaze swept over the four, his smile still present, but compared to just moments ago in the R&D office, there seemed to be a hint of superiority in that same smile. As he walked toward the lobby, he said gently, no need to wait for me here every time. Before long, in the ultra-wide hall on the 59th floor, which had a full glass curtain wall, Chen sat in front of a sofa, while the four sat on either side of him. Recently, some very interesting things have happened in Hangzhou, Chen said with a light laugh. He then began to elaborate on the hunting incidents surrounding the sickly magical puppet, the prophet cards, and the Merlin robe, all involving Pandora. His gentle voice gradually filled the room. Although the four present did not show any emotions on their faces, waves of turmoil and shock surged within them. Even though they had sensed the undercurrents from the very first day of the investigation, they had not expected that behind the seemingly calm city, the competition had already progressed to this point. By the way, Chen seemed to remember something, his gaze turning to Shen Nancher as he chuckled lightly. There's even a Pandora user who wants to invade the dreams of the old master of the Su family. Shen Nancher's gaze paused. Put. What? A pitiful guy. Chen continued. After saying this, he didn't elaborate further, his black and white eyes returning to the four present, and his smile faded a bit. Just this one gesture made Shen Nancher and the others perk up, understanding that the boss was about to issue an order. The pace of Pandora's emergence is accelerating. Chen leaned back on the sofa, his hands naturally resting on the armrests. He paused for a moment and said in a deep voice, the personnel structure of the Pandora Management Committee needs to be filled out as soon as possible. Including elites from the financial sector. Including elites from the management sector. Including elites from the think tank sector. Chen listed several talent gaps across various fields in one breath, then looked at Shen Nancher and Han Zhanbing. You two need to quickly filter out a list. Shiji, you're in charge of network logistics. Lu Yang, you're responsible for sending out the invitations. Yes. The four of them, Shen Nancher and his companions, stood up simultaneously, bowed their heads, and respectfully said, please rest assured, sir. The individuals invited by the Pandora Management Committee would all be the true top elites of humanity, and the supporting power networks surrounding these human elites
belonged to the outermost periphery. On the 59th floor of the building, after issuing the command, Lu Chen did not linger and quickly left. In the elevator hall, as the floor numbers continued to decrease, the four who maintained their respectful posture gradually relaxed. After a while, Nancher straightened his back, looked at the three beside him, and said solemnly, "Everyone, this is the first major task issued by the Sir. I hope we four can give it our all." In the ever-emerging Pandora today, everyone could understand the weight the Pandora Management Committee would carry in the near future. The four of them first held an internal meeting, and after clarifying what each person needed to do, they hurriedly got to work. At this moment, Nancher stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, recalling the Sir's earlier words. He took out his phone and called the old master of the Su family, one of the four prominent families in Hangchang. "Hello? I wonder what instructions Brother Nancher has." The old master Su, sitting in a pavilion feeding koi in a pond, quickly scattered the fish food from his hands upon seeing Nancher's call. He hurriedly answered. In the past 2 days, there had been undercurrents stirring throughout Hangchang, and as the head of the Su family, how could he not sense something? Aside from the Gao family, the remaining two families were all in a state of trepidation, while he alone could sit steadily, enjoying the warm spring sunshine and the twilight of his life. "Brother Su, did you have a strange dream a couple of days ago?" Nancher carefully analyzed Su Shen's tone and, seeing that the latter's words contained only enthusiasm and a hint of flattery without any other emotions, guessed that he might not yet know what had happened to him. Thus, he revealed a faint smile and said, "Oh? How does Brother Nancher know? Speaking of which, in that dream, the Sir protected me." Su Shen said curiously in the pavilion. When mentioning the Sir, he respectfully clasped his fists towards the sky. Nancher did not keep him in suspense any longer and simply recounted the words spoken by the Sir. As his voice fell, under the bright sunlight, the expression of the old master Su in the Su family mansion changed dramatically, his hair standing on end, and he was engulfed by a deep sense of dread. Soon, the fear in his heart was replaced by relief. This white-haired old man's expression changed like a face-changing act. He came to his senses and hurriedly spoke in an eager and flattering tone on the phone. "Thank you for the protection, Mr. Lu. Brother Nancher. I heard you love to collect ancient paintings. I happen to have a painting of a gnarled tree and strange rocks by Su Shi at home. I wonder when Brother Nancher would honor me with a visit." This painting of gnarled trees and strange rocks was something he had bought at the Jiangsu Sufei auction a few years ago for 4.117 billion, and it was the old master's favorite. But at this moment, Su Shen was eager to put it in Nancher's hands. "Let's wait until I have time. The Sir has issued a new task," Nancher said flatly, and after that, he said no more and hung up the phone. The night gradually darkened. At night, 9 o'clock. Lu Yang drove a black Mercedes smoothly through the bustling streets of the Magic City, the dazzling and luxurious night view of the Bund reflecting in his eyes. He stopped at a red traffic light. He raised his head and glanced at himself in the rearview mirror. It was not his face but that of a strange middle-aged man. In recent days, constantly changing into one person after another, Lu Yang began to have the same nightmare repeatedly. In the dream, he could not remember what he looked like. He had completely lost his own face. "Brother Yang." The phone in the car suddenly rang, interrupting Lu Yang's thoughts. "The target has left the hotel. He is currently driving home." "Understood," Lu Yang replied, and as his voice fell, the electronic map in the car automatically displayed a new route, with the destination being the large flat representative in the core area of Lujiazui, the China Resources Seaview No. 1, with a unit price exceeding 200,000. He tried it, and the green traffic light lit up. Lu Yang pressed the accelerator. The target of this operation was named Zhang Yanchun, a top financial elite in Zhao country, who had risen from nothing to manage nearly $1 trillion in public funds. Under the dazzling neon lights of the Magic City, on the other side, stood the iconic landmark building, the Global Financial Center, in the heart of Lujiazui, watched by countless people in the night. The 93rd floor. The young and handsome white man, Jamie Dimon, had his feet propped up on the desk, and after acquiring 3 Pandora users in succession, his expression grew increasingly indulgent. The Chinese-American CEO of JP Morgan, Wei Jiwen, stood before him, respectfully reporting the news. "Humph." Jamie Dimon snorted coldly. "No one can refuse me," Jamie Dimon said in a deep voice. "If he is unwilling to be our dog, then there is no need for him to continue living. If others find out, they might think anyone can refuse us. However." Jamie Dimon lowered his legs and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, the neon lights outside casting a glow on his face, his tone filled with malice. "Letting him die would be too easy for him. I want him to lose everything he has, his reputation, his status. I want those who once admired him, subordinates, friends, family, to despise and loathe him. He will become the lowest of the low in this city, a rat in the sewers. Let Deng Jiawei take a look at his heart." Jamie Dimon laughed. "Yes.
In the office on the 93rd floor of the Global Financial Center, Wei Jiwen felt a chill after hearing the latter's every word. He said nothing more, only bowed his head. At this moment, Lu Yang drove into the underground parking lot of China Resources Seaview No. 1, his calm gaze casually sweeping over the garage of this top luxury residence in the Magic City. A sense of emotion resurfaced in his eyes. If it weren't for the mask of Ma Kuat, he would never have seen such a world. Wow. Let's go meet the two lucky ones with incredible powers. The Magic City. Lujiazui, Global Financial Center Building. After receiving the signal that Deng Zhouwei's team had set off, Jamie Dimon wore a bright smile and said to Gui Jiwen. After speaking, he casually slipped one hand into his pocket and stepped out of the office. Soon, 3 black business cars discreetly drove into the city under the night sky. Mr. Dimon. Mr. Dimon. At the Dita Hospital, a top private hospital wholly owned by foreign capital in the East City New District, the director and 2 other experts waited by the car, quickly greeting him as soon as the door opened. Jamie Dimon merely glanced over, then shifted his gaze away, walking into the hospital elevator amidst the crowd. The hospital's VIP floor, not open to the public. Conference room. Only Jamie Dimon sat in front of the sofa, while everyone else, including Gua Jiwen, the CEO of JP Morgan's Zhao Country region, and the hospital director, stood respectfully behind him. Neither of the 2 test subjects has shown any special changes. Among them, the second test subject, after putting on that outfit, exhibited an unknown significant increase in reaction speed and finger dexterity. The screen lowered in front displayed 2 hospital rooms, where the user of the Oracle card, Chao Weipeng, and the user of Merlin's robe, Chen Jiwen, were sleeping and browsing the internet. Jamie Dimon looked at the 2, while the hospital director quickly reported important information. According to what they said themselves. What are their abilities? Jamie Dimon suddenly asked. Lies. And the magician. A woman in the crowd behind, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black work uniform, responded. Tisk, those are quite impressive abilities. A brilliant smile appeared on Jamie Dimon's handsome face as he chuckled lightly. Meanwhile, in the night, at the Kofko Haijing No. 1 in Lujiazui. Honey? What's going on? In the top-tier mansion, the huge balcony of the living room faced the unreserved view of the magical city's river and the dazzling city skyline, the most wonderful place in this city where every inch of land is precious. The lady practicing yoga heard the sound of the door opening and came out barefoot. Sensitive to her husband's unusual demeanor, she immediately became worried. It's nothing. Zhang Yanchun, who managed $1 trillion public fund and was a prominent figure in the financial circle, waved his hand. He handed his coat to his wife and wearily sat heavily on the sofa. He tugged at the collar of his shirt, unbuttoning the top 2 buttons, as if he could finally catch his breath. Honey, have some water. The lady handed him a glass of water. Zhang Yanchun tilted his head and drank it all, with droplets falling onto his neck and shirt. He wiped his mouth and placed the glass on the coffee table. Xiao. Honey? Ma Xiao sat at the edge of the sofa, seeing her husband react this way for the first time. How about you go abroad first? No, that's not right, going abroad won't help, go to Yanjing first, under the emperor's feet, even if something happens to me, at least you'll be safe for a while. Zhang Yanchun spoke, and this statement immediately made the woman anxious. Before she could ask anything, the doorbell rang. Outside the door, Lu Yang noticed someone approaching, and after a moment of contemplation, a smile appeared on his face. The next second, the features on his face began to change. Ma Xiao walked to the door and opened the video. When the figure behind the door appeared, her pupils instantly contracted, and she stumbled back until she hit the wall. She quickly turned her head to look at her husband still sitting on the sofa. Then looked back at the video, covering her mouth with her hand, completely consumed by fear. What's wrong? Zhang Yanchun frowned. He stood up and walked towards the door, quickly seeing the man behind it, his eyes widening. Sorry. Just a little joke. Lu Yan looked at the monitor and said with a smile. After saying that, the features on his face, even his entire body, began to change like a lump of clay. In the luxurious Riverview flat, Zhang Yanchun and his wife watched in fear. Once the transformation ended, the man behind the door suddenly became serious, and his voice came through. Could you please open the door? Don't open it. Ma Xiao hurriedly said. Zhang Yanchun's eyes flickered slightly, as if he thought of something. He swallowed hard, pushed his wife aside, and walked to the door, his hand resting on the doorknob. Just as he was about to open the door, he said in a deep voice, you go back inside. Ma Xiao was a very traditional woman. Although she felt fear and unease inside, she did not stop her husband. She turned in quickly, walked into the room. After hearing the sound of the door closing behind him, Zhang Yanchun opened the door and faced the man's gaze. Please come in. Zhang Yanchun stepped aside, making a gesture of invitation. At this moment. Also at Kofko Haijing No. 1, on the floors above and below Zhang Yanchun's home. Zhang Yanchun. Male. 45. Years old, self-made. Everyone who has come into contact with him has one evaluation: he is strong-willed. He is a tyrant in the financial world. For someone like him, if we want to quickly uncover his secrets, we need to. In the living room, Deng Jiawei leaned back in front of the sofa. Before him sat a middle-aged man with a gentlemanly demeanor, whose full name was Zhang Junchang. At 45 years old, he held a PhD in psychology from Cambridge University and had been invited by Jamie Dimon to be Deng Jiawei's dream thief mentor. I understand now, Deng Jiawei finally spoke after a long pause. Zhang Juncheng wore a gentle smile, glancing at the nearby bodyguard in black before stepping aside. At that moment, Deng Jiawei took out the Mirage Hourglass, which resembled a piece of art. And the blue sand within began to flow continuously in reverse. At a close enough distance, the Mirage Hourglass could forcibly pull the target into a dream. Pandora Management Committee? On the upper floor, in the living room, Zhang Yanchun received a mysterious black invitation letter with both hands. At the end of the paper inside the envelope was the surname Lu written in pen. Whether it was due to the intense fluctuations in his emotions or some other reason, Zhang Yanchun felt a shiver from the depths of his soul as he looked at the surname. Lu, he whispered. Just as he raised his head to speak to the man in front of him, he inexplicably felt a wave of drowsiness, his eyelids began to flutter, and he fell asleep just like that. Lu Yang sat to the side. He observed this scene with a strange feeling at first, but then it seemed he thought of some answer. His expression shifted from odd to silent, and then he felt a moment of mourning for the poor Pandora user. He did nothing, simply waiting nearby, as if he were not the least bit worried about the secret being leaked. In fact, things ended a bit faster than he had anticipated. Just 30 seconds had passed when Zhang Yanchun, who was sound asleep on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes. Poof! At the same time, downstairs, Deng Jiawei, also leaning against the sofa, turned pale as snow, and the moment he opened his eyes, he spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He widened his eyes, as if he had touched upon some taboo, and could only manage to glance at the approaching psychology mentor, Zhang Juncheng. His lips weakly parted, opening and closing without making a sound, as he fell into eternal darkness. Taboo. Sir. The 45-year-old psychology PhD adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose. He understood some lip reading and vaguely discerned the last words the latter wanted to say. After a brief silence, he raised his head and looked toward the Mirage Hourglass not far away, extending his right hand toward it. The moment his fingertips touched the hourglass, an ethereal message appeared in Zhang Juncheng's mind. He gently caressed the hourglass and said softly, "So your name is the Mirage Hourglass, what a lovely name. White Soul +1. In Hangzhou, Lu Chen, who was casually reading a book in the living room, paused. Through the connection with Pandora, he gazed into the distance. Before long, he understood what had happened. It turned out that in Zhang Yanchun's dream, the invitation letter he had personally written had materialized. As the saying goes, what one thinks about during the day, one dreams about at night. That invitation letter was the most memorable object for Zhang Yanchun, so it naturally appeared in his dream office. After learning this answer, Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, then shook his head and chuckled. Regardless of anything else, being able to repeatedly intrude into the dreams of those related to him, Deng Jiawei's demise was hardly unjust. In the night, the Hangzhou Pandora investigation team. In the conference room, Maan sat up straight, his gaze fixed on the screen in front of him, where one high-ranking figure after another from the entire Zhao kingdom appeared. He reported in a deep voice, "What can be confirmed now is that a Pandora has indeed appeared, capable of influencing everyone's dreams. Users can create different dreams based on their consciousness. According to the descriptions from 3 investigation teams, it can be speculated that dreams may have multiple layers, with each layer having a different time flow compared to the real world. The time flow in the first layer of dreams is 10 times faster, while in the second layer, one member of the team mentioned that it seemed like 100 days had passed in the dream, which means the time flow is likely 200 times that of the real world. In the third layer, it reached 4,000 times, and in the fourth layer, it reached 80,000 times. Our most seasoned warrior remained in this layer, and whether there are higher layers of dreams remains unknown. When individuals wake up from the dream, due to the brain's self-protection, they subconsciously hide this segment of memory. This is also why the existence of this Pandora was not discovered immediately." Ma Anbong's voice continued to resonate. On the screen, the big shots across the country listened intently, their expressions growing increasingly serious. If what team leader Ma said is true, it seems like just one night, but in the dream, it could be 10 or even dozens of years. In such an environment, who can Guarantee that secrets won't be leaked?
The good news is that those who are dream invaded also have defensive mechanisms. The more vigilant a person is, the better they can keep secrets, and even drive the user of Pandora out of the dream.
I suggest conduct
anti-dream theft training for key individuals in national confidential departments.
Maan said once again. Late at night, at 10 o'clock. In the Magic City, at Dita Hospital. Ha!
In the quiet hospital room, the user of the Prophet card, Xiao Weipeng, opened his
eyes.
He sat up, leaning against the back of the bed. After taking a deep breath, his hands ran through his messy hair, fingers curling restlessly as he scratched his scalp. Recently, dreamlike scenes kept flashing before his eyes, whether it was the brief indulgent
time after obtaining Pandora or the incident from 2 days ago. Who are they? Xiao Weipeng murmured. He got off the hospital bed, his gaze sweeping across the room, which was comparable to a luxury hotel, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where he could see the tranquil garden not far away. Show me your Pandora.
Just then, a voice filled with laughter suddenly echoed from somewhere in
the room.
Xiao Weipeng abruptly raised his head, his eyes scanning the surroundings.
Prove yourself. I will give you everything in
this world, women, wealth, or honor.
Whatever you desire. The voice continued. Who are you? Xiao Weipeng's eyes widened, breathing rapidly, his voice trembling as he asked. No one answered. Only the tightly locked door of the hospital room opened automatically.
Xiao Weipeng swallowed nervously and cautiously stepped outside. The long corridor was empty, and the black-clad security guard who had been by the door had vanished at some point. The mysterious black werewolf Pandora card lay beside him.
Ha! Ha! Wearing a hospital gown, Xiao Weipeng's heart raced.
He clutched the Prophet card and hurried down the corridor.
Prove myself? Show my Pandora?
He stumbled into the elevator, randomly pressed the button for the first floor, and as the elevator moved, Xiao Weipeng recalled the words that had echoed in the room moments ago. To be honest, not long ago, he was just an unemployed person at the bottom of society. And everything he was currently experiencing had exceeded his wildest imagination. He felt a sense of fear, as if he had been swept into a whirlpool, with his fate being passively dragged along. He had thought about escaping, but could he really fight against such a massive, mysterious organization? And even if he could escape, what awaited him at the official side? Ding! The elevator arrived. The door slowly opened, revealing a quiet hospital, with a young girl in a pink nurse's uniform sitting at the nurse's station not
far away. Damn it! This damn life! Xiao Weipeng clenched his fists.
He stepped forward, walking towards the nurse's station.
Lu Jiajia? Who are you?
I'm Xiao Weipeng. We've known each other for a long time, but we haven't talked much in the last 2 years.
You haven't forgotten your old friend, have you? Oh. Right. How have you been lately? Everything going smoothly? Ha, that's good, but there's one thing I'm not sure if I should tell you.
In front of the VIP building, at the nurse's station, Xiao Weipeng chatted with the young nurse in a few words, but soon his tone became hesitant.
What's wrong?
Old Xiao, just say it. Lu Jiajia's bright eyes sparkled with a smile, calling out in a familiar tone, as if she were truly seeing an old friend she hadn't met in a long time. Well, I saw your friend with another girl last time. They were very close.
Ciao.
Weipeng looked at the fair-skinned, beautiful Lu Jiajia nurse and spoke again.
As soon as the words fell, Lu Jiajia's eyes widened in an instant, her face showing anger.
Her whole body began to tremble, her large eyes gradually turning red, tears streaming down. Xiao Weipeng reached out, his broad palm resting on Lu Jiajia's hand. His tone softened. He's really not worth it. You should get back at him. He sleeps with women, so you should show him a bit of color.
Over there.
There's a restroom.
Xiao Weipeng continued.
In no time, the two walked towards the restroom, one in front of the other. Before entering the mother and baby room, Xiao Weipeng looked up and glanced at the surveillance camera in the corridor that had lit up green not far away. Meanwhile, in the hospital's conference room, Jamie Dimon wore a smile, having watched the entire process unfold, his handsome face reflecting astonishment.
No matter how many times he witnessed Pandora's power, he would feel excitement and tremors. Every lie spoken by the target will be subconsciously believed. As if forgetting to question that option. Jamie Dimon chuckled. An incredible ability. Congratulations, Mr. Dimon. The CEO of JP Morgan, Wei Jiwen, also smiled as he spoke.
He clearly understood the importance placed on Pandora by the higher-ups. The smoother Jamie Dimon was, the more benefits he would gain in the near future, perhaps even continuing to rise in this position.
Phew.
In the mother and baby room, after a moment of trembling, Xiao Weipeng felt that the restlessness and pressure enveloping him seemed to diminish rapidly.
Sorry. You should go buy a box
of emergency contraception yourself. Xiao Weipeng pulled up his pants and looked at Nurse Lu Jiajia, his tone much colder.
After the latter left the mother and baby room, voices once again echoed in the room. Congratulations. You passed the assessment. An annual salary of 10 million, how about that? The company will also reward you with a riverside apartment near Lujiazui. As I said, you will have it all. Chow Weipeng heard this, his heart pounding heavily, a joy he could not suppress appearing on his face. No matter what, at least for now, things were good. In the conference room, just as Jamie Dimon was about to look at another Pandora user, a secretary wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black uniform hurriedly approached from behind. She whispered something. Jamie Dimon's expression darkened for a moment, but then he smiled again. Are you saying Dr. Jiang Junsheng has obtained the rights to use the Mirage Hourglass? Yes, Mr. Dimon, the secretary replied respectfully. Jamie. Dimon tapped his fingers on the armrest of the sofa, lost in thought. He stood up and walked out of the conference room. 5 minutes later, a black business car re-entered the night of the Magic City. In the office on the 93rd floor of the Global Financial Center, a rebellious young white man stood respectfully before a figure projected in mid-air, seated in a high-backed chair. So, Jamie, what do you think this forbidden gentleman really is? A deity? Or something else? What is his relationship with Pandora? One of the figures projected by the pyramid-shaped crystal device spoke in a deep voice. Your Majesty Windsor. Jamie Dimon first called out respectfully, then a hint of malice flashed across his young, handsome face as he said, I suspect he is likely a being who has mastered the mysterious Pandora. If that's the case, then he might become our enemy. Another presence seated in the high chair spoke up. Our primary task at the moment is still to continuously acquire more Pandoras, rather than recklessly engage in conflict with unknown forces. Jamie, you've been doing quite well lately, we've all noticed. Thank you, sir. Jamie. Dimon lowered his head, a look of excitement on his face. By the way, Jamie, you need to investigate why that Pandora did not disappear after its user's death. This is very important for us. Jamie understands, Mr. Rockefeller. In the night, in the air over 400 meters high, this conversation continued. On the other side, in Hangzhou, Uncle Huang. I'll take a walk by myself first. Chen Yuhang, carrying a backpack, walked out of the Pandora investigation team's building, while a middle-aged man in a black suit was about to drive over. The 16-year-old boy suddenly said, Ha! He stepped out of the investigation team's courtyard, exhaling deeply, raising his head to glance at the pitch-black night not far away. There, an eagle was circling. Meow. Not far away, a tabby cat walked along the top of the courtyard wall, nimbly jumping down to rub against Chen Yuhang's feet. He. Don't do that. Chen Yuhang laughed, squatting down to pet the stray cat. The clown whistle's requirement was that it could only command and enhance the stray animals in the city. Under this requirement, as long as the animals had an owner, they would no longer be within the scope, so Chen Yuhang could not impose restrictions on these animals. In fact, he couldn't even feed them frequently. The reason these stray animals didn't scatter was due to a suggestion made by Captain Ma, which was to identify a leader among the selected stray animal population. With a leader present, even without adopting these animals, they could be summoned at any time through the whistle. That eagle and this tabby cat, along with the deceased large dog, were all leaders. I'm leaving. Chen Yuhang patted the cat and looked at Uncle Huang, who was driving behind him, waving his hand. Soon, the car disappeared into the night, and by the dim roadside, the stray tabby cat licked its paw, also vanishing from sight. In an ordinary residential community, Chen Yuhang had a late-night snack amidst his mother's constant nagging, then took a shower and returned to his room. Not long after, Captain Chow knocked on the door and then walked into his son's bedroom. What's wrong? Team leader Chow glanced at his son lying on the bed, pulled out a chair, and sat down, asking, Did your mom say anything? As the saying goes, no one knows a child better than their father. The moment his son returned home, he sensed something was off. Moreover, he was aware of how dangerous Pandora could be. Mom didn't say anything, right? Chen Yuhang sat up. Nothing much. I just really missed you. Why did you start another week-long training camp? A smile appeared on team leader Chow's face. That's good. Chen Yuhang nodded in relief, then forced a relaxed smile and said, It's nothing, just a bit tired from the tasks these past few days. As soon as he finished speaking, team leader Chow suddenly asked, Did you kill someone? The next day, Thursday, the weather was overcast with light rain. Lu Chen stood on the balcony for a while. The city under the rain curtain seemed no different from the past, but only a few knew that irreversible changes were beginning in this world from this city. Tis. Lu Chen seemed to notice something, peering through Pandora's connection to a certain place, a gentle smile appearing on his face. The changes for Pandora users may still be on you. He glanced briefly and then closed the panel. Turning around, he picked up his briefcase, ready to go to work. His departure time was very regular, he would push the door open at the same time every day. Today was no different. Just 10 seconds after he opened the doors of his neighbors on both sides swung open simultaneously. Lu Chen looked at the single mother Chen Hongru and Vice President Lin Xiuyue stepping out. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, then found it amusing. Lin Xiuyue's indifferent expression showed a hint of hesitation, her red lips parted slightly as if to speak but no words came out. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out, "Uncle Lu." A little girl with 2 pigtails dashed out and hugged Lu Chen's thigh. Lu Chen gently patted the girl's head, smiling as he took her small hand. After nodding slightly to Chen Hongru and Lin Xiuyue, he walked into the corridor. Lin Xiuyue watched the figures of the big and small ones not far away. The single mother Chen Hongru clearly caught the reaction of the aloof female president and silently praised her daughter, then smiled at Lin Xiuyue and said, "Good morning, President Lin." "Morning." Lin Xiuyue replied coldly, then walked towards the elevator hall, her high heels clicking on the floor. Chen Hongru followed behind with a smile. Before long, Lu Chen stood in front of the apartment door, looking up at the drizzling rain. He opened a long-handled black umbrella, stepping into the rain curtain. Behind him, Vice President Lin Xiuyue stepped out, her cold and beautiful face focused, unexpectedly plunging into the rain. Just as Lu Chen caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance, he saw Vice President Lin lower her head and slip under the umbrella he was holding, standing shoulder to shoulder with him. "Manager Lu." Vice President Lin's tone was as cold as ever. "Mm?" Lu Chen responded gently, seemingly unconcerned. "I forgot to bring an umbrella, sorry to trouble you." Lin Xiuyue said somewhat stiffly. Lu Chen just smiled and said nothing more as they walked together through the light rain during the morning rush hour in Hangzhou. Passing the last traffic light, hurried office workers brushed past them. Vice President Lin's beautiful eyes flickered, her gaze sweeping over Lu Chen's profile, feeling an unintentionally captivating aura emanating from him. She couldn't find the words to describe it, mysterious, gentle, inclusive, powerful, in short, extremely complex. "Ahem. I'll go ahead." In front of the company building's plaza, Lin Xiuyue cleared her throat lightly and stepped out from under the umbrella. She walked away with a calm expression. At that moment, not far away, a young girl dressed in ordinary office attire spotted Lu Chen and waved her arm from a distance, cheerfully calling out, "Manager Lu." He. As she closed the distance, Nie Xiaoyu ran directly into the rain and stood beside Lu Chen. "What are you doing out in the rain?" Lu Chen glanced at the girl and said gently, "I wanted to experience the feeling of strolling in the rain with Manager Lu." Nie Xiaoyu replied happily. Her mood had been quite good these past 2 days. Vice President Lin had stopped pestering Manager Lu, and she felt a sense of joy as if she had triumphed over a formidable enemy. Lin Xiuyue observed the scene, and a faint trace of envy flickered across her cold face. Just then, a mid-level female supervisor from the company hurried over, holding her umbrella over Lin Xiuyue's head. Lin Xiuyue merely glanced indifferently at the latter, took the umbrella, and walked toward the company. At this moment, in the outskirts of Hangchang, at Fuchin Mountain residence. "Hello? Dad, you said." Zhao Ruilong answered the phone, and upon hearing something, a look of joy spread across his face as he quickly responded, "Okay, I'll head back to Hangchang right away." Shortly after, a black convoy rushed into the rain. Old Zhang. Inside the car, Zhao Ruilong dialed the phone number of the old master Zhang Weizong from the Zhang family. In Hangchang, smiling as he said, "I need you to help me arrange a meeting with the other members of the Pandora Mutual Aid Group tonight." "Sure. We'll discuss it when we meet." Zhao Ruilong hung up the phone with a beaming smile. He gradually composed himself, gazing out at the drizzling Hangchang. Although he was at the Fuchin Mountain residence estate these past 2 days, he had learned about various events happening in Hangchang through some channels, and his heart was naturally not as calm as he appeared. An unknown force had already grasped at least 3 pieces of Pandora, and in this early stage of transformation, being 1 step ahead meant being ahead in every step. But there was no way around it, without reaching a tacit understanding with the higher-ups. He had to keep his temper in check. Now was the time when he and the higher-ups had unconsciously reached a tacit understanding. Although the official Pandora Special Investigation Team was conducting a thorough investigation of Pandora users, due to their official stance, they had to adopt a punitive attitude towards those who violated the law with Pandora. Only those who maintained restraint and rationality in the face of Pandora's power could potentially be absorbed by them. This inevitably led to the Pandora investigation team being at odds with a large portion of Pandora users, resulting in unknown forces taking advantage during the process of encirclement and pursuit. "White gloves, huh?" Zhao Ruilong thought of this layer, his gaze flickering slightly. Following that, he slowly spoke in a voice only he could hear. With his status, he naturally Understood the dangers hidden within, but he understood even more the significance represented by Pandora. Ha! Ambition surged on Zhao Ruilong's face. In Hangcheng, in a village within the rain, Li Changbai held an umbrella as he stepped forward, casually avoiding a puddle on the ground, heading toward a self-built building located in the corner. Dr. Li. As he approached, the side door was pushed open, and the first young man saved by Li Changbai, Xiao Jiangwo, respectfully spoke up. Li Changbai walked in, shaking off the raindrops from his umbrella, casually responding, "Did I attract anyone's attention?" "No," Xiao Jian quickly replied. He followed Li Changbai inside, speaking softly as he walked, "We are the dregs on the fringes of society. Without Dr. Li, we would most likely die silently in pain and despair. For us, Dr. Li is like a rebirth parent who gives us a second life. We will not trouble Dr. Li no matter what." Upon hearing this, Li Changbai stopped in his tracks, a smile appearing on his youthful, refined face as he looked at Xiao Jian and pointed at him, saying, "You think so, but others may not. Anyone who dares to betray Dr. Li, I will not let him go." Xiao Jian said in a deep voice. "All right. Let's talk about this patient's case." Li Changbai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and chuckled lightly. Recently, the authorities have been conducting a thorough investigation of Pandora users, while unknown forces are also trying to recruit this mysterious power. Meanwhile, he has not been idle. Secretly, he has been searching for individuals on the fringes of society who are in terminal conditions. After observing their temperaments, Li Changbai would intervene, using the Creator's blade to assist them. He wouldn't completely cure them, as he currently lacks that ability, but after the surgery, each patient's lifespan would be extended, and their bodies would temporarily return to a normal state. Thus, this group of people gradually became fervent beings willing to sacrifice their lives for Li Changbai. 24 years old. A retired soldier, late-stage cancer, with no relatives or friends. Li Changbai listened intently as he entered the innermost room, donned a mask and surgical gloves, and gently sliced open the skin of the young man on the operating table with the sharp Creator's blade. Time passed second by second until the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Jian. Li Changbai left his self-built building and sat by the window of a second-floor cafe, facing a laptop as he typed on the keyboard. When the young man sat across from him, he shifted his gaze, and behind his gold-rimmed glasses, a serious expression appeared on his refined face as he spoke. "In a moment, you must keep a close watch with your team. Only allow him to come alone. Be careful not to leave any traces. Rest assured, Dr. Li," Xiao Jian said seriously. After 10 minutes, Li Changbai raised his hand, and Xiao Jian stood up, pushed open the door, and walked into the rain-soaked city. "I went to listen to a musical for you." "Very good." Li Changbai typed a reply under a post. "Received." First came this phrase, followed by a photo of the Metropolitan Museum of Art in New York. Li Changbai glanced at it, a smile appearing on his face. He didn't linger long and soon discreetly got up to leave. At the same time, in the rain curtain, a black business car smoothly drove into Hangzhou. Inside the car, a middle-aged man around 50, pale and weak, had his eyes closed, breathing faintly. "Old Huang. Is this doctor you found reliable? Why is it so strange?" Beside the middle-aged man sat a plump middle-aged woman, her face full of worry as she whispered, "If not, I'll contact the director of Xi for you." As soon as she spoke, the middle-aged man's eyelids fluttered, and his frail hand struggled to lift, his lips parting slightly. The middle-aged woman quickly leaned over. Follow their instructions. This is my last chance at life." Got it. Tears welled up in the woman's eyes as she repeated. This middle-aged man's full name is Wang Shuzhen, a wealthy individual from an ordinary prefecture-level city in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, with a fortune of around 1 billion. He was already counting down to the end of his life until a mysterious young man contacted him. "Hello? We have arrived. Where are you?" Nighttime. 8:30 p.m. The black business car drove into a shopping mall parking garage in Hangzhou, which was not very crowded. The plump middle-aged woman tightly held her husband's right hand with one hand while nervously dialing a number with the other, speaking anxiously. "Park in space 522. The flat tone of her voice rang out. The middle-aged woman took a deep breath, glancing at the driver in the rearview mirror, and urged, "Space 522. The car navigated through the entire parking garage, finally locating the designated spot in the corner. And then, "Get out." Everyone except Wang Shuzhen gets out and leaves the mall. The man on the other end of the line said again. "No way." The middle-aged woman's eyes widened, her voice rising sharply. After that statement, her tone softened. Again as she pleaded, "Let me stay with my husband, please, I can pay more, we can add some money." On the other end of the phone, after a brief silence, the voice continued, 5, 4, 3, At that moment, in the dimly lit car of the underground parking lot of Hangzhou Mall, the 50-year-old woman pressed her lips tightly together. Just as her emotions reached a breaking point, Wang Shuzhen, a wealthy man of some repute in a prefecture-level city in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, gently squeezed his wife's pinky finger. The middle-aged woman met her husband's gaze and instantly understood. Tears streamed down her face. Unlike most wealthy men who remarry after becoming successful, she was Wang Shuzhen's first wife. They had built their fortune from scratch and shared a deep bond. Shuzhen, I'll be waiting for you at home, I'll be waiting for you at home. Repeatedly reassuring him, the middle-aged woman got out of the car with the driver. 1, 2, 3. They didn't send anyone to follow, right? In the mall's surveillance room, Xiao Jian stared at the images on the screen and pressed the intercom to speak. At the same time, on the roadside where the business vehicle entered the mall, a thug with dyed yellow hair squatted in front of a small convenience store, chewing betel nut and smoking a cigarette. With tattoos on his neck and earrings, he perked up when the business vehicle appeared, scanning the area closely. At that moment, a voice came through his earpiece, laughing. No stooping with gray hair, an elderly man nearly 70 stood by a trash can, paying attention to the middle-aged woman and the driver who brushed past him. Once the two left, his hoarse voice rang out, no abnormalities. After reporting, the gray-haired scavenger paused, feeling that life seemed particularly wonderful. After 70 years of mediocrity, on the brink of death, he felt as if he had touched a completely different world. Who would have thought that this old man would become a scout? Moreover, the old man pressed his hand against his heart, unsure if it was an illusion, but he felt that his condition seemed particularly good while on the task. His heart was steady and strong, his mind clear and rational. All emotions that could cloud judgment had vanished. He felt as if he was born for the mission. In the night, along the path where Wang Shuzhen's car appeared, and the entire route the middle-aged woman took to leave, various people of different identities were watching. All these individuals had been saved one by Li Changbai in recent days. Brother Bing. In the surveillance room, Xiao Jian listened carefully to each report and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The next second, he looked up at the square-faced middle-aged man beside him, whose expression was resolute, and asked, I didn't make any mistakes, did I? No, you did very well. Brother Bing patted Xiao Jian on the shoulder, a hint of a smile breaking through his tense face as he praised him. All right, let's have someone take the target away. I'll keep an eye on things from behind. Brother Bing said in a deep voice. With that, he strode out of the surveillance room. Xiao Jian glanced at the latter and withdrew his gaze. This soldier was no ordinary person, he came from a reconnaissance background in the army. The latter's son, who was his only family, had fallen seriously ill, and it was to save his son that he was willing to join Xiao Jian's group. Similarly, with the latter's help, Li Chang's subordinates began to coalesce into a cohesive unit, forming a system. Supervision, mutual oversight, tracking, reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. They're here. In Hangcheng, in a self-built small building temporarily rented in an urban village, Li Chang stood by the second floor window, his gaze fixed on the white van slowly driving in. He pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose, and a hint of a smile appeared on his refined and handsome face. Following that, he put on a mask and medical gloves. Li Chang was simply preparing for the surgery. Unlike those who recklessly approached super-rich individuals after acquiring Pandora, Li Chang chose a steady and methodical approach. He first screened for marginalized individuals who were worth engaging and easy to control, and with this, he gathered a group of people under his command. Next, he targeted the middle to lower-tier wealthy individuals who had some wealth but lacked substantial resources. But how can this not be considered rural encirclement of the city? Li Chang chuckled as a thought crossed his mind. Before long, the billionaire Wang Shuzhen lay on the operating table in front of Li Chang, a mysterious glow quietly swirling at the tip of the creator's blade. The night grew darker. 11 o'clock. The rain that had fallen all day had finally stopped, but the weather forecast indicated that tomorrow would still be overcast. On the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen lazily leaned against the window. As his gaze swept over the remaining sheets of paper on the coffee table, his expression suddenly paused, revealing a hint of surprise on his gentle face. These sheets had recently been used as the inner pages of invitations when inviting Professor Han Zhenbing, Su Shen, and fund manager Zhang Yanxun, among others. It actually has the potential to carry seeds. Lu Chen murmured. He first got up, returned home through the door of the second tier, and when he came back, he was holding a rectangular wooden box. The black cat, Lao Bai, followed closely at his feet. Sitting back down on the sofa, he did not hesitate to exchange for 2 third-tier Pandora seeds again. Recently, Lu Chen had maintained the habit of producing at least 1 or 2 pieces of Pandora every day.
Including the next two pieces, the queue for third-tier Pandora had already reached number 29. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-028. It was originally just an ordinary sheet of paper, but from a certain day onward, a mysterious and great existence designated it as the invitation. Paper for the Pandora Management Committee, personally inscribing the supreme surname upon its pages. It will only be used for the paper records of the Pandora Management Committee. Lu Chen first placed the seeds into the remaining stack of paper. He carefully read through this line of information. He smiled. It didn't have much practical use. Its main function was to serve as an anti-counterfeiting measure, preventing prying eyes and enhancing the mystery and solemnity of the Pandora Management Committee. Oh, right. It also had an inexhaustible characteristic, so in that sense, it shouldn't be deemed useless, at least it could save some paper. Of course. In the future, it might receive some different evaluations, but who knows? Then I shall call you Pandora Messenger. He didn't pay it any more mind. Lu Chen opened the rectangular wooden box at hand, revealing a 7-foot-long sword that emitted a metallic sheen, with a double-edged blade and a sharp tip, capable of injuring from any angle and piercing armor. It should be a good sword? Lu Chen grasped the hilt, awkwardly swinging it a couple of times, and whispered with a light laugh. The sword was something he encountered in the collection room of a wealthy family in Yanjing City through the door. After examining it for a moment, he inserted the second seed into the sword's body. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-029. It was once a ceremonial vessel from the Tang dynasty, and its original owner had a peaceful disposition, mastering various sword techniques from all schools. The user who holds Pandora number 3-029 will automatically inherit the owner's sword techniques, and their physical constitution will be enhanced. On this quiet deep night, on the 59th floor of the building, the low-hanging dark clouds outside the floor-to-ceiling windows loomed over the Qiantang River, which had flowed for 1,000 years. Tis. Then let me be a swordsman for once. Lu Chen stood up, gripping the transformed long sword in his hand. At that moment, a gentle breeze began to swirl from the tip of the sword, winding up along the blade and wrapping around Lu Chen's arm. Clang! The gentle and refined expression on Lu Chen's face changed. He simply flicked his hand, and the sword's blade vibrated, producing a melodious sword sound. He started with the most basic thrusting technique. Gradually, by the floor-to-ceiling windows, the figure dancing with the sword was sometimes graceful, sometimes fierce, under the flashes of sword light. The might of the sword techniques was gradually increasing. With another slash, the breeze swirling around the blade visibly transformed into a silvery sword energy, slicing through the air. The sword energy passed through the nearby wine cabinet and sofa, and one by one, the objects were cleanly severed at the waist with smooth cuts. Quite satisfying, Lu Chen chuckled. After saying this, he performed a flourish with the sword and sheathed it back into the sword box. On the other side, in a makeshift operating room located in the urban village. Cough. Cough. On the hospital bed, the billionaire Wang Shuzhen, worth 10 billion, first had his eyelids tremble slightly, then suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sat up abruptly and immediately began to cough. As the coughing gradually subsided, he froze, his eyes widening in disbelief, and his body began to tremble with excitement. Don't be too happy too soon. You should know that you are already in the 4th stage of lung cancer, and the cancer cells have started to spread to other parts of your body. It was at this moment a young man wearing a mask walked to the bedside, and his calm voice rang out. I have only temporarily extended your life and restored your quality of life to a normal state. Huff. Huff. Doctor, do you mean that you can completely cure me? Wang Shuzhen immediately caught the implication in the young man's words. As if he had grasped the last straw for survival, he exclaimed loudly. The young man, in front of him, removed the mask from his face, revealing a handsome young visage, meeting Wang Shuzhen's gaze with a hint of a smile. Perhaps. Monday. The weather was clear. Lu Chen, carrying a briefcase, walked through the busy intersection during the morning rush hour. When he reached the middle of the crosswalk, he stopped, raised his head, and looked past the hurried figures, over the tall buildings on all sides, towards the clear blue sky. In 3 days' time, beneath Hangzhou's calm exterior, the intensity of the struggle for Pandora hosts was gradually escalating. Various forces were no longer merely competing for possession but were even willing to kill each other's Pandora hosts if possible. In just 72 hours, the conflicts had exceeded 10. Each encounter resulted in casualties. Captain Ma recruited 1. Young Master Zhao recruited 1. Lu Chen withdrew his gaze and continued to step forward with the bustling crowd, chuckling softly as he murmured, International multinational company Jamie Dimon has recruited 3 more. Additionally, the events that occurred over the past week have caused the official grip to tighten continuously. Aside from the investigation team, the cost of using firearms in Hangzhou is also increasing. The main body of the struggle began to shift towards the Pandora users. The The mysterious, irresistible, and easily transferable battles among Pandora hosts were naturally a more efficient way.
Tisk. Lu Chen smiled.
For him, the development of events merely accelerated the acquisition of souls. But for an ordinary third-tier Pandora host, it meant they had to be more cautious in hiding themselves, for any slight exposure would inevitably lead to a choice.
Director Lu. Good morning.
In front of the Skyworth building, Nie Xiaoyu waved from a distance, still simply and joyfully as usual.
Good morning. Lu Chen responded gently.
The two walked side by side towards the elevator hall, where Nie Xiaoyu eagerly handed over the breakfast she had carefully prepared early in the morning. Lu Chen met the little girl's gaze and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaoyu."
He. Nie Xiaoyu blushed a bit and giggled. When the elevator reached the 15th floor, Lu Chen patted the little girl's head and then stepped towards the department office. It's time.
Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, turned around, and looked out the window, his smile becoming
a bit more pronounced. Start releasing the second-tier Pandoras. Noon, 12 o'clock. During the lunch break, Lu Chen casually walked into the sunlit city, his gaze sweeping over every passerby, occasionally pausing for a second or two on someone.
It was as if he were observing a certain quality in them, contemplating whether to hand over the second-tier Pandora to them.
At that moment,
in the distance, in front of a small shopping mall, a young
man resembling a real estate agent was distributing flyers, catching Lu Chen's attention. Ordinary. Mundane.
Like the most inconspicuous member of the masses, the trendsetters chased by the city spotlight, the elites of the era
wouldn't spare them even a glance.
They were like wild grass by the roadside, but wild grass also possesses its own resilience. Lu Chen observed for a moment, chuckled softly, and then took a step forward.
Ha! Yang Zhangyue wiped his sweat. He glanced at the time, ready to take a break, as there weren't many people on the road at this hour.
Yang Zhangyue sat down near a flower bed, opening his lunchbox. He was a bit hungry and began to eat heartily.
Yang
Zhangyue, 24 years old, had been quite the dreamer in his teenage years, fond of reading web novels and watching action-packed anime, often lost in fantasies.
However, after facing repeated setbacks in life post-university, he began to lower his head, bustling and busy in the workplace.
Yet in these ordinary days, Yang Zhangyue knew deep down he was still that passionate youth, just not voicing his fervor, quietly hiding the heat in his blood.
Suddenly, the sunlight in front of him was blocked by a figure.
Yang Zhangyue looked up to see a man wearing black-framed glasses. Instinctively, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks, standing up to apologize and make way.
The youthful
passion should not fade away in such a long wait, lost in the mundane days.
I give you an opportunity.
The man in black-framed glasses suddenly uttered words that felt somewhat shameful. Yang Zhangyue felt puzzled.
The next second,
in his gaze, this mysterious man seemed to transform in an instant, like a taboo seated on a throne, akin to a deity descending into the mortal realm.
The man extended his right hand, and in his open palm lay an ancient key, quietly resting. Yang Zhangyue's mind seemed to momentarily go blank, his body moving uncontrollably as his fingertips reached out inch by inch towards the key. A message from the void appeared in his mind. Pandora door. On a hot afternoon in Hangzhou, in a corner of the square in front of a shopping mall, the young man suddenly snapped back to reality, and the mysterious figure he had just seen was nowhere to be found. In fact, just as he began to wonder if he had been dreaming, the mysterious key lay quietly in his palm. Ha! This is crazy.
Yang Zhangyue's heart raced as he whispered, breathing heavily, his mouth gradually breaking into a grin, feeling as if he had finally
been chosen from the mundane days.
Suddenly, he gripped the key tightly.
He quickly packed his things and hurriedly left the square. Time passed second by second, and the night gradually darkened.
So comfortable.
So comfortable.
In a shared apartment in Hangzhou, a short girl with a round face had spent the day watching television in bed. As another episode ended, she stretched widely, grabbed a cushion beside her, and rolled back and forth on the bed. She got out of bed, pulled back the curtains, and realized it was already dark outside.
It's already 7:10.
If I calculate the time, Xiao Xiaojun should be home soon. The girl's name was Fang Xiaojun, and a week ago, she had received a magical item called a doppelganger spirit.
It was a faceless doll. As long as she plucked a hair and inserted it into the doll's head, the doll would transform into the appearance of the hair's owner, lasting for 12 hours.
During these 12 hours, the doppelganger possessed all the memories and abilities of the owner and completely obeyed the owner's commands.
After it disappeared, everything the doppelganger experienced would return to the owner.
It's great to have Xiao Xiaojun working,
Fang Xiaojun said contentedly.
The round-faced girl pulled the curtains back down, ordered some takeout, and then sat at her desk, opened her tablet, and continued watching her drama. Her little feet swung leisurely Before long, Fang Xiaojun paused, perked up her ears, quickly got up, tiptoed to the bedroom door, and heard the sound of a door opening outside. Xiaojun is back. She didn't move, taking 2 steps back. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open, and another girl who looked exactly like Fang Xiaojun walked in. Thud. Once the door was closed, Fang Xiaojun cheerfully walked over to her other self, peered around her, and finally stood directly in front of Xiaojun, pressing her cheek against the other girl's cheek, almost touching noses, observing for a while before stepping back. I bet even my mom couldn't tell us apart. Fang Xiaojun mumbled. After saying this, she reached behind Xiaojun's head, plucked her own hair, and the latter instantly transformed back into the faceless doll. She bent down to pick up the doll. At the same time, 2 black business cars drove into the garage of the residential building. Here. This is our target for this trip. The car stopped, and the lights turned on. Inside the car, a young man around 19 or 20 sat side by side with a woman who looked like a secretary wearing glasses. The woman handed the young man a folder. What are her abilities? The young man Han Xiaoga, who held the championship belt, looked at the information, seeing a girl who was only 155 centimeters tall with a round face, and asked, I'm not sure, but according to the investigation, it's likely a doppelganger. She once anonymously posted a thread on the internet asking what you would have a doppelganger do for you. The secretary smiled. Oh. Han Xiaoga nodded, then sighed, so that's the kind of ability she has. I used to fantasize about having a doppelganger go to school and earn money while I just played at home. That's exactly what she does. The secretary replied. After that, the 2 opened the car doors and got out one after the other. Bang bang bang. Soon, Han Xiaoga and the secretary arrived at Fang Xiaojun's shared apartment door and knocked. Coming. Fang Xiaojun thought it was the delivery guy and quickly ran to the door. However, when she opened it and saw the 2 people outside, her expression froze. Instinctively, she tried to close the door, but the man's figure moved faster, and his outstretched hand firmly grasped the doorframe. Who are you looking for? Fang Xiaojun's heart skipped a beat, feeling a sense of unease, and she asked nervously. Miss Fang, we are here to see you. The secretary smiled. It was half a threat, half a temptation. After changing into a different outfit, Fang Xiaojun immediately followed the secretary, while Han Xiaoga walked behind them. Before long, they all sat inside a black business car. The engine roared to life, and the headlights illuminated the garage. Seated in the middle of the car, Fang Xiaojun pressed her lips tightly together. She spoke up again. Where are you taking me? Miss Fang. Don't worry, the secretary replied. Just as she was about to say something, an unexpected change occurred, and the standard polite smile on her delicate face vanished in an instant. In its place was a look of panic. At the same time, in the driver's seat, the man in black also widened his eyes, his strong body seemingly trying to break free from something. Suddenly, the man's right hand seemed to move uncontrollably, inching into his chest, where he grasped a handgun, pressing the barrel against his temple. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, Han Xiaoga, who had been restrained behind him, suddenly lunged forward, gripping the driver's arm tightly. Bang! At that moment, behind him, the secretary in professional attire also pulled out a small lady's pistol and shot herself in the temple. Han Xiaoga's body jolted. In the dimly lit garage, the round-faced girl Fang Xiaojun widened her eyes as a grayish-white liquid slowly slid down her fair cheek. Her mind went blank, and when she came to her senses, she hugged her head with both hands and screamed in terror. She watched helplessly as the woman from earlier, with a face full of fear, seemed to lose control of her arm and ultimately shot herself. Ha! At the same time, not far away, in the driver's seat of another white car, a young figure lifted his head, a sickly smile appearing on his face. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes widened in shock as a green giant-like figure burst out of the business car. That figure charged straight at him like a tank. What the hell? The young man glanced at the marionettes sitting in the center console, reopening his right hand, invisible strings continuously falling onto Han Xiaoga. In the young man's eyes, the strings were violently severed one after another. Monster! What the hell kind of monster? The young man cursed repeatedly. At that moment, in another corner of the garage, a gunman poked his gun out of the car and fired at Han Xiaoga. Long before the bullet was fired, a beast-like warning appeared in his heart, rationality diminished, and his body was overtaken by emotion, nearly dodging the fatal blow. The bullet struck above his chest muscles, embedding slightly before being caught by the muscle, bright red blood bursting forth. As the gunman fired again, Zhao Ruilong's men suppressed the sound of gunfire. Not far away, Han Xiaoga quickly rushed to the front of the white car, his eyes fixed on the young man without blinking, grinning as he opened his hands, fingers pressing against the car door. The car shook. The door rattled loudly. The young man's face turned pale as he struggled to steady himself, both hands reaching out as the strings he had been gathering were once again severed. Ha! As the car door was about to be torn off. A man wearing a wizard's hat, draped in a black cloak, and holding a magician's staff entered the scene.
The stage. Completed. The audience. Completed. Chen Jiwen stopped in front of Han Shoga.
Meeting the latter's gaze, a radiant smile spreading across his face as he whispered. Among the many classic magic tricks, there is one called the Great Transformation, which swaps the person inside the box with someone outside.
As
his words fell, the cloak behind Chen Jiwen was suddenly removed and draped over the white car. The cloak was abruptly unveiled. As if the stars had shifted, Han Shoga, who was originally inside the car, appeared outside, while the young man found himself inside the car, his eyes wide open, incredulously looking around.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Standing in front of the car, Chen Jiwen, who was already prepared, smiled lightly, raising the handgun he had long since lifted, and repeatedly pulled the trigger at Han Shoga, who was like a caged animal. It wasn't until he had turned the latter into a sieve, the bullets all spent, that he finally stopped, casually tossing the handgun aside.
White Soul +1. In the night. On the 59th floor of the building. A Pandora of equal rank, the mysterious type is indeed more terrifying than the warrior's physical type, but there is also an information gap factor involved. If Han Shoga had been a bit farther from the car, he wouldn't have met the stage conditions for the Great Transformation. Lu Chen sat in front of the sofa, watching the scene, and sighed. Moreover, the pressure on a single Pandora from two opponents is higher than that on just one, which is also why Chen Jiwen was able to successfully complete the performance. That Jamie Dimon truly had to establish a first-mover advantage. Earthbound Spirit Substitute. Strings Pulling Puppets. Merlin's Robe. And the Champion's Belt, these four Pandoras are all excellent masterpieces. Lu Chen adjusted his glasses, naming each corresponding prop one by one. Mr. Lu. What happened? Shen Nancher, sitting on the other side of the sofa, noticed the smile on Mr. Lu's face, first pouring him a cup of tea, then curiously asked. I witnessed a rather innovative battle between Pandora users. Lu Chen took a sip of tea, chuckling lightly. Shen. Nancher's gaze sharpened slightly, quickly understanding the meaning behind Mr. Lu's words. He was aware of the recent undercurrents of conflict in Hangzhou. Every party involved possessed immense power, and if he hadn't encountered Mr. Lu, and if he were still alive, upon realizing such danger, he would surely be anxious and restless. How could he have the leisure to enjoy the moment? The incident that occurred in the underground parking lot quickly reached the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce building. Where is Han Xiaoga? Zhao. Rueilong's expression suddenly darkened. He raised his voice and asked. He's dead. The man in the black suit lowered his head and replied. In this luxurious reception room, apart from Zhao Rueilong, the elderly Zhang Weizong from the Zhang family and Ding Dai, the head of the Ding family, sat on either side. At this moment, both elders' eyelids suddenly twitched, their expressions equally grim. How is that possible? Zhao Rueilong exclaimed incredulously. His subordinates had tested Han Xiaoga. That guy was just a weaker version of the Hulk, strong, fast, and with beast-like instincts, moving like a bulldozer. Unless he could be made to squat still and then shot it, otherwise, heavy firepower would be needed. Who could bring such things into Hangzhou now? Our people are still investigating, we should have news soon. Not long after, another subordinate hurried in. He handed over the surveillance footage that could be retrieved from the underground parking lot, and Zhao Rueilong, suppressing his impatience, clicked on the video, starting with the first segment, inside the business vehicle. Suddenly losing control, the secretary and the driver. Then, a mysterious young man dressed as a magician entered the scene. Zhao Rueilong finished watching the video and pushed it to Zhang Weizong and Ding Dai. After watching the video, both fell silent. The scenes made them feel that the world before them was becoming increasingly unfamiliar. On the other side, the round-faced little girl who had obtained the spirit substitute was quickly sent to the top private hospital in Magic City. Dita Hospital, under the cover of night. Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. In a warmly decorated office, a middle-aged man with a gentlemanly demeanor, Jiang Junsheng, looked at Feng Xiaojun and said. He was originally an expert in psychology, and after obtaining the Mirage Hourglass, he became even more formidable. The girl, who had been trembling like a startled bird, quickly calmed down under his soothing words. What is your Pandora? Jiang Junsheng asked with a smile. Is it this? Jiang Junsheng looked at the faceless doll tightly gripped in Feng Xiaojun's hand, guiding her to use this Pandora in front of him. She pulled out a hair and inserted it into the top of the doll's head, and an incredible transformation slowly began to occur. The doll started to grow and soon became an exact replica of the girl in front of him. Although Jiang Junsheng was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief, and then a strong excitement flashed in his gaze. As he said, this is truly amazing.
Next, he marked the substitute, separating the original from the substitute, and began to converse with the latter.
In a conference room of the hospital. As expected of Pandora, Jamie Dimon leaned back on the sofa, his eyes fixed on the identical figures. On the screen, a smile appearing on his handsome face. It's getting more and more magical. Old Gua. Do you think killing this substitute will affect the original? Jamie Dimon seemed to recall something and asked with a light laugh.
After saying this, he picked up the intercom and issued
an order.
As soon as he finished speaking, a security guard in a black suit pushed the door and walked into Jiang Juanxing's office. He raised his gun and shot the substitute without hesitation. Ah! In the adjacent room, Fang Xiaojun, sitting on the sofa, leaned back suddenly, her pupils constricting in an instant, her face turning pale as she screamed in terror. When she came to her senses, she reached for her forehead, the memory of the substitute's return making her think she had been shot. At this moment, the faceless doll, which should have been in the next room, also appeared beside Fang Xiaojun. What a waste! Jamie Dimon looked discontentedly at the girl on the monitor, his brows furrowing as he impatiently said, "She doesn't deserve to have this Pandora. I think we should find a more suitable owner for this Pandora, rather than someone who only makes the substitute work for her while she stays home binge-watching shows. Our team has already been researching. Based on Dr. Zheng's example of obtaining the Mirage Hourglass, they analyzed the commonalities between Dr. Jiang and Deng Jiawei. However, we still lack sufficient cases. Since we always need to experiment, then let's use her." Jamie Dimon impatiently interrupted Gui Jiwen's words and spoke. After saying this, he stood up, put one hand in his pocket, and stepped out of the conference room. "Miss Fang, I'm sorry, but I can't stop their rudeness." Zhang Junshan walked up to Fang Xiaojun, noticing her panic, and took out the mysterious hourglass from his lab coat pocket. He turned the hourglass upside down, and the azure sand began to fall inch by inch. Fang Xiaojun's eyes trembled, and soon, she fell asleep. Late at night, 10 p.m. Hangzhou suburb. "Captain Ma, what are we going to do?" The black car drove into a factory area, and Ma Qing, sitting in the passenger seat, glanced out the window before turning around, curious. What is the scope of urban stray animals? Ma Anban fiddled with a metal lighter, and upon hearing the question, first glanced at Ma Qing, then looked towards Chen Yuhang beside him. There should be 2 points. First, they appear in the city and have a free range of activity. Second, they have no owner. Chen Yuhang, sensing the scrutiny in Captain Ma's eyes, thought for a moment and replied. So far, that seems correct. Ma Anbang nodded. As the car entered this area, apart from Ma Anbang, no one else in the vehicle noticed the change, which was a quiet, unsettling silence, as if they had entered the territory of a wild beast in the mountains. Among the dim factory buildings, it felt as if the gaze of a top predator was watching the approaching vehicle. Ma Anbang continued, "In the future, creating a combat-capable team of Pandora users is a trend. Therefore, I submitted an application a long time ago to secretly search for strays in the cities worldwide, focusing on raptors and beasts." At that moment, outside the car window, a shadow suddenly leaped out, landing heavily in front of the hood, and at the same time, sharp claws struck the windshield. The entire vehicle shook. The car came to a sudden stop. In the passenger seat, Ma Qing's eyes widened in shock as she looked at the beast just inches away, its fur a tawny color with black spots, golden yellow pupils staring at the girl inside the car as if she were prey. "A leopard." "A leopard?" Ma Qing exclaimed in disbelief. A look of despair crossed her face. As she hugged her head with both hands, "Is the bad luck of rolling a 2 not over yet?" Just as she finished speaking, not far away, a large black figure was approaching from the darkness. As soon as the figure appeared, the leopard on the hood began to nervously wag its tail, its powerful legs propelling its agile body into a nearby workshop. "Even the American black bear is out." Ma Qing spoke again. In the convoy behind and in front, the Special Forces personnel had already gripped their guns tightly, their eyes fixed on the distant black bear. "Don't worry, your bad luck should be over." Ma Anban's expression remained calm as he spoke in a low voice. "This leopard was discovered and brought back by our personnel not long ago in Mumbai, India. The black bear was captured in a small town in Vancouver, North America. Stray animals cannot be actively fed, so these beasts are still in a semi-hungry state." Just then, the black bear stood upright, and then, on all fours, it charged at over 60 kilometers per hour. Ma Qing looked through the window, feeling her hair stand on end. "No one is allowed to fire." Ma Anban pressed the intercom. After speaking, he looked at Chen Yuhang and said solemnly, "Yuhang, give it a try. These animals are the true top predators." Chen Yuhang swallowed hard and nodded vigorously, pulling the whistle from around his neck. Before he could blow it, the massive shadow of the bear had already pounced in front of the car, its two paws slamming heavily against the side of the vehicle, leaving claw marks on the metal frame in an instant. The glass of the car window was riddled with cracks. Chen Yuhang did not hesitate and quickly blew the clown whistle. Mysterious waves spread out in all directions. The next second, the black bear outside the car paused. Yuhang. Can it be enhanced? Ma Anbong followed up. Chen Yuhang blew the clown whistle again, producing a different sound outside the car. The dark, massive creature began to change in the dim light. Its fur shimmered like sharp spikes, reflecting a metallic sheen. Its body didn't grow larger, but the density of its muscles kept increasing. The black bear stood upright, letting out a low growl that radiated a terrifying sense of oppression. Control it to pounce on that car, Ma Anbong said in a deep voice. With a dull sound, everyone watched as a product of human industry was torn apart like thin paper and smashed. In the passenger seat, Ma Qing swallowed hard and exclaimed, so fierce. Yuhang. These are all part of the first wave we prepared for you. Ma Anbong glanced out the window, a slight smile appearing on his face as he spoke. Once back at the investigation team, Ma Qing sat in her dormitory, recalling the scenes from the factory earlier, feeling a twinge of envy towards Chen Yuhang. It really has to be the beast tamer. So cool, she murmured. After saying this, she also took off the 12-sided ivory dice hanging from her neck, placing it in her palm, first gripping it tightly, then spreading her fingers open. Her gaze sharpened as she tossed the dice onto the table. The black dice rolled continuously, and after a while, it came to a stop. Ma Qing widened her eyes, leaned forward, and her clean face first showed joy, then a hint of conflict. It's actually the number 9. That's already the highest among the intermediate lucky numbers. Ah. Oh no, will the next one be a bust? Ma Qing felt both excited and anxious. At the same time, in the night. On the other side. Ha! Let's give it a try. In a cramped rental room, the young man Yang Zhengyue, who had obtained the key during the day, was ready. He wore a baseball cap and a mask to cover his face. Both his hands were gloved. This outfit wasn't for doing anything bad, but to prevent being recognized. Gripping the key, he approached the bedroom door, pondering where to insert the key when it seemed to slip into another dimension. Instinctively, Yang Zhengyue made a motion as if unlocking a door. The door swung open, and a mysterious light poured out from the crack. So many doors. Yang Zhengyue stepped inside, standing in another space. Looking up, down, and all around, he saw countless doors. Which one should I open? His heart raced heavily, and he swallowed hard, whispering. At that moment, among the numerous doors before him, several resonated with an unseen connection. With another thought, a large door crossed from afar to stand before him. And Yang Zhengyue pushed it open. He stepped out. In the dim light, Yang Zhengyue looked around excitedly. This is the company. No wonder, in my perception, the connection is the strongest here. Just as Yang Zhengyue was about to step forward, he paused. Avoiding the surveillance camera on the other side of the corridor, unplugging it. Seeing the green light dim, he began to look around again. It was a place he was very familiar with, yet he couldn't help but glance around curiously. After observing for a while, Yang Zhengyue opened another door. What the hell? This is the fast food restaurant I often visit, so the doors I can relate to and quickly filter out should all be connected to me. He stepped back into the space made up of countless doors. Yang Zhengyue was far from being able to pinpoint any door it will like Lu Chen had done before, with just a thought. He could only quickly locate the parts related to him. But at this moment, he felt like a child who had just received a toy, randomly pushing open one door after another. Ah! He stepped in again. In the early morning, a woman lying in bed playing on her phone lifted her head, and from her perspective, a man resembling a thief appeared in her bedroom. She screamed in terror. Yang Zhengyue's heart skipped a beat as he quickly ran out of the bedroom and unlocked the bathroom door with a key, disappearing into the room. Ha! Yang Zhengyue's heart raced. In the night, in the magical city, at the top private hospital, Dida Hospital. In the VIP building that was not open to the public. In a private room. A round-faced little girl, Fang Xiaojun, sat on the bed, hugging her legs. Her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Everything that had happened today was far beyond her imagination, whether it was the experience in the underground parking lot or everything she saw after arriving at the hospital. What should I do? Fang Xiaojun whispered. She raised her head and looked around the room, which was elegant and quiet, with no sharp objects in sight, and the small window nearby couldn't be opened at all. Outside the door, she had sneakily looked, and there were at least 2 security guards. Will they kill me? At the moment the substitute was shot, Fang Xiaojun had essentially died once. That terrifying feeling made her feel like she was in a nightmare whenever she thought about it. Just then, in the dark, it seemed that fate echoed.
Fang Xiaojun lifted her head and happened to see a mysterious light outlining another door at the position of the room door. The door was pushed open, and a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask walked in. The two locked eyes. Just as the man instinctively wanted to retreat, Fang Xiaojun suddenly lunged forward, crashing heavily to the ground. In the final moment, her eyes were fixed on the man. Save me! Save me! The door closed, and the mysterious light gradually disappeared. Fang Xiaojun curled up on the ground, her round face filled with despair. However, the next second, the door was pushed open again. The young man from before quickly walked out, grabbing Fang Xiaojun and pulling her back through the light door. At that moment, in the quiet private hospital, an alarm sounded. 2 bodyguards in black quickly burst into the ward, only to find an empty room. Not long after, in a luxurious flat, Jamie Dimon was awakened, his handsome face filled with displeasure and anger as he opened the surveillance footage handed to him by his subordinate. Inside the private ward, the suddenly appearing door and the young man, along with the vanishing Fang Xiaojun, were all captured in his gaze as the progress bar finished. Jamie Dimon heavily threw the tablet to the floor. The next day, morning, after Ma Qing woke up in the dormitory of the Pandora investigation team, he first familiarized himself with a lottery livestream on Douyin, waiting for the draw time to end. Then looked at the thank you subtitles. Ma Qing suddenly sat up. Team leader Ma. After changing into a new outfit, Ma Qing first asked Zhao Xiuxue, then quickly rushed to the cafeteria inside the investigation team. With a stern face, he sat down opposite Ma Anbang. Yo! Qingzi, good morning. Ma. Anbang had just picked up a meat bun and looked up at Ma Qing, greeting him before taking a big bite. Ma Qing remained silent, staring at him with a fierce look. Qingzi. We are all members of the Pandora Special Investigation Team. Our mission is to protect people's safety and combat the evil forces that disrupt stability. Ma Anbang seemed not to notice Ma Qing's actions, picking up the soy milk in front of him and drinking it while continuing to give Ma Qing a lesson on ideology. This was something he had been doing continuously lately. Team leader Ma. Ma Qing said again. Qingzi, what's wrong? Pouting early in the morning, who bullied you? Tell Uncle Ma, and Uncle Ma will help you teach them a lesson. Ma Anbang met Ma Qing's gaze. Speaking calmly. I didn't win the lottery this morning. Ma Qing continued. Lottery? How fresh. I've lived for over 40 years and never won a prize. I rolled a 9. Before Ma Anbang's words had even settled, Ma Qing spoke again. At the sound of her voice, team leader Ma paused, no longer speaking, as if feeling a bit guilty, and reached for the next bun. Ever since he noticed Ma Qing's special use of the dice of fate, he had been intentionally and unintentionally giving her lessons in thought, focusing mainly on 2 points. First, we are a team. Second, who our enemies are. He hoped to exert some metaphysical influence through this. Ahem. Ma Anbang, feeling a bit uncomfortable under her gaze, cleared his throat, looked up, and seriously said to Ma Qing, this time it is indeed Uncle Ma's fault. But conversely, if your good luck is enjoyed by the investigation team, then when you roll misfortune, will we not face it together? Even if not, Ma Qing, our entire investigation team will still owe you a favor. I have already submitted an application to the higher-ups, and soon, your position will be promoted 1 level. Additionally, if you have any needs, you can report to us, and we will do our best to meet them. Ma Qing wasn't really angry, seeing team leader Ma's sincerity. Her previously stern face softened, taking on a look of resignation. I could have enjoyed a bit of good luck, but now, who knows where it has all gone. Ma Qing ruffled her long hair into a nest-like mess, and Ma Anbang's gaze towards the girl became much gentler. Warm sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, spilling into Lu Chen's office. Witch's Soul Bell. Almost reached the 3rd star's progress. McCart's mask. Progress at 2 stars. Lu Chen flipped open his black leather notebook, jotting down lines of information. Lu Yang should be on the brink of losing control, simply because he is still working for me. The progress of the Creator's Blade is also increasing rapidly, nearing 2 stars as well. But Li Qingbai's control over negative effects is still very good. He truly is a promising guy. The 2nd tier Pandora's door has extremely high potential. As its progress gradually increases, it will also possess additional auxiliary abilities. This was a periodic summary from recent times. After putting down his fountain pen, the light enveloping the notebook in Lu Chen's gaze became even more dazzling. He pushed up his black-framed glasses and tucked it away in the drawer. Lu Chen looked at the computer, and upon noticing a post on a certain red book, his gaze sharpened slightly. Soon, the smile on his face grew more pronounced. When you are recommended by big data and come across this post, you are already in danger. Warning! Warning! Those who understand will naturally understand.
Now, I will share some survival tips you will need. First, there are forces investigating us. Second, try to hide yourself. Third, after obtaining that item, it's best to flee that city. Attention! When you are browsing this post, you may have already exposed yourself. Do not private message me. Do not private message me. This post of mine may also be treated as a phishing post by them. Friends in front of the screen, stay alive. We are the masters of the new world. Many of the words in this post were very obscure. Just 30 minutes ago, it had sunk to the bottom of the vast sea of information on the internet, only noticed through careful searches. But someone, for some reason, suddenly brought this post to the surface and boosted its traffic. The post's popularity quickly rose to the trending list of the Red Book, with tens of thousands of comments refreshing. Tis. Lu Chen skimmed through some comments and couldn't help but laugh. Most netizens regarded this post as the ramblings of a delusional person, constantly playing with various trending memes. Who could it be? Lu Chen felt a bit curious but had no intention of investigating each one. Exposing such a post to the maximum extent could greatly protect the Pandora users who notice this content, while also serving as a reminder as much as possible. The popularity of the post continued to rise, and when the original post was deleted, bloggers across various platforms reposted its content. Under the sunlight, at the second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu in Zhejiang. In front of a computer, Li Changbai was also browsing this post, leaning back in his chair, a youthful and refined smile on his face. It can only be this way, he murmured. He didn't know who had posted it, but he had arranged for someone to promote it, and even the subsequent reposts by bloggers bore his influence. What was happening in the undercurrents of Hangzhou City was unclear to Li Changbai, but he had marked on a map various incidents, lockdowns, and the occasional gunfire mentioned on different forums that had occurred in different places. In this era, as long as something happened, there would definitely be traces of it on the internet. Dr. Li, Director Chen, asked me to check on how your preparations are going. Just then, a young nurse knocked and entered, looking at Li Changbai with enthusiasm. Almost done. I'll head over now. Li Changbai closed the webpage, tidied up the case files, and pretended to get up. He stepped into the long corridor of the hospital, the bright sunlight casting his shadow on the wall not far away. Miss Fong. At the same time, in a rental room in Hangzhou, a short girl with a round face sat on the bed, hugging her legs tightly, her body curled up. She seemed to be greatly frightened, trembling from time to time. At that moment, the young man sitting in front of the computer suddenly turned his head. Seeing Fong Xiaojun shiver, he repeatedly said, Sorry. But take a look at this post. He spoke seriously. Fong Xiaojun raised her head, cautiously getting off the bed to look at the computer in front of Yang Zhangyue. Last night. No, to be precise, it was early this morning when Yang Zhangyue had dragged Fong Xiaojun out of that hospital room, and when he pushed the door open again, he got lost among the countless doors of the Magic City, completely unable to find his way. In the end, Yang Zhangyue could only give his mask to Fong Xiaojun and took a taxi back to Hangzhou with her, returning to this rental room. So that's how it is. In the room, the curtains were tightly drawn, and the light was somewhat dim. The cold light from the screen fell on Fong Xiaojun's face as she finished reading the post and whispered, I did search for some related content online. And once, I even went shopping during work hours and happened to run into an acquaintance. According to what you said, there are not just one but multiple forces hunting those who possess Pandora. Yang Zhangyue thought for a moment and spoke. As the sky gradually darkened, in the rental room, Yang Zhangyue looked at Fong Xiaojun, who had picked up the faceless doll she had brought out when escaping from the hospital. She pulled out a hair and inserted it into the top of the doll's head, and an incredible change occurred. In this narrow room. What the hell? Yang Zhenyue's eyes widened, incredulously examining the two identical girls. How amazing! He exclaimed. Amazing. Right? I thought so too before, Fong Xiaojun said, staring at her identical self. Hearing this, she looked at Yang Zhenyue and gave a bitter smile. Now, I wish I hadn't picked up this Pandora. I'd rather go back to being a workhorse like before. Alright, I'm counting on you. Yang Zhangyue nodded, glancing at the substitute before putting on masks for both himself and the other person. Gripping the mysterious key tightly, he inserted it into the lock of the bedroom door. Turning the key, the glowing spatial door swung open. As he opened it further, Yang Zhangyue carefully stepped outside, finding himself this time in a self-built small building in an urban village. He breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that the building was unoccupied. Misread the signal. But thankfully, it's not too big of a problem. He whispered softly. With the substitute in tow, he pushed the door open. Meanwhile, in the adjacent self-built house, Li Changbai set down the glowing scalpel and walked to the window, looking down at the two departing figures. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, a look of confusion crossed his face. He was certain there was no one next door because he had rented out that building as well. If anyone came or went, it would have been noticed. Dr. Li. Just as Li Changbai stepped out of the room, Xiao Jian, who was guarding the door, approached him.
Keep an eye on the place. I'll be stepping out for a bit.
Li Changbai removed his mask and said gently.
Late at night, at 11 o'clock. Feng. Miss Feng. Yang Zhengyue walked through the dimly lit streets of the urban village with the substitute. At the
intersection, a grocery store with its lights still on came into view. A smile appeared on his face as he turned to Feng Xiaojun, opening his mouth to call out, but remembering that she was just a substitute, he paused slightly before calling out, "There's a grocery store over there, they should have a
phone. Boss. Can I use the phone?"
"Do it yourself." Inside, the old man watching a short drama didn't even look up.
Yang Zhengyue stepped aside, glancing at the substitute who picked up the phone.
After escaping, Feng Xiaojun immediately began to worry about her parents back home, so she begged Yang Zhengyue to take the substitute out to make a call. In the urban village, under the orange-yellow streetlights, Li Changbai stopped, leaning against the opposite side of the grocery store. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, a strange expression crossed his face as if he had thought of something.
"All right." Feng Xiaojun said no more and hung up the phone. She met Yang Zhenyue's gaze and whispered, "Everything at home is fine."
"That's good.
Boss, I left the money on the table."
Yang Zhenyue called out, then pressed 5 yuan onto the table, saying, "Let's hurry and leave." With that, he was about to rush off with Feng Xiaojun when unexpectedly, as he turned around, he bumped into a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses.
Without looking
much, he lowered his head and apologized, intending to leave quickly.
"You can't do that."
Just 2 steps out, a gentle voice suddenly rang out from
behind. In the alley.
Yang Zhengyue paused, turning his head, and at that moment, he clearly saw the young man standing under the orange-yellow streetlight. With a smile on his face. "You should make another call to 10909. The young man stepped towards them, continuing to speak.
Noticing the young man
approaching, Yang Zhengyue instinctively took 2 steps back, simultaneously scanning left and right, trying to find the nearest exit.
But this was an alley, and the nearest door was still a distance away.
Just as Yang Zhengyue was trying to think of a way out, Li Changbai observed the latter and
spoke gently again, looking at your reactions. "Could it be that you've encountered forces hunting down Pandora users?" In the silent, dim night. As
those words were spoken, Yang Zhenyue's heart skipped a beat, and he focused intently on the young man in front of him, unsure of what thoughts were
swirling in his mind. "So, it seems." Li Changbai walked up to Yang Zhenyue, stopping 2 meters away, his gaze sweeping over the latter's reaction.
After a moment of contemplation, a look of surprise appeared on his refined face. "You actually managed to escape. This place should have been exposed.
Follow me."
Li Changbai continued, and after saying that, he made a gesture. Yang Zhenyue noticed that there were shadowy figures flickering in the
shadows around him.
Yang Zhenyue hesitated for a moment, but then gritted his teeth and followed along with his substitute. In other words, if the other party truly had malicious intent and cornered him in an alley, he wouldn't be able to escape. "You guys have caused me a lot of trouble." Li Changbai said this, but the smile on his face did not fade at all. "Because of you, my people have to relocate to a new base."
"I'm sorry." Yang Zhenyue
followed beside him, hesitating a bit before whispering. Before long, the 3 of them hurriedly got into a gray van, which disappeared into the night of the urban village. At the same time, at the location of Li Qingbai's original self-built house, Xiao Jian also quickly dealt with the corresponding
traces, leaving some personnel behind, and similarly departed. "Hello, you two. Nice to meet you. Let me introduce myself, I am also a user of Pandora. My surname is Li."
As the vehicle drove into a courtyard located in the countryside of Hangzhou, they entered a 2-story self-built building. At this moment, Li Changbai wore a refined smile, looking at the masked Yang Zhenyue and Feng Xiaojun, extending his hand and saying, "Hello."
Yang
Zhenyue responded softly, his gaze subtly drifting left and right, constantly calculating how to rush to the nearest door as quickly as possible. But at the same time, he wanted to gather as much information as possible about Pandora and the other mysterious world. "You don't need to be so nervous. From your reactions, it seems you just obtained Pandora not long ago."
Li Changbai noticed Yang Zhenyue's small movements and guessed that the other party's Pandora might be related to the door.
He did not stop him. Instead, he deliberately took a couple of steps back, giving the other party enough space, wearing a gentle smile as he continued, "If that's the case, our faction should be the same. I am also an independent Pandora user, similarly evading the hunting of other forces. Phew.
Yang Zhangyue let out a sigh of relief, nodding as he whispered, yes. The two continued to converse, and not long after, Li Changbai slightly showcased his Pandora creator's blade to the two. Yang Zhangyue pondered carefully. He raised his head to meet Li Chengbai's gaze. This handsome and refined young man was calm in his every gesture. Under the latter's watch, Yang Zhangyue opened his palm. A key? Li Chengbai's gaze sharpened. Follow me, Yang Zhangyue said in a low voice. After saying that, he stepped to the door, inserting the key into the lock and twisting it. As he opened the door again, Li Changbai looked into another room behind the door. Behind his gold-rimmed glasses, his pupils instantly contracted, and when he looked back at the young man in front of him, his expression changed. Although he did not know the ranks of Pandora, he could clearly sense that the Pandora in this young man's hand was different from the ones in his and others' hands. Mr. Li, this is my Pandora. Yang Zhangyue turned his head and simultaneously removed the black mask from his face. Li Changbai quickly concealed his surprise, his handsome face becoming a bit more approachable, pausing for a moment before smiling and saying, that's a great ability. The next day. In the morning, the weather was clear. Supervisor Lu. What happened? In the elevator hall, Nie Xiaoyu seemed to remember something, her face showing a hint of vigilance. She glanced around, confirming that the bad woman was not there, then tugged at Lu Chen's arm. When he lowered his head slightly, Nie Xiaoyu spoke again. That bad woman won't be coming to the team building tonight, will she? Bad woman? Are you talking about Vice President Lin? Lu Chen smiled gently. Yeah. Nie Xiaoyu nodded vigorously. She probably won't come, I didn't invite her, Lu Chen replied. As soon as he said this, Nie Xiaoyu let out a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on her face. Before long, the two of them got off on different floors. Lu Chen walked through the large office to his own, where the colleagues in the R&D team were buzzing with excitement like children going on a spring outing, asking various questions. After a while, Lu Chen returned to his office with a smile. Lu Chen first focused on observing the second-tier Pandora host, and his expression fell into silence. After a moment, he pushed up his glasses, a strange look on his face. How did I not notice this all night, and now he's right in front of Li Changbai? This guy, he murmured. Lu Chen seemed to recall something, and through Pandora's connection, he turned his attention to Ma Qing. He had not been watching for long when he witnessed a thought course from Team Leader Ma. Truly, Team Leader Ma, Lu Chen chuckled softly as he understood the logic behind it. He didn't pay any more attention to the two of them. Lu Chen focused on his own work, and time passed quickly. Soon it was dark. At 5:30 in the afternoon, 12 people from the R&D team at Skyworth Technology, including Lu Chen, along with HR's Nie Xiaoyu and two of her friends, boarded a rented 16-seat coaster minibus. The vehicle headed towards a tourist resort on the outskirts of Hangzhou, Tianmeishuan, Nonlu Garden. Upon arriving at the hotel, everyone just got off the bus. Xiaoyu. Kai Mingqi tugged at Nie Xiaoyu's arm, grinning as she asked, are you going to Manager Lu's room tonight? What's it to you? Nie Xiaoyu's face flushed first, then she shot a glare at Kai Mingqi and said, Manager Lu, look over there. Department employee Ma Xuxing's gaze turned to a red Porsche 911 that drove in behind their bus. As the car stopped and a stunning figure stepped out, he coughed and quickly pulled at Manager Lu, signaling him. A pair of eyes in front of the hotel turned to look, and they saw a woman in a black long dress, red high heels, and sunglasses striding towards them. Manager Lu. Vice President Lin Xiaoyue walked up to Lu Chen. Extending her hand, the company sent me to oversee your team building. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you for your hard work, Vice President Lin. Lu Chen maintained a gentle smile as he extended his hand in response. For a company of their size, organizing a team-building event for an entire department naturally required prior approval, and in previous years, someone would always be sent to participate, but today, the person's position was a bit higher. Lin Xiaoyue's expression was cool as she nodded, retracting her hand and walking towards the hotel with an air of aloofness. As she brushed past, her gaze casually glanced at Nie Xiaoyu. The aura of the Ice Queen CEO was unmistakably imposing. The night grew deeper. The group from Skyworth Technology sat around a bonfire, some playing games while others busied themselves with outdoor barbecuing. Lu Chen lay on a lounge chair, sipping a chilled cola. When his gaze swept over to a group of people not far away, his expression paused. 3-026, Werewolf card? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This is a Pandora card that stands in opposition to the Prophet card. In the description, it seems that if either user of these two Pandoras kills the other, some interesting things will happen, as if it were fate. Excuse me. Let's play a game.
My friend says he has a special skill. He has a pair of fiery eyes that can quickly discern anyone's identity and character.
We don't believe it, so we want to randomly pull some people from this circle to form a game. He said that if he guesses wrong, he'll down a bottle of beer. In that tranquil night,
Lu Chen withdrew his gaze, comfortably reclining in front of the lounge chair.
Just then, in the adjacent camping area, two young men in
their mid-20s caught sight of Lin Xiaoyue not far away, and their eyes immediately lit up.
Following that, one of them walked over. Lu Chen glanced
in the direction the man was pointing, and a faint smile appeared on his face.
All right.
He did not refuse.
Director Lu, I'll go with you. Nia Xiaoyu happened to be carrying a tray and walked over.
Upon hearing this, she quickly added. Not far away, Lin Xiaoyue, the vice president, who had originally been coldly waving her hand to dismiss the others, paused her actions upon noticing Director Lu's movement and walked over as well.
In the night,
on the neatly trimmed lawn nearby, a group of men and women quickly gathered, forming a large circle to sit down.
Nia Xiaoyu sat beside Director Lu. Vice President Lin shot a glance and took a seat on the other side. Director Lu. Lin Xiaoyue's expression remained cool, her gaze directed at a distance.
While her calm voice rang out, I didn't expect you to be interested in such things.
Why wouldn't I be? Lu Chen pushed up his glasses and replied. With a light smile.
The Pandora and Werewolf cards are actually the functions of the Prophet, possessing sharp eyes that can easily see through everyone's identity, serving as the leader of the righteous camp, while Pandora, the Prophet card, embodies the werewolf's ability based on lies.
Naming it this way is just a little wicked fun of his. I don't know. What will happen when you see me?
Lu Chen looked at the young man who had walked into the center of the circle, his smile growing much more pronounced.
The game soon began.
The young man, with his short hair and shirt, looking like a workplace elite, opened his mouth and accurately stated one identity and character after another. The men and women who had been pulled in to form a large circle initially paid no mind, but after several rounds, their faces showed surprise, and the atmosphere gradually heated up.
Wow! Director Lu. He's amazing. Nia Xiaoyu stretched her neck in awe, exclaiming, he can't be a police officer, can he? How can his eyes be so sharp? He recognizes everyone at a glance. They can't all be plants, right? Director Lu. Nia Xiaoyu called out again. What do you think? How did he figure it out? Lu Chen shook his head with a smile and replied, perhaps he has some secret. Just as he was speaking, the young man walked up to Vice President Lin, deliberately glancing past her, wanting to show off in front of the goddess. He looked at Lu Chen. What should I call you, sir? Lu. Lu Chen replied. With a smile. Dian Yunjie, nice to meet you.
The young man extended his hand, paused for a moment, a confident smile on his face, and continued, I
wonder if there's anything inconvenient to say? Lu Chen pretended to think, then pushed up his glasses and said gently, no. Then I'll start. Dian Yunjie raised his voice.
The werewolf card was undoubtedly the focus of the entire gathering, and as he spoke, the crowd that had gathered from all directions erupted in cheers. He raised his hand and pressed it down, and the surroundings immediately quieted down again.
Dian Yunjie focused. The black and white eyes fixed on Lu Chen.
At the same time, the werewolf card in his shirt pocket emitted a mysterious wave.
Ha! At first glance,
Dian Yunjie found nothing unusual. The corresponding identity information appeared, programmer, supervisor.
But upon a second look, the latter became a blank in his eyes. He gasped in surprise.
Raising his head, he looked into the man's eyes, where a hint of a smile overflowed from those black and white orbs. As the corners of the man's mouth subtly lifted, it seemed he intentionally unveiled a layer of his own veil.
In that instant, Dian Yunjie felt as if he had glimpsed a corner of the taboo, something that could not be directly gazed upon, described, or spoken of, a taboo akin to a blazing sun deity. Just that fleeting glimpse, the aura that poured out, instantly made the hairs on Dian Yunjie's body stand on end, and fine beads of sweat quickly appeared on his forehead. Ha! Ha!
Dian Yunjie's heart raced, feeling as if he were walking on clouds.
He looked at the man again, who wore a
gentle smile, and everything he had sensed moments ago vanished without a trace. At that moment, Dian Yunjie realized he had touched upon a true big shot hidden among ordinary people, perhaps a being akin to a deity. I'm sorry. Dian Yunjie quickly lowered his head, speaking nervously and uneasily.
No need, Lu Chen casually replied.
His calm gaze flicked toward the crowd behind the young man, whose expressions had changed, and he added, if you
can't see it, then just let it be.
Dian Yunjie snapped back to reality, quickly forcing a smile onto his pale face, awkwardly apologizing and leading the crowd to the other side, raising a beer to drink.
Ah!
Nia Xiaoyu exclaimed regretfully, I thought he could really see through everyone.
All right. Let's go, Lu Chen said with a smile. After speaking, he looked at Vice President Lin Shoyue, noticing a glimmer of contemplation in her eyes, and gently asked, "What about you, Vice President Lin?" The three of them walked toward their camping area. Time passed second by second. As night deepened, the group, having had a great time, gradually returned to their hotel rooms. Supervisor Liu, I need to consult you about a company project. As they exited the elevator, Lin Shoyue glanced at Nie Xiaoyu and spoke in a cool tone. Upon hearing her words, Nie Xiaoyu, who had been calculating something in her mind, immediately became alert. She followed Lin Shoyue to the resting area by the window of the hotel, where she saw Director Lin actually pull out a laptop and meticulously inquire about a project. Until late into the night, Nie Xiaoyu leaned against the side and fell into a deep sleep, while Lin Shoyue shifted her gaze, stood up, and took the laptop back to her room. A light laugh appeared on Lu Chen's face as he prepared to pick up Nie Xiaoyu, but unexpectedly, his friend Kai Mingqi rushed over with a speechless and helpless expression, wearing pajamas. Lu. Supervisor Lu. Vice President Lin asked me to take Xiaoyu back to her room, saying it's not safe for her to sleep alone outside. Lu Chen replied. In the stillness of the night. Hangzhou City. A two-story self-built house in the countryside. Li Changbai sat at a desk piled high with various medical books, continuously recording his thoughts in a medical booklet. At that moment, behind him, a light portal quietly outlined the doorframe, and a mysterious spatial door opened, revealing a man and a woman stepping out. You're here. As footsteps sounded, Li Changbai straightened up without turning around and spoke. After recording the last line of content, he looked at the two. Dr. Li. Dr. Li. Yang Zhengyue and Fang Xiaojun spoke in succession. Mr. Yang, Miss Fang, less than 10 minutes after your phone call yesterday, to be precise, 7 minutes and 45 seconds, another group of people appeared at the grocery store. Li Changbai approached the two and said. As these words rang out, Fang Xiaojun's expression suddenly changed, and she became tense, her eyes fixed on Li Changbai. Don't worry. You've already called the Pandora investigation team, and even if it's to catch those people, they will protect your parents. A smile appeared on Li Chengbai's handsome face. Moreover, those people wouldn't do that, it would be meaningless. Miss Fang. To be precise, this should be our first meeting today. Li Changbai extended his hand to Fang Xiaojun. You, hello. Fang Xiaojun said timidly. Li Changbai led the three out of the study, stepping into the adjacent living room. After letting the two sit down, he walked to the refrigerator and turned back, saying, Would you like something to drink? Coke? Juice or milk? He tossed a can of chilled Coke to Yang Zhengyue and poured a glass of milk for Fang Xiaojun. He sat down on the other side of the two and then looked at Fang Xiaojun. By the way, Miss Fang, may I see your Pandora? Fang Xiaojun glanced at Yang Zhengyue and nodded in agreement. She took out the faceless doll, laid it in her palm, and then, under the latter's gaze, plucked one of her own hairs. When her substitute appeared in the living room, Fang Xiaojun quietly observed Li Changbai. And for some reason, at the moment the substitute appeared, an indescribable fear arose in her heart towards him. Li Changbai marveled at the two girls who looked identical down to their hair strands, and a thought crossed his mind. He wondered if this substitute, beneath its surface, was also like a human. If so, this would be an infinitely reusable material for human experimentation. Mr. Yang. Ms. Fang. Li Changbai cleared his throat, temporarily hiding this thought, and looked back at the two, his handsome face taking on a serious expression as he said in a deep voice, I would like to invite you both to join my organization. Team? Yang Zhengyue asked in response. Yes. An organization dedicated to ensuring that ordinary, kind-hearted Pandora users are not hunted by any forces and can survive under the sun with their own will. Li Changbai continued. As these words were spoken, Yang Zhengyue's gaze sharpened. That day, when he obtained Pandora, the words of that mysterious man echoed in his ears. The youthful passion still beats within, it should not fade away in the long wait of ordinary days. I am willing to join. Yang Zhengyue raised his head, meeting Li Chengbai's gaze, and said solemnly, Old Bien. What was that all about just now? Rewinding the brief time of the night. Camping area. After the game ended, a young man looked curiously at his brother Bien Yunjie, who was approaching with a can of beer, and said, Didn't you say you wanted to hit on that ice goddess? And you wanted me to be your wingman. What? What did you see in that man just now? The young man continued. He was about to say more when Bien Yunjie snapped back to reality, his eyes widening in panic as he hurriedly covered his brother's mouth. Hush! Bien Yunjie glanced around to see if anyone was paying attention to him, then let out a long sigh of relief. Following that, he pulled the latter aside and lowered his voice. Don't say anything. We can't afford to offend that man, it's best not to even entertain the thought. The young man still felt somewhat unconcerned. What kind A big shot would bring trouble just by thinking about it? But when he met Bian Yunjie's eyes, his heart skipped a beat, and he nodded. Let's go. Let's go. I don't want to play anymore, Bian Yunjie said in succession. After saying this, he turned and walked towards the hotel, his mind constantly replaying the scene from just moments ago, his heart filled with increasing awe. A week ago, he had stumbled upon the Pandora werewolf card, and it was from that day on that he realized there was such a mysterious side to the world he inhabited. There existed a wondrous Pandora, many beings with extraordinary abilities hiding beneath the ordinary city. Perhaps there were also one mysterious organization after another intricately controlling the world. But I wonder, what is this person's status in that world? What level of existence are they? Bian Yunjie paused in front of the hotel, whispering to himself. He felt both awe and longing for that world hidden in the sunlight. The next day, dawn broke. Hotel lobby. Bian Yunjie hadn't slept all night, and as soon as it was light, he rushed to the lobby, glancing towards the elevator from time to time. When the elevator doors opened once more, his heart raced, feeling somewhat flustered. He took a deep breath and steeled himself to approach Manager Lu. What's wrong with Vice President Lin? She seems a bit unwell? Nie Xiaoyu stood beside Lu Chen, casting a smug glance at Vice President Lin Xiaoyue, who hurriedly walked out of the elevator. Last night, after being brought back to her room by her best friend Kai Mengqi, she had quickly sneaked back into Manager Lu's room. Otherwise, Vice President Lin might have taken advantage of the situation. Her mind was racing with thoughts when she suddenly noticed that Vice President Lin seemed to be stumbling a bit, her walking posture reminiscent of her own reaction after their first encounter. However, Nie Xiaoyu didn't suspect Manager Lu, because at that time, she had been held by the neck by him. Who knows? Lu Chen's expression was gentle as he pushed up his glasses, a hint of a meaningful smile appearing in his eyes. All right. Nie Xiaoyu obediently nodded. Mr. Lu. As soon as he entered the hotel lobby, Bian Yunjie respectfully approached and spoke up. You all check out, I'll go have a word with him. Lu Chen glanced at the latter, chuckling softly, and said to Nie Xiaoyu and the others. After saying this, he stepped aside, his gaze turning to the young man in front of him. What do you want to say? Seeing Bian Yunjie hesitating, Lu Chen asked with a smile. Mr. Lu, can I follow in your footsteps? Bian Yunjie lowered his head and spoke. He had also seen that post online and wanted to latch onto a big shot. Are you not worried that I am one of those hunters? Lu Chen's smile brightened a bit as he turned to look out the window, the lush greenery bathed in the morning sunlight, with Pandoras continuously appearing, and more hosts hiding in different parts of the city. As these words rang out, Bian Yunjie's heart tightened at first, but then he relaxed and respectfully said, if you want to take action against me, I wouldn't have any ability to resist. You are quite clever. Lu Chen replied with a smile. At that moment, not far away at the hotel front desk, Nie Xiaoyu and the others had already checked out. Lu Chen glanced at them before turning back to Bian Yunjie. The Pandora you possess has a natural nemesis. He will hunt you. Or you will hunt him. If one day you can defeat your nemesis, I will allow you to follow me. After saying this, Lu Chen waved his hand and walked towards his colleagues. Bian Yunjie still stood in place, constantly reciting Mr. Lu's words in his mind. It was the first time he realized that he had a nemesis, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. The 16-seat coaster minibus left the tourist resort, and by the time they returned to the company, it was already past 10 in the morning, effectively making it a half-day off for the entire department. Gray Soul +1. Afternoon. At 3:10, Lu Chen was sitting at his desk when a message suddenly popped up in front of him. Here it comes. Lu Chen chuckled softly, as if he had known this gray soul would appear. He opened the panel, scanned through the various Pandoras, and then once again focused on the wizard soul bell, gazing into the distance through their connection. He sighed, it has to be you. The first Pandora to reach the 3rd star level. During this time, this wizard soul bell had stirred up quite a commotion in North America, and the forces chasing after it were no weaker than those competing in Hangchang. Just now, this individual was an agent from the American FBI who completely lost control when the wizard soul bell reached the 3rd star level. Without doing anything, he still waited for the sky to gradually darken. Off work, Lu Chen returned to his apartment and first knocked on his neighbor's door. Uncle Lu. Wan was the first to run to the door and opened it. Upon seeing Lu Chen, her eyes lit up and she cheerfully exclaimed. At that moment, a black cat, lounging on the sofa in Chen and Hongru's home like an old man, stretched lazily, swayed its tail, and wobbled over to its owner. Sister Hongru, sorry for the trouble. Lu Chen said gently. No trouble at all, Wan loves little Bai. By the way, have you eaten? I'm cooking right now, single mother. Chen Hongru said with a delighted expression upon seeing Lu Chen. She glanced at the corridor and asked. No need. Lu Chen shook his head, said no more, and took the plump black cat back home.
Sitting at the rosewood desk in the study, leaning back in his chair, Lu Chen's gaze swept over 3 items in the room: an antique-style grandfather clock, a yellowed notebook with a black leather cover, paired with a feather quill, and a mirror with a silver frame, intricately carved with elaborate patterns. Which one to choose? Though it was a question, it was actually a statement of certainty. These 3 were items he had gathered over the past period that could carry the second-tier seed. The clock. Lu Chen first looked at the clock, smiling mysteriously. Then, he turned his gaze to the yellowed notebook, reached out, unfastened the button, and flipped through the yellowed pages, his eyes scanning the English text. It's a script. A screenwriter? He continued to look at the final silver mirror, his black and white eyes flickering. There were many legends about mirrors from around the world, but he didn't know what this one would turn into. Forget it. I'll choose you. Without hesitation, he spent 50,000 desire points and 1 gray soul to exchange for the second-tier Pandora seed. He reached out. Pressing down on the 4-legged creature that was quietly gathering strength, preparing to pounce on the seed, he sent the seed, which exuded a noble aura, into the pendulum of the ticking clock. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 2-002. Please name Pandora number 2-002. 2-002. When the bell of 2-002 rings, the user can perform a time-space rewind within 24 hours. After reading the text, Lu Chen's expression revealed deep emotion. The first Pandora of the second tier is space, and this second one is time. I'll call you clock. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the ancient clock. When he placed his hand against the glass dial, a silvery light quickly illuminated him, enveloping his entire being. Ding! The distant chime echoed in his ears. In an instant, the scene before Lu Chen changed. He was surrounded by countless clocks, each representing time in various forms. He tilted his head, gazing at the enormous clock above him, which resembled a bright moon. At that moment, from this clock, countless second hands, minute hands, and hour hands began to rapidly reverse. Tis. As the chime slowly faded away, Lu Chen looked ahead. It was the hotel where the department team building event was held, and the time was 3 in the morning. I can choose to directly revert to my own self on this timeline, or I can appear in this timeline as my future self, but the 2 versions of myself must not meet. With one hand in his pocket, Lu Chen stepped out of the resting area. Just then, in the distance, Vice President Lin Xiaoyue, who had just left, unexpectedly returned, her cold gaze landing on the gentle and mysterious supervisor Lu. She bit her red lip, her icy expression sharpening as she quickly approached Lu Chen in her high heels and grabbed his wrist. Without saying a word, she pulled him into her room. Bang! She slammed the door shut, and the next moment, Vice President Lin slightly rose on her toes, offering her red lips. At the same time, in the adjacent room, another Lu Chen was present. Both Lu Chens engaged in the same activity. However, the Lu Chen in the next room paused slightly, as if sensing something, and glanced thoughtfully in a certain direction before retracting his gaze. The next day, the weather was clear at Skyworth Technology. Boss. That project, Vice President Lin wants you to report to her office in person. Lu Chen responded, and once his colleague closed the door, he leaned back in his chair, his gentle gaze recalling the memories of last night. It was a peculiar feeling because, in his memory, the sequence of events with Nie Xiaoyu and Lin Xiaoyue was distinctly chronological, yet in reality, it was not. This is just the second tier of Pandora. Lu Chen stood up. He glanced out at the city and softly said, however, one cannot simply evaluate a Pandora by its tier. In the 3rd tier of Pandora, there still exists the distinctly different presence of the Fate Gambler's dice. Exiting the office and walking down the long corridor. Soon, Lu Chen stood outside Vice President Lin's office, knocked on the door, and upon hearing "Please come in," he pushed the door open and entered. Sit. At the desk, Lin Xiaoyue wore a deep-necked black shirt paired with a wine-red fitted skirt. Her exquisite face remained as cold as ever, as if nothing had happened between them. At 2 in the morning yesterday, Lin Xiaoyue glanced at Lu Chen and said in a low voice. After speaking, she turned her attention back to the computer, her fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard. Lu Chen maintained his gentle smile, sitting steadily across from her. It seemed Lin Xiaoyue was deliberately leaving Lu Chen in suspense. Time ticked by, yet she said nothing. Her gaze swept over Supervisor Lu, and seeing his expression still calm, her keystrokes grew increasingly intense, like a sudden storm. Clap. The final keystroke fell. Lin Xiaoyue suddenly raised her head, her cold gaze fixed on Supervisor Lu without blinking. Don't you want to say something? What should I say? Lu Chen asked. Cut ties with that employee. I can pretend none of this ever happened. Lin Xiaoyue stood up, her hands pressed against the table, leaning towards Lu Chen. She stared intently at him and said again, let's go get the certificate this afternoon.
No. Lu Chen shook his head. This flat response, devoid of any inflection, made a woman like Vice President Lin's eyes tremble for a moment, but soon after, she quickly concealed her emotions. Her cold, beautiful face returned to its icy demeanor. I will have you completely. Lin Qiuyue spoke. Nothing's wrong, I'll take my leave now. Lu Chen nodded non-committally and then said blandly. With that, he stepped out of Vice President Lin's office as if he had just finished a normal report. Behind him, as he turned, Lin Qiuyue lifted her head, her usually striking and assertive eyes reddening, tightly pursing her red lips. The official investigation into Pandora users will not end with just one attempt. Its actions are like a sieve, constantly filtering through. Young Master Zhao and the forces of Jamie Dimon are becoming increasingly frantic. Lu Chen stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the corridor. Bright sunlight poured in. He looked down at the city, as if seeing something, and chuckled softly. Nowadays, the Pandora users scattered throughout Hangzhou, hiding among the crowd like Bian Yunjie, still existed. They had gradually sensed the surging undercurrents and became even more cautious. Under the azure sky, Hangzhou, in a large office of an insurance company, Kai Linwu, Supervisor Zhao is looking for you. A pretty girl walked over to a desk near the corner, gently tapping the edge of the table, speaking to a young man who habitually kept his head down. I know. Kai Linwu, wearing thick glasses, stammered. He stood up in a daze, hurriedly tidying up, and then walked towards the supervisor's office. As soon as he left, the pretty girl and several colleagues in the office raised their heads, exchanging glances filled with schadenfreude. Kai Linwu was from a mountainous area in Xian province. He had come to Hangzhou for university and stayed after graduation. He was honest and didn't dare to speak up when bullied, so everyone unconsciously assigned some of their work to him. When Supervisor Zhao was in a bad mood, he would scold him mercilessly. Supervisor Zhao, you called for me. Kai Linwu entered the office and said softly. Before his words had even settled, a stack of documents was hurled at his face by the middle-aged man behind the desk, who had gained weight. The papers scattered all over the floor. Is this what you did? Supervisor Zhao said in a deep voice. Pick it up. Kai Linwu squatted down, picking up the pages one by one, his head bowed, the thick glasses obscuring his expression. When he approached the overweight supervisor again, holding the documents, he raised his head. In his eyes was a look that inexplicably startled Supervisor Zhao. Just as he was about to say something, the next moment, Kai Linwu pressed down on the latter's head. Bang! It slammed heavily against the desk. The immense pain made the middle-aged supervisor feel dizzy, his eyes wide open. Mouth agape, but Kai Linwu, expressionless, reached out his left hand, tightly gripping Supervisor Zhao's chin like a sturdy iron hoop. Although Kai Linwu had always appeared honest, he had helped his family with farm work since childhood, and his strength was not something an office worker could compare to. Mouth open, unable to make a sound. At that moment, Kai Linwu raised his right hand. Slap. The solid slaps fell one after another. With each slap, Kai Linwu exhaled a long breath, as if finally venting some of the pent-up anger inside him. He released his grip. Kai Linwu. You're finished. I won't let you off, get ready for prison. By the way, you still have a grandmother and a sister at home, right? Once you're in jail, I'll make sure someone takes good care of them. Supervisor Zhao's voice rang out, and Kai Linwu once again grabbed the latter's hair, crazily slamming it against the table, blood streaming from his forehead onto the surface. He released his grip again. Kai Linwu reached into his pocket and pulled out a strange eraser, watching as Supervisor Zhao made a wiping motion in the air. Pandora, memory eraser. A peculiar light flickered in Kai Linwu's eyes. Ah! What's happening to me? Why is my head covered in blood? And my face, it hurts. Supervisor Zhao's expression shifted, his eyes refocusing, and he quickly touched his forehead, panicking. Supervisor Zhao. You suddenly fainted and hit your forehead on the desk. Kai Linwu spoke up at the right moment. So that's what happened? Why am I so unlucky? What are you looking at? Get out of here quickly, I don't have time to deal with your nonsense right now. Supervisor Zhao glared, cursing loudly. Kai Linwu slightly lowered his head, took 2 steps back, and then walked out of the supervisor's office. He pushed open the door and was met by his colleagues in the large office, a barely noticeable smile lifting the corners of his mouth. As night fell, in a late-night tavern in the West Lake district of Hangzhou. This tavern had recently started to attract long lines at night, with many exhausted office workers coming in for a couple of drinks. Or more accurately, for the hangover soup the chubby boss gave them after drinking. That soup, so fragrant. Every time they finished a bowl, they felt their minds become tranquil, the fatigue of the day released. And those who struggled to sleep could quickly drift into sweet dreams after returning home. In the night, under the orange-yellow lights, in a small tavern, boss The usual 3 bottles of beer and the side dishes from the set meal. 2 middle-aged men in suits walked in, speaking familiarly. All right. The chubby boss, Lao Pan, replied cheerfully. He was busy working while chatting with the tavern's patrons. Just a week ago, his tavern's business was decent, but it hadn't reached this level. Not only that, the atmosphere among the customers was vastly different. I say, chubby boss, your hangover soup is truly amazing. Last time I made a batch at home using your recipe, but I poured it out after 1 sip. Did you hold back a secret? Another patron at the bar chimed in. Haha, it's all those ingredients. But I also added a bit of traditional Chinese medicine to the hangover soup, an old family recipe that I can't share with you. The chubby boss laughed. After saying this, he exchanged a few words with the waiter, lifted the curtain to the kitchen, and walked in. In front of a stove in the kitchen, Lao Pan gazed intently at the pot of soup simmering. Pandora got a food soup pot. Lao Pan approached the pot, picked up a spoon, and gently stirred the milky white broth. What a treasure! Truly a treasure. Lao Pan murmured softly. This pot could stew the toughest rubber bands and bones until they were tender. The soup it produced was not only delicious but also had incredible effects. Similar to the calming properties of the hangover soup, but at its most basic level, by varying the ingredients enough, it could also create a broth that enhanced physical constitution, strengthened power, increased speed, and more, allowing one to undergo a transformation. Boss. The tavern curtain opened once more, and in walked a man and a woman. One was a gentle-looking man wearing black-framed glasses, and the other was a well-behaved young girl. The chubby boss glanced over and cheerfully said, "Is this your first time here, sir?" "Yes." Lu Chen nodded with a smile. "Are there any special dishes?" Lu Chen sat at the bar, and before he finished speaking, a slightly tipsy office worker next to him eagerly promoted the hangover soup to the chubby boss. Lu Chen nodded, surveying the chubby boss and the surrounding guests, his smile growing wider. The tavern owner was quite simple-minded. Although he had acquired Pandora, he genuinely wanted to run this tavern well. 2 days passed. Monday. Team leader Ma. The investigation team below has new updates to report. In Hang City, at the Pandora investigation team, Maan Bang had just finished the morning work. Report directed at Yinjing City. As he walked out of the conference room, his assistant Zhao Xiuxue approached him with a report. Have them wait for me in the small reporting hall? Maan Bang glanced at Zhao Xiuxue and said in a deep voice. 15 minutes later, Maan Bang entered the small reporting hall with his assistant, where a male and a female investigator were waiting in the room. Team leader Ma. No need for formalities, let's get straight to the point. What's the situation? Maan Bang said decisively as he sat down. After Zhao Xiuxue closed the door behind him, the middle-aged male investigator handed a report to team leader Ma while walking to the podium to turn on the projector. Last week, we accidentally learned of a piece of information, that is, a message about a miraculous doctor began circulating among billionaires in the Yangtze River Delta region. It is said that even terminal illnesses can be cured. The middle-aged man said solemnly. At first, I thought it was just another new type of scam. But when I conducted a detailed investigation, I found that there were indeed 2 billionaires who had been given death notices by doctors but had their conditions reversed. He continued. In the reporting hall, Maan Bang's expression remained calm as he played with the already Pandora-activated lighter in his hand, the barely perceptible white light accumulating little by little from the repeatedly flipped cap. When we found those 2 billionaires, they were initially unwilling to disclose any information about the miraculous doctor. After continuous communication, we learned that they had only contacted the doctor beforehand, and during the transfer process, they had lost consciousness, only to awaken in a certain underground parking lot after the treatment was completed. We investigated the paths mentioned by the billionaires. There was a force that had cleaned everything up very thoroughly. The middle-aged man displayed some details of the investigation. After he finished speaking, the reporting hall fell silent, with the 2 investigators and the recording assistant Zhao Xiuxue waiting for team leader Ma's response. Maan Bang lowered his head and reread the report in his hand. What kind of Pandora is this? He frowned and murmured. The report indicated that the internal bodies of the 2 billionaires showed clear surgical traces at the cancerous sites, yet there were no incisions on their skin. Maan Bang seemed to recall something, his eyelids twitching slightly. He remembered a segment from Ma Tianyun's report regarding Wang Jun's description. At that time, it had already appeared, but it was very well hidden. If this is a Pandora related to surgery. Maan Bang leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and began to model and deduce in his mind based on the existing information, various details rapidly presenting themselves. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, and the high-speed operation of his brain was faintly painful, a cool sensation brushing past from the lighter in his palm. Investigate the Terminally ill patients discharged from major hospitals in Hang City recently. Maan Bang suddenly opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at the middle-aged investigator at the podium, saying in a deep voice, mainly focusing on socially marginalized individuals. Lack of social connections. Lack of concern from others. Lack of funding sources. His somewhat hoarse voice echoed in the reporting hall. Miss Fong. This is troublesome. At the same time, in a large flat in Hangcheng, Li Changbai, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a smile on his face, looked at the round-faced girl Fong Xiaojun and said gently. Under the gaze of the latter, Fong Xiaojun instinctively took a step back, and then some indescribable strangeness surfaced in her heart. These days couldn't be said to be bad. She had moved into a 300 square meter flat that she had never dared to dream of, and had received rewards and a salary after joining the organization, starting with a monthly salary of 100,000, plus bonuses for completing tasks. Shopping and entertainment were not difficult either, as Dr. Li would do some simple adjustments to her face. As for the tasks, Fong Xiaojun pursed her lips and obediently responded. She reached up to her hair, about to pull one out, but thinking that she was close to going bald, her fingers quietly moved to the edge of her hair and pulled out a slightly shorter strand. She inserted it into the top of the faceless doll. Soon, a girl identical to her appeared before her. But this time, when the substitute saw Li Changbai in a white coat, wearing a mask and gold-rimmed glasses, a momentary fear flashed across her face, which quickly disappeared, replaced by a deep-seated hatred hidden in her eyes. Fong Xiaojun naturally did not notice this detail. In fact, when facing her substitute, a hint of embarrassment appeared on her round face. Ahem. Xiaojun, it's up to you. After saying this, Fong Xiaojun, wishing to avoid seeing it, fled the surgical room and sat down in front of a sofa in a spacious living room, turning on the game console. Li Changbai smiled, taking in all of Xiaojun's reactions, and with a thoughtful chuckle, he stepped aside. The substitute walked to the operating table, reached out, and removed her clothes one by one, then lay straight down on the bed. It's starting. Li Changbai recorded the surgical information in a booklet. He grasped the creator's blade. As the blade fell on Xiaojun, her gaze sank into darkness. Earthbound spirit substitute. What an incredible Pandora! The blade in Li Chengbai's hand sliced through delicate skin, muscle, and organs, revealing everything about the human body without reservation. After obtaining the creator's blade, the only thing limiting Li Chengbai's rapid progress was the lack of sufficient human experimental materials. This issue was completely resolved after meeting Fong Xiaojun. I'm sorry. Xiaojun. In the living room, the round-faced girl sitting cross-legged on the sofa, holding the game controller, spoke softly. This was the task she had to undertake after joining Li Changbai. After each task, she could earn a reward of 100,000 yuan. Regarding this task, aside from the embarrassment of undressing in front of Dr. Li after the substitute returned, there were no other feelings, nor was there any pain after death. It's starting. Fong Xiaojun perked up and quickly began to control the game character. On the other side, under the sunlight, at a real estate agency. Zheng Yu. Why did you resign when you were doing so well? What, do you have a better way to make money? Don't forget to take care of your sister Zhang. Yang Zhengyue came over today to resign and tidy up his things. He had just picked up a cardboard box when his colleague, Sister Zhang, who usually took good care of him, returned with a client after showing a house and said to him, Hey. No. Yang Zhengyue chuckled foolishly and said, I just want to take a break for a while. Are you staying in Hangzhou? For now, yes. That's good. Let's get together more often. Even though we're not colleagues anymore, we're still friends. If you need to buy or rent a house, remember to look for Sister Zhang. After chatting for a bit, Yang Zhengyue walked out of the real estate agency. Holding the cardboard box, Yang Zhengyue walked past the street shops beside the company, his gaze sweeping over the familiar scenes, and an indescribable feeling gradually surfaced in his heart. He knew. Once he walked out of this street, these once ordinary days would be completely behind him. Perhaps in the future, he would start to miss the memories of being a small agent. He took a deep breath. Just as he was about to stride forward, he suddenly froze when he passed a car parked by the roadside. In the rearview mirror, a figure in casual clothes was following him. He raised his head and looked around. Among the passing pedestrians, some began to approach him. Those people seemed to realize they had been exposed. They spread out in a net-like formation. Some began to intentionally block the line of sight of the real pedestrians. Yang Zhengyue's heart raced, and he threw the cardboard box he was holding away. He quickly yanked the key hanging around his neck, aimed the mysterious bronze key at the car door's lock, twisted it, and stumbled inside. Brother Zhengyue. Fong Xiaojun, who had been sitting cross-legged and playing a game, looked up at Yang Zhengyue as he entered the living room and spoke. What's wrong? She quickly noticed the reaction on his face, put down the controller, sat up, and asked. I just went back to the company and ran into a group of people when I was leaving. Yang Zhangyue gasped for breath and said in a deep voice. I don't know how I got exposed. It's normal to be exposed. Just then, Li Changbai walked out of the operating room behind them, removing his mask while looking at the two, and chuckled, You didn't come back through the door when you returned from the Magic City, you left traces all the way. Tell me in detail. Li Changbai walked over to the sofa and sat down. After listening to Yang Zhenyue's words, a faint smile appeared on his handsome face as his fingertips lightly tapped the armrest. After a moment, he raised his head to meet Yang Zhenyue's somewhat anxious eyes. Those people treat ordinary Pandora users as items that can be disposed of at will. Zhangyue. If you want to grow quickly, it can only be through the baptism of life. Li Changbai spoke. In front of him, Yang Zhenyue realized the meaning behind the latter's words, and his eyelids trembled, his breathing quickening. He had been law-abiding for over 20 years and had never thought that one day he would have to do such things. Zhangyue. This is the world where sunlight cannot reach. Li Changbai stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, opening his arms to the afternoon sunlight. Outside, the night gradually deepened. In the early morning, 2 o'clock. In a 5-star foreign hotel in Hangzhou, in the dim light, the door of a certain room was suddenly outlined by a mysterious glow. Ha! The door was pushed open. Yang Zhangyue stood in the subspace, his heart racing to his throat, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead and back. Gripping the short knife tightly, he took another deep breath. He stepped out. When his foot finally landed on the hotel carpet, Yang Zhenyue's body trembled. Although he had obtained the Pandora Gate, up until this moment, aside from being able to traverse space, he was still just an ordinary office worker. Despite believing he had prepared himself mentally, fear began to engulf his mind at this very moment. Move! Move! Yang Zhenyue wanted to take a step, but he found that his feet seemed to be rooted to the ground. He stood in the hotel room's foyer, and he could even vaguely see the large bed inside the room, as well as hear the steady, long breaths. He lifted his foot again, and finally took a step forward. Following Li Qingbai's instructions, Yang Zhenyue lightened his footsteps. This time, there were no mishaps, and he smoothly stood in front of the bed. The shadow cast from him fell over the face of the ordinary-looking middle-aged man on the bed, who was clearly very alert. Even the slightest change in light made him instinctively furrow his brows. Ha! Just this one subtle movement made Yang Zhenyue's heart race, but fortunately, the middle-aged man quickly relaxed his brows again. Just as Yang Zhenyue let out a sigh of relief, the next second, the middle-aged man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, and at the same time, he threw the thin towel covering him towards Yang Zhenyue. In that moment, Yang Zhenyue's mind went blank, and before he could feel fear, he instinctively thrust the knife in his hand forward with force. This time, he was surprisingly lucky. In the dim light, he felt a wave of warmth, and the middle-aged man's struggles gradually ceased. Yang Zhenyue looked at the bed, his face pale. Not long after, he pulled out the knife, and blood splattered onto his face. He gripped the handle of the knife, wiped it on the bedding, and turned to walk into the space gate. How do you feel? In the bright light. In the flat. Li Changbai leaned back on the sofa, a smile on his face as he looked at Yang Zhenyue, who was covered in blood. It's okay, Yang Zhenyue replied hoarsely. You mentioned that when you first obtained Pandora, you could only sense a few places, but today, just by the hunters getting close to you, you were able to sense their locations. This indicates that your Pandora still has great potential waiting for you to develop, Li Changbai said with a smile. Yang Zhenyue nodded. After a while, he turned again, inserting the bronze key into the door lock and turning it. This time, he appeared in a neighboring room, with the same design and layout. When he stood in front of the large bed, his expression gradually turned cold, a cold light flashed, and the sharp blade fell. At the moment he felt pain, the man on the bed, who had a small scar at the corner of his eye, opened his eyes. Yang Zhenyue's expression was blank, his left hand, covered in leather gloves, firmly covered the man's mouth until the latter stopped moving, and then he turned to leave. The night was like water, and slaughter continued to unfold in the hotel room after room. Until the end. When Yang Zhenyue stabbed the knife into the bedding but found nothing, at the same time, a man with a sinister face suddenly opened his eyes from a gap against the wall. Ha! 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 After being stabbed, Yang Zhenyue staggered and pulled open a wardrobe door, running back to the flat. As Yang Zhenyue slumped on the sofa, his whole body trembling, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and he lifted his head, twisting it left and right to survey his surroundings. What's wrong? At that moment, Li Changbai, wearing medical gloves, took out the creator's blade and walked towards him. Noticing his reaction, he said gently, Perception.
Yang Zhangyue carefully pondered the changes around him, then, with uncertainty, he said, pausing for a moment before quickly adding, after pushing open this door again, it seems I can suddenly perceive everything in this room, the space feels like it has become my eyes. Li Changbai paused at the words, his gaze fixed on the young man before him through the gold-rimmed glasses, but he quickly reined in his inner apprehension. Was this Pandora, gradually revealing its potential, truly on the same level as the others? A suspicion flickered in Li Qingbai's mind. The next day, when the sky was fully bright, Wei Jiwen, the CEO of J.P. Morgan Chase, reported this matter to Jamie Dimon. Oof. What a bunch of useless people, dead is dead. In the Magic City, at the 93rd floor of the Global Financial Center building, Jamie Dimon had his legs propped up on the table. After watching the hotel surveillance, he casually tossed the tablet onto the table, his handsome face indifferent to the deaths of his subordinates. However, his eyes flickered, his tone suddenly shifting as he raised his voice, we must obtain this Pandora. Jamie Dimon lowered his legs, placing both hands on the table, leaning toward Gui Jiwen, and emphasized once more, at all costs. Yes. Gui Jiwen bent slightly, responding respectfully. Jamie Dimon valued this Pandora highly, but he paid no mind to its user. From the surveillance just now, it was easy to see that aside from the ability to traverse space, there was nothing noteworthy about the latter, it was merely a tool that needed to be used in conjunction with other Pandora hosts. Go. A smile returned to Jamie Dimon's face as he chuckled lightly. Recently, in the competition for Pandora in Hangzhou, he held the greatest advantage, as if rolling a snowball, he would become the biggest winner in this transformation. Desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100, desire points plus 100. On the other side, at the 15th floor of the Skyworth building. Tisk. What happened last night? Lu Chen finished his simple work. He raised his eyes, opened the panel, and noticed a surge in desire points, adjusting his glasses as he gazed into the distance through Pandora. There, the young man he had seen the other day, Yang Zhangyue, looked as if he hadn't slept all night. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling with dark circles under his eyes, not blinking. It seems like he has been baptized, shedding the shackles on him. Lu Chen had a bit of a morbid curiosity. He enjoyed observing the changes in different people after they obtained Pandora, whether positive or negative, gradually falling into the abyss. Not bothering any further, Lu Chen glanced at the time, stood up, and left the office. After exiting the company building, he walked into the adjacent one. Mr. Lu. Mr. Lu. On the 59th floor of the building, Shen Nancher and Professor Han Zhanbing were present. Upon seeing Lu Chen, they quickly greeted him respectfully. Please, have a seat. Lu Chen said gently. He sat down on the sofa by the window, and Shen Nancher only took a seat after pouring tea. Our team is about to grow, Lu Chen said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yang arrived with 5 others in the elevator, appearing on the 59th floor. After reaching the elevator, he first asked the 5 to wait while he quickly walked toward the lobby. At that moment, in the elevator hall, the 5 top-tier figures in various fields sized each other up. Some knew each other, while others had heard of each other's names. This one is Gao Jingyi, the retired deputy director of the Zhao State Globalization think tank. Among the 5, the youngest was Zhang Yanxun, who held a trillion-level fund. He first looked at the elderly man with graying hair at the front, a look of sentiment in his eyes. At a financial summit organized by the authorities, he had seen this person before, but at that time, the other was speaking from the podium. Although he was a prominent figure in the financial world, at that meeting, he could only obediently sit below, feeling insignificant. This is Yu Dongyan, the dean of the School of Management at Shuimu University. This is Nie Qixing, the top figure in the Go community of Zhao country. It is said that he is a frequent guest at the doors of many big shots, and even those who once stood at the pinnacle like to compete with Nie Qixing. Old Gao. I didn't expect to see you here. At this moment, Yu Dongyan, the dean of Shuimu University, looked at Gao Jingyi, his face showing some respect as he spoke. Yes. I also didn't expect to see you here, Dongyan. The national-level think tank, who had participated in strategy formulation, Gao Jingyi recalled the scene of meeting Lu Yang not long ago, a bitter smile appearing on his face as he replied. After speaking, he turned to the slightly older Go master, Nie Dongping, and clasped his hands together. Brother Nie, long time no see. Nie Dongping was thin and had a long, grizzled beard, his whole demeanor exuding an air of ethereal grace. Upon hearing this, he smiled and said, Director Gao. While these 3 big shots were exchanging pleasantries, the top financial elite Zhang Yanxun and another person listened respectfully, their minds wandering. Soon, the young man who had just left hurried back again. The gentleman has been waiting for you all. Please
Lu Yang glanced at everyone and then gestured for them to proceed. As his words fell, the group, who had been chatting just a moment ago, closed their mouths, exchanged glances, and nodded. Slightly before Gao Jingyi led the way into the hall. These 5 individuals were those Lu Yang had invited one by one over the past week, first to the Magic City, then to Sichuan, and finally to Yinjing City, according to the list. Before long, the 5 top elites from different fields entered the hall. They were immediately greeted by the mysterious gentleman who sat in front of a sofa, bathed in the sunlight streaming in. As they focused their attention, they noticed that the golden sunlight, which represented vitality and the source of energy for all things in the world, seemed to bow its head before this gentleman. Indeed, it was this indescribable phenomenon, where the sunlight lowered its head in front of him, outlining his noble figure. Ha! This single encounter caused even the vice director of the think tank, Gao Jingyi, to stiffen slightly. Dot. This was the first word that appeared in his mind. Sir. At this moment, Lu Yang led the 5 to Mr. Lu, bowing respectfully as he spoke. You've worked hard these days. Lu Chen looked at him and smiled. After speaking, he turned to Gao Jingyi and the others. Each of these individuals was a true world-class elite who had reached the pinnacle in their respective fields. If it weren't for the system he had acquired, the former Lu Chen could only look up and admire their brilliant light from afar. This was determined by innate talent. Everyone, please take a seat. Lu Chen's smile remained gentle as he extended his hand and spoke. As his words fell, it was still Gao Jingyi who led the way, taking the first seat. In this hall, Lu Chen sat with his back to the sunlight, while the other sofas extended outwards, forming a circular arrangement. You all must have many questions in your minds. Is there anything you would like to ask? Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, his hands resting naturally on the armrests. His gaze sweeping over everyone as he spoke. Mr. Lu. Zhao Country Globalization Think Tank, former Deputy Director Gao Jingyi pondered carefully, then looked at Lu Chen and said in a deep voice, your relationship with Pandora is. As these words rang out, even Shen Nancher and Han Zhanbing's eyes couldn't help but tremble. In the stillness of the night, they had all contemplated this topic. It seems Director Gao knows quite a bit. Lu Chen smiled and glanced at the latter, saying, to be honest, Mr. Lu, about half a month ago, an official-led meeting was organized regarding Pandora, and I learned a thing or two. Gao Jingyi said calmly. He merely mentioned that such a meeting took place, which was not a secret, let alone a violation. Lu Chen nodded noncommittally, thought for a moment, and then said, with a light laugh, regarding this question, I can't answer you in detail, so let me put it simply. Pandora and I respect it. The gentle and plain tone followed. This statement was like a thunderclap, and some people present, although they had made many guesses, never expected such an answer. The entire hall fell into a brief silence. Mr. Lu. I wonder if joining the Pandora Management Committee would contradict our original identities and positions. Gao Jingyi asked again. His words were sharp, directly bypassing the trivial issues. No problem. Lu Chen met the latter's gaze, paused, and said plainly, you are still yourselves, what I need is your own wisdom. Of course, regarding the committee, I believe you should manage your mouths well. As these words fell, former director of the Zhao Country think tank, Gao Jingyi, dean of Shuimu University, and Nie Qixing all breathed a sigh of relief. At their status, each had their own principles, and if this mysterious Pandora organization required them to betray their country and people, they would never join, no matter the cost, even if it meant losing their lives. I have no issues. Gao Jingyi said solemnly. Next, Lu Chen answered some more questions, and then formally extended an invitation to the 5. Not a single person chose to refuse, some wanted to find a safe harbor in this transformation, others were worried about the development of the future world order and wanted to stand at the core of this change to observe everything, and some harbored ambitions in their hearts. You all came at just the right time. Lu Chen looked around and said with a smile. After speaking, outside the hall, Bao Shiji, who had stirred up a storm in Big Apple City before his near-death experience, hurriedly walked in with a smile on his face. Mr. Lu. He bent down and said respectfully, have a seat. In front of the hall, a circular sofa with a total of 15 seats was now occupied by 9, and Lu Yang could have sat down but chose to stand behind Mr. Lu. Then let's officially activate the Pandora Forum. Lu Chen said gently. Originally, he wanted to find a Pandora related to the internet to carry Pandora's network data, but he hadn't found one. Fortunately, he finally remembered 3-006, the never-fading radio waves, which could serve as a verification tool for Pandora users. Since the owner of this Pandora was him, there was no need to worry about higher-ranking users spying on the forum. Yes. Bao Shiji said respectfully.
He opened the notebook he carried with him, and his fingers began to tap rapidly on the keyboard, while at the same time, the never-fading radio waves started emitting mysterious high-frequency signals that could not be captured. The signals quickly spread throughout Hangzhou and even to every place around the world where a Pandora user appeared. Meanwhile, Hangzhou. Under the bright sunlight, Dian Yunjie, a user of the werewolf card Pandora, was driving a car, weaving through the bustling traffic. He rested one hand on the steering wheel, his gaze somewhat absent as he looked ahead. These past few days, he kept recalling the words Mr. Liu had told him, and Dian Yunjie had a vague premonition that following Mr. Liu might be the greatest opportunity of his life, even greater than obtaining Pandora. Just then, the car radio suddenly emitted a harsh sound. Dian Yunjie furrowed his brows. He reached out to turn off the radio, but a more vivid female voice than the one from Han Zhanbing suddenly rang out. Hello. The Pandora Forum invites you. This is an online forum serving Pandora users, where you can enjoy the pleasure of surfing the internet without worrying about being targeted by hyenas. Please remember the Pandora Forum key. On the 4-lane asphalt road, Dian Yunjie's movements paused. He instinctively pressed the brake, holding his breath and listening intently to every word from the broadcast. Pandora Forum? Dian Yunjie swallowed hard, whispering in uncertainty. He quickly took out a pen and wrote down the key. Just as he hesitated whether to log onto the internet, the honking from behind startled him back to reality. Dian Yunjie snapped out of it, tossed the notebook onto the passenger seat, and gripped the steering wheel, pressing the accelerator again. Hello. The Pandora Forum invites you. In a flat, a round-faced girl named Fang Xiaojun, comfortably lying on the sofa playing a game, suddenly sat up, looking anxiously at the television that was suddenly occupied by a mysterious pattern and emitted a female voice. Pandora Forum? At that moment, Li Changbai, still holding the creator's blade, walked out of a makeshift operating room. After listening to the report, a thoughtful expression appeared behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Dr. Li, should we log onto this forum? Fang Xiaojun asked. We should. Li Changbai nodded and added, however, we need to be well prepared. The unending radio waves quickly relayed the message to one Pandora user after another. At this moment, it was 11 o'clock at night in the lighthouse country across the ocean. Deng Luanjuan, who had escaped from Hangzhou to the Big Apple, felt like a fish entering the sea. A bird soaring into the sky. In the night, he drove a sleek black Koenigsegg, with police cars blaring their sirens behind him, and even helicopters rapidly approaching in the sky. Deng Luanjuan whistled and pressed down on the accelerator. Hello. The Pandora Forum invites you. Just then, the car's radio suddenly broadcasted this message. There was a screech of brakes, and the supercar, which had been approaching at a speed of 500 km per hour like an out-of-control beast, was abruptly forced to a halt, leaving black tire marks on the road. The Koenigsegg came to a stop in the middle of the road, the tires emitting a burnt smell. Pandora Forum? Zhong Luanjuan looked at the radio, whispering the words. After that, he glanced at the police cars chasing behind and swiftly darted into the night. Captain Ma. On the other side, at the Hangzhou Pandora investigation team, Secretary Zhao Xiaoxue answered a phone call and hurried over to Ma Anbang's side. Speak. In a highly confidential room, Ma Anbang sat in front of a computer screen, his eyes scanning the mysterious forum carefully. The Xinhui Supercomputing Center sent a message. They said they couldn't locate this forum either, and currently, it seems that only those who possess Pandora can log onto this webpage. After logging in on platforms like mobile phones or computers, the existing tracking programs on the corresponding devices will all become ineffective. Moreover, even after closing the webpage, this forum will conveniently clean up the tracking virus. Zhao Xiaoxue continued. Ma Anbang fell silent, then said in a deep voice, so, this forum, apart from the operators behind it, can really protect the information security of every Pandora user? Yes. Zhao Xiaoxue nodded. I understand. Let Ma Qing and the others do as they please, just pay attention to the information in the posts. Ma. Anbang put down the mouse, leaned back in his chair, and waved his hand at Zhao Xiaoxue. After she left, he continued to stare at the screen, as this mysterious forum brought together Pandora users scattered across various places, like isolated islands. Tisk. Interesting. At 5:30 in the afternoon. Work was over. In the Skyworth building, Lu Chen smiled as he browsed the Pandora forum. After a brief silence, posts began to gradually appear on the forum. The first was an account named Hangzhou City Pandora Special Investigation Team. Official, which had no concealment at all and directly published a recruitment announcement, stating that as long as Pandora users had no criminal record, they could join without examination and enjoy leadership treatment. Following this post, young Master Zhao and Jamie Diamond's team also published recruitment posts one after another, offering an annual salary of 10 million.
Goodness. This chatterbox must be Ma Chang. Can she really flood the forum like this? Lu Chen noticed an account called Pickled Vegetable Rice, which had posted 20 to 30 posts in just one afternoon. Unlike the cautious or recruitment posts from others, she treated the forum like a tieba. Then I'll give you a deputy moderator position. Lu Chen smiled as he clicked on the highest level account and adjusted the permissions. Team leader Ma. Speak. At the same time, in the Hangzhou City Pandora investigation, Team Ma Anban was busy with various tasks when his assistant Zhao Xiaoxue approached with a strange expression. Do we need to restrict users' speech on the Pandora forum? Zhao Xiaoxue hesitated, finally organizing her words to say. Restrict? Well, for example, the number of posts. As long as it doesn't involve confidential content, what's the point of managing that? Ma Anbang put down the documents in his hand, met Zhao Xiaoxue's gaze, realized something, and said solemnly, what happened? Cough. Ma Qing. Zhao Xiaoxue only got halfway through her words when Ma Anbang had already taken out his phone and entered the Pandora forum. His fingertips swiped across the screen, and upon seeing the forum flooded with Ma Qing's posts, his expression darkened immediately. Just as he was about to say something, a new official forum notification appeared. Congratulations to Pickled Vegetable Rice for becoming the deputy moderator of the Pandora forum. Ma Anbang paused. Moments later, he put away his phone and said, let her be. He didn't even request Ma Qing to lean towards the investigation team in the forum or any related behavior. Yes. Zhao Xiaoxue also saw this notification through Ma Anbang's phone, her expression becoming even more complex. She knew that team leader Ma valued this forum, and he even speculated that it might be related to that taboo. Not thinking too much about it, after all, it was a good thing. She lowered her head and responded. She understood that as long as it was about Ma Qing, this greedy girl, there would always be something off. The sky gradually darkened. In the night, in the Binjiang district, in a single apartment, under bright lights, Lu Chen's home appeared quite lively, with his single mother Chen and Hongru busy in the kitchen. The little girl, Wan, chased the chubby black cat, Lao Bai, with her bare feet in the living room. Is it convenient to take a look at the room? In front of the sofa, Vice President Lin Xiaoyu at first glanced at the single mother in the kitchen wearing an apron, then turned to Manager Lu, who was sitting in a recliner reading a book, and said, please go ahead. Lu Chen didn't even shift his gaze from the book, casually replying. When the latter stood up and walked towards the study, he lazily lifted his head to take a look, then turned his attention to the night outside. After he left the 59th floor of the building, Shen Nancher and Gao Jingyi, along with 7 others, continued their internal meeting, where they would discuss a framework to assist Lu Chen. That is, each person would be responsible for their own functions. As for the specifics, Lu Chen didn't need to be distracted, he would just wait to finalize the results, and if he was not satisfied, they would start over. Things are about to get interesting, Lu Chen chuckled softly, as if he had caught a glimpse of something, then returned his focus to the words in the book. Lin Xiaoyu pushed open the door to the study. Her cold gaze immediately fell on the grandfather clock by the window, feeling an inexplicable attraction to it as she walked up to it and extended her finger. A mysterious light flashed across the clock's face, but nothing happened. On the other side, in a foreign-funded building in Hangzhou, on the top floor, Dr. Jiang Chao Weipeng, who had obtained the profit card, was leaning back in his chair, looking much more satisfied than he had a few days ago when he was filled with trepidation. After officially joining the organization, he had been sent back to Hangzhou, specifically responsible for communicating with the identified Pandora users. Thanks to his abilities, his tasks were going smoothly. Just then, the office door was suddenly pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a good-natured appearance walked in. Chao Weipeng's expression tightened, and he hurriedly stood up, respectfully saying, yes. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Chao. Jiang Junsheng smiled as he spoke. Dr. Jiang, please have a seat. Chao Weipeng quickly offered his position, warmly inviting him. Among all the Pandora users he had encountered in the organization, this Dr. Jiang held the highest status. However, he couldn't understand why this person had appeared in Hangzhou. I came here to track down a Pandora user, Jiang Junsheng said, his black and white eyes seeming to see through Chao Weipeng's thoughts, and he spoke gently without hiding anything. What kind of Pandora user could warrant your personal visit? Sorry. Jiang Junsheng did not answer, only looking at him, causing Chao Weipeng's heart to skip a beat as he hurriedly apologized. Mr. Chao, we may need your cooperation later, so I will take my leave now. Jiang Junsheng's visit was mainly to give Chao Weipeng a warning, and he had no intention of staying longer. He wore a smile and spoke gently. After saying this, he stood up and walked out of the room. Under Jamie Dimon's command, the forces in Hangzhou would simultaneously advance on 2 fronts, one to continue acquiring as many Pandora users as possible and strike against rival forces, the other, led by Jiang Junsheng, Would pursue Yang Zhengyue. Justice? Passion?
As the night deepened, sitting in another office, Zhang Junsheng set down the materials on Yang Zhengyue, then
quickly sketched the young man's personality in a booklet. His pen briefly hovered in the air before continuing to write. Also, impulsive? Has a strong sense of revenge and sufficient drive. Zhang Junsheng's pen pointed at these two aspects. The mobility of that Pandora was too high. If the other party wanted to bury their head in the sand, then no matter what, they wouldn't be able to catch him. But fortunately, there were such traits in the other party's personality. In the night, in a two-story building in the urban village, a mysterious glow silently outlined a door of light. The door was pushed open. Do we continue? Li Changbai followed Yang Zhengyue into the empty room. He looked around, his refined and handsome face filled with awe at the shifting moment, walking to the window and lifting a corner of the curtain to look outside. He smiled and said, Yang Zhengyue also walked to the window, noticing a figure in the dim distance, nodding heavily. During the day, he had deliberately appeared in certain places, quickly drawing the attention of those people who were as annoying as hyenas. In that case, you should leave them some opportunities to chase you. Li Changbai pondered, then chuckled lightly. Opportunities? I heard Fang Xiaojun say that on the day she was captured, she was taken to see a doctor, who easily won her favor. This means that among the team hunting Pandora users, there is at least one psychologist of considerable status. Perhaps he is profiling you right now. Li Qingbai's eyes flickered slightly, his smile growing brighter as he said, we need them to serve as a whetstone for you, thus accelerating your growth. Dr. Li, I'll listen to you. Yang Zhengyue said solemnly. Time passed second by second, and soon, the night deepened. It was now 3 a.m, the time when most people are in the deepest sleep. In a building, at the position of a room's door, the light door was quickly outlined. Ha! Yang Zhengyue stepped through the spatial door. In that instant, everything in the room was perceived by him. The small room housed 2 people, and aside from this door, there wasn't even a cabinet, severely limiting his abilities. Not only that, both beds were metal ones placed side by side, easily producing accompanying sounds, and there were also some traps set up near the edge of the beds. It seems the function of the door has been guessed. Yang Zhengyue murmured, not surprised by this. His every action when using his abilities was too obvious. He moved quietly, locking the door behind him. He stepped forward. As he passed the bed, he perfectly lifted his foot, crossing a taut thread. He stood in front of one of the sleeping men. Without a moment's hesitation, his hand struck like a knife. At the same time, a sudden metallic creak echoed in the silent room, and the man on the other bed suddenly opened his eyes like a fugitive. His body instinctively lunged toward the bedside, grasping the handgun hidden under the pillow. Just as he lifted his head, bang! Yang Zhengyue had already pulled out the gun from under the pillow. The dim light did not affect his perception. And at such a close distance, he could easily aim and pulled the trigger without hesitation. As the gunshot rang out, he quickly ran toward the door, just as the security guard on night duty rushed to the room, a tremendous force banging on the door. Yang Zhengyue inserted the key into the lock. Before the security guard could rush into the room, he vanished from the spot. Is the speed of progress so fast? In the office, Zhang Junsheng looked at the surveillance, frowning. Several days had passed. Friday. At Skyworth Technology, the entire research team was working overtime, and by 10 o'clock at night, the program had successfully run through. All right. In the office, Lu Chen shifted his gaze from the screen to Ma Shuxing at the desk, smiling as he said. After speaking, he glanced at the time and added, thank you all for your hard work today. Please tell everyone that I'll treat them to late night snacks. If anyone doesn't want to go, just send a red envelope. Thanks, boss. Ma Shuxing opened his mouth to speak. He turned and ran out of Lu Chen's office, and soon after, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted outside. Lu Chen glanced at the door with a smile. Then, he shifted his gaze away. Unlike the ordinary days of common people, in those unseen places, the struggle over Pandora was becoming increasingly intense. Originally, the number of Pandora users had gradually decreased due to the official census, but who would have thought that the next thing would be the emergence of the Pandora Forum? This forum once again brought some scattered Pandora users to the surface. The 3 major forces were recruiting independent Pandora users while simultaneously hunting down hostile users, aiming to return Pandora to a state of being ownerless. Soon, Lu Chen and a group of people took 5 ride-hailing cars and appeared at a late-night tavern in Shihu district. Boss Pan. The same old rules for everyone. Lu Chen lifted the curtain and walked in first, looking at the plump boss. Mr. Lu. It's been a few days since we last met. Old Pan said cheerfully, his face flushed. The other colleagues sat in small groups, while Lu Chen sat at the bar close to the plump boss. Before long, in the stillness of the night, the tavern was filled with the rising warmth of life.
Lu Chen picked up a peanut, took a sip of beer, and, behind his black-framed glasses, his calm eyes scanned the various figures in the tavern. In his gaze, the joys and sorrows of everyone in the tavern were being gathered in a glass jar at each table, and these emotions were the important seasoning for the god of food hot pot. Mr. Lu. Old Pan brought a bowl of special thick soup and pushed it in front of Lu Chen, smiling. Thank you for taking care of the business, this is specially for you. Thank you. Lu Chen took a sip, his gaze pausing for a moment, and after a while, he looked at the plump boss. It feels like experiencing a whirlwind of emotions in a short time, a spiritual cleansing. If it were an ordinary person, this moment would be represented by an increase of 1 in mental strength. I'm glad you like it, Mr. Lu. Old Pan said cheerfully. He added, next time Mr. Lu wants to drink, you need to book in advance. After saying this, he seemed to remember something, a hint of worry flashing across his face, and said, if I keep running this shop, Boss Pan doesn't plan to continue? Lu Chen continued to drink the soup. That's not it. It's just, forget it, there's nothing more to say. Old Pan waved his hand, not wanting to elaborate. In the past couple of days, he had also been following the Pandora forum and vaguely sensed the undercurrents hidden behind it. Boss Pan, as long as you still want to operate here, no one can force you. Lu Chen put down the bowl and said gently, that's what I mean. Thank you for your kind words. Old Pan clasped his hands together. He didn't take Lu Chen's words to heart. After all, the other party was just an ordinary person who didn't know about the existence of another world. Outside the late-night tavern, in the quiet night, there was another layer of the world where even the air was gradually tense. I suspect my memory has a problem. In a moderately decorated apartment building. In the bedroom. The beautiful insurance company employee Zhang Yingying sat in front of her computer, the light from the screen illuminating her face as her slender fingers tapped rapidly on the keyboard. In the past 2 days. Before I go to work, I always find slightly curled hair on the floor, which definitely doesn't belong to me. It looks a bit like. And I always have this feeling as if I've been tossed around all night. No, there are many other strange things. For example, every time I try to recall a certain time at night, there's always a blank. Just then, the door lock was slowly turned, and the door was quietly pushed open. White shirt, black trousers. Wearing thick lensed glasses. Kai Linwu closed the door and walked into the room, his gaze sweeping across the living room before heading straight to the bedroom. Without worrying about the consequences, he had become bolder and more reckless over time, moving from cautiousness at the beginning to this point. After a dull thud, in the bedroom, the beautiful female employee Zhang Yingying had her mouth taped shut, and both of her wrists were cuffed with a realistic-looking handcuff. What else? No. Nothing more. I've been a bit restless lately. Kai Linwu stood in front of the computer, looking at the chat records on the screen. He glanced at Zhang Yingying and typed out a reply. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. About an hour later, after a series of rapid breaths, Kai Linwu stopped his actions. He turned around and looked at the door to the bedroom. He put on his clothes and quietly walked to the door. Outside the door was a stranger, a man who seemed to sense something, his gaze meeting Kai Linwu's eyes through the peephole. Don't worry. I'm here with good intentions, the man said with a smile. At those words, Kai Linwu instinctively let out a sigh of relief and opened the door. The moment he opened it, his black and white pupils suddenly constricted. But at that moment, the man had already stepped into the room, casually walking around with one hand in his pocket. When he glanced at the bedroom, the smile on his face grew wider. Tis. The owner of the prophecy card, Chao Weipeng, chuckled softly, turned to Kai Linwu, and said, Don't worry. Just got Pandora, it really does feel like this, I felt the same way back then. Let me introduce myself. My surname is Chao, and I'm here to invite you. Have you been on the Pandora forum? The one offering a 10 million annual salary is us. Playing like this, you'll be discovered sooner or later, joining us is your best choice. Not long after, still in the same residential building. Ha! 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 The beautiful female employee Zhang Yingying suddenly opened her eyes, sitting up in bed, breathing heavily as if she had just had a nightmare, rubbing her head with her hands. When did I fall asleep? Zhang Yingying looked at herself, puzzled. She got out of bed, intending to drink some water, but after taking a couple of steps, she furrowed her brows as if sensing something. Meanwhile, in the night, 2 business cars smoothly traversed the roads. At the next intersection. On the approaching road, inside a white sedan, a middle-aged man glanced at the business car, and after they passed each other, he said in a low voice. Received. At the corner, inside another vehicle, an ordinary-looking woman held a crystal-shaped cross, closing her eyes as the business car appeared in her perception. A silvery light spread out in all directions. At the same time, the middle-aged driver, who was driving, briefly blinked, and a short memory was forcibly inserted into his mind.
I'm an undercover. I'm an undercover. Executing the mission. Repeating in his mind, he looked at the road ahead, suddenly turning the steering wheel while pressing the gas pedal hard. The business car sped into another intersection, and the following business car, caught off guard, was just about to prepare when two heavy trucks appeared out of nowhere in front and behind. The truck in front slowed down. The truck behind, like a black beast, accelerated. With an overwhelming sense of pressure. In the night. The next second. The driver in the back suddenly widened his eyes, a look of terror spreading across his face. His body, like a puppet on strings, was no longer under his control. The steering wheel jerked violently, veering into the adjacent lane. The black business vehicle slammed on the brakes. In another business vehicle that turned into a different intersection, Chao Weipeng, sitting alongside Kai Linwu, noticed this sudden change. He quickly pulled open the car door. Damn! Swallowing hard, he jumped onto the road without hesitation. His body rolled on the pavement, blood oozing from his back and arms as he stumbled in another direction. Report. Proceeding as planned. After glancing at a figure in a magician's robe at the intersection, Chao Weipeng let out a sigh of relief and pulled out his phone to report in a low voice. In the cold night, at the Jiangzhou Chamber of Commerce building, Zhao Ruilong, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, received a phone call. A look of joy spread across his face. After responding, he turned to the elderly Zhang Weizong and Ding Dai from the Ding family with a bright smile. We've acquired another one. Zhao Ruilong spread his hands, chuckling lightly. The mission went smoothly. It's just a pity we couldn't execute the opposing Pandora user. They had that puppet master in another vehicle, and at a critical moment, the driver was redirected. Zhao Ruilong's face showed regret as he spoke. That's not a problem. Zhang Weizong's previously stern expression relaxed as he replied. Recently, their alliance had recruited 6 Pandora users. While their rival's strength was not to be underestimated, both sides had suffered heavy casualties in their confrontations. What does this Pandora do? Ding Dai asked. It's said to be able to erase a segment of someone's memory. Zhao Ruilong described in a few words what Kai Linwu had done after acquiring Pandora, prompting. Aside from Ding Dai and Zhang Weizong. However, the number of emerging Pandoras is decreasing. We should be able to enter a brief period of stability next. Zhang Weizong said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The cold moonlight streamed through the glass into the office. No, that's not right. Not right. Psychologist Jiang Junshang was recording something, his gaze sweeping over lines of text, his brow unknowingly furrowing. Over the past few days, he had been peering into Yang Zhengyue's boundaries of ability during repeated hunts, conducting psychological profiling each time. This Pandora. Jiang Junshang quickly opened one surveillance video after another. As he played from the first video to the last, he suddenly shivered, goosebumps rising on his arms. He realized something. This Pandora is wrong. We underestimated him. Jiang Junshang murmured. He stood up and paced back and forth in front of the window. In the past few days, Yang Zhengyue had made his first move, standing in a hotel room for a long time, then came the second, the third. Although his skills hadn't changed, he clearly possessed spatial perception abilities. After that, he was no longer limited to the night. Even during the day, it was just a door that suddenly opened, followed by the disappearance of a life. Jiang Junsheng stopped, leaning his hands on the desk, adjusting his glasses. We don't have much time left. However, fortunately, since his first arrival in Hangzhou, he had been continuously guiding Yang Zhengyue's behavioral logic towards a specific outcome. This was his best opportunity. The physical condition is still good. Mentally, all normal. In the night, in a spacious flat, in a temporary operating room, Li Changbai was conducting an examination on Yang Zhengyue using a unique method. Yang Zhengyue stared at the ceiling while his body was continuously sliced open under the creator's blade. By the way, after finishing the examination, Li Changbai put away the knife, turned around, and picked up an alcohol swab to gently wipe the blade that was already free of any bacteria. It seemed he remembered something, suddenly looking up and saying, "Is something wrong, Dr. Li?" Yang Zhengyue sat up and asked the latter. "Have you felt anything unusual lately?" Li Changbai inquired. Unusual? Yes. I've had a suspicion that using Pandora actually comes with a cost. Li Changbai adjusted his glasses, his refined gaze directed at Yang Zhengyue as he spoke. Has Dr. Li noticed anything unusual? Yang Zhengyue furrowed his brow and asked. Of course. Li Changbai spread his hands, looking at his long, fair fingers before gripping them tightly. Inside me, there's always this impulse to transform myself. And this impulse has been growing stronger. I often wonder if one day I won't be able to suppress this thought anymore, until I turn myself into a monster. At that point, will that monster still be me? Forget it. Not to mention that, are you going to take action again? Tonight?
Li Changbai took a deep breath, a smile returning to his face as he said, I've reviewed your recent activities and found that the other side seems to be guiding something in their layout.
Following this trend, they are very likely to dig a big pit for you tonight. I understand.
Yang Zhangyue nodded, thinking carefully for a moment before saying, I'll be cautious.
If there's a problem, I'll come back.
Recently, every time he opened the door, changes were occurring within him. First, there was the emergence of spatial perception, then the range
of that perception kept expanding.
When he stepped through the spatial door, he always felt as if he were a fish in water.
Moreover, an impulse
had arisen in Yang Zhengyue's heart, a desire and urge to push open the spatial door, not knowing if this was the cost Dr. Li mentioned.
On the other side,
in Hongzhou's Pandora investigation team, Maan Bong returned to his room.
He hung up his coat, walked to the refrigerator, and glanced up at the many added sticky notes. After studying them for a while, he opened the fridge, took out a bottle of beer, popped it open with one hand, and sat down on the sofa. He propped his feet up on the coffee table.
Taking a big gulp, his right hand played with the lighter, or rather, Pandora's holy skull, a comfortable coolness flowing continuously around every inch of his body. Ever since he regained this lighter, Maan Bong could clearly sense changes in his physical state. Without it, he might not have been able to endure the increasingly urgent work lately.
Buzz, at that moment, his phone vibrated.
Maan Bong glanced at it, then dialed the number while getting up and putting on his coat, quickly exiting the room.
Team leader Ma. I didn't expect you to come in person.
In the night, Maan Bong stood by the roadside outside the investigation team.
Soon, a black Passat pulled up in front of him.
A middle-aged man named Wang Guowei, who had first investigated Li Qingbai's subordinate forces a few days ago, smiled.
I just happened to be unable to sleep. Let's go. Maan Bong fastened his seatbelt and replied. Received. Team leader Ma, I heard you were a well-known detective in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Truly, there are only wrong names, not wrong nicknames. The black Passat roared to life and quickly vanished from sight.
Perhaps due to the more personal nature of the car, Wang Guowei was not as respectful as before. A look of emotion crossed his face as he continued, I followed your instructions and meticulously checked through the many terminally ill patients in Hangzhou, then filtered out those with
fewer family and social connections.
I really did find several suspicious individuals.
Maan Bong listened intently, remaining silent. Report. No abnormalities.
In the dead of night, at a street intersection, a yellow-haired thug with his hands in his pockets briskly crossed the crosswalk, his gaze
scanning the surroundings as he reported. No abnormalities.
In the underground parking lot, a gray-haired elderly scavenger responded as well.
Before
long, a silver van emerged from a residential area, driven by Xiao Jian himself. His black and white eyes sharpened, scrutinizing every inch of the area. Tonight was just like any other, as he took a wealthy client to meet Dr. Li.
The reports along the way echoed in his ears. Brother Bing. At a traffic
light, Xiao Jian glanced left and right, then pressed his earpiece, saying, How has Xiao Tao been lately?
He's recovering well, almost like a normal child now.
Your sister-in-law and I are planning to send him to kindergarten, he needs a playmate his age. In the back of the van, another gray sedan was driven by a middle-aged man with a square face and a resolute expression, a former scout. Hearing this, a smile appeared on his face as he replied. At that moment, his gaze swept over the rearview mirror, catching a glimpse of a black kite soaring in the distant sky.
He paid it no mind. However, after
passing several roads, Brother Bing looked out the window, noticing several cars at alternating intersections, the black kite flying high in the night sky.
He instinctively furrowed his brow.
If it were before, he wouldn't have questioned it, but after meeting Dr. Li, Brother Bing's perception of the world had begun to change.
Stop dragging it out.
Inside the black Passat, Maan Bong leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed, listening to the continuous reports in his ear. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, It's already exposed, there are capable people in their ranks.
Take action directly. Understood. As soon as the words fell, police officers hidden in the surroundings quickly emerged.
In the underground parking lot, the gray-haired elderly man still loitering by the trash can looked at the approaching police officer who was raising his gun. He showed no signs of panic, merely said something into his earpiece, then raised his hands. On the roadside, the yellow-haired thug noticed the emerging figures and was about to run to another location, but was quickly subdued and pressed to the ground. Stop the car. Stop the car. Brother Bing looked at the special police vehicles blocking the front of his car, glanced at the rearview
mirror, and expressionlessly pressed the brake. Team leader Ma. This group of individuals was brought into the Hangzhou City Police Department.
Maan Bong pushed open the car door, and a young man saluted him before calling out.
What's the situation? Maan Bong asked as he walked
A total of 16 people, not a single one spoke. When asked, they just said they
didn't know.
The young man replied solemnly.
Maan Bang followed the young man into a conference room where monitors displayed several interrogation rooms. This one, Xiao Jian, is only 19.
He should be the closest to the target behind this. This one, Zhang Xiaobing, a veteran, he's likely the instructor for these individuals.
One person spoke in a low voice.
I'll go meet them.
Maan Bang glanced at them and said.
After speaking, he turned and exited the conference room, traversing the long corridor, and soon pushed open the door to one of the interrogation rooms.
Old man.
You're already this age, why do you still have to mix with them? Maan Bang sat in front of the gray-haired old man and said.
Yes, I'm already
this age. My son doesn't care about me, my daughter doesn't care about me, I'm going to die from the pain. Tell me, can I betray the one who gave me a second life? The old man lowered his head, his hoarse voice sounding. Seeing this, Maan Bang fell silent, stood up directly, and walked out of the interview room, entering the second and then the third. Every person being questioned had their mouths tightly sealed. That expression, that attitude, was as if they wouldn't say a word even if they were dying.
Zhang Xiaobing. Maan Bang walked into Brother Bing's room.
Before he could speak, the square-faced middle-aged man sat up straight, looked at team leader Ma, and said, don't waste your effort.
I don't know anything.
In the night, in a self-built small house in the countryside, Li Chengbai glanced at the time, stood up, and walked to the balcony to look into the distance.
Faster than I imagined. Late at night.
Li Chengbai pushed up his glasses and muttered to himself. He wasn't worried that his people would betray him. After all, to them, he was like giving them a second life.
Even if he wanted to say something, it wasn't that easy. Li Chengbai believed more in the most genuine hormonal reactions and electrical signal fluctuations within his body. Then let's meet this one,
the leader of the Pandora investigation team in Hangchang.
Li Chengbai chuckled lightly. He returned to the room, sat
in front of a mirror, holding the creator's blade in his hand. He looked at the mirror, raised the blade's tip, and the mysterious glowing edge fell straight onto the center of his forehead, right at the point of his widow's peak. Li Chengbai's lips still slightly curled up.
The blade's tip traced down his forehead, nose bridge, and chin, inch by inch, cutting
through the skin and flesh, revealing the stark white bones beneath.
Ha!
At the moment the creator's blade sliced through his skin, a long-suppressed desire from the depths of his soul was released. Li Chengbai closed his eyes, his body trembling. Still modified myself.
It wasn't long.
Li Chengbai looked at the unfamiliar man in the mirror, a sickly smile appearing on his face as he muttered to himself. Buzz, at the Hangcheng City Police Department, Xiao Jian's phone rang.
Team leader Ma. It's Xiao Jian's call.
The middle-aged man Wang Wei hurriedly walked over to Ma Anbang with the phone in hand.
Hello?
Ma Anbang glanced at the screen. There was no note, just a long string of numbers.
He took the phone without hesitation and pressed the answer button, speaking in a deep voice. You took my people?
In the night, Li Chengbai held the phone, walking through the dim corridor of the urban village.
He glanced at the nearby orange-yellow streetlight and said, let's meet. Just as Ma Anbang
was about to respond, the mysterious presence on the other end continued, which was somewhat unexpected for him.
Okay. It's best if you come alone. Of course, I will too. Okay. Ma Anbang's gaze flickered, then he responded. At the Hangcheng City Police Department, in the conference room, Ma Anbang put down the phone, glanced at the busy staff, and his expression grew increasingly serious. Although Pandora was quite miraculous, up until now.
Most users of Pandora were not difficult to deal with, they were essentially still ordinary people, but this one gave him a very different feeling. In the early morning, in Shihu district, Li Chengbai, wearing a black trench coat, stood in front of a late-night tavern, his hands in his pockets, looking
towards the direction of the distant intersection.
Before long, a taxi pulled up and a middle-aged man in a faded coat got out.
He scanned the surroundings and quickly met Li Chengbai's gaze. Nice to meet you. My surname is Li.
Li Chengbai smiled and extended his hand to the approaching middle-aged man.
Ma Anbang.
The man replied directly. Li Chengbai chuckled and pretended to walk into the tavern. Let's go, it's not easy to find a good place to chat at this hour. This tavern seems to have a good reputation lately.
Is this your first time here? What would you like to order?
In the warmly lit tavern, the plump owner, Old Pan, wore his usual smile as he greeted the two newcomers kindly. Under the moonlight, in a building, in an office, Zhang Junsheng leaned back in his chair. He closed his eyes.
In his mind, he replayed the upcoming operation, ensuring there were no oversights before opening his eyes. However, just then, the phone rang suddenly.
Dingling. Zhang Junsheng answered the call immediately, and upon hearing something, a flicker of anger and unease crossed his gentle face. Controlling his emotions, he said in a deep voice, I will report to Mr. Diamond personally.
After hanging up, Zhang Junsheng glanced towards the door, feeling an inexplicable chill. The call had informed him to temporarily halt the evening's operation. All the Pandora users in his team had been pulled out, and even he was required to attend the mission. Damn it! Zhang Junsheng cursed. He dialed a video call, and soon, the call was answered. The screen in front of him lit up, revealing Jamie Dimon sitting in his office on the 93rd floor of the Shanghai Global Financial Center. The young man with fair skin looked at Zhang Junsheng, a radiant smile on his face. Dr. Zhang, do you need something from me? Jamie Dimon asked with a smile. Mr. Dimon, I'm about to catch that Pandora user. Your operation has been temporarily halted. I think it might be better to wait until tomorrow. I can provide you with more manpower then. How does that sound? Jamie Dimon said nonchalantly. His attention was now fully focused on the upcoming operation, the number of Pandora users emerging in Hangchang was dwindling, so he had set his sights on the competitors. Once he swallowed them up, many new Pandora users would soon appear. But Zhang Junsheng began to speak. Before he could finish, the previously smiling Jamie Dimon suddenly changed his expression, his intimidating gaze fixed on Zhang Junsheng, his tone growing heavier. Dr. Zhang. Zhang Junsheng opened his mouth, then lowered his head. I understand. The call was disconnected. A few minutes later, Zhang Junsheng made his final arrangements and hurriedly got into a black sedan. Team leader Ma. Please. On the other side, still in the late-night tavern, Ma Anbong and Li Changbai sat at a table by the window. Li Changbai shook his beer glass and cheerfully raised it. Ma Anbong glanced at him, lifted his own glass, and with the crisp sound of clinking glasses, they each took a big gulp. Comfortable, Li Changbai remarked. Team leader Ma, not only have I not done any evil, but I've also selflessly saved many marginalized individuals. Those people are quite pitiful. Speaking of which, you should give me an award. Li Changbai smiled brightly at Ma Anbong and said, but you guys, instead of giving me an award, want to arrest all my subordinates. Indeed. We should give you an award. Ma Anbong picked up a peanut, and after eating it, he lifted his eyelids to meet the gaze of the other person. Why not join our Pandora investigation team? It was precisely because there was no evidence of any malicious incidents involving the person in front of him that he was sitting. Here, the core requirement of the official investigation team for Pandora users was the absence of criminal behavior. For powerful users, as long as they had this aspect, they would become targets for suppression. This involved the fundamental maintenance of the team's purity. Sometimes, a united internal environment is more important than any problem. This is also why the Pandora investigation team, despite having the most resources to recruit users, still did not have enough. I'm used to being laid back, Li Changbai chuckled. The two continued to chat, each seemingly speaking in a haphazard and irrelevant manner, yet every word was a test of each other, a probing of each other's depths. Two gentlemen. This is our restaurant's signature hangover soup. I hope you enjoy your meal. At that moment, the waiter brought over 2 bowls of fragrant, thick soup and handed them to Ma Anbong and Li Changbai. Thank you, Ma Anbong replied. And after the waiter left, he picked up the bowl and took a sip. A hot, thick soup slid down his throat. He didn't know what was happening. His expression suddenly froze. Team leader Ma? Li Changbai noticed the other's reaction and looked down at the bowl in front of him, also lowering his head to take a sip. Feeling the delicate calming effect emerge, the two raised their heads simultaneously, exchanging a glance, then turned to look at the plump boss, Old Pan, who was at the bar wearing an apron. Ma Anbong set down the bowl and was about to get up and walk towards Boss Pan, but just as he was about to take a step, a sense of forbidden intimidation suddenly engulfed him, leaving him standing there in a daze. After a moment, he regained his senses, cold sweat breaking out on his back, and his breathing became rapid. He sat back down. When he looked at Li Changbai again, all the probing thoughts he had just had vanished in an instant. And he felt somewhat dispirited. What's going on? Li Changbai glanced at the plump boss, who showed no signs of anything unusual, and spoke up. Taboo? Ma Anbong said after taking a sip of beer, spitting out those 2 words. As soon as those words were spoken, Li Chengbai's expression changed rapidly, the mysterious man he had seen when obtaining the creator's blade resurfacing in his mind. Just now, in that instant, I received a warning from a higher dimension. In the void, this boss cannot be influenced by any forces. Ma Anbong continued. The night grew deeper. From all directions, in the subspace occupied by countless doors, Yang Zhengyue suddenly lost his perception of these doors. When he pushed open another door, what appeared before him was a dark space devoid of any light, even disorienting in its lack of up or down, left or right. Huff. 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 Yang Zhengyue's breathing became rapid. He reacted quickly, hurriedly grabbing the door that was about to close behind him and turned back.
At that moment, the doors reappeared around him, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusion. He pushed open the door again. Inside the building, Yang Zhangyue looked at the room in front of him, sensing the space inch by inch, while at the same time, another kind of vague ability began to grow within him. He stepped out. At that moment, in the room, the man in black, responsible for keeping watch, showed a look of surprise, quickly aiming his dark gun at the emerging Yang Zhangyue. In the next second, the man in black vaguely felt an uncomfortable sensation of being bound by the surrounding space, not strong, like being enveloped by the ubiquitous flow of water while swimming. In panic, he pulled the trigger, but his right hand was pushed just before firing, and the bullet grazed past Yang Zhangyue's ear. Yang Zhangyue glanced at his hands. He walked up to the man in black and struck with a single knife. White soul +1, white soul +1, white soul +1, white soul +1, x12. The sky brightened. Lu Chen woke up from his bed, first glancing at the incessantly popping messages. His expression paused for a moment, then surprise spread across his face. What's going on? This is? Both sides were wiped out? Lu Chen opened the panel and saw that during the time he had been asleep, the number of Pandora users had crazily decreased by a quarter. Looks like I missed some interesting events. Lu Chen chuckled softly. He changed into a new outfit, pushed open the study door, and placed his palm against the glass panel of the clock, a mysterious light spreading out in an instant. It should be around 3 in the morning. Why are these people always awake in the middle of the night? Standing in a world made up of countless clocks, Lu Chen looked up and saw that each clock moved at different speeds and even in different directions, creating a chaotic scene. He murmured softly and then began to walk. Not long after, when he stepped out again, the originally bright sunlight suddenly dimmed, and in the study, only the silken moonlight streamed through the window. Lu Chen stood by the window, glancing outside, a brief pause on his gentle face as he felt a sense of awe at the great power of this time-space transformation. Meow? A plump black cat with glossy fur walked out of the bedroom, its tail held high. It approached the study and, upon seeing its owner not far away, its already round eyes widened even more. Old bye. Good boy. Lu Chen walked to the door, bent down to scoop the plump cat into his arms, glanced at the bedroom, and then headed towards the living room. He first grabbed a bottle of chilled cola from the red can, popped it open with one hand, and walked over to the recliner by the floor-to-ceiling window, comfortably lying down. The black cat settled on its owner's lap, swaying its tail. Ha! How did these two end up together and appear at Boss Pandora's place at the same time? Lu Chen first glanced at Li Changbai, and in the latter scene, he surprisingly saw two familiar figures. A look of astonishment on his face as he chuckled lightly. He didn't bother with what the two were discussing or what consensus they had reached, he simply looked expectantly towards the other side of the night. In the night, after Pandora memory eraser user Kai Linwu was transferred to another vehicle, the black convoy quickly headed towards a private high-level athlete sports center located in Shaoshan, Hangzhou. Here, it has a supporting medical building, fully specialized equipment for strength and speed testing, and a resting area no less than a 5-star hotel, now being used by Zhao Ruilong as a testing research site for Pandora users. Don't be nervous. According to the investigation, those people just now are backed by some foreign forces, acting without regard for the consequences. Inside the car, Kai Linwu, who had been a bit tense, glanced out the window, and the man beside him gently reassured him. The heavily guarded gate. Armed guards. After passing through one checkpoint after another, the car entered the park. Hello, Mr. Kai. I am the director of the Living Department for Pandora users. My surname is Yen, and I'm glad to meet you. A thin middle-aged man waited at the front of the car with accompanying personnel, smiling warmly as he extended his right hand to Kai Linwu and introduced himself. Hello. Kai Linwu replied softly. This is your dedicated personal secretary. Shaoli, you can instruct her to do anything you need. It's getting late now, so I won't disturb your rest for the time being. We will formally sign the contract regarding your treatment and benefits tomorrow. Director Yen continued. At this moment, a girl in black stockings bent down towards Kai Linwu. Mr. Kai. In the night, in front of the sports center hotel, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that made one's heart race, Secretary Shaoli stepped closer and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Kai Linwu's. What are you looking at? Secretary Shaoli said in a delicate voice. And nothing. Kai Linwu withdrew his gaze from Director Yan's departing figure, lowering his head, his eyes glancing at the scene where his arm was embraced, the generous curves squeezed together. His heart raced, and he hurriedly turned away. Put. Mr. Kai, you're so adorable. Secretary Shaoli covered her red lips and laughed. No one knew that the middle-aged man who had just stepped out suddenly paused, his eyes blinking rapidly, and a hint of smugness flashed across Director Yan's face. Director Yen.
What's wrong? The secretary behind him asked. Nothing. Director Yan's face turned serious as he spoke in a deep voice. Tisk. Pandora 3-034, Parasitic. Crystal, the user can continuously parasitize their soul onto others, and even subdivide their soul further, parasitizing multiple people at once. In the single apartment under the night sky, Chen took a sip of cola, as if watching an interesting movie, and commented on the scene he noticed. At the same time, a total of 7 Pandora hosts, including psychologist Zhang Junsheng, appeared one after another in an office building next to the sports center. They sat around a long conference table. Dr. Jiang, the one in charge of the operation, was a white man with a hooked nose, who looked at Zhang Junsheng and spoke in a deep voice. Zhang Junsheng nodded slightly. He extended his hand from his pocket, and a cluster of gazes turned towards the blue sand that resembled a galaxy. Flipping the hourglass, and the fine grains of sand began to fall. The next second, Zhang Junsheng immersed himself in the endless sea of consciousness. The vast consciousness sea formed by millions of people in the entire area was terrifying. Zhang Junsheng took a distant glance and withdrew his scattered spirit, quickly searching for the target. In layer upon layer of dreams, he rapidly acquired the personnel layout, management permissions, and different zones of the entire sports center. It didn't take long. He opened his distinctly black and white eyes. In this quiet night, the parasite quickly received the message. A somewhat morbid smile on his face, walking like a ghost in the sports center. First, he detached from Director Yan, and his soul appeared on an important security management leader at a key node in the sports center. Silently, the night patrol of the entire park began to be redirected. Then, parts of the network were shut down. In the hotel, the smile on the face of the monitoring staff became stiff as the inquiry phone calls rang at regular intervals. Everything is normal. Goodbye. In the monitoring room, the expressions on the faces of the 3 operators, even the arc of their raised lips, were identical. When they turned their heads simultaneously, their blank expressions were chilling. The era of Pandora has changed not only the mode of intelligence theft but also infiltration, assassination, all forms of warfare have transformed. In the single apartment, Chen murmured noncommittally. Scene achieved. Audience. The night grew deeper, more tranquil than ever outside the sports center hotel. A man wearing a round top hat, draped in a black cloak, and holding a magic wand raised his head. A smile appeared on his face as he whispered. After speaking, he stepped onto the stairs gracefully, as if performing, and walked into the hotel. As he faced the gazes directed at the front desk, the young man chuckled lightly. Done. He took off his top hat and bowed slightly, while a deck of playing cards appeared out of thin air in his outstretched hand. With a flourish, the cards opened up and flew towards the front desk. It was the signature trick of Darren Brown, the top magician from the land of the rising sun, a hypnotic suggestion. All right. Chen Jiwen turned his head. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more figures approached from behind, their eyes filled with astonishment as they looked at Chen Jiwen. One young man remarked, "It's all Pandora, why is yours so cool?" God's arrangement, Chen Jiwen shrugged, striding towards the elevator hall. Hurry up, stop wasting time. This one. The ability of the Pandora user behind seems to be a whip, be careful not to get hit. In front of a door, Chen Jiwen chuckled. After saying that, under the gaze of his companions, his smile rose high, and in an instant, he vanished from everyone's sight. Magic wall passing technique, he entered the room. In the quiet room, as Chen Jiwen's gaze fell upon the bald man lying on the bed, the latter seemed to sense something, his eyelashes fluttered, and he quickly opened his eyes, simultaneously reaching for a black whip beside him. Before he could draw it out, the bald man's eyes widened, his entire expression struggling. Chen Jiwen took off his hat, bowed slightly, and a flurry of grey doves burst forth, flying towards the man. Among them, one dove carried a sharp knife, the blade slicing through the man's trachea. In the night, it was still this hotel. In a room on a certain floor, a woman soaking in a bath stood up comfortably. Her skin was flawless, like satin. She stretched lazily, wiping the droplets of water off her body. Barefoot, she walked towards a huge mirror, admiring her reflection, a short-haired woman with a small canine tooth. She grinned and picked up a cat bell. Ding, shaking the bell, a crisp sound echoed in the room. The woman placed the cat bell around her neck, waved at the mirror, and lazily purred, meow. As the sound fell, the woman's body in the mirror quickly transformed. And soon, a lithe black cat appeared on the carpet not far away. The black cat licked its fur, wagged its tail, and walked out of the room. Soon, she stopped, sniffing the air. It carried the scent of blood from afar. How much do you know about that person? Hang Chang. Late night tavern. The two sat in silence for a while. Maan Bon raised his glass, noticing it was empty. He opened a new bottle, pouring for himself and Li Changbai, and downed the entire glass. of frothy beer. He set the glass down heavily and asked, "Have you met them?" Li Changbai thought for a moment and replied, "Once." He met Ma Anbang's gaze, intending to roughly describe that figure, but just as the thought crossed his mind, a tremor from deep within his soul enveloped his heart. Li Changbai glanced at his arm, the hairs standing on end, and he fell silent. He raised his bubbling glass and drank it clean. The beer flowed down his chin. Ma Anbang looked at him, a sense of mutual understanding unexpectedly rising within him. "All right. Let's call it a night." Ma Anbang looked up at the tavern bathed in orange-yellow light in the late night and said solemnly. After speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out an old leather jacket, taking out 2 red bills and placing them on the table. "It's on me." Not long after, the two walked side by side into the night. In front of a secluded path, Li Changbai chuckled lightly, glancing into the distance. "Is team leader Ma really okay coming alone?" "Not exactly," Ma Anbang shrugged. As he finished speaking, a tall, thin boy, clearly very young, walked in from a distance. The boy stood under a street lamp, scratching his head and letting out a silly laugh. "Is he all you have?" Li Changbai raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a black figure flashed over the low wall nearby. He quickly looked over and saw a leopard staring back at him. At the other end of the alley, a dark shadow could be vaguely seen, resembling a more imposing beast. "So, what about you? What gives you the confidence to come alone?" Ma Anbang toyed with his lighter, looking at Li Changbai. He noticed the smile on the young man's face, which had been calculating since their meeting, suddenly stiffen. A hint of a smile appeared on his serious face as he spoke. "All right. I hope we have the chance to drink together again next time." Without waiting for a response, Ma Anbang walked into the path with one hand in his pocket. As they brushed past each other, a hoarse voice whispered in his ear, "Also, I'll have someone release your subordinates." Li Changbai stood in place, watching the distant figure, a radiant smile appearing on his face. Meanwhile, in the cool night, at the former sports center in Shaoshan district, the hotel building, a live black cat silently moved through the dim interior. Although a bell was tied around its neck, it made not a sound as it walked. Soon, the black cat appeared in the room of a bald man, crouching above the lampshade, looking down at the man who had died a tragic death on the bed. Meow. After transforming into a black cat, it could no longer make human sounds, but the seriousness was evident on its small face. It jumped to the bedside table and swiped at the phone, which rang for a long time without being answered. The black cat turned and quickly ran into the hotel corridor. Meow. The black cat appeared outside another room, its amber-like eyes watching a scene not far away, where another companion was cutting the shadow of an opponent with Pandora's shadow scissors at a critical moment. However, the shadow quickly dissipated after the user died, and the black cat hurried upstairs. The second one. In the room, Chen Jiwen looked at the man on the bed and chuckled. "These scissors are quite powerful." The burly man, with a face full of flesh, looked at a pair of scissors not far away, astonished. Just moments ago, he had been holding a bone knife, ready to stab the other, but who would have thought that the shadow he projected onto the opponent would break free from him, possessing the same abilities, nearly causing him to die at the hands of his own shadow. "You all should give it a try. Who knows, you might get a second Pandora," Chen Jiwen said. After speaking, he reached out to touch the scissors, a hint of regret on his face. Although he possessed a set of Pandora Merlin robes that seemed cool and had many abilities, he knew well that while the abilities were numerous, they were not refined. They were useful against ordinary people, but when facing Pandora users, it was hard to kill any of them alone. He stepped aside, and the 3 companions behind him also touched the scissors, but there was no reaction. The 4 had no intention of putting the scissors away and turned to leave. Is there a mouse?" The user of the puppet strings, Wang Zhe, glanced at the direction. The black cat had left, chuckling. According to the intel, the opponent has a Pandora user who seems to be able to transform into a black cat. "Old Luo, it will be up to you then," Chen Jiwen said. "Leave it to me." The man, called Lao Luo, with a face full of flesh, raised the bone-cutting knife in his hand, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. They stepped towards the next room, and not far out, Chen Jiwen glanced around and said, "I hope this black cat knows its place and runs away obediently, rather than doing something to cause trouble." Around this hotel building, there were also their Pandora users. Meow. The black cat swung its paw, and the sturdy door lock was torn open like thin paper. It pushed the door and walked into the room. On the big bed, a woman who had mastered the fantasy cross, able to moderately engage with the senses of others and forcibly insert a fleeting memory into their minds, was sound asleep. The black cat showed an anxious expression and called out. In the dim light, it patted its paw, and then, a faint glow enveloped it, revealing a girl with smooth skin like satin, standing in front of the bed. "Sister Manhwa! Sister Manhwa!" Soon, Zhu Manhua woke from her deep sleep. When she saw the naked girl beside her, her expression flickered, but she quickly reacted. After listening to the latter's words, she whispered, "No wonder. I was sleeping so deeply just now, it felt like I was immersed in a very comfortable dream. We have to go." Zhu Manhua pursed her lips and said solemnly. When using the Fantasy Cross or the Puppet Strings type of Pandora, users could sense a circle of different ranges of consciousness. Therefore, when Zhu Manhua sensed Chen Jiwen and the others, the user of the Puppet Strings, Huang, also sensed Zhu Manhua at the same time. Huang stopped in his tracks, looking back at the corridor with a half-smile. Jiayu. Xiao Yang. I only have one chance to strike. Not every Pandora is suitable for combat. Zhu Manhua took a deep breath and looked at all the surviving Pandora users who had quietly gathered around her. Gripping the crystal cross that emitted a glass-like glow tightly, she whispered, and her expression hardened, the color draining from her face. In an instant. In that moment. At the opposite corner of the corridor, Lao Luo, with a face full of flesh and holding a bone-cutting knife, stopped in his tracks, a hint of struggle appearing on his face. Then, the bone-cutting knife in his hand glowed with a layer of blood red, and without hesitation, he swung it at his companion. Just as the sharp blade was about to tear the young man apart, Chen Jiwen, dressed in a magician's outfit, quickly raised his cloak. With a magical transformation, a piece of flesh was cut off, and in the next second, the young man vanished from the spot. Lao Luo's eyes cleared, meeting the gazes of his companions. Before he could explain, in the distance, the sly black cat moved swiftly, transforming into a shadow that pounced on the man with a face full of flesh. Whoosh! 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 At the other end of the corridor, Zhu Manhua was breathing heavily. When she noticed what had just happened, her gaze trembled, and her face turned even paler. With her ability, inserting a memory into an ordinary person in a short time was not difficult, but for another user with Pandora, it required consuming all mental energy in an instant. Sister Zhu. I'm going too. Another thin man looked somewhat flustered but gritted his teeth and said. Zhu Manhua appeared weak. She noticed the fire sprinkler head at the top of the corridor not far away. Took out a handgun and fired. Her aim was off, and it wasn't until the third shot that she hit the target, followed by the sound of a fire alarm ringing, and rainwater began to pour down. As the rainwater fell on the thin man, he began to change, his strength and speed rapidly increasing. Help me! Zhu Manhua suddenly said. Oh, okay. The Pandora memory eraser user, Kai Linwu, who had just been gathered, was startled awake and quickly responded. He observed the scene before him, secretly relieved. There were 4 people on the opposite side, while only 2 could serve as main attackers on this side. This Zhu Manhua looked like she was already out of the game, leaving just one. Kai Linwu stole a glance at the fat man behind him, who seemed to be paralyzed with fear, clutching tightly to a black silk doll dressed in a maid outfit. Meow! The alarm bells rang incessantly. Water droplets fell rapidly. At that moment, a panicked cry suddenly echoed in the corridor, and the black cat pouncing towards old Luo seemed to slow down as it approached the man with a face full of flesh. Why turn into anything else when you could turn into a cat? A cat? A cat is still a beast. Old Luo gripped the bone knife in his hand, grinning to reveal a mouthful of stark white teeth, his gaze sinister as he spoke. Pandora, the bone knife, once belonged to a butcher, and after its transformation, one of its abilities was to exert a suppressive effect against non-human entities. On the other side, a young man with merman features charged in, but before he could get close, a door in the corridor was slammed open with tremendous force, crashing heavily onto him. The young man, who had just transformed into a living being from the next room, resembled a human tank, and upon nearing the merman, executed a shoulder throw. Meow! The bone knife easily pierced through the black cat's snow-white abdomen. Merman? Merman is also a beast. Old Luo turned his gaze towards the merman. Just as he spoke, the series of events unfolded in an instant. In the corridor, Chen Jiwen wore a smile as he stepped over 2 corpses, walking towards the distance. His eyes flicked towards the fat man clutching the maid doll, a smirk appearing on his face. According to the intel, this doll required a certain amount of time to turn a person into an obedient puppet. Aside from that, it had no other use. Suddenly, the fat man took 2 steps back, his face flushed. He gasped heavily, and out of nowhere, pulled out a small knife, thrusting the blade sharply into his own heart. At 3:45 in the morning. In the hotel. In the long corridor, as the fat man with the maid doll stabbed the short knife into his heart, a sickly, eerie smile appeared on his greasy face. Something's not right. As if sensing something, the puppeteer Wang's eyelids twitched. He looked at the doll in the fat man's hand, and in an instant, his right hand opened, invisible threads attempting to control the fat man, but his gaze was solely fixed on the lifelike maid doll, the descending threads melting away like snow. Terror. A great terror began to spread.
Kai Linwu, standing beside the fat man, felt goosebumps rising on his back as he watched the fat man prepare to pull out the
knife embedded in his heart.
The memory eraser in his palm was suddenly lifted. Puff! The fat man, still wearing a sickly smile, pulled the short knife out, but the next second, confusion clouded his eyes, as if he had forgotten what he was about to do. His entire body then collapsed heavily to the ground.
Phew! Kai Linwu let out a sigh of relief,
but before he could relax, the invisible thread suddenly took control of him, twisting his body to catch the doll that was about to fall into the pool of blood.
I'm one of you.
Kai Linwu noticed Chen Jiwen and the others looking at him, quickly raising his hand and speaking up.
Clever. In the night.
In the Binjiang district, in a single apartment, Lu Chen, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, noticed this scene and slowly reached out to stroke the old white dog on his thigh.
A brighter
smile appeared on his face as he chuckled. If the memory of the other party wanting to sacrifice their heart's blood hadn't been erased at the last moment, then none of us would have been able to escape.
So, it means that
this Pandora also has its bugs, Lu Chen murmured after a moment of thought. He had watched the brutal fight and then turned his gaze to the distance. Since it's not a Yandora's doll, then what caused this batch of people to
be erased?
As if recalling something, he opened the second-tier Pandora, and upon seeing something, his eyelids involuntarily lifted slightly. Looks like we've run into trouble.
Tonight. There's just too much commotion. Run. Don't stop. Huff. In a world composed of countless doors throughout Hangzhou, Yang Zhenyue was running frantically.
His eyes scanned the door signs one after another. Empty, empty, still empty, all. The doors had vanished from their original sign positions.
Huff. Yang Zhenyue could no longer run.
He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, unsure how long he had been running. In this door-filled world. After losing the signs that marked their addresses, he gradually began to doubt whether he had been going in circles the whole time. He didn't dare to push open any door lightly. If he truly got trapped in a space without a door, he might never get out. What to do? Yang Zhenyue raised his head, looking at the doors above and below him, fear etched on his face. It was a terror that was hard to describe in words.
Meanwhile, Chen Jiwen and his group quickly left the sports center. Wait. Can you repeat that last scene?
In several black cars in front and behind. Jiang Junsheng had been listening with his eyes closed to the details of the operation when he suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing the fat man stab his own heart.
What happened? Dr. Jiang. In another car, Chen Jiwen, still wearing a magician's cloak, spoke up.
You should have escaped with your lives. Jiang Junsheng thought for a moment and said solemnly. This doll was first discovered by the official team. I once caught a glimpse of some information while investigating that team, but it wasn't complete.
I didn't know what
happened before, but your description has pieced it together.
If I'm not mistaken, the blood in the heart area will rapidly turn that doll into a magical puppet. Thanks
to Mr. Kai.
If he hadn't erased the memory of the heart's blood from the other party, the consequences would have been unimaginable.
After saying this, Jiang Junsheng fell silent, now concerned about another issue, his gaze fixed on his phone. After the mission ended, the people he left in the building had gone missing.
Meanwhile, in the
other vehicles, after hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Chen Jiwen, Wang Zhe, and others fell into a chilling silence, feeling a sense of relief at having escaped a calamity.
Magic City. Global Financial Center, 93rd floor.
Jamie Dimon was also awake, still waiting, and at this moment, in North America and Europe, those truly powerful figures were also awaiting news.
Mr. Dimon.
The door was suddenly pushed open.
Gui Jiwen, CEO of JP Morgan Chase's Greater China region, rushed in, a look of joy on his face, saying, the mission is complete.
Good, good, good.
A smile spread across Jamie Dimon's handsome face.
He excitedly paced back and forth for a couple of steps, then said, reward everyone with 10 million, moreover, the upcoming search work is even more important.
That Zhao country's influence is no longer qualified to compete with us. Congratulations, Mr. Dimon. Gua. Jiwen bowed slightly, smiling. And congratulations to you too.
Jamie Dimon, in high spirits, looked at him and spoke. Next, he originally planned to drive Gui Jiwen away, but with a thought, his smile became even brighter as he said, Dear Gua, I am preparing to report this victory to the gentleman, so you can stand aside. Gui Jiwen did not immediately react. After a brief moment of shock, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. His complexion flushed, and his body trembled, wishing he could bend down to the ground. Thank you, Mr. Dimon.
Thank you, Mr. Dimon.
To stand beside those big shots while they talked, even if it meant being treated like a dog, was equivalent to being accepted into that circle. For him, this was a long-desired blessing. The pyramid-shaped crystal lit up. In the office's air, the ancient pyramid and the eye within it appeared, and the big shots sitting in high-backed chairs materialized in the air. With Gui Jiwen standing at the very edge, his head bowed, not daring to look even at the soles of their shoes.
Gentlemen, This is the most important step of the new era. Jamie Dimon smiled brightly, spreading his arms elegantly. Has Yang Zhangyue returned? At 4 in the morning. There were only a few hours left until dawn.
Li Changbai had returned to his original appearance. He called Feng Xiaojun and asked,
Brother Zhangyue? No, he hasn't come back.
In the flat, Feng Xiaojun was still playing games. After not having to work, she had completely become a gaming girl. At this moment, she sat cross-legged and replied,
I see. Li Changbai instinctively frowned.
He walked into the house located in the urban village and made several calls in succession. Soon, he realized that something had happened to Yang Zhangyue, and it was not due to that particular force.
Pandora.
Li Changbai pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Not long ago, he had told Yang Zhangyue that using Pandora came at a cost, and he didn't expect it to appear so soon. However, Li Changbai did not have much data in hand. He thought for a moment, took out his phone, and called Maan Bong, whom he had just met. The call connected after just one ring. Team leader.
Ma.
Li Changbai spoke, not describing Yang Zhangyue specifically but referring to another Pandora user by the side effects.
Side effects?
Maan Bong, who was leaning back in his chair and reporting on tonight's events for the Pandora investigation team, quickly recalled his experience when he first discovered the mask of Ma Kuai and Huang Wenbin. Next, he said, during a previous pursuit of Pandora, I used a method to guide its thoughts towards that forbidden existence in front of it.
Maan Bong recalled an operation during the encirclement of the
Wizard Soul Bell Yang Yucheng and shared this experience with Li Changbai.
Thanks, team leader Ma. I hope it helps you. Maan Bong shrugged and said, Consider it a favor I owe you.
Li Changbai continued. After saying this, he hung up the phone and sat down heavily in front of a wooden chair. He lightly tapped his fingers on his head, closed his eyes, and gathered all the fragmented information. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes. If we say the side effect of the door is disorientation, does it mean we need to enhance Jingyue's
guidance from the unseen? As this thought emerged, Li Chengbai's eyes brightened, and he quickly left his self-built building, driving towards Yang Zhengyue's rental house in Hangzhou.
Ha! Mr. Lu. Li Changbai stood in Yang Zhengyue's rental house, took a deep breath, uttered a name, and then continued. Mr. Lu granted Yang Zhengyue.
Pandora. Mr. Lu. Yang Zhengyue.
Li Chengbai's action was extremely risky. He uttered a title that should not be spoken lightly, using it as a
signal amplifier.
Following that, he repeatedly chanted Yang Zhengyue's name, hoping to reach him, who might be lost in an unknown place.
Mr. Lu grants Yang Zhengyue Pandora.
Li Changbai recited once more. At the same time, in a studio apartment, Lu Chen, sitting in a recliner by the window, watched this scene unfold, his gentle expression momentarily pausing, falling into silence.
After a moment, a look of silent amusement appeared on his face. Interesting. These people always manage to seize various opportunities.
Lu Chen was not angry, instead, he found it amusing.
As long as it was the first
time, he would not impose punishment, but if there was a second time, he would not let it go easily. In a world composed of countless doors, Yang Zhengyue, who was running continuously, suddenly looked into the distance, where a door plate above a door reformed and became exceptionally clear.
Early morning, 4:15 a.m. Hangzhou.
A black car hurriedly stopped outside Zhao Ruilong's villa, and a man dressed in black walked in with a heavy expression.
At this moment, the villa was already brightly lit.
Zhao Ruilong looked extremely grim, pacing back and forth in front of the sofa.
Young Master Zhao.
The man had just entered.
What on earth is going on?
Zhao Ruilong rushed over, his brows tightly furrowed, pausing for a moment before saying heavily, and
those Pandora hosts, all of them, all dead?
Yes. The man in black nodded, recalling the scene he had just witnessed, a layer of fear shadowing his face as he took out a USB drive from his pocket and handed it over. The secretary beside him quickly fetched a laptop and opened the surveillance
footage from the USB.
Zhao Ruilong's gaze sharpened as he scanned quickly the other side. At least more than 10 Pandora users were deployed, starting with Director Yen here. Following that, several key personnel in our entire park were briefly parasitized by another soul.
After the invasion at the
hotel in the park, it seems a barrier like Pandora covered the entire hotel, preventing the outside world from noticing any changes. Also, several of our senior management personnel are suspected of leaking information about the Pandora hosts in their dreams. Zhao Ruilong watched the surveillance as
the man in the black suit quickly reported the information.
After a while, Zhao Ruilong released the mouse and leaned heavily against the sofa. At that moment, the luxurious living room was silent, and Zhao Ruilong breathed heavily, not knowing when sweat had begun to flow from his neck and body. What terrified these old aristocratic families the most about Pandora was its unpredictability. Whenever you thought you had enough confidence, a new, unfathomable
Pandora would emerge, and these inscrutable users wouldn't care whether you were a big shot or not. Do we still have a chance? A hint of helplessness appeared on Zhao Ruilong's face. In the night, Lu Chen leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the Pandora host in the distance, his smile deepening slightly. They actually reached the first star's growth through this form. However, this feels a bit like cheating. Lu Chen shook his head. The moment his words fell, in a dimly lit rental room, Li Changbai looked up at a quickly sketched spatial door at the original doorframe. Position. The next second, the door was pushed open, and Yang Zhenyue stumbled into the room. Ha! He looked at Li Changbai in surprise, then continuously glanced around, a hint of lingering fear from a near escape on his face. What happened? Li Changbai spoke at the right moment. I almost got lost in that space full of doors, unable to find my way back. Yang Zhenyue swallowed hard, sitting on the edge of the bed, his chest heaving violently. Drenched in sweat, unsure of how far he had actually run. In any case, he didn't dare to stop for even a moment. By the way, Yang Zhenyue seemed to remember something, lifting his head to meet Li Qingbai's gaze. Dr. Li, in the end, it was you who saved me? How did you do it? Used some methods. Li Changbai replied, pulling over a chair from the table. He briefly described the operation of forcibly linking Yang Zhenyue with Mr. Lu by borrowing Mr. Lu's status. Upon hearing this, Yang Zhenyue fell silent, but soon expressed his gratitude. Dr. Li, thank you. All the gifts of fate in this world had long been marked with chips in the dark. Dr. Li's actions this time truly carried great risk. Li Changbai said nothing, just patted the latter's shoulder. After a while, Yang Zhenyue seemed to sense something. He spread his hands and then slowly clasped them, disbelief showing on his face. What's wrong? Dr. Li, I apologize. Yang Zhenyue said, and as his words fell, he looked at Li Changbai, his right hand open, then made a grasping motion. In that instant, Li Qingbai's pupils contracted. He could feel the space around him pressing in, and even moving a little required a tremendous amount of effort. At that moment, if Yang Zhenyue wanted to kill him, it would be effortless. Dr. Li, sorry. Yang Zhenyue quickly released his motion, whispering, after escaping, it seems Pandora's ability has undergone a transformation. Li Qingbai's expression tightened at this. The Pandora in the latter's hand indeed had a status difference compared to an ordinary Pandora. Can it be used elsewhere? Li Changbai asked. It seems not. It should only be usable in the first room after opening the door. Yang Zhenyue had no intention of hiding anything in front of Li Changbai. After all, without the latter, he might have been forever lost in the subspace. Li Changbai inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Dr. Li, let's go. Yang Zhenyue stood up. Seeing the latter grasp the key again, his gaze flickering with a hint of unease as he looked at the door, Li Changbai adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and also stood up, gently saying, you can drive back without resting for a while. No need. It's something we have to face sooner or later. Yang Zhenyue hesitated a bit but shook his head. Everyone who obtained Pandora and used it for the first time understood that they could never give it up. As his words fell, the key in Yang Zhenyue's hand was inserted into the door, and the space door opened once more. Standing in that world made of doors, Yang Zhenyue looked around. A smile appeared on his face, clear, and his perception of the information behind those doors was unprecedentedly sharp. In fact, it was no longer just what he had previously encountered, but also some with a strong causal connection to it. Jamie. You did very well. Sending you to Zhao Country was indeed the right choice. On the other side, in Magic City, at the Global Financial Center building, surrounding the pyramid projection, the big shots sitting in high-backed chairs spoke up. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Jamie. Diamond replied with a smile. With this matter concluded, his family could advance further, becoming one of the top power families in the organization. By the way, after this, we will also need some Pandora users. The old Rockefeller from North America said solemnly from the high seat. Jamie. I think I need to see something as magical as Pandora in person. Recently, those emerging challengers have been trying my patience again. It's just right for them to experience Pandora as well. Jamie. In front of Jamie Dimon, these true big shots were unusually friendly, an experience even his father had never encountered. Jamie Dimon wore a perfectly timed smile, feeling triumphant inside. While the meeting at the Global Financial Center was still ongoing, Hangzhou. Zhang Junsheng hurried back to the building, taking the elevator, and as he stepped onto a certain floor, a bad premonition began to engulf him. He walked past one room after another. Ha! Zhang Junsheng entered the office. He plopped down at the desk, feeling a chill in his hands and feet. I must gather all my strength. Zhang Junsheng snapped back to reality. He hurriedly picked up his phone, ready to report to Mr. Diamond personally.
The call was quickly connected, but the person who answered was the secretary. No matter how urgent his tone was, the secretary responded only with polite phrases, stating that Mr. Diamond was busy and would be informed at the earliest opportunity. Please be patient. Jiang Junsheng helplessly hung up the phone, and at the same time, at the door not far away, an invisible light gate was quickly forming, and the door was pushed open. Yang Zhangyue stepped forward. He did not hide his movements. At the moment the footsteps sounded, Jiang Junsheng looked up, his pupils instantly constricting as he reached for his gun. The space around him suddenly felt thick like a viscous liquid, enveloping every one of his movements. Is it you? Yang Zhangyue walked up to Jiang Junsheng, meeting his gaze. Without saying more, he plunged a short knife into the other's heart. Early morning, 5 o'clock. In a foreign-funded 5-star hotel, Chen Jiwen, a user of the Pandora Merlin robe, was venting his inner desires. Afterward, he draped a white bathrobe over himself and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window. Behind him, a spatial gate quickly appeared at the doorframe, and Yang Zhangyue stepped forward. In this early morning, the Pandora users who participated in the mission with Jiang Junsheng were silently dying one after another. This was the pressure coming from the Pandora hierarchy. Early morning. 5:23. The first ray of sunlight broke through the night, and soon, the sky began to brighten, the darkness enveloping the city gradually receding. At this time, news of the large-scale deaths of Pandora hosts in different locations in Hangzhou began to spread, following the earlier events at the sports center. Some rather blurry surveillance footage even emerged. Bang! Bang! Hangzhou, Pandora Special Investigation Team, Assistant Zhao Xiaoshue's expression was heavier than ever as she hurriedly knocked on Ma Anban's room door. On the big bed, Ma Anban opened his eyes. Immediately, getting out of bed without a moment's hesitation, and opened the door. Team Leader Ma. Something has happened. Zhao Xiaoxue swallowed hard and spoke. Her voice trembled as she quickly reported the incident. What? Ma Anban's eyes widened. He showed no sign of joy over the deaths of these hostile Pandora hosts. In fact, every hair on his body stood on end in an instant. Team Leader Ma. The higher-ups are already waiting for you to hold a meeting. Zhao Xiaoxue hurriedly said. I understand. Ma. Anbang put on a piece of clothing and quickly walked out of the room, but shortly after leaving, he returned to change into a pair of shoes. His expression was grave, and he was deep in thought. The sky brightened. In the villa, Zhao Ruilong sat silently in front of the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another, his whole demeanor like a startled bird. At that moment, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from not far away. Young master. The old master is on the phone. The secretary whispered. Zhao Ruilong took the phone, waved his hand, took a puff of smoke, and directly tossed the burning cigarette butt onto the expensive handmade wool carpet. At his feet, the unextinguished but scorching the carpet and emitting a faint burnt smell. Ha! Zhao Ruilong took a deep breath. Abruptly lifted his foot and heavily crushed the cigarette butt, trying his best to present a better mental state. He connected the video call. Dad, you called for me. Zhao Ruilong stood up respectfully. In the phone, a middle-aged man, often appearing in national news due to his high position, immediately saw through his son's facade. It was a state of mind on the brink of collapse, like a stray dog, terrified by one Pandora after another. Are you giving up already? The middle-aged man spoke. Dad. It's Ruilong's lack of ability that has led to falling behind other forces. Zhao Ruilong did not explain, only lowered his head, knowing that his father hated excuses the most. But the pressure in his heart was reaching its limit. Only by truly appearing in Hangzhou and facing those Pandoras with incredible abilities could he feel that fear and suffocation. I called you just to tell you one thing, the Pandoras under the organization opposing you are basically all dead. Next, whether you stay or leave is up to you. The authoritative middle-aged man said solemnly from the other end of the line. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Hearing this, Zhao Ruilong's eyes widened suddenly, and at that moment, a video came through on his phone. Young Master Zhao quickly clicked it open. It was a door that transcended space, and the Pandoras with incredible abilities only had time to show fear and pleading on their faces before being killed by the man who stepped out. Ha! Zhao Ruilong sat down heavily. This existence, adored by many in Yanjing City and known as the top young master, now held his head in his hands, his expression wildly interweaving between fear and desire, joy and unease. On one hand, he was pleased that the opposing forces had lost all their accumulation. On the other hand, he trembled at the newly emerged Pandoras. What if this was just one Pandora, and in the future, would there be more with terrifying abilities? Today, all the powers in the world are merely temporary, because of the emergence of Pandora. Zhao Ruilong murmured. Team Leader Ma.
You previously reported on this Pandora for the first time, do you have anything to say? In Hangzhou City.
In the highly confidential conference room of the Pandora Special Investigation Team.
Anbang looked at the high-ranking officials from the National Security Department, Military, Police Department, and various secret departments on the screen.
He stood up, nodded, and said solemnly, everyone. First of all, I can confirm that the man who used this Pandora is not the same person as the one who used it for the first time. My guess is that this forbidden existence has handed this Pandora over to a new user.
Anbang paused, his gaze intensifying, and continued, second.
I believe this space-related Pandora is clearly of a different level from the ones that have appeared before. Are you saying that Pandora also has levels? The meeting lasted a long time. This newly emerged Pandora was a true direct threat to these big figures, unlike the previous ones. After a long time, Anbang let out a sigh. He leaned back in his chair and reviewed the events that had transpired. There was little time for leisure. Soon, he hurriedly got up and left the conference room.
Team leader Ma.
Assistant Zhao Xiaoxue immediately approached him.
Put everyone on standby.
Ma Anbang glanced at her and said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he quickly walked towards the command room, adding, this time, at least 13 vacancies of Pandora have appeared in a short period.
We must conduct 24-hour monitoring. Stabilize the situation.
Yes. Zhao Xiaoxue replied seriously.
What a wonderful feeling. Morning.
The bright sunlight spilled onto the large bed, and a pair of black-framed glasses was neatly placed on the bedside table.
Lu Chen woke from his dreams, a fleeting look of confusion
in his eyes. He first glanced towards the living room, a strange smile appearing on his face, and after putting on his glasses, he whispered softly. So, in my memory, there are simultaneous recollections of sleeping and of gazing into the distance.
From the balcony. Lu Chen smiled and stopped pondering the cyclical nature of time.
He checked the panel, name, Lu Chen, soul count, 12, white soul, 1, gray soul, desire points, 164, 200 points, created Pandora, 3-001 Mask of Makart, 3-002 Blood Needle of Lilith, 3-003 Witch's Soul Bell, 3-004 Dice of the Fate Gambler, 3-049 Cat Bell, 3-050 Probability Coin, 2-001 Door, 2-002 Clock, 1-001 Forbidden Ring.
Indeed. Only war can bring the greatest wealth. That Dr. Jiang even provided me with a great quality soul.
Lu Chen chuckled as he got out of bed and walked towards the living room. At that moment, the old white cat, who was lounging on a chair grooming its fur, perked up its ears and sat up, looking towards the source of the sound.
Upon seeing its owner, the black cat's eyes widened again, its face filled with question marks and confusion. Meow. Old bye.
Lu Chen picked up the old cat and affectionately scratched its chin.
After a moment, he carried
the cat into the study, set it down casually, and began to take out various items capable of holding second-tier seeds, arranging them side by side. In addition to the yellowed leather notebook from last time and the intricately designed silver mirror, there was now an additional item, an unfinished game design plan.
Game design? Lu Chen's gaze fell on the newly acquired item. Indeed. I'm quite curious about this one.
Lu Chen adjusted his glasses and chuckled.
Without hesitation,
he spent 50,000 desire points to exchange for the third second-tier Pandora seed. In his stark black and white eyes, the seed, exuding an air of nobility and vitality, was slowly placed into the stack of unfinished game design plans. A transformative event akin to the creation of the world quietly occurred and concluded in the study, under the watchful eyes of Lu Chen and the black cat.
Meow.
The black cat, sitting on the desk, called out in a dazed yet hopeful manner. With each passing moment of observation, although this black cat did not receive the seed, it seemed to be undergoing some unknown change. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 2-003. Please name Pandora number 2-003. 2-003, this is a game plan infused with the designer's utmost effort. The user, upon writing a new game script in number 2-003, will be able to invite different players, and those who achieve victory in the game will receive various rewards. User 2-003 will be able to receive rewards and bonuses for game victors, as well as have the recruitment rights of game victors. Note, the game designers who have died prefer reasoning and puzzle solving, survival and strategy, psychological and confrontational game design. Lu Chen read the text carefully, pondering it deeply, and then his eyes lit up with astonishment.
This Pandora could even represent the embryonic form of a mysterious organization. It
could filter and produce a group of high IQ, high ability game participants, even comparable to the third-tier Pandora abilities.
A wonderful Pandora, Lu Chen exclaimed. He thought for a moment and named it, then I shall call you the Manual of Death Games.
After putting this Pandora transformed game plan into his briefcase, Lu Chen quickly freshened up and prepared to go to work. As usual, he encountered two neighbors in front of the door and then walked into the bustling city during the morning rush hour with Vice President Lin Shouyue. Mr. Liu. Mr. Liu. On the 59th floor of the building, as soon as Lu Chen walked in, several big shots bowed slightly. Good morning, Lu Chen said gently, scanning the crowd. The five invited had mostly returned, only summoned when needed or participating in meetings online. Nie Qixing had long since retired and was temporarily residing in Hangzhou, standing next to Professor Han Zhanbing at this moment. Please, have a seat. Lu Chen sat down in front of the sofa. Yesterday morning, two incidents occurred in the Pandora user circle of Hangzhou. Lu Chen spoke up. As soon as these words were spoken, only Shen Nancher's eyes flickered. His Shen family was well connected and informed. In the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, vaguely sensing something. The first incident is that the Pandora users under young Master Zhao of the Zhao family were slaughtered by overseas forces last night. Lu Chen said in a calm tone. Before Shen Nancher, Han Zhanbing, and the others could react with shock, Mr. Lu's next sentence followed closely. The second incident. Last night, the Pandora users under overseas forces were nearly wiped out by another higher-tier Pandora user. The information revealed in Mr. Lu's second sentence was like a thunderclap, exploding in Shen Nancher and the others' ears, causing their pupils to constrict and their hairs to stand on end. Especially the phrase. Spoken by Mr. Lu, a higher-tier Pandora user? Mr. Lu. A higher-tier Pandora? Professor Han Zhanbing asked eagerly. Yes. On the 59th floor of the building, Lu Chen looked at Han Zhanbing and replied with a smile. He thought for a moment. Then, he said gently, speaking of which, there are a total of 4 tiers of Pandora. Currently, the vast majority of revived Pandoras are only the lowest third-tier Pandoras. What has appeared this time is the second-tier Pandora with spatial attributes, the door. Lu Chen continued. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Nancher immediately recalled that night when he had not yet left the building, witnessing Mr. Lu push open the door and cross through space. The gray-haired, chess-savvy Nie Dongping, the chess sage, looked on with emotion, wondering who could have imagined that this once ordinary world was now racing forward at an unprecedented speed. Just a second-tier Pandora could stir countless big shots, leaving many restless. And according to Mr. Lu, there were still first-tier and even supreme-tier Pandoras to come. What kind of authority would those existences hold? After the first-tier Pandora, there is the zero-tier Pandora, of which the number is constant, with at most 33 appearing, each representing a rule of the universe. Taking this opportunity, Lu Chen briefly educated the people in front of him. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Hangzhou. The warm June sunlight poured in without reservation, yet inside the hall, Shen Nancher, Lu Yang, and others tried to slow their breathing as much as possible, feeling no warmth at all, only cold hands and feet, accompanied by a sense of their own insignificance. They occasionally glanced at Mr. Lu, their eyes filled with increasing reverence. Professor Han. Lu Chen stopped speaking, and after a moment, when the people in front of him had digested some of the information, he smiled at Han Zhanbing and said gently, I wonder how you assess the future of the Pandora users. Mr. Lu. Han Zhanbing replied respectfully. He pondered carefully and then said, Hangzhou is the birthplace of Pandora, the vortex of future transformation, but for ordinary Pandora users, the struggles here are equally intense and dangerous. With this reshuffle and the emergence of the Pandora Forum, I believe Pandora users will gradually depart from Hangzhou, scattering across the country and even the globe. Among them, the second-tier Pandora poses a significant threat, even having some ability to resist or counterattack against regional overlords. Han Zhanbing spoke. Lu Chen's expression was gentle, listening attentively. The so-called regional overlords in the latter's words were no longer the top wealthy individuals in civilized order. Instead, they were akin to Southeast Asian warlords, those who truly wield power and can control armed forces of a certain scale. When the ability is sufficient, corresponding ambitions will arise. I believe the true opportunists will emerge among the second-tier Pandora hosts. These are unattainable in the Zhao kingdom. Therefore, second-tier Pandora hosts will set their sights on the world, the chaotic Southeast Asia, island nations, North and South America. These regions will be their stage. Every word spoken by Han Zhanbing expressed that the real conflict between Pandora and the Renseekers was about to erupt. No longer the petty squabbles of Hangzhou. This was truly armies. Hot weapons. These are the cornerstones that determine the existing order of the world. Lu Chen non-committally responded. The second-tier Pandora users indeed possessed the power to challenge regional overlords. Unlike the third-tier Pandora, they were becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Regarding the second-tier peripheral members of the Pandora Management Committee, do you have any suggestions? Lu Chen did not continue on this topic but turned to the others and said gently, the invitation range is among the families in the Magic City.
Mr. Liu. The Rong family in the Magic City could be invited as a member of the Pandora Management Committee in the Magic City. Shen Nancher spoke up. In the Jiangsu and Zhejiang region, the Shen family had the deepest understanding of various families, and after careful consideration, he made a suggestion. The Shang family in the Magic City is also a good choice. Their ancestors founded the Shipping and Commercial Bureau and the Zhao Kingdom Commercial Bank, laying the foundation for modern industry in the Magic City. They hold significant influence in this area. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said flatly, then, let it be the Shang family. In the era about to burst forth with Pandora, being invited to become a peripheral member of the Pandora Management Committee required an annual membership fee of $100 million, granting a ticket to smoothly navigate the transformation. If such news were to spread, even in Yinjing City or among the various dominant families abroad, they would be wildly eager and try every means to join. Because even these apex existences had no certainty of weathering this transformation. Lu Yang. You should go invite them. Lu Chen said solemnly. Yes. Lu Yang, standing to the side, replied respectfully. Meanwhile, under the azure sky, Magic City International Airport, the transport vehicle slowly loaded a six-sided sealed metal box into the cargo hold of a private plane. Before long, the plane disappeared into the sky. Inside the sealed metal box, there was a room-sized space filled with plenty of food and drink, as well as enough oxygen and entertainment equipment. However, there was one thing missing. There was nothing inside the metal box that had a door. Feeling the box shake, the terrified young white man, Jamie Damon, curled up on the sofa, his body suddenly trembling, and then he let out a long sigh of relief. Monster! Damn monster! When Jamie Damon finished the video conference, he felt like he was on cloud 9, but who would have thought he would be dragged straight down to hell right after, and upon seeing the continuous surveillance footage, he was utterly terrified. He immediately locked himself inside this box and prepared to escape back to his country. What's wrong? In the flat, Yang Zhengyue showed a strange expression and stepped out of the spatial door once again. Seeing the latter's reaction, Li Changbai asked, what do you sense? There should be another person who is the main orchestrator of the incident. After I opened the door, I could sense him, but I couldn't find a way to open his door. There are two possibilities. Li Changbai pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose and said in a deep voice, first, he left the room as soon as he realized your ability, putting himself in an outdoor state. And the second? Yang Zhengyue asked. Second, he sealed himself in a space without a door. Li Changbai seemed to think of something, a hint of a smile appearing on his handsome face as he spoke. If this were the case, then Yang Zhengyue had truly scared that big shot out of his wits. Zhengyue. Dr. Li, what's wrong? I'm a bit older than you, so just call me Changbaigu from now on. Li Changbai said. With a light laugh. Okay. Changbaigu. Zhengyue, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? Changbaigu, if it weren't for you, I might not have been able to step out of that space at all. From now on, I'll listen to you. Whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it. Upon hearing this, Li Changbai did not refuse but simply patted the latter's shoulder, a barely noticeable smile lifting the corner of his mouth as he turned away. On the other side, in the Pandora investigation team of Hang City, Ma Qing once again threw out 12 ivory dice. She stared at them without blinking. Soon, the dice stopped rolling. Ma Qing held her breath, leaned forward, and when she saw the number directly above, her face turned pale, and she plopped down in front of the chair. It's over. The number 1 was quietly displayed on the dice. Report to team leader Ma first. Ma Qing came back to her senses, quickly got up, and was about to run out of the dormitory, but as soon as she took a step, her right foot twisted over her left, and she fell forward. Fortunately, since joining the investigation team, Ma Qing had been diligently training in various areas, including physical training, survival training, and reaction training. She quickly protected her head and face, tightened her core muscles, bent her knees, just as she was about to crash to the floor, her body rolled forward in a natural motion. Bang! Before she could steady herself, a glass vase rolled off the decorative cabinet and hit her solidly on the forehead, shattering into pieces and causing bright red blood to flow slowly from her forehead. In the command room of the Pandora investigation team, Ma Anbang played with a lighter, his calm eyes fixed on the screen that occupied an entire wall. At least 13 Pandora cases were without an owner, which posed a test for the entire security system of Hang City. Team leader Ma. Just then, Assistant Zhao Xiaoxua hurried over, accompanied by Ma Qing, whose forehead was still bleeding, her pale face showing a look of grievance and unease. Why didn't you go get it bandaged? Ma Anbang realized something immediately upon seeing her, and instead of asking why, he said in a deep voice. Ma Qing must come to see you first. Zhao Xiaoxua replied. Don't worry. We will protect you.
Ma Anbang stood up, first instructing Zhao Xiuxue to call the doctor, then he looked at Ma Qing, his black and white eyes revealing seriousness as he promised.
After continuously receiving information from
all directions and reviewing it, Ma Anbang vaguely sensed that the incident in the early morning, which could change the entire Pandora situation in the future, might be related to this innocent young girl before him.
Not just this time. There was also the last time, during the incident with Ma Tianyun and Gao Chongwen, where he later went over the files again and again, and behind the words, he seemed to see many shadows of Ma Qing. Even at each
important juncture, there seemed to be a connection with the dice she cast.
If this speculation is true, then Ma Qing's importance is even greater than that of the higher-level Pandora. Ma Qing nodded with a pitiful expression. Uncle Ma.
If I die, remember to give my parents a large sum of money and take good care of them.
Ma Anbang personally took the tweezers and disinfectant, carefully treating Ma Qing's wounds. At that moment,
Ma Qing's eyes trembled, and she spoke again.
Ha!
Team leader Ma, I'll be going out soon, hiding in the investigation team is useless.
Hang Cheng.
In a conference room of the Pandora investigation team, Ma Qing wiped her
eyes and took a deep breath before speaking in a deep voice. Don't worry. I will personally lead a team to escort you.
Ma Anbang's gaze swept over Ma Qing's face. This girl, who not long ago was still naive and sweet, had
unknowingly grown a lot, he said. This time is different.
Ma Qing shook her head. She glanced at a corner of the sky outside the window, her face showing a hint of paleness as she said.
Different?
It's just. Ma Qing pressed her lips together, her gaze shifting to Zhao Xiuxue in the room, then meeting Ma Anbang's eyes. I can clearly feel a pervasive malice. It's as if the whole world is rejecting me, emanating
a strong sense of hostility.
As her words fell, Ma Anbang frowned, and assistant Zhao Xiuxue couldn't help but rise to hug Ma Qing. Just that one description sent chills down the spine. Ma Qing was a person of strong action. She often appeared to be a greedy girl, cheerful and silly, but in reality, her core was very resilient. Just 15 minutes later, she changed into a set of clothes, slung a sports backpack over her shoulder, and tucked
a handgun into her bosom.
With her ponytail tied high, she strode into the sunlight.
Ma Qing.
Be careful, a large truck is approaching you from the left side of the road, and on the right side, on the third floor
balcony of the street-side shop building, there is a potted plant rack. In the command room,
Ma Anbang personally monitored the large screen ahead, where the main view was from the camera on Ma Qing, surrounded by real-time satellite positioning and potential safety hazards in every direction around her.
Received.
Ma Qing skillfully dodged a suddenly out-of-control electric bike rushing towards her, responding.
Is this the pervasive evil thought? From the whole world?
The staff in the command room, watching the screen, instinctively shivered. Since Ma Qing left the investigation team, she encountered accidents on every road.
Left foot tripping right foot. Falling. Objects from above. Out-of-control electric bikes, even cars. If she hadn't received professional training, or if their team hadn't monitored every intersection and provided early warnings, another person wouldn't even make it 500 meters. Ha! Very good, I can feel my whole body warming up.
In Hangcheng, under the bright sunlight, Ma Qing quickly crossed a sidewalk and stood in the middle of an open square in a commercial street. A faint smile appeared on her face as she secretly encouraged herself.
Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred.
A fierce gale swept in without warning, causing electric bikes and bicycles on the adjacent road to crash
heavily to the ground.
Gasps erupted from the crowd around her. Ma Qing's heart skipped a beat as her gaze quickly scanned the surroundings. At the same time, in the command room of the Pandora investigation team, everyone, including Ma Anbang, had their expressions darken. Every vehicle and passerby around Ma Qing was being closely watched. What no one knew was that, just a street away from Ma Qing, on the back of a building standing 170 meters tall, two workers were standing in a construction elevator performing maintenance. Suddenly, the howling wind wrapped around the construction elevator, propelling it high into the air and crashing it heavily
against the curtain wall. Bang! Bang! Bang!
The curtain wall, located hundreds of meters above the ground, quickly became riddled with cracks, and after another impact, the two workers fell into the office behind the curtain wall. They had no time to feel relieved before witnessing an unbelievable scene. A whirlwind swept through, and fine shards of glass spun in the air of the office before vanishing into the room, not a single piece falling.
Ma Qing!
Ma Anbang's face changed dramatically, his voice rising sharply. On the screen ahead, Ma Qing looked up, her pupils constricting in terror as she gazed at the rain of glass shards descending upon her. At that critical moment, a flock of sparrows suddenly flew into the blue sky, darkening the area above Ma Qing's head, and the falling glass shards resembled small knives. The shards pierced into the flesh of the sparrows, causing their bodies to fall like raindrops. Whoosh! Ma Qing looked down at the sparrows scattered at her feet, then raised her head to glance at the pure blue sky. Her heart raced as she realized she had narrowly escaped a fatal disaster.
But the calamity was far from over. Not far away, Chen Yuhang tightly gripped the clown whistle, breathing heavily. He was about to say something when a golden retriever brushed past him, suddenly lunging at him with its claws outstretched. Fortunately, the dog's owner held onto the leash tightly. Chen Yuhang took 2 steps back, looking at the golden retriever with uncertainty. Yuhang, you should come back first. In the command room, Ma Anbang observed the scene and pressed the intercom, issuing a stern command. After using the clown whistle, Chen Yuhang would usually have a certain deterrent effect on animals, but this moment was an unusual occurrence. Especially with a golden retriever known for its docility. He knew that using Pandora came with a cost. The dice of the fate gambler. Ma Anbang held the lighter tightly, whispering to himself. This Pandora definitely had special properties. Time passed second by second. Afternoon. 3 o'clock. Ma Qing burst into a large shopping mall as if fleeing, and when the cool air from the air conditioning brushed over her, she let out a long sigh of relief. She walked cautiously in the hall on the first floor of the mall, like a startled bird. Her eyes scanned left and right. She was about to take the escalator when she suddenly saw an elderly man with gray hair holding his grandson, and her steps came to an abrupt halt. She wanted to wait a bit longer, but coincidentally, every escalator ride was filled with old and young, men and women. Ma Qing glanced at the nearby elevator and underestimated, there are only 3 floors, even if I fall, I shouldn't die, right? With this thought, she stepped towards the elevator, and just as the doors were about to close, a very overweight man with a messy hairstyle walked in. When the man saw Ma Qing, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes behind his black-framed glasses. He walked in, turning his back to Ma Qing, and as the latter door slowly closed, the man rubbed off the band-aid on his right index finger. With just a bit of force, bright red blood seeped from the wound. The man reached into the figurine bag. Inside that bag, a lifelike maid dress doll lay quietly, and as the man pressed his fingertip to the doll's forehead, the maid doll seemed to come to life, its delicate skin a soft red, and a strange smile appeared on its exquisite face. In an instant, Ma Qing's gaze flickered, and she felt as if her brain had become sluggish. In the Pandora investigation team, in the command room, Ma Anbang's sharp gaze swept towards the fat man the moment he appeared, and when he saw the bag in the latter's hand, his eyelids twitched. First, he reminded Ma Qing, and as she did not respond, he quickly pressed the intercom. Li Wenlong received. Dressed in plain clothes, Li Wenlong ran madly towards the second floor of the mall. The glass sightseeing elevator, which had clearly been called by others to the second floor, did not stop and brushed past him. As he passed, Li Wenlong met Ma Qing's dazed gaze, his heart tightened, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger at the fat man above through the glass. The bullet of the guilt-free gun, infused with mental power, shot out. Bang! In the elevator, a sickly smile gradually appeared on the fat man's greasy face. Little did he know, the shot from the guilt-free gun made his brain feel like it was in excruciating pain, and the figurine bag he was holding slipped from his grasp, blood still dripping from the wound on his right index finger as he fell heavily to the ground. In the afternoon, just past 5 o'clock. Skyworth Building. 15th floor. This could even make a film about the arrival of death. Lu Chen leaned back in his chair, gazing at the scene in the distance through Pandora. A hint of sentimentality on his gentle face. Moreover, the intensity this time is clearly different. Lu Chen seemed to have discovered something, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose, pondering, the influence from the unseen realm is not over yet. Does it mean it won't end until Ma Qing is dead? It seems. Getting involved with a higher dimension of Pandora is not that easy. Soon, the sky grew darker, and a light drizzle began to fall. By around 8 o'clock in the evening, Lu Chen was leaning by the window on the 59th floor of the building, quietly reading a book. At that moment, he noticed Ma Qing once again. She's still alive. A look of surprise crossed Lu Chen's face, followed by a light chuckle. In fact, she's even come close to me. Oh well. Lu Chen thought for a moment and set the book down. Before long, he opened a black umbrella and stepped into the rain. In the night, near the pedestrian walkway by the city landscape river, Ma Qing once again tripped over her left foot with her right and fell solidly into the rainwater. She was in a terrible state, her emotions nearing their limit. Ma Qing didn't even attempt to get back up. In the rain, she clenched her fists. She raised her head, looking into the night, and in the darkness reflecting the neon lights, Ma Qing could feel the malice that was about to suffocate her brewing for its next deadly opportunity. All right. You win. Ma Qing's face was pale as she whispered. As soon as the words left her lips, a rhythmic sound of footsteps came from afar, growing closer with each step. All around, in the darkness, the pervasive malice seemed to dissipate rapidly like melting snow, as if the scorching sun had appeared, banishing the darkness entirely. Ma Qing sensed something. She widened her eyes and looked in the direction of the sound.
There, in the rainy night, stood a mysterious man, as if enveloped in a sacred light, like a deity descending to the mortal realm.
In the darkness of the night,
under the rain curtain, Lu Chen approached Ma Qing with a black umbrella, his gentle gaze behind black-framed glasses fixed on the girl, who was utterly drenched in the rain. He extended his right hand, saying, "Is there
anything I can help you with?" "Ha!" Ma Qing swallowed hard.
As she met the mysterious man's gaze, she felt a tremor of reverence rising from the depths of her soul. Hesitantly, she took his hand, only to be pulled up with a
firm grip. "How about drying off?"
Lu Chen took out a pack of tissues and handed it to her gently.
"Thank you."
At that moment, Ma Qing was in a sorry state, soaked to the skin, raindrops streaming down her hair, and various bruises scattered across her forehead, arms, and body.
"There's a convenience store over there.
Let me buy you something warm to eat." Lu Chen gestured toward the other side of the road.
"Okay." Ma Qing lowered her head. She
recalled the scene from earlier, where the man had walked out into the rainy night and the pervasive malice in the darkness seemed to dissipate quickly, as if afraid of offending the man beside her.
She obediently followed Lu Chen, crossing the crosswalk toward the convenience store. "Report.
Ma Qing is missing. Both the location information and surveillance signals have disappeared." At the same time, in the Pandora investigation team.
In Hang City, Ma Anban's expression was grave as he stared unblinkingly at the screen ahead. "What about the person following Ma Qing?" Ma Anbang said in a low voice. It wasn't that they didn't want close protection, but
in Ma Qing's perception, there was a distance. If a third party intruded into that range, the omnipresent malice would amplify further.
However, outside that distance, timely intervention could effectively curb the escalation of malevolence. We lost track. "Captain Ma, could it be that Ma Qing has already?"
Assistant Zhao Xiaoshui also looked at the screen, speaking softly. Throughout the day, not just Ma Qing, but the entire team felt a
sense of dread. "No," Ma Anbang replied firmly.
After saying that, he tightly gripped the Pandora lighter, his black and white eyes trembling slightly.
Delicious." At the brightly lit convenience store by the roadside,
Ma Qing carefully held a small bowl of steaming odon. She first sipped the rich broth, then ate a piece of sweet and spicy fish cake, and a look of satisfaction immediately spread across her disheveled face.
"As long as it's good, take your time eating," Lu Chen, sitting by the window, said with a light laugh as he watched the road under the rain curtain. Ma Qing stole a glance at Lu Chen, feeling that he wasn't as intimidating as she had thought. Instead, there was a sense of closeness that made her want to approach him. She sighed in relief.
Not thinking too much anymore, she took big bites of the odon, soon letting out a satisfied burp.
Lu Chen, holding the
black umbrella, wore a calm smile as he escorted Ma Qing to the roadside, watching her get into a taxi.
By the way,
just as the car door closed, it was pushed open again. Ma Qing met Lu Chen's gaze, her eyelashes fluttering.
Gently. Can I know your name?"
"My surname is Lu," Lu Chen replied with a smile. After saying that, he waved his hand and slowly disappeared into the rain curtain. The taxi quickly drove into the night, and Ma Qing stretched her neck, pressing her face against the car window, not turning away until she could no longer see his figure. Taking out her phone, she found that the signal had just come through perfectly.
"Captain Ma Qing spoke up." "What?" In the command room, Ma Anban's gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at the screen where the image reappeared, saying word by word, "That Taboo has appeared?"
I'm not sure either, but as soon as he appeared, I felt the whole world brighten." Ma Qing bit her lip in response.
After that single sentence, nothing more could be said about Mr. Lu.
On the other side, Lu Chen strolled through Hangzhou under the night sky, the drizzle pattering against his umbrella, while the distant neon lights quietly refracted between the raindrops. As he passed by a bar, Lu Chen paused, letting out a soft "oh," and gazed in a certain direction.
I got it. Stop nagging."
A tall young man with ash-gray short hair and ear studs spoke into his phone as he walked out. "I've arrived at the airport."
"All right, no more talking."
The young man impatiently hung up the call. He slipped one hand into his pocket and walked into the rainy night without saying a word. He carried only a single shoulder bag, his gaze casually scanning the surroundings.
The young man's full name was Huang Shengru.
A student studying abroad in Japan, a second-generation rich kid, and his relationship with his parents was not harmonious. His flight was scheduled to take off in 2 hours. Huang Shengru casually glanced at a man passing by.
"This world is far more exciting than you can imagine."
Lu Chen turned around, looking at the young man who had just walked past, a smile on his face, and suddenly spoke.
"God." Huang Shengru was already feeling irritable.
This inexplicable remark made his inner frustration surge, and he turned around, ready to curse, but when he met the mysterious man's gaze, he swallowed the latter half of his words. For some reason, the fearless young man suddenly felt a sense of dread towards this man.
"Is there something you need?" Huang Shengru's tone still held some stiffness.
Lu Chen maintained his smile, his index finger moving forward as the taboo ring, fed by souls and desires, gradually revived with a hint of power, flashing a distant light. Thud! The rich second-generation Wang Xingru suddenly knelt before Lu Chen, trembling as if he had experienced something that shook his very soul. Start a new life. Lu Chen handed over a mysterious black booklet. Wang Xingru took a breath and instinctively accepted it with both hands. The moment his fingertips touched the booklet, information from the void appeared.
In his mind. Pandora? Death Game Manual? Wang Xingru murmured softly. Not long after, when he suddenly raised his head, the figure of the mysterious man had already vanished into the night. Wang Xingru's expression changed. Continuously, sometimes ecstatic, sometimes uneasy, sometimes excited, sometimes frantic. He stood up and quickly hailed a taxi, heading straight for Shashan International Airport in Hangzhou. This Pandora was simply born to fit that land in Japan. Father. In the night, in an old Western-style house with a history of over 100 years, located in the Jing'an district of the bustling city, a well-dressed middle-aged man pushed open the study door and hurried in. He looked at his father, who was holding a brush and writing elegantly on rice paper, his face showing urgency. His father hated being disturbed while writing. Under normal circumstances, he would patiently wait. But today, after hesitating, the middle-aged man finally spoke. Go ahead. The elderly man in a kung fu robe continued to wave his brush, his gaze fixed on the ink, his hoarse voice following. I just received news that a young man from the fourth generation of the Guo family has just died. Death is death. What, did you put a hat on the Guo family? The old man said nonchalantly. Father. A hint of helplessness flashed across the face of Shang Ziwen, the head of the Shang family who was gradually taking over the family's power from his father. He continued, this young man from the Guo family died because of Pandora. As the words rang out, the old man's steady brush suddenly paused, and the rice paper became soaked in black ink. It is said. Many people saw it. At the last moment, that young man suddenly lost control of his body and jumped off the building. Shang Ziwen said in a deep voice. Guo family? The old man looked at the darkened paper, set down his brush, and after a moment of thought, said, didn't several families contact each other privately a few days ago, claiming to have established connections with some forces? What about it? Isn't anyone standing up for them? It seems something big has happened over in Hangcheng. I called Yinjing City, but I don't know much. A hint of panic flashed across Shang Ziwen's face as he relayed some of the news he had heard. The old man, with his graying hair, remained unfazed by the chaos. He simply looked at his son, a trace of sighing flickering in his eyes. His son had decent abilities, but he was only suited for guarding the city. When faced with what could be considered the greatest upheaval since the birth of human civilization, he showed no composure at all. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was about to say something, the door was suddenly knocked on. Master. The old man's steward quickly entered. He respectfully handed over a mysterious invitation. Someone outside delivered this, saying they wished to visit the Shang family. The old master of the Shang family and Shang Ziwen both looked over, and as their gazes fell upon the invitation, Pandora Management Committee, their eyes swept over the line of text. In the next second, the spirits of the father and son seemed to be consumed by it. They felt the presence of a mysterious and authoritative supreme organization, and their hearts held no trace of offense towards it. Within this supreme sanctity, they vaguely sensed something. Ha! Ha! The father and son quickly regained their senses, both drenched in sweat. The middle-aged man, Shang Ziwen, breathed heavily and hurriedly asked, what about the person? Outside? Still outside, the old steward bowed. He did not show any signs of abnormality on his face, but inside he felt puzzled, not understanding why the two masters reacted this way. I'll go invite them in personally. Shang Ziwen rushed out the door, and behind him, the old man also quickly left the study. Shang family. Outside the century-old Western-style house, Lu Yang's expression was calm, only his gaze carefully scrutinizing the distant mansion. This old Western-style house located in the center of the Magic City, along with the Shang family behind it, had a historical background that made it a top-tier aristocratic family without question. He thought to himself, but then a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just then, the large iron gate outside the house was hurriedly pushed open, and a middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor greeted him with a warm yet fearful smile. Gentlemen, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour. In the Magic City, on the quiet road shaded by phoenix trees, stood the understated yet prominent century-old Western-style house. Lu Yang looked at the two prominent figures walking in and out, their noble aura a testament to the wealth accumulated over generations. This family had left a significant mark in the modern history of the Magic City. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Lu Yang slightly nodded and said, if it were the old him, he would have felt awkward facing such figures, but at this moment, with the marquee mask almost reaching 3 stars, and having
Often served by Mr. Lu's side, he had already transformed.
May I ask how to address you? Lu. Mr. Lu, please come in. The head of the Shang family, Shang Ziwen, spoke, and he and his father welcomed Lu Yang into the
living room, one on the left and one on the right, treating him as an esteemed guest.
The steward served tea and then respectfully withdrew. Mr. Lu, enjoy your tea. Shang Ziwen enthusiastically said, this is the Dahong Pao.
Picked from the mother tree of Wui Mountain, please enjoy it, Mr. Lu.
Lu Yang raised his eyelids slightly.
When he used to deliver food, reading online novels was his favorite way to relax, and in many wealthy novels, this mother tree Dahong Pao was a frequent guest. Who would have thought that one day he would actually see this legendary treasure? Lu Yang picked up the teacup, gently stirred the tea soup, and took a sip.
He couldn't taste any difference. Mr. Shang. Old Master Shang, it seems you two have some understanding of my Pandora Management Committee? Lu Yang put down the teacup, looked at the two, and asked. To be honest, Mr. Lu, I have a vague guess or two, and if I'm wrong, I hope Mr. Lu will forgive me. Shang Ziwen glanced at his father, then cupped his hands towards Lu Yang and said seriously, since the appearance of Pandora, our Shang family has been paying close attention. After much inquiry and spending the favors left by our ancestors, we learned a secret from Yanjing. A secret? Lu Yang smiled. Yes. Shang Ziwen's expression became serious, and
after nodding heavily, he said in a deep voice, that is, within the Pandora circle, there exists a taboo that cannot be glimpsed, cannot be offended, and cannot be described.
I think ordinary Pandora users would not have the courage to use this invitation.
As Shang Ziwen spoke, his gaze was closely observing Mr. Lu's expression. When he saw the latter's face instinctively show respect upon mentioning the taboo, he knew he had guessed right, and felt a sense of joy in his heart. Mr. Shang, you have such well-informed news, Lu Yang exclaimed. He picked up the teacup, took another careful sip, still not used to it, and after putting down the cup, he restrained his smile and looked at the two members of the Shang family, saying in a deep voice some information about the invitation, such as the protection from the gentleman, and that each top city would invite at most one member. As for the choice of this member, it was purely decided by the gentleman's preference. As these words rang out, not only Shang Ziwen but even the elderly Shang, who had experienced countless storms, trembled slightly. This was no ordinary invitation. This was a ticket that could help the Shang family smoothly navigate the era of change. I have brought the invitation. Please make sure to arrive on time, Mr. Shang, and do not keep the gentleman waiting. After saying this, Lu Yang did not linger, stood up, and prepared to leave. At the same time, across the ocean, in the lighthouse country, it was 11 o'clock in the morning. In Big Apple City. At Kennedy Airport, several flights from various countries that were originally preparing to land were all instructed to circle in the sky, temporarily prohibited from landing. In a separate VIP lounge, a middle-aged man in a black suit stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the blue sky not far away. Soon, a board member of the airport hurriedly approached, bowing respectfully, Mr. Rockefeller. The plane is about to arrive. Yes. The middle-aged man did not turn around, responding flatly. At this moment, a plane appeared in the distance and gradually entered a landing state. The middle-aged man turned and walked out, followed closely by the black-clad security. The black convoy drove onto the airport runway. Where is Janie Diamond? 10 minutes later. The plane landed, and the middle-aged man, called Mr. Rockefeller, looked at the Asian man Gui Jiwen, who was sweating profusely in front of him, with an imposing demeanor. Mr. Diamond. Gui Jiwen hesitated, unsure how to start. At this moment, the cargo hold of the private plane opened, and a sealed metal box was slowly being brought out. Young Rockefeller followed Gui Jiwen's gaze, and his expression suddenly darkened as he cursed, "Waste. Get this thing on board for me." After saying this, young Rockefeller turned and sat in the car. Phew. Gui Jiwen wiped his sweat, just about to breathe a sigh of relief when the black car not far away suddenly stopped again, and the secretary quickly walked up to the ladder. Mr. Gua. Mr. Rockefeller invites you to join him. The blonde, blue-eyed white secretary spoke. Gui Jiwen's heart skipped a beat, and he had no choice but to bow slightly and jog to the front of the car, repeatedly lowering his head before carefully sitting inside. The convoy left the airport, and after another 10 minutes, the plane circling high in the sky received landing instructions. From day one, tell me carefully. Pandora. Young Rockefeller suddenly spoke. Yes. Gui Jiwen quickly replied. Father. Westchester County, New York. Young Rockefeller pushed the wheelchair and slowly walked into a warehouse. Approaching the iron box, he whispered in his father's ear. The 101-year-old man was frail, his face already covered with the marks of time. He struggled to lift his head, coughed, and raised his hand. Soon, the sealed iron box was opened, and Janie Diamond looked around. First, he saw 2 rows of armed security teams. He continued to look forward and, upon seeing the elderly man in the wheelchair, covered with a thin blanket not far away, a deep fear suddenly appeared on his handsome face. His legs went weak, and he could barely stand. Cough. Cough. Old Rockefeller coughed again, the handkerchief in his hand stained with a touch of red. He raised his hand, and the 2 rows of security guards expressionlessly raised their guns, the synchronized sound of loading echoing, the dark muzzles aimed at Jamie Dimon. Mr. Rockefeller. Mr. Rockefeller. Spare my life. Jamie Dimon turned pale, collapsing to the ground, scrambling towards the wheelchair with hands and feet. When he noticed that old Rockefeller was preparing to raise his hand again, his eyes widened, and he quickly shouted, Mr. Rockefeller, immortality. I discovered Pandora in Hongzhou that can grant eternal life. As these words rang out, the old Rockefeller, who had been relying on changing one heart after another to survive until now, lowered his hand. His brown pupils looked down at Jamie Dimon. Really? This is true. Seeing this, Jamie Dimon crawled to the front of the wheelchair like a dog, swallowing a mouthful of saliva. He quickly said, I accidentally got a piece of news in Hongzhou, Zhao country. There is a mysterious existence that has repeatedly intervened, extending the lives of several ordinary wealthy individuals on the brink of death. Mr. Rockefeller, please believe me, I did all this just to bring him to you. Jamie Dimon, with tears and snot, crazily knocked his head. I give you a chance. Old Rockefeller gazed at Jamie Dimon, his hoarse voice slowly sounding. In the night. Hongzhou. The Pandora investigation team, Maan crossed his arms, watching the psychological inquiry room on the monitor. After the conversation ended and Chen Yuhang left, Maan walked in. Team leader Ma. Doctor. Li glanced at Maan, her expression serious. What did you have Yuhang do today? Dr. Li said solemnly. She handed Maan a psychological assessment report and continued, Yuhang's original psychological state was relatively stable, but after today, I found that he exhibited an extreme sense of justice in multiple psychological tests. Before this, although Yuhang had this tendency, it was generally controllable. Moreover, not just Yuhang, Li Wenlong, and the others, each of their psyches has changed. Dr. Li's tone grew increasingly severe. I understand. Maan replied, rolling up the reports into a bundle and stuffing them into his pocket. As he spoke, he strode out of the psychological consultation room. As the night deepened, in the room, Maan quietly placed the lighter, which he rarely parted with, by the bedside table. He got up, changed his clothes, and then drove away in a second-hand Passat, disappearing into the investigation team. This place. Not far from Skyworth, right? The Passat pulled over to the roadside, and Maan walked to the spot where Ma Qing had last fallen. He looked up at the buildings in the night and murmured to himself. He even squatted down and then lay flat, the rain still falling, but Maan didn't mind at all, raising his head at the very spot where Ma Qing had collapsed. In his eyes, a figure holding an umbrella appeared in the distance. Ha! Maan stood up, pondering something as he crossed the road and entered a convenience store. Sitting in front of a high stool by the window, he casually glanced across. First, there were the surveillance cameras, all related to that taboo, were unable to capture anything, even companions who might expose their identity would vanish as well. Not captured by surveillance. Maan leaned back on the stool, tilting his head. He instinctively reached into his pocket but found it empty, countless surveillance images flashing through his mind that he had watched day and night. After a long while, he opened his eyes, then its equivalent to being captured. Maan's black and white eyes became fervent. Taboo? Deity? They too cannot escape the traces of the mortal world. He circled the surveillance that left no traces, connecting each circle into a line. This was the path walked by the deities. I'm going to catch you. Maan looked towards the night. The next day, the rain had cleared. Supervisor Lu. Tonight is Mingqi's birthday, do you have time? He. All right then. In the Skyworth building, Lu Chen walked leisurely into the lobby on the first floor, with Nie Xiaoyu cheerfully speaking beside him. Not far away, in the break area. Maan hadn't returned all night. After the building opened, he was the first to enter Skyworth, still resting in that same seat. He leaned against the back of the chair, lost in thought as he watched the employees coming and going not far away. Just then, a familiar man appeared before him. Maan turned his gaze to the man beside him, a naive little girl with no hint of scheming. You go ahead, there's a friend over there. Lu Chen met the latter's gaze and said gently. Oh. Nie Xiaoyu also recognized the middle-aged uncle in the distance, responding obediently without saying much. Captain Ma, long time no see. Lu Chen walked over, smiling as he handed a cup of Americano, saying, You look good, you probably didn't sleep well last night. Thanks. Maan did not refuse. He still had a good impression of this employee named Lu Chen, remembering how the latter had observed a lot just from his dressing habits during their first meeting.
Ha! Just as Ma Anbong took a sip, Lu
Chen, sitting next to him, suddenly let out a soft exclamation.
Captain Ma. That lighter, the one with the cute skull engraved on it, didn't you bring it?
Lu Chen gestured to a spot with his hand, smiling.
Upon hearing this, Ma Anbong's eyelids twitched, and the motion of holding the Americano paused.
He focused on the man beside him, who wore black-framed glasses and had a gentle smile on his face.
You didn't let go of it the last 2 times I saw you. Lu Chen said gently. I was in a hurry to leave and forgot to bring it.
Ma Anbong replied, taking another sip of the Americano, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly spoke up. By the way, has anything happened in the company?
Recently? Something? Lu Chen assumed a thoughtful pose, considering for a moment before meeting Ma Anbong's gaze.
Behind his black-framed glasses, his expression became more serious. Are you referring to that kind of miraculous
ability?
The sudden response startled Ma Anbong, causing him to instinctively sit up straight, his sharp gaze fixed on Lu Chen, as if waiting for an answer.
Is this something that cannot be said? Lu Chen remained calm, simply stating.
In Ma Anbong's eyes, this usually gentle staff member pushed up his black-framed glasses, leaned back in his chair, and looked at the office workers continuously entering the hall. He said, that day, you were not conducting a counter-terrorism drill, and the person you caught was not Manager Ma.
After that day, Deputy Dai disappeared, and I last encountered his secretary, Secretary Gua.
I still often see Manager Ma, the one you caught last.
Lu Chen's tone remained calm, unraveling the details like peeling an onion in front of Ma Anbong.
Finally, he looked at Ma Anbong again. At first, I didn't understand, but after noticing these things and combining them with your reactions on the day of the counter-terrorism drill, I suddenly realized.
So, is there someone who can change into another person's appearance?
It wouldn't be that employee from the finance department who also disappeared, would
it? Lu Chen continued.
As his words fell, Ma Anbong's clear black and white eyes remained fixed on Lu Chen, internally marveling at his ability to sort through information and make deductions.
Ordinary people have limited channels
for obtaining information, living long-term in various information cocoons, and being able to deduce the emergence of supernatural abilities in such an environment is truly terrifying.
Recently, I've also noticed a new phone number appearing in the official announcements. 10909. I wonder if it's related to this matter. Lu Chen observed Ma Anbong's reaction, finding it interesting, a hint of a smile flashing in his eyes as he spoke again. Impressive. Ma Anbong was completely taken aback, pausing for a moment before not denying it, speaking in a low voice. Are you planning to change jobs? No need. Thank you. Lu Chen shook his head, smiling as he said, I'm still quite satisfied with my current job for now. All right.
Thank you, Team Leader Ma, for clearing my confusion.
I should get to work.
With that, Lu Chen glanced at the time, stood up, waved his hand, and walked towards the elevator hall.
Behind him,
Ma Anbong stared at his back for a long while before shifting his gaze.
Outside the Skyworth building, under the azure sky. Second affiliated hospital of Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Next, Li Changbai, wearing a white coat, spoke.
After sending off a patient. This time, a stranger entered, closing the door and respectfully saying, Dr. Li. We discovered an unknown force attempting to investigate Dr. Li.
When we traced back, that force no longer hid.
The young man said in a deep voice, handing over a business card, this is what they left behind, saying they want to collaborate with you, Dr. Li.
I understand.
Li Changbai took the card, glancing at it, apart from a phone number, there was no other information. He toyed with it for a moment, raised his hand, and after the young man spoke, he quietly left the office. As noon approached, Li Changbai changed into a new outfit and once again gently slid the creator's blade from the top of his forehead downwards. Like a scene from a past movie, Li Chengbai's original skin was peeled away inch by inch, replaced with a new face. Ah! In the underground garage, Li Chengbai leaned back in the driver's seat, closing his eyes, a hint of intoxication appearing on his face. Each time he used the creator's blade to cut through his own skin and flesh, it brought him a wonderful sensation. Dr. Li. After Li Changbai stepped out, not far from the roadside, another black car appeared. Xiao Jian opened the car door and said respectfully, What exactly are those people? Li Changbai sat in the car and replied flatly. We haven't found out yet. Very mysterious. Xiao Jian lowered his head, feeling ashamed. Forget it, it has nothing to do with you. Li Changbai glanced at Xiao Jian and said nonchalantly. The people under him were, in a sense, a group of scattered soldiers. It was already not easy for them to be organized into their current form, so how could they possibly compare to the giants of the inner world? The car drove into the sunlit city. 20 minutes later, Li Changbai discreetly entered a tea house located in a quiet area amidst the bustling city. Shortly after he arrived, 3 cars drove into the tea house's garage in succession.
Dr. Li.
They've arrived. Leading the way is a middle-aged white
man.
Xiao Jian hurriedly walked in and spoke to Li Changbai, who was sitting alone at the tea table.
Li Changbai nodded.
The tea house in this building belonged to a wealthy man from Hangzhou, and now that wealthy man had become a fervent believer of Li Changbai. Outside the tea house, in a long corridor, a man in a black suit stood every meter apart. When the elevator opened, a tall middle-aged white man walked through with his subordinates.
Stop.
When the white man stood at the door, Xiao Jian blocked him. He met the man's gaze and said stiffly, "Only you can enter." Of course, of course. The tall middle-aged white man, with an aquiline nose and brown eyes, paused for a
moment and then smiled.
Just as he was about to push the door open, Xiao Jian once again stood in front of him, reaching into the man's pocket. The middle-aged white man's expression tightened, but he then raised his hands.
Xiao Jian
pulled out a handgun from the man's coat while also retrieving his phone.
Is that enough?
I told you, I came with good intentions. The middle-aged white man smiled. Xiao Jian did not respond, merely stepping aside.
The middle-aged
white man shrugged and stepped inside, his gaze immediately landing on the young man in the center of the tea house.
Oh, God. You are even younger than I imagined.
The middle-aged white man walked towards Li Changbai, his
expression exaggerated. James Rudolph.
The middle-aged white man extended his hand to Li Changbai and said, "Nice to meet you.
My surname is Li."
Li Changbai lightly shook the man's right hand and replied flatly, "What is your
relationship with that force in Magic City?"
James Rudolph was not at all affected by Li Chengbai's indifference. He maintained a warm smile throughout and sat down opposite the tea table, even pouring himself a cup of tea with
familiarity.
At this moment, Li Changbai spoke up.
Magic City? James Rudolph looked at him and chuckled. Are you referring to those Illuminati fools who should have been swept into the dust of history long ago? We are not like those decayed guys. Illuminati? Li Chengbai's eyes flickered. Then who are you?
Li Changbai did not hide his confusion towards the man and asked directly. The middle-aged white man, James Rudolph, looked directly into Li Chengbai's eyes, as if wanting to understand the young man before him as much as possible. After a moment, he smiled brightly and said, "Of course, I won't hide any information from you, we will become the best partners."
If the Illuminati
are a group of old guys who should have been eliminated by the times, then we are the fist formed by the top technological elites of this world after entering modern technological civilization.
We are known in the inner world as Deep Space Technology. Mr. Li,
this is the project we wish to collaborate with you on, please take a look. James Rudolph said in succession. After a brief introduction, he gently took off the ring on his hand, turning it lightly. The red gem in the center of the ring projected a beam of light into the air, revealing a three-dimensional image before them.
Li Chengbai's thoughts whirled.
According to what the other party said, the Illuminati was a giant organization composed of world-class old money, while deep space technology was the inner world, condensed by a new type of technology company.
However, he wondered what companies were behind deep space technology? The Illuminati and
deep space technology were the two poles of the inner world. Li Changbai looked at the projected image.
Complex human neural networks, prosthetic hearts, body modifications, brain-machine interfaces, was this so-called field of deep space technology research leaning towards cyberpunk?
But it really is suitable for the creator's blade.
Li Chengbai's eyes flickered.
The sky had completely darkened.
Neon lights lit up. He. Supervisor Liu, I thought Munchie was really a social butterfly. Did you see her just now at Hay de Leo?
She looked like she wanted to dive to the bottom of the pot. On the roadside of the city, two best friends walked ahead with their boyfriends, while Nia
Xiaoyu and Lu Chan walked behind.
The young girl had rosy cheeks and said happily, "By the way."
Nia Xiaoyu seemed to remember something and quickly tugged at Lu Chan's arm.
She glanced up at her friends and said eagerly, "Supervisor
Lu,
what's up?" Lu Chen had one hand in his pocket, casually scanning the bustling road. Upon hearing her voice, he turned to meet the young girl's eyes and smiled.
Do you sing well?
As she spoke, Nia Xiaoyu made a muttering. Munchie and the others sing so well, but I can't. I go off key as soon as I open my mouth, and they always laugh at me.
Lu Chen's gaze was gentle as he watched the ordinary yet vibrant girl before him. He really liked this
feeling. The scenes of joy and sorrow were a kind of anchoring for him, preventing him from gradually becoming an emotionless deity.
I'm not that good either, Lu Chen said with a light laugh. Ah. Well then, I guess we'll just have to be laughed at together. But Supervisor Liu, don't worry, I'll protect you.
Nia Xiaoyu raised her fist.
Just then, their group arrived at a KTV called Heoliti and took the elevator to the third floor. Wen Kai Mengqi
and her boyfriend approached the front desk to book a private room. Lu Chen glanced at a group of people passing by them. They were quite young, with some still wearing high school uniforms.
Among this group of boys and girls, there was a very timid girl at the back, carrying a heavy backpack. What luck, no need to be embarrassed. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Ha! Timid. The girl wearing black framed glasses walked at the back. She took a deep breath and accidentally raised her gaze to the class flower, who was surrounded like a star, pursing her lips. Just wait. The girl said resentfully. Her name was Li Jinxian, and since the first year of high school, she had been relentlessly bullied by the class flower, Yi Xian, who was the prettiest and purest in the class. Several times, she had stood at the edge of the rooftop, but she was unwilling. Why was it that Yi Xian could bully her with the most vicious words and still be seen as a good student, a white moonlight by teachers, parents, and classmates, while she could only feel like a rat in the sewer? Wow! I haven't sung in a long time, I must sing my heart out later. As soon as she entered the private room, Yi Xian, with her ponytail and wearing a white t-shirt, said with a smile. She walked to the song selection platform and cheerfully waved to the boys not far away. You guys should pick some songs. 2. Is there anyone who wants to duet with me? Hee, but don't choose any overly sweet love songs, I'm afraid I'll blush. Li Jinxian finally walked in, taking out the bottles of drinks, including 2 bottles of beer, from her heavy backpack and placing them on the coffee table. She sat down in the corner position. Oh right. Xian. Yi Xian slapped her forehead, turned her head, and playfully flicked her ponytail across the face of the boy next to her. She spotted Li Jinxian in the private room, waved her hand cheerfully, and when the latter looked at her, she revealed a friendly smile. Shen, can you open all the drinks and pour them into that big glass? Also, pour each of us a cup. Please. Yi Xian clasped her hands together and stuck out her cute tongue. Oh. Li Jinxian replied, it was always like this, she was Yi Xian's servant. In the dormitory, she even had to wash the others' underwear. But everyone thought they were the closest to her. If it weren't for Yi Xian, she definitely wouldn't have so many friends. Ha! Li Jinxuan's heart began to race. She finally took out the glass and, while pouring one of the drinks, she quietly glanced at Yi Xian, who was waving her arms, and seeing that no one was paying attention to her, she took out a small tube of light purple liquid from her pocket and poured it into the cup. Watching the purple liquid disappear, excitement flashed across her face. Truth serum. The person who drinks this serum will reveal their innermost thoughts. Li Jinxian recalled the vial of serum she had stumbled upon a week ago, as if she were a sorceress, able to concoct potions with magical abilities. A truth serum that makes people speak the truth. A lucky charm that brings good fortune. A melody potion that makes people sing beautifully. Here. Li Jinxian lowered her head, holding the goblet as she walked up to Yi Xian, nervously handing it over. Her heart was about to leap into her throat, but fortunately, Yi Xian just glanced at her and took the glass, sipping from it. Li Jinxian let out a sigh of relief and retreated to the corner of the private room. Just as she sat down, she saw Yi Xian frown, her pure face filled with disgust as she looked at a fat guy. Ah! Don't you dare touch me, you fat pig. So disgusting. If it weren't for your dad working in the education bureau, I wouldn't want to see you for a second. Do you know that every time you come near me, that pig-like smell makes me want to throw up? And you, can you give me something of higher quality? It's always some cheap stuff, and I have to pretend to like it. Please, it's hard for me too. Being a top student is so great, huh? You're just being treated like a dog by me. Sharp and harsh words echoed continuously. The entire private room. All the classmates instantly fell silent, their eyes wide open as they looked at Yi Xian, who was holding the microphone. In the corner, Li Jinxian watched the scene, her blood racing with excitement, her face flushed behind her black-framed glasses, her body trembling violently. She was about to burst out laughing, so she hurriedly stood up and ran out of the room. Ha! Li Jinxian stood in front of the bathroom sink, took off her glasses, and splashed a handful of cold water on her face. Hello! Do you have any melody potions for sale? Just then, a gentle voice suddenly came from behind the girl, causing Li Jinxian to pause and stiffly raise her head. She looked into the mirror and saw the man behind her. Pandora, owner of the wizard potion vial. Lu Chen wore a gentle smile, chuckling softly. After a moment, he took the potion from the girl, twisted off the cap, and drank it all in one go. The cool liquid flowed down his throat, and it felt as if a subtle change occurred in his entire throat. He glanced at the girl, waved his hand, and turned to disappear from her sight. Who is he? As the figure of the man completely disappeared, Li Jinxian finally dared to make a move. Fear flickered across her face as she whispered. Meanwhile, in another private room, Lu Chen held the microphone, and as soon as he spoke, a hoarse, story-laden baritone slowly resonated. Nie Xiaoyu, sitting not far away, widened her eyes and covered her mouth with her hands. In the night, the headlights of an oncoming car illuminated Lu Chen and Nie Xiaoyu's faces, casting their shadows far behind on the sidewalk. Manager Lu. You still say you can't sing well? You clearly have the potential to debut. I even think you sing better than Zhang Shuao himself. Nye Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly. Not that. Great. I won't be able to sing like this next time. Lu Chen replied gently. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something, adjusted his glasses, and glanced into the distance of the night, his smile growing even more pronounced. Meanwhile, island country. Tokyo. The last subway train, running late at this hour, finally caught up with the middle-aged office worker Tanaka, who took a deep breath. He scanned the carriage with his briefcase, spotting a sparse crowd, each person engrossed in their own activities. He exhaled and sat down. When did this get stuck in my bag? Tanaka, who hadn't eaten dinner, pulled out a bread from his bag, and a mysterious invitation letter caught his eye. Game of fate? Wealth? Ability? In this carriage, as the middle-aged office worker softly read aloud, the surroundings seemed to fall into an instant silence, the weight of fate's choice looming over his heart. Tanaka's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to look left and right, his heart pounding heavily, and a longing emerged on his weary and numb face. Participate. He was fed up with the mundane life before him. The moment this thought appeared, he vanished from the quiet subway carriage, yet the scattered office workers in the carriage seemed completely oblivious to his absence. At this moment, in the deep night, the gamer, the bored middle-aged housewife at home, the college boys, the same invitation letter appeared before them from unknown sources. Participate. Participate. In Hangzhou, after returning to his single apartment, Lu Chen finished his shower and, through Pandora's connection, observed this scene. A sense of emotion appeared on his refined face. Truly, the islanders, once they receive the invitation letter, not a shred of hesitation remains, the repression and madness hidden within them come rushing forth. Wang Shengru. This kid is also a madman. The series of games he created probably have a pitiful survival rate. Lu Chen shook his head. He leaned back in his chair at the desk, lost in thought. Days passed in succession. Mid-June. Hangzhou. In the Pandora Special Investigation Team, a world map appeared on a screen occupying an entire wall in the command room, with red markers continuously being drawn out. In the past few days, events occurring in different continents and countries were rapidly listed. We assess that after the last incident, a significant overflow phenomenon is occurring among Pandora hosts. The sun never sets in Europe, the United States in North America, South Korea and the island country in East Asia. The young and capable reporter stood at the podium and spoke in a deep voice. Maan Bong sat in the middle of the command room, playing with a lighter in his hand, his thumb pressing the cap open each time, accumulating a firefly-like power. Currently, official organizations around the world are gradually beginning to pay attention to this newly emerged magical item. Some religious organizations refer to Pandora as the seed sown by God before descending to the world. In the Middle East, emotions are becoming even more heated. The reporter kept saying. As of this morning, the application for entry and exit management in Hangzhou has significantly increased, with over 30 of the world's top 50 companies wanting to invest and develop in Hangzhou. Hangzhou has begun to attract global attention, being referred to as the origin place. According to reports, any inbound personnel with an itinerary to Hangzhou will be marked as a priority by various countries. After a long while, the report concluded, and Maan Ban withdrew his gaze, lowering his head to jot down a note. In his small notebook, Team Leader Ma. Assistant Zhao Xiaoxue hurriedly approached, leaning in to whisper something in his ear. Got it. Maan Bong stood up, tucked the notebook into his pocket, and strode towards the next conference room alongside Zhao Xiaoxue. When Pandora began to overflow, the world seemed unchanged in the eyes of ordinary people, but for those in positions of power, true transformation had begun. Before this, only the major powers of North America and a few secret organizations in the inner world were aware of Pandora's existence. Team Leader Ma. At the entrance of the conference room, 2 staff members in black suits greeted respectfully. Just as Maan Ban was about to step inside, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a lighter. Please hold on to this for me. Dad. Why don't you represent the Shang family and go? On the other side, in a villa in Hangzhou, the Shang family, father and son, who had been waiting for the call from their master since Lu Yang left, finally received news today. Shang Ziwen, the head of the current generation of the Shang family in Magic City, spoke with an uneasy expression. Given his status, even if he were to meet that towering figure in the sea, it wouldn't be so daunting, but one was a significant figure in the secular world, while the other could be considered a deity. Nonsense. The elderly Sheng Yin's, with graying hair, darkened his expression and scolded, What qualifications do I, an old man nearing death, have to represent the Shang family? In the past 2 days, incidents have occurred in the circles of celebrities. In Magic City, with more than one being threatened to hand over a peace fee. The old master of the Shang family paced back and forth in the living room, saying, That Pandora suspected to be capable of soul parasitism. The old master's expression grew serious as he spoke. Recently, incidents happening around the world all indicated their family's fortune. At that moment, the butler station not far away received a phone call, his expression changing. As he quickly walked up to the two heads of the Shang family and said, "Sir, young master. Something has happened." The old butler quickly recounted the events, and Shang Ziwen and the old master exchanged glances, a flicker of panic crossing their eyes. "I understand. You may leave now," the old master said in a deep voice. As the old butler retreated, the phone in front of the two lit up, and Shang Ziwen immediately answered the video call. "Dad! Help! Me! Save me!" On the screen appeared a young man whose facial features closely resembled Shang Ziwen's, his expression filled with terror as he called out to his father. However, just as he was about to say more, a clear struggle appeared in the young man's eyes, and the next second, he seemed to transform into another person, meeting Shang Ziwen's gaze with a wanton smile. "I only need 10 million, that shouldn't be much for your Shang family, right?" A familiar face, familiar words, but another person who felt alien to the core. Seeing this scene, Shang Ziwen's hair stood on end. The old master of the Shang family looked at his young grandson on the video. "This gentleman. Money. Our Shang family is certainly willing to provide it." The hoarse voice of the old master of the Shang family rang out. Upon hearing this, the young man's face became even more unrestrained, not just because of the wealth he was about to gain, but also because he could make those once lofty figures fear him and plead with him. Just then, the old master of the Shang family abruptly changed his tone, however. "My Shang family is under protection, I wonder if you can bear it, sir." After saying this, the old man respectfully presented the invitation letter from the Pandora Management Committee that Lu Yang had handed over that day into the video. The young man casually glanced at the invitation letter, but the next moment, fear suddenly appeared in his expression, veins bulging on his forehead, and his entire face twisted in agony. He hugged his head with both hands and knelt on the ground, as if he were undergoing the most terrifying punishment. Soon, the young grandson of the Shang family, kneeling on the ground, changed his gaze and looked back at the old master of the Shang family, uncertainly asking, "Grandpa? Dad? Ha?" Seeing this, the old master of the Shang family let out a sigh of relief. He did not respond to the young man's words but glanced at the time, solemnly looking at Shang Ziwen. "It's getting late, you should set off quickly. Don't keep the sir waiting." Shang Ziwen came to his senses, nodded repeatedly, straightened his clothes, and was about to walk quickly out of the villa. "Wait. Take this with you," the old master called out to him, handing over the invitation letter from the Pandora Management Committee. Once Shang Ziwen left, the old master of the Shang family turned his gaze back to the young man. "Grandpa, what on earth is going on?" The young man swallowed hard and spoke. Under the azure sky, bright sunlight poured into the floor-to-ceiling windows. On the 59th floor of the building. The reaction is quite quick. Lu Chen leaned back on the sofa, pressing a book under his hand. As the invitation letter from the Pandora Management Committee was presented, he received a signal and focused on the scene. A light smile appeared on his face as he murmured, "Although the outer members of the Pandora Management Committee theoretically only protect one person, such as Su Shen from the Su family or Shang Ziwen from the Shang family, his status was too high. Just a hint of his residual power was enough for the entire family to enjoy the benefits." He withdrew his gaze and stopped paying attention. Before long, the head of the Shang family, Shang Ziwen, was brought before him. "Mr. Lu." This head of the Shang family, in his 50s, was dressed in formal attire, his hands pressed tightly against his pants, his expression serious as he bowed and called out, Get up." Lu Chen, leaning on the sofa with his legs crossed, looked at Shang Ziwen with a calm gaze, a faint smile on his face, and said gently, "Sit." He gestured to the sofa beside him. After a simple exchange of a sentence or two, when he caught sight of the tension and reverence in the latter's expression, Lu Chen felt a sense of boredom rising in his heart and waved his hand, dismissing him. "Mr. Lu, you were looking for me." After Shang Ziwen left, Nancher from the Shen family walked into the living room and spoke. "The members of the Pandora Management Committee will only increase when the committee has needs. They should also contribute. You should study and establish a membership system where paying a membership fee is just a threshold. Subsequently, completing more tasks for the Pandora Management Committee will allow them to reach higher levels of membership, and occasionally, we can provide them with some benefits beyond protection," Lu Chen said casually. "The future Pandora Management Committee needs to have branches all over the world, with personnel and various operational systems. These not only require wealth but also resources provided by local authorities." "Yes," Shen Nancher replied respectfully. In fact, they had already been researching this and had even established a related order, just waiting for the Sir's command or to propose it at the right time. "Mr. Lu, After a while, Lu Yang also walked briskly into the living room. Thank you for your hard work these days. Lu Chen's gaze was gentle as he looked at the latter. It is my honor to serve you, sir. Lu Yang replied respectfully. Next, you are responsible for forming a security team directly under the Pandora Management Committee, and you will temporarily serve as the captain of this team. Lu Chen said flatly. As these words rang out, Lu Yang's heart raced heavily and a surge of ecstasy filled his mind. This team, if placed in the era of imperial power, would be equivalent to the king's personal guard, and being beside a figure as divine as the Sir, its status and authority might be beyond words. It was akin to reaching the heavens in a single step. By the way, Lu Chen seemed to remember something, snapped his fingers, tapped the armrest of the sofa, and said again, "Go and fetch the gentleman's sword hanging over there." Yes. Lu Yang looked in the direction pointed by Mr. Lu. It was an ancient sword hanging diagonally in front of the bookshelf. He strode over and held it with both hands in front of him. This sword is called the gentleman's long sword, and it can be considered a decent Pandora. You can bestow it upon the deputy in your team, Lu Chen said gently. After speaking, he waved his hand and said, "All right, you can go now. As for building the team, let Nancher and the others assist you." Yes. Lu Yang controlled his emotions and quickly responded. He respectfully stepped back before turning to leave. Once he exited the living room, excitement and ecstasy finally appeared on his face. He looked at the sword in his hands, and with a clang, he drew it from its sheath, the cold gleam reflecting in his eyes. Lu Yang? At that moment, Chen Nancher walked out from the other side and, seeing Lu Yang's reaction, asked curiously. He had never regarded this owner of the Macart mask as important, just a mediocre person with good luck. Mr. Shen. Lu Yang stood up straight, met Chen Nancher's gaze, and smiled, first calling out, then slowly saying, "The Sir has asked me to form a security team directly under the Pandora Management Committee. I still need your help, Mr. Shen." As Lu Yang's words fell, Chen Nancher's pupils instantly contracted, and his gaze towards Lu Yang became enthusiastic. Gray Soul +1. The next day, the weather was clear, and as Lu Chen just woke up from bed, a message popped up before him. After reaching 3 stars in the third-tier Pandora growth, gray-quality souls are also easier to obtain. Lu Chen gazed into the distance through Pandora's connection, sighing. Now, the witch's soul bell, this Pandora, had already made a name for itself in North America, representing the devil, a symbol of death. As usual, after washing up, Lu Chen walked into the study, leaned against the desk, and let his gaze wander between the leather notebook and the silver mirror. I choose you. Lu Chen first opened the panel. Name, Lu Chen, soul count, 14, white souls, 1, gray soul, desire points, 213,600 points. Whether it's souls or desire points, they have all started to roll in like souls. Lu Chen pushed up his glasses, reflecting. When he first obtained the system, the souls and desire points were simply not enough to spend, but now the situation had gradually reversed. At least the speed of creating third-tier Pandoras had begun to lag behind the growth of the data. There was no way to spend it all. Simply impossible to exhaust. Before reaching the second tier, let's follow the usual practice and create a third-tier Pandora. Lu Chen stood up and walked to the bookshelf behind him, his gaze scanning through the glass at various items, and finally, he took out a pair of framed glasses. This pair of glasses had clearly been used for a long time by its previous owner. The lenses were heavily worn, and the temples were specially wrapped with tape. Glasses? I wonder what kind of past there will be, and what kind of abilities will arise. Lu Chen showed no disdain for the worn-out glasses, his gentle gaze resembling that of someone admiring a piece of art. After one Pandora after another was born from his hands, he began to appreciate these old items that carried special emotions in time. They were alive. Old Bai squatted familiar at the edge of the desk, and upon seeing his master exchange for 2 Pandora seeds, he merely yawned lazily, no matter how excited he felt. Ding! You have obtained Pandora number 3-066. 3-066, its former owner was a noble child from a humble background who emerged from deep in the mountains. These worn-out glasses carry the hope of a family. When the user wears number 3-066, they will inherit the knowledge possessed by each of its previous owners, and upon the user's death, the knowledge they hold will also be imprinted into the glasses. When the user wears number 3-066, they will achieve the highest learning efficiency, and their intelligence will be enhanced. Warning, do not become a cold machine. Then I'll call you the scholar's glasses. Lu Chen glanced over the lines of text and chuckled softly. After saying this, he placed the glasses into the case and turned his gaze to a yellowed notebook bound in black leather, accompanied by a feather pen. Without hesitation, he inserted the second-tier seed into it, and a brilliant light reflected in his eyes. Soon, a black leather notebook undergoing a magnificent and mysterious transformation, along with an elegant white feather pen, slowly descended before Lu Chen. Tis. Lu Chen's expression revealed astonishment. The people and events written in this notebook will gradually come true, but the requirement is that every story must have complete logic and narrative. This notebook. Lu Chen brushed over the transformed cover. He simply thought for a moment and felt increasingly emotional about this Pandora, as its intangible control over different people's destinies was too unpredictable. I'll call you Moira's script, Lu Chen said seriously. Moira is the collective name for the goddesses of fate in ancient Greek mythology, who hold the wheel of fate and determine the destinies of all things in the world. Ding! Naming successful. Pandora number 2-004, Moira's script. Meanwhile, under the bright sunlight, in the old mansion of the Shang family in the Magic City. Old Shang. Where have you and Ziwen been these past few days? In the garden. The old master of the Shang family, who returned to the Magic City last night, sat with two old friends who also lived on this street, drinking tea and eating snacks. I had some business to attend to, the old master of Shang said modestly. After saying this, he looked at his old friend, whose ancestors were also wealthy merchants, but in recent years, the younger generation of the family had gradually moved abroad, leaving only an ancestral home on Seymour Road. Old Chow, are you hiding something? Old Shang, you should know more than I do. Old Chow, who was broad and stout, wearing a loose tang suit, replied. I just want to know if those rumors are true or not. Old Chow lowered his voice. As soon as this sentence was spoken, another gray-haired elder also looked serious, turning to the old master of Shang. Their families were far inferior to the Shang family, and they had come early today to learn more information through the old master of Shang, otherwise, they couldn't even sleep peacefully. It's true. The old master of Shang thought for a moment, then looked at the two old friends, preparing to remind them. They are called Pandora. Whoever obtains them will possess incredible abilities. Just as Shang Ens was about to say something more, the old butler hurriedly walked in from outside the garden, looking at the latter from a distance, his gaze intense. Master. A call from the head of the Zhao family in Yanjing. The old butler glanced at the two guests and handed over the phone, whispering. The Zhao family? Old Master Shang raised his eyelids. He had little interaction with the Zhao family, and what could prompt such a high-ranking member of the Zhao family to call him personally? Various thoughts flashed through his mind as he took the phone, nodded to his two old companions, and stepped aside to answer. Mr. Zhao, this is Sheng Ens. On the other end, sitting in a car and preparing to head to the company, Shang Ziwen looked at his phone, which displayed an unfamiliar call from Yanjing. He glanced at the front of the car, lowered the partition between the driver and himself, and answered the call. Hello? May I ask who this is? Mr. Shang. I am Zhang Yunyan. The voice on the other end was that of a middle-aged man with a gentle tone. Shang Ziwen furrowed his brows slightly, silently repeating the name in his mind. Soon after, his expression changed to one of surprise, and with a hint of respect in his tone, he quickly replied, I didn't expect Mr. Zhang to call me Mr. Shang. I hope I'm not disturbing you? Zhang Yunyan's attitude was very good, even overly polite, leaving Shang Ziwen puzzled about what the latter was getting at. It's worth noting that the Shang family was indeed a first-tier family in the entire Zhao country, but that was about it. Their influence mainly lay in the commercial sector of the Yangtze River Delta. In contrast, the Zhang family behind him was undoubtedly a top power family, ranking among the top 3 in a place like Yanjing. Not at all, it's my honor to receive a call from Mr. Zhang. Shang Ziwen replied with a smile. In the Skyworth building, Lu Chen sat in his office. He first opened the Pandora forum, and as his gaze swept over one of the posts, a playful smile appeared on his face. He saw that the user of the Pandora parasitic crystal, who had attempted to extort a peace fee from the Shang family yesterday, had posted a message. Everyone. The Shang family in the Magic City is protected by forbidden existences, you must not offend them. I am a living example, just touching upon the Shang family secrets nearly shattered my soul, and the immense pain is beyond words. Everyone. Do not offend the Shang family in the Magic City. The Shang family is protected by forbidden existences. Lu Chen noticed that this post quickly became lively, with Pandora users from around the world posting one after another, seeking specific information. Well, this is a good thing. Next time I invite the other families, I won't have to say much. Lu Chen chuckled and closed the forum page. At this moment, the news that the Shang family in the Magic City was protected by forbidden existences spread wildly among the top power families in Zhao country, and even around the world. Not only domestic calls but also international calls were continuously directed to the Shang family through various channels. In the Shang family's old residence. Dad. Shang Ziwen's car returned, and he quickly ran into the garden after taking a series of calls. His gaze swept left and right, then landed on his father, who was still on the phone. He slowed his pace and walked over to his side. Before he could say anything, his own phone rang as well.
prompting Shang Ziwen to move to the other side.
The two old companions of the Shang family's patriarch exchanged glances, both recognizing the surprise in each other's eyes.
In this short time, they had only vaguely heard the old master mention a few scattered names upon answering the call.
If they weren't mistaken,
almost all were from the truly first tier, even top families in Zhao country.
Phew. After a long while, old master Shang hung up the phone. Even he couldn't
help but let out a sigh of relief, walking aside, picking up a teacup without any intention of savoring the tea, and downing it in one go. At this moment, Shang
Ziwen also walked over. Did you agree to anything? Old Master Shang looked at his son and asked in a deep voice. No.
Dad, don't worry.
Shang Ziwen quickly
replied. Throughout the phone calls on this journey, top families from different parts of the world had been subtly trying to reach the Pandora Management Committee.
That's good.
Old Master Shang nodded.
Knock, knock, knock. Come in. In the Skyworth building, on the 15th floor.
Lu Chen put down the book in his
hand and looked towards the door.
After he spoke, Nie Xiaoyu and another colleague from the HR department walked in.
Director Lu. Nie Xiaoyu was dressed in a
work outfit, and her face instinctively wanted to show a friendly smile, but then she remembered her colleague beside her, and her pure, innocent face suddenly
stiffened as she called out in a professional tone. Director Lu. I'm Xiao Zhang from the HR department. The director asked us to inform you that there will be
a work summary report in the third conference room in 20 minutes.
The ordinary-looking HR staff member looked at Lu Chen and said, Okay. I understand. Lu Chen nodded.
After that, Nie Xiaoyu deliberately slowed her pace, allowing her colleague to leave the office first. Then she quickly turned around, winked at
Director Lu, and after receiving his response, she walked out satisfied.
She secretly glanced at her colleague, feeling a thrill of excitement as if she had done
something mischievous, even though she hadn't done anything at all. Xiaoyu, why are we so unlucky? The administrative staff is short-handed, and we just happen to be assigned this hard labor.
The third conference room was divided into two areas, inside and outside.
In the large meeting room outside, Nie
Xiaoyu, her best friend Kai Mingqi, and some junior staff from the administrative department were busy checking documents. At this moment, Kai Mingqi nudged Nie Xiaoyu with her elbow and complained. By the way, Kai Mingqi seemed to remember something and said with a wink, Is that person from your family coming?
Yes.
I went with Xiao Zhang to notify him.
Nie Xiaoyu replied honestly.
Just then, at the door of the conference room, Lu Chen walked in with a smile.
He met Nie
Xiaoyu's gaze and nodded with a smile.
Stepping into the small conference room, the other department heads were already present, with Vice President Lin Xiaoyue
sitting at the head of the table, her expression cold and elegant.
As soon as Lu Chen took his seat, Lin Xiaoyue directly started the meeting. After a long while. All right. Those who have no issues can leave. Lin Xiaoyue closed the folder and said coldly.
Throughout the meeting, her gaze and attention had not once turned
to Lu Chen.
Lu Chen sat at the end of the long table, still wearing a calm smile. He noticed that all the other department heads had already left except for him. Ding! A soft sound echoed in the room. Lin Xiaoyue pressed the remote, and the one-way glass of the conference room opened up, clearly revealing the large room. Outside where the long table was set, Lin Xiaoyue stood up and walked towards the door. With a click, the door of the conference room was locked from the inside.
Is the meeting over?
Junior staff member Kai Mingqi quietly glanced at the departing directors and asked.
Director Lu hasn't come out yet. Nie Xiaoyu replied. Immediately. She bit her lip, looking somewhat worried at the one-way glass.
Ha! Inside the conference room, Lin Xiaoyue still appeared as the icy, beautiful president, but her inner emotions were far from the calm she displayed. Her heart was racing. She took a deep breath and then turned around. In the sound of her
high heels clicking, Lin Xiaoyue walked up to Lu Chen.
She reached out, lifted Lu Chen's chin, and the next second, her cool red lips pressed against his mouth. At the same time, in Japan, Tokyo.
4:00 in the afternoon.
The Marunouchi line of the subway, in a car with few passengers, suddenly saw a middle-aged office worker in a suit appear out of nowhere in front of one of the seats. The office worker had blood staining the area where his heart was, and though he did not die immediately, upon realizing where he was, he struggled to raise his hand, a look of unwillingness on his face, before closing his eyes. The surrounding passengers noticed this scene, their faces showing terror as they screamed, quickly moving away to the sides. Report. On the Marunouchi line, a corpse has been found at Awajicho Station. The deceased is named Tanaka Yasuhiro, 36 years old.
15 minutes later. At the Kyoto Metropolitan Police Department, a special task force meeting discussing a unique case was interrupted when a uniformed officer approached one of the middle-aged men and whispered something.
Not long after, the spokesperson at the podium corrected the
information.
In 3 days, 40 people have died, and each death has been gruesome.
Aura.
The Prime Minister is personally concerned about this case. If it continues to develop, public opinion will soon spiral out of control. Both you and I will face punishment. As the case meeting concluded,
the chief of the Kyoto Metropolitan Police, Kawaji Tashiyoshi, stood up to leave.
In the long corridor, he looked at the head of the criminal department, Aura Kaintake, and said with a heavy expression, "Rest assured, Chief.
Aura will do everything possible." Aura Kaintake stood straight, bowing.
"Chief, Interpol uploaded a case yesterday, reportedly involving a miraculous item called Pandora." Aura Kaintake paused before speaking. At this statement, Kawaji Tashiyoshi showed no excess emotion on his face, as if he had already known about it. He simply patted Aura Kaintake on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "From now on, you have the highest dispatch authority in the police department. At all costs, find the people behind this." Aura Kaintake's eyes flickered. He keenly noticed that the chief of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police referred to them as the people behind the scenes, not the murderer. Even the emphasis in his tone was not on the 40 victims who had died.
Aura. Kawaji Tashiyoshi looked up.